Studying abroad? Ling Helen expressed his refusal. Without a mother, I'm like a weed, I will not go. Mother, he snorted dismissively. Can you manage to get into a 985 or 211 university by yourself? Ling Helen protested. What's wrong with attending an ordinary university? It is not disgraceful. Father Ling gently advised, but that is a top 10 university. If it weren't for your sister's connections, you wouldn't even have the chance to apply. Ling Helen lamented, top 10 is even harder. Do I look like someone who can graduate? Is it possible that your son is just an ordinary individual? Brother Ling added with a smile, graduating from an ordinary university, you would receive an allowance of 1 million each year. Graduating from abroad, that allowance could rise to 10 million. Choose wisely. Ling Helen succumbed to the allure of wealth. Currently abroad, Sister Ling was unable to attend the persuasion session in person, but she sent a message insisting that her younger brother must bring hot pot base, various sauces, tea, pastries, and instant food when he visited her. Ling Helen, absolutely not. I intend to bring even more. He promptly began searching for items that could represent Dragon Kingdom culture and astonish others. The Book of Changes would do splendidly. Since he was already bringing the Book of Changes, mastering the coin divination method would be simply perfect. However, when he found himself packed up with his luggage in an unfamiliar setting, Ling Helen felt utterly bewildered. In one moment, he was in the bustling airport terminal on Blue Star, listening to Brother Ling's incessant chatter. In the next, he stood alone in a corner of a gigantic transit hub, teeming with people. A fox in a pink coat was cackling, its fluffy tail sweeping across the exposed purple midriff of a nearby lizard man. That a five-ma turtle treeman was obstructing the passage, tossing down dozens of lively saplings. When he spotted Miss Rabbit approaching in high heels, Ling Helen took the initiative to step forward. Excuse me, can we speak in Chinese here? A claw adorned with lace gloves offered him a device shaped like an earplug. Ling Helen donned the earplug and activated it. A form of thought, which was not exactly language, yet conveyed meaning with clarity, emerged in his mind. Greetings, you have arrived at the Interstellar Public Transport Station of Planet Z73219. Please do not occupy the exit of the wormhole for an extended period. Ling Helen. When did he traverse a wormhole? How did he end up in the cosmos? Could it be that the study abroad his parents mentioned was interstellar study? He had never heard of aliens on Blue Star. Could their family possess such extraordinary power? Brother Ling was truly excessive, having simply cast him into this situation without any prior explanation. Fortunately, he was bold, otherwise he might have been terrified. On Blue Star, Brother Ling. Where's my brother? Where could my sizable brother have vanished to? A passing alien. Did a micro-wormhole device go missing? What do you mean no retrieval services are available in unconnected star network areas? My 10 million star coins. Realizing he was indeed studying abroad in the cosmos, Ling Helen instantly transformed his expression into the most impeccable smile. There was no other choice representing Blue Star. He now bore a weighty image to uphold. Greetings, I am here to pursue my studies. May I inquire how to reach this institution? Ling Helu inquired, extracting his mobile device to locate the school description as mentioned by his parents. I apologize, but the communication device cannot translate this script, and I am unfamiliar with it, replied Miss Rabbit with polite decorum. Ling Helu pondered momentarily before stating, this institution should be among the top 10. Oh, you must be referring to the War Spirit Academy. It is the sole academy in our galaxy to be ranked within the interstellar top 10. It is indeed the season of new beginnings, and I am delighted to welcome a new student from the War Spirit Academy. Miss Rabbit's smile transformed into one of genuine warmth, her tone becoming notably more buoyant. Due to the presence of the War Spirit Academy on our planet, we enjoy visa-free travel across the entire galaxy. You merely need to register your identity. There is a registration point at the bus station, and I shall escort you there. The registration point is thoroughly equipped. All standard currency exchange services are available. Even in remote areas not connected to the star network, short-term loans can be arranged. Amidst Miss Rabbit's animated chatter, Ling Helu was guided to the registration point. The staff at the registration point, much like Miss Rabbit, possessed an inviting demeanor and wore sweet smiles. There were also some robust extraterrestrial beings, averaging over 2 meters in height, clad in uniforms made of an unknown soft metallic material, patrolling the vicinity. At 1.83 meters tall, Ling Helu was not considered short on Blue Star. Yet in the presence of these towering aliens, he appeared almost childlike. Even Miss Rabbit, likely around 1.8 meters tall, seemed to surpass him slightly in height due to her high-heeled shoes. "Hello, I'm a new student at the War Spirit Academy," Ling Helu stated, maintaining a courteous demeanor in his every gesture. "Very well. Do you possess a holographic brain? If not, it is of no consequence. We have complimentary holographic brains available for use, though they must be returned post-registration." Ling Helu accepted the holographic brain. Although referred to as a brain, it was essentially a thin film that could be easily affixed to the skin. In an instant, buttons depicting various holographic images materialized before him. Before he could comprehend the significance of the buttons, the staff member intervened, and a pop-up appeared in front of him. Though he did not recognize the script, the advanced technology of the interstellar realm enabled Ling Helu to grasp the precise meaning. It essentially pertained to whether he wished to proceed with identity registration affirmative or negative. He selected yes and proceeded to fill out the form. Having no high school diploma, Ling Helu opted for the designation of a graduate from a middle-level college. As his home planet was not Blue Star, he chose other under the Laniaka supercluster category. Details regarding race, genetic profile, mental capacity, physical prowess, and various incomprehensible items were meticulously laid out for him. The registration point was indeed well prepared. Uncertain of his personal information, a nearby health assessment device was available for immediate testing and input. Emerging from the health assessment device, Ling Helu observed that his information had already been populated. Race, spirit-based human species, primitive type. Genetic profile, omitted a mental capacity. F grade, physical prowess, F grade. Miss Rabbit could not view Ling Hela's holographic brain, but was able to see the results from the health assessment device. Her smile abruptly stiffened. "Are you truly a freshman at the Battle Soul Academy?" The last individual with a dual F rating who entered the academy was likely intended to be a living specimen for dissection. Ling Helu, aware of the level of his abilities, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Well, my sister has a bit of influence." Miss Rabbit's gaze shifted to one of disdain. "Very well. Soon, after completing the registration, a holographic display appeared before Ling Helu. Registration successful, all information bound to genetic profile. The next step was currency exchange. "This is a mobile device, correct? I have not heard of it. I apologize, but we cannot interface with such equipment," the staff member stated, skillfully sending Ling Helu a loan agreement. Consequently, Ling Helu acquired a short-term loan of 10,000 interstellar coins, with the stipulation of repaying 11,000 within a month. Following the staff member's kind reminder, Ling Helu utilized the newly acquired interstellar coins to purchase a thought-reading light brain, unlimited monthly data for the light brain, and a week's navigation function for Planet Z73219. With the remaining 7,700 interstellar coins, he departed from the interstellar passenger station. Chapter 2. Is it possible that I am also a freshman? The navigation function, which costs 300 interstellar coins, proves to be exceptionally useful. As Ling Helu transitions to the third mode of transport, he discerns a pattern. Whenever the hoverpod is about to initiate spatial folding, the emergency vomit bag within the handrail automatically pops open. Do not inquire how he knows it is a vomit bag, acknowledging his own lackluster combat prowess. Ling Helu is utterly perplexed as to why his family has sent him to the Battle Soul Academy. The sharp, weapon-like emblem, the gate constructed of debris, and the statues embodying the aesthetics of violence all convey the institution's focus on combat. Before him, a red warning flashed from the navigation function. Danger. The energy fluctuations in the current area exceed your capacity threshold. Please select an appropriate route to circumvent. However, having promised his brother to study abroad, Ling Helu gritted his teeth and stepped through the gate. The throngs of people in the plaza resembled the welcoming of freshmen on Blue Star. Activating the newly developed translation mode of his light brain, the text before him suddenly became comprehensible. Command Department, Mecha Department, Information Department, Intelligent Machinery Department, Operations Department, Maintenance Department, Medical Department, Logistics Department, Infantry Department, Support Department. Indeed, all were related to combat. Nevertheless, Ling Helu realized he had no idea where he should go. Due to his reluctance towards studying abroad, his parents' words had gone in one ear and out the other. He vaguely recalled that the department to which he was admitted bore no relation to combat, yet he could not be certain. Ling Helage fished out the admission letter from his phone, only to awkwardly discover that the term was rather unfamiliar to him. His phone, unable to connect to the Interstellar network, offered no translation. Scanning his surroundings once more, he found no text resembling the one he needed. Ultimately, Ling Helage set his sights on the command department's reception point, which was the least crowded, and walked directly over. The male and female attendants at the reception, both resembling humans, appeared remarkably approachable amidst the array of bizarre extraterrestrial beings. As Ling Helage approached, the senior spoke. Freshman reception day allows for free exploration of the academy, but please do not interfere with the reception activities. Ling Helage, feeling awkward yet polite, smiled. Is it possible that I am also a freshman? The stunning senior beside him stood up, towering half a head over Ling Helage. With your appearance, have you surpassed a physical rating of E.F.? However, my sister has connections. Ling Helage's voice gradually diminished under the disdainful gaze of the senior. The male senior gently patted the now puffed-up female senior, speaking softly. Surely, the junior is not here to boast? Ling Helage quickly shook his head. No, I do not know which department I was admitted to, nor where to report, so I hope to consult you. Oh, I am quite curious as to which department would accept you, remarked the male senior, his expression one of intrigue. Provide me your name, and I shall assist you. Ling Helage. The senior paused. You do not have a name in Universal Interstellar language? Ling Helage shook his head. No, that is rather troublesome. The senior once again operated the luminous brain. After a considerable wait, he finally spoke. His gaze now decidedly less amicable. Indeed, there are 3 freshmen lacking universally recognized names in the interstellar language. However, I infiltrated the database, and none possess a physical capability rated F, which is quite absurd. Ling Helage felt a slight conflict within and dared not question the senior's technical prowess, reiterating instead, I truly am here for my studies. Uncertain of how the term studies abroad had been translated, the senior sister suddenly inquired, is it the aid quota for impoverished planets? Ling Helage was perplexed by this. The senior seemed to grasp the implication. Didn't they say it wouldn't commence until next year? Why are they sending people over this year? The senior sister sighed. I've heard that the most destitute planets lack even the funds to connect to the star network. Perhaps upon learning of the aid quota, they hastily sent someone over, regardless of the truth. The senior rubbed his temples, equally exasperated. The aid situation was never certain. And now we have someone connected, yet with a physical capability of F. What can they possibly do? Even feeding star beasts might be deemed too arduous. Ling Helage, feeling utterly ineffectual, murmured, I heard that. Under the disdainful gaze of the senior sister, he lowered his voice further. I'm not that inadequate. The senior sighed. I'll inquire for you. We are aware of the circumstances surrounding impoverished planets. You must have endured considerable hardship on your journey here. I know sending you back is unrealistic. However, brace yourself. Despite the early activation of the aid quota, your physical capability is quite poor. By the way, what is your mental strength? Ling Helage, trembling slightly, replied, also an F, observing the hopeless expressions on the faces of the senior and senior sister. He attempted to redeem himself. I excel at examinations. The senior did not even spare him a glance, choosing to continue operating the luminous brain. After a lengthy pause, the senior extended his index finger towards Ling Helage. Perhaps the look on Ling Helage's face conveyed his confusion about the intent, prompting the senior to recall his origins from an impoverished planet and clarify. Skin contact facilitates the connection with the luminous brain. The gesture of extending a finger signifies a request for connection. Generally, a similar response is expected. However, if one possesses the other's genetic profile or luminous brain number, direct contact is not necessary for the request. Ling Helage extended his finger and made contact. In the next moment, a notification regarding an assessment materialized before him. I inquired with the student council, and the committee has confirmed. Aid should inherently be a positive initiative. No one desires the current predicament. Therefore, you are afforded a special assessment opportunity. The senior added, you must pass this assessment to enroll. Ling Helage blinked in surprise. What if I do not pass? While I comprehend your situation, if your planet lacks even a connection to the star network, it likely also has no interstellar navigation signals. Without public transport, navigating there becomes impossible. Given the difficulties in arranging your return, the school will most likely refuse to cover your travel expenses. You will have no choice but to remain and work. As the senior spoke, his gaze turned sympathetic, with both physical and mental capabilities rated F. It may prove quite challenging to secure employment. In the event of an inability to repay debts, the interstellar law stipulates that one shall be confined to prison. Fear not. For the welfare within our galaxy's prisons is rather commendable. Ling Helen believes there might still be a glimmer of hope for him. The details of the assessment notification are exceedingly comprehensive, perhaps considering that Ling Helen hails from a destitute planet. The steps for accessing the star network are meticulously outlined in the annex. The main body of the text employs somewhat official language, yet it remains practical, consisting entirely of pertinent reminders regarding the assessment. The volume of information is overwhelming, compounded by numerous unfamiliar technical terms, leaving Ling Helen feeling dizzy. He managed to retain that the specific content of the assessment involves a team-based practical exercise. The criteria for success are not overly stringent. As long as one member of the team accomplishes the level's task, the entire group shall pass. As for the commencement time, there is less than 1 interstellar hour remaining. Realizing this, Ling Helen promptly inquired with his senior classmates about the availability of a quiet place nearby. The senior female student appeared to still harbor resentment towards his privileged status and did not respond. However, the senior male student, displaying a kind disposition, directed him to a small inn adjacent to the academy. A little over half an interstellar hour later, Ling Helen reclined on the bed in the inn, accessing the star network through his holographic device, where the upper right corner displayed his set alarm, 008, 32 remaining until the entrance examination. Chapter 3. Is it impossible to form a command unit and face immediate elimination? I could be part of the command unit. Time was of the essence, and Ling Healy found little information regarding the assessment on his holographic device. Upon entering the Star Network Assessment Hall, he was greeted by a throng of extraterrestrial beings, each adeptly assembling their teams. For the command unit, a physical prowess of B and a mental acuity of A are required, and no candidates with superior abilities may join. This was the customary opening. Soon, a diverse array of aliens from various disciplines surged forth. The infantry unit, with physical prowess B and mental acuity B, could dismantle mechs with bare hands. The information unit, boasting physical prowess C and mental acuity B, came equipped with a computational holographic device of stellar capacity and comprehensive software. Once a team of 10 was formed, they would swiftly vanish from the assessment hall. Before long, the once crowded space dwindled to fewer than 50 individuals. Has the command unit truly vanished? Oh brother, what will my sibling do if he cannot even pass the examination for your esteemed institution's external academy? A towering figure resembling a husky lamented, on the verge of tears. The lack of capability was evident. Such deficiencies rendered the command unit inaccessible. A centipede-like alien anxiously paced in circles. I am from the logistics unit. What does it matter if my physical prowess falls slightly short? Is it too much to ask for an opportunity to demonstrate my worth? This individual, presumably of the peafowl species, was visibly agitated. Ling Healy took note of the term external academy. After consulting the holographic intelligence, he comprehended its meaning. It turned out that the external academy of the Interstellar Academy was akin to adult education institutions on Blue Star, entirely distinct in caliber from the formal students of the internal academy. Naturally, the difficulty of assessments was not comparable either. Ling Healy reaffirmed the assessment notification. He was indeed enrolled in the internal academy. Perhaps, due to the sudden addition of the assessment, he had been inadvertently placed among the external candidates. He did not dwell on this further, but instead nudged the despondent giant beside him and inquired, "Is the command unit truly that vital?" Of course, any specialization may be absent, but without a commander, entry into the assessment is impossible. Ling Healy remained perplexed. So, if the command unit cannot enter the assessment, are we simply eliminated? The giant's sorrow deepened. Indeed, Ling Healy glanced at his assessment information. His specialization section was blank. He believed he could belong to the command unit. As expected, after making his selection, All 10 departments, including the command unit, were listed. I am from the command unit. Does anyone wish to join my team? Ling Healy did not mention his mental acuity or physical prowess, opting to speak directly. All eyes immediately turned toward him. Me. From the mech unit. Physical prowess A, mental acuity B, with practical experience in mechs. The giant, seizing the opportunity, slid forward on his knees, his eyes glistening with a questionable sheen. Upon listening to the giant's credentials, Ling Healy noted that his abilities were quite commendable. However, it seemed that most candidates from the command unit preferred not to include those with superior capabilities, which had prevented him from forming a team. Ling Healy was uncertain why other candidates from the command unit placed such emphasis on this point, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, within the assessment hall, there would be no individuals with lesser capabilities than his own. He feigned a nod and, emulating the gestures of other command unit candidates, extended his index finger. As their fingertips brushed against one another, the holographic interface prompted whether to form a team, to which Ling Healy affirmed. In the next instant, a team formation box materialized within the holographic display, showcasing the information of Ling Healy and the towering figure. Then, Ling Healy noticed the giant staring at him in bewilderment, as if wanting to say something but ultimately swallowing his words in silence. Medical specialization, stamina C, mental strength A, proficient in skills and seeking acceptance. Ling Healy nodded and extended his index finger. Operational specialization, stamina B, mental strength C, with an advantageous race in the octopus species. Observe me. The group demonstrated remarkable tacit understanding. Once a member with a matching specialty was selected, the others would quietly step back, instinctively opting for the most optimal configuration for the team. Those joining the team glanced at Ling Healy's dual F values, silence becoming the norm, while many experienced a debuff of physical rigidity, with a few struggling to manage their expressions and movements. At least they could participate in the assessment. The giant from the mecha specialization scratched his head, reasoning that even if they failed, a commendable performance might attract the attention of an instructor. A quick-witted individual forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Indeed. As long as we can enter the assessment, there is a chance. Ling Healy pondered. Why don't we first see if we can pass? Unbeknownst to him, someone else mused. Is that a trial to see how to offer warmth to the enemy? After the 10-member team was finalized, a prompt appeared before Ling Healy, asking whether to enter the assessment. After exchanging greetings with the others, Ling resolutely confirmed. In the next moment, everyone found themselves aboard a small starship. The system simultaneously issuing a mission, assessment objective, successfully navigate through the asteroid belt under pursuit by space pirates to reach the target planet. I am well acquainted with this task. Our operational department's piloting skills are paramount. Rest assured, my starship has an average destruction rate of less than 30 when traversing the asteroid belt. The eyes of the octopus extraterrestrials sparkled with excitement. The treeman from the maintenance department chimed in. Given that destruction rate, I guarantee I can complete the repair tasks. The mecha giant added, I will ensure to disrupt the enemy, preventing the space pirates from increasing the operational difficulties. The medical team assured, for non-combat scenarios, I am absolutely confident. As all team members expressed their affirmations, Ling Healy, who was entirely oblivious to the assessment tasks, nodded. Then let us commence. The operational students immediately took their positions, while the mecha team prepared for deployment, and the others began their respective preparations. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, the representative from the operational students inquired, Commander, what about your mental link? Also, is there no standard discourse according to the celestial chart? Ling Healy paused momentarily. Please wait. He had just discovered that even while entering the assessment, the various functions of the holographic interface remained accessible, under the gaze of the others. Ling Healy maintained a stoic expression while swiftly inquiring with the holographic intelligence about the significance of mental linking and celestial chart standard discourse. The interface responded, explaining that the former is an essential skill for command specialists, allowing them to link with a varying number of teammates based on their mental strength level and maintain connections for different durations. Each individual possesses a unique mental imprint. Once everyone engages in the mental link, They can effortlessly locate themselves and others using their imprints or engage in mental communication. Ling Hilary understood now. It was a human localized network. He believed that everyone should comprehend him. Since you have witnessed my mental prowess level, the mental link, you understand, right? All communication shall be conducted physically. Should you require positioning, please report your coordinates independently. As for the standard discourse of the celestial map, it is a uniform format for team communication. For instance, if an operative candidate ranks third on the team interface, they are typically referred to as 03, rather than by name or as a member of the operational division. There are numerous other protocols. Ling Helen cast a fleeting glance, intending to examine them in greater detail later. 03 promptly took position, while 01 checked the mecha in preparation for action. The others began their respective tasks. Ling Helen reiterated the command. The octopus-like alien, albeit reluctantly, felt compelled to speak. 03 inquires of the commander. Should I switch the starship's navigation from intelligent to manual mode alone? Ling Helen swiftly redirected the question to the light brain. It turned out that transitioning the starship's navigation mode necessitated mental control, typically facilitated by the commander. Should the commander lack sufficient mental energy, others would need to assist. Ling Helen glanced at the team interface, identifying the three with the highest mental prowess, 02, 06, and 07, to assist 03 in the mode switch. Understood. In terms of obedience to orders, these interstellar candidates performed exceptionally well. Even though Ling Helen's recent actions lacked the finesse of a commander, the group still accepted their directives and commenced their tasks. Then it was the turn of the large, dog-like individual to inquire. 01 asks the commander if you could elaborate on the specific timing, expected objectives, and retreat conditions for the previously mentioned disruptive actions. Ling Helen pondered for a moment before asking, is adaptability permissible? The large individual seemed taken aback, but nonetheless grinned broadly and replied, 01 acknowledges, it is. Chapter 4. Calmness does not guarantee success, but panic will certainly lead to failure following the first violent impact on the starship. Ling Helen intuitively located the full body, flexible safety harness designed to protect the infants seated nearby. Shortly thereafter, he discovered the interface for accessing the starship's intelligence with commander privileges. As he frantically questioned the AI, he also observed the actions of his team members, gradually forming his own understanding and judgment regarding the current assessment task. If the team's military strength were formidable enough, they could easily eliminate the space pirates and leisurely pilot the starship to their intended destination. Otherwise, while traversing the asteroid belt, they would simultaneously endure attacks from the pirates. Ling Helen's team not only lacked sufficient firepower, but their adaptability also appeared to be lacking. The mecha unit, 01, had been severely injured during a disruption mission. Although they managed to retreat, the hope of further engagement within the remaining assessment time was bleak. Under the relentless pursuit of the pirates, even the tentacles of the operations unit, 03, created mere afterimages, while the ship's damage rate began to rise significantly. As the damage escalated, the repair unit, 05, was left racing about, leaving a flurry of debris in their wake. Calls echoed through the physical communication channels, with every team member possessing even a modicum of repair knowledge being assigned tasks by Unit 05. As for those incapable of repairs, aside from Ling Helen, they were all engaged in transporting maintenance supplies. Ling Helen contemplated the situation and resolved to ascertain the current status. The commander inquired of Unit 03 how far they were from their destination and what percentage of their journey remained. Unit 03 responded that they were still 317 standard distance units away from their goal, representing 68 of the journey left. This indicated that they had already covered 32 of the distance. Meanwhile, the holographic screen before Ling Helen displayed that the ship's damage rate had reached 35. The threshold for total destruction was a damage rate of 90. If this trend continued, the prospect of passing the evaluation appeared bleak. Ling Helen suspected that his team might have misdirected their efforts. For instance, there might be a third alternative to clear this challenge. By pushing the starship's speed to its utmost limits, they could potentially outpace the pirates and arrive at their destination unscathed. Clearing his throat, Ling Helen spoke with a measured tone. Commander, issue a directive to everyone. From this moment on, Any decision-making questions must be directed to me before execution. The implementation of the order did not proceed smoothly. Unit 06 questioned the commander. Why our confusion? The commander replied, an additional round of inquiries will not complicate matters. Rather, it alleviates the pressure of decision-making. Since I can withstand stress better, please channel all pressures onto me. Unit 06 then asked, what good does being able to withstand stress do? The commander responded, it allows you to maintain your composure. Calmness does not guarantee success, but panic will undoubtedly lead to failure. The communication channel fell into silence. Ling Helen chose not to ponder the implications of this silence. Instead, he swiftly issued a second command. Commander, instruct everyone to begin contemplating methods for increasing the starship's speed and to provide me with detailed steps. Without considering feasibility or success rates, I shall dictate your actions. Immediately, an individual speaks. 01, Mecha Division, responds to the commander, stating that utilizing the mecha's death charge could clear 10 of the asteroid path before my demise. The commander replies to 01, instructing to stand by for the mecha's death charge upon command. 08, Logistics Division, informs the commander that discarding all logistical supplies, including weapons and ammunition, could enhance the starship's speed by at least 30. The commander issues a command to all personnel to discard all logistical supplies, retaining only the minimum necessary for repairs and the mecha's death charge. 02, Medical Division, reports to the commander that switching the starship's power to biofuel can increase speed by 10, albeit at the cost of one crew member's life every 5 minutes. The commander commands the transition to biofuel, with the order of consumption being 06, 04, 08, 07, 09. 02, myself, and 05. 04 responds to the commander, although Ling Helali stated to disregard feasibility and success rates. He feels that all the suggestions made so far are quite practical. Until 03, Operations Division, speaks up. 03 inquires whether the commander is unaware that there is indeed a rapid passage method for this stage. Yet everyone still chooses a cautious approach. This is because not all candidates from the Operations Division possess the capability to pilot a starship through the asteroid belt at high speed. For example, I do not. The commander replies to 03, instructing adherence to the first command for all. If you feel uncertain about your maneuvers, you may consult with me. 03 asks the commander which direction to evade next. The commander replies to 03, instructing to go left. 05, Maintenance Division, queries the commander regarding repairs after the starship has been struck by asteroids. The commander replies to 05, advising to continue repairs until the remaining resources are exhausted. 03, Operations Division, asks the commander, what next? The commander replies to 03, left, after the starship suffers another impact. 03's voice becomes exceedingly sharp. 03 inquires of the commander, so it is merely a matter of left, not some analytical result or mysterious skills. Certainly not an analytical result. Ling Helali himself is unsure what mysterious skills refer to. Does his hastily learned divination method count? However, given his mediocre proficiency, he believes it preferable to trust in his consistent leftward evasion rather than in divination results. Nevertheless, he reveals no hint of his thoughts and responds with unwavering composure. The commander replies to 03, insisting on strict adherence to the first collective command. I need not respond to inconsequential queries. After repeatedly choosing left, it became evident to all that Ling Helali had no rationale for his choice. Yet throughout, his voice remained devoid of any impatience. Even as the starship's damage rate continued to escalate, he remained steadfast. The commander replies to 03, left. Ling Helali's emotional state remained remarkably stable. As an ordinary individual perpetually overshadowed by the remarkable achievements of an exemplary elder brother and a brilliant elder sister, his emotional stability has always been his greatest asset. Indeed, he lacks the professional expertise to provide any substantial support to his peers. What he can offer, however, is the ability to imbue his companions with a calming aura. After all, it is widely acknowledged that the theoretical difficulty of the external assessment is not particularly high. Considering that there remains a chance for redemption at this stage, he believes that the margin for error in this evaluation is indeed quite generous. This belief is corroborated by the experience of the octopus-themed candidate in the cockpit, who, despite an ostensibly growing sense of anxiety due to the sudden increase in the starship's damage rate, finds himself surprisingly composed. In the face of such tension, he recognizes that whenever he begins to feel anxious, he simply inquires, and gradually, through Ling Helu's reassuring responses, he regains his tranquility. The starship continues to accelerate. With this increase in speed, the likelihood of colliding with asteroids has significantly risen. Yet, for the first time, the octopus-themed candidate navigates this high-speed driving with remarkable serenity. Should a collision occur, he remains steady, unperturbed. If a collision is destined to happen again, so be it, as it is Ling Helu who has charted the course. Remarkably, after evading space pirates, the rate of damage to the starship has noticeably diminished, far surpassing the historical records of the octopus-themed candidate. Chapter 5. When was he deemed to have graduated from the Intermediate Academy? The subsequent journey unfolded much like the decisions previously made by Ling Helu. The Mecha Department's second hound executed a fatal impact during the final leg of the voyage, the dazzling explosion of energy rendering Ling Helu temporarily blind. One by one, the other team members transformed into biological fuel. As Ling Helu clung to the railing, he managed to leap into the fuel chamber amidst the turbulence. With the starship's journey at 95 completion and a damage rate of 86. 6 minutes later, the starship, with a damage rate reaching the critical 89, successfully passed through the checkpoint, leaving only one person from the operations department aboard. Once the assessment concluded, everyone was ejected from the testing space. Shadows swarmed around. I did it, ha 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 ha. I've been accepted into your academy. The Mecha Department's second hound laughed maniacally, scuttling on all fours without pause. The maintenance department's treeman regained its lush appearance but began to spin rapidly, its leaves scattering throughout the space like confetti. The medical department's salted fish flopped on the floor, exuding quite the aroma. According to the rule that as long as one person successfully completes the task, the entire group clears the assessment together. Ling Helu believed he had successfully passed. However, his optical brain remained eerily silent. Ling Helu noticed that although the time spent in the Star Network assessment had surpassed 2 hours, his optical brain indicated that less than 2 minutes had actually elapsed. He certainly didn't attribute this to the examiners still reviewing his performance. He began to suspect that perhaps the Battle Soul Academy had never even considered the possibility of his successful assessment, thus failing to prepare any follow-up measures. Surely, his performance couldn't have been so abysmal that the examiner hesitated to issue him an acceptance letter? 20 minutes later, Ling Helu finally received a notice for a retest. In essence, it indicated that the initial assessment's difficulty was merely at the level of external academies, and he would need to pass the retest to receive an acceptance letter. The retest was scheduled for the afternoon 3 days later. At this moment, Ling Helu brimmed with confidence. Although the retest would be more challenging, he now had 3 additional days to prepare. He was still capable of salvaging his identity as a potential student. Subsequently, he spent 2 days and nights without sleep, timing even his bathroom breaks down to the second. Not to mention meals. Fortunately, Interstellar dining consisted of nutrient supplements, though lacking in flavor. He could resolve his hunger in a mere 10 seconds. Then, he felt a surge of dread upon realizing that Commander's Common Knowledge was a textbook from the Intermediate Academy. It appeared that specializations were assigned during Intermediate Academy studies in the interstellar realm. No wonder the Battle Soul Academy only assessed his practical skills. It seemed that one needed to have qualified grades from an Intermediate Academy after graduation to be eligible for admission to a higher academy. So when exactly was he determined to have graduated from the Intermediate Academy? It seemed to stem from the information he had initially submitted. Ling Helu hastily inquired of the optical brain intelligence regarding how to verify the authenticity of Intermediate Academy graduation qualifications for impoverished planets without access to the Star Network. The optical brain replied, "The information retrieved from thought reading cannot be fabricated. However, the educational resources vary across different planets, and the value of diplomas from various Intermediate Academies differs accordingly. This is a normal phenomenon." Ling, the quietly wealthy individual, found solace in the notion that being from a poor planet had its advantages. Had he adhered to the conventional standards of educational merit, he might not have even qualified for the Warsoul Academy. Over the course of 2 days, Ling had merely skimmed through the table of contents of his specialized textbooks. Nevertheless, he had committed to memory pertinent knowledge, such as the standards for formal communication and the division of responsibilities within the Silver Mist framework. As for the skill of mental linking, he spent a minute reviewing the prerequisite learning conditions before ultimately deciding to forego it. After all, he could not comprehend the prerequisites. On the final day, after utilizing the sonic sleep feature of the biological bed, he drifted off in under 10 minutes. He awoke in time to enter the Star Network assessment hall. This assessment appeared to follow a private booth format, with exactly 10 participants, including Ling himself. Upon confirming the number, Ling composedly declared, "I am from the command division." Although the other 9 regarded his statement with skepticism due to the absence of any displayed capability. They adhered to custom and commenced their self-introductions one by one. Information Division, Physical Prowess B, Mental Strength SS, Computational Ability Galaxy Level. Support Division, Physical Prowess S, Mental Strength A, Leaning Towards Combat. Cybernetics Engineer, Physical Prowess A, Mental Strength SSS, Proficient in all types of intelligent machinery. Mecha Engineer, Physical Prowess SSS, Mental Strength S. Ranked 74th in the entire Academy's combat capabilities. Ling's gaze shifted to the last 2 who had spoken, not only due to their impressive capabilities, but also because they both claimed the title of engineer, signifying they had obtained the relevant professional certifications within the interstellar realm. Among them, the mecha engineer was humanoid but sported fluffy wolf ears. Noticing Ling's gaze, he spoke with a playful smirk. "We're both upperclassmen. Just here to make up the numbers. I hope the commander can manage." The cybernetics engineer chimed in earnestly, with the commander's petite frame. "It seems no one here could be restrained. Perhaps he cannot manage after all. What if a team member loses control? Loss of control?" Ling unwittingly posed the question aloud. "You don't know about loss of control?" The mecha engineer paused, then jested, "No, I was merely joking." "You truly don't know? How low must your capabilities be?" Ling silently sought clarification from the cognitive interface. Both mental strength and physical prowess pertain to the practical application of energy. Where there is energy, there exists the potential for loss of control. Overdosing on substances could lead to it, as could genetic contamination. Even improper training methods for physical prowess and mental strength could induce energy instability. Once a loss of control occurs, an individual can lose their rationality and enter a state of frenzy, resulting in physical deterioration and potentially death. When the loss of control is not too severe, the skills of the medical division can rescue an individual, provided they are subdued and in a conducive environment for skill application. Essentially, this implies that the relevant skills do not possess automatic tracking capabilities. Therefore, the commander's paramount responsibility does not merely lie in leading the team to complete their objectives, but also in ensuring the safety and well-being of all team members. This includes the mental linking function, which constantly monitors teammates for signs of loss of control. Ling Hela now comprehends why, during the initial assessment, those commanders preferred not to include team members who surpassed their own capabilities. It appears that if a teammate possesses excessive strength and loses control, the commander may find themselves incapacitated. Ling Hela refrained from directly addressing the mechanized master and instead turned to the others. "And who might you be?" The young lady from the information department gazed curiously at Ling Helu and responded, "We are second-year students from the Battle Soul Academy, without a fixed team. Aren't you aware, Commander? You are not a senior student who randomly came to assist us?" The chubby young man from the support department, resembling a super jelly, twisted and turned. Finally unable to contain himself, interjected, "Enough chatter, let us form our teams." Once the teams were assembled, Ling Helo's information panel materialized on everyone's team interface. While the outward appearances of the other team members revealed no discernible emotional fluctuations, the support department young man's body changed color over 20 times within 10 seconds, ultimately failing to regain its original luster. Chapter 6. As long as I am sufficiently receptive to counsel, I will undoubtedly pass the assessment. Ling Helai's emotional stability is a matter of daily occurrence. Allow me to elaborate on this for a few moments. Firstly, I do not possess the ability for mental linkage. Thus, we shall communicate solely through physical means. I trust you will understand. Secondly, should I be required to make decisions, I kindly ask for clear options rather than being left to my own devices. In this regard, I place greater faith in your expertise. Lastly, my understanding of the assessment's challenges is rather limited. Upon entering the evaluation, I hope that those familiar with the tasks can provide me with an introduction to the pertinent background, the difficulties at hand, and strategies for previous successes. Sensing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Ling Helali added, "You may be curious about my merits. Allow me to introduce myself. My strengths lie in my emotional stability and my willingness to heed advice." While Ling Helali's shortcomings were easily comprehensible, his virtues seemed elusive. "So what exactly are you here for?" The mechanics seemed perplexed. "To succeed in the assessment, of course." The information systems lady appeared somewhat bewildered. "Is there truly a team in our academy that cannot clear the practical course?" The support systems gentleman expressed a profound sense of despair. "Perhaps we are the first." The commander inquired of 07, the support systems. "What is the first principle of the Silver Luan division model?" Ling Helali suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. In response, the 07 flickered with various colors and promptly replied, 07 responds to the commander. "The first principle of the Silver Luan division model is to always obey any command from the commander." The commander then asked 07, "So, do you still have any doubts?" The jelly gentleman paused momentarily before responding loudly. 07 replies to the commander, "No." "Then, let us all proceed into the assessment." In the next instant, the 10-member team found themselves on a habitable planet. The objective of the assessment was to survive for 10 days on this habitable planet and establish a small campsite. In the era of interstellar travel, a habitable planet does not necessarily imply one teeming with population. Any planet capable of sustaining carbon-based life can be deemed habitable. In truth, the geographical environment where Ling Helali and the others found themselves was characterized by swirling sands and barren earth, with scarcely any greenery in sight, akin to a desolate Gobi landscape on Blue Planet, far from being inhabitable. 09, the mecha specialist, informed the commander that this challenge belonged to the survival category. The stage lacked any particular background, with the assessment's difficulty lying in the 10-day survival and campsite construction. During this 10-day survival period, we would likely face attacks from indigenous creatures, with a lesser chance of encountering natural disasters. Regarding campsite construction, as long as resources were ample, we could place our trust in 08, the mechanics' prowess. Following prior strategies, we must first initiate information gathering efforts to comprehend the planetary data. Subsequently, we would devise a defensive system and resource collection plan based on the specific circumstances. However, the most pressing matter at hand was that the commander had yet to prepare an emergency protocol for potential team member loss of control. All unfamiliar terminology was promptly relayed to the light brain. Ling Helali glanced at the list of control management strategies provided by the light brain and confirmed that, with his dual F capabilities, none were feasible for him. The commander replied to 09, stating that there was no contingency plan and that this assessment would not take into account any potential loss of control. Without waiting for a response, Ling Helen swiftly transitioned to a serious demeanor. The commander inquired of everyone present if anyone had suggestions regarding information gathering and analysis. 06, Information Department, responded, explaining that the classic division consisted of 2 groups for information collection, 1 group for information analysis, and 1 for logistical processing. The first group for information collection comprised the Mecha Department, Operations Department, and Maintenance Department, while the second group included the Individual Combat Department, Support Department, and Medical Department. The Information Analysis Group was formed by the Information Department and Command Department, with the Logistics Processing Group comprising the Logistics Department and Intelligent Machinery Department. Ling Helen found this arrangement quite reasonable and decided to implement it. The commander issued a general order for all to act according to the classic division, instructing the 2 information collection groups to negotiate their search areas without overlap or omission. Having posed a question, he also took the opportunity to inquire about other matters. The commander asked 08, Intelligent Machinery Department, what resources were necessary to establish a small camp. 08 replied that any resources would suffice, but according to the principle of elemental accumulation, it would be best to use resources composed of similar elements. 09 cautioned the commander that blindly trusting the elemental accumulation theorem could lead to disastrous outcomes. For instance, constructing an ice element camp could easily result in annihilation by fire element insects. 08 further clarified to the commander that true professionalism entails not succumbing to absurdly niche reasons for failure. The Soul of War Academy truly deserves its esteemed position among the top 10 interstellar institutions, with all its students being paragons of excellence. Although none belonged to the command department, the gathering of 9 scholars effectively compensated for Ling Helen's deficiencies in command knowledge. Historically, it is unlikely that any commander has relied on their team members as much as Ling Helen does. Nonetheless, he believed that this was indeed his strategy for effortless success. As long as he remained receptive to advice, he was certain to pass the assessment. The only drawback was that his reliance on repeatedly consulting his team members resulted in a significantly slower command pace compared to a typical command department. For instance, upon analyzing planetary information and concluding that the creatures on the planet excelled in physical combat with a low probability of natural disasters occurring within 10 days. 06. Information Department simultaneously presented a rather grim conclusion. Given the speed of the captured creatures, they had already encircled the command center since discovering our presence. The combat power simulation indicated that, if they held their position and awaited reinforcements, the command center could only withstand for a maximum of 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the nearby information collection group would require at least 50 minutes to return. 06's voice carried an unmistakable tone of frustration, clearly feeling helpless in the current situation. 09, Mecha Department, informed the commander that his mech's power module had been modified, and if he did not wait for the other group members to return, he could reach the command center in approximately 35 minutes. However, that time was still insufficient. Alternatively, the command center could attempt a breakout. Ling Helen understood that 09 was suggesting he sacrifice a portion of his team members' lives for a chance at survival later on. However, Ling Helen did not make an immediate decision. Beside him stood another senior student. The commander inquired of 08, the mechanized specialist, whether there existed any current machinery that could be produced to address the prevailing situation. 08 responded to the commander, stating that he could fabricate a level 3E offensive weapon or a level 3R defensive weapon within a mere 15 minutes. However, he cautioned that such rapid production would impose a significant strain on mental fortitude, and noted that no contingency plan for loss of control had been prepared. Chapter 7 let us acknowledge a basic truth. The cost of utilizing the calming module is quite steep. Ling Helen hesitated momentarily before addressing the commander. Inquire of Unit 09, the Mecha Division. If Unit 08 were to spiral out of control, would you be able to subdue it? Unit 09 responded affirmatively, albeit with a hint of incredulity. You expect me, a Mecha Division, to monitor an intelligent machine? Such a sight is unprecedented. Upon receiving a positive answer, Ling Helen exhaled in relief and resumed his pace. The commander then turned to Unit 06, the Information Division, instructing them to derive the combat outcomes for the production of 3E offensive weapons and 3R defensive weapons. This time, Unit 06's voice was invigorated. According to the Tamari model's projections, should we manufacture 3E offensive weapons, there exists a 10 probability of annihilating the invading indigenous creatures and a 100 probability of holding our ground for 35 minutes. Conversely, if we develop 3R defensive weapons, there is a 100 probability of sustaining our position for 35 minutes, with a 35 chance of eradicating the invaders after a reconnaissance group returns. The commander commanded all personnel, Unit 08, produce 3R defensive weapons on site. The rest of the command will hold position and await reinforcements. The reconnaissance team must return immediately, while Unit 09 will execute a solo operation at maximum speed. The attackers, monstrous creatures resembling enormous sandworms, were presumably devoid of intelligence. As the representative from the Information Division resolutely declared regarding any potential for peaceful communication, even if you jest, it is utterly impossible. Moments later, the sensation of hundreds of sandworms erupting from the ground was akin to a violent earthquake. Ling Helen witnessed the combat prowess of the official students from the Battle Soul Academy. The camp was swiftly cleared. Subsequently, only 2 members from the Logistics and Information Divisions, aided by conventional mechs and other equipment, managed to carve a blood-red perimeter around the temporary encampment. Initially, Ling Helen had taken refuge beside the intelligent machine. As the sandworms emerged, he barely had time to call for help before being enveloped by a brilliant platinum light. In the next instant, all the sandworms lay slain. Although Ling Helen could not discern the specific skill employed, it was undoubtedly a wide-area attack, as he too was knocked down. It felt as though he had been crushed by a heavy object. His insides felt as though they were in disarray, and his body ached to the point of numbness, almost bringing him to tears. Even long after the platinum light dissipated, he found himself incapable of rising. The intelligent machine regarded him with disbelief. Furrowing its brows, "My primary attack bypassed you entirely, and you could not withstand even the residual force? Surely, the instructor will not deduct points for this?" Fortunately, the logistics division was compassionate. As they passed Ling Helen, one of them graciously administered a potion, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. The commander overseeing the assault would undoubtedly impose significant penalties. As the figure from the logistics division vanished, they kindly reassured the intelligent machine. The latter almost demonstrated an energy overload on the spot. Yet, being a senior student, they exhibited remarkable composure, ensuring that the weapon manufacturing process continued unabated. After a mere 15 minutes, the weapons were successfully produced. Ling Helen gazed at their unremarkable appearance and efficacy. In the heart of the camp stood a black box, its purpose obscured and its means of safeguarding the encampment utterly inscrutable. Even when the occasional sandworm breached the perimeter, it was swiftly eradicated by the defensive weaponry, disintegrating into mere particles without imparting any sense of urgency. However, the logistics and intelligence teams, engaged in relentless combat outside, clearly found themselves at ease. At the moment the defensive systems activated, the two retreated to the camp for a brief respite of 5 minutes. It was only upon the arrival of Unit 09, the mecha specialist, that the chilling, silver mech once again painted a gruesome tableau of apocalyptic carnage. Waves of particle energy carved through flesh and bone, while the dark energy annihilator rendered the very air into nothingness. One man stood against a legion, an embodiment of terrifying strength. Ling Helen had initially believed that by this juncture, the energy instability previously warned of by Unit 08 would no longer pose a threat. Yet, the communication device suddenly crackled with an unwelcome report. Unit 01, the infantry specialist, to Commander 05, the maintenance specialist, and I have encountered a demon. 05 has suddenly lost control of his energy, and I am unable to contain it. Requesting assistance. The two were part of a trio with Unit 09, who, having a swifter operational speed, had distanced himself from them. Nevertheless, they were not far apart, as both were equipped with standard mechs. The commander promptly ordered Unit 09, the mecha specialist, and 03, the logistics specialist, to provide immediate support to Unit 01 to subdue Unit 05, and to await the arrival of Unit 02, the medical specialist. After issuing the command, perhaps buoyed by a flicker of hope, he inquired, "Does anyone have a method to calm the energy instability?" Unit 09 replied, "My mech is indeed equipped with a calming module." Ling Helen's spirits lifted. "Commander, order Unit 09 to proceed without waiting for Unit 03 to support Unit 01 and stabilize Unit 05, soothing his energy instability." Unit 09 responded, "As a point of common knowledge, using the calming module is quite costly, and Unit 08 likely contributed significantly to its construction. Nonetheless, I shall comply." The commander thanked Unit 09 for the information. Soon, Unit 05 was rescued successfully, and the command center was secured. The establishment of a small camp proceeded without a hitch. The ease of these events led Ling Helen to suspect that the senior students were not merely present to bolster numbers, but rather to bestow upon him an extraordinary advantage. Unit 08, the intelligent machinery specialist. Proficient in all forms of intelligent machinery and capable of producing them at a rate exceeding that of a typical second-year student by over threefold. Possessed the power to single-handedly dominate all life on a habitable planet. Meanwhile, Unit 09, the mecha specialist, equipped with numerous mech modules not available to second-year students. seemed to possess an uncanny ability to devise solutions in even the direst of circumstances. Although Ling Hello lacked expertise in command, he was adept at heeding advice. Eventually, he may have appeared too conspicuously relaxed, prompting Unit 06 to quip, "I have never witnessed a commander so eager to sacrifice their own professional points to elevate others." Ling Hello was certain that his criteria for success did not hinge on professional points. Thus he reclined even more naturally. On the 11th day, the mission concluded, and everyone was ejected from the assessment space. During this round of re-examinations, Ling Helen surmised that the War Soul Academy must have preemptively considered his chances of passing the assessments, as the notification of his success arrived promptly. However, he found himself waiting an additional 20 minutes. At last, the admission notice from the command department arrived, albeit belatedly, accompanied by a rather vehement voice message. Each year, the department eliminates the bottom 10 of students based on professional performance. The tone was quite fierce. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Ling Helen's spirits in the slightest. There was no rush regarding academic performance. He had a full year to catch up. Most importantly, he had finally secured a place at the War Soul Academy, allowing him to comfortably enjoy his time as a Blue Star student. The thought of graduating and returning home with an annual allowance of 10 million Interstellar coins filled him with delight. However, as he glanced at his Interstellar currency balance on his holographic device, a hint of worry crept across his face. If only he had 10 million Interstellar coins at this moment, everything would be so much better. Chapter 8. As a seemingly inept individual, I appear to have no choice but to select the command department. The acceptance letter was received in the afternoon, while the freshman training commenced in the morning. In recent days, Ling Heli had been preoccupied with cramming for exams and was unaware that the War Soul Academy had already begun its academic year. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Only with the commencement of classes would second-year students engage in practical training courses. Although today was not the designated day for new student registrations and the War Soul Academy had ceased public access, Ling Heli managed to enter the academy smoothly, likely due to the presence of his acceptance letter on his light brain. Once again, he expressed gratitude for the navigation service purchased with 300 Interstellar coins. In the office of the Director of Education, he addressed the teacher. "Hello, Teacher Shu. I am Ling Heli, a freshman in the command department. I would like to inquire whether it is possible to apply for a student loan or request a deferral for tuition payments if I am temporarily unable to pay." Ling Heli found his Interstellar coins insufficient. The tuition and accommodation fees for War Soul Academy amounted to 23,000 Interstellar coins annually. If he were granted a bit more time, Ling Heli felt confident he could manage. However, with the academic year already underway, he could not afford to waste time on other matters. He needed to catch up with his studies at the earliest opportunity. Ideally, Interstellar student loans would be available. The Academy is aware of your situation. Student loans are indeed crucial for you. In theory, the financial aid allocated for students from impoverished planets inherently includes student loans. However, you have chosen the command department. Teacher Shu, resembling a jellyfish, spoke in a gentle tone, though the eyes on the tentacles were rather unsettling. Ling Heli quickly reacted and inquired with his light brain about the connection between student loans and the command department. The light brain, considering Ling Heli's current geographical location, provided the answer. Like most higher education institutions in the interstellar realm, War Soul Academy has a 10-year curriculum. Furthermore, the command department eliminates the bottom 10 of students based on their professional performance each year. The risk is deemed too great, hence the refusal of loans. While Ling Heli could comprehend most of this, the notion of a 10-year curriculum puzzled him. Did this mean he would need to remain a student for an entire decade? Seriously? Was his family not at all concerned that the girlfriend he found might be subject to reproductive isolation? Just as he was grappling with this reality, Teacher Shu had already offered his suggestion. "Have you considered changing your major?" Ling Heli remained unfazed internally and politely declined. "Thank you, teacher, but I do not wish to change my major. Given my apparent inadequacies, it seems I can only opt for the command department." Upon hearing this, Teacher Shu's form momentarily distorted, and his voice carried a hint of distortion. Student Ling Heli possesses quite a strong will. However, he quickly reverted to his gentle demeanor and continued to counsel. "Perhaps you are unaware, but I was once dismissed from our school's command department. Nevertheless, I was unwilling to part with War Soul Academy and subsequently re-enrolled in the logistics department. You see, I graduated from logistics, yet was eliminated from command. It is not inherently wrong to have aspirations, but sometimes one must face reality, wouldn't you agree? In truth, Ling Heli had a rather clear vision of his own aspirations. The mechanized infantry division may feature a select few adept at mental assaults, yet the majority predominantly embody a muscular archetype. While the aforementioned rationale bears little significance, what truly matters is the heightened probability of frontline combat units spiraling out of control, a scenario that Liang Helii is keen to avoid. Conversely, the information and intelligence divisions cater to the cerebral elite. Given that Liang Helii's intellect failed to secure admission to prestigious institutions such as 985 or 211, he harbors grave doubts about his adequacy in this realm. The repair and medical divisions, while exceedingly specialized, do not pique his interest, presenting the daunting prospect of enduring a lifetime of dissatisfaction. The logistics and operational divisions lack any particular distinction. However, as a discipline that demands robustness, it is imperative that one possesses a solid foundation, and Liang Helii's dual F rating is simply untenable. What other divisions are there? Oh, the Versatile Support Division, an entity that bears no relevance to him. As for the Command Division, Liang Helii is acutely aware that it entails far more complexity than the two assessments he previously navigated. From the very first day of orientation, it was evident that the number of individuals in the Command Division paled in comparison to other divisions, and during team formations, its unique status was unmistakable. The Command Division is indisputably more challenging. Yet, Liang Helii is painfully aware of his own inadequacies. His capabilities rank among the lowest in the entire galaxy, with test results yielding a dismal F grade, devoid of any G classification. At times, he harbors the unsettling notion that his F grade is not merely an F, but rather the lowest possible tier confined to an F classification. Thus, he apologetically muses that, from an ant's perspective, every mountain appears insurmountable, and he finds himself unable to discern the greater difficulties inherent in the Command Division. Moreover, he contemplates that, since he has received an admission notice, the evaluators of the Command Division must have some degree of faith in his potential. Upon hearing these musings, Professor Shuqing appears to have an epiphany. The eyes on his tendrils gleam with an eerie intensity, adding an unsettling layer to his already formidable presence. He refrains from further persuasion, instead pacing contemplatively. After a brief interlude, he halts, breaking into a smile. Indeed, the Command Division is commendable. I greatly admire your ability to remain true to yourself, Liang Helii. I hope you continue to do so. In truth, the Battle Spirit Academy is not without precedent for providing financial aid to newcomers in the Command Division. The current application for such support has faced obstacles, primarily due to the vehement opposition of certain faculty members within the division. Unfortunately, the initiation of a loan request necessitates the endorsement of the respective division. Liang Helii seems to grasp this, albeit with some ambiguity. There is no rush. Professor Shuqing's words carry a depth that belies the Academy's regulations, which stipulate that without tuition payment, course selection is unfeasible. However, with 2 days remaining until the course selection deadline, Liang Helii feels a sense of urgency. Expressing his gratitude, he departs, yet the intricacies of the situation elude him. Despite Professor Shuqing's reassurances of a lack of urgency, the ticking clock renders such calmness implausible. After a moment's contemplation, he navigates towards the area designated for the Command Division's mentors. He approaches one of the buildings casually, from the door's sealed nature and the observable space beyond. It is evident that this entrance is not intended for knocking. It likely requires identity verification for access. Undeterred, Liang Helii knocks several times, only to elicit no response. He traverses several more buildings, encountering a similar lack of interaction. Thus, he resolves to seek another location. Most courses at the Battle Soul Academy are conducted online via the STAR network, requiring students to log in using specialized equipment in the classrooms, effectively compelling attendance in a rather coercive manner. However, the login devices are universal. Thus, in the same classroom, different students may be engaged in varying courses, creating a rather casual atmosphere. Only courses related to mental acuity and physical endurance necessitate the physical presence of students. Ling Healy swiftly located the physical training ground for the command department, which was bustling with students in the midst of their lessons. The training area was alive with a mesmerizing interplay of blue and purple hues, shifting with their movements. A smile crept across Ling Healy's lips. Not due to the novelty of the scene, but because he recognized familiar faces, upperclassmen he had encountered on the day of freshman registration. Meanwhile, a navigation device before him incessantly flashed a warning in bold letters: extreme danger. The energy fluctuations in the current area exceed your capacity threshold. Please evacuate immediately. Chapter 9. Do you wish to learn? Are you here to play games or engage in make-believe? Ling Hello has always harbored a profound curiosity about how extraterrestrial beings of diverse races and appearances could possibly train together. Now, he has come to understand. The most formidable strike one can muster can be delivered through limbs or the body. Race and appearance do not impede this. As long as the objective is achieved, there are no limitations. Ling Hello is somewhat uncertain about the specifics of the current physical training regimen, but he surmises it revolves around explosive power. All trainees, regardless of their method of attack, repeatedly execute this ultimate strike, creating high-frequency energy waves that ripple through the air of the training grounds. The term ultimate strike may scarcely encapsulate the momentum and pressure of such an attack. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as a peak effort, where one dedicates everything they possess. Were he to undertake the same training, Ling Hello believes that with some adjustments, he might succeed in unleashing such a frenzied assault. But he knows that a second attempt would be utterly unattainable. Having already exhausted everything, what else could he possibly draw upon for a second strike? Yet, the second-year students from the command department persist, training time and again, each blow infused with an overwhelming aura. Ling Hello positions himself slightly to their rear, not in the direct line of their assault. Even so, he finds himself momentarily immobilized by the sheer force of their presence. Feeling a cold sweat break out upon his skin, his muscles are tense, and there are no signs of recovery. It is worth noting that during the 2 assessments he undertook in the Star Network, he had witnessed combat, particularly during the second assessment when the command center awaited reinforcements, and he had cheered on from the sidelines. However, the holographic virtual realm is, after all, merely a simulation, incapable of replicating the palpable intensity of the real world. While observing the mecha engineers conquer all challenges with ease, Ling Hello merely concluded that his seniors were exceptionally skilled, a feat beyond his own capabilities. Yet now, confronted with the tangible prowess of these second-year command students, he feels acutely aware of his own insignificance. Once one becomes aware of their own weakness, instinctive reactions often ensue. Just as a rabbit flees upon sighting a wolf, Ling Hello instinctively adopts an exceedingly agreeable demeanor upon encountering a senior approaching him. "Ah, you truly came," the senior remarks, his expression laden with significance. "Have you come to realize that you perhaps should not have chosen the command department? Admittedly, I do possess a certain bias towards the aesthetically pleasing qualities of humanoid races. However, given your current abilities, I am unable to assist you once more." Ling Hello is not surprised that the senior is aware of his choice to enter the command department. After all, he is a figure capable of infiltrating the school's new student database. However, when Ling Hello received his acceptance letter, the senior was likely still in class. Thus, the senior might have misinterpreted the reason for Ling Hello's approach. Ling Hello opts for a demeanor that is both compliant and straightforward. "I believe choosing the command department is quite commendable. Had I not selected it, I might not have passed the assessment." The senior paused momentarily. "Have you passed the assessment?" Ling Healy nodded. "Once I receive the acceptance letter, I will proceed with the enrollment procedures. However, I am unable to secure the student loan. It seems that a certain instructor from the conducting department holds a significant bias against me, yet I am unaware of their identity. I apologize for being presumptuous, but I wish to inquire with you about which instructor it might be." I offered to treat the senior to a meal. The senior disregarded Ling Healy's query and resumed operating the holographic device, eventually casting a peculiar glance at Ling Healy. In truth, the senior contemplated how to articulate his thoughts, ultimately abandoning subtlety. Regardless of the instructor, it was likely that any from the conducting department would not hold you in high regard. Ling Healy felt a sense of grievance, yet remained silent. The senior pondered for a moment before speaking plainly. You are fundamentally unsuited for the conducting department. You will undoubtedly be eliminated. Why pursue it? Ling Healy quietly replied. What department do you believe I could thrive in? The senior. The senior chose to gaze skyward. So why on earth is there a need for impoverished quotas? Is it because individuals from impoverished planets, like myself, still aspire to learn? Upon finishing his statement, Ling Healy felt a sense of validity in his reasoning and continued. Even if one's abilities are lacking, as long as there is a desire to learn, there remains hope. The impoverished quota could leverage that flicker of hope. However, the senior's expression did not reflect the empathy Ling Healy had hoped for, remaining utterly unmoved. Do you believe a teacher disapproves of you due to your lack of ability? The senior leaned back, adopting a more comfortable posture. Ling Healy sensed a misjudgment and hesitantly asked, Is it because I leveraged my sister's connections? The senior scoffed, his cold demeanor, albeit slightly out of character, still exuded charm. He locked eyes with Ling Healy and continued to inquire, You claim you wish to learn? Ling Healy, adhering to his convictions, nodded firmly. I wish to learn. I did not review your re-examination archives, but out of curiosity, I perused your preliminary examination records. Your lack of professional knowledge led to a chaotic performance, which is understandable. However, no instructor from the conducting department would tolerate you treating life as a mere jest. Life. Ling Healy recalled the preliminary examination, where he seemingly made two decisions to enhance the starship's speed. One involved the mecha department candidates risking their lives to clear a section of an asteroid field. The other, aimed at increasing the starship's speed by 10, entailed converting everyone in the team, except for those from the operational and mecha departments, including himself, into biofuel. The senior continued, To require the lives of mecha students for victory signifies a severe deficiency in a commander's capabilities. Yet you are not merely deficient. In your pursuit of a 10 increase in starship speed, under circumstances where the operational students could hardly control the starship post-acceleration, you unhesitatingly decided to sacrifice so many lives as biofuel. How could you dare? What were you thinking? Are you here to play a game or merely to indulge in fantasy? In the final moments, the senior's tone had begun to spiral out of control. Ling Healy opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He recalled the instant he was engulfed in the flames of the fuel furnace, a moment that constituted the most excruciating experience of his life. What had crossed his mind then? Perhaps he thought, must it be so painfully real? Yet, the truth was, his understanding had not yet grasped the full extent of reality. The senior slowly exhaled, regaining a semblance of calm, though his expression remained notably cold. Now, can you still profess your desire to learn? From the brief display of emotion, Ling Healy felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from the senior, rendering him utterly motionless. The senior's actions were likely unintentional. Even when faced with this pressure, Ling Healy, with his F-grade inadequacies, could still grit his teeth and endure. It seemed as though the senior remained oblivious to the fact that an F-grade failure was inherently weak. Lacking any resilience whatsoever, Ling Healy could barely manage to breathe, having exerted every ounce of his strength. Even when he attempted to speak, no sound escaped his lips. However, now that the senior's emotions had settled, the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. At last, Ling Healy found his voice. Though it emerged as a hoarse whisper, I wish to learn. I had erred in not treating the assessment as a genuine scenario. Thank you for your guidance. I now comprehend much more. Chapter 10. Who isn't simply juggling multiple QS throughout the day? You. As the senior's words escaped his lips, he found himself at a loss for suitable phrases to continue. It was then that Ling Healy spoke again. I apologize for my ridiculous mistakes, but I still wish to make amends. The senior had likely never encountered such unabashed audacity, and the ensuing silence was deafening. Ling Healy pressed on. Could you possibly take another look at my retest? I am aware that my errors were egregious, but I seek to understand my shortcomings. It is only by recognizing my faults that I can adequately explain them to the instructor. The senior remained silent for a considerable time before finally posing a sincere question. Do you truly believe you can remain in the conducting department? Ling Healy responded with equal sincerity. In truth, I am quite pleased. The instructor's discontent with me is not due to my lack of ability. I believe rectifying bad habits is far easier than enhancing my capabilities. The senior paused momentarily before returning to his contemplative stance. I suppose my earlier remarks were somewhat one-sided. The conducting department has high expectations for aptitude. Typically, a standard higher education conducting program requires both mental acuity and physical prowess to achieve at least an A grade. The Warsaw Academy demands an S grade. However, most successful graduates have scores exceeding SS. Ling Helen could sense the significance of the requirements being articulated. In 2 assessments, with the second round including peers from the Warsaw Academy, he had only encountered one individual whose physical and mental attributes both surpassed the S grade. Another upperclassman had 1 graded A. None had exceeded SS. Nevertheless, Ling Helen's expression remained unchanged as he earnestly replied, "Since I have received an acceptance letter, it indicates that the aptitude requirements are not inflexible, correct?" The senior was momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, true to his kind-hearted nature, he ultimately responded, "All right, I will review your retest archive tonight." As he spoke, the senior extended his index finger. Ling Helen promptly tapped the tip of his finger. In the next instant, he noticed a prompt to add a friend in the tower, which he immediately confirmed. Before departing, the senior, still puzzled, inquired, "Have you truly never considered giving up?" Ling Helen responded candidly, "I have. However, returning home would only disappoint my family. Besides, the situation isn't as dire as it seems." The senior found this difficult to assess. Your character is truly a rare find. Upon returning to the small inn, Ling Helen finally had the opportunity to explore other aspects of interstellar life, such as how to earn money. One must always prepare for contingencies. Furthermore, even if a student loan were to be approved, Ling Helen still had a short-term loan to repay. The due date was in 1 month, having borrowed 10,000 interstellar coins, and after deducting transportation and living expenses, he was left with 5,176, needing to repay 11,000. Ling Helen initially searched for opportunities in the arts and entertainment industries. In his understanding, these fields should not correlate with physical and mental attributes, making them more suitable for him. However, he soon discovered that he had been mistaken. In the realm of novel writing, the denizens of the cosmos do not perceive their craft as tethered to mere capability metrics. After all, who among them does not effortlessly produce several quintessences of thought each day? In this stellar literature, the measure is not by word count, but rather by the capacity of cognitive preservation, quantified in units known as Q. A conversion by Ling Healy suggests that 1 Q equates to approximately 100,000 words. However, the act of creative writing necessitates a certain level of mental fortitude. If one's spiritual energy is insufficient, the endeavor soon leads to headaches, rendering it inaccessible. Moreover, the artistic industry within the interstellar domain is remarkably advanced. A significant distinction lies in the fact that many artists on Blue Star often grapple with a dearth of inspiration, whereas the cosmos provides remedies for such afflictions. Experiencing a day without inspiration may be commonplace, and even a year devoid of it is not unusual. Yet what of 10 or even 100 years? The star network's varying temporal flow capabilities can expedite one's passage through periods of creative drought. For instance, Ling Healy's assessment for a re-examination lasted 10 days, though in reality, it transpired in less than 10 minutes. Of course, this manipulation of time incurs a fee. Ling Healy's previous complimentary experience was afforded due to the financial abundance of the Battle Soul Academy. Upon further investigation into other sectors, Ling Healy confirmed the veracity of the senior's assertion regarding the challenging job market for dual F-rated individuals. This included the seemingly accessible live-streaming industry on Blue Star, which presents considerable barriers within the interstellar realm. Lacking any vocational qualifications? Regrettably, one cannot select a category nor initiate a live broadcast. Aspiring to stream gameplay? One must not only be a professional player, but also possess a proficient commentary skill. Aesthetic streamers? In the virtual domain, even the art of character creation mandates relevant certification. For outdoor scenic broadcasts, one must first secure validation from the respective planetary owner before commencing, as the cosmos respects property rights. Yet, Ling Healy stumbled upon a potential avenue for broadcasting. Curiously, Within the requisite qualifications for all streaming categories, he discovered the role of a civilization promoter. Upon clicking, relevant searches materialized, one of which was an intriguing tidbit regarding the high value attributed to the civilization promoter certification. To enumerate the extent of this value is essential. A registered live streaming account for a civilization promoter receives special funding from the Interstellar Alliance, with each account granted traffic equivalent to millions of interstellar coins. A virtual storefront registered under a civilization promoter is permanently exempt from taxation, provided it sells items pertinent to their civilization. The civilization promoter possesses the right to propose compliance for vocational skills. Ling Healy felt a surge of excitement. High value does not inherently imply insurmountable difficulty. For renowned interstellar civilizations, attaining such a certificate is notoriously arduous, with standards continually escalating. However, for newly integrated civilizations, the process is remarkably straightforward. The newer the civilization, the easier the attainment. Ling Healy's enthusiasm persisted. After all, Blue Star had yet to connect with the Star Network, confirming its status as a nascent interstellar civilization. As an unspoken truth, the Interstellar Alliance's understanding of new civilizations is not garnered through conventional means, but is rather enforced through mandatory civilization detection plugins attached to all cognitive reading devices. Any information related to civilizations that is read must be automatically uploaded to the cloud without notification. This maneuver is decidedly unfriendly to newly integrated civilizations, akin to an overt declaration of intent to seize. Thus, the conjectural conclusion drawn from the rumors is that the Civilization Promoter Certificate serves as a compensatory measure from the Star Alliance to emerging civilizations. Ling Healy, however, is not entirely convinced by this speculation. This hypothesis lacks a crucial premise. Does civilization hold any significance for the Star Alliance? The Star Alliance, formerly known as the Interstellar Alliance, operates in a manner akin to the United Nations of Blue Star, yet its authority and influence dwarf all other interstellar factions. It also possesses its own subordinate military forces, which similarly overshadow all other military powers in the cosmos. However, the members of the Interstellar Alliance comprise planets or star systems, rather than civilizations. Apart from the Civilization Promoter Certificate, there is no evidence of the Alliance regarding civilizations with any special consideration. Ling Healy does not comprehend the rationale behind this preferential treatment towards civilization promoters. Although he does not entirely dismiss the idea, he remains skeptical. Consequently, he refrains from hastily pursuing the qualification for the Civilization Promoter Certificate. What if the leaders on Blue Star harbor alternative intentions regarding the distribution of these certificates? Time is of the essence, and Ling Healy cannot afford to squander it. With no promising leads on the financial front, he resumes his search for ways to enhance his own capabilities. At last, he receives some encouraging news. It appears that his dual F-rank status may yet be salvaged. Chapter 11. Do you intend to single-handedly amend the scope of this rule? It turns out that the physical and mental attributes displayed on the information interface merely reflect the current actual levels, rather than one's potential. Enhancing interstellar capabilities is not a daunting task, as numerous specialized establishments offer bespoke enhancement programs, provided one possesses ample time and financial resources. Elevating actual levels to match potential levels is quite feasible. Therefore, as long as Ling Healy's potential is within the normal range, not excessively high, merely at the standard of an average interstellar citizen, there remains a significant chance for him to catch up with others, even if the potential is rather low. There are relevant enhancement potions available to transcend limitations, costing upwards of 100 million interstellar coins, scarce in supply, and exclusive to the affluent. Ling Healy promptly scheduled a potential assessment at the nearest hospital. For just $998, they offered round-the-clock self-service testing, accessible at any time. The interstellar medical devices are designed for simplicity, requiring no effort at all. Consequently, hospitals typically lack medical personnel, promoting a fully self-service experience. Perhaps due to this, various precautions are prominently displayed. Upon entering the lobby, Ling Healy noticed a cautionary message glowing vibrantly in his visual interface, capturing his full attention. For the primitive species with no resistance, Remember to include the primitive variable in all dosage assessments. Initially, Ling Hel did not fully grasp the implication of this alert. After confirming his testing appointment through the interface, he stepped into a machine under the holographic prompt and felt a slight prick at his neck. Upon exiting, he received the results on his interface. Physical potential, X. Mental potential, X. The text glimmered on the interface, accompanied by a cascade of virtual flowers and the rare sound of music, evoking a sense of universal celebration. The X level, surpassing the 3S tier, is akin to the F level cap, representing the pinnacle of achievement, which Ling Hel had encountered during his prior research on capability values. He was aware that, according to the publicly available data within the Interstellar Alliance, the current living individuals with a single capability reaching X do not exceed 5 digits. It is said that only 11 possess dual capabilities at X. Among them, 5 are privileged observers of the Alliance. Even though Ling Hel typically maintained a calm demeanor, he could not help but feel an overwhelming joy at this moment. However, before he could muster a smile, a diminutive parrot gentleman unexpectedly approached him with a stern expression. Considering that interstellar beings are generally tall, this parrot gentleman is indeed a rare example of a smaller stature, even shorter than Ling Hel. Wait a moment. The parrot gentleman did not acknowledge Ling Hel, but immediately began to operate the testing apparatus. After a while, having confirmed that the device was undamaged, he suddenly turned to Ling Hel and inquired, "Primitive species?" Caught off guard, Ling Hel nodded in response, "Belonging to the spirit race of primitive species." "I knew you were one of the primitives," the parrot gentleman remarked, brushing his forehead feathers with a look of exasperation. "Did you not see the warning?" Ling Helian had already sensed that there was an issue with the test results, and his expression immediately fell. "I saw it, but I couldn't identify where the variable adjustments were made." Mr. Parrot's tone was exceedingly irritable, clearly dissatisfied with the trouble Ling Helian had caused him. However, perhaps due to professional obligations, he methodically explained the situation to Ling Helian. It turned out that racial information was classified as private. Ling Helian's own neural interface would automatically append the original species variable. For instance, when entering the hospital lobby, the interface would proactively extract prompts related to the original species. However, when utilizing the hospital's equipment, Ling Helian needed to operate it himself. Given that most interstellar individuals were not of the original species, this variable setting was generally concealed, requiring all information to be displayed before modifications could be made. After usage, the equipment would automatically clear all settings. Nonetheless, any improper operation was deemed Ling Helian's own error, and his previously scheduled test had been completed. The 998 interstellar credits were non-refundable. Should he wish to retest, he would have to pay the 998 credits anew. Ling Helian hesitated at the thought of parting with his money and decided to inquire of Mr. Parrot, "Is it possible to deduce my original test results from the X outcome?" Mr. Parrot ignored him entirely. Ling Helian then turned to his neural interface for assistance, which this time provided an exceedingly detailed response. Theoretically, the results could range from a minimum of C level to a maximum of X level. Based on comprehensive interstellar statistical data, the A level appeared to be the most probable range. This spectrum was acceptable to Ling Helian. In fact, as long as it was an F level, he would be content. After all, if it were still F level, the potential enhancement serum would be prohibitively expensive, posing a significant challenge. For now, Ling Helian could refrain from contemplating the serum until his actual capability reached C level. On his way home, the neural interface suddenly alerted him of a new message. Upon opening it, he found a friend request. "Junior, I am Mu2, a mecha engineer. We teamed up during today's assessment." Ling Helian immediately recognized him as the senior who had excelled in the retest, achieving an outstanding physical score of SSS and a mental score of S, while also obtaining the mecha engineer certification. A veritable powerhouse. Most importantly, apart from possessing a pair of wolf ears, this senior bore a striking resemblance to a human, which was quite pleasing to the eye. He hastily accepted the request. "Mu2, hello, Junior. Shall we go out tonight?" Mu2 seemed rather too familiar too quickly. Ling Helian hesitated momentarily before refraining from an immediate reply, only to find another message from the senior arriving shortly thereafter. "Mu2, never mind. I won't bother trying to be subtle with you folks in the command department. To be direct, the teacher asked me to relay a message to you. Ling Helian had been somewhat puzzled about how Mu2 had obtained his genetic profile information. Without a genetic profile, one could only add friends upon direct interaction. After considering his phrasing, Ling Helian replied, "Thank you, Senior. What is the message?" "Mu2, I only share it with friends." "Ling Helian, which teacher is it?" "Mu2, if I tell you, you're not a friend, are you?" "Ling Helian, shall we go out tonight?" "Mu2, Junior, let's meet at the East School Gate before 7 p.m. after dinner." Ling Heli silently deleted his intention to invite for dinner and retyped, "All right, I shall be punctual." Just as he finished chatting and took a few steps, several messages arrived. Gautali, the regulation that allows one individual to clear the stage for the entire group is designed to protect the rights of non-command disciplines, preventing personal style or other factors from causing oppression within the command discipline. Gautali. However, in practical application, there has been no deliberate exclusion of the command discipline. Gautali, are you attempting to single-handedly amend the applicability of this rule? ISNT Gautali is second-year command discipline senior who is supposed to assist him with the re-examination queries. Without a moment's thought, Ling Heli typed, "Senior, hear me out." Gautali, speak. Upon further reflection, Ling Heli truly felt he had little to justify. He had merely laid back from start to finish. His dual F-level capability rendered him incapable of carrying the team. "Ling Heli, perhaps you should just scold me instead." Chapter 12. I must say, Junior, you have truly arrived at the right moment. The senior sent over a document filled with thoughts. Upon opening it, Ling Hela discovered that half of its content was devoted to critiquing him, asserting that any form of reprimand would suffice. The senior outlined a total of 79 points of contention, summarizing that he had erred at every possible juncture. Ling Helu remarked, "Thank you, Senior Gao. It would take 3 lavish meals to adequately express my gratitude." Gautali interjected, "Mind your manners. My surname is Gautali, not just Gao. What peculiar customs do you adhere to? Why are you so fond of treating others to meals?" Ling Hela complied, "Understood, Senior Gao. Nevertheless, let us proceed with the meals." Senior Gao. After much coaxing, Senior Gao finally acquiesced to join him for lunch the following day. Filled with satisfaction, Ling Helu turned to his light brain to take notes. Point of deduction 1. A commander may indeed possess diverse command styles, provided they fulfill the responsibilities inherent to a commander. Ling Helu adeptly consulted the light brain's intelligence. What are the responsibilities of a commander? The light brain replied, to pioneer, safeguard, and inherit. Such weighty responsibilities seemed rather daunting. Yet Ling Helu felt they bore little relevance to him. However, since the senior had penned this remark, it was evident he had faltered in some regard. Ling Hela shifted his focus to the first half of the statement, command style. Before he could ponder further, his alarm rang, signaling it was nearly time to meet Senior Mu for their planned outing. He tidied himself and proceeded towards the eastern gate of the school. From a distance, he spotted Mu2 at the entrance. His towering stature and impressively muscular physique rendered him more striking than the statue beside him, nearly blocking 1/3 of the entrance simply by standing there. His lightweight attire clung closely, revealing every sinew of muscle, which appeared as though it might burst through the fabric with each movement. Even without knowledge of his SSS-level physical prowess, Ling Helu would not have underestimated him. Mu2 also noticed Ling Helu, striding over with a few steps, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder, but suddenly remembering, he withdrew his hand mid-motion. Ling Hela silently expressed gratitude that Mu2 was mindful of his F-grade physical deficiency. If that hand had landed, he feared he would require a trip to the hospital. "Where are we headed, Senior Mu?" Ling Helu inquired, his curiosity piqued by the nightlife of interstellar beings. Mu2 snapped his fingers. "Today, the teacher asked me to take the junior out for some fun." With the snap of his fingers, a shimmering array of light points materialized before them. 3 seconds later, the lights coalesced into the interstellar hover vehicle Ling Helu had encountered before. Mu2 swung open the door and took a few strides forward, whistling, "Junior, keep up." The hover vehicle did not travel for long, but they traversed 3 spatial folds in quick succession. Ling Helu's complexion turned pale from motion sickness, and he struggled to utter a single word to Mu2. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mu2 rummaged through his pocket and handed over a piece of candy, anti-motion sickness candy. It also helps with nausea. Care to give it a try? Anti-motion sickness? Ling Helu thought the name of the candy rather peculiar. Oh, the manufacturer is a little better mood candy. It can temporarily enhance physical resilience. When I was young, I would always pop one in my mouth before enduring my parents' reprimands. Now, I merely chew it for the flavor. Ling Hilary placed the object in his mouth. It possessed a sweetness, yet oddly, it was numbing. Moreover, there lingered a medicinal flavor. Ling Hilary found it utterly incomprehensible how interstellar beings defined candy. At that moment, the hover vehicle descended, landing on a terrace exceeding 30 stories. Through the glass doors, a lavish hall unfolded, filled with clusters of individuals engaged in idle chatter. However, in stark contrast to the style of Blue Star, the hall was surrounded by tightly shut small doors. These doors, adorned in pure black, were embellished with lines both luminous and shadowy, converging into mysterious patterns that diverged sharply from the hall's opulent decor. Gazing at these intricate designs for a prolonged period, one could almost feel a soul being irresistibly drawn in. At first glance, Ling Hilary did not notice the textures of the small doors. Yet he found the ambience of the hall and the people within to be strikingly familiar, reminiscent of scenes often encountered on Blue Star. He inquired directly, "Is this a social ball?" Mutu shook his finger, playfully withholding information. "You may take a guess, Junior. If you guess correctly, perhaps I truly have brought you to the right place." This piqued Ling Hilary's interest. However, instead of rushing to guess, he began to observe his surroundings. Within the door of the terrace lounged a youthful figure resembling a black cat. Its profound darkness rendered it difficult to discern gender, yet its gaze was piercingly sharp, suggesting youth. Mutu was the first to enter, extending his index finger toward the figure and grandly proclaiming, "The cost for my friend S participation in today's themed event is on me." The black cat glanced at Ling Hilary and spoke in a soft, melodious voice. Yet its gender remained ambiguous. He does not need to pay. There is an aura of the mysterious about him. Mutu was taken aback, turning to Ling Hilary with uncontainable astonishment. "I was merely jesting, but you truly have come to the right place?" The keywords are quite evident. Ling Hilary promptly inquired of his cognitive interface. The interface responded, "The mysterious category is the most enigmatic among the 9 classifications of skills. Despite the advancements of interstellar technology, many abilities remain unexplained, all categorized under the mysterious. Examples include precognition, curses, and soul-related skills." Ling Hilary pondered this thoughtfully. The only skill he possessed that could be deemed mysterious was the coin divination technique. However, he refrained from disclosing this and instead addressed Mutu's earlier question. "I surmise this is a club for mysterious skills?" Before Mutu could respond, the black cat interjected, "Indeed. Are you interested in joining the club?" Ling Hilary hesitated to reply immediately. He looked to Mutu, seeking a hint from him. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that Mutu seemed frozen in place, utterly motionless. Not only was he unable to respond, but he could not even control himself. "Follow your heart, my friend." The black cat's voice remained gentle, yet Ling Hilary found the situation somewhat unsettling. "It seems you have made a choice." The black cat sighed, its dark green claws resting upon Mutu's index finger. "Very well, you may enter." In the next instant, Mutu regained his mobility, seemingly oblivious to the preceding occurrences. Then he noticed that the positions of everyone in the hall had shifted from just a moment ago, causing his expression to change abruptly. However, he did nothing, merely casting a wary glance at the black cat before proceeding into the hall. Inside, a few individuals greeted Mutu with friendly gestures, likely acquaintances of his. Yet, Mutu's countenance was undeniably grim, and even friends refrained from approaching him, wary of bringing misfortune. Ling Hilary hurriedly followed, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Are you all right, senior? Shall we return?" Mutu's expression had yet to recover, but he resolutely declined, saying, "No. I must wait for the person to arrive before I can convey the message to you." Ling Hilary's curiosity was piqued. "Could you tell me, Senior Mu, who it is that has asked you to relay this message?" Chapter 13. This teacher resembles a little lobster. Mutu pondered earnestly and ultimately replied, "It seems there hasn't been anything preventing me from speaking. However, doesn't he the junior know? It is the Dean of Discipline, Teacher Shuqi." Ling Healy immediately recalled the jellyfish-like figure of the dean. Upon reflecting on teacher Shu-Chi's previous words, Ling Healy's expression became nuanced. Are we to wait for a teacher from the conducting department? Indeed, the junior possesses a mysterious aura. Mu-Tu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ling Healy smiled politely. Might it be that the relationship between the dean and that teacher from the conducting department is too evident? Ah, so you are aware of the connection between the dean and teacher Xiao. Mu-Tu felt a twinge of disappointment, however. It was likely that no one in the school remained unaware. Ling Healy recorded the name teacher Xiao in his light brain. I am not entirely clear. Could you elaborate, Senior Mu? Of course. By this time, Mu-Tu's demeanor had returned to normal as he nonchalantly cast a skill, enveloping them in a silvery barrier. Ling Healy was intrigued upon witnessing this skill for the first time. What is your skill, Senior? A one-way barrier, designed to prevent information leakage. Mu-Tu seemed indifferent. Noting that the junior would be able to utilize it once his mental capacity reached sea level, he then proceeded to narrate the tale of the two teachers' entangled fates, beginning from their student days. Both were graduates of the Battle Soul Academy. However, regrettably, teacher Xiao emerged as an outstanding graduate from the conducting department. In contrast, teacher Shu-Chi, as he had mentioned to Ling Healy, unfortunate to become part of the 10 who were dismissed, later re-enrolled and graduated from the logistics department of the Battle Soul Academy. As a side note, most students who are expelled from the conducting department of Battle Soul Academy tend to seek readmittance into higher institutions, either the conducting department of a lesser academy or transition to another field altogether. If one truly faced expulsion due to academic deficiencies, teacher Shu-Chi would not harbor resentment. Nevertheless, teacher Shu-Chi consistently scored higher than teacher Xiao in their specialized courses. While teacher Xiao ultimately became a distinguished graduate of the conducting department, despite teacher Shu-Chi's expulsion in his sophomore year. This was solely due to a practical assessment during which a member of his team went berserk, resulting in a significantly low score. Of course, Mu-Tu appeared to be quite close to teacher Shu-Chi, leading Ling Healy to reasonably suspect that his narrative leaned in favor of teacher Shu-Chi, thus rendering it less than entirely credible. Ultimately, in the rankings of specialized scores, teacher Xiao surpassed teacher Shu-Chi by a narrow margin, merely a difference of 1 place. A matter of fortune. Yet, teacher Shu-Chi preferred to attribute all blame to teacher Xiao, believing that if it weren't for teacher Xiao's ascendance in the rankings, he would not have faced dismissal. Their relationship soured directly thereafter. Upon graduation, both opted to remain at the academy. Teacher Shu-Chi subsequently ascended, becoming the dean of discipline first. Meanwhile, teacher Zhao's research endeavors consistently yielded no progress, relegating him to the status of an ordinary teacher in the conducting department. Teacher Xiao, too, was unwilling to be overshadowed by someone he found displeasing. In summary, their mutual obstinance led to a perpetual rivalry, known throughout the entire school. Ling Helu inquired, I am quite curious as to why teacher Shu sought out Senior Mu to convey a message. It is undoubtedly due to my discretion, Mu-Tu replied without hesitation. Ling Helu remained somewhat skeptical, yet opted for caution, responding, I understand. However, since we have already discussed so much, why not directly share the message Senior Mu was meant to convey? Mu-Tu resolutely countered, No, I fear you might flee. Ling Helu was struck with curiosity, pondering whether teacher Shu intended for him to face perilous challenges or treacherous trials. Aware of his own dubious actions, Mu-Tu glanced around, noticing that the main event of the club was about to commence. He quickly dismantled the one-way barrier and called out to Ling Helu, Are you participating in today's thematic activity? Ling Helu followed the direction of Mu-Tu's finger and beheld a small arena gradually emerging from the ground. Halting at a height of 2 meters, 2 burly figures ascended the platform, though they did not immediately engage in combat. Meanwhile, equipment projected various betting options onto the holographic displays of the attendees. Ling Helu scrutinized the scene, concluding that it resembled a gambling den, and cast a glance at Mu-Tu, his expression conveying incredulity. Is this it? Mu-Tu hastily clarified, Today's event is focused on precognitive skills. The intent here is not financial gain, but rather to assess accuracy. The intelligent holographic interface was soon activated. The efficacy of mysterious skills cannot be determined through principles alone. Typically, the standard for the authenticity of precognitive abilities is achieving an accuracy rate exceeding 80%. Of course, indulging in a few wagers is not out of the question. Mutu continued nonchalantly. Would you like to give it a try, Junior? I'll cover the losses up to 10,000 interstellar coins. Ling Helu nearly blurted out a request for a loan, but ultimately refrained, recalling the inappropriateness of the venue and his relative unfamiliarity with his senior. As they conversed, many attendees had already placed their bets. While Ling Helu lacked interest in gambling, he was captivated by the prospect of interstellar combat. This marked his first encounter witnessing interstellar beings engage in physical confrontation, devoid of mechas, and he was utterly engrossed, eyes unblinking. The combatants possessed merely an A-rank physical prowess. Mutu, lacking enthusiasm for the fight, busied himself analyzing the odds. An invisible protective barrier presumably surrounded the arena. Ling Helu braced himself for the impact of any residual energy, yet he felt nothing at all. Inside the arena, the energy fluctuations from the two fighters created ripples in the air, instantly pervading the entire space. The speed of their movements was astonishing. With a vision acuity of 1.5, Ling Helu could only perceive afterimages. Yet, the thunderous sonic booms heralded the intensity of the battle. The collision of their steel-like physiques produced a metallic resonance that was exceedingly exhilarating. The only lament was that neither combatant employed any skills. As Ling Helu became engrossed in the spectacle, he was abruptly tugged by a pair of hands, nearly causing him to stumble. It was Teacher Xiao. Mutu did not vocalize a word, but instead sent Ling Helu a message via his holographic interface. Ling Helen turned to gaze at the entrance, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though exuding an imposing and majestic aura, the teacher bore an uncanny resemblance to a crayfish. Moreover, he towered over Ling Helen, resembling an enormous crayfish. Ling Helen nearly drooled at the sight, although he had only departed from Blue Star a few days prior. It had been quite some time since he had savored crayfish there. Fortunately, Teacher Zhao's shell exhibited a bluish hue rather than red. Otherwise, Ling Helen feared he might lose control. Senior Mu's message continued. The headmaster requested me to relay a message. You must repeat to Teacher Xiao the reason you initially declined to change your major. Ling Helen? Mu too. It's that line. I am so inept that it seems I can only choose the conducting department. Mu too. Junior, you truly possess courage. I shall pray for you. Chapter 14. The domain of the mysterious department. The resolution must undoubtedly adhere to the methods of the mysterious department. Ling Helii recalled his refusal of Professor Chi's request to switch departments, and he indeed uttered those words. What of it? However, upon further reflection, he realized that it might have been somewhat demeaning to the command department. After all, a place that would accept someone of his dual F-grade mediocrity could only be a prison or a specimen room. At that moment, Professor Xiao entered the room and clearly took notice of Ling Helii. When their eyes met, Professor Zhao's expression immediately turned cold, and his tail fin struck the floor with a heavy thud. Indeed, you prefer to take the crooked path, which has led to my current predicament. The sound was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time he had been informed that the last 10 of his professional score would lead to his elimination by none other than Professor Xiao. Ling Helii felt puzzled. If Professor Xiao had passed him, there would be no reason for such disdain. Otherwise, why not simply declare him unqualified? A message from Mutu arrived. Junior, speak. Ling Helii, with a blank expression, spoke each word deliberately. As a waste, it seems I have no choice but to select the command department. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao's complexion turned a vivid crimson, the fiery hue spreading beyond his form and staining a large area around him. He scolded sharply. Is the command department something a piece of trash like you can evaluate? I should never have agreed to send you an acceptance letter. Ling Helii swallowed hard, feeling as though he transformed from a small blue crayfish to one that was boiled, complete with flames. The impact was overwhelming, nearly causing him to lose his composure. By the way, which is tastier, spicy or 13 spiced? The crowd surrounding Professor Xiao retreated 10 meters. Mutu swiftly positioned himself to shield Ling Helii, though he noticed his junior standing still, a look of surprise crossing his face. Ling Helii felt that the candy given by his senior was indeed effective. As an F-grade underachiever, he found himself merely slightly dizzy, with warmth flooding his nose. After wiping it, his hand was stained with blood. Useless. With another furious roar from Professor Shao, the crowd recoiled another 10 meters. Now at the location of the black cat. You have crossed the line. The black cat licked its paw, asserting its territory within the domain of the mysterious department. However, in the next moment, as Professor Shao turned, the black cat suddenly curled up its body and spat out a mouthful of blood. And what of it? Even you are no match for me, Professor Shao remarked, gazing at the cat as if it were refuse. The black cat forced a smile and suddenly addressed Ling Helii. Shall we join forces? Ling Helii paused. What can I do? The matters of the mysterious department must, of course, be resolved in accordance with its own methods. The black cat licked its lips, inquiring, what skill do you possess? Ling Helii hesitated briefly before responding. A precognitive skill, requiring time to prepare. The black cat, upon receiving his answer, turned to Professor Shao. Could you grant us a moment to prepare our skills? Professor Shao snorted, lifting his pincers. Very well, I can afford trash some time. As the situation began to ease, the black cat approached Ling Helou with graceful steps, making not a sound. How can I ensure my victory? It softly inquired. Truth be told, Ling Helou harbored little confidence in the results of his divination. It was not that he doubted the coin-tossing method, but rather his own half-hearted abilities. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, admitting, I have no tools. I need 3 coins that can distinguish heads from tails. The black cat conjured an unknown symbol in midair and then produced 3 silver-white coins that floated before Ling Helou. Will these suffice? Ling Helou examined them. Though the material was unknown, they did distinguish heads from tails, which should suffice. He proceeded to explain the usage of the coin-tossing method for divination. The seeker must toss the coins 6 times to obtain a hexagram, and Ling Helou was to interpret it according to the I Ching. No wonder your mental prowess is so feeble, yet you possess mystical abilities, the black cat remarked. Its eyes dark and profound, revealing that it was utilizing Ling Helou's spiritual energy. Ling Helou felt overwhelmed by the implications of this revelation. Meanwhile, the black cat tossed 3 more coins into the air, which shimmered with a transparent golden-yellow radiance. Golden yellow, truly befitting the one beneath the night's veil. Even with a compromised essence, you possess SS-level mental energy, Mu-Tu remarked. Ling Helou suddenly realized that the colors he had been perceiving in the stars were manifestations of ability values. The crimson hue surrounding Teacher Shao must also represent an ability value, though its exact level remained a mystery. Despite his questions, Ling Helou dared not lose focus and quickly documented the hexagram. After 6 tosses, he pondered for a moment before solemnly declaring, the key to victory lies in that forgotten skill of yours, which is intertwined with the memories you carry. The black cat pressed its paw against the pendant of its necklace. I understand now. We may begin. Teacher Shao, growing impatient, interjected. I have already shown you considerable leniency in regard to your mystical arts. The black cat said nothing further and leaped onto the now deserted arena. The moment Teacher Shao ascended to the stage, the black cat charged forward, its claws leaving scratches on the ground, only to be effortlessly swept away by Teacher Zhao's tail fin, as if it were a mere trifle. 2 worthless beings united remain worthless, Teacher Shao remarked. The black cat flipped mid-air and silently charged again, this time with its claws glowing a spectral blue. Teacher Shao merely brandished its pincers, summoning a small vortex that lifted the black cat into the air. It was then that Ling Helou heard the sonic boom produced by Teacher Zhao's movements. With a casual flick of its tail fin, Teacher Shao seemed to show restraint. Although the black cat coughed up blood, it managed to rise swiftly. It seems the skill has faltered. Teacher Shao cast a scornful glance at Ling Helou. Suddenly, the black cat's eyes transformed to a brilliant gold, and its solidified mental energy spread across the arena. In the next moment, the black cat vanished from sight. In an instant, 3 identical black cats materialized in various locations on the arena, all lunging towards Teacher Shao. His expression hardened as he faced the mental pressure exerted by the black cats, executing a sweeping 360-degree tail strike. A tempest of energy erupted, manifesting as a fiery crimson storm visible to the naked eye. The 3 black cats that made contact with the storm instantly dissolved into mere bubbles. In the next moment, 3 more identical black cats sprang forth from the arena, once again launching an assault on Teacher Xiao. His stance remained unsteady, and his tail fin had yet to cease its motion. Thus, he swung his 2 formidable pincers towards 2 of the shadows, disregarding the third. Nevertheless, he spoke with a tone of disdain, asserting, "They are merely powerless shadow clones. I do not believe you can rely on a 1 in 6 chance." Chapter 15. Ling Helian has completely overturned the impression of Teacher Xiao. As 2 shadows simultaneously transformed into foam, Teacher Xiao's pupils dilated slightly. In the next moment, the last black cat finally lunged towards him, its claws tearing into Teacher Xiao's abdomen before halting abruptly. Teacher Xiao also ceased his movements. Although he felt a twinge of indignation, he eventually subdued his temper, letting out a cold huff. "I concede. Today's events can be put behind us." In the next instant, he impatiently flung the black cat away and strode towards Ling Helian, enveloping both of them in a rainbow-hued barrier. "Kid, do you truly possess foresight skills?" Despite the oppressive aura emanating from Teacher Xiao, Ling Helian maintained his composure, responding, "Yes. I apologize for my earlier arrogance." Teacher Xiao's anger flared up quickly and dissipated just as swiftly, leading him to ask directly, "Why did you provoke me if you were so quick to apologize?" Ling Helian hesitated, glancing at Mu Tu. Teacher Xiao evidently recognized Mu Tu and likely understood his relationship with Shu Qi. Perceiving Ling Helian's subtle movements, he sneered, "All right, I comprehend the reason now." He then regarded Ling Helian with disdain. "It's one thing to stray from the righteous path, but what do you hope to gain by assisting that guy covered in eyes?" Ling Helian thought it quite fitting to describe Teacher Shu Qi as being adorned with eyes on his tentacles. However, he dared not engage in the banter of the powerful and continued to confess honestly, "I wish to apply for a student loan. I lack the funds to pay my tuition." "You can't even afford tuition, yet you wish to study in the command department?" Teacher Zhao's demeanor began to take on a red hue. "Even if you hail from an impoverished planet." After some contemplation, Teacher Xiao suppressed his temper, striving to speak gently yet firmly. "You may consider switching to another major. I can assist you in communicating with the school." Ling Helian tentatively inquired, "But Teacher Xiao, you issued my admission notice because you deemed me suitable for the command department, did you not?" Teacher Xiao was almost amused to the point of laughter. "If I hadn't lost out to my own teacher, you wouldn't have received your admission notice 20 minutes late. You wouldn't have received it at all." Ling Helian realized that Teacher Xiao was indeed a graduate of the command department at the Battle Spirit Academy, making it quite normal for him to have a teacher there. However, this time, Ling Helian felt a spark of irritation. "I believe your teacher possesses slightly more discernment than you." Teacher Xiao truly laughed in anger, chuckling several times before retorting fiercely, "You are mistaken, kid. No one has pity for you. My teacher's creed is to adhere to the rules. If you pass according to the rules, you receive your admission notice. Even if you resort to tricks and stray down the wrong path, she only regards the rules. Yet, should you enter the command department and fail according to the normal standards, she will have no objections." Ling Helian wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose, his hands seemingly devoid of any clean spots, yet his mind remained clear. "Who says I will certainly be eliminated?" Professor Xiao regarded Ling Hel with the bemusement one reserves for a jest. "Is this even a question? I believe I cannot." Ling Hel met Professor Xiao's scrutinizing gaze with resolve. "I shall prove it." After wiping away a fresh stream of nasal blood, he added, "Have I not already demonstrated that?" This time, Professor Xiao did not erupt in fury. His demeanor had fully reverted to calmness, the green hue of his exterior restored. After a moment of contemplation, albeit with a hint of hesitation, he nodded. "Very well. However, regarding the mysterious skills just demonstrated, you shall assist me 3 times a month. In return for facilitating your application for a student loan, I will compensate you with 300,000 interstellar coins monthly at the rate commensurate with SSS level skills." Ling Hel was momentarily stunned by this unexpected windfall, and he readily acquiesced. "I can do that. Let's sign the contract." Professor Xiao extended his left claw. Following their handshake, Ling Hel confirmed Professor Xiao's friend request. The online contract was lengthy, prompting Ling Hel to once again consult his smart device, ensuring there were no hidden traps. He noted there were no stipulations regarding the success rate of his skills and promptly affixed his genetic signature. In the next instant, 300,000 interstellar coins were credited to his account. Though the figure was unembellished, it was remarkably pleasing. Ling Hel's perception of Professor Xiao had been entirely transformed. This teacher was undoubtedly a remarkably kind individual. However, he mused, the application I submitted will not pass the academic review so easily. Professor Xiao shrugged. Regardless, as long as you work here to support your studies. If the loan is denied, so be it. Ling Hel recalled the animosity between Teacher Shuck and Professor Xiao and cast a conflicted glance at Mu Tiyu. After a moment's thought, he sent a text. Senior Mu, I spoke to Professor Xiao, but what about Teacher Shuck? Mu Tiyu replied, I will respond shortly. It will be absolutely fine. Now that the contract was signed, Professor Xiao retracted the one-way barrier. All right, I have an appointment. You may amuse yourself. He walked toward a small black door on the side, confirming something in the void before vanishing completely. Noticing Ling Hel fixated on the spot where Professor Xiao had disappeared, Mu Tiyu, as his guide, promptly began to elucidate. During club activities, aside from a specific theme, if anyone wishes to converse privately, they may do so beyond the small black door. The club provides this venue free of charge, ensuring privacy. Ling Hel grasped this, yet inquired further. Senior Mu, do you know why Professor Xiao is interested in mysterious skills? Is there a connection between the command and mysterious disciplines? Not at all, Mu Tiyu replied swiftly. Professor Zhao's research topic is simply the disruptive effects of precognitive skills on the command discipline. No wonder Professor Xiao frequented this club, Ling Hel realized with sudden clarity. The battle between Professor Xiao and the Black Cat had concluded some time ago, and the club's thematic activities had resumed, with odds once again being calculated. Ling Hel was solely interested in combat, his gaze shifting towards the two competitors yet to take the stage. One of them caught his eye and immediately approached. Could you assist me in casting a mysterious skill as well? I am willing to purchase it with interstellar coins. The towering bear, nearly 3 meters in height, astonishingly exhibited an extreme shyness. Your mental fortitude is rather weak, resulting in diminished accuracy of your skills. Before Ling Helen could utter a word, the Black Cat sauntered over, speaking as it approached. Ling Helen recalled that Mu Tu referred to the Black Cat as Yi Yu, and promptly greeted it. Hello, Brother Yi. I am truly grateful for your assistance earlier. Brother Yi? An admirable address, the Black Cat did not contest Ling Helen's words. I do not require your gratitude. However, I sincerely hope you will consider joining the Nightshade Club, having witnessed Yi Yu's formidable combat prowess. Ling Helen found himself tempted by the prospect of joining the club. He did not hesitate, stating plainly, at present, I am somewhat short on funds and need time to learn. If it does not demand excessive money or time, then I am willing. It will not. The Black Cat raised its left paw. Ling Helen once again garnered a new friend, along with an invitation to the Nightshade Club. Chapter 16, One Wonders. What truly are the flavors of spicy and 13 spices? Upon becoming a member of the club, Ling Hela cast a glance at the Star Network information of the nightclub. The name of Yi Yu prominently adorned the position of vice president. As Mu Shuezhang had mentioned, the club served as a venue for a mysterious elite to engage in mutual exchange. Furthermore, its scale exceeded Ling Hela's imagination. Even achieving interstellar renown, it remained a mystery why Yi Yu, in the role of vice president, chose to linger here for a themed gathering. Mu Shuezhang had previously alluded to Yi Yu's origin being compromised. Perhaps this was somehow related. Moreover, it was quite intriguing that such a prominent figure would take on the role of a doorman. Ling Hela pondered the eccentricities of interstellar elites. Indeed, finding a promising talent made his venture to guard the door worthwhile. Now I understand. Yi Yu stretched languidly, curiosity lacing his inquiry. Pray tell, what do spicy and 13 spices truly taste like? Ling Helu. For a fleeting moment, he doubted whether he had inadvertently expressed his longing for Professor Zhao's words aloud. Yet, upon reflection, that seemed improbable. Had it been the case, Professor Xiao would likely have dismembered him. After a prolonged silence without a response, Yi Yu gracefully resumed his stride, departing without a backward glance. When Yi Yu returned to the door, Mu Tu began to marvel repeatedly, pulling Ling Hela's thoughts back into focus. Junior, You have truly opened my eyes today. You managed to handle both Professor Xiao and Lord Yu with such ease. Why refer to him as Lord? Ling Helu found the title peculiar. Lord Yu was a remnant of the Ku-Hai civilization, although he had once been the sole heir of the Ku-Hai royal lineage. The civilization had been nearly annihilated, making the title of Your Highness rather inappropriate. Hence, we refer to him as Lord. Ling Hela comprehended this, yet the title mattered little. By the way, do you know what Lord Ye's mysterious skill is? Mind reading, Mu Tu replied nonchalantly, as if it were no secret. Ling Helu. So just now, he was conversing in front of the elite as if they were equals? Noticing Ling Helu's discomfort, Mu Tu suggested they return early. Are you feeling unwell due to the energy leak from Professor Xiao? The anti-punishment candy is only effective against parental reprimands, and it hardly suffices against someone with Professor Zhao's SSS-level physical prowess. If you're not feeling well, I can take you directly to the hospital. Just drop me off at the school gate. There is a hospital nearby, Ling Helu acquiesced. However, he felt that aside from a slight nosebleed, he was not in any significant distress. The cause of his discomfort immediately brought to mind the lack of resistance to medication among primitive species. Was it because of this lack of resistance that the anti-punishment candy worked remarkably well for him? With Professor Zhao's 300,000 interstellar coins at his disposal, Ling Helu felt quite affluent. After bidding farewell to Mu Tu, he proceeded to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, ensuring to adjust for the variables of his primitive species. The bad news was that the results revealed a staggering number of issues, hundreds, in fact. The good news was that all were immediately treatable within the interstellar realm. Following medical advice, Ling Helu purchased treatment pod services. Upon emerging, I felt as though I had transformed into an entirely different person. My thoughts had never been so agile. Memories from the past suddenly became vividly clear. Ling Healy recalled his former self in the examination hall, able to distinctly visualize the characters inscribed on the paper. If he were to return to Blue Star now, his parents would undoubtedly no longer resent him for not gaining admission to the prestigious 985 or 211 universities. His body felt rejuvenated, imbued with a lightness and strength. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his senses, the world appeared remarkably clearer. Ling Healy suddenly comprehended why he perceived the nutrient solution consumed by interstellar beings as tasteless. It was due to their heightened sense of taste, allowing them to detect even the faintest flavors. Additionally, his previous understanding of ability values had merely rested on a judgment based on levels. However, at that moment, he seemed to genuinely feel a peculiar surge within his own body. A virtual prompt flickered gently before him, full body restoration complete. A total of 371 ailments eliminated. It is recommended to reassess ability values and to undergo regular restorative care. Ling Healy paused momentarily. Had his ability values truly increased? Since he was already in the hospital and the health examination costs were not exorbitant, he unhesitatingly opted for the basic health check. After a moment's thought, he also added a potential assessment. Physical ability, E. Mental strength, E. Upon seeing the results, even the usually composed Ling Healy could not suppress his exhilaration. He had initially believed he would bear the label of a double F failure for a long time. Yet now, it appeared that enhancing his abilities was rather straightforward. Perhaps it would not be difficult moving forward. He might even progress more swiftly. The potential assessment yielded physical ability potential, A. Mental strength potential, B. Ling Healy was quite satisfied with this outcome. He had never harbored unreasonable expectations for himself. The dual X ability values were more suited to his exceptionally gifted older brother and academically accomplished sister. He considered himself an ordinary individual. However, the virtual interface suddenly displayed a red warning. Current assessment results show significant discrepancies with historical potential values and have been reported to the planetary authorities. Click here to submit an appeal. With swift reflexes, Ling Healy submitted an explanation for the initial operational error during the first assessment, finally bringing the artificial intelligence to a state of calm. The appeal process was remarkably swift. Within minutes, he received a notification, reason approved, planetary alert lifted. This was Ling Healy's first encounter with the interstellar system's efficiency, yet he found the necessity for such caution bewildering. Wasn't the fluctuation in potential a private matter? What could warrant such a severe planetary alert? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and decided to check the Nightshade Club's home base. The home base was a feature nearly ubiquitous among users of the Star Network, encompassing various aspects of the network. Groups and organizations could also apply for a home base to disseminate their information, conduct activities, or share databases, among other purposes. The information display was quite understandable. However, Ling Healy was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Nightshade Club's home base also featured practical functions such as a task wall and member assistance. Additionally, there was a members group. Upon entering the group, there was no prompt, allowing newcomers to comfortably observe in silence. The question of which astrological technique reigns supreme. I beseech you, do not reveal the identity of that scoundrel. The G93758 star has been entirely consumed by dark matter. The astrological chart I had just devised now requires revision. Blessings upon me. I wish you a smooth transition. The question of astrological technique supremacy. You, with your crow's tongue, must refrain from speaking. The soft and endearing novice inquired, does the military system lack even B-level authority? All planetary actions will be reported to the Galactic Alliance. It's beneficial to observe frequently. The group chat predominantly revolved around mystical skills, interspersed with knowledge and insights from the cosmos. Ling Healy found the discussions on geometry to be quite engaging, and before he realized it, half the night had slipped away. The following day, he arrived at the office of the Director of Education in accordance with the attendance schedule provided by his instructor. In the open office, Teacher Shu Qi was amusingly coaxing the little fish in the aquarium with his appendages. Upon noticing Ling Healy's arrival, Teacher Shu Qi wiped his hands and took a seat. It is student Ling Healy. What brings you here? Chapter 17. A lonely and impoverished wretch from a remote planet. Ling Healy immediately labeled Senior Mu as unreliable in his mind. Is this the message he conveyed? The current demeanor of Teacher Shu was evidently one of complete disavowal. Nevertheless, Ling Healy maintained a composed demeanor and replied, I am here to inquire about the student loan. May I ask when the application will be approved? Teacher Shu, with an air of authority, responded, it must undoubtedly follow the established procedures. I understand that you are anxious. Ling Healy, but the process cannot be circumvented. I have heard that you. Teacher, Ling Healy interjected, speaking directly and without hesitation. If it truly takes that long, I have no qualms about pursuing each teacher individually. The principal, the Education Bureau, the planetary hotline. After all, as a solitary and impoverished wretch from a remote planet, what do I have to fear? Ling Healy was not particularly assertive by nature, but with the Ling family's protection, he had never experienced hardship. While he could comprehend a first instance of inconvenience, Teacher Shu's attempt to intimidate him a second time was a grave error. Ling Healy simply wished to avoid trouble, not to shy away from it. Teacher Shu's expression turned grave. Ling Healy, you are quite remarkable. Ling Healy remained unfazed. Thank you for your compliment, teacher. Although the atmosphere between them appeared tense. Moments later, Ling Healy's neural interface received several notifications. Your application for the student loan has been approved. Your enrollment procedures have been completed. Your student ID number is KK9153, and you are in Class 02 of the Command Department, 77th Division. The student ID has been automatically added to your virtual wallet. You have acquired C-level privileges at the Battle Soul Academy. Click here for specific rights and benefits. Notice, you are currently outside the designated classroom area. Please adhere strictly to the school regulations. Click here for current course navigation. Indeed, the Battle Soul Academy was affluent. Ling Healy did not meticulously examine all the privileges. But the campus navigation was quite practical, seamlessly integrating with current course information. This was also his first glimpse of the training schedule for new students in the Command Department. It seemed entirely composed of specialized courses, leaving him uncertain about the distinction from formal classes. Upon consulting his neural interface, he discovered that, despite the temporal similarities, this new student training was significantly different from the military training in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. The primary purpose of the Battle Soul Academy's new student training was to balance the students' abilities. Specifically, it aimed to review all specialized course knowledge from intermediate academies over 5 days, primarily providing remedial support for underperforming students, while high achievers could opt out. Ling Healy instantly felt as though he had squandered a fortune. Perhaps it was even worse than that. This was precisely the course he needed most. And today marked the final day of the new student training, with no classes scheduled for the afternoon. He hurriedly made his way to the last session of the mental meditation course. Even from a distance, as he approached the meditation room, a red warning appeared in his vision. Current energy fluctuations in this area far exceed your capacity to endure. However, true to its combat-oriented nature, the Academy's class alerts remained prominently displayed, relegating the energy fluctuation warning to the periphery of his sight. In the meditation room before him, dozens of first-year students from the conducting department sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, their mental energies intertwining into an invisible wave. A radiant blend of golden and silver energies enveloped these newcomers, emanating a gentle glow. Ling Helen, at the periphery, sensed the dissipating waves of spiritual energy. Drenched in cold sweat, the exhilaration he once felt from his upgrade from F to E rank had long since evaporated. He yearned to advance, yet the sheer weight of the dissipated spiritual energy rendered him immobile. Although meditation theoretically required intense concentration, most of these first-year students had only just entered maturity and were rather lively. Soon, someone noticed Ling Helen lingering at the door. Who is he? What is he doing in our conducting department? I don't know. He seems so weak. He can't even enter the meditation room. Could he be a scammer? I know. I'm from class 2, and we have an extra newcomer. It's him. What? Another newcomer? Didn't he participate in the training before? A newcomer this week? If you're curious, just ask him directly. Someone piped up suddenly. The murmurs abruptly ceased. Such weakness. It seemed someone disdainfully snorted. Yet no one inquired further about Ling Helen. Observing the lack of agreement, the small figure approached him, asking from a distance, "Are you the newcomer from our class? Why haven't you joined the class group?" Ling Helen took a slight step back, feeling a bit of pressure lift, and finally responded, "I'm a new student in class 2 of the conducting department. How do I join the group? Has the homeroom teacher not added you as a friend?" The small figure queried again. "Homeroom teacher?" Ling Helen retorted. He had only received a notification from his light brain. Nothing more. You don't know anything? The small figure shrugged. Then don't look for me. I can't help you. Ling Helen was at a loss for how to find the homeroom teacher and was about to ask the small figure again when suddenly, a melodious yet frosty voice rang out from behind him. Adhere to classroom discipline. The small figure blew a bubble and promptly scampered back to the meditation room. Ling Helen turned around to find a remarkably beautiful teacher, Miss Huangli. She appeared fond of transparent, glittering accessories, adorned with many, resembling a Christmas tree laden with gifts. Nevertheless, Ling Helen kept his gaze steady. "Good day, teacher. I am Ling Helen, a new student in the conducting department. Due to certain matters, I have only just come to register." Oh, Miss Huangli nodded. "May I ask how I can enter the meditation room?" Miss Huangli tilted her head. "Regarding him, that is your own issue." Ling Helen quickly responded. "Apologies, I assumed you were the instructor for this class." Miss Huangli maintained a serious demeanor. "I am indeed the instructor for this class." Ling Helen fell silent. Though questions lingered in his mind, he sensed that Miss Huangli's responses would not yield the answers he sought. After a moment of contemplation, he accessed his light brain contacts. "Teacher Xiao, my spiritual energy level is too low to enter the collective meditation room. Is there any solution?" "Xiao Longxia, if your mental fortitude is lacking, strive to enhance it. Do not tell me that you have squandered the entire sum of 300,000 you just received. The freshman training camp offers no credits. If you cannot gain entry, then so be it." Ling Helen pondered. Then, "Teacher Xiao, to whom should I submit my request for leave?" "Xiao Longxia, has the life instructor not reached out to you?" "Very well." "What do you mean by very well?" Ling Helen chose not to pursue the matter further. He regarded Zhao's response as an implicit approval of his leave request, considering that the freshman training camp held no academic credits. As for the life instructor, he contemplated and then navigated to the personal domain of a senior in the second year from his circle of friends on the Star Network. The Star Network homepage features a function akin to a blend of Blue Star Weibo and social media, allowing users to document their shared content. The senior typically shared little publicly, yet occasionally posted items that garnered numerous responses. From the tone of the exchanges, Ling Helen identified several accounts likely belonging to fellow first-year students in the command department and decided to explore further. Chapter 18. Should one join the Society of the Institute of Human Sciences? It so happened that Ling Helen discovered a senior on the day of the freshman registration. The senior had posted a selfie on her social media, making her easily recognizable. Ling Helen sent a friend request, which she promptly accepted. The senior remarked, "Are you trying to leverage connections? Do not squander your intellect on such trivial matters." Before Ling Helen could respond, her account status changed to indicate a one-sided friendship. After careful consideration of his words, Ling Helen attempted to send another friend request, only to be met with a notification stating he had been blocked. Determined, Ling Helen began to peruse the public information of other freshmen. After more than an interstellar hour, he finally stumbled upon a promising lead in the profile of a seemingly exceptional student, where he found the contact information for the lifestyle teacher. He approached cautiously and discovered that the lifestyle teacher had posted the group chat for Class 2 of the command department. Ling Helen pondered for a moment and chose not to send a friend request to the teacher, but instead joined the group directly. After a prolonged silence, he decided to move on. Next, he sought out the Ability Enhancement Facility, which specializes in tailoring personalized improvement programs. Ling Helen located the highest-rated establishment nearby. The program for a double B ability rating required 50,000 interstellar coins, an amount he paid without a second thought. The customization of the program necessitated numerous professional assessments. He had already arranged to treat a senior from the tower to lunch, scheduling his assessments for later that evening, close to midnight. This timing was crucial, as he needed ample time for course selection and moving into his dormitory. The restaurant he chose to meet the senior was reputed to offer the best value for money. With an average cost of 500 interstellar coins per person, it posed no challenge for Ling Helen. The senior, having arrived even before him, observed Ling Helen disembarking from the public hover vehicle and, after a moment of contemplation, could not resist commenting, "Actually, the command department can be quite expensive." Indeed, the expenses associated with pursuing a career as a commander are formidable. Tuition fees merely represent the tip of the iceberg. The foundational knowledge required in the command department is roughly tenfold that of other disciplines. However, even an SSS-grade genius cannot guarantee a learning speed 10 times that of an ordinary student. Consequently, the time acceleration feature of the STAR network is typically purchased on an annual basis by command students. If one cannot afford it, the command department may not be a viable option. The enhancement of physical abilities is equally costly, with the mecha department, often referred to as the wealthy department, being a prime example. As for the command department, one might wonder why there are no formidable combat professions stationed in the command group during classic formations. This is due to the fact that, in the conventional division of combat capabilities, the mecha department does not represent the strongest combat unit. That distinction belongs to the commander. Additionally, mental training and comprehensive training in various other disciplines require substantial financial investment, including support for fixed teammates, which is challenging to quantify. Should a teammate happen to be wealthier, they may even invest in their partner. Ling Helen's family had diverted all educational funds from this generation's younger members to cover his expenses in the command department. As he uttered this, the senior's expression briefly revealed a rare moment of melancholy. In light of the known information, Ling Helu could not help but reflect on the fact that Senior Gao was, after all, a scion of a wealthy family. In truth, the expenses associated with the command department were so exorbitant that many newly joined planets of the Star Alliance could only muster enough resources to support 1 or 2 students. There exists a pertinent piece of knowledge. The Civilizational Promoter Certificate is closely related to the Junior Commander Professional Certificate. This correlation arises because many newly integrated interstellar civilizations permit only those students from affluent backgrounds to pursue the command department. Otherwise, it is simply unaffordable. Of course, once one acquires the Junior Commander Professional Certificate, there are numerous avenues to monetize that qualification, and a true commander would certainly never find themselves in dire straits. However, prior to obtaining the certificate, The initial step from nothing to something inevitably requires financial backing. Let us eat. Ling Helu urged his senior to enter the restaurant, uncertain of the signature dish's flavor. The taste was of little consequence. It was merely a waste of time. Senior Gao frowned slightly. Nevertheless, he had promised Ling Helu to join him for a meal, so he refrained from further comment. The two waited a full half a galactic cycle before a food platter, measuring a meter in diameter, was finally brought to their table. The unidentifiable stewed meat was chewy, its flavor indescribable. It was predominantly spicy, yet infused with a hint of freshness. To be honest, it was not unpleasant, but for Ling Helu, it was rather intriguing. Senior Gao, clearly noticing Ling Helu's lack of appetite, remarked nonchalantly, "That's why I said we shouldn't waste time in the restaurant. A nutrient solution can solve lunch in a minute, and you can even choose the flavor." Ling Helu immediately sensed that his student life was about to present formidable challenges. He tentatively suggested, "Next time, I'll cook, and you can come over to taste it. I still owe you 2 meals." "It doesn't matter if you owe me or not," Senior Gao replied, his expression complex. "You must treat me. A debt is a debt." This time, Senior Gao did not linger on the matter further, but abruptly shifted the topic. "Have you seen the exposure wall of the Academy's community?" "Huh. Let me take a look." The senior was referring to an anonymous post title discussing that utterly unqualified freshman from the command department. The post had been published not long ago but had already garnered hundreds of replies, turning it into a trending topic. The content was entirely about Ling Helu, recounting his background as a subsidized student, a double F-level underachiever with connections, who had gained admission only due to the Academy's benevolence, and his inability to access the collective meditation room. While the content was factual, the narrative style left Ling Helu feeling profoundly unwelcome. A student from a destitute planet, yet a connection, and an underperformer relying on the Academy's goodwill to gain admission while being barred from the collective meditation room. There was no doubt that this was the handiwork of Teacher Shuchi. Had the information been leaked from Teacher Xiao's end, it would undoubtedly include the additional note about Ling Helu's professional incompetence. Aside from Teacher Xiao, Ling Helu had only offended Teacher Shuchi during his time at the school. To deliberately complicate matters for him in such a manner, was this truly the behavior of a director of education? Ling Helu felt that Teacher Shuchi's elimination from the command department years ago might not have been a matter of luck, but rather a reflection of his flawed character. The replies beneath the anonymous post vividly illustrate the fervent desire of the students from the Battle Soul Academy for combat, as well as the rich diversity of interstellar vocabulary. Ling He, however, was not inclined to become irate over the facts presented. Yet, he felt that doing nothing would be too compliant with the wishes of his instructor. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to respond publicly. "Let us wait and see." Immediately, inquiries arose regarding the duration of this wait, and some pressed him for explanations and apologies. Ling He chose to disregard all of it and turned to express his gratitude to his senior. "Thank you for informing me about the post. I must treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. I have brought along hot pot ingredients and a variety of seasonings, ensuring that you will savor the authentic flavors of the Dragon Kingdom's cuisine." Within the tower, he truly found it hard to withstand the pressure. He deftly shifted the topic. "Would you like to join the Human Sciences Institute's club? I have already completed my afternoon classes and can take you to observe the club activities." Chapter 19. She would restrain herself the first time, but the second time she would slay the entire family the Human Science Institute's club? Ling Helen inquired of the quantum brain, but received no satisfactory explanation regarding the nature of this organization. The senior in the tower earnestly elucidated, "This is an informal club. On the surface, it studies human races, but in reality, it serves as a gathering place for proponents of human appearance ideals." Ling Helen was taken aback. It was the first time he learned of such discrimination based on appearance existing in the cosmos. Of course, from the perspective of those in the tower, it might be more accurate to refer to it as an elevation of aesthetics. For instance, the senior in the tower possessed a certain bias towards humanoid races, viewing them through a beautifying lens. The Human Science Institute's club likely assembled all the appearance advocates from the Battle Spirit Academy. "Our president is a 9th grade senior from the command division and also the president of the student council." Initially, Ling Helen felt that such discrimination was rather distasteful and considered rejecting membership. However, upon hearing the senior's introduction, he suddenly changed his mind. It seems this club wields considerable influence. I shall join. All right, I will inform the president. When we reach the activity building, we will register your genetic profile. As an informal club, the Human Science Institute did not possess an officially sanctioned classroom. The current activity building was lent to the club by the president, utilizing his authority as the student council president. The layout of the activity building resembled that of the command division's faculty area, with doors that indeed required special access to open. After recording Ling Helen's information, the senior in the tower cheerfully announced, "The president has approved your membership. By the way, he mentioned Tianjun is also here. I will introduce you." Perhaps fearing that Ling Helen might mistakenly believe the club to be sparsely populated, the senior added, "It's currently class time, so not many will be attending the club." Tianjun was likely present due to her obsessive cleanliness, preferring not to use public facilities for online classes. Is that considered skipping class? Ling Helen, being a well-behaved child, struggled to comprehend this behavior. No, the senior in the tower chuckled, "It's self-study. Most courses in the command division necessitate self-study, so you must acclimate to this soon." Ling Helen continued to ponder. If it's self-study, does that mean one need not attend classes? You need not check in at public classrooms. But the trade-off is that the passing standards for assessments are raised by 30, the senior remarked, still smiling, albeit with a hint of bitterness. Get used to it. This is how it is in the command division. Upon entering the activity building, the two ascended to the largest room on the 7th floor. Inside lay numerous mechanical pods of unknown function, resembling medical chambers, likely requiring a person to lie within for operation. Aside from a silvery mechanical pod in the corner, all other pods were unoccupied. Inside the silvery pod rested a woman with white hair and violet eyes. Since arriving in the cosmos, Ling Helen had encountered only 3 fully humanoid extraterrestrials. The senior in the tower, like Ling Helen, bore a resemblance to individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, exuding a charisma akin to that of movie stars. The second-year senior he met on the registration day had a mixed heritage, her stunning visage easily recognizable amidst a crowd. Yet the woman before him, with her ethereal white hair and violet eyes, appeared like a fantastical sprite, elusive and enchanting. The senior in the tower glanced at the information regarding the mechanical pod. Just a moment. She has yet to conclude. If she were to be offline now, she would surely go mad. Mad? Ling Helen thought that this was not a fitting description. As long as one does not provoke her, all is well. The tower had earnestly warned that should one truly incite her wrath, it is imperative to refrain from doing so a second time. She may endure the first provocation, but the second would result in a massacre. Ling Helen immediately recognized the flaw in this logic. If we were to take her offline now, wouldn't it count as the first time? Except when she is operating her tools, of course. The tower continued to elucidate that during such times, she would indeed go mad at once. "I can hear you speaking ill of me," a rough female voice interjected. Tianjun had already pushed open the mechanical hatch. Coupled with Tianjun's appearance, the voice resembled that of an ethereal sprite that had suddenly descended, face down. Ling Helen nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. The tower, accustomed to such occurrences, chuckled, "Allow me to introduce. This is my junior from the command department, Ling Helen." Turning to Ling Helen, he added, "Tianjun is a third-year student in the operations department, so I should address her as senior." "Greetings, Senior Tian," Ling Helen said obediently. "The command department?" Tianjun pondered. "Shall we engage in a game of Rapid Starship?" The intelligence system informed that Rapid Starship is a software used for starship piloting training within the Warsaw Academy. There is also a paid version available for the entire galaxy, which can be played as a game. Ling Helen, feeling a bit awkward yet polite, replied, "I hail from a resource-poor planet, where educational resources are scarce. Thus, I have yet to pilot a starship." Tianjun's interest in Ling Helen promptly waned. "You, from the command department, cannot even pilot a starship. Very well, I shall navigate through the nebula myself." The intelligence system informed that traversing the nebula is a fully immersive starship piloting game, with certain levels proving more challenging than the Rapid Starship of the Warsaw Academy. "Senior Tian, Do you have a method to pass the 7th level? The tower inquired with excitement. It seems I may benefit from your expertise to clear the level. However, Tianjin replied, no, I shall just try again. Ling Helian, who was not particularly inclined to let go of valuable connections, interjected upon hearing their conversation. Senior Tian, are you unaware of how to clear the level? Indeed, do you know? Tianjin shook her head in response. You cannot pilot a starship. Ling Helian chuckled. I do not know, but I could employ a precognitive skill to assist you, Senior Tian. Mysticism? Tianjin regarded Ling Helian with newfound attention, such confidence. Does that imply a high success rate? Ling Helian felt a bit embarrassed. Not necessarily. May I inquire, what is your level of mental prowess, Senior Tian? Many mystic skills are peculiar, and Tianjin did not find it odd that Ling Helian asked for her information, readily replying, yes. Then it is highly probable that there will be no issues. Ling Helian immediately felt reassured. With SS-level mental prowess, Nightshade had succeeded in a divination. Ling Helian guessed that the success rate for S-level would not be low either. It would be no less than 50. Thank you, Junior. Regardless of the outcome, I shall compensate you according to the standards of S-level skills. This reminded him of a previous instance when Professor Xiao required him to perform a skill and also paid him. Ling Hella silently noted that in the realm of interstellar interactions, seeking assistance from others to employ advanced skills incurs a fee. However, he mused, I do not require the star coins of my senior. All I desire is a place on her friends list. I find the character of my junior quite appealing. Tianjin chuckled brightly and, within the towering edifice, proceeded to share the genetic profile of my junior with me. Your obsession with cleanliness seems to have intensified. Even extending a finger appears to be a challenge. The tower emitted a chirp, yet the operation continued nonetheless. Ling Helu accepted the friend request prompt. Though he remained somewhat perplexed, it appeared that Tianjin's obsession with cleanliness was rather severe. How would she manage in the battlefield? Chapter 20, Senior Mu. Is this what you brought? Ling Heli's demeanor was exceedingly comprehensible. Tianjin had encountered numerous individuals intrigued by his obsession with cleanliness, all bearing the same expression. He promptly repeated a phrase he had uttered countless times. I am merely fastidious, not ill. While he could not entirely evade disorder, he was capable of tolerating it. Ling Heli's face immediately expressed contrition. Nonetheless, he remained quite understandable. There's no need for apologies. Tianjin waved his hand dismissively. How do you employ precognitive abilities? Last night at the Nightshade Club, you bestowed upon Ling Hel 3 coins, which he ultimately did not reclaim. Ling Hel, having not changed clothes yesterday, kept the coins on his person. Consequently, he presented the coins to Tianjin, instructing her on the art of tossing them. As Tianjin launched the coins into the air, they shimmered with a silvery radiance, suggesting that S-grade spiritual power indeed manifests as this argent glow. Perhaps the senior should consider a different perspective. The most perilous places may very well be the safest. Ling Hel swiftly completed the divination. What a revelation! Upon hearing the auspicious signs, Tianjin was filled with great delight and immediately set out to put them to the test. The individual had not fully emerged from the mechanical chamber before retreating back inside to secure the door. Observing the scene from the tower, Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the celestial pillow. Tian, the senior, had neglected to purchase the time dilation feature of the star network, rendering any resolution a distant prospect. The junior could return and await further news. Very well, I also need to relocate my dorm. I shall take my leave, he remarked. Ling Helix proceeded to settle his accommodation fees at a modest inn, then, burdened with several boxes of belongings, followed the campus navigation app to the student housing area. By this time, the freshman training had concluded, and the dormitory area was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the posts on the exposure wall had gained considerable traction, and Ling Helix's holographic image had long since been leaked. As he made his appearance, many freshmen began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that the freshman from the command department with remarkably poor abilities? His abilities are lacking, and his character is despicable. Some even confronted him directly, asking, How do you still have the audacity to remain? Ling Heliping spoke calmly. I said, let us wait and see. Wait? For how long? Until the end of time? Ling Helii contemplated for a moment. It could be 10 days, perhaps 20, but certainly no longer than a month. Do not inquire why Ling Healy has set the time frame at 1 month. He has already perused the course selection information. The shortest courses conclude with assessments within a month. In the command department, should one fail an assessment, their professional credits for that course would be reduced to 0. If the War Spirit Academy ranks among the top 10 institutions in the galaxy, with students being the C-Army de la C-Army of academia, then the command department is akin to the cube of academic excellence. Failure in assessments is simply not an option. Thus, if Ling Healy were to falter in his initial month's evaluation, he would unwittingly secure a place among the 10 of students eliminated each year. Consequently, within this month, he must take decisive action to elevate his academic standing. With Ling Healy's own resolve in place, no one impeded his entry into the dormitory. He successfully reached his designated bunk. The dormitories of the War Spirit Academy are all shared accommodations. Frankly, considering the Academy's opulent reputation, single rooms would not be out of place. In the realm of genuine combat, it is inevitable for individuals to coexist in close quarters. Should one become accustomed to solitary living during their school years, it is likely that they may struggle to cultivate harmonious relationships with their comrades in the future. Thus, as a compromise, the dormitories of the Soul Academy are designed as double rooms. At this moment, Ling Helen stands beside his bed, observing his belongings piled high upon it. The other occupant of the dormitory, a classmate resembling a shell in form, gazes coldly at Ling Helen, displaying no inclination to rise. The classmate inquires, "Is this your luggage?" Ling Helen turned to gaze at shell classmate, her expression somewhat frosty. "And so what? Do you require my assistance in discarding it?" Ling Helen continued to inquire politely, yet devoid of warmth. Classmate Beak leaped up, exclaiming, "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you act in such a manner? How dare you pile your luggage on my bed?" Ling he questioned bluntly, "What gives you the right to remain in the command division?" The student named Beak approached Ling Hella with indignation, emanating a soft, silvery glow. It was the manifestation of S-level psychic power. While not an offensive weapon, the sheer force of energy was overwhelming, causing Ling Hella to falter and kneel before collapsing, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Before the vibrant red droplets could touch the ground, Beak had already reached him, flaring his shell in exasperation and declaring, "How dare someone as worthless as you look down upon the command department? You cannot even withstand my overflowing psychic energy." Ling Hella gritted his teeth, determined not to succumb to the ground, utterly devoid of any strength to retort. Nevertheless, his mind remained remarkably clear. If he were to admit to having looked down upon the command department, it would only be on 2 occasions, both articulated with the same phrase: "As a failure such as I, the command department is my only option." At the Nightshade Club gathering, aside from Teacher Xiao and Senior Mu Tu, there were likely no other students or faculty from the Battle Soul Academy present. Perhaps Teacher Shu was there as well. Fortunately, the cognitive interface allowed for thought-based communication. Ling Hella swiftly contacted a friend of Senior Mu, clenching his teeth as he sent a message, "Is this the company you keep?" "Senior Mu?" The reply from Mu Tu arrived promptly. "What's the matter, Junior? Haven't you enrolled yet? I have also seen the posts on the exposure wall. Yet I remain unaware of the identity of the author." With Mu Tu's remarks, Ling Healy has pieced the matter together. It is uncertain whether his success in employing the coin divination technique twice has influenced his heightened faith in his instincts. His intuition suggests that Teacher Shu harbors a grudge, seeking vengeance due to the admission issue, and has incited his fellow student Bei Ku to publish an anonymous post on the exposure wall. He once again messaged Senior Mu, "Teacher Shu did not approve my student loan. I had to confront him before gaining admission. Shouldn't Senior Mu provide some clarification?" Ling Hello. "Coincidentally, I am aware of who has been posting anonymous messages on the exposure wall. He is currently perpetrating acts of bullying against me. Senior Mu, I extend to you an opportunity to resolve this matter in my dormitory, and in return, I shall refrain from pursuing the issue regarding your inadequate communication. Mu Tu, has the junior been assaulted? I shall be there shortly. Please send me the location." After sharing the coordinates with Mu Tu, Ling Healy's thoughts once again returned to the realm of reality. Beak continued to curse, lamenting the inadequacy of those who, lacking capability, should remain in their impoverished realms. Why then must they seek entry into the command system? And upon entering, Why do they so brazenly disdain the very system they inhabit? From the moment Beak consciously unleashed her mental energy, merely 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed. Yet, Ling Heli felt as though his entire body was rendered numb with pain. He had even coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his internal organs grievously compromised under the strain. His consciousness began to wane. Nevertheless, he had to await Mu's arrival. How long would that take? In truth, it was but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the dormitory door was violently kicked open. Who dares to harm him while I stand guard? A more intense pressure surged forth, and Ling Heli found himself utterly subdued upon the ground. Concurrently, Beak was forcefully propelled against the wall. In the following moment, all oppressive forces vanished without a trace. Chapter 21. How do you know it was me who sent it? Who are you? Beak gasped as she struggled to rise, but upon seeing the imposing figure of Mu-Tu, she hesitated to retaliate. Mu-Tu, a senior in the mecha department, ranked 74th in the school's combat power leaderboard. After speaking, Mu-Tu stepped firmly onto Beak's rigid exterior, declaring, "Although you belong to the command department, you are merely a freshman who could be eliminated at any moment. Therefore, you are under my protection. Do you understand?" Beak, feeling indignant, sensed Mu-Tu applying pressure beneath his feet. In a flurry, he exclaimed, "I understand now." Mu-Tu was quite satisfied. However, upon observing Ling Heli's disheveled appearance, he furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped Bei Ku's arm and exclaimed, "Come, let us step outside for a proper conversation. I am most fond of making new friends. Ling, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. But do not tarnish my reputation. With such a righteous senior like you, how could I ever sully your name?" Ling Heli wished to smile. Yet his entire body felt utterly numb, resembling more of a strained grin than genuine mirth. Once Mu-Tu departed with Bei Ku, Ling Heli finally collapsed onto his bed, blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, his insides churning violently. The War Soul Academy was sufficiently affluent, with each dormitory equipped with self-service medical pods, ensuring that these spirited students would not recklessly disregard their well-being. Ling Heli was entitled to 3 complimentary uses of the medical pod each month, and without hesitation, he maneuvered himself to its side to commence his recuperation. This time spent within the medical pod exceeded even the duration of his previous enhancement to E-level capabilities. Yet, the miraculous nature of the experience was undeniable. He emerged restored to his former impeccable condition. With less than 10 minutes remaining for course selection, Ling Heli sprinted back to his dormitory. The same course could vary significantly in teaching methods depending on the instructor. Ling Heli was uncertain which teaching style would be superior. However, each instructor's profile included student ratings, and he mindlessly opted for those with higher scores. The first-year command department offered a total of 78 compulsory courses and 192 elective courses. Do not doubt, this is precisely the reason for the command department's extensive self-study curriculum. The overlap in class schedules was so frequent that aside from a few courses requiring physical attendance, most could only be pursued through self-study. Ling Heli had previously consulted the intelligent light brain regarding which elective courses would most significantly aid in obtaining the Junior Commander Vocational Certificate. The response from the luminary brain is comprehensive, and considering Ling Heli's identity as a newcomer in the command system, it is advisable for him to purchase the StarNet's Time Flow subscription service. It is quite expensive, with a monthly fee of 300,000 and an annual fee of 3.5 million. Not to mention that Ling Heli's currently lacks sufficient funds for the monthly option. Even if he did, he would undoubtedly opt for the annual subscription. Ling Heli resolutely enrolled in all mandatory and elective courses. However, due to his swift fingers, he was unable to secure any of his first-choice classes, and had to settle for other instructors with available spots. Nevertheless, it is evident that enrolling in all courses is an essential practice within the conducting department. When Ling Heli was selecting his courses, he discovered that the class on self-energy stabilization was exceedingly popular, leaving not a single spot available. He could only regretfully submit his choices for 269 courses. To his astonishment, the system alerted him that the grade for his major in the command department would be based on the total sum of all courses taken rather than the average, urging him to carefully reconsider his decision to forego this particular class. What else could Ling Heli do? He could only frantically refresh the course selection interface. Fortunately, someone indeed dropped a course, creating an opening. Ling Helen, with exceptional speed, swiftly selected and submitted his choice in one seamless motion. Alas, he was deducted 27,000 interstellar coins. Once he had settled his mind, Ling Helen realized that, at some point, a senior from the School of Human Sciences, Tianjun, had sent him a message. I've completed the level. Thank you, Junior. I have a delightful gift for you. The location is room 376 of the club activities building, and the password is a series of numbers. Ling He Li. Thank you, senior sister. I shall go there tomorrow. Today, I am unable to attend as he has scheduled a visit to the Capability Pavilion. I need to acquire a plan to elevate my abilities to the esteemed double B level. While I was organizing my belongings, Shell classmate returned to the dormitory. He seemed to have been thoroughly chastened by Mu too, appearing rather dispirited and refraining from provoking Ling He Li any further. Although his gaze towards Ling He Li still bore a hint of resentment, he chose to avert his eyes when Ling He Li directed his attention towards him. This act of disregard was his final stance of defiance. Ling He Li, feeling that the posts on the exposure wall needed addressing, took the initiative to speak. My dear fellow, I realize I am yet to learn your name. Shell classmate, taken aback by Ling He Li's unexpected engagement, contemplated retorting but recalled Mu Tu's warning, ultimately refraining from any mischievous actions. He stiffly replied, Bei Chiao. Classmate Bei. Ling He Li's tone remained lighthearted. Would it be possible to delete the anonymous post on the exposure wall? How did you know it was I who made the post? Beijia blurted out his words, and upon realizing the absurdity of his statement, he felt a pang of regret. Yet, the words had escaped his lips and could not be retracted. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Ling Hela's eyes, and defiantly declared, What of it? I refuse to delete it. Are you going to send a senior to threaten me into removing my post? At this juncture, he glared at Ling Hela with indignation. Which of my words was erroneous? You are utterly unworthy of belonging to the command department. This matter does not require your concern, Beijiao. Ling He pondered for a moment and reiterated the words he had previously shared in the dormitory corridor. It could take 10 days, perhaps 20, but certainly no longer than a month. I shall demonstrate my capabilities to you. Beijia remained unconvinced. Then I shall keep my post as evidence. When the time comes, I will post it myself. Ling He was genuinely averse to the idea of seeing that distressing post. Noticing Beijiao's continued disagreement, he casually inquired, Are you not curious, Beijiao, how I came to know that it was your post? Beijiao has been grasped. How does one know? Only 2 individuals are aware of my complaints regarding my enrollment in the command department, aside from the 2 instructors, whom I shall refrain from naming. One of them is you, and the other is Senior Mu. Upon hearing the name of Mu, Beijiao instinctively shuddered and immediately retreated. I will delete it. Nevertheless, he remained obstinate. If within a month he could not substantiate his claims, he would post again. Cowardly yet defiant, he still indulged in play. His combat prowess overshadowed that of Ling Helian, yet his psychological maturity was outmatched by Ling Helian. However, Ling Helian did not engage in further conversation with Beijiao. Instead, he hurried to the scheduled ability hall. The analyst who received him bore a seal-like appearance, with small, dark eyes that darted around restlessly. After Ling Helian completed the initial species information, the analyst suddenly exhibited an enthusiastic eagerness to assess him. Ling Helian even sensed that the analyst might have personally funded additional testing items for him. Otherwise, how could it possibly require 5 hours of testing? Given the package he had initially purchased? In just 5 minutes, a tailored enhancement plan for Ling Helian's abilities was produced. Chapter 22, Classmate, I have ulterior motives. But I am not foolish. Economically viable option, 200,000 interstellar coins, over 36 months, the most widely accepted plan. Steady progression option, 800,000 interstellar coins, over 8 months. With manageable side effects. Aggressive advancement option, 3 million interstellar coins, over 5 months, with round-the-clock monitoring and an accompanying energy stabilization regimen. The original strain's resistance factors have already been enhanced. The analyst, like a seal, nearly displayed his preference for the third option openly. The characteristics of the original strain are exceptionally conducive to enhancement through pharmaceuticals. Should you grant me permission to utilize your data for my paper submission, I can waive all your pharmaceutical fees. However, I cannot absolve you of the costs associated with the Ability Pavilion. Ling Healy did not immediately acquiesce, but rather inquired cautiously. Are you also a student of the Battle Soul Academy? The analyst from the SEAL team, not perceiving the question as intrusive, responded with a smile. Where would the War Soul Academy have a pharmacology department? Their medical department is composed entirely of muscular individuals. I'm a 6th-year student in the pharmacology department of the adjacent Medical Soul Academy, which proudly ranks second on planet Z73219 and is worthy of trust. Lingy then inquired, without any medications, what would be the approximate cost? The analyst from Highbow remains quite straightforward. 500,000 Interstellar coins. However, I possess an internal discount, allowing me to offer you the lowest price of 350,000. Ling Healy does not even have 300,000 at hand. Moreover, Ling Healy aspires to advance even more rapidly, although he has agreed upon a time frame of 1 month with others. The enhancement of one's capabilities is best pursued with urgency. After all, capability levels serve not merely as a testament to one's potential. Is there any possibility of expediting the 1-5-month plan? For instance, would it be acceptable to utilize the medication continuously? Moreover, if I refrain from employing the facilities of the training center, could the price be further reduced? The SEAL analyst wore a peculiar expression and inquired, My dear classmate, what troubles you? After a month and a half of intermittent use of the medication, I fear that you may lose control over your energy. When using the medication continuously, do you believe that the probability of losing control is minimal? Interstellar beings are prone to energy fluctuations, a fact that Ling Helu remembers quite well. However, his greater concern lies with his academic performance. Tomorrow marks the commencement of all courses. He fears that if he is unable to access the meditation room or the physical training facilities, he may fail his related subjects. He decides to give it a try. Perhaps it will work out after all. Ling Hilary, the unknowing are often fearless. Such an experiment has not been conducted before. You may very well be the first to possess such data. Would you truly not consider attempting it? No, I would prefer to retain my qualifications as a capability analyst. The SEAL analyst, with his shifty eyes, speaks with great integrity. Have you considered the thesis? Ling Helen's rational temptation not only allows for the utilization of my experimental data, but also holds the potential to create an unprecedented miracle in the annals of pharmacology, an unrepeatable marvel. The analyst, somewhat conflicted, muttered to himself, with a 24-hour monitoring system in place, should any signs of instability arise, I would be able to detect it at the very first indication. Even if the likelihood of a breakdown is high, nipping it in the bud. Ling Helen continued to entice. I shall sign a declaration of responsibility. It is done. The analyst swiftly operated on the optical brain. Before long, the consequences of the self-responsible version plan were unveiled. With continuous administration of the potion, it is anticipated that in 3 days the capability value will reach a dual B grade, costing 20 million interstellar coins, with no complementary items included. Ling Healy blinked in surprise. Wasn't it said that the potion was offered free of charge? The analyst, with a somber expression, addressed his classmate. I have my motives, but I am not foolish. 20 million is a considerable gap. According to the previous remarks of Professor Xiao in the interstellar realm, executing an SSS-level skill is worth merely 100,000 interstellar coins. Ling He contemplated this and initially paid a deposit of 100,000. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resolved to pursue the much-desired title of Civilization Promoter. According to the information provided by his quantum brain, 99 of the assessment content consists of questions related to the specific civilization. Each civilization is unique, and questions from other civilizations cannot serve as references. The remaining one comprises bonus questions, typically requiring one to discuss their motivations and attitudes. Thus, there is no need for prior preparation if one wishes to take the exam. Ling He clicked the assessment button on the star network, automatically filling in the target civilization as Blue Star. He could select others, but he was unfamiliar with any of them, so he made no changes. The assessment proceeded smoothly. In total, there were 100 essay questions, and Ling He scored an impressive 99 points. The sole deduction came from the so-called bonus question, Discuss your attitude towards civilization plunderers and provide actual examples for illustration. Ling he could glean the meaning of civilization plunderers from the literal interpretation, yet the thought-reading mechanism forbade any deception. Ignorance is ignorance. Any speculative content could not be inscribed on the paper. Fortunately, the questions regarding the new civilization were genuinely straightforward. It is noteworthy that the passing standard for a civilization promoter is 98 points, allowing for at most 2 incorrect answers. Given Ling he's knowledge, his success was indeed facilitated by the simplicity of the questions. He even entertained the notion that perhaps the Star Network had solely accessed the knowledge within his mind for the assessment. Upon passing the examination, Ling He's personal information was automatically updated to include the certification of Civilization Promoter. Although he had the option to conceal it, he deemed it unnecessary. However, he did not embark on the anticipated plan to monetize through live streaming, for he inquired of the quantum brain about the true nature of civilization plunderers. It turned out that not everyone in the interstellar domain possesses their own civilization. In fact, the majority are purely interstellar beings, devoid of any civilization behind them. Civilization plunderers are those who covet civilizations and will stop at nothing to obtain them. They first learn everything about a certain civilization, then annihilate all its inheritors. Ultimately, only the plunderers remain as the sole bearers of the conquered civilization. Ling He felt a chill run down his spine. The examination questions regarding Blue Star's civilization were alarmingly simple, and he found himself completely disinterested in promoting Blue Star civilization. What if a civilization plunderer truly set their sights on Blue Star civilization? After passing the assessment, what if they turned around and eliminated him? Though her mind was somewhat tumultuous, Ling Li still recalled that her purpose was to earn a living. He once again accessed the StarNet home of the Nightshade Club, locating the section for accepting tasks. According to the Nightshade's explanation, Ling Heli's method of divination using copper coins relied on the mental strength of the diviner, with the accuracy directly correlating to the diviner's level of mental prowess. Thus, he meticulously filtered out all clients with concealed mental strength levels and those possessing insufficient mental capacity, as well as any requests unrelated to precognition, leaving him with just over 10 options. Ultimately, he arranged them in descending order based on the offered remuneration. To his astonishment, the foremost request was for a staggering 30 million interstellar coins, exceeding the expenses Ling Heli's anticipated by an additional 10 million. The client was a leader from a star system outside a few supergalactic clusters, demanding a 100 accuracy rate in the foresight results. This commander held an advanced commander certification, boasting a physical capacity of SS and mental strength of X. Ling Heli's believed that with an X-level mental capacity, there should be no reason to doubt the possibility of guaranteeing 100 accuracy. Resolutely, he clicked to accept the task. In the next moment, the quantum brain informed him that he did not possess any genuine precognitive skills, rendering him ineligible to accept the task. Ling Heli's Chapter 23. No title can sufficiently encapsulate his essence. Only the Buddha who sacrificed flesh to nourish an eagle can be deemed his equal. It appears that interstellar skills require certification. Of course, for the most part, as long as one can clearly delineate the principles and demonstrate them in the stellar network, AI will instantly deem them successful. Mystical skills are somewhat more intricate, necessitating assessment by a human examiner. The criterion for passing precognitive skills is the successful prediction of 4 or more out of 5 questions. However, Ling Heli's method of utilizing coins for divination does not exist in the interstellar realm. Solutions are available. Having just passed the examination to become a promoter of civilization, Ling Heli's now possesses the right to propose the formalization of vocational skills. The value of this right is equally significant once specific tests are completed. The proposal will take immediate effect. He promptly initiated a proposal for the formalization of the coin divination skill. The skill assessment requires a human examiner, and the earliest appointment can be made in an interstellar time frame. Ling Heli's did not make any amendments. However, he encountered an issue while continuing the application. Many mystical skills necessitate the assistance of a venue and personnel. The coin divination method also requires collaborators for the divination process. To ensure the integrity of the assessment, the tester is not permitted to bring their own companions and must choose from the list provided by the Stellar Alliance. Regarding the personnel available for collaboration, Ling Hellies glanced at the list, which contained no fewer than 10,000 individuals before filtering. However, there is a caveat: the collaborating personnel incur a participation fee, which is not covered by the alliance. Upon reviewing, Ling Hellies noted that the capabilities of these collaborators predominantly ranked at A, with many exceeding S level. Correspondingly, the participation fees began at 5 figures, with some reaching 7 figures. He wondered if any even approached 8 figures. Ling Hellies furrowed his brow, sorting the participation fees in descending order. The lowest fee was 4 figures, yet the mental strength level was only B. Upon adding a filter for mental strength levels of S and above, the minimum participation fee soared to 500,000. Ling Hellies truly could not fathom why the Interstellar Alliance, which seemingly treated civilization promoters with utmost favor, would not cover these expenses. In the past, the Galactic Alliance did not impose such fees. However, in practice, applicants consistently opted for companions with superior abilities. To conserve the manpower of these highly capable individuals, the relevant subsidies were subsequently abolished. Ling Healy pondered for an extended period, yet could not devise a suitable solution for himself. Ultimately, he felt compelled to seek alternative methods. Just then, the list of potential companions flickered unexpectedly. The position with the lowest fee transformed into 1 interstellar coin. Upon clicking on this benevolent figure's information page, he discovered, quite serendipitously, that it was the leader of the star system who had issued a task worth 30 million interstellar coins at the Nightshade Club. The note indicated that he only cooperated for tests involving precognitive skills. Moreover, there was no need to consider travel issues, as he possessed a wormhole for ultra-long distance traversal, ensuring his timely arrival at the testing site. To call him a savior was an understatement. Perhaps only a Buddha who sacrifices flesh to feed an eagle could be his equal. Without needing to speculate, Ling Healy understood that this star system leader undoubtedly carried significant troubles. Yet, if one were to speak of troubles, for him at this moment, the absence of funds represented the gravest concern. Ling Helen ultimately succumbed to temptation, opting for a star system lead with 1 stellar coin, and submitted a testing application. During the waiting period of 1 stellar moment, Ling Helen scrolled through the Nightshade Club's members group. The group messages were quite lively, filled with well wishes. Are there any newcomers? Are there any newcomers? The same few individuals keep coming and going, and no one is willing to accept my blessings anymore. The adorable newcomer exclaimed, "It's me. Blessings accompany me. Depart, for the esteemed commander forbids participation in the group chat. Blessings accompany me. Is there truly no novice present? I am sending a red envelope. The moment it is released, it is snatched up in an instant. My novice hands are far too slow to catch it." Speaking of which, the red envelope is quite generous, containing a total of 3,888 interstellar coins, which leaves me drooling. I immediately express, "Great one. I am truly a novice and did not manage to seize the red envelope." The group chat instantaneously erupted with messages as numerous lurkers emerged. In the midst of farming, one remarked, "Is there truly a novice among us? Mecha component skill exchange, novices, behold. I offer mecha components at a bargain, which can be exchanged for mysterious skills. Daily absences, newcomers, please share your photos. Those with unusually peculiar traits may be exempted. Void wanderers, what skills do newcomers possess? And may blessings be upon my designated recipient, with the red envelope adorned with the message of wishing for a smooth day. Ling Healy joyfully reaps 5,000 interstellar coins." The soft and adorable newcomer remarked, "I didn't have a chance to mention it, but newcomers should refrain from accepting his red envelopes. That fellow possesses a curse-like passive skill, where all his kind words must be interpreted in a negative light. You're likely to encounter misfortune today." Ling Healy replied, "Is it still possible for me to return the red envelope? Blessings upon me. Time is of the essence, and at long last. I have completed today's routine curse. This passive upgrade proves to be exceedingly challenging. Ling Healy, I have just scheduled a formal skills assessment for 1-star system later. Soft and adorable novice, I propose the cancellation of the mech component skill exchange. Void Wanderer, I recommend abolishing it." Ling Healy felt quite uncertain within. He continued to inquire, what repercussions might arise from the cancellation of the test? "Soft and adorable novice, One cannot apply again within a lunar month in the interstellar realm, but it does not affect personal credit. Ling Healy, that won't do. I am anxious. Ling Healy, are there any alternative solutions? The image titled Cat Weeping evokes a poignant sentiment. Ling Healy remarked that it seems everyone has recently received red envelopes. Wan Nuam Meng Xian commented that a sufficiently high mental capacity can overcome challenges. And there are mysterious skills that can counteract the opposition. Yu inquired whether you had reviewed task number 93019, suggesting that the application for skill standardization testing was intended to accept a mission. The issues lurking behind the Callisto Nebula are grave and beyond your reach. Soft and tender novice, it has been a while since we last met. Nightshade Pavilion. How have you been lately? Mecha Component Skill Exchange. The emergence of a master. Void Wanderer. It has been a long time since I witnessed the Nightshade Pavilion's appearance. Is this appearance intended for the newcomers? Ling Helen promptly exited the group chat and sought out Yu among his friends, sending a flurry of messages. Brother Yi, please save me. Ling Helia, Night Brother. The personnel coordinating my skill assessment is the task commissioner number 93019. Ling Helia. However, I truly cannot afford to wait another month to reapply. Yu, the skill assessment is a formal procedure of the Star Alliance. You need not worry. Nemo is resorting to skill testing out of sheer desperation. After all, everyone at the Nightshade Club is well aware of the mess he has created. No one is willing to take it on. Legally, I understand. But there is still the curse. Nightyu, the psychic ability of the crow's mouth is merely S. You need to find someone with a psychic ability of SS or higher. I shall send you a spell. Just recite it as I instruct. Lingally, thank you, Brother Yi. Lingally has few friends. And teacher Shao undoubtedly possesses a psychic ability above SS, yet he hesitates to disturb him. He sends a message to Senior Gao, Senior. Please help. I need someone with psychic ability above SS to recite a spell for me, or I shall face misfortune. In the tower, my psychic ability is S. I will recommend a friend to you, an upperclassman you met on the day of new student orientation. Her psychic ability is SS. Lingally. Well, the upperclassman has already blocked me. Lingally senses that the misfortune debuff may have already taken effect. Chapter 24. Why should the underachievers make things difficult for each other? In the tower? Well, your reputation in the directing department is indeed lacking. Why not seek assistance from the supervising teacher? Today, our department should have Director Lee on duty. Her mental fortitude is classified as SSS. You may utilize the emergency call function on your student card. However, do remember that it can only be used once a month. Ling Healy. Thank you, Senior. I shall treat you to a meal again tomorrow. In the tower, a different expression of gratitude. Upon entering the school gates, Ling Healy promptly pressed the emergency call button. In less than a minute, the dazzlingly adorned teacher Huang Li appeared before him as if by magic. Ling Healy held a favorable impression of teacher Huang Li, although she exhibited a slight lack of responsibility. It seemed more a matter of personality rather than a personal affront. With time of the essence, Ling Healy immediately spoke. Teacher, I have been cursed. Could you assist me in breaking it? Above the SS level, one must possess mental strength to recite this incantation. Teacher Huang Li nodded in affirmation. It is permissible. As the spell took effect, Ling Helo was enveloped in a resplendent, platinum-hued aura of mental energy. When the radiance dissipated, he noticed that the alarm clock indicated less than 3 minutes remaining. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Teacher Lee and swiftly pressed the transport button for the assessment. This action seemingly triggered the wormhole device high in the atmosphere, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Helo was transported to the examination venue by a descending beam of black light. The room, measuring over 20 square meters, boasted a minimalist white decor. Apart from a staff member, who appeared to be an examiner, there lay 3 silver coins on the table, alongside various props that likely served testing purposes. Just as Ling Helo arrived, another participant materialized in the room. The imposing figure, extraordinarily muscular, made it difficult for Ling Helo to breathe. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming aura emanating from the other, he managed to utter, "Please temper your presence. My mental strength and physical capabilities are both rated at E." Upon hearing this, the colossal figure, resembling a rhinoceros, reigned in the unintentional aura he projected, though his disappointment was palpable. Well then, everyone is present. I have 5 questions. Successfully predicting 4 will allow you to pass the assessment. The first involves the assisting personnel playing a scoring game. During the game, you will not see your score. Please predict the final score. As long as the deviation is within 1,000 points, it will be deemed a success. Nemo had already been informed of the steps involved in the copper coin divination method. Without hesitation, he picked up the coins from the table and tossed them into the air. This time, the coins were enveloped in a rainbow-hued mental energy. After 6 tosses, Ling Hello interpreted the outcome. The score will certainly surpass the previous highest record. It can be referenced from the information sent by a friend. Nemo operated his light brain and stated, the most recent information is a battle report. If we aim to exceed the current record, the number should be 391,829. Under the watchful gaze of the examiner, Nemo commenced the game. His prediction was entirely accurate. The examiner's expression fluctuated between astonishment and uncertainty. Not a point more or less. This was undoubtedly a top-tier skill within the realm of the mysterious arts. It must be a skill of at least SS level. If not SSS, X was not out of the question. Indeed, this question allows for a margin of error of 1,000 points, as most precognitive abilities tend to exhibit slight discrepancies in their outcomes. The fact that Ling Helen, with merely E-level mental prowess, could predict such an exact figure speaks volumes about the astonishing efficacy of this skill. Of course, the divination method employed by Tong Qian is fundamentally reliant on the X-level mental strength of Nemo. However, Ling Helen has also investigated that in the realm of interstellar phenomena, there exists no similar precognitive skill that draws from another's mental energy, something that is beyond the imagination of the average individual. Most would assume that both the diviner and Ling Helen's mental energies are required simultaneously. Upon arriving at the result, even Nemo regarded Ling Helen with newfound respect, seemingly restoring his confidence in him. Next, the assisting personnel must draw 1 card from a selection of 1,000 cards, prompting the tester to predict the content of the card. Any description related to the card's face value is acceptable. The intellect engineer consumed by the black hole. Absolutely correct. For the third task, the assisting personnel will drop a sphere from a height, and the tester is to predict which of the 1,000 channels it will land in. Allow for a deviation of 10 channels. 97. Absolutely correct. The fourth, entirely accurate. The fifth, perfectly right. One moment. Could you provide me with a friend position? As the examiner was about to announce the conclusion of the test, Neem swiftly extended his hoof towards Ling Helen. With the ominous warning of Yayo echoing in his mind, Ling Helen dared not accept the friend request and instead took a step back. Observing Ling Helen's reaction, the examiner declared, "Test passed. The examination hall will soon be closed. All present are requested to promptly return to their previous locations." Without allowing Neem the opportunity to voice another word, Ling Helen hastily clicked the teleportation button on his light brain, and in the next moment, he found himself back at the Soul Battle Academy. He exhaled in relief, grateful to have avoided entanglement and trouble. He was now certain that he would not accept any tasks from Neem. After all, the powerful figure had warned him against such interactions, and he deemed it wise to be cautious about his own life. Nevertheless, he still found himself in need of funds, and the Nightshade Club remained a lucrative avenue for him. Among the tasks listed, the second highest in terms of remuneration involved locating a long-lost blood relative, with a commission of 20 million interstellar coins. There were several other tasks available, but their rewards were considerably lower, ranging from tens of thousands to a maximum of 720,000. This time, Ling Helen decided to first confirm the background of the tasks with the esteemed Yayo. Wishing to avoid unnecessary back and forth, he sent over the 10 or so tasks he had filtered. Yayo replied, "The number is a bit excessive. I will investigate and inform you tomorrow." Ling Helen glanced out the window and was surprised to discover that dawn had broken without his notice. Perhaps due to his stamina rating reaching E-level, he felt surprisingly alert despite having stayed up all night. Consequently, he resolved to attend his classes as usual. During the first period, Ling Helen had 27 courses scheduled simultaneously. He opted for History of the Star Alliance Wars, not for any particular reason, but primarily because this time slot did not require his physical presence for any courses. In truth, many students in the command department often skip theoretical classes altogether. Attending class signifies that one's standards of competence are 30 lower than those of others. In other words, it is the underachievers who require such measures. Self-study is the silent display of superiority by the academically gifted. However, Ling Helen indeed encountered two familiar faces from the conducting department in the common classroom, perhaps due to his choice of the classroom closest to the freshman dormitory of the conducting department. The solitary little mermaid and his roommate, Beijiao, who cast furtive, resentful glances in his direction. Ling Helen mused that it seems even the conducting department harbors its own underachievers. What he did not anticipate was that Beijiao, who had consistently belittled his own abilities, was, in fact, one of them. Why should underachievers complicate life for one another? After attending the first class, Ling Helen felt no sense of pressure whatsoever. The instructor did not delve into the textbook material but instead regaled them with whimsical anecdotes. Ling Helen realized why he had managed to secure a spot in this particular class. Such a session was hardly more beneficial than self-study. The second class, titled Void Meditation, was a mandatory course held in the same meditation room used during the initial training for newcomers. Chapter 25, The Art of Combat. Ling Helen felt that he must be quite affluent. He chose not to attend the class, as he preferred not to stand in a place where others' mental pressures could not reach him. Even if this allowed him to maintain normal attendance, he would still struggle to comprehend the teacher's lectures. With time on his hands, he resolved to visit the activity building of the Department of Human Studies to retrieve the gift from Senior Sister Tian. It was an immersive learning device. Though the device itself belonged to the club, what Senior Sister Tian gifted him was her own compilation of knowledge. Through this device, Ling Helu could swiftly experience the insights and knowledge recorded in her archives, a common method for supplementary learning in the interstellar realm. It dawned on him that Senior Sister Tian was indeed the one who cared for him the most. Even Senior Gao had not considered helping Ling Helu with his studies. Senior Sister Tian was incredibly thoughtful. He immediately sent a message to the tower. Senior Gao, do you have any low-cost knowledge archives suitable for tutoring juniors? The tower replied swiftly, I don't usually record such things. Did you note down the 79 points of analysis I provided earlier? Have you sought Mr. Zhao's understanding? Ling Helu had yet to decipher the first point of deduction. Ling Helu responded, I am diligently working to rectify these issues and will consult Mr. Xiao shortly. Subsequently, he indeed messaged Mr. Xiao. However, it was not to analyze his mistakes, but rather to seek assistance. Mr. Xiao, is it possible to exchange my interstellar coins for knowledge archives in next month's work-study program? Xiaolongxia replied, whose knowledge archives do you intend to use? I am aware that the tower is investigating your matters, and you maintain a good relationship with him. Is it he who provided you with the knowledge archives? He himself is incompetent yet dares to teach others? Xiaolongxia continued, the contract has already been signed and cannot be altered. Ling Hela quickly clarified, No. It's not Senior Gao. I was merely inquiring. He hastily concluded the conversation with Mr. Xiao. However, he did not anticipate that the formidable Senior Gao, capable of infiltrating the school's freshman database, was also lacking in competence within the command department. Truly, it was a realm where the strong flourished. Ling Helo now understood the reason Senior Gao had not sent him the knowledge archives. The senior still cared for him. He began preparing to utilize the knowledge archives from Senior Sister Tian. Despite not knowing whether she was a top student or not, he felt compelled to make use of her thoughtful gift. Upon logging in, Ling Helu was engulfed in an overwhelming surge of knowledge. He lost all sense of his physical form and even forgot his own identity, desperately absorbing the information being imparted to his consciousness. Techniques for piloting large starships, small starships, cargo ferries, emergency manual navigation in star trajectories, and pulse shuttle piloting techniques. When Ling Helu finally emerged from the machine after his studies, he could not help but marvel at Senior Sister Tian's true passion for piloting. However, he soon discovered that Yiyu had sent him a message. I have sent you a compressed file. There are no issues with the background of these tasks, particularly the one involving finding relatives. Establishing good relations with the Mobius family will greatly benefit your future endeavors. To speak candidly, among the individuals I have encountered in the cosmos, Yiyu remains the most enigmatic to Ling Helu. In response to Yiyu's goodwill, Ling Helu is most acutely aware of a profound sense of trepidation. Nonetheless, he is inclined to reciprocate goodwill with goodwill. Ling Helu, thank you, Brother Yi. What do you enjoy eating? It is my treat. Yi Yu. How about crayfish? I yearn to experience the flavors of both spicy and aromatic dishes. Ling He, I shall endeavor to procure the necessary ingredients. He hesitated to fully commit, intending to search for a creature akin to crayfish in the cosmos, of course, devoid of any intelligence. With the confirmation from Yu, Ling He promptly accepted a 20 million task to seek a long-lost kin. The challenge lies in the fact that what was misplaced is an egg, lost for nearly a millennium. Recently, the parents of this egg have inexplicably sensed that they have a child that has hatched. After much contemplation, it is undoubtedly the egg that vanished 1,000 years ago. The passage of time has rendered any useful information obsolete, apart from the recent hatching. Moreover, the form that this species takes upon hatching is intrinsically linked to the first sentient being they behold, thus complicating any physical identification. However, Ling He was not reliant on clues to locate individuals. Even the scantest hints would suffice. The only complication was that the client possessed S-level psychic abilities. Ling He remarked that higher psychic levels would yield more accurate results. Consequently, the client swiftly substituted in a lineage bearer with an SSS-level psychic for divination. Both were rather anxious, and within mere minutes, the client was teleported to Ling He's location. This individual was an astonishingly large-headed Mr. Eel. Ling He's first impression was that he was undoubtedly affluent, for although the eel was not clad in armor, he was adorned with various fashionable machinery. Ling He recognized one of the devices as akin to the 3R-level defensive weapon crafted by a mechanist during the previous examination, yet the display indicated an XR level. When converted, this weapon is capable of defending against X-level energy fluctuations. However, this was not the sole reason Ling He perceived him as wealthy. Primarily, he sensed an aesthetic beauty in the eel's array of mechanical adornments. To transform instruments of combat into art suggested to Ling He that he must be quite affluent. The divination revealed that the relative you seek is, in fact, in your vicinity. Today, you have encountered a lady of exceptionally kind disposition. Upon hearing Ling He's description, the eel immediately recognized who he was referring to. He excitedly paced back and forth, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Could it truly be her? I shall inquire immediately. My goodness, the moment she hatched, the first sight she beheld was me. No wonder she shares the same eel-like appearance as my own species. I shall go without delay. Rest assured, once confirmed, the commission fee will be credited instantaneously. The Mobius family shall remember your friendship. With that, the eel hastily activated the wormhole transport device and departed. Half a star system later, the sum of 20 million in commission fees was received, accompanied by the enthusiastic gratitude of the client. Meanwhile, Ling He found himself in his dormitory, enduring the reprimand of his instructor. Beijiao stood aside, his eyes filled with confusion. Engaging in a brawl before the official start of the school year? Do they truly believe in their own prowess? The capabilities of a dual E-grade misfit? If they are inept, they ought to keep their distance. Why stir up trouble? Student Ling He, I shall ensure that the school issues you a warning. You ought to conduct yourself accordingly. Those who resorted to violence faced no reprimand, while the injured party received a warning. Even though Beiji was aware that the dormitory supervisor was on his side, he found it hard to believe that such words could emanate from a teacher. Ling He was infuriated to the point of laughter. Just moments ago, this dormitory supervisor, resembling a seahorse, took the initiative to send him a friend request and immediately insisted that Ling He return to the dormitory. Without discerning right from wrong, he began to reprimand Ling He and threatened to impose a warning on him. Ling He refrained from any defense. The supervisor's clear bias rendered any explanation futile. He opted to directly summon Teacher Xiao. Is the command department truly this unreasonable? Xiaolongxia, let us address matters directly without resorting to unfounded accusations. It is unseemly for you to consistently seek dubious paths. Ling He, as a mere double E-level individual, having received a warning for fighting, do you find that justifiable? Chapter 26. At the Battle Spirit Academy, students need only to focus on their studies. Xiaolongxia. Punishment? Is it the life instructor? Wait a moment. With Teacher Zhao's assurance, Ling Heli chose to disregard the scene of the life teacher's spittle flying in all directions. However, he noticed that Beiju quietly opened up to him. After contemplating for a moment, he gently prodded with his index finger, adding as a friend, "Beijiao, although I truly cannot stand you, it was not I who reported you to the teacher. Ling Heli, I am aware, it is the teacher's accomplice who seeks to trouble me. Beijiao, no one is manipulating me. I simply find you intolerable." Ling Helen was quite curious about how that foolish child, Beijiao, managed to gain admission to the conducting department. At this moment, Teacher Haima had ceased his reprimand of Ling Helen and suddenly wore a somewhat conflicted expression. He then adopted a gentler tone and inquired of Ling Helen, "Do you know Teacher Xiao?" "I am engaged in work study under Teacher Xiao," Ling Helen coldly responded. Given Teacher Haima's earlier demeanor, his willingness to respond was already a testament to his restraint. Teacher Haima's face suddenly transformed into a myriad of colors. After a brief pause, he forced a smile and said, "Student Ling Helilai, there has been a misunderstanding on the part of the teacher. You are the victim. How could you possibly receive a warning? Just at the right moment, Professor Xiao sought you out, and I shall escort you to his laboratory. Please convey to Professor Xiao that I have not wronged you." Ling Helen let out a cold laugh and was unwilling to comply. Professor Haima dared not speak harshly. Instead, he coaxed Ling Helen towards the office area of the command department, stopping in front of one of the office buildings. Shortly thereafter, the main door opened automatically, and he led Ling Helen to an office on the second floor, where Professor Xiao was present. To Ling Helen's surprise, Professor Huangli was also there. Directly, Professor Haima nodded and bowed, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Professor Huangli. "I have already submitted your transfer request. You may proceed with the handover yourself." Professor Huangli spoke coldly. "Ling, if you have any matters to discuss, you may approach me. At the Warsoul Academy, students are expected to focus solely on their studies." All the pent-up anger that Ling Helen had accumulated suddenly dissipated. Professor Huangli truly was quite amiable. "Understood, Professor Li," Ling Helen replied, recalling that he needed to enhance his abilities. He hastily inquired, "May I request a leave of absence for 3 days? I have commissioned someone to design a scheme for enhancing abilities, which will require 3 days." Teacher Huangli nodded in agreement, stating that such matters could be addressed with the life teacher in the future. The new life teacher has already been appointed and will soon reach out to you. However, please note that 3 days from now marks the first practical class for the new students, and attendance is crucial. Understood. As the conversation unfolded, Ling Helen had already accepted the friend request from the newly appointed life teacher and was subsequently added to the class group chat. The volume of information was overwhelming. Yet Ling Helen found himself devoid of the time to peruse it. Once the disoriented Teacher Haima departed, Teacher Xiao, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines, suddenly interjected, "Ling, weren't you inquiring about who sent you the admission notice? Here, my teacher." He pointed to Teacher Huangli. Ling Helen glanced at Teacher Li several times, utterly unable to discern that she had aged so significantly. "Nevertheless, the reason for summoning you here is indeed pressing. Previously, we agreed that you would utilize your precognitive abilities 3 times each month. Given your current condition, will you be able to manifest those skills today?" Teacher Xiao inquired earnestly. Ling Helen had stayed up all night, his attire unchanged, and the coins he always kept on his person were still intact, posing no issue. Should he continue to carry these coins with him at all times? Certainly, Teacher Xiao. What Xiao Longxia had instructed Ling Helen to foresee was the content of his upcoming military network simulation battle. What would be the primary offensive direction of the opponent? What contingencies had they prepared? What were the critical junctures of the simulation? The primary offensive direction would be the waterways. The contingency involved a concealed squad. The critical juncture would occur during low tide. Teacher Xiao promptly noted this. "Good, I will verify it. I have granted you access to the laboratory. In the future, you may come here independently, without an escort. This room is my lounge. You may rest here if you find yourself fatigued. The password posted over there is for accessing my laboratory's Star Network outlet." After this, he engaged in a brief discussion with Teacher Huangli, leaving Ling Helen alone as they departed. Ling Helen felt that Teacher Xiao placed considerable trust in him. However, He quickly realized that Teacher Zhao's implication was that he was already permitted to navigate the laboratory independently. He did not dare to roam freely. So he adhered to Teacher Zhao's guidance, connecting his light brain to the star network interface designated for the laboratory. He was astonished to discover that utilizing the laboratory's star network outlet also allowed him to access the star network features purchased by the laboratory at no cost. For instance, the coveted annual subscription for time dilation. This was far more beneficial than knowledge archives, which merely referenced others' wisdom, insights that might not resonate with him personally. With time dilation, he could engage in self-discovery during his studies. It seemed that beneath Teacher Zhao's stern exterior lay a warm heart. He had previously sought Teacher Zhao's assistance regarding knowledge archives, and it was evident that Teacher Zhao had genuinely taken it to heart. Ling Helen suppressed his feelings of gratitude and promptly purchased several highly acclaimed course archives from medium-level academies on the Star Network, then adjusted the time dilation settings. This was an extraordinarily remarkable feature. For an individual, years of time could be traversed in an instant within the virtual realm. Furthermore, upon returning to reality, while the virtual memories remained intact, they would not disrupt or confuse his memories of reality. Ling Helen dedicated a full decade to learning in the light brain world, yet he still had not completed all the courses in the command department of the medium-level academy. It was a reasonable assumption that one must begin purchasing the time dilation annual subscription starting from the medium-level academy in the command discipline. However, his reflection was not solely on this matter. He marveled at the fact that upon returning to reality, he could still vividly recollect the recent occurrences directly in Teacher Zhao's care and concern for him, as well as his own aspirations regarding the utilization of time dilation. At this moment, Ling Helen yearned to attend a specialized class in the classroom to ascertain whether he could truly comprehend the knowledge bridging to the intermediate academy. However, demonstrating remarkable self-discipline, he refrained from acting on this impulse and promptly departed from the laboratory building, making his way to the skill hall. Along the way, he beckoned the SEAL analyst, who was still engaged in class. Are you truly certain about enhancing your ability scores through uninterrupted use of the potion over 3 days? The SEAL analyst remained somewhat hesitant. Indeed, Ling Helen firmly affirmed, yet he insisted that it would not jeopardize my potential. It won't, I assured him. As the agent I employed adheres strictly to the highest safety standards of interstellar regulations. However, excessive use of the agent may undoubtedly escalate the likelihood of energy instability since it poses no immediate threat. Let us commence. To ensure constant monitoring of Ling Helen's condition, the SEAL analyst designated the execution venue within the capability hall. During the first hour, Ling Helen felt invigorated, brimming with power. By the 5th hour, he experienced an agonizing sensation akin to being engulfed in flames. As the 8th hour approached, his mind grew increasingly clouded. By the 10th hour, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 27. I no longer desire a thesis. I still have 4 years until graduation. When Ling Heli awoke, he felt an elevation in his entire being. A newfound strength coursing through him. His mind had never been so lucid. Previously, in Professor Zhao's laboratory, he had spent a decade memorizing information without truly comprehending it. Yet now, in hindsight, he distinctly perceived that these pieces of knowledge are intricately interconnected, each layer harmoniously intertwined. Moreover, he genuinely sensed the fluctuations of energy within him, a most enigmatic sensation. This energy was neither a tangible entity nor a feeling of rising vapor or flowing water. However, as he began to organize his thoughts, he could perceive that each of his movements triggered something, as if a force gradually unfurled and radiated outward. The fluctuations of his physical prowess differed from those of his mental acuity. When he expanded his thoughts, the sensation was more supple, while engaging his body rendered the feeling more robust. Ling Heli observed that he was in a medical pod, and outside, Analyst Hai was tidying up. Brother Hai, have I really upgraded my ability level to double B so swiftly? Wasn't it supposed to take 3 days? Ling Helen opened the hatch and eagerly inquired. Surely. You haven't been rendered insane by the uncontrollable surge of energy, have you? The analyst felt a tinge of concern, though predominantly a sense of sorrow. I shall refund your money shortly, yet I must clarify that the commission taken by the capability hall is non-refundable. Geometry was taken aback. Has it ended in failure? Can my abilities still be enhanced? The analyst, resembling a seal, gazed at him with an expression of gentle condescension and remarked, "What nonsensical talk is this? You appear to be perfectly well. However, with such a slight enhancement, you have already lost control of your energy. If you persist, it will lead to disaster. I was too impulsive in promising you before, and my considerations were inadequate. Since there is nothing wrong, let us proceed according to the plan." Ling Helu interrupted him. "Continue? Nonsense." The eyes of the seal analyst widened in astonishment. "Do you wish to jeopardize my certification as a capability analyst? Consider your thesis." Ling Helen said calmly. To halt now would render all previous efforts futile. In the 12th hour, Ling Helen once again felt the searing agony. By the 15th hour, his consciousness began to waver. In the 17th hour, he lost his grasp on reality once more. Upon awakening this time, Ling Helen felt a sense of euphoria unlike anything he had ever experienced. He was unfamiliar with the sensation of losing control over his energy, as he had always succumbed to unconsciousness during such moments. However, he had indeed savored the sensation of enhanced abilities. What once seemed insurmountable now appeared trivial. It felt as though he could achieve anything. While the inhabitants of Blue Star might consider overwhelming forces to be mere myth, Ling Helen now believed himself to be a legend. However, upon observing the rather unimpressive demeanor of the seal analyst, Ling Hela discerned that his abilities had not yet ascended to the B rank. Shall we proceed? Are you still going on? Do you believe I will disregard you? Reflect upon your thesis." Upon awakening for the 5th time after losing consciousness, Ling Helu discovered an additional wound on the seal analyst. It appears that Ling Helu's abilities have indeed escalated at an astonishing rate, making it increasingly challenging for the seal analyst to suppress him. Remarkably, the seal analyst paid little heed to his own injury, murmuring instead, "The results surpass expectations. The energy fluctuations are nearing level B. Perhaps it won't even take 3 days. No, I should not continue to assist you. What on earth was I thinking to agree to your request? You must be out of your mind. I am not ready to lose my sanity just yet. Spare me." The seal analyst has already lost his coherence. The geometrician has disregarded the seemingly deranged seal analyst. He glanced at the clock. It was approximately 9 a.m. If he hurried, he might still make it to the afternoon meditation class. This was his thought. And he posed the question, "I believe my capabilities could be elevated to a double B level before 2 p.m. Am I correct?" The meditation class commences at 2:30 p.m. However, Ling Heli must still make his way. The visage of the seal analyst contorts. "No, you cannot possibly believe that. Consider the thesis. I no longer desire to pursue it. I still have 4 years until graduation." Ling Heller pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Consider 20 million. The eyes of the seal analyst dimmed, losing their luster. He then mechanically nodded. "I believe that suffices." Each time he transitioned from a state of confusion to complete oblivion, Ling Heller did not feel particularly affected. It was somewhat uncomfortable, yet bearable. In truth, had the pain escalated to an unbearable degree, he might have hesitated. However, this time, just before losing his senses, for reasons unknown, Ling Heller was suddenly reminded of the past. Memories unfolded before him like a cinematic replay, showcasing the bygone days. The Ling family, Blue Star. Thoughts of the pocket money of his father, mother, brother, and sister surfaced. Ling Heller opened his eyes, still somewhat immersed in reminiscence, reluctant to awaken. "I nearly failed to bring you back," the seal analyst stated with utmost seriousness, exerting all his strength. "Additionally, congratulations on your elevation to double B rank," he added, devoid of any genuine celebratory sentiment. The seal analyst was drenched in sweat. Although uninjured, there were traces of blood that had yet to dry. One could easily surmise the difficulties of the preceding circumstances. Ling Heller had readjusted to the present situation, once more acutely aware of the surging energy within him. It was powerful, exceedingly so, immensely strong. Each enhancement of his abilities brought him unparalleled exhilaration. To be frank, the sensation was exquisite. Had it not been for the limitations of his potential, he could have soared to X rank without pause. However, Ling Helen promptly halted his thoughts, feeling a shiver run through him. This was not the manner in which he sought power. Indeed, An excessively rapid enhancement of strength could lead to a destabilized mindset. For the ensuing year, you must refrain from utilizing any potions that augment your abilities and avoid other elixirs as well. The SEAL analyst continued with earnestness. I shall regularly monitor your physical condition. It is evident to me when you misuse potions. After some contemplation, he added, although my intention was to gather data for my thesis, this truly is more beneficial for your health. Thank you, Brother Hai. Ling He yearned to exit the medical chamber, yet his right hand unconsciously extended, causing an energy fluctuation that tore open the hem of his trousers, drawing blood that trickled onto his skin. Halt. First, one must attune oneself to their own energy before taking action. The Navy SEAL analyst has been deeply concerned for him. Fortunately, the training facility is equipped with readily available apparatus. Under the guidance of the Navy SEAL analyst, Ling Helu engaged in some adaptive training, ultimately ensuring he would no longer inflict harm upon himself. As the clock struck 2 o'clock, he left a message stating, if there is anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Until we meet again, and hurried off to the Battle Soul Academy for his class on mental fortitude. Ling Helen does not possess a vengeful disposition. However, certain matters warrant a response. He is unafraid of confrontation, unafraid of defeat, and unafraid of forgetting. He acts with sincerity, yet without recklessness. Chapter 28. Leave is leave. Special scores are special scores. Numerous individuals have chosen to attend the mental focus meditation class. As the official class time has yet to arrive, everyone engages in casual conversation. The student from the poverty alleviation program remarked that they would wait and see, yet ultimately, they did not attend the inaugural meditation session, rendering it nothing short of a farce. I am uncertain about what he intends to prove. This fool insists on entering the command department, oblivious to his own limitations. Wait, he has arrived. Although the energy fluctuations emanating from him are rather chaotic, they seem to possess a B-grade level. Could it truly be so? Indeed, it has been proven. As he stepped into the collective meditation room under the gaze of the crowd, Ling Helen found the atmosphere devoid of any dissipating psychic energy, indicating that the class had yet to commence. His entrance did not signify much. However, having ascended multiple tiers to reach B level, Ling Helen, despite undergoing urgent training, struggled to stabilize the fluctuations of his own energy. Energy fluctuations below S level are colorless yet perceptible. The students from the command department, all possessing abilities no lower than A level, could easily discern Ling Helen's current standing. While whispers continued among the onlookers, a few approached him. I am from class 2 as well. Let us become friends. Sure. Ling Helen replied courteously. It's just B level. Someone muttered under their breath. Humph. They just reached B level a few days ago. They won't remain at B forever. Another voiced loudly. Interestingly, Ling Helen noticed that the outspoken individual, a merman, seemed to possess few friends. Could it be that their frankness was a hindrance? It is not quite so. Observing the lack of attention from others, the little merman scuttled over to Ling Hulian's side and poked him, inquiring, how have your abilities increased so rapidly? Is it some sort of secret technique? I can purchase it. This statement is utterly illogical and hardly applicable to the average person. It is rather futile for a physician. The little fish shrugged. Very well. It holds little significance for me anyway. However, the little fish then subtly gestured towards Beijiao beside him. I heard there have been some conflicts between you two, resulting in a change of life instructor? This conversation seems to have reached a dead end. The life instructor has been replaced by Director Li. Shall we add each other as friends first? At this moment, Teacher Li had already entered the classroom, and the holographic interface of the light brain signaled the commencement of the lesson. The little fish hurriedly added Ling Helilai as a friend. Although the foundational meditation techniques taught in the Intermediate Academy were gentle, their rate of advancement was rather slow. Today, I will introduce everyone to the void meditation technique. Those who practice other forms of meditation may opt out of the lecture and engage in their own meditative practices. Upon completing his statement, numerous students entered a meditative state. In an instant, the meditation room was filled with shimmering waves of mental energy, radiating in hues of gold and silver. To be candid, although his mental prowess had reached level B, Ling Helilai still found it quite uncomfortable under the pressure exerted by these mental energies. His classmates boasted a baseline capability of level A, with the majority at levels S and SS, a full 3 tiers above him. When they unleashed their full potential, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Particularly, Ling Helali struggled to harness his own energy to counteract these waves, rendering his efforts futile. However, the circumstances that once overwhelmed him have markedly changed. He found himself comfortably attending lectures without any issues. Shortly thereafter, his confidence, which had surged due to an increase in his abilities, was swiftly shattered by Teacher Li, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Although Teacher Li did not speak rapidly, she tended to skip over the processes when elaborating on various concepts, presenting information in a somewhat disjointed manner. Glancing around at his fellow students still engaged in the lesson, Ling Helian realized that he was the only one struggling to comprehend. It felt as though his newfound abilities had yielded little reward. After a decade of studying at Starnet, he found himself in a dire situation. While the others grasped the material and began to practice, entering a meditative state, Ling Helian remained in a state of contemplation. Teacher Li noticed this as well. To Ling Helian's surprise, she took a more responsible approach this time, dedicating the remaining half of the class to provide him with individual guidance, leaving him astounded. However, as soon as the class concluded, Teacher Li abruptly halted her explanation mid-sentence, declaring the end of the lesson without a hint of reluctance. Ling Helian immediately understood that she was still the same unyielding Teacher Li. Yet, rather than departing immediately, she approached him and inquired, "Ling, you have no attendance record for your first meditation class. Will you forfeit your first attendance points, or would you prefer to self-study?" Ling Helian felt torn, realizing that neither option was truly satisfactory. He gazed at Teacher Li with a look of accusation. "I did request a leave," to which she replied, "A leave is one matter, but attendance points are another." After much deliberation, he resolved to forfeit his first attendance points. Fortunately, the instructors of his other courses were not as unyielding as Teacher Li. In the subsequent class, despite having missed a session, the teacher nonchalantly allowed him to make up for the attendance points. That evening, Ling Helian continued to attend supplementary classes for the Intermediate Academy under Teacher Xiao. This time, he felt significantly more at ease. In truth, many of the students in the Intermediate Academy had not yet attained the level of ability equivalent to Double B. In this regard, Ling Helian finally felt capable of surpassing the kindergarten level. Moreover, the Intermediate Academy in the Interstellar realm also followed a tenure system. Naturally, the knowledge required in the command department was still more than tenfold that of other departments. Consequently, Ling Helian believed that with a few more attempts, he could catch up to the average standard of the new students, aside from skills. Starnet could not entirely simulate ability levels, as many skills were unattainable through its platform. For instance, the mental link skill that every individual in the command department possessed. Ling Helian realized that he could not practice this skill alone and required a teammate. He turned his attention to his roommate, Bei Qiao. Bei Qiao regarded him with a conflicted expression, a mix of fierce and approachable, sneaking glances at him every few seconds. "What? Am I handsome?" Ling Helian could not resist teasing him. This time, Bei Qiao did not explode in anger, but rather responded hesitantly, "You have indeed proven your improvement. I see it, and I will not post again." Ling Helian was unexpectedly pleased, but he remarked, "It's still not yet a month. Let's reassess in a month." Realizing the implication of this, Bei Qiao's eyes widened. "How about helping me learn the mental link skill?" Ling Helian, disregarding his astonishment, continued to speak. The enhancement of his abilities was an inevitable occurrence. His classmates would eventually acclimate to it. The mental link would not. Bei Qiao instinctively wanted to mock, but refrained. The essence of the mental link lies in the manipulation of mental energy, and this requires mastery. At present, Ling Helian had yet to harness the surging power within him. However, he had studied the principles of this skill. Firstly, the commander must create a model, precisely shaping the mental energy according to the skill's requirements. Then, the commander must utilize mental energy to sustain the existence of this model. Nevertheless, members connected to the mental link can also employ their mental energy to assist in maintaining the model. Yet, commanders typically do not grant this privilege, as the mental energy of others could inadvertently pose a threat to themselves. If Bei Qiao were to initiate the mental link and Ling Helian were to join, With Beijiao subsequently granting him access, Ling Helen would then be able to observe firsthand how Beijiao employed mental energy in this skill. Why should I grant you this access? It poses a significant risk to me. Beijiao discerned the crux of the issue. But without this, I cannot advance swiftly. If I do not enhance quickly, I will remain a disgrace to the commanding division, Ling Helen insisted. Beijiao was caught in a dilemma. In truth, Ling Helen's assertion was not entirely accurate. Yet Beijiao chose not to counter with the genuine reasons, thus silently relinquishing the privilege. Chapter 29. I will strive to earn money without burdening my senior. Ling Helia meticulously observed Beijiao's skill modeling. The transition from 0 to 1 is the most challenging step. Yet imitation becomes significantly easier thereafter. Over an hour later, Ling Helia joyously manifested his own mental link, leaving Beijiao utterly astonished. His demeanor was so lost and disoriented that it was impossible to overlook. Ling Helia directly inquired, "Are you disheartened by my learning speed?" "Not at all," Beijiao retorted, his irritation flaring. "You're merely taking shortcuts. There's no way to learn skills like that. Being able to learn is what matters," he added. After a brief silence, Beijiao stubbornly insisted, "I comprehend things on my own, which is far superior to your method. Even if it takes me a week." "How infuriating. I will not fall behind you." Realizing he had spoken too soon, Beijiao found himself unable to retract his words. Even the flesh within his shell felt rigid. Ultimately, he closed himself off, pretending he did not exist. Ling Helia suppressed a laugh, pleased with his mastery of the mental link. Eager to share his joy, he promptly messaged his seniors, Gaotali, Mutu, and Tianjin. "Seniors, I will treat you to dinner tomorrow evening at the Blue Star Hot Pot. The meat we had at that restaurant last time was quite excellent, along with other edible plants and beast meats. There is an overwhelming variety in the Interstellar realm. I selected all reasonably priced items, and everything will be prepared for tomorrow evening." Gaotali replied, "Before I agree, Junior, please enlighten me on how you have fared with the 79 points of comprehension. Has Senior learned the art of mutual harm?" Ling Helia pondered for a moment before deciding to continue the playful banter. "But Teacher Xiao informed me that you are quite mediocre." "Forget it. I'll take over," Gaotali retorted. Muta chimed in, "Sounds good. I haven't tasted Blue Star cuisine yet. By the way, I have a friend who is particularly fond of gourmet food, the mechanic we teamed up with last time. May I invite him along?" "Of course. Welcome," replied Ling Helia. Tianjin interjected, "Never mind. I dislike using utensils that others have touched." Ling Helia responded, "All right, I'll treat the senior to something different next time." Finally, the day arrived for the first practical class for new students. All grades at the Battle Soul Academy held their practical classes simultaneously. Fixed groups commenced immediately, while lone students were randomly assigned to teams. This was also the time for upperclassmen to seize opportunities for extra credit. Upon completing their own practical tasks, upperclassmen could assist lowerclassmen in forming teams to clear challenges, earning discretionary points from the instructor. Naturally, poor performance would result in point deductions. The significance of the first practical class for newcomers lay in team formation. Like-minded individuals could establish fixed teams, while those merely testing compatibility would create temporary groups. Those who struggled to find partners would be placed in random teams. In the first round of random groupings among peers, as not all spots were filled, they were reassigned to upperclassmen once more. As the time arrived, students of all grades entered the same Star Network assessment hall. Naturally, upperclassmen with fixed teams proceeded directly to their private booths. Before Ling Helia could steady himself, he saw Muta rushing toward him, accompanied by the mechanic from their retest, "Junior, take me along. I rank 74th in combat prowess within the entire school, and I still have to cover the expenses for the mech soothing module." Ling Helu is now acutely aware of the exorbitant cost associated with utilizing this particular function. The price of genuine skills undoubtedly surpasses that of mechanical devices. However, the cost of soothing skills is significantly higher than other abilities, including those of the mysterious category. Thus, employing this module skill incurs approximately 100,000 interstellar coins. Naturally, Ling Helu understands that Mutu's remarks were merely jest, so he responded, "I will strive to earn money so that my senior does not incur any losses. It's quite all right. As long as my junior needs me, I shall be there for him." Money is of no consequence, Mutu declared heartily, patting his chest. The nearby technician was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you intending to join a fixed team?" "Indeed, Lin, the junior, is quite remarkable." Mutu feigned an air of mystery and suggested, "Puhua, why not join in?" Lin Healy was well aware of the prowess of this esteemed engineer, and promptly echoed Mutu's sentiment. "I wholeheartedly welcome Senior Pu to join my team. Should you have any inquiries or requests, please feel free to express them, and I shall do my utmost to respond." Puhua raised an eyebrow, displaying little overt displeasure, and casually declined, "Let us first form a temporary team." With a valuable ally willing to join, Lin Healy was not one to be choosy and cheerfully assembled the two individuals. The next to approach was Senior Tianjin. Lin Healy recalled her as a specialist in operations with an immense passion for driving. "I do not have a fixed team. Spending too much time with the same group tends to evoke a visceral aversion in me," Tianjin candidly stated. "If you don't mind, may I join you?" "Welcome, Senior Tian." Then, an enormous Siberian husky came running over. "Lin Healy," said the dog, "I am called Ha Jiujio, and my younger brother is named Ha Baba. Do you remember us?" He remarked to me, "You are truly remarkable. Even if you possess no skills, you still managed to help him gain admission to the Foreign Language Institute." The exuberant Era stepped forward among the crowd, expressing his joy. Lingley was deeply impressed by Era's persona. During his preliminary examination, there was a fellow Era in the lineup who appeared to be this student's younger brother. If two individuals were admitted to the War Soul Academy in the same year, one might inquire, "Are you twins?" "Wow, Ling Hello, how could you have guessed that?" "Had you?" Filled with joy and happiness, squatted down in front of Ling Hello, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. It seems I have indeed chosen the right person. May I join your permanent team? I am a solitary warrior, possessing an exceptional physical capacity rated S and a mental fortitude rated A." Ling Helion hesitated momentarily but ultimately resolved to speak candidly. "I am uncertain whether your brother has informed you of my circumstances. Indeed, he has mentioned it." "Your abilities are both rated F," Hajio remarked with a hint of indifference. "Moreover, there are posts about you on the Star Network exposure wall. Just yesterday, someone claimed that your physical capacity and mental fortitude have both reached grade B." Ling Helion extended his right hand. "If you do not mind my abilities, I warmly invite you to join my team." Haji Ujio gazed blankly at Ling Helly's right hand, then attempted to extend his claw for a touch, yet nothing transpired. "I apologize, it's a custom from my homeland," handshaking. Ling Helly's promptly grasped Haji Ujio's paw. It was fluffy and warm, bringing immense joy. However, thereafter, no one took the initiative to team up with Ling Hello. Meanwhile, other freshmen from the command department, who also had not formed complete teams, began to broadcast their information on the public screen. A freshman from the command department, with physical ability rated A and mental strength rated S, had already secured 3 fixed team members, details omitted, and requested that any additional members possess abilities that do not exceed his own, while the medical department could relax its requirements. Another freshman from the command department, possessing SS-level physical ability and A-level mental strength, was still in need of a member from the mecha department, insisting on a physical ability of SS and preferably a mental strength below A. Ling Helu also posted a recruitment message on the public screen. A freshman from the command department, with both physical and mental strength rated B, had already gathered 4 teammates, details omitted. He placed no requirements on the abilities of potential members, merely hoping for individuals with a certain capacity for pressure and patience, ready to grow together with him. A chuckle escaped from the assessment hall, distinctly audible amid the serious team formation discussions. Subsequently, someone candidly remarked, "Is this an invitation to charitable aid, or a desperate gamble on his potential to become a commander?" Chapter 30. The Commander Strives for Improvement. Hoping you will not deduct points, Haji Ujio was filled with ire. Ling Helen had yet to react, while Mutu and Pu Hua chatted amiably, and Tianjin rested with his eyes closed, lost in thought. Upon hearing the conversation, Haji Ujio impulsively rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his muscular arms, ready to confront the situation. Ling Helen quickly intervened, stating, "I will handle this myself. If you wish to come, you may follow me." The new students who had previously mocked Ling Helen were now acutely aware of the unfolding drama, folding their arms across their chests. eager to observe how Ling Helen would proceed. I have previously stated that I would prove myself. Perhaps you are not inclined to witness my proof. However, it matters little. I had no intention of inviting you into my team. I merely hope that when I do prove myself, you will not harbor regrets. Once Ling Helen finished speaking, he promptly turned and returned to his previous position, leaving no room for further scrutiny from his detractors. Hajiyu Jio trailed behind Ling Helen, bewildered as he watched him walk away, before hastily returning to his side. The junior is quite confident, Pu Hua remarked. Her interest in Ling Helen piqued. Trust in my judgment, Mutu chimed in, enticing her. You should join the juniors team sooner rather than later, so we can continue to partner together. Don't say I didn't warn you. Pu Hua shot him a disparaging glance, unimpressed by his perspective. Meanwhile, Ling Helen found himself in a prolonged period of waiting. Mutu and Pu Hua engaged in lively conversation, while Hajiyu Jio, yearning to join in, found himself unable to interject. Ling Helen remained vigilant, observing the public screen and his surroundings. Initially, other new students pointed and whispered about Ling Helen, but soon they became engrossed in the fervent team formations around them. The new students from the command department gradually assembled their teams. Throughout this time, Ling Helen sent several messages on the public screen, but to no avail. Perhaps his modest dual-level abilities were deemed insignificant, or perhaps the risk associated with choosing Ling Helen was too great, as no new student approached him for conversation. The free team formation period had yet to conclude. Suddenly, Tianjin opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Is that it? Have you given up?" Ling Helen, perplexed, responded, "Isn't there still the option for random team formation?" Among the remaining new students, some began to voice their confusion. Why haven't we entered random team formation yet? It seemed that the reason was the incomplete teams within the command department. Observers cast sidelong glances at Ling Helen, a hint of schadenfreude evident in their expressions, implying that as long as there were unfinished teams in the command department, random team formation would not commence. Ling Helen, piecing together the current situation, could only conclude that this was illogical. It was not solely the command department. Tianjin shifted his posture and brushed off non-existent dust, stating, theoretically, as long as any department lacks students available for team formation, random team formation should initiate. Yet it is typically the command department that faces such circumstances. What shall we do now? Hajiyu Jio asked, bewildered. A pertinent question, though not everyone is eager to discover the answer. Under the pressure of potentially extending the free team formation time, individuals gradually began to apply to join Ling Helen's team, albeit all opting for temporary arrangements. However, Ling Helen was not selective. Eventually, the team of 10 was assembled, though 5 members were somewhat reluctant to join this particular group. While Ling Helen was confident in his ability to change their opinions, he had already squandered considerable time. Further discussion might only incite their complaints. Thus, he chose to proceed directly into the mission. Their current identity was that of a team of interstellar mercenaries. While passing nearby, they accepted an urgent commission initiated by the commander of the current starship. The starship was originally tasked with escorting a research team to this planet to collect specimens and information on magical creatures. However, after the research team landed, something transpired that severed their communication with the starship, leaving no trace of the individuals involved. The mission of Ling Helen's team was to successfully retrieve either the research team or any news regarding them and return to the starship. This was a classic rescue mission. The group found themselves at the entrance of the starship's lower deck. A thought crossed Ling Helen's mind, and he initiated the mental link that he had practiced countless times the previous day. 01, informed the commander. Quite impressive. You've indeed mastered the mental link skill? Mutu whistled in approval. Pu Hua expressed surprise. 02, informed the commander. The learning pace is indeed rapid. Their words were transmitted through the mental link, free from concern that NPCs might overhear, allowing for unabashed conversation. 07, inform everyone. Isn't this a fundamental skill? Remarked a new medical student nearby, unceremoniously. The commander responded to 07, primarily, I truly did not know it before. However, there is no need to elaborate. While speaking, Ling Helen swiftly shifted to a serious demeanor. The commander informed everyone that this time, The contingency plan for the loss of control would entirely employ the universal Y7 model. I will oversee the monitoring. Moving forward, I will ensure that any actions involve at least 2 individuals executing them simultaneously, with companions acting as primary suppressors to each other. Group 1 consists of myself and 01, Mu2. Group 2 comprises 07, medical, and 09, support. Details of Group 3 allocation were omitted. In this arrangement, Group 1 collectively served as the secondary suppressors, while Group 2 acted as the primary reassurers, with 01 as the secondary reassurer. Upon hearing this, all acknowledged with a mental signal. Given the urgency of the rescue mission, Ling Helen continued, commanding the group to search eastward, instructing that all teams determine their search directions in a clockwise manner. Centered around the starship, they were to investigate any possible clues within a 30-minute travel radius, including but not limited to leads regarding the missing team, lost communications, magical creatures on the planet, and any useful resource clues. 06, Information Department, inform the commander. We find ourselves in a forested area replete with abundant wood and earth elemental resources available for collection. Considering that wood elements may counter earth elements, it is highly probable that wood elements will be required to manufacture tools. 01, inform the commander. Matters are usually not this straightforward, Mu2 interjected without hesitation, undermining the optimism. The commander informed all that I share the same sentiment. Puhua promptly concurred. If this doubt had been raised by Ling Heli, perhaps others would have remained skeptical. However, with the 2 senior students expressing the same opinion, even 06 began to harbor a modicum of uncertainty regarding his own judgment. Nevertheless, Ling Heli remained unfazed. The commander announced to everyone that the current task was one of information gathering, and there was no need to procure materials. I shall determine the specific materials required. TCH, someone muttered softly. Ling Heli was engaged in a mental link and swiftly pinpointed the source. Yet, he chose not to reprimand. The commander reiterated that the practical training course directly impacts our professional scores. He would strive to excel and similarly hope that no deductions would be incurred by the others. Acknowledged. However, not all 9 responded. It seemed some still harbored silent dissent. Yet, Ling Heli remained indifferent, confident that the instructor would impart the necessary skills through the professional grading system. Chapter 31. I am not joking, and please be silent. Though the crowd dispersed, the use of mental links did not hinder communication. The first to notice the communication issues was Tianjun, who operated the signal searching instruments. Report 03 informed the commander that, after moving 10 kilometers away from the starship, the signal reception had diminished by 3. The continued distance only exacerbated the weakening. It appeared that a unique energy on this planet was disrupting the communication waves. The commander acknowledged Report 03 and inquired with 02 whether there were devices capable of enhancing the communication signals. Puhua, ever reliable when it came to technical matters, responded affirmatively, stating that a signal amplifier could be constructed that would be effective not only for communication devices, but also for searching instruments, as both types of signals shared the same essence. The commander acknowledged 02's input and further asked whether the amplifier could be fabricated using resources from trees or soil. 02 confirmed that both options were viable, though it was unusual for both abundant resources to coexist. One of them was likely a trap. Ling Healy hesitated before issuing any commands. In rescue missions, one could only speculate about the circumstances faced by those in need of assistance. Any delay could result in penalties for tardiness. There was no time to test both resources. Ling Healy also pondered the possibility that both might be traps. Report 03 suggested to the commander that perhaps they could employ a mystical ability. Tianjin spoke up, echoing Ling Healy's thoughts. While there might be other reasons to consider, Ling Healy believed that foresight could save time and ensure accuracy. The commander agreed to the proposal and ordered Teams 1 and 3 to return to the starship immediately, while the other teams continued their information-gathering efforts. Team member 05 questioned the commander, "Are you joking? Even if you possess mystical abilities, with your B-level mental power, the margin of error would be tremendous." The commander retorted, "I am not joking, and please be silent." According to the operational structure of Een Lan, the commander held supreme authority within the team. Ling Healy was willing to tolerate a few classmates who looked down upon him. They could vent their frustrations if they wished. However, unless they chose to leave the team, they were bound to obey orders. Report 03 commended the commander, acknowledging a job well done. Tianjin, who had maintained a low spirit since the formation of the team, finally revealed a hint of joy. After teams 3 and 1 converged, Ling Healy swiftly clarified the divination method, employing Pu Hua's SSS-level mental power to interpret the results. Indeed, both options were erroneous. Ling Healy exhaled, realizing that an open-pit mine lay 2,000 kilometers to the east. A metal mine was the most suitable choice. 2,000 kilometers. Pu Hua hesitated, knowing that even with precise coordinates, traversing the distance in a mech would require 50 minutes, and adding the time for resource collection and equipment fabrication would amount to at least 2 hours. Ling Helilai could envision the doubts swirling even around Pu Hua, and the several freshmen he had forcefully suppressed in their dissatisfaction were bound to voice their skepticism. However, Mu Tu gently patted him, saying, "Junior, pursue what you wish without hesitation. At least in terms of combat prowess, I can subdue all the freshmen." The 05 from Pu Hua's group, who had just been reprimanded by Ling Helilai, sneered as he regarded Ling Helilai and spoke directly through the mental link. 05 inquires of the commander, "Are you truly prepared to squander 2 hours merely to indulge your desire to showcase your mysterious skills?" Ling Helilai met his gaze, yet his expression revealed no trace of the other. "Commander informs all personnel to either obey orders or leave the team. Please refrain from presenting a third option to test my patience." Moments later, 05 Logistics and 07 Medical voluntarily chose to withdraw from the mental link. Beside them, Pu Hua, though not entirely in agreement and having refrained from the mental link, softly cautioned, "If you cannot maintain control over the team, you too shall see your professional points deducted." Ling Helilai remained unfazed, his demeanor remarkably stable. "I have studied the combat course credits of past freshmen. On average, it takes 3 or more infractions before one falls into the last 10. I still have 2 chances left. Moreover, I am pressed for time and do not require this many participants." He then adopted a serious expression once more. "Commander informs all personnel that I shall demonstrate the folly of utilizing trees and soil. Therefore, aside from 02, all must proceed to the designated location to mine." Groups 2 and 3 were restructured into a new Group 2, maintaining a minimum of 2 individuals acting simultaneously, with 01 now designated as the primary pacifier. As for how to demonstrate this, Ling Helilai turned to Pu Hua. "Craft 2 simple devices from trees and soil, preferably within 1 minute." This request was exceedingly straightforward. Using soil, Pu Hua constructed a clock in less than 20 seconds, which began to tick. Suddenly, the previously tranquil trees began to stir, and several vines sprang forth from the ground. It was not until the clock was destroyed that the vines settled down. The speaker made from wood behaved similarly. Initially silent, it erupted into chaos as Ling Helilai uttered a few words into it, attracting a swarm of sharp golden bees from an unknown source. Mu Tu, quick-witted, snatched the speaker from Ling Helilai's grasp just in time to spare him from a painful sting. Of course, one could not categorically declare these 2 options as erroneous. Should the combat strength be overwhelmingly potent, one could bulldoze through anything. However, for Ling Helilai and his companions, the metallic ore was evidently the safer choice. "How about that? I was right this time, wasn't I? The junior is certainly worthy of being commander," Mu Tu boasted to Pu Hua. For the moment, all seemed satisfactory. Pu Hua nodded but remained unconvinced. Meanwhile, from the mental link, Tianjun's voice emerged. 03 informs the commander that if the use of intelligent machinery provokes a monster attack, the number of such machines from the research team is undoubtedly considerable. Tianjun refrained from disclosing his hypothesis. Indeed, the inference is rather straightforward. Time is of the essence. Ling Healy and his team are progressing steadily, having identified the critical points. Next, they merely need to utilize signal amplifiers to continue their search for individuals. However, this approach is rather conventional. By the time they locate the research team, it is possible that all lives have perished, leaving only a scant residue of information to be salvaged. This would still be considered a successful endeavor, albeit of the lowest caliber. Ling Healy and Tianjin share a common vision. An innovative approach is essential to achieve a higher score. The commander instructs Unit 02 to once again assist me in divining the location of our mission objective. The method of divination using copper coins serves as a strategy for breaking the impasse. Ling Healy has exhausted all his knowledge of the command system. He is in full control of the team, and he is even willing to accept a deduction of points. Nonetheless, when it comes to the completion of the task, he is resolute in his determination to achieve excellence. Chapter 32. Do not inquire why. The mystical realm lacks principles. The location of the divination lies over 3,000 kilometers to the west, and the metal ore is half a planet away. The commander issued orders to all personnel. One group was dispatched to assist the research team, while the others began to gather metal or resources and manufacture signal amplifiers. My mental link would expire in 1 hour. In the event of losing contact with me, all decisions would adhere to the directives of 03, Sky Pillow. Upon entering the mission phase, Ling Helu and his companions were diligently exploring the means to progress, feeling little pressure from combat. However, when Mu-Tu accompanied Ling Helu to the site of the research team, they could see a vast multitude of monstrous creatures approaching from afar, with even more surging towards them. My goodness, I cannot withstand this. Mu-Tu's voice trembled slightly. Ling Helu's concern was not for himself. It was evident that these creatures were drawn to the research team's equipment. If they were to deactivate the devices, the monsters would naturally retreat. Yet, could Mu-Tu endure the onslaught before the monsters withdrew if they shut down the defensive weapons? Ling Helu posed the question directly. Mu-Tu appeared conflicted, but his hesitation was fleeting. All right, I will comply with your request, Junior. I might just have to forfeit my allowance for the month and subsist on nutrient supplements. The commander responded to 01. I shall treat my senior to a month's worth of meals. Mu-Tu's combat prowess was always a sight to behold. With 3 consecutive shots from the high-powered dark matter obliteration cannon, he cleared out over 30 kilometers of monsters surrounding the research team, had it not been for their defensive weapons. Ling Helu suspected they would have been completely overrun. Upon landing at the research team's temporary encampment, before they could express their gratitude, Ling Helu swiftly conveyed the situation. Deactivate all defensive weapons. We will protect you until the monsters recede. Having been entangled with the monsters for such a duration, the research team had evidently realized that the creatures attacked operational automatons. Moreover, this was a practical combat course from the Battle Academy, not a debate seminar from the Diplomacy Academy. The NPCs were quite cooperative and promptly complied with Ling Helu's request. In less than 3 minutes, a multitude of monsters once again filled the gaps surrounding the encampment. I must conserve some energy. Mu-Tu refrained from using the dark matter obliteration cannon this time, opting instead for a particle oscillation device that allowed him to precisely control the attack range, causing a torrential downpour of blood upon the monsters. With a magnetic rail sniper rifle, he targeted particularly formidable creatures. The plasma cannon, while lacking precision, delivered sufficient power to sweep away a considerable area. The Phase Pulse Aurora Beam, with its linear area attack and manual sweeping capability, proved to be quite an exquisite experience. Indeed, Ling Helu caught a whiff of barbecued meat. It was quite fragrant. 2 hours later, Mu-Tu, exhausted, rested for a few seconds at the encampment. There's still 20 energy left. This is no longer merely a matter of allowance, Junior. However, the next moment, the physical communication device they had carried with them emitted a sound. 03 calling the commander. Do you copy? Reinforcements have arrived. The commander replied, 03, we hear you. We have succeeded. After successfully completing the level, Ling Hel immediately received the score for his practical course. A flawless clearance earned him 20 bonus points, while a lack of team control resulted in a deduction of 10 points. Mu-Tu, curious about what his considerable allowance had yielded, promptly inquired, how did you score, Junior? Ling Hel chuckled, now I have 4 opportunities for deductions. The 2 freshmen who had left the team after exiting the level appeared nearby, their faces paling at his words. They considered approaching to say something, but Hajiojo swiftly obstructed their path. Not only Mu-Tu, but even Hajiojo, a fellow freshman, exuded an imposing presence that intimidated them. Though reluctant, the 2 ultimately retreated in frustration. Ling, you truly are remarkable. My brother, and I certainly did not choose the wrong person, haha. Ha Juju leaned closer, her towering stature over Ling Hel contrasting with her eager expression. If you have time, why not accompany me to see my brother? Sure, tomorrow? All right. Ling Hel's group had entered the level later than others. Despite the modulation of time flow, class was nearing its end. One by one, his peers bid farewell as they prepared for their next lesson. Ling Hel's upcoming class was on personal energy stabilization. Although not a specialized course, it was surprisingly taught by Professor Xiao from the command department. Remarkably popular, Ling Hel had only secured a spot after someone else had dropped out. However, having experienced energy instability before, he understood why this course was so highly regarded. After all, no matter how formidable one's abilities, ensuring personal safety is paramount. Personal energy stabilization teaches individuals how to mitigate energy instability. Given its nature, this course requires in-person attendance and does not utilize the STAR network. As Ling Hel entered the classroom, Professor Xiao was already at the podium. Almost immediately upon his arrival, Xiao detected his presence and bluntly remarked, "This student's energy fluctuations are so chaotic that he could enter a state of instability at any moment. Are you intending to demonstrate a negative example in my class?" Ling Hel replied obediently, "It's merely a side effect of rapidly enhancing my capabilities." Professor Xiao frowned. "I've warned you numerous times not to take the path of shortcuts. I truly cannot see what makes you a promising student." Ling Hel refrained from retorting. In front of so many classmates, he had no desire to escalate the situation or face repercussions. "You truly are. Let's begin class." The prompt from the holographic assistant was timely. The Battle Soul Academy cultivates talents in combat. What is required of these combat talents? Many would say strength. They are mistaken. It is stability coupled with strength. In this course, I will convey how to achieve greater stability in one's energy. Ling Hel diligently took notes. Despite his volatile demeanor, Professor Zhao's teaching style was clearer than that of Professor Li, enabling Ling Hel to comprehend the material instantly and even jot down his own thoughts and insights. What I am about to discuss is the conclusion of the mystical department. A powerful soul begets a more stable energy. Therefore, I urge you to cultivate your souls. Do not question my reasoning. The realm of the mysterious has never adhered to principles. The study of geometry has indeed touched upon aspects related to the soul in the section on personal energy stabilization, albeit in merely a few cursory lines, predominantly outlining conventional energy training methods. Yet, he did not anticipate that Teacher Xiao would hold the mysterious arts in such high esteem. How does one cultivate the soul? There exists no fixed methodology. Allow me to illustrate with the perspective of a commander. Does anyone recall the responsibilities of a commander? Ling Healy remembers. For it was the very first of the 79 questions posed by Senior Gao that resonated with him. He promptly articulated, to pioneer, to protect, and to inherit. Teacher Xiao regarded him, and though his expression remained stern, he nodded in acknowledgement. The outward resilience is capable of pioneering. The inner strength is capable of protection. The purity of belief is capable of inheritance. Chapter 33. Perhaps the soul of Liuzi is composed of longing and concern, which form the essence of a commander's spirit. If the soul is sufficiently robust, it will not fear the chaos of energy loss. The words of Teacher Xiao seemed somewhat ethereal to Ling Helu, perhaps because he had not yet matured into a competent commander. Compared to the battlefield, Ling Helu yearned for an early graduation and missed home. Indeed, the soul of Liuzi embodies nostalgia and attachment. Deep within, Ling Helu harbored a rather unsettling thought. He was unable to reach his family. Nor could he contact his sister Ling, who was supposed to pick him up. When one finds themselves in a state of isolation and helplessness, it is all too easy to succumb to irrational musings. For instance, could there be hidden motives behind his interstellar studies? Although his family wielded considerable influence in manhwa and his sister was a renowned scholar internationally, it seemed incredulous that they would send an ordinary child like him to represent launching for studies abroad. Was it possible that launching was on the brink of destruction? Had his family entrusted him with the sole hope of escape? After all, parents would surely prioritize survival opportunities for their 3 children, and his brother would undoubtedly choose to share life and death with Longhua. While his sister might be abroad and hence unable to respond, though Ling Helu could suppress his errant thoughts, he truly feared relinquishing this opportunity to study abroad, dreading a lifetime of regret. Regardless of the circumstances, obtaining the Interstellar Commander as professional certification would surely benefit launching to some extent. Of course, the situation was likely not as dire as he imagined. Ling Helu maintained an optimistic outlook, recognizing that his wild speculations revolved around low-probability events. The day passed swiftly. By dinner time, a customized hot pot and ingredients had been delivered to Ling Helu's dormitory. Senior Gao, despite professing disinterest, arrived early and assisted Ling Helu with the preparations. Bei Qiao was also present. Thanks to Bei Qiao yesterday, Ling Helu had mastered the skill of mental linkage. He promptly invited Bei Qiao to join him, gaining an additional assistant for washing and chopping vegetables. Mu Tu and Pu Hua arrived just in time for the meal. Although Pu Hua had always been ambivalent about joining Ling Helu's team, his love for gourmet food was genuine. Upon entering and seeing the ingredients on the table, he began to comment excitedly. Ingjing amaranth? It contains minimal energy, but the flavor is delightful. Junior, you have good taste. Don't buy Guangwen pork again. What's the use of pretty meat? It must taste good. I've heard the nebula leaf ball is a newly discovered species. I've never tried it. Ling Helu instantly regarded Pu Hua as a kindred spirit. Senior Pu, have you ever had hot pot? I absolutely adore it back in my hometown. You should try dipping these vegetables in the hot pot. The flavor will undoubtedly be different. The reserved pot was an Inyang hot pot, with both spicy and non-spicy bases. The spicy broth was not overwhelmingly hot, at most moderately spicy. Yet, before they began, the interstellar guests recoiled in trepidation. What is this flavor? It's so intense. Can we really eat this? Only Pu Hua cautiously took a leafy vegetable, dipped it briefly, and placed it in his mouth. For the next 2 minutes, he coughed incessantly, consuming 3 large cups of water, yet the sensation of his soul ascending remained unquenched. However, once the coughing subsided, he picked up a leaf of vegetables, eagerly poised to indulge again. The experience was exhilarating, perhaps a testament to the relentless pursuit of perfection characteristic of those from Ling's hometown. Yet, the aftertaste lingered delightfully, Pu Hua remarked, as he lifted the freshly blanched vegetable leaf, closed his eyes, and swallowed it whole, only to erupt into another fit of coughing. Gaotali and Mu Tu, without hesitation, opted for the non-spicy hot pot. Ah, so fresh, Mu Tu exclaimed, taking several sips of water, while Gao Tali hesitated to partake. Nevertheless, under Ling Heli's watchful gaze, he bravely dipped a slice of meat into the pot to taste it. To his surprise, he found it quite enjoyable. Bai Qiao took a bite as well, then quietly added more water to his bowl, rinsing the food before taking another bite. Ling Heli mused that next time he should tone down the spiciness of the hot pot broth. Interstellar beings possess high energy levels, their senses are too acute, and their palates tend to be mild. Ultimately, the atmosphere was one of camaraderie and joy. Gao Tali, who initially resisted, ended up relishing the meal the most. Pu Hua also adored this style of dining, particularly relishing the spicy broth, even taking a trip to the medical chamber to restore his dulled taste buds. However, Ling Heli sensed a heaviness within his body. Strictly speaking, his body showed no irregularities, but his mind struggled to control it. A sudden chill ran through him. He recognized this sensation. It was familiar from his previous experiences during energy injections when he felt this way before losing control. Junior? Gao Tali noticed his peculiar state and quickly deduced that it was a case of energy instability, likely due to the energy content in the food. Given his inherently chaotic energy, a minor conflict could lead to a loss of control. Pu Hua grasped the situation immediately, while Mu Tu grew anxious. However, Ling Heli remained lucid, not yet on the brink of losing control. He inquired, Junior, shall I escort you to the nearby affiliated hospital? Ling Heli gritted his teeth and nodded. During previous injections, the energy instability had escalated rapidly, preventing him from experiencing the associated pain. But now, he struggled to regain control over his body, feeling as though he were being cut with a dull knife, an unbearable discomfort. Ultimately, dinner remained unfinished as they hurriedly transported Ling Heli to the affiliated hospital. The soothing apparatus utilized required supervision from specialized personnel. To his surprise, he saw Mr. Parrot, whom he had encountered during his initial potential assessment, reappear beside him. Aren't you a primitive species? Is there still a primitive being overdosing on medication these days? That would be quite foolish, he remarked, inciting outrage among the onlookers. Gao Tali glanced at his identification number, promptly engaging with his light brain. Mutu nearly threw a punch, only to be restrained by Pu Hua. However, the latter did not remain silent. Disclosing the patient's racial identity is a violation. Expect a letter from our attorney. At that moment, a few others in the hospital noticed the commotion and began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Mr. Parrot is indeed a master of rhetoric. Upon hearing of the impending lawsuit, he immediately faltered, pleading, I didn't. I apologize, please spare me. Ultimately, Mr. Parrot assisted Ling Helu in covering the costs for the soothing skill, amounting to a substantial 100,000 interstellar coins, a lesson that would linger with him for quite some time. However, despite the energy being pacified, Ling Helu remained haunted by the disruption of his dinner plans. Next time we dine, it certainly won't be so disappointing. The only one to interject was Pu Hua, who remarked, all right then. If there is a continuous supply of gourmet food, I might consider joining your team. To which Ling Helu responded, it is imperative. Later, Ling Helu received a message in his neural interface. Yi, I foresee danger approaching you. Ling Helu, isn't Brother Ye's mysterious ability a form of telepathy? Chapter 34. Brother Yi, I feel as though I saved you in a previous life. Yi, it is a matter of reading hearts. Yet, I am guided by destiny. This is a relic of the dry sea civilization, capable of foreseeing the future. Yi, for the time being, you should refrain from going outside. Trouble will find you. Ling Helen initially intended to express his gratitude immediately, but his words were altered, transforming into a subtle inquiry. Thank you, Brother Yi. I feel as though I saved you in a past life. Yi, I am aware of your doubts regarding my goodwill. There is no need for suspicion. It is the guidance of fate that led me to you. Since the day the dry sea civilization was slaughtered, I have awaited your arrival here for 200 years. Ling Helen had always perceived Yi as relatively youthful, yet the revelation of 200 years left him utterly astounded. Ling Helen, Brother Yi, does calling you brother imply a discrepancy in our generational standing? Yi, in terms of my race, I am still considered a minor. Ling Helen, so there truly are infants over 200 years old in the galaxy. Yi, I do not wish for you to do anything. The guidance of destiny has informed me that by following you, I shall witness a transformed future. Yi, thus, my assistance to you is entirely devoid of ulterior motives. Ling Helen, thank you, Brother Yi. Although I am uncertain of what I will change, I hope it aligns with the future you wish to see. Ling Helen continued his studies throughout the day, even taking time at noon to catch up on 10 years of lessons in Professor Zhao's laboratory. By nightfall, he found himself in a quandary. Following the practical class the previous day, he had made plans with Ha Jiuzhou to visit his twin brother, Ha Ba. However, he was uncertain whether venturing outside the academy would constitute leaving the institution. At that moment, Ha Jiuzhou arrived, rushing from a distance. Ling classmate, have you been waiting long? I mentioned joining your team to my brother yesterday, and he was quite envious. I told him I would be visiting him today, and he was so delighted he nearly ruined his bed, haha. Ling Helen did not immediately decline. Instead, he cautiously inquired, are we going to see him outside the academy? Where is the outer courtyard? The outer courtyard lies beyond the academy. It takes about half an hour by public shuttle. Ha Jiuzhou scratched his head. Do you think it's too far, Ling classmate? Ling Helen feigned contemplation, primarily concerned that it was getting a bit late today. Perhaps we might postpone it for a few days. 3 evenings later, Ling Helen finally completed the curriculum of the Intermediate Academy, passing the examinations with commendable theoretical results. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered Ha Jiuzhou waiting eagerly at the door. Ling classmate, can we go see my brother today? Oh, I'm sorry. It is still a bit late today. Oh, my brother said he wanted to gift you a plush toy that matches his number, as a token of gratitude for helping him pass. Ha Jiuzhou's expression drooped, and he left dejectedly. Another 3 days passed, and Ling Helen had refined his control over his energy, successfully masking his energy fluctuations. However, when he saw Ha Jujo appearing before him with a silly grin. He finally succumbed to the pressure. Primarily, Yu had not specified how long he should refrain from leaving the academy. Ling Helen could not remain indoors for eternity. Could he? Of course, he still cautiously inquired. Traveling by public shuttle to the outer courtyard of the Battle Soul School will not lead us to any remote locations, correct? Indeed. Ha Jiujiu nodded vigorously. Ling, do you have some free time today? Of course, he replied. Ling He, however, was still somewhat apprehensive. His concerns were proven to be well-founded. Upon disembarking from the public shuttle and joyfully rushing towards the entrance of the outer courtyard, Ha Jiujiu suddenly turned around to find Ling He had vanished without a trace. Ling He had been knocked unconscious by a powerful blow. The assailant possessed formidable strength, so much so that throughout their journey, neither Ling He nor Ha Jiujiu had sensed any trace of the other. When Ling He finally succumbed to the crushing blow, he at least confirmed one thing. What Yu had said was indeed true. There was no malice intended towards him. Yet, he felt a profound regret. He should not have recklessly tested his luck. Behind him were his parents, Ling Ba and Hima, who were constantly worried. There were also his siblings, Ling Gu and Ling Jia, whose harsh words belied their tender hearts. Perhaps even the entire Blue Star held great expectations for him. How could he allow such a calamity to befall him? If something irretrievable were to occur, he would never forgive himself. He could have been more cautious. Upon awakening, Ling He experienced an enigmatic sensation. His body was entirely out of his control, yet his mind remained acutely aware. He found himself yearning for his family and for Blue Star. He realized he had once again entered a state of energy instability. But this lucid loss of control was unprecedented. Suddenly, he tasted a hint of saltiness, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Before losing consciousness, a profound sense of remorse had enveloped him, and it lingered even now. Not only tears, but he seemed to still feel the overwhelming emotions of longing and regret flooding his soul, impossible to quell. Ling He was suddenly reminded of the lessons from teacher Xiao regarding the soul. At the time, he had not fully grasped the concept. However, in this moment, he felt as though his soul had indeed entered the realm described by teacher Xiao. The most powerful soul, even when confronted with the collapse of energy, would not find it terrifying. Ling He steadied his mind and began to carefully attune to his body. He realized that with just a bit more insight, he could reclaim control over his physical form. However, the external environment did not afford him that opportunity. He found himself in an unfamiliar setting that resembled a warehouse. His hands and feet were bound, and there were no guards nearby. Yet, for one who had lost their senses, mere restraints on hands and feet were not sufficient to mitigate the situation. Ling He watched helplessly as his body thrashed about, wreaking havoc on the contents of the warehouse. With the blaring of alarms, the warehouse doors swung open. In an instant, his body bolted outside, clumsily leaping and bounding, yet managing to evade capture as it reached the street. The street was bustling with people, most of whom wore masks. Ling He's sudden appearance did not cause anyone to pause. A few individuals glanced in his direction, but upon noticing his bindings, quickly looked away. Before Ling He could fully register the indifference of the Interstellar crowd, the one who had opened the warehouse door had already pursued him. That person's strength appeared to be lacking. Despite being bound, Ling He's dual B-level abilities propelled him forward, crashing against the wall. Ultimately, he found himself trapped within a body driven solely by instinct, devoid of any cognitive control. Before long, he observed his adversary retrieving a tranquilizer gun, emblazoned with the words neuroanesthesia. Ling He understood that if he were to succumb to unconsciousness once more, he would undoubtedly lose any chance of escape. In that moment, he fervently called out the names of his loved ones in his heart, allowing an overwhelming sense of longing to envelop his soul. Indeed, he realized he could exert a modicum of control over his body. In the next instant, he activated the projection mode of his holographic device, unhesitatingly displaying his student identification information to everyone on the street. The emblem of the Battle Soul Academy, shaped like a weapon, was cold yet strikingly prominent. Chapter 35. Thus far, the accuracy rate of predicting outcomes for individuals with an S-level or higher mental capacity stands at an impeccable 100. Just prior to descending once more into darkness, Ling He observed the crowd parting, revealing several formidable figures clad in combat attire at the periphery of his vision. Upon awakening, however, he found no such imposing individuals by his side. Instead, a robotic assistant illuminated its indicator and presented him with a glass of warm water. Detecting that the guest had regained consciousness and was in good health, albeit slightly dehydrated, it inquired gently, "Would you care for some water?" Ling Helen felt in impeccable health, reminiscent of the sensation experienced after a rejuvenating treatment in a medical pod. The chaotic surges of energy within him had been soothed. It seemed he had been rescued. Currently, he found himself in a lounge. Aside from some commonplace furnishings, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the room. The decor exuded a lavish elegance, unmistakably indicative of affluence. A stark contrast to the warehouse he had last awakened in. Shortly after the robot activated its signal light, the door swung open, and an alien figure, wearing a grotesque mask resembling a monstrous creature, entered without ceremony. The term humanoid was somewhat misleading, for the being was adorned with an array of apparatus, reminiscent of the ostentatious style of the Mobius family, who were in search of their kin. Beneath the layers of machinery, the true form of its body was obscured, presenting an appearance that merely suggested a human shape. However, in comparison to the artistic flair of the Mobius family, this entity was far more rugged, lacking any semblance of beauty, only exuding a menacing presence. Has our diligent student awakened? The individual casually sought a position on Ling Heli's bed and settled in. The weight of the machinery upon him caused the entire bed to tremble slightly. Ling Heli's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, I am a freshman at the Battle Soul Academy. Thank you for saving me. In return, I shall treat you to the exquisite delicacies of my hometown next time. The mechanical being laughed mockingly. How naive of you. Little one, is your life truly worth just a meal? Ling Helix's expression remained unchanged, yet his face radiated gratitude. It is exceedingly difficult to repay such kindness. I momentarily cannot think of a more fitting way to express my appreciation. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Perhaps as we dine, inspiration will strike. The mechanical figure regarded him for a while before breaking into a smile. All right then, just hope you have the courage to come my way. With that, he tossed a black magnetic card towards him. This is a pass for unrestricted access to the black market. I await the culinary delights from your hometown. Ling Helix had long anticipated that this would not be a pleasant place. However, upon hearing the mention of the black market, he felt a surge of trepidation, realizing he had unwittingly entangled himself in a significant predicament. Indeed, Knight Yu had not been mistaken. Troubles were soon to follow him. Nevertheless, he concealed his unease, naturally accepting the card and rising to his feet. You saved me. May I know your name? It would be better to add a friend. Ling Helo had come out, and the bed was vacant. The mechanical being effortlessly shifted into a more comfortable half-reclining position atop it. Then, with half-closed eyes, it regarded Ling Helo, merely a freshman from the command department of the Battle Soul Academy. Even if he were a primordial being, he was unworthy of being added to my circle of friends. Ling Helo seemed oblivious to the disdainful attitude, remaining composed. What is that brother's name? This time, the mechanical being responded briskly. Everyone calls me Xing. The name of this black market is Xingfang. Ling Hiliri swiftly connected the dots in his mind. The information about the new students of the Battle Soul Academy was divulged by Ling Hiliri himself and had no relation to the kidnapping. However, the mechanical being specifically mentioned his identity as an original species, which should be the reason Ling Hiliri was abducted to the black market. Initially, he believed that the mechanical being had ulterior motives for rescuing him and was somewhat concerned about the subsequent costs he might incur. Yet, if the mechanical being was indeed the head of the black market, it would elucidate everything. He immediately felt a sense of relief. Perhaps, Ling Hiliri could even turn the situation to his advantage. Brother Xing, this doesn't add up. How is it that a mere new student of the Battle Soul Academy finds himself in your Star Workshop? Should I inquire with my teacher about what misunderstanding might exist with the Star Workshop? The mechanical being scoffed. My act of saving you is indeed for the sake of the Battle Soul Academy. But tell me, do you truly believe the Academy would wage war against me for your sake? That is, of course, out of the question. Ling Hiliri shrugged. However, I am working part-time with Teacher Xiao, earning 300,000 interstellar coins a month. If I were to genuinely disappear, Teacher Xiao would certainly come looking for me for that sum, wouldn't he? Command Department. Xiaolongxia. Xing's tone grew considerably more serious. Indeed. Ling Hilary replied lightly, you ought to know that Teacher Zhao's research topic revolves around the revolutionary impact of precognitive abilities on the command department. I am a member of the Nightshade Club, personally invited by Brother Yi to join. Teacher Xiao values my abilities and has provided me with a part-time position. Nightshade. Xing's expression turned even graver, and he sat up straight. Ling Hilary's words were undoubtedly intended to assert his importance. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth and had no fear of Xing investigating further. With both Teacher Xiao and Yi Yu as his formidable allies, he was confident that Xing's attitude would soften. Xing indeed relented. Regarding today's matter, the management of the Star Workshop does have its shortcomings. However, the information about your original species was leaked by you, so you must bear some responsibility. The unrestricted black market pass I just provided you is not a request for you to work at the Star Workshop. Furthermore, the cost for the soothing skill will be waived as an apology. Beyond that, do not dwell on it any further. Ling Hilary, however, did not seize the opportunity to withdraw. Regardless, it was Brother Xing who saved me, and I am certainly grateful. I promise to treat you to a meal. However, concerning the matter of my abduction, debts must be settled accordingly. I would appreciate it if Brother Xing could inform me who was responsible. I will take care of my own grievances and will not put you in a difficult position. Xing regarded Ling Hilary's clear sense of justice with a measure of admiration. Very well, seek your own revenge. The number 5 apothecary in the Star Workshop. I only know that they coveted your identity as an original species and captured you for testing. As for how your identity was leaked and who accepted the task of capturing you, I am unaware. This information was incredibly valuable to Ling Hilary. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xing once more. Thank you, Brother Xing. It is customary among our compatriots to repay kindness. The invitation to dine is truly insufficient. If Xing wishes to share any thoughts that do not contravene my personal principles, I would be inclined to assist him in a particular endeavor. Although I am merely a freshman at present, I possess some skills in the realm of the mysterious. Should Xing desire, I am capable of providing him with foresight into certain matters. As he pondered, Xing soon began to inquire about the specifics of the divination skill. Much like a seasoned merchant, what level does the skill possess? Has it undergone certification? What is its accuracy rate? The level has not been tested, as mysterious skills are inherently challenging to assess. Nevertheless, the skill bestowed upon me by Professor Xiao is classified as an SSS level. It has already passed the skill evaluation. The accuracy rate is contingent upon the mental capacity of the client. Thus far, for individuals with mental strength of S rank or higher, the accuracy of the foresight results stands at a flawless 100, without any discrepancies. Chapter 36. Tomorrow is another practical lesson. Are we competing? Xing was evidently intrigued but remained cautious. Would you mind if I verify your skills? Having spoken, he produced a card resembling the black magnetic card he had just tossed to Ling Hel, yet this one gleamed in a dark golden hue. After inserting it into a port on his person and operating it for a moment, he pinched the edge and extended it towards Ling Hel. This magnetic card can serve as a substitute for interfacing with the optical brain. Once you touch your own optical brain, you will be able to receive the information. In a hurry, Ling Hel retrieved his black market unrestricted access card, completed the necessary contact, and then pressed it against the optical brain membrane at his temple. The received thought package required precognitive skill permissions to unlock. Fortunately, Ling Hel possessed the skill of divination through copper coins, enabling him to decipher it smoothly. The contents were extensive, but Ling Hel merely glanced at the document's title, Callisto Nebula. The name struck a chord of familiarity, if memory served him correctly. It was during his time at the Nightshade Club that he sought the task involving a 30 million commission for the Nemean, a task spoken of by Yi Yu. Specifically concerning the Callisto Nebula. Without hesitation, Ling Hel addressed him. Star Brother, I am a member of the Nightshade Club. What you have sent cannot possibly be the 30 million bounty task from the club, can it? The chaotic predicament of the Callisto Nebula is a burden I fear I cannot bear. The star, presumably unaware of the inherent dangers here, chuckled awkwardly twice and promptly assured, I would never dream of jeopardizing the prospects that the esteemed Night Shadow holds dear. Although this venture is fraught with peril, The potential rewards are substantial. A sum of 30 million would equate to the entirety of my workshop's pure profit for an entire year. How about we split it evenly, 15 million each? Do not worry excessively. I will handle everything, and you need only employ your foresight at crucial moments. Aside from Commander Nemeton, no one will be aware of your involvement. I vow this with all the earnings from the Star Workshop's future. Ling Helen contemplated for a moment. He was not in want of money. Yet, the star had indeed saved him, and he was willing to repay the favor. With this thought, he acquiesced, stating, I do not require a share of 15 million. However, once this matter is resolved, I will no longer owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Xing. Of course, he chuckled once more, adding, if Brother Xing enjoys the dishes from my hometown, I would still be delighted to treat him to several more meals. Today, however, is not feasible. I need to return and make some adjustments, preparing a few items. In no more than 3 days, I shall visit Brother Xing at the Star Workshop. The preparations, while ostensibly genuine, are merely a precaution should the scenario turn out to be real. Ling Helen could not afford to take such risks again. Even if he were to involve himself in the affairs of the Callister Nebula, he must be ready with a plan to navigate any ensuing complications. Indeed, after today's events, Ling, feeling shaken, ought to rest and recuperate. Xing, a quintessential businessman, had now struck a deal with Ling Helen, his demeanor transformed from before, markedly gentler and more accommodating. Given Ling Helen's current lack of strength, he chose not to seek immediate vengeance at the number 5 apothecary, but instead exited the black market. As he stepped beyond its confines, his optical brain instantaneously received over a dozen messages, indicating that the Star Network connection had been blocked within the black market's territory. Amidst a multitude of messages, Hajiujiu sent 5 or 6, all inquiring about his well-being and whether any misfortune had befallen him. Beijiao also reached out with several messages, seemingly indicating that Hajiujiu had gone directly to Lingali's dormitory. Mu too contributed the most messages. He had indeed forged a friendship with Beijiao and gleaned the details of the situation from him. Lastly, there was a message from a fellow underachiever in the command department. The little fish person. Inian, have you truly gone missing? There exists a post on the Academy Star Network forum discussing you, and many in the class group are also engaged in conversation about it. Ling Yili has responded with a message of peace. The posts on the Academy forum are rather unremarkable. Ever since Beijiao published an anonymous post on the exposure wall, his popularity within the school has surged, leading to a continual emergence of posts related to him. As for the class group, it generally lacks valuable information. Truly significant updates are directly communicated by the life instructor. Ling Healy scrolled through the discussions and found an abundance of sarcastic remarks suggesting that he was merely evading pressure. Interestingly, a third of the month he had unilaterally agreed upon has already elapsed, and it is indeed time to showcase some of his abilities. Ling Healy stated, I am not avoiding. Certain events have transpired, and I am now safe. Moreover, I have earned an additional 10 points in the practical course. He also mentioned sharing his previous practical course scores, where he ranked in the top 50. Several freshmen who teamed up with Ling Healy in the practical course had already posted about his scores on the forum. However, lacking evidence and being a third party, such claims did not carry much credibility. Yet now that Ling Healy has shared this information himself, it has sparked a flurry of discussions within the group. Classmate A remarked, is he really capable? Classmate B, is this not a case of behind-the-scenes manipulation? Classmate C, I have heard it is attributed to mysterious abilities. Some express skepticism, while others engage in neutral discussions, and of course, there are the forthright little mermen. Yunyan, are you not envious? He merely received an additional 10 points, placing him in the top 50. What is there to dispute? Whenever the little fish person spoke, there would always be a moment of silence, which Ling Helu found quite fascinating. Before anyone else could react and question again, Ling Hela spoke up once more. Tomorrow is another practical class. Shall we compete? Classmate D, such arrogance. One might think you believe you can secure the top position. Ling Helen, indeed, I am eager to give it a try. His aspirations are not unfounded. Over the past 9 days, he has completed all the courses in the conducting department of the intermediate college, passing the simulated assessments with exceptional results. In terms of foundational knowledge, he is now on par with these newly enrolled students. Although his abilities may be somewhat lacking, his team comprises 3 upperclassmen, Mutu, Puhua, and Tianjun. As long as a well-structured contingency plan is in place for managing unforeseen circumstances, the prowess of these 3 can entirely compensate for the disparity in capabilities between him and the other commanders. After all, while the other commanders rely on their sheer power to dominate, Ling Yili's greatest strength lies in his mastery of metaphysical strategy. Perhaps Ling Helen may not be capable of shouldering the responsibilities of exploration, protection, and legacy as fully as other commanders. However, despite his unconventional approach, he is certainly capable of vying for the top position in the new practical combat course. Certainly, he is not acting impulsively. He merely wishes to resolve these troubling matters as soon as possible. Ling Helii, are you scared? Classmate D, who is afraid of you? I do not require you to be first. I merely wish for your score to surpass mine. I will post an apology to you on the Academy's Star Network forum. Ling Helen, certainly. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete? Classmate A, let the competition commence. Classmate B, I shall participate as well. Observing that several classmates, whom he usually finds unappealing, have joined the competition, Ling Helen swiftly concluded. Then, I shall see you in tomorrow's practical class. As for today, he still intends to seek the support of Knight Yu. Ling Helen, Brother Knight, I was mistaken. I am filled with regret. I was ensnared by my own folly. Knight Yu, have you ventured outside the school once more, only to find yourself in trouble? Ling Helen, strictly speaking, it was I who sought out trouble. The head of Xingfang rescued me, and I promised to assist him in a matter that does not contravene my principles. Yu, Xing has always pursued profit. He will not harm you. However, the task he has for you may prove quite challenging. Ling Helen, the task he has entrusted to me pertains to the club and is related to the Callisto Nebula. Yu. So, what is it that you seek from me? Ling Helen, Brother Yi, I am in need of your assistance. Xing claims to bear all the burdens of the Callisto Nebula for me, yet I harbor concerns about a potential betrayal. Thus, I seek Brother Ye's perspective. Yu, as a merchant, Xing is indeed quite trustworthy. Ling Healy, can he be trusted? Knight's Whisper, if this matter were solely concerned with interests. Chapter 37. I shall pilot the starship. Taking these 3 vessels for a day's excursion poses no challenge. The matter of the Callisto Nebula seems to be entangled solely in a web of interests, and Ling Helix has yet to examine it in detail. He still needs to investigate how he was captured. The only individuals privy to his original species information are the SEAL analyst, who enhanced his abilities, and Mr. Parrot. It was Mr. Parrot who publicly revealed his original species information, prompting Yu to caution him against leaving the academy. Ling Helix believes it is highly probable that someone present at that moment took note of his original species. He did not seek verification from the SEAL analyst. Instead, his immediate impulse was to eliminate the troublesome Mr. Parrot. Ling Helix, Senior Gao, regarding the incident at the hospital, it seems my original species information was leaked. I would like to inquire with the involved parties. I recall you noted down the employee number? Gao Tower, what's wrong? Is it serious? Ling Hilary, it is quite serious. I have been caught in the black market, but I am safe now. Gao Tali, the forces of the black market are intricate and complex. Do not act impulsively. I will inquire with the president to see if he can intervene. Ling Hilary did not expect such a response from Gao Sr. He sought out Gao Tali merely to ask for a work number and had no intention of seeking further assistance. However, upon hearing Gao Sr. mention the president, Ling Hilary did not immediately decline. He was quite curious about this president, the president of the Human Sciences Institute's club, whom he had only heard of through Gao Tali, was known to be the student council president of the Battle Spirit Academy, a 9th grade student from the command department. Evidently powerful, yet the fact that he founded a club that discriminates based on appearance seemed less than admirable. Gao Tali, the president said that since you have just joined the club and he is not yet familiar with you, matters concerning the black market can be discussed later. However, he can help silence the staff member who inadvertently lets something slip, considering it a benefit for club members. This was somewhat awkward. The president had not even asked Gao Tali to push for friendship. Moreover, he did not inquire about Ling Hilary's own wishes, which made him seem rather difficult to approach. Ling Hilary, thank you, Gao Sr. If the president is not available, I can handle it myself. Gautali. Actually, the president is quite a good person. Do not overthink it. There were many people present at the time, so having the president silence them should not pose future problems. Ling Hilary still wished to deal with Mr. Parrot personally. Nevertheless, he was also interested to see how far the president's so-called silence would extend. Ling Hilary, thank you. Senior and President, I wonder if there are any recent activities in the club? I shall certainly participate actively. Within the tower, as the new semester commences. Everyone is rather occupied. I shall inform you of any events. Mr. Parrot is not the focal point. Rather, Ling Helen's primary concern is to investigate who apprehended him. It is not a matter of swallowing one's pride, but rather that he must not project an image of vulnerability as he intends to navigate the underworld in the future. If the approach with Mr. Parrot proves futile, he must resort to the fifth pharmacy. Speaking of potions, among those Ling Helen knows, it must be the seal analyst. Ling Helen. Hi Gu, are you familiar with Xingfang? I have some matters regarding potions that I would like your assistance with. I possess a black market pass, but I am not well versed in the intricacies of potions. A professional capability analyst. I am overwhelmed. The paper has left me exasperated. If I assist you further, I shall be akin to a sea dog. Ling Helen. Well, it requires payment. A professional competence analyst. No way. My surroundings have become quite chaotic. Let us converse another time. The analyst was decisively rejected by the seal, and Ling Helen pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he could issue a bounty during his next visit to the black market. However, he recalled that although the Nightshade Club's missions must pertain to the arcane arts, there exists a mutual assistance zone among its members. From any perspective, the Nightshade Club offers far more reliability than the black market. The inaugural post in the assistance zone came from a user known as Blessing Be Mine, who sought volunteers willing to be cursed as test subjects. This post had been published quite some time ago, and the user diligently bumped it daily, amassing nearly 10,000 replies. Other posts sought assistance with skills, or, like him, requested help with mundane life matters, all receiving responses from fellow members. Overall, the atmosphere was rather amicable. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Nightshade, the vice president, who has long resided on planet Z73219. Ling Helen had also noticed several requests for assistance related to this planet. One such plea read, I have just enrolled in the Soul Warrior Academy, and the command course is exceedingly difficult. Is there anyone who can provide guidance? One may exchange the specialties of the Fishman home planet. Upon reading the initial sentence, Ling Helen nearly believed he had authored the post himself. However, upon perusing the latter half, he surmised it might be that academically challenged little Fishman. Numerous replies ensued, including a rather cold remark from a soft and adorable newcomer he had encountered in the group chat. If you can't endure the first year, with a 10 elimination rate at the Battle Soul Academy, you will inevitably be eliminated. Do not squander your funds. While the little Fishman spoke bluntly, there was no argument. He merely replied, I emerged from the Fishman home planet primarily in search of a partner. It matters not if I withdraw. It would be preferable to delay my departure and have more time to seek. Ling Helen was utterly astonished. He could not fathom that the usually solitary little Fishman harbored such romantic inclinations. He did not finish reading the post and clicked on several other help requests, confirming that the content he intended to seek assistance for should not violate any rules. He then began to compose his own post. If anyone possesses detailed information about the number 5 apothecary in the black market of Z73219 star, particularly regarding the recent illicit transactions, please contact me. I would be immensely grateful. The traffic in the member assistance area is rather limited, confined to the Z73219 star, and no one replied for a while. Ling Healy was not in a hurry. He set up a reply notification and soon fell into a deep slumber. The practical lesson the next day did not include a team formation segment. Individuals could leave or join teams in advance, and any incomplete teams by the time class commenced would be randomly grouped. Last week, among the newcomers in Ling Healy's group, apart from Ha Jiujio, none remained. However, others, including Tian Jun, did not withdraw. This time, the mission involved capturing a criminal wanted by the Star Alliance, specifically the leader of a band of space pirates. Currently, everyone was aboard a small starship. In the distance, 3 large pirate ships, which could easily be likened to ants next to the small starship, were arranged in a triangular formation, slowly approaching. The main body of the Star Pirate starship is marred by numerous dents and scars, silently narrating its storied past of battles fought. However, it seems to have recently been repainted, gliding through the vast expanse of the cosmic sea, reflecting a chilling metallic sheen that is both striking and terrifying. Surrounded by dozens of menacing particle cannons, it resembles a monstrous entity lurking in the void, poised to devour the ship at any moment. Ling Healy glanced over the mission parameters once more, confirming that the objective was to capture the Star Pirate leader rather than evade their pursuit. How they must be underestimated. Nonetheless, a challenging task certainly promises a greater reward for flawless execution. Ling Healy felt confident that securing first place in this practical exercise was well within reach. At that moment, Tianjun was the first to speak up, observing that their current position was aboard the starship, albeit a small one. Tianjun's eyes sparkled with fervor. Report to the commander. I shall pilot the starship. It would be no trouble at all to maneuver these 3 vessels for an entire day. The randomly encountered freshmen from the repair department rolled their eyes and muttered softly. Do you think you are a deity? Under the immense pressure exerted by the 3 starships, Mutu has become considerably more serious. 01 informed the commander that once all personnel have infiltrated the pirate starship, it would be feasible to either seize the pirate vessel and depart, or to preserve the original starship and leave. However, I remain uncertain about the piloting capabilities of 03. Relying solely on 03's abilities to evade the pirates' assaults entails a certain degree of risk. Chapter 38. My driving skills were acquired from her. Is this justification sufficient? Before Lingley had the chance to utter a word, the starship signaled an incoming call. Upon connection, a middle-aged man, embodying the quintessential image of a space pirate, appeared. You wish to apprehend me? Take good care of yourselves. Ha ha ha. Ling Helix swiftly initiated a mental connection. In the next moment, he promptly issued a command. Commander orders Unit 09, Information Division, to infiltrate the opponent's system through communication channels. Is that feasible? Acknowledged, Commander. The commander commanded 09 to infiltrate the opposing system and immediately access the database thereafter. 09 acknowledged the command, affirming receipt. Given Ling Helly's previous performance in the practical training, the new students did not overtly express their dissatisfaction towards Ling Helly's this time, making it highly probable that they would not incur any deductions in their group score. Silent? Are we? I wonder if you are even aware of which starship I am currently aboard? 09. Inform the commander that I am infiltrating the system, but I am currently unable to ascertain which starship has transmitted the message. The commander reassured 09, there is no need for haste. Your primary objective is the adversary's database, not the starship. With that, Ling Hella produced a coin he always carried. The commander commanded 02, assist me in employing the skill of foresight. Having grown accustomed to playing the role of a tool, Puhua silently contemplated which starship the space pirates occupied, then tossed the coin into the air. The foremost vessel, he deduced. Yet, despite the divination's clarity, Ling Hella found himself puzzled. The commander inquired of 02, were you preoccupied with other thoughts while casting the divination? Puhua was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether to divide the forces. Ling Healy chuckled, suggesting that the omen indicated a division of troops. The commander ordered all personnel that this time, the contingency plan for loss of control would entirely employ the universal P2 model. I, along with 03, 07, Maintenance Division, and 08, Logistics Division, constituted the first group, remaining aboard the current starship to restrain the actions of the space pirates. 03 was designated as the primary suppressor. The remaining individuals formed the second group, tasked with a raid on the pirate flagship, capturing the pirate leader, and then returning to the current starship to reunite with the first group. 01 was appointed as the primary suppressor, while 05, Medical Division, served as the primary comforter. 07 inquired of the commander, do you truly believe what 03 has claimed? That she can maneuver the starship? Is she really using the mysterious division as an excuse? The maintenance department has just sensed that Tianjin is boasting, which has led to direct questioning. Commander replied to 07, stating that grouping can effectively mitigate combat risks. The uncertainties surrounding the entire landing of the Space Pirates flagship are too numerous to manage, increasing the likelihood of failure. Furthermore, abandoning the initial starship will undoubtedly result in penalties. However, my decision is rooted in the fact that my piloting skills were honed under her guidance, and I place my trust in her. Is this rationale sufficient? Although the maintenance department raised doubts, they did not dare to openly oppose the commander. Such an act would undermine their professionalism. Though some dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts, they ultimately acquiesced to the tactical arrangements. Tianjung piloted the small starship toward the location of the space pirates. As soon as the small starship moved, the pirates immediately revealed their particle cannon, displaying no hesitation in their bullying of the lesser vessel. It seems that you have chosen to disregard the offer of a toast and instead opted for the consequences of a penalty drink. The leader of the Star Pirates let out a cold snort, terminating the communication. Beads of sweat formed on the forehead of the information officer. Unit 09 informed the commander that the invasion was proving to be quite challenging, and they might have to wait until they entered the Star Pirate mothership to continue the decryption. Tianjin had just dodged a few attacks and was still in the heat of the moment. Lingali, initially prepared to assist, was pushed away by her. So he observed the distance to the starship and spoke. The commander has ordered Team 2 to pilot the mechas and board the Star Pirate mothership. 6 mechas, each adorned in different colors, streaked like meteors across the starry sky, racing towards the location of the Star Pirate mothership. Mu 2, without hesitation, took the lead. His mecha, in terms of combat power and module functionality, far surpassed the others, drawing the brunt of the enemy's fire while executing evasive maneuvers that were textbook perfect, effortlessly avoiding all attacks. Seeing that the starship's bombardment was ineffective, the Star Pirates deployed their combat mechas. However, this time, Lingali realized that the mission indeed presented them with a chance for rebirth. The enemy released only a little over 20 mechas, whose performance was not much inferior to the standard mechas of the new recruits, and they were no match for this group of academic elites. Mutu seemed to have entered a state of frenzy. The crimson energy fluctuations even radiated beyond the confines of his mecha, making it appear as though it were ablaze, leaving behind a trail of resplendent battle scars. The deep crimson hue symbolized an SSS-level physical prowess, while Hajiojio's physical prowess was merely S-level, represented by blue. In battle, he exhibited none of the usual clumsiness associated with his character. He was swift, fierce, and precise, targeting vital points. Though his lethality was not quite on par with Mutu's, it was significantly higher than that of the others. The small starship piloted by Tianjin was still frantically maneuvering tactically, as she herself described it, walking the dog, having not been hit even once. However, balancing attacks without drawing the attention of Mutu and the others was proving to be quite a challenge. Lingali also began to put his piloting skills into practice. This time, Tianjin finally did not see him as a nuisance and accepted his assistance. Unit 01 informed the commander that the gravitational anchor point had been abandoned. Mutu's voice was slightly breathless but filled with joy. Indeed, in the next moment, he halted against the hull of the starship under the gravitational anchor's pull, activated the phase pulse aurora beam, and sliced open an entryway into the starship, successfully boarding. Unit 01 informed the commander that Team 2 had successfully landed on the Star Pirate mothership. The commander ordered Team 2 to carry out an indiscriminate attack across the entire starship, seeking to locate and capture the Star Pirate leader. Unit 09 continued to infiltrate the internal network of the Star Pirates. Unit 09 responded to the commander, indicating successful infiltration and inquiring whether to disable the internal defense systems. The commander replied to 09, stating that your primary directive is to infiltrate the pirate database. The voice from the information system grew increasingly anxious. 09 responded to the commander, affirming comprehension, yet expressing confusion. The commander inquired of 09, "Can you halt the assault of the 10 mechanical sentinels before you within 10 seconds?" 09 replied to the commander, "How is this possible?" The commander responded to 09, yet 01, Mutu, and 04, Hajiojio, could incapacitate them both within a mere 10 seconds. 09 acknowledged the commander, affirming their understanding. The quest to locate the leader of the Star Pirates is a lengthy yet unchallenging endeavor. Mutu's combat prowess is overwhelming. rendering the concept of difficulty non-existent. In contrast, Ling Hela must remain perpetually focused on piloting the small starship, which adds a layer of tension to the task. However, Ling Helu possesses ample piloting experience with the Celestial Pillow, allowing for a seamless collaboration that brings great joy to the Celestial Pillow, who, with a playful pat on Ling Helu's shoulder, exclaims, "I exude charisma." The commander informs 03 to refrain from disturbing others' work. Ling Helali, with a B-level physical capacity, was so forcefully struck that his shoulder became red and swollen. His hand trembled, nearly causing him to be hit by the particle cannon. They had located the individual, who still attempted to flee via the escape pod. Suddenly, Mutoshin's voice, filled with joy, rang out as 01 inquired of the commander whether the half-dead space pirate leader was acceptable. The commander replied to 01, stating that he had reviewed the warrant and was indifferent to the outcome, though a living capture would command a higher price. 01 responded to the commander, acknowledging his understanding. In the next moment, Tianjun's words were tinged with hesitation. 03 informed the commander that the actions of the Star Pirates seem amiss. They have included their flagship within the range of attack. Are they truly intending to obliterate their own leader? Chapter 39. Are you merely seeking extra credit for the laboratory? Commander of Report 09, I have successfully infiltrated the Star Pirate database. I have uncovered the reasons behind the Star Pirates' assaults on the flagship. There exists evidence aboard the flagship of their experiments involving the fusion of creatures with human beings. The monstrous entities have long been the sworn enemies of the interstellar people, rendering any possibility of negotiation utterly impossible, as they seem devoid of intelligence. The experimentation involving the fusion of these creatures with human bodies has already transgressed the legal boundaries set by the Galactic Alliance. Currently, the bounty on the leader of the space pirates does not include this particular offense. Should this charge be substantiated in the future, the bounty is likely to escalate several tiers. Moreover, all members of this pirate crew will inevitably find themselves on the Galactic Alliance's wanted list. Ling Healy has become acutely aware of this situation, and it appears that most of the team members have also grasped the gravity of the hidden mission, which serves as a bonus for achieving a flawless completion. The commander has ordered Team 2 to conduct a thorough investigation of all laboratories aboard the starship to obtain experimental data. Furthermore, the commander has instructed Unit 09 to inform him each time the damage rate increases by 10. While Ling Healy cannot directly observe the damage rate of the pirate mothership, the information department has successfully infiltrated the internal network of the mothership and is able to access this data. Unit 09 reports to the commander that the current damage rate stands at 2. However, a swift assault from a fellow pirate soon strikes the mothership. Unit 09 then updates the commander with the new damage rate of 17. Ling Healy hastily issues an incomplete command. Commander instructs Unit 09. Regardless of whether you resort to violent coercion or hack into the pirate leader's optical brain, I require you to extract the information from his optical brain with utmost urgency. The information department, initially exhilarated by the discovery of the hidden mission, quickly devolves into complaints. Unit 09 responds to the commander, asserting that the primary function of the information department should be to delve into the starship's internal network to uncover laboratory information. The commander replied, 09. Are you merely seeking to gain additional points for the laboratory? The information officer was taken aback. The commander informed 09 that our objective was to capture all the space pirates entirely, rather than merely acquiring the laboratory data. Thus, your current actions are of paramount importance. Whether we can apprehend all the space pirates hinges entirely on your performance. To be candid, Ling Helu felt somewhat disappointed in 09. Despite 09's admission to the Battle Spirit Academy, his abilities seemed lacking, as they were on the verge of capturing the pirate leader while only just breaching the pirate's database. Clearly, he had always believed that Ling Helu's orders were intended to suppress him, preventing him from showcasing his capabilities, thus diverting his focus from the task at hand. Ling Helu was indifferent to how many points the information department might lose, provided it did not hinder his progress. 09 reported to the commander, stating that the current damage rate was at 32. The pirate mothership had been struck once more. Ling Helu glanced at the logistics students nearby, who appeared to be idling. The commander inquired of 08, recalling that the logistics department also offered courses related to information infiltration, did it not? 08. Respond to the commander. Yes, my performance has been quite commendable. Ling Healy swiftly illustrated the remaining 2 starships within the mental connection. Commander orders 08 to now infiltrate the communication systems of these 2 starships. What I seek is not merely communication with the starship commander, but the ability to connect with the communications of all personnel aboard the vessel. 08. Respond to the commander. Acknowledged. 09. Reporting to the commander, the current damage rate stands at 56. The tone of the information systems personnel was somewhat urgent. Not solely due to the rapidly escalating damage rate of the starship. More significantly, it was evident that he had also overheard Ling Healy's orders to 08. Underperformance is one matter, but being outclassed by those from unrelated fields is an entirely different predicament. This is nothing short of a resounding slap in his face. He was filled with a certain ire, causing his movements to hasten involuntarily. Report 09 to the commander. The current damage rate stands at 70. The firepower utilized by the 2 starships of the space pirates attacking their flagship was far more ferocious than that employed against the smaller vessels commanded by Ling Helu. Of course, the larger target of the flagship contributed to this disparity. It was hardly reasonable to deploy stellar-class weaponry against mere small craft. The Quasar Singularity Cannon, when fired, could encompass the area of hundreds of small starships. The flagship, having been brutally cleared by Mu-2 and others, was devoid of any pilots. The few remaining stragglers were solely focused on escape. While the energy of the mechs could not sustain individual operations for long in the vastness of space, the escape pods could. Since Ling Helu had resolved to capture all the space pirates, he had previously commanded the second team to release all escape pods. Without these pods, the pirates opted to pilot their mechs to other vessels. Report 08 to the commander. We have successfully infiltrated the communication systems of 2 starships, allowing us access to any communication device. Report 09 to the commander. The current damage rate has escalated to 81. Almost simultaneously, the information system swiftly conveyed. We have breached the neural interface of the pirate leader. Through various methods, he is temporarily incapacitated, yet still alive. The commander instructed 08 to maintain the infiltration status and directed 09 to analyze the chat logs to identify all of the pirate leader's core subordinates. This time, the information system could finally showcase its expertise, not only organizing the core personnel of the pirate leader as per Ling Helu's directives, but also clarifying the different factions within the pirate group. The commander responded to 09, commending the excellent completion of the task. A smile finally graced Ling Helu's face as he commanded 08 to collaborate with 09 to send a distress signal from the pirate leader to all of his core subordinates, forbidding any attacks on the flagship. Simultaneously, he ordered the collection of incriminating information regarding the commanders of the 2 starships, as well as the involvement of the pirate group in nefarious experiments, to be disseminated to all pirates. Ling Helu's strategy aimed to incite profound discord among the pirates. Although he had previously declared the intention to capture all remaining pirates, such a feat was, in reality, unattainable. Internal strife would result in the demise of some pirates, substantially reducing the challenge of apprehending the remainder and easing the task for the second team. Thus, Ling Helu opted for this method. Report 09 to the commander. The current damage rate is at 92. The flagship will disintegrate completely within 30 seconds. Mu-2 and others had yet to provide updates on the laboratory data. Ling Helu silently commenced a countdown of 30 seconds. He still harbored a strong hope for Mu-2's success. However, if the concealed task remained unfulfilled, he would be able to accept it. As long as they could capture other space pirates subsequently, there would be alternative methods available. Yet, in the final 10 seconds, favorable news finally arrived. 01 reporting to the commander. We have successfully acquired the laboratory data, which can serve as evidence to indict the space pirates. The first bonus point secured. Commander 03, the trajectory of the starship on the left deviates from the norm. I suspect that a fierce conflict has erupted within the vessel, and that the crew may have encountered unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Tianjun has conveyed some encouraging news. The commander acknowledged 03's report, affirming receipt. He then commanded Team 2 to apprehend the leader of the space pirates and board the starship on the left, if necessary. The life of the pirate leader may be negotiated with the remaining pirates. The subsequent developments unfolded even more favorably than Ling he had anticipated. Upon boarding the left starship, Team 2 found that they did not even need to utilize the pirate leader. Several members of the pirate crew, who had not been involved in the monstrous experiments, willingly collaborated with them to subdue the remaining adversaries. Chapter 40. My command style is calm and open to counsel. Skillful in utilizing all available resources upon witnessing the capture of 2 starships, the last vessel, in a state of panic, attempted to flee. Yet, the Celestial Hound truly knows how to hunt. The small starship lacked heavy weaponry, and the soul gravity lens was perfectly suited to thwart its escape. The third starship could not evade capture, and internal discord led to its eventual conquest by Team 2. After negotiating with the space pirates who had not participated in the monstrous experiments, Ling Hell's team piloted one of the starships laden with heinous criminals away. Mission accomplished. Ling Hell swiftly glanced at his score. A flawless completion awarded him 30 points. No additional bonuses were granted. It was evident that, whether in professional knowledge or team leadership, Ling Hell remained merely average. However, the additional 30 points sufficed. He recalled that the top scorer from the previous class had garnered only 25 points. Over the years, there have seldom been scores exceeding 30 in practical courses. Junior, when you next visit the club activity building, let us indulge in a game of rapid starship together. Tianjin thoroughly enjoyed today's practical session and cannot help but wish to schedule another. My driving skills were entirely imparted by Senior Tian. Comparing myself to her seems rather futile. Ling Helen has already disowned Tianjin's temperament. Once she becomes enthusiastic, she becomes impossible to rein in, thus opting to decline. Indeed. Tianjin nodded. All right, then I shall take my leave. Mu Tu and Puhua similarly departed for other courses. Just as Hajiu Jio was about to leave as well, Ling Helen stopped him. Shall I not go to see your younger brother? Hajiu felt a twinge of sadness upon hearing these words. I do think about it a lot. But the last time you were in danger, it wasn't your fault. Why do you feel guilty? Ling Huyan's smile evokes a desire for adventure within me. Excellent. Ha Jojo is brimming with excitement. I shall inform my brother at once that we shall embark on our journey this evening. It is imperative to proceed. Ling Helen nodded. The practical training session employed the time dilation feature of the Star Network, resulting in an exceptionally swift conclusion. During the brief exchange between Ling Helen and Hajiu Jio, all teams had already completed the challenge. Ling Helen could distinctly see his score, prominently displaying the words rank 1 behind it. He immediately shared his score in the class group. Practical course 30 points. Shared, ranking 1. No further words were necessary. The class group fell silent for a moment, until finally someone replied. Student A bet is a bet. I shall post. Student B, you truly excel. I was narrow-minded. I shall post. Student C, how could you possibly? Never mind. I shall post. On the forum of the Battle Soul Academy, several neatly arranged apology posts appeared, all addressing their apologies to Ling Helii. This has evidently thrust Ling Helen into the spotlight of the entire school, not to mention the condolences from Senior Gao and others. Even Teacher Xiao couldn't refrain from sending a message. Xiao Longxia, I heard you ranked first in this practical class. Did you employ precognitive skills? Ling Helen, I have utilized it to predict the location of the Star Pirate leader and whether they will divide their forces. Xiao Longxia, when you have the time, please elaborate on it with me. Consider it a form of work study, and you may determine your own compensation. The last time I employed your predictions in command, the results were not as expected. Ling Helia, a miscalculation in predictions? Xiao Longxia, the prediction was indeed accurate, yet it did not yield the transformative impact I had envisioned on the battlefield. Ling Helia perceives that Professor Zhao's fascination with the arcane has perhaps gone too far. How can one rely on the unknown to effect such a monumental reversal? However, he dared not criticize Professor Xiao and quickly replied, the content of my practical class has concluded, and there remains over an hour until the next class begins. Professor Xiao, may I come to the laboratory now? Is there sufficient time? Xiaolongxia, certainly. I am in the laboratory. Ling Heili has been visiting Teacher Zhao's laboratory daily to utilize the time flow feature of the Star Network. growing increasingly familiar with the environment. Upon entering, he effortlessly made his way to the second-floor lounge, where indeed he found Teacher Xiao inside. "What reward do you seek?" Teacher Xiao is always meticulous in his work. He first inquired about Ling Heli's remuneration. Ling Heli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Could you possibly assist me with tutoring? Or perhaps clarify some questions I have?" Teacher Xiao had not anticipated that Ling He would make such a request, and his expression reflected considerable satisfaction. "Very well. Whenever you employ any precognitive skills during practical lessons, inform me, and I shall grant you 1 session of interstellar consultation." The contract was swiftly drafted. Ling He realized then that Teacher Xiao was an exceptionally benevolent person. "At present, I shall elaborate on the manner in which I employ predictive skills during practical classes. Ling He believes that he has somewhat transformed the method of casting coins into a mystical touchstone. There exists no systematic application. Rather, if it seems appropriate, it is utilized. Teacher Xiao listened intently, his brows furrowing once more. Yet another deviation from the proper path. One should contemplate the more judicious application of skills, rather than relying solely upon them. Ling Heli's nodded repeatedly. In truth, Teacher Xiao was not mistaken. However, Ling Heli's was aware that when faced with a situation, he would utilize his skills as necessary. Teacher Xiao, clearly perceiving Ling Heli's insincerity, was nearly incensed to the point of turning crimson once more. "Teacher Xiao, I seek your guidance." Ling Helen swiftly redirected the conversation. "What about you?" he inquired, noticing that Teacher Xiao still appeared somewhat irate. Ling Helen was beset with numerous questions. Yet the foremost that sprang to mind were the 79 points of contention he had received from the tower. The initial criticism lingered in his thoughts. He remained oblivious to the significant flaws in his conducting style. Due to the mutual grievances exchanged with his senior, Gao, he had refrained from seeking clarification from the tower thereafter. "Your conducting style?" Teacher Xiao let out a cold laugh and said, "Why don't you first describe your conducting style? I am curious to see how well you understand yourself." This was a question Ling Helu had contemplated numerous times, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "My conducting style is characterized by calmness and receptiveness to advice, adept at utilizing all available resources." "Huh." Teacher Xiao scoffed. "You certainly have a talent for self-aggrandizement." Ling Helu, feeling indignant, retorted, "Given my limited abilities, isn't it precisely these qualities that enable me to achieve perfect results?" Teacher Xiao, however, inquired with a stern expression, "Why must one achieve a flawless completion?" Ling Helu was taken aback. "The requirement for the practical course is to pass." Teacher Xiao then inquired, "Staying calm is acceptable, but why heed the advice?" Ling He, unable to comprehend Teacher Xiao's inquiry, nonetheless responded, "By synthesizing everyone's opinions, we can discover a more effective approach to overcoming challenges." The third question from Teacher Xiao, "Does it include an unrestricted reliance on predictive skills?" Ling Helilai discerned the subtle disapproval in Teacher Xiao's words. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, asserting that the outcome was his successful passage, which earned him additional points. Before Teacher Xiao could utter another word, Ling Helilai experienced a sudden realization. Every statement he made was solely aimed at achieving success. It dawned on him that his commanding style seemed less about calm deliberation and more about utilitarianism. Excessively utilitarian, everything aimed solely at clearing levels. Observing Ling Helu's contemplative demeanor, Teacher Xiao chose not to interrupt him, allowing him the space for quiet reflection. After a while, Ling Helu suddenly spoke. "Though not in a tone of self-reflection, I am indeed too pragmatic. Yet, one often has reasons beyond their control. I am no saint." Teacher Xiao, listening to his words, paused momentarily. He turned his gaze towards the window, his eyes gradually becoming distant, as if he were lost in reminiscence. "Someone once shared similar sentiments with me. You know him, Shu Qi." Chapter 41. Teacher Shu's schemes are all deceitful. If it were me, I would certainly opt for honesty. Ling Heli's found himself deeply impressed by Director Shu Qi. It was disheartening to witness a person of such stature deliberately complicating the life of a student. Moreover, he sensed that his rather conspicuous demeanor today would inevitably provoke some mischief from Teacher Shu. He estimated that trouble would find him by tomorrow, at the latest. His evident disdain did not go unnoticed by Teacher Xiao, who shook his head in disapproval. Your straightforward nature is quite unlike his. If it were Shu-Chi standing here, he would undoubtedly feign humility and claim to embrace criticism. He then shot Ling Hellies a sidelong glance. Yet, like you, he remains unrepentant. By the way, Teacher Xiao continued, his tone shifting slightly, I have noticed you have been quite close with the Senior Mu too. I see he has joined your regular team. Senior Mu is quite magnanimous. He has been a great help to me, Ling Hellies praised openly. Teacher Xiao regarded him with a quizzical expression. I find it perplexing. Given your conflict with Shu-Chi, how is it you maintain such a close relationship with Mu Tu? Ling Hellies was aware that Mu Tu likely shared a good rapport with Teacher Shu. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out to relay messages. However, from Teacher Zhao's insinuations, it appeared that Mu Tu and Shu-Chi's relationship was more than just ordinary camaraderie. With a direct inquiry, he asked, Teacher Xiao, would you mind elaborating on the relationship between Senior Mu and Teacher Shu? After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Xiao shook his head. As a student, you need not concern yourself with such intricate matters. Ling Hellies, with a hint of melancholy in his gaze, retorted, but you brought it up first. Ah, very well, Teacher Xiao conceded, appearing more amenable. To put it succinctly, the position of Director Shu-Chi was attained through his affiliation with Mu Yuanqing. Mu Tu hails from the same lineage. The weight of this revelation was profound for Ling Hellies. So, are you suggesting that Teacher Shu aligned himself with Mu Yuanqing to ascend to the position of director? Upon realizing this, he felt a surge of excitement. Then I should seek out Mu Tu. Perhaps he can assist me in dealing with Teacher Shu's troubles. The authority of the director of the War Soul Academy held significant influence. Teacher Xiao shot him a disapproving glance, perhaps recalling the implications of Shu-Chi's connections, and let out a scornful huff. Even if Shu-Chi has allied himself with Mu Yuanqing, he is not someone who can be easily swayed by a mere junior like Mu Tu. As he spoke, his gaze turned critical once more. Your straightforwardness is commendable. But for heaven's sake, do not emulate Shu-Chi's underhanded tactics. Ling Hellies nodded earnestly. Teacher Shu's methods against me are entirely deceitful. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly choose integrity. Teacher Xiao, who had just regained his composure, found himself momentarily flustered. His tail fin flailed in exasperation. You are no different from that scoundrel Shu-Chi. Depart. Understood. Ling Hellies promptly retreated, but upon reaching the door, he turned back and solemnly stated, Teacher Xiao, I believe you may be suffering from a case of Teacher Shu's stress-induced syndrome. It requires treatment. The response to his remark was the resounding slam of the door behind him. Upon exiting the experimental building, Ling Hellies opened a long-overdue notification that had appeared in the corner of his screen. A post he made in the Nightshade Club had received replies. I can provide updates within the next 7 days. My expectations are modest. I seek guidance for my coursework in the conducting department of the Advanced Academy. The poster seems quite familiar, going by the moniker Seeking a Lifelong Partner, and is likely the same individual who previously posted about exchanging products from the Fishman Star for tutoring in the conducting department, suggesting they are probably the underachieving fishmen. I will directly message Ling He, Union, seeking a lifelong partner in commitment. Do you know me? Who are you? Anonymous, your classmate from the Department of Command, Ling Hello. Seeking a lifelong partner for a covenant. Your recent academic improvement is quite remarkable. You are indeed able to offer me guidance. Where are you? Anonymous, I am about to return to my dormitory. However, have you given it any thought? Would you allow me to tutor you? Meeting with Enian poses no issue. However, Ling Helen feels that Enian holds himself in too high regard. In search of a lifelong partner. I am also in the dormitory. I will be there shortly. The little fish person is quite reasonable and polite, even knocking before entering the dormitory. Upon opening the door, Beijiao saw him and instinctively stepped back several paces, asking, What is it? At this moment, Ling Helen hurriedly arrived, swiftly greeting, Yunian, I am here. Beijiao widened his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately sent Ling He a message. Are you not afraid of being imprisoned for a lifetime on the Fishman homeworld? Ling He replied, What? Beiji responded, Do you not know? The partners coveted by the mermen are seized directly. Once taken back to the merman home planet, they can never escape. Ling Helen, but? Beijo, why do you refuse to listen? In any case, do not approach Enian. Whether you heed this advice is entirely up to you. Enian is quite perceptive. Upon noticing that Bei Jiao and Ling Li paused for a moment, he immediately spoke up. Are you speaking ill of me? No, Bei Jiao is enlightening me about your customs. Ling Helu quickly explained. It's not the best. The proud little merman directed his words at Bei Jiao, stating, I prefer soft and gentle girls. I have no interest in hard-shelled creatures like you. As Bei Jiao appeared ready to explode with anger, Ling Helu swiftly pulled the little merman away, suggesting, Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? All right, I find you quite agreeable, though not in a romantic sense. The little fish man was evidently aware of his own reputation, and his addition came quite naturally. I see great potential in you. When you first entered the school, you were even worse off than I was, yet now you have surpassed me. Upon saying this, he sighed. Had I known, I would not have chosen the conducting department. I heard it attracts the most charming girls, yet who could have anticipated it would be this challenging? Ling Healy found it difficult to comprehend the thought process of one enamored with romance, but he clarified, I have only just completed the courses from the Intermediate Academy. The material I am currently studying is beyond my capacity to tutor you. Upon hearing this, the little fish man was quite pleased. That's great. Start by tutoring me in the Intermediate Academy's courses. Since you have just gone through them, it should be easy for you to teach me. Ling Healy hesitated slightly. Didn't you gain admission through the normal examination process? The little merman raised his head. The Merman Galaxy. One of the 6 permanent members of the Star Alliance, the largest investor in the Battle Soul Academy. Ling He understood. This individual was indeed a person of significant connections, wielding immense power behind the scenes. Ling Jie's situation was merely a matter of personal favor at best. Very well. Supplementing the curriculum of the Intermediate Academy would pose no issue. Ling Helix swiftly finalized the matters concerning the pharmacy on the 5th. How shall you convey this to me? Please find a liquid that was present at the time, the little merman stated. In a pharmacy, there are certainly numerous liquids. Just grab any vial for me. As members of the royal merman lineage, we possess mysterious abilities that allow us to perceive events from the past 7 days through liquids. Nothing that has transpired in the water escapes my sight. However, you must act swiftly, for anything beyond 7 days will elude my senses. Ling Healy felt a bit troubled. He had no idea where the person who captured him had conducted their transactions within the pharmacy. Nonetheless, at least he now had a direction. If all else fails, he could negotiate and purchase a vial from the pharmacy's storeroom. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 42. If a solution is not found promptly, the situation will only worsen. The phrase soft persuasion and hard pressure implies the necessity of being prepared for a resolute confrontation. Fortunately, Ling Helu is not alone at this juncture. Though his established team consists solely of Mu Tu and Hajiojiu, they form a reliable unit. After parting ways with Yunyan, he did not hesitate to message Mu Tu. Senior Mu, would you be available to accompany me to the black market? Mu Tu replied. Is this regarding yesterday's incident? No problem. I will follow the junior. Ling Healy, by the way, I still owe the senior a month's worth of meals. When shall I treat you next time? Senior Pu can join as well. Mu Tu. Pu Hua will certainly be willing. I shall inquire with him. There is no rush. We shall dine after resolving the matters concerning the black market. Additionally, a fixed team member is Han Xiujio. What a coincidence. He is currently arranging to meet Ha Baba this evening. Once they convene, he will bring up the matter. Excellent. Hajiojiu remains rather naive, seemingly oblivious to the peril that venturing into the black market entails. If Ling classmate still requires assistance, my younger brother could accompany us. This idea is rather appealing. The two of them arrived at the outer courtyard with enthusiasm, only to find Ha Baba melancholy, staring at his mecha. It is worth noting that the Combat Spirit Academy provides standardized mechas for students lacking their own. However, those in the mecha department typically opt to utilize their personal mechas, which far surpass the standard models in both performance and firepower. Ha Baba belongs to the mecha department. Even as an outer courtyard student, he possesses his own mecha. Yet, at present, this particular mecha appears battered and in dire need of repairs. Hajio hurriedly dashed over on all fours. Brother, Haba turned back, resembling a wronged child, lamenting, I can no longer afford to repair my mech. Hajiojiu halted midway, replying, neither can I. Haba felt a profound sadness. This time, He ran towards Hajiojiao, exclaiming, "Brother, your little brother cannot be without a mech." Ling Helen indeed had an idea. He lightly cleared his throat to interrupt the two. "If I had the means, would it be possible to hire you to accompany me to the black market?" "Dear classmate Haba?" Hababa gazed at Ling Healy as if beholding a savior. "It is you. Classmate Ling, you are truly remarkable. I can finally afford to repair my mecha." Ha! The bond between the brothers Haba and Hajiyuji flourished in moments devoid of financial discussions, as they comfortably leaned against each other, exchanging words for an extended duration. Subsequently, Haba presented a life-sized plush toy to Ling Heli, his eyes filled with a bittersweet longing, nearly prompting Ling Heli to utter a refusal. However, a message from Senior Gao introduced a shift in the atmosphere. In the tower, he conveyed, "The president asked me to inform you that the information did not leak from any individuals present the day before yesterday, including the staff. You may need to investigate other sources." Ling Heli replied, "Understood. Thank you, Senior Gao." A weight settled in Ling Heli's heart. Aware that few were privy to his original information, with no records even within the school. Apart from Mr. Parrot, only the SEAL analyst was aware. To be candid, Ling Heli was reluctant to believe that the information had indeed been deliberately leaked by the SEAL analyst. Despite the numerous times the analyst had rescued him from a state of energy turmoil. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek out the little fish man first. Thus, he planned to discreetly procure a small quantity of liquid from the SEAL analyst's domain, a task he deemed manageable. Bidding farewell to the Hajiyuji brothers, Ling Heli sent a message. "Brother Hai, as we agreed, I am ready to provide the data materials. When shall I come for the assessment?" A professional capability analyst. Busy. No need. However, a sudden unease gripped Ling He's heart. The SEAL analyst had always placed great value on his data, yet now he seemed to disregard it entirely. Something must indeed have transpired. He sent another message. "I have recently experienced several instances of energy instability and would like to seek Brother Hai's assistance. I am willing to pay." After a moment of contemplation, the SEAL analyst responded, "Certainly, come to the Spirit Healing Academy, and I shall send you the address of the laboratory. Upon your arrival, simply call me to open the door." The Spirit Healing Academy exuded a warmth that starkly contrasted with the austere atmosphere of the Battle Spirit Academy. The entrance welcomed visitors with a vibrant rainbow fountain. And unlike the stringent restrictions at the Battle Spirit Academy, Ling Heli strolled in without any hindrance. Upon locating the address provided by the SEAL analyst, Ling Heli promptly sent a text message, and the gate soon swung open. "Room 307, Professional Skill Value Analyst," he noted. The SEAL analyst appeared genuinely busy, as evidenced by his disheveled appearance, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed for several days. His sunken eye sockets and lackluster gaze conveyed a sense of fatigue. Recently, Ling Heli had gained considerable proficiency in energy control, with fluctuations no longer emanating outward. Upon seeing him, the SEAL analyst could not discern much at first glance and instructed, "Proceed with the testing." Ling Heli swiftly followed the analyst's directive and engaged with various instruments, while the SEAL analyst operated the holographic computer to analyze data. Ling Heli's attention was drawn to an open box of nutritional supplements tucked away in the corner. Upon inspecting the production date, he noted it had been several months, suggesting it had likely been stored in the laboratory for quite some time. "Brother Hai, I haven't had dinner yet. May I take a bottle of the nutritional supplement?" The SEAL analyst did not lift his head, brusquely stating, "Take care of it yourself, and do not bother me." When he finally raised his gaze, his expression was rather grave. "You have lost control twice recently. Such frequency is rather alarming. Perhaps my previous assistance in hastening your progress was misguided. If we do not devise a solution promptly, the situation will only deteriorate further." Ling Heli took this matter to heart and nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Brother Hai." Just as he was about to take his leave, the SEAL analyst inquired, "You mentioned needing my help regarding the black market last time?" Ling Heli felt a sudden chill in his heart as he spoke, while observing the expression of the SEAL analyst. "Indeed, the number 5 apothecary. Are you aware of it?" "Brother Hai, I am not well versed in the black market." The analyst, shaking his hand, indicated otherwise. "However, my teacher is knowledgeable about it. You may articulate your requirements, and I will inquire with my teacher on your behalf." He paused for a moment, Consider it a small recompense from me. No need for that. Hi Go. It was I who initially took on the responsibility. Ling Helu quickly interjected, stating that the matter is not particularly urgent. So it would be unnecessary to trouble Hai Ji's manner. Very well, let us contemplate methods for stabilizing energy, and I shall assist you in this endeavor. The SEAL analyst scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was nearly the latter half of the night. Ling Helian refrained from disturbing the little merman. He resolved to employ the technique of coin divination using copper coins. Interestingly, he had never personally utilized this skill before. Nightshade mentioned that the success rate of the skill was correlated with the level of mental strength, which led him to subconsciously seek out individuals with higher mental acuity for divination. However, his current B-grade mental strength was not insignificant. He silently pondered whether the SEAL analyst was betraying him and tossed the coin. The unfavorable outcome pointed to the SEAL analyst. Ling Helian clenched the coin tightly in his hand, hoping that the inaccuracy of the divination stemmed from his insufficient mental strength. Chapter 43. Is Brother Hai seeking revenge on your teacher? Allow me. Although the outcome of the divination was not particularly favorable, Ling Helen had many matters to attend to and did not dwell on it excessively. Firstly, he aimed to earn money to assist Haba in repairing his mech. After all, they had agreed on a hiring arrangement. Being in debt was not an issue. When it came to making money, he was certainly inclined to check the task wall at the Nightshade Club. The mere thought of the Nightshade Club prompted Ling Helen to open the members group chat to see what everyone was discussing. Blessing with me. Newbies, come to my bowl. With the spirit of the lucky emperor, good fortune comes. Set the bowl. Mech parts for skill exchange. Enough with your daily chance. How could there be so many naive newbies falling for it? Blessing with me. Not necessarily. Didn't TA newbie send me a red envelope last time? Ling foolishly accepted a red envelope. Helen, please refrain from resurrecting the dead. Blessing with me. It's you. Want a red envelope? One red envelope for a skill exchange is quite a bargain. Soft and adorable newbie. I'm destined for a day of misfortune. Blessing with me. Isn't this a reasonable exchange? Perhaps the newbie is in need of money? Mech parts for skill exchange. Newbie, don't listen to him. 5,000 interstellar coins wouldn't be enough to buy a single mech part from me. There's no need. Blessing with me. Mechs are luxury items, you know? 5,000 interstellar coins could buy 3 months' worth of nutritional supplements to stay home. As the two began to bicker, Ling Helen seemed to ponder. Mech parts for skill exchange. You can use mysterious skills for payment here, right? Can you directly repair mechs? Mech parts for skill exchange. That depends on your location. I can't possibly traverse several star systems just for one skill. Ling Helen, Planet Z73219. Mech parts for skill exchange. The Nightshade Pavilion area? You indeed have a considerable connection with the Nightshade Pavilion. All right. Send me the details of your skill effects and the mech you wish to repair privately. I will attend the club's themed gathering in 3 days. It was at the themed gathering of the Nightshade Club that Ling Helen first became acquainted with you. As a member of the club, it was only fitting for him to attend the themed gathering. Ling Helen sought Haba for the mech information, attaching his skill details before sending them over. A prompt reply arrived. At least an SSS level skill. As for whether it is X level, I cannot be certain. But shall we proceed with the price for an SSS level skill? Ling Helen, that works. How much will the mech repair cost? Mech parts for skill exchange. To be frank, this dilapidated mech has little repair value. I would need to sift through the old parts pile for replacements. If you insist on the repair, let us say 100,000 interstellar coins, redeemable with your skill for one use. Ling Helen, all right. See you at the club's themed gathering in 3 days. With this matter settled, Ling Helen finally felt a sense of relief and peacefully drifted into slumber. However, upon rising the next day, he received a group message from his physical training instructor, stating that, following a notice from the Academic Affairs Department, the stability of students' energy levels would be included in the assessment criteria. The class group chat was abuzz with discussions. Most of the freshmen were progressing methodically, having not faced much risk, resulting in stable energy levels with no danger of loss of control, at least in the entire command class 2. It seemed that only Ling Helen faced the peril of being penalized. Furthermore, upon receiving the notification from the Academic Affairs Department, Ling Helu almost immediately deduced that it was Professor Shuchi attempting to vex him once more. However, it appeared that he was unable to direct Teacher Li, who conducted the meditation class, as his influence did not extend to the directing department. Otherwise, not only would the physical training class likely be subject to this new assessment requirement, but the meditation class would probably follow suit as well. Ling Helu had already been contemplating strategies to stabilize his energy fluctuations and was unconcerned about the additional assessment criteria, swiftly dismissing the thought from his mind. Little Fishman was also present in the water class group. Ling Helu sent him a private message. "I've obtained the liquid. Could you assist me in examining it?" Yunyan replied, "Sure. Meet at the classroom closest to the dormitory." Little Fishman was typically alone in his vicinity. Upon Ling Helu's arrival, he found the classroom occupied solely by Little Fishman, thus avoiding the hassle of establishing a mental barrier. "Do you know which day this occurred? It would be best to be specific. I can't possibly review all 7 days from start to finish." Yunyan reached out to take the nutrient solution. "I'm not certain of the exact day, but it was during a time when others were present." Little Fishman readily agreed. "That's doable. I'll fast forward when there's no one around." Almost immediately, his eyes shimmered with a golden light, intertwined with faint blue lines, ultimately enveloping the nutrient solution entirely. 7 days prior, 2 individuals had argued, one resembling a SEAL student and the other a Lynx teacher. Their dispute revolved around the primitive species. Little Fishman glanced at Ling Helu. "Are you a primitive species?" Ling Helu covered his face. "Yes." He felt a sense of unease about the ease with which information regarding the primitive species could be leaked, as this added another person in the know. The Lynx teacher deemed the experimental data exceptionally valuable and expressed a desire for further collaboration, which the SEAL student declined. This SEAL student seemed quite reasonable. He stated that his dealings with you had concluded and would not seek your cooperation in future experiments. The two fell out, and the Lynx teacher assigned a multitude of menial tasks to the SEAL student in the laboratory, appearing to be occupied with laboratory matters in the following days. It sounded rather routine. However, the suspicion that the Lynx teacher had ulterior motives loomed large. Nevertheless, Ling Helu harbored another question. How did the SEAL analyst come to know of the Lynx teacher's connections to the black market? Were there no other useful pieces of information? Ling Helu remained unconvinced. Little Fishman narrowed his eyes. The faint blue lines within his golden gaze began to dance, and he reset the progress to review it from the beginning. Nothing particularly noteworthy was found, except that the SEAL student seemed increasingly irritable. If one were to identify something strange, it would be that the SEAL student spent the subsequent days in the laboratory, but 2 days ago, he did not attend the laboratory at all. Does that count as useful? 2 days ago was precisely when Ling Helu was abducted to the black market. Wait, when he arrived at the laboratory, he was holding something. Let me see. It should be an imaging storage device. What did he record? After numerous uses of the copper coin divination method, Ling Helu's intuition had sharpened significantly. Without the need for divination, the sequence of events immediately unfolded in his mind. The SEAL analyst had recorded the transactions between his teacher and individuals from the black market. However, he might genuinely be unaware that the entity his teacher intends to negotiate with is Ling Helu, the original species. Consequently, the divination he deciphered yesterday was significantly skewed due to his own B-grade mental prowess. In light of this, he could simply relay the matter to Analyst Hi. I need you to record the incriminating evidence of your teacher's dealings with the black market. The professional analyst responded, What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Ling Helu replied, Hi, you may not be aware, but 2 days ago, I was abducted and taken to the black market. The content of your teacher's transaction with the individuals there revolves around me. After a prolonged silence, a message arrived. No, I have use for that footage. Ling Helu pressed on. Hi, do you wish to retaliate against your teacher? I am at your service. Chapter 44, The Soul Battle Academy's Affairs, What Evidence is Required? I am the evidence. A professional capability analyst. I do not seek vengeance against my teacher. I merely wish for him to allow me to graduate early. Ling Helix, likewise. Leave it to me. A professional capability analyst. What proof will you provide? Ling Helix, I require no proof. As long as I am a student of the Soul Battle Academy, Your teacher cannot escape responsibility. After a prolonged silence, fine, do not involve me in this. Receiving the footage sent by the SEAL analyst, Ling Helix disregarded the curious gaze of the little merman and decisively made his way to Professor Xiao's laboratory. Indeed, Professor Xiao was in the lounge at that moment. Upon seeing him, Professor Xiao felt a wave of displeasure. Evidently, the frustrations from yesterday had yet to dissipate. With a disdainful tone, he remarked, "Oh, skipping class to come to my laboratory, are we?" Ling Helix replied earnestly, "Professor Xiao, I have an urgent matter. Your student has been bullied by the Medical Soul Academy." Bullied? Professor Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting in fury. "You cannot even contend with the Medical Soul Academy's superficial show? Do not claim you are my student." Ling Helix hastily clarified. It was a teacher from the Medical Soul Academy who bullied him. Only then did Professor Xiao grasp the gravity of the situation, his expression turning serious. "Speak. What transpired?" To recount the events from 2 days prior, I was abducted to the Star Square black market. What? The Star Square dares to extend its reach to our Soul Battle Academy? I shall dismantle it. Professor Xiao slammed his massive claw upon the table. No. The person in charge of Star Square recognized that I am a student of the Soul Battle Academy and rescued me, Ling Helix further explained. Professor Xiao regarded him with suspicion. Star Square would not act without profit. This is merely leveraging your reputation. Ling Helix blinked, asserting, I can handle the matters concerning Star Square myself. However, it was a teacher from the Medical Soul Academy who orchestrated my abduction. Professor Xiao remained skeptical. Why would they want to capture you? Because I am an original species, that teacher sought to experiment on me. Ling Helix no longer cared about how many individuals were privy to his status as an original species. With many lice, one does not itch. Thus, he decided to speak openly. Original species? That indeed raises the possibility, Professor Xiao muttered to himself. I have evidence. Ling Helix quickly extended his left hand. And there is also classmate Yunyan. He can corroborate that the teacher from the Medical Soul Academy harbors ulterior motives against me. Professor Xiao received the visual information. Although the footage did not explicitly indicate an intent to abduct Ling Helix, the fact that Ling Helix sought him out confirmed the seriousness of the situation. Professor Xiao was well aware of Yunyan's mysterious capabilities. Most importantly, when did the Soul Battle Academy ever need to endure indignities from the Medical Soul Academy? Suddenly, Professor Xiao rose to his feet. Let us go meet Teacher Shu Qi. What? Teacher Shu? Ling Helix, who had been in high spirits just moments ago, was taken aback. Professor Xiao regarded him with a smirk. What? Are you afraid I shall hand you over to Teacher Shu Qi for some torment? No. Ling Helix quickly shook his head, albeit still somewhat perplexed. It is just that it would be more appropriate for him to handle matters concerning the Soul Battle Academy. After all, I am merely an ordinary teacher and not as intimidating as he is, Professor Xiao remarked. Rest assured. This matter pertains to the dignity of the Battle Soul Academy, and Shu Qing is not one to be oblivious to the larger context. Your conflict is merely personal. However, once the Battle Soul Academy is involved, even if he wishes to harm you, he must first ensure you breach the gates of the Medical Soul Academy. Early this morning, Teacher Shu Qing was in high spirits, playfully teasing the little fish in the water tank while humming a cheerful tune. Upon turning to see Teacher Xiao arriving with Ling Helu, he broke into a smile. Ling Helu, do you have inquiries regarding the normal adjustments to the school curriculum? Why have you brought Teacher Xiao along? What schemes are you plotting? There's no way for you to contend. Teacher Xiao replied impatiently. Let's get to the point. Teacher Shu Qing's demeanor shifted, his smile fading. What is it? To wreak havoc, Teacher Xiao stated. A look of disdain flickered in Teacher Shu Qing's eyes. Barbarians. Teacher Xiao sneered at him. The teachers from the Medical Soul Academy have the audacity to engage in black market dealings to capture our students from the Battle Soul Academy. And you choose not to retaliate? Teacher Shu Qing's expression turned serious. Elaborate. Here, Teacher Xiao pushed Ling Hela forward, explaining he is an original species. The news leaked, and a teacher from the Medical Soul Academy learned of it and had him kidnapped by the black market. Ling Helu, confused, thought to himself that he was trying to prevent the disclosure of his original species information. Why then did it seem that more and more people were aware of it? He quickly extended his left hand. Teacher Shu Qing, This is evidence. Unnecessary. Teacher Shuqing waved his tentacle dismissively. In the Battle Soul Academy, who needs evidence? I am the evidence. Now, let's go wreak havoc. He casually adjusted his clothing and strode out ahead. Teacher Xiao nudged Ling Helu. Keep up. I shall not accompany you. Just follow Teacher Shuqing to identify the culprits. Teacher Shuqing's personal hover vehicle was strikingly unique, with a translucent exterior radiating a deep blue glow, evoking the profound depths of the ocean, truly beautiful. However, this hover vehicle was evidently not merely a pretty facade. Ling Helu observed as Teacher Shuqing drove the vehicle directly toward the gates of the Medical Soul Academy. Suddenly, a deep blue energy shield enveloped the vehicle, allowing it to crash into the wall, creating a gaping black hole in the formerly welcoming entrance. His mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was he truly smashing the school gates? With the gates of the Medical Soul Academy shattered, students within were thrown into disarray, while the teachers capable of restoring order had yet to arrive. Lead the way, Teacher Shuqing commanded, pulling Ling Helu to the front. Ling Helu swiftly navigated the hover vehicle to the laboratory where the SEAL analyst had previously been located. The door was firmly locked. However, this posed no challenge for Teacher Shuqing. He reversed the hover vehicle slightly, and then crashed it into the door, creating another large opening under the protection of the energy shield. Identify them. This time, Teacher Shuqing calmly stepped out of the hover vehicle with Ling Helu, surveying the terrified faculty and students within the building, speaking in a leisurely manner. Ling Helu recalled the images sent by the SEAL analyst, vividly remembering the appearance of Teacher Shichi. His gaze scanned the room, quickly landing on the visibly panicked Teacher Shichi. It's him. In the next moment, before Teacher Lynx had a chance to utter a word, Shuchi swiftly ensnared him with his tendrils, not even granting him a glance. He simply addressed Ling Helen, instructing, "Board the hover vehicle. It is time to engage in a thorough discussion with the head of the Medical Soul Academy." "Oh, very well," Ling Helen replied, his astonishment from the past decade eclipsed by the events of that singular day. He had become so overwhelmed by shock that he obediently followed Shuchi's directive and entered the hover vehicle. Outside, the students of the Medical Soul Academy appeared as if the sky had fallen. The SEAL analyst was also present, equally astonished by Ling Helen's demeanor. Recalling his promise, Ling Helen hurriedly approached Shuchi, saying, Teacher Shuchi, the students accompanying this teacher are rather innocent." Shuchi, discerning Ling Helen's ulterior motive with a mere glance, lazily inquired, "Which one do you wish to assist?" "That student from the sea." Shuchi chuckled softly, "And why would I acquiesce to your request?" Chapter 45. No one is as skilled as you. Ling Helu glanced at the Lynx teacher beside him, choosing silence. Observing this, Shuqin extended a tentacle and struck the Lynx teacher, rendering him unconscious. Only then did Ling Helu feel at ease to speak. "Teacher Shu, I harbor personal motives. And I presume you do as well. Regarding the incident at the school gate, I trust that your intentions were solely for the honor of the Battle Soul Academy. However, when it comes to meeting the head of the Medical Soul Academy, I find it hard to believe that there are no personal interests involved. Your objectives are too clear-cut: who to seek and where to go. No one rehearsed this as skillfully as you have." Shuqin maintained a smile. "What if you, Ling Helu, do not believe me? Even if you were to withdraw today, I would still proceed to the office of the president of the Medical Soul Academy." Ling Helu articulated his reasoning with precision. "Teacher Shu, while I may not necessarily achieve my aims, I can certainly wreak havoc with ease. You should be well aware of this, correct?" With a swift motion, Shuqin's tentacle lunged toward Ling Helu. It wasn't particularly fast, allowing Ling Helu to react. Yet, he chose not to evade, standing resolutely in place. "I do not intend to threaten you, Teacher Shu. We hold no deep-seated enmity. In fact, we might even become allies. Wouldn't you agree?" Through Senior Mu too, Shuqin's tentacle halted before Ling Helu, as if it had been intended to tidy his attire all along. However, his words remained distant. "Mu Tu poses no threat to me." "Not a threat, but you might perceive it as an incentive," Ling Helu replied earnestly. "Senior Mu Tu is a vital member of my team. He will grow alongside me, now and into the future. I can assure you, I will forge a brilliant future, bringing Senior Mu Tu along with me. Perhaps even Mu Yuanqing as well." Shuqing's gesture of adjusting Ling Helu's clothing softened. If memory serves, Ling Helu, you currently possess nothing. Yet, you have people, confidence, and the drive to act. Your spirit is formidable, your emotions stable, and the future looks promising. Ling Helu unabashedly praised himself before inquiring. Teacher Mu, do you genuinely wish to make an enemy of someone like me? Shuqing slowly retracted his tentacle. Countless eyes fixated on Ling Helu. Not sufficient. Indeed, Shuqing proved to be somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, Ling Helu felt a firm conviction within. When faced with a difficult individual, reason may not be the best approach. After all, he is a student and has the liberty to be a bit headstrong in the presence of a teacher. Thus, Ling Helu confidently declared, "Now, I shall address this from the perspective of the Medical Soul Academy and engage in a proper discussion with you, Teacher Shu." Shuqing chuckled in disbelief at the shift in his demeanor. "Are you threatening me? This is your matter. I am here for you at the Medical Soul Academy. And you dare to threaten me?" Ling Helu blinked, remaining silent. After pacing back and forth a few times, Shuqing calmed himself. Admittedly, he found himself at a loss facing Ling Helu's obstinate behavior. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired gently, "What is it you wish me to do, Ling Helu?" Regarding the earlier student from the sea, he wishes to graduate early. Ling Helu's eyes brightened as he spoke. "Very well," Shuqing nodded. "I must apprehend my direct assailant, who is likely connected to the number 5 apothecary in the Starry Market." This time, Shuqing did not immediately acquiesce. His expression was somewhat peculiar as he inquired, "Are you not aware of who stands behind the Medical Soul University and the number 5 apothecary?" Ling Helu naturally shook his head, asking, "Who is it?" Shuqing gestured towards the underground, stating, "The Medical Soul Academy is a public university on planet Z73219. Ling Helu only knew that the Battle Soul University was a private institution backed by the Fishman Galaxy. He was indeed unaware that the Medical Soul University was public. However, he quickly realized, my original species information has been registered. If the authorities wish to apprehend me, they wouldn't go through such convoluted means. This is merely a matter concerning Teacher Shuli." As he spoke, he cast a dubious glance at Shuqing, questioning, "Teacher Shu, are you truly capable of this?" Shuqing continued to smile, albeit with a somewhat gritted tone. "Very well, Ling Helu, remember this. If my affairs today do not come to fruition, I shall also take note of what you wish to accomplish." "Thank you, Teacher Shu," Ling Helu responded with gratitude. The doors of the administrative building of the Medical Soul Academy stood ajar, eliminating the need for Shuqing to force them open. Using his tendrils, he nudged Teacher Shuli and leisurely led Ling Helu towards the office on the top floor, unimpeded by anyone. The Medical Soul Academy was indeed not adept at combat. Although Shuqing had graduated from the logistics department of the Battle Soul Academy, he had initially been accepted into the command department, known for its formidable prowess. There were younger instructors inclined to engage Shuqing in a verbal spar, challenging his audacity and breaching the school entrance. Shuqing, with a smile, patted the young instructor on the shoulder, saying, "You possess quite the audacity. Even your principal would not dare speak to me in such a manner." In the next moment, the young instructor found himself flattened to the ground. Others familiar with Teacher Shuli hoped that Shuqing would release him so they could engage in a proper discussion. Shuqing maintained his smile, retorting, "Then, will you assist in addressing the transgressions he has committed?" The group fell silent instantly. Upon reaching the top floor, they found the principal's office door ajar, though it was unoccupied. Shuqing made himself quite comfortable, seating himself in the plushest chair, casually beckoning Ling Helu, "Make yourself at home. We shall wait." Moments later, a rotund principal resembling a pig hurried in, his stature towering over Mu Tu, though he was entirely composed of flab, presenting no semblance of combat prowess. Following closely were several robust instructors, yet it was evident they lacked the confidence to confront Teacher Shuqing, trailing behind in silence. "Teacher Shuqing," the pig principal exclaimed with righteous indignation, "what do you think you are doing? Do not presume that being from the Battle Soul Academy grants you license to act with impunity." Shuqing interrupted. "Is it not my responsibility to intervene when the instructors of the Medical Soul Academy bully the students of the Battle Soul Academy?" The principal appeared momentarily taken aback. glancing suspiciously at the unconscious teacher Shuli and the nearby Ling Helu. He cleared his throat, suggesting, "Shall we allow teacher Shi to speak first? Are you implying that I am fabricating my account?" Shuqing's tendrils rose in unison, countless eyes fixed intently upon the pig principal. The principal, feeling a rush of embarrassment, dared not directly refute him and ultimately uttered, "One must know the extent of an apology." Satisfied with the principal's humble demeanor, Shuqing extended a tendril to rouse Teacher Ling. Upon awakening, Teacher Ling was met with the sight of Shuqing's appendage and his face filled with terror, exclaiming, "It wasn't me." The principal cleared his throat to regain his attention. "Teacher Shi, what happened? How did you provoke the Battle Spirit Academy?" Having spotted Ling Helen earlier, Teacher Ling had realized that his secrets were exposed. Now, with the mention of the Battle Spirit Academy, all his remaining hope dissipated, and he instantly felt dejected. Nevertheless, he maintained a defiant facade, stating, "I merely wish to invite this student to assist me with a few experiments." Not only Ling Helen, but Shuqing also found this explanation utterly unconvincing. Amid Teacher Ling's fearful gaze, Shuqing's tendril advanced once more, hovering at a distance neither too close nor too far. Before gently inquiring, "Have you finished your explanation?" Chapter 46. I never anticipated that he still harbored concerns about past events. Teacher Shelley, no longer daring to offer further explanations, hurriedly admitted fault. "I am willing to compensate this student." However, he was interrupted by Shuck. Extending a tentacle, he shook it gently. "First, surrender the direct assailant who kidnapped him. I am aware it was someone from the number 5 apothecary." Teacher Shelley, who had already conceded defeat, changed color upon hearing this. "Are you jesting? Do you not realize who stands behind the number 5 apothecary? Are you wishing for my demise?" Shuck's voice remained gentle yet devoid of warmth. "Your fate is of no concern to me." He then turned to Principal ZH. "Is the Medical Soul Academy not prepared to provide an explanation to our Battle Soul Academy?" Sweat beaded on Principal ZH's forehead. "Shuck, do not overstep your bounds. Even if your Battle Soul Academy is backed by the Fishman Galaxy, this is Planet Z73219. His words, though forceful, lacked conviction and betrayed a sense of anxiety. Shuck smiled silently. Principal ZH faltered, unable to continue, and after a moment, likely having communicated with Teacher Shelley through his holographic device, resolutely stated, "Very well, we can hand over the individual who apprehended this student, but they must not be killed." Shuck gazed at Ling Hel, who nodded in agreement. Upon realizing that the number 5 apothecary was affiliated with the asteroid's official authority, he had abandoned the notion of eliminating his captor. "Agreed," Shuck affirmed, extending a second tentacle. "Students under Teacher Shelley shall not be implicated in this matter. Those who wish to continue their studies may do so, and those desiring early graduation may graduate early." This was straightforward, and Principal ZH readily nodded. "No problem." Then Shuck extended a third tentacle, "The latest Origin Restoration Serum developed by your Medical Soul Academy. 3 vials for our Battle Soul Academy as a token of apology." Principal ZH, who had previously endured in silence, erupted in outrage. "You must be dreaming. Do you have any idea how much we invested to produce a single vial? You ask for 3? The entire Medical Soul Academy possesses but 1. Very well, then, just 1 vial." Shuck replied with a demeanor that suggested he was remarkably accommodating. "Did you not comprehend my words?" Principal ZH bellowed, growing increasingly agitated. "The Medical Soul Academy has only 1 vial." Shuck spoke slowly. "Indeed. We shall consider 1 vial as compensation for our Battle Soul Academy. We do not deem it insufficient." Principal ZH, infuriated, found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he seethed. "If you can navigate the proper channels through the Education Bureau, then by all means try. It is impossible for me to hand it over directly." Shuck had evidently awaited this response for some time. Promptly operating his holographic device, "You should soon receive a notification from the Education Bureau. You anticipated this all along." Principal ZH nearly leaped from his seat. However, upon meeting Shuck's piercing gaze, he swallowed his words. Clearly, regardless of whether it was premeditated, he found himself outmaneuvered. From the moment he stormed into the Medical Soul Academy to the resolution of all matters, merely over half an hour had elapsed, perhaps by the time he returned. The first class would still be ongoing. On the journey back, Ling Hela could not suppress his curiosity and discreetly sent a message to Teacher Xiao. Has Teacher Shuqi's friend suffered from source damage? He even entertained the notion that this person might be Yi Yu. Alas, he only knew of one individual with source damage. Teacher Xiao promptly responded, "Did he mention this to you?" Ling Helu replied, "What matter?" Teacher Shu requested a vial of source restoration elixir from the Medical Soul Academy as an apology. I have reasonable grounds to suspect that Teacher Shu has a friend with source damage. Xiaolongxia confirmed, that is indeed the case. He has a teammate who has suffered source damage. Ling Helu urged, "Please elaborate, Teacher Xiao. I wish to hear more." Xiaolongxia replied, "Mind your manners, or I shall give you a beating. It concerns a practical class when he was still in the command department. I never expected him to remember the incident." Ling Helu pressed on, "Continue, please." Xiaolongxia warned, "If you continue to be impertinent, I will teach you a lesson. It pertains to his elimination from the command department during a practical exercise. In an effort to save time, he neglected to address a teammate's energy loss in a timely manner, resulting in the teammate suffering source damage." Ling Hela gasped in shock. He had been unaware that failing to manage energy loss could cause source damage. In his own instances of losing control, there had always been a timely intervention from the SEAL analyst, and subsequently, he had been quickly soothed, never once suffering damage to his source, truly a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, he silently elevated the urgency of energy control in his mind several notches. Ling Helu's distraction was too conspicuous, prompting Teacher Shu to inquire, "What is on your mind?" Ling Helu? Caught off guard, Ling Helu promptly ceased his thoughts, avoiding the fate of classmate Bei Qiao, who often spoke without thinking. He was contemplating matters concerning the No. 5 apothecary. Teacher Shu appeared slightly skeptical. However, in his current good spirits, he chose not to probe further, simplifying his speech. "As for the number 5 apothecary, have Mu Tu accompany you. He has means to verify identity, and they will hand over the person." "Thank you, Teacher Shu." Upon returning to the War Soul Academy, Ling Helu revised his earlier plan regarding the black market. Mu Tu, Ha Jujio, and Ha Baba would still need to accompany him. This time, it was not to raid the apothecary, but rather because, on his own, even if the culprits were delivered to him, Ling Helu feared his dual B-level abilities would be insufficient to manage the situation. Furthermore, he had previously agreed with Xing to employ the copper coin divination method to assist General Neem of the Callisto Nebula. He had reviewed the materials provided by Xing and conducted a thorough search on the Callisto Nebula. The conclusion he reached was that the Callisto Nebula faced both internal and external turmoil, with mysterious monsters appearing from unknown origins and internal strife among its own ranks. General Neem was likely seeking divination for the future of the Callisto Nebula. Yet, why could he not make the decision himself? This was because any decision would inevitably result in the loss of lives. Faced with the threat of death, no one would compel Neem to make such a choice. Not even those offering him counsel. If someone had to die, they would ensure that those providing counsel and Neem would be the first to go. Thus, Ling Hela performed another divination. He wished to inquire about Xing's reliability. The omen indicated unreliability. Ling Helen found himself in a state of turmoil. Based on previous experiences, the outcomes were likely to be significantly skewed. What events transpired that rendered the stars unreliable? Or had the stars been inherently unreliable due to their involvement in the tumultuous affairs of the Callisto Nebula? Ling Helen faced a challenging decision and ultimately resolved to bring along all 3 teammates to bolster his sense of security. Admittedly, the prowess of the 3 students was insignificant within the dark underbelly of the market. Even though Mu Tu ranked 74th in combat strength at the Battle Soul Academy, comparing him to the ruthless mercenaries who thrived on the edge of danger in the black market rendered his standing quite inconsequential. However, Ling Helen's intent was not to send them into combat. He needed to ensure that if he were to encounter peril, there would be individuals capable of relaying his circumstances back to the Battle Soul Academy. Chapter 47. I have triumphed according to my rules. You must personally crush his hand. There are numerous methods for short-range interstellar communication, yet the most discreet and stable remains the superstring resonance beacon. The underlying principles are exceedingly intricate, but fortunately, it adheres to a foolproof interstellar application. Ling Helix affixed the beacon onto the light brain membrane. transforming the originally rigid metal block into a flowing crystalline substance that melded seamlessly with the light brain. Mu2, Hajiojo, and Hababa also integrated into the same frequency beacon. Subsequently, Ling Helix and Mu2 provided their perspectives, allowing Hajiojo and Hababa to monitor attentively, automatically recording the holographic imagery. Ling Helix only brought Mu2 into the black market. Primarily, Mu2 possessed a black market pass, while the two hounds did not, and Ling Helix was unaware of where to procure one. The two brothers could only remain at a distance from the black market, seeking a populous spot to patiently observe the beacon. As they arrived after classes, the night had already descended, marking the peak hours of activity in the black market. Ling Helix and Mu2, blending with the crowd, donned two nondescript metallic masks. Their youthful demeanors starkly contrasted the hurried figures within the bustling market, drawing the gaze of many passers-by. However, Mu2 remained indifferent, casually flicking his right hand. A trifold vortex of iridescent patterns illuminated his skin, strikingly visible against the night backdrop. Ling Helix had encountered this emblem, known as the Mu Crown emblem, during his research on Mu Yuan Star. It is a unique biotechnological innovation of Mu Yuan Star, implanting symbiotic organisms within the body. Not only does it signify Mu2's origins from Mu Yuan Star, but it also significantly stabilizes energy. Many individuals hailing from Mu Yuan Star often follow combat-oriented paths, unperturbed by the perils of energy destabilization, attributed to the formidable capability of the Mu Crown emblem to maintain energy equilibrium. This is reflected in the illustrious reputation these individuals have garnered due to the emblem. While the denizens of the black market may not possess combat prowess, they are acutely aware of which factions to avoid. Those who initially regarded them with the gaze of a predator swiftly turned away, resuming their paths. The location of the number 5 apothecary was not far from the entrance of the black market. Ostentatiously displayed with an exceedingly simple shop name, yet adorned with towering artistic fonts almost 10 meters high, accompanied by an array of holographic embellishments, exuding a distinct cyberpunk flair. In stark contrast to the more discreetly decorated shops nearby, it was an anomaly, immediately visible upon entering the black market. One could only commend its official backing, allowing it to stand boldly amidst the clandestine atmosphere of the market. Ling Helix and Mu2 approached with a clear objective, heading directly towards the apothecary. The shop was sparsely populated, with merely one attendant, possibly the proprietor. Resembling a bullfrog and towering over 2 meters, he wore a uniform complete with a bow tie, a stark departure from the concealed appearances of others in the black market. Without exchanging pleasantries, Ling Helix and Mu2 approached, with Mu2 once again revealing the emblem on his hand. The bullfrog inspected the emblem, then beckoned other patrons to depart. Subsequently, he activated some mechanism, enveloping the entire shop in a layer of energy shielding, reminiscent of a psychic barrier, radiating with the iridescent glow indicative of X-level psychic potency. I am fully aware of the situation. The bullfrog spoke with an emotionless tone, indicating that the pharmacy number 5 had no intention of provoking the Soul Battle Academy. This time, the actions were instigated by subordinates without authorization. The individuals behind me, I summoned them forth. The initial remarks were acceptable, but upon hearing the final statement, Ling Hela's heart sank. He had come seeking vengeance against Li Wei, yet the bullfrog's nonchalant demeanor suggested that no opportunity for retaliation would be afforded to him. In Ling Hela's mind, he had envisioned a scenario where he would at least bind the individuals involved. Indeed, shortly thereafter, 2 individuals emerged from the back room, appearing rather relaxed. One of them was a staff member whom Ling Helu recognized from the time his energy had spiraled out of control. He appeared somewhat frail and ill-equipped for combat. The other was likely the assailant who had abducted him, exuding a menacing aura and glaring fiercely at Ling Helu. "Apologize," Bullfrog commanded, his expression darkening. Before the two could utter a word of remorse, Ling Hela stepped forward, facing Bullfrog directly. "If the attitude of pharmacy number 5 remains unchanged, I shall resort to an alternative method to resolve this matter." Bullfrog's eyes bulged in surprise, making it difficult for him to gauge Ling Helu's demeanor. He slightly lowered his body, though it resembled more of a threatening posture. "What impact has my attitude had?" Ling Helu refrained from responding and turned to the scowling individual. You are the one who kidnapped me, correct? You were paid for this job, yes? Refund tenfold what you received. The once menacing figure, without a word, produced a black market access card, tapping it against his holographic device, disregarding Bullfrog's stance, and extended his hand towards Ling Helu. I accept. Let this matter be concluded. The Soul Battle Academy shall not pursue me further. Ling Helu willingly extended his access card, 1 million interstellar coins in total, sufficient for an extended period. Bullfrog, caught off guard by the betrayal from his own, let out a cold snort and fell silent. And you, using the store as connections for personal gain? Ling Helu scrutinized the staff member, extending his hand ominously. Then let us shatter your hand. Ling Helu had not intended for such brutality, though even if he were to crush the hand, interstellar medical technology could restore it, albeit requiring a lengthy adjustment period. His initial aim had merely been to assert his stance. However, Bullfrog had obstinately refused to provide him with such acknowledgement. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to use pharmacy number 5 to establish his authority. The staff member's complexion paled as he glanced at Bullfrog, pleading for assistance. Manager, save me. Silence. Bullfrog glared at him, then turned his unfriendly gaze towards Ling Helu. This was indeed Planet Z73219. Even within the black market, certain rules must be adhered to. What you propose does not hold merit. Rules of the black market? Might makes right, does it not? Ling Helu did not refute him. Instead, he followed up with, shall we engage in a duel? If I lose, I shall depart. If I win, you shall personally crush his hand. Bullfrog appeared taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke with a somewhat dry tone. He was not a combat personnel in the shop, having only undergone basic combat training. With a physical fitness rating of D, Ling Helu chuckled. I haven't even received training. I am entirely self-taught with merely theoretical knowledge. We are quite compatible for a match. His words were not an exaggeration. The time flow feature of the Star Network could only be utilized for learning theoretical knowledge. Basic combat necessitates the muscle memory of the body. Even if one memorizes the techniques in the Star Network, they remain ineffective in practice. Beside them, Mutu covered his mask, perhaps recalling the time during the entrance examination when Ling Helu cheered him on. Junior, am I not capable? One must engage in battle. Although Ling Helu attempted to sound nonchalant, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The current situation was indeed favorable, and furthermore, he gazed at the Bullfrog and calmly declared, I am here to resolve issues, not to create enmity. I shall take the initiative. This is my sincerity. The Bullfrog paused momentarily, evidently aware of Ling Helu's background in the command department of the Battle Spirit Academy. His expression filled with skepticism. He extended his right hand. Shall we lend a hand? Ling Helu, unfamiliar with this cryptic language, surmised he wished to test his limits and extended his own right hand. However, before he could react, he found himself pinned to the ground by the Bullfrog. In the next moment, Mutu kicked towards them, and the Bullfrog quickly released Ling Helu and stepped back. Aren't you from the command department? You truly lack experience. The Bullfrog regarded Ling Helu with astonishment, contemplated for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Let us go to the black market's arena of grievances, just as you suggested. If you lose, you depart. If you win, I shall personally crush his hand. Chapter 48. I will certainly assist Xing Gu with his matters. The specifics of my assistance shall be determined by me. Ling Helu did not immediately ascend to the platform of grievances. Instead, he pulled Mutu aside and inquired softly, Senior Mu, could you lend me a self-defense weapon? Mutu felt an urge to cover his face. Was this a spur-of-the-moment decision? Junior, you truly are something. Despite his words, he procured a sleek gray dagger, its aerodynamic lines exuding a sense of technological elegance. This is a zero-sum annihilation dagger. With a single flourish, it can strike a wide area, perfect for a novice like you. Ling Helu excitedly accepted it. Thank you, Senior. Watch me. The grievance platform was situated at the heart of the black market. As individuals ascended the stage, many were drawn in, impatiently shouting phrases like kill him quickly. However, the actual combat devolved into a farce of ineptitude. Observing the two combatants, whose speeds barely surpassed the sound barrier, exchanging clumsy blows akin to children playing house, The onlookers erupted into laughter. Are children now joining the grievance platform? Surely, they aren't vying for a milk bottle. It had been centuries since I had witnessed such a farcical display. When did Star Square descend to this level? Put in some effort. Are you performing a comedy? Mutu took a few steps back, wishing to vanish from sight, utterly desiring to avoid being recognized as Ling Helen's companion. Before long, the battle on stage reached a fever pitch. Ling Helen's theoretical knowledge proved beneficial. Although initially he merely mimicked techniques mechanically, entirely oblivious to the need for adaptability. His opponent was equally incompetent, possessing a mere D in physical capability, thus any strikes landed were hardly painful. Moreover, after the initial hit on Ling Helen, the same moves were quickly deciphered by him. Just as he was about to exploit a flaw in his opponent's defense and secure victory, the adversary, sensing the precariousness of the situation, produced a neurotoxin gun from his pocket. Since the opponent had resorted to weaponry, Ling Helen naturally did not hold back. With a swift motion, he unleashed the zero-sum annihilation dagger, creating a gray arc of energy that surged towards the clerk a mere half-meter away. It was obstructed by the bullfrog. Being struck by this dagger would indeed result in annihilation. You have won, Bullfrog declared. Ling Helen happily sheathed the dagger. The store manager's judgment was exceedingly fair. Remarkably, Bullfrog seemed genuinely pleased by his words. Refraining from further comment as he turned to the clerk, speaking in a low tone, "Extend your hands." The clerk trembled in fear. Nonetheless, Bullfrog held a considerable aura of intimidation. He dared not plead for mercy, closing his eyes and extending his hands. In an instant, flesh was pulverized. The clerk's agonized cries pierced the night sky of the black market, causing the spectators to pause momentarily before erupting into uproarious laughter. This incompetent fool. He'll heal from a broken hand, won't he? Shoo. That's the clerk from the number 5 apothecary. You can't afford to cross him. The number 5 apothecary? Then who is that lad beside him? Ling Helen's desired display of authority surpassed expectations, and he felt grateful for Bullfrog's instigation. At that moment, Bullfrog rendered the clerk unconscious, finally silencing his incessant wails. As you wished. Having spoken, he lifted the shop assistant and strode outside. No hard feelings, right? Ling Healy inquired suddenly. The Bullfrog glanced at him. I am not that petty. He still bore some semblance of a store manager. Ling Healy, pleased, returned the dagger to Mutu, who retreated repeatedly, unable to escape, before covering his face with a mask. Junior, I now believe Pu Hua's words hold merit. What is the matter? Ling Healy asked, puzzled. I ought to carefully consider the prospect of joining your fixed team. Mutu exaggeratedly shook his head. Ling Healy recognized the jest and chuckled. Unfortunately, Senior, you are already aboard the pirate ship. He then produced a packet of Blue Star pastries from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and offered it to him. Is bribing the senior permissible? Mutu stuffed the pastry into his mouth beneath the mask, his tone suddenly brightening. This flavor is quite delightful. I knew it. Ling Healy exclaimed. Interstellar folks prefer milder tastes. Pastries are indeed more fitting than hot pot. It seems I have chosen my gift wisely. Gift? Mutu was puzzled. In fact, it was rather peculiar for Ling Healy to bring pastries to the black market. Ling Healy shrugged. I promised the person in charge here to treat them. It seemed more appropriate to offer pastries. Star? Mutu evidently was well acquainted with the circumstances of the black market. Precisely, Ling Healy affirmed. I am to meet Star. Senior, could you devise a contingency plan? If I signal, could you create a bit of chaos in the black market? Creating chaos is not an issue, Mutu nodded. But don't you need me to accompany you? Although Star was the head of the Star Square, a bit of disorder might not compel him to personally resolve matters. Ling Healy dared not have Mutu accompany him. The various factions within the Callisto Nebula were genuinely lethal. If Mutu were entangled, it was likely that Instructor Shuck would not need to resort to cunning. He would simply use his tentacles to make Ling Healy regret his decisions. It's rather inconvenient for Senior Mu to go, Ling Healy stated, and according to my estimations, the issues are manageable. Manageable enough to necessitate creating chaos in the black market? Mutu observed acutely, countering him. Then, Ling Healy suddenly adopted the tone of a practical course, commanding Mutu. Comply with the previous orders. Mutu felt a flicker of irritation. According to interstellar tradition, He could not defy a command from a superior. He could only express his frustration. Mutu acknowledges the command. Understood. He stomped away heavily. Star's Lounge was situated in a secluded corner of the black market. Its entrance unremarkable, even more discreet than the obscure shops around it, appearing at first glance to be an uninhabited room. However, upon pushing open the door, Ling Healy was met with a resplendent display of golden, lavish decor, perfectly suited to the nature of a star merchant. Identity confirmed. Reservation noted. Greetings, esteemed guest. Please proceed this way. An intelligent robot illuminated its lights and promptly indicated a direction. Another door lay ahead. Ling Healy did not knock. The door opened of its own accord. Star was seated within, legs crossed, idly tapping on something in the air. You've arrived? Have you confirmed your willingness to collaborate with me? Ling Helix first retrieved the pastries, affirming the collaboration with Xing. He mentioned his intention to express gratitude to Xing by treating him to the delicacies from his hometown. Xing accepted the offering but set it aside without tasting it. As you are aware, the situation in the Callisto Nebula is precarious. Are you truly certain about your participation? Confirmation was given with a nod from Ling Helix. Does Xing wish to inquire once more? Xing chuckled. No need for that. When are you available? I will finalize the arrangements for the deal with Neem. By the way, I have a question. Ling Helix, however, did not respond. If he were merely to assist Grand Leader Neem in employing his foresight abilities, there theoretically would be no risk of exposure. Nonetheless, the Nightshade Club deemed this a precarious situation. Grand Leader Neem has also insisted on a 100 accuracy rate for the skill due to potential interference. Is it possible that the opposing party possesses mystical abilities that could disrupt the skill and even discern Grand Leader Neem's decisions, knowing who is advising him? Xing, could you elaborate on how you intend to ensure my safety? Xing gazed at Ling Helix with a smile. You only ask after agreeing. Surely, you don't wish to backtrack? That is certainly not the case. Ling Helix shook his head, affirming his commitment to Xing out of gratitude for saving him. This sentiment will not change. However, while gratitude is one thing, I must also ensure my own safety. I will certainly assist with Xing's matters, but the specifics of my assistance will be determined by me. Chapter 49. It is not that you are indispensable, but that I am fortuitously present. Xing lowered his elevated foot and casually altered his sitting posture, the smile on his face fading into cool indifference. If you do not trust me, there is no need for collaboration. Ling Healy felt a tinge of helplessness. Xinggu, I genuinely wish to express my gratitude to you. However, if you insist on viewing this as a transaction of interests, then let us discuss it from a cooperative perspective. Ling Healy's expression grew serious. To place your trust in a stranger like me, relying entirely on an unknown skill for a 30 million transaction, is an act of folly unbefitting a ruler of the black market. Are you attempting to toy with me as if I were a child? Xing rose to his feet, towering over Ling Healy by 3 meters. The dark metallic eyes of his mask casting an oppressive gaze upon him. Ling Healy met his stare with unwavering calmness, neither yielding nor displaying impatience. There were no fluctuations of energy nor associations with external power. It was merely a contest of attitudes between the two. Ling Healy remained emotionally stable, feeling as though he could maintain eye contact until the end of time. Ultimately, it was Xing who relented first. He stretched his limbs casually before resuming his seat. You mentioned a desire to repay kindness. I assured you of your safety. Why must we clarify everything so meticulously? Ling Healy straightened his posture further, now able to meet Xing's gaze levelly. I consider myself quite significant. I cannot afford any mishaps. If Xinggu does not divulge the plan to me, I cannot help but feel uneasy. Xing chuckled. Do you believe you are indispensable to me? Ling Healy shook his head. You have yet to verify my skills, which implies that my abilities are not as crucial to the transaction with Commander Neem as one might think. It is not that I am irreplaceable, but rather that I am fortuitously available. However, he added thoughtfully, individuals like myself, who meet the criteria, are likely hard to come by. Otherwise, you would not be so patient in trying to persuade me. A glimmer of appreciation shone in Xing's eyes. You are quite astute. Ling Healy shook his head once more. If I were truly clever, I would have already discerned what role you intend for me, whether as a tool, bait, or expendable pawn. As he spoke, he scrutinized Xing closely. Unfortunately, Xing was entirely encased in machinery, and apart from the inorganic metallic sheen, there was little to glean from him. Xing seemed unperturbed by Ling Healy's probing. He spread his hands wide. I have assured you of your safety. If your doubts persist, I can disclose information not mentioned in the documents. Ling Healy felt certainty etched across his features. There was indeed something amiss. The Callisto Nebula is embroiled in civil war, as you should know. Ling Healy nodded. This information was included in the materials provided by Xing and could also be found online. Neem was born from the civilian faction, and many within his faction maintained close ties with them. He himself leaned towards the civilian camp. However, he was unable to take action against the conservative faction, for they possessed means not only to invade his thoughts, but to directly manipulate his actions when necessary. Ling Healy's eyes widened in astonishment. The secrets of the cosmos indeed hold a wondrous allure. Such arcane abilities are undeniably formidable. The capacity to peer into thoughts and even manipulate the actions of others is a power that commands respect. Ling Healy pondered how Nuemo could still maintain his position as the supreme leader. It is truly remarkable. He felt a twinge of hesitation, recognizing that his mental fortitude alone would likely be insufficient to withstand such a skill. Yet, standing before Xing, he managed to compose himself, allowing only awe to surface without revealing any other emotions. Xing regarded him thoughtfully and continued, however, exerting control over others comes at a significant cost. If we can thwart the conservatives' opportunity for control, Nuemo will be able to overcome them. Ling Healy grasped the implication. So, I am merely bait? Is this truly the essence of your agreement with Leader Nuemo? Indeed, Xing affirmed with a decisive nod. Nuemo had previously contacted me, instructing me to find you. Your voluntary arrival before me is an unexpected boon. Ling Healy's expression darkened. A mere transaction? Precisely, Xing asserted, patting his chest with confidence. The opposition will only act against Nuemo. I shall ensure your safety. Though, admittedly, you are being used as bait, there is no cause for concern. Ling Healy clasped his hands behind his back, signaling with an agreed gesture to Mutu. He then spoke. In truth, brother, you provided me with a hint. He mentioned that if the matter were merely one of interests, Brother Xing would undoubtedly uphold his integrity. However, you have concealed your arcane abilities from me. Therefore, Brother Xing, might you candidly reveal what lies beyond mere interests? After engaging in such extensive dialogue, Xing's patience began to wear thin. He slammed his hand onto the table. Have you come to repay a debt of gratitude, or to investigate my secrets? Yet, before he could finish, his movements stilled. Seemingly alerted by news of Mutu sowing chaos, Ling Healy seized the moment to assert, Brother Xing, you are already aware that I have the backing of the Battle Soul Academy and the Nightshade Club. This time, I assure you, I can indeed leverage these connections. I'm not alone. Of course, this was merely a display of bravado. Mutu was but an ordinary student at the Battle Soul Academy, capable of inciting a modicum of unrest in the black market, an achievement stemming solely from his own prowess, unrelated to the other forces behind Ling Healy. Nevertheless, Xing would undoubtedly exercise caution. Even if he harbored doubts, he could not afford to dismiss that slim chance. Ling Healy pressed a button on his holographic device. Here, I have integrated the superstring resonance beacon. Should anything happen to me, as you mentioned, both the Battle Soul Academy and the Nightshade Club will be informed. Xing's demeanor shifted instantly. He straightened in his seat, refraining from further slamming the table, and spoke in a more amiable tone. I assured you of your safety. So why the theatrics? Before Xing could complete his thought, Ling Healy interjected, I have a friend who is a mechanist. I understand, Brother Xing, that you should be able to decipher the frequency of the superstring resonance beacon in less than 5 minutes. Therefore, I am pressed for time. Brother Xing, how about we cut to the chase? The oppressive gaze of Xing once again fell upon Ling Helen. This time, Ling Helen chose not to meet his eyes, but hastily declared, if Brother Xing truly refuses to speak, I shall take my leave today and never return to Xingfang. My own life is of utmost importance. Xing inhaled deeply and spoke, very well, I shall reveal it to you. I desire the cultural legacy of the Callisto Nebula. Ling Helen, perplexed by Xing's implication, hesitantly inquired, you wish to trade this with Commander Neem? Xing chuckled. How could he possibly engage in a transaction with me? Is he not fearful that I might annihilate the entire Callisto Nebula after acquiring the cultural legacy? Ling Helen understood this time, exclaiming, "A civilization raider." Having spoken, Xing proceeded to clarify, "Indeed, I harbor a profound interest in the cultural legacy of the Callisto Nebula. Time is of the essence. Brother Xing, do not speak. Allow me to continue." Ling Helen interrupted him. The timer on the holographic brain had already counted down to 2 minutes. Chapter 50 in the Realm of the Black Market. Even the esteemed Star would hesitate to enter the number 5 apothecary to seize individuals. I discerned Star's intentions. Indeed, he posed no threat to me. Adhering to my previous declaration, I would serve as bait for Star. He conveyed the time and location to me, aware that his attempts to stall were evident. Star shrugged and confirmed the details for our next meeting, the night after tomorrow, still at Star Square. If time permitted, Ling Helu genuinely wished to express his concerns about the perilous nature of Star Square, desiring a change of venue. However, time was of the essence. Ling Helu nodded swiftly. "Very well, I shall take my leave. See you the night after tomorrow," and without awaiting Star's response, he hastened outside. No one obstructed his path. Though the black market was teeming with people, an air of tranquility prevailed, as if the chaos had subsided. Ling Helu swiftly employed the superstring resonance beacon to request a visual share from Mu2. The request was promptly accepted. Mu2 was currently at the No. 5 apothecary, engaging in lively conversation with the bullfrog shopkeeper. Ling Helu exhaled in relief and dashed towards the shop. Mu2 did not step outside to await him. Upon seeing his hurried entrance, he chuckled. "Junior, you seem a bit flustered." "A man cannot appear flustered," Ling Helu retorted, "unless time was of the essence." He tugged at Mu2's sleeve and urged, "We have at most 1 minute. Star could decipher our superstring resonance beacon's frequency in no time." Before Mu2 could respond, the confident bullfrog shopkeeper interjected, "In this black market, even Star would not dare to storm the number 5 apothecary." Ling Helu was skeptical. "Wasn't it Star who rescued me when your staff kidnapped me? Though, I suppose he ran off into the street during that incident." However, Ling Helu did not allow the bullfrog shopkeeper the opportunity to clarify, already leading Mu2 out of the black market towards the rendezvous with the Erha brothers. Once outside the black market, safety was considerably assured. The Erha brothers had chosen the most bustling street nearby. The array of shops on either side dazzled Ling Helu, who had yet to truly explore the interstellar realm. The Erha brothers, seeking to economize, remained seated on a bench by the roadside. Upon their arrival, they rose to greet Ling Helu, whose gaze, however, was captivated by an opulent restaurant. "To express my gratitude, I shall treat everyone to a late-night snack," he proclaimed, his eyes fixed on the grand establishment. The holographic interface revealed not only the captivating visual advertisements, but also olfactory effects. Ling Helu genuinely detected an enticing aroma, rendering the matter of taste momentarily insignificant. He was famished. "Splendid. I am in favor." Haba enthusiastically nodded. "I shall join." Hajio, unwilling to be outdone, rushed ahead to nod in agreement. Mu2, exasperated, remarked, "This restaurant is the most renowned establishment on Planet Z 73219. Reservations typically take a fortnight. Do not look at me. I lack the means to cut in line," he added. Yet, Ling Helu's craving persisted. Perhaps Senior Mu could inquire if Teacher Shu Qi has a solution? 3 pairs of sparkling eyes fixated on him, 2 of which were accompanied by drool. In the end, Mu2 indeed sent a message to Shu Qi. Shortly after, he snapped his fingers. "All right, with Teacher Shu Qi's membership card, we can skip the queue." Once inside, Mu2 brandished Shu Qi's card, prompting the service attendant, Miss Peony, to gently cover her mouth in surprise. "This is permissible, but I may need to inform everyone. The next guest was supposed to have made a reservation for a meal, and it seems she is also from the Battle Soul Academy." Ling Healy quickly inquired, "Could you share her name?" "It is a lady with the surname Li," Miss Peony replied softly. Ling Healy knew few teachers at the academy, and regarding a lady with the surname Li, he only recognized the head of the conducting department, Teacher Huang Li. However, before he could say anything, Mu2 was already mumbling to himself, "Then I'll ask Teacher Shu if I can take over Teacher Li's reservation." "Don't." Ling Healy hurriedly tried to intervene, but it was too late. In the next moment, Mutu's expression drastically changed, and his wolf ears stood erect. Oh no. Teacher Shu has revoked the membership card she lent me. Ling Healy nearly retorted that he deserved it, but instead, he patiently asked, "Did you not know that Teacher Lee is from the conducting department?" Of course, Mutu nodded. If she were just an ordinary teacher from the conducting department, I would have simply taken the spot, but since she is the head, I thought it prudent to check first. Ling Healy pressed on. Are you aware of the rivalry between Teacher Shu and Teacher Xiao? Mutu looked puzzled. Isn't that something I told you? Ling Healy felt a surge of despair. Have you not realized that Teacher Shu was once a student of the conducting department? Since Teacher Li is Teacher Zhao's mentor, she must also be Teacher Shu's mentor. With this clear hint, Mutu finally comprehended. Oh, I see. No wonder Teacher Shu took back the membership card. She does not wish for me to usurp Teacher Li's reservation. Although this was indeed correct, there was still something amiss. Ling Healy continued, moreover, have you forgotten that I am from the conducting department? Do you want me to be remembered by Teacher Li for the next decade? His expression was devoid of emotion, yet quite imposing, causing Mutu's wolf ears to droop in defeat. The restaurant has its own rules. Even if you manage to take my reserved spot, it would be the restaurant's fault for not adhering to protocol. I will not hold any grudges against you. A clear voice suddenly rang out from behind them, and it was unclear when Teacher Li had arrived. Ling Healy promptly turned around. Teacher Li, I truly did not know it was you. Teacher Huang Li tilted her head slightly. I told you, I will not hold a grudge against you. Your concern is unwarranted. Her earnest demeanor offered Ling Healy considerable reassurance. No, that is not the point. He quickly interjected. Teacher, we should leave now. Just then, as he was about to turn away, he retrieved a pastry. Please enjoy this, Teacher Li. It is a specialty from my hometown, and it tastes delightful. You wish to treat me? Teacher Li tilted her head again. I heard from Xiao Longxiao that you have a penchant for employing little tricks. However, she added, that will not compel me to agree to anything. Ling Healy resolved to lodge a complaint about Teacher Xiao upon his return. He is undoubtedly a well-behaved and diligent student. However, at this moment, he hurriedly explained, I merely wished for Teacher Li to sample the specialties of my hometown. There was no other intention. Fortunately, Teacher Li was considerably easier to persuade than Teacher Xiao. She nodded and accepted the pastries. Shortly after leaving the restaurant, Ling Helen received a message from Teacher Li. The pastries are delightful. Might I have a bit more? The reservation made for you can be relinquished. Ling Helen was taken aback. Given Teacher Li's nature, her desire for the pastries was genuine, not mere politeness. Naturally, he agreed without hesitation. But why? Upon returning and emptying the last of his pastries, Teacher Huang Li candidly revealed the answer. I originally reserved the spot for my daughter. After tasting your pastries, I felt she would enjoy them. Therefore, the reservation is yours. Ling Helen promptly consented. While he was somewhat curious about Teacher Li's family, he felt it was still too early to inquire. Initially, Ling Helen had brought an abundance of pastries to share with Mu Tu and the Erha brothers. Although he had given away the pastries, the prospect of a lavish meal was more than enough to satisfy the Erha brothers. The restaurant's prices were rather steep. But having just recovered $1 million from the black market, Ling Helen maintained his composure as he perused the menu. After finishing their meal, Abba said, tomorrow after class, I'll take you to a place to repair your mech. Upon hearing this, the Erha brothers were overwhelmed with gratitude, their emotions beyond words. Chapter 51. I am left pondering the moment when the Nightshade Pavilion began its clandestine surveillance. On my return, the young merman sent a message inquiring about supplementary lessons. Ling Hela retrieved several sets of test questions from the Star Network and forwarded them to the young merman, urging him to complete them to gauge his understanding. To his surprise, he discovered that the young merman possessed a solid foundation. However, he was simply ill-suited for the command path. Whenever faced with convoluted analytical problems, the young merman resorted to brute force to overcome them. Should he falter in that approach, it would explain his academic struggles. If a targeted transformation for the young merman were to be initiated, there certainly exist methods to accomplish it. Nonetheless, given that the young merman did not come to earnestly pursue his studies, Ling Hela doubted he would temper his straightforward nature for the sake of academic achievement. After much contemplation, He resolved to design several response templates tailored to the young merman's weaker subjects, allowing him to apply them directly during tests. This, however, would require time to devise the templates. Ling Helu opted to temporarily set this aside and first address his own issue of energy control. Both the medical and command disciplines are well versed in this matter. The specialized courses within the command field encompass nearly all subjects of the medical realm, while placing greater emphasis on the stability of one's own energy. A competent commander would never enter a state of uncontrolled energy before their comrades. Courses on energy control and stability cannot be practiced on the Star Network. Thus, Ling Helu converted all his theoretical classes into self-study, freeing up time for practice. Still, he felt it insufficient. He sought a more expedient solution to his predicament. Ling Helu accessed the membership group of the Nightshade Club. During his previous encounter in the black market, he had attempted to forcibly control his body using his spiritual power. As Professor Shah had expounded in class, the crux of the issue lay in the strength of the soul, which related to the mystic subclass of the soul. Ling Helu believed he could extract answers from the membership group. The group chat remained as lively as ever. Blessings be upon me. Mecha Parts exchange skills. I hear you will also attend the themed gathering organized by the Nightshade Pavilion tomorrow. I am a special guest that day with insider information. Allow me to bless you once, and I shall reveal it. Mecha Parts exchange skills. A themed gathering on blessings? What is so peculiar about your invitation? If you're not interested, do not me. Blessings be upon me. Listen to me. There's a surprise. Mecha Parts exchange skills. What surprise? Share it, and I shall consider. Blessings be upon me. At tomorrow's themed gathering, I will appear alongside another wielder of a blessing-type skill to bestow our abilities upon all present for free. However, if you choose me, you cannot choose him. And vice versa. Farmers beware. Does this imply randomly receiving a blessing or curse skill? How do you both conceal your identities? Blessings be upon me. Even if you know, you won't be able to discern us. However, I can discreetly inform you of my habitual actions. Mecha Parts exchange skills. Soft and adorable newbie, relying on luck? Precognitive skills are well suited for identifying the blessers. Is the Nightshade Pavilion currently interested in precognitive abilities? The last gathering was directly themed around precognition, and this one is related as well. Mecha Parts exchange skills. Blessings be upon me. No thanks, I am not interested. As the news feed began to slow, Ling Helen hastily interjected, seeking assistance from those knowledgeable in soul-related abilities. Before anyone could respond, Yu was the first to reply. Are you interested in soul skills? I have yet to decide the theme for our next gathering. How about we focus on soul-related topics? A voice chimed in. Yu and a newcomer? What is the story here? Another added. Such preferential treatment for newcomers? Yu, I want that too. Can we consider using blessing spells as the theme next time? A soft-spoken newcomer asked. Is that newcomer the person you were searching for? The Void Wanderer pondered aloud. Am I the only one curious when Yu began lurking? Yu responded. It was when the topic for tomorrow's gathering was mentioned. Yu, I was wrong. I haven't yet sold my habitual actions. You want to replace me tomorrow, will you? Yu assured. You can stay. We'll confirm when we meet. A mechanical parts expert questioned. Blessing. Were you just wondering if you're foolish? Even if you sold out, would you still be able to hide it when standing before Yu? The conversation, lacking substance, prompted Ling Helen to consider leaving. However, someone tagged him. Daily disconnection. I possess soul-related abilities. What would you like to ask? Ling Helen quickly responded. Oh, esteemed Daily. Do you know if soul skills can aid in controlling energy fluctuations? Of course, I am a healer, came the reply, brightening Ling Helen's spirits. Yet, he sought more than that. Is there a way to cultivate one's own soul? I can't provide clarity on that, if I could. It wouldn't be classified as mysterious, Daily Disconnection replied, leaving Ling Helen somewhat disheartened. Previously, he had relied on his longing for his family and Blue Star to sustain his soul. However, he was at a loss on how to recreate that miracle. It seemed he would have to explore gradually. Nonetheless, soul skills should benefit his situation. He simply needed to wait for the next gathering of the Nightshade Club. Based on previous intervals, it would be at least half a month, a rather lengthy wait. Ling Helen reflected. It seemed the SEAL analyst had also offered assistance. He promptly sent a message. Brother Hi, how is the matter of early graduation progressing? Professional Ability Analyst. I haven't finished revising my thesis Professional Ability Analyst. I apologize for the previous issues. Thank you. Ling Helen replied, Brother Hi, you are being too harsh. I will still need you to keep an eye on my health. Just don't forget. By the way, if you know anyone skilled in soul abilities, please introduce them to me. I am eager to meet them. Professional Ability Analyst. I haven't forgotten. I can't access the Teacher's lab now. But I'll check your health status at the Ability Pavilion next time. Professional Ability Analyst. I'm uncertain who possesses soul skills. However, I heard a senior mention a crystal developed in his lab that can influence souls. As you know, the mysteries surrounding these matters cannot yet be unraveled, and the lab has shelved the research on the crystal. If you require it, I can ask the senior if we can procure some from the lab. Ling Helen. Thank you, Brother Hai. What a delightful surprise. Indeed a delightful surprise. Ling Helen practiced energy control for a while longer before taking a rest. The next day, he continued to take advantage of Professor Zhao's laboratory and the time flow function of the star network. He then arrived at the entrance of the academy, where he met up with Hababa. Ling, my friend. Hababa waved his fluffy paw energetically from a distance. Over here. Chapter 52. If he is killed, the legacy of the withered sea civilization will cease. Neither Ling, He Li nor Hababa possessed personal hover vehicles. The two opted to transfer through 5 modes of transportation, nearly missing the gathering. The urgency expressed by Mu Tu during his previous visit with Ling He Li was no exaggeration. The incessant reminders about exchanging mech parts for skills had urged Ling He Li at least 17 or 18 times along the way. Upon finally ascending from the ground floor, a firefly-like figure approached them immediately. Newbie? Exchange mech parts for skills? Ling He Li inquired. Indeed, just call me Yong-Ying, came the reply. Yong-Ying possessed a pair of delicate wings that fluttered lightly as he hovered in the air. Although slightly shorter than other interstellar beings, he soared gracefully. Let us head to the private discussion room, he directed, darting toward the nearest small black door. As he made contact with the door, he vanished instantly. Ling He Li and Hababa followed suit, touching the black door, and were subsequently transported to a sealed chamber. Please assist me in casting a skill. Yong-Ying requested first, his abdomen glowing in rhythm with his words. Of course, what would you like me to predict, Brother Yang? Ling He Li responded promptly. I have been struggling to find direction in my recent research on new mechs. Could you foresee some guidance? Are you a mech manufacturer, Brother Yang? Ling He Li inquired with curiosity. Mech manufacturers are a subset of intelligent machinery specialists. Not everyone possesses the comprehensive proficiency of Pu Hua. However, as a specialized mech manufacturer, Yong-Ying undoubtedly surpassed Pu Hua in expertise. Hearing this, Yong-Ying's expression displayed a hint of pride. I am a student of mech manufacturing, and I have already obtained a senior mech manufacturing certification. Wow, a master. Hababa's eyes sparkled. Please save my mech, master. Yong-Ying regarded him with restrained amusement. First, let us foresee my inquiry. His pride stemmed from the prestige of his certification. The difficulty in obtaining a senior mech manufacturing certificate rivals that of a senior intelligent machinery specialist. After all, mastery in one discipline often facilitates understanding in others. Moreover, the study of intelligent machinery encompasses small devices, while starships do not fall under this category. Mech manufacturing is arguably the most intricate branch within the field of intelligent machinery. In contrast, Pu Hua, a fourth-year genius from one of the top 10 interstellar academies, had only attained a junior intelligent machinery specialist certificate. Despite being students, Yong-Ying had already achieved the status of a senior mech manufacturer. Should I toss a coin? Yong-Ying, aware of Ling He Li's skill, took the coin from his hand and tossed it into the air. Silver light glimmered, an S-rank psychic energy. Ling He Li began to interpret the divination. The issue lies not in how to meet the demands, but in the demands themselves being unreasonable. Unreasonable demands? Yong-Ying pondered thoughtfully. However, this conundrum was not one that could be resolved in haste. Not wishing to waste Ling He Li and Hababa's time, he continued, please bring out the mech. The mechas in the interstellar realm are equipped with mecha buckles, allowing for their retraction through spatial folding technology. When needed, one merely has to press the switch on the mecha buckle, and the mecha will automatically spring forth. Hubaba's mecha, though scarred and battered, remains remarkably tidy, indicative of the owner's diligent maintenance. Yongqing meticulously inspected it. Just as the information provided earlier, there were no issues. It would be ready in 10 minutes. Indeed, it was merely a matter of replacing a few parts. Although the exterior bore some dents, once the components were exchanged, the entire mecha would appear utterly transformed. Previously silent, it now exuded a sense of latent power. Despite having repaired Hubaba's mecha, a hint of disdain flickered across Yongqing's face. Such an antiquated mecha. It was long past its prime. Lingli understood that the two brothers likely faced financial constraints, not out of unwillingness, but rather inability. He sought to divert the conversation. However, before he could utter a word, Hubaba pivoted sharply, baring his teeth at Yongqing. The death blade is formidable. Yongqing retorted without hesitation. Formidable? Its energy system is its greatest flaw. The zero-energy cannon you modified can only fire 3 shots, correct? The steering system is utterly inadequate. The parts you're considering replacing are likely due to inadequate maneuvering during combat, resulting in rear attacks. And the magnetic levitation module. Enough, Hubaba shouted. Yet, he clearly grasped Yongqing's criticism, acknowledging its validity. Consequently, he refrained from further showing his teeth and instead, with a dejected demeanor, lowered his head. It's my lack of funds that prevents me from upgrading the Deathblade system modules. Yongqing, though not inclined to play the villain, held firm to his professional standards as a mecha manufacturer. Observing Hubaba's despondent state, he felt a twinge of sympathy but remained earnest in his counsel. Even with replacements, it would not make much difference. The limitations of the energy system remain. Hubaba was on the verge of tears. Turning his back to Yongqing and resting his head against the mecha, pretending he had not heard Yongqing's words. How are the activities outside, Brother Yong? Do you accept free curse skills? Lingli awkwardly shifted the topic. Noticing Hubaba's demeanor, Yongqing realized he had misspoken and joined in the topic shift. I haven't tried. My mental power level is low. I cannot escape the misfortune of the curse skills, so I shall refrain, to avoid a day of bad luck. Then, Brother Yong, will you take me to take a look? Lingli hastily urged Yongqing to move on. He then turned to the wall facing Hubaba. Shall we part ways separately later? Fine, Hubaba replied sullenly. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Lingli promptly inquired, which academy does Brother Yong belong to? He had been eager to ask this question. An institution that produces advanced mecha manufacturers must surely be extraordinary. Yongqing did not respond directly. It's better if I don't tell you. And please, do not bring it up in front of the Nightshade Pavilion. Why not? Lingli asked, puzzled. Because the marauders who slaughtered the Withered Sea civilization teach at my school, this too should not be mentioned in front of the Nightshade Pavilion. Ling Helu was entangled in his thoughts, aware of only half the truth, making it difficult to refrain from contemplating further. Yongqing, reflecting on this notion, decided to continue. I am at the Wu Mian Academy, which is the foremost comprehensive institution. After decimating the Ku Hai civilization, teacher Hui Wei now instructs physical education courses at our academy. Ling Helo had many inquiries swirling in his mind. Yet he chose to pose the most perplexing one. Does Yiga know about Hui Wei at Wu Mian Academy? Of course he does, Yongqing replied, casting a curious glance at him. Given your close relationship with Yu, you should be aware that he possesses the guidance of fate. Ling Hela found this even more perplexing. So, is Yigu avoiding his enemies due to damage to his essence? Yongqing countered, no. The Nightshade Club has been established for many years, and numerous powerful figures within the realm of the mysterious have connections to it. If Yu wished for assistance, many would readily aid him in seeking vengeance. However, Yongqing began to grasp Ling Helu's confusion. If you are inquiring why Yi Yu does not pursue revenge, the reason is widely acknowledged. Why? Ling Helu immediately pressed. Because the sole remaining heir of the Ku Hai civilization is Hui Wei. If he were to be killed, the legacy of the Ku Hai civilization would cease to exist. Chapter 53. For a fleeting moment, I could not hear your heartbeat. Ling Healy fell silent for a moment before inquiring. Has Hui Wei managed to pass down the legacy of the Withered Sea civilization? Indeed, Yongqing affirmed with certainty. A significant part of Hui Wei's decision to teach at Wu Mian Academy was to propagate the Withered Sea civilization. However, He undoubtedly kept certain aspects to himself. Apart from him, no one else has ever obtained the certification to promote the Withered Sea civilization. Is the primary transmission of the Withered Sea civilization centered around combat? Ling Healy recalled Yongying mentioning that Hui Wei taught physical training courses. Yongying nodded in agreement. My acquaintance with Lord Yu originated from Hui Wei's classes. I secretly recorded the lectures at that time, and my thoughts were overheard by Lord Yu, who subsequently purchased the footage from me. Later, once he discovered that I possessed some mysterious skills, he brought me into the Nightshade Club. Ling Healy's curiosity piqued further. What are your mysterious skills, Yonggu? They are spirit-based, which I utilized as an assistant during the creation of mechas. As they conversed, the two had already stood by the hall for some time. Ling Healy soon grasped how to acquire the free blessings from the spellcasting system today. In the venue, two softly glowing orbs of light hovered, though their radiance was gentle. Nothing beyond the white light was discernible. Everyone was free to approach one of the orbs to request a blessing, after which both orbs would simultaneously refresh to other locations within the hall. Then, Ling Healy observed a turtle-shaped figure who, despite walking steadily, suddenly contorted into an odd posture and fell over, landing on its back. The drink it held was splashed everywhere, artfully painting a hollow fan shape on another figure resembling a snail. The snail figure immediately burst into excitement, exclaiming, "I have received a blessing." Ling Healy felt an urge to participate. However, he refrained from using the coin-tossing method for divination, as he found his own results to be rather erratic. It would be more prudent to select randomly. Moreover, whether due to the coin-tossing method or not, he had a growing sense of intuition, often experiencing an inexplicable awareness of everything around him. And even if he were to incur a curse, he still had the incantation provided by Yi Yu to find someone to dispel it. Thus, he followed his instinct and approached one of the glowing orbs. "May all your endeavors be prosperous," a mechanical voice intoned. Then, the two orbs refreshed again, leaving Ling Healy with an empty space before him. He cautiously took a few steps forward. He did not stumble or collide with anyone, leading him to believe it was not a curse, but rather a blessing. "Indeed, you have selected a blessing that will remain effective for one interstellar day." Yi Yu's voice resonated from nearby. "Brother Yi," Ling Healy exclaimed, having not seen Yi Yu for quite some time, and hurriedly greeted him. The gossip he had just heard from moments ago suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Ling Healy was keen to keep his thoughts from Yi Yu's ears. The best way to dispel such thoughts was undoubtedly to fill his mind with other musings. He quickly sought to think of anything else, determined not to spiral into unwanted reflections. "It has indeed been a long time since we last met." Yi Yu nodded slightly, indicating that the date for the next themed gathering had already been set for 10 days hence. It felt rather rushed. Nevertheless, the practitioners of soul-related skills from nearby star systems would indeed make their way here. "I shall arrive punctually, Brother Yi," Ling Healy stated, his mind wandering. At that moment, he was reminiscing about the oleander at home, recalling how, as a child, he longed to pluck its flowers, the mother he had never allowed the children to approach it. Furthermore, he had glimpsed through the guidance of fate that, while everything appeared perilous, one could certainly place faith in blessings. "All right. This time I shall absolutely heed your counsel, Brother Yi, and refrain from acting on my own accord." Ling Healy continued to respond while lost in thought. He also recalled his father's statue of the god of wealth, smeared with honey to attract ants, leading to a playful proclamation that the deity had manifested, resulting in a good-natured scolding from his father. "Are you thinking of home?" Yi Yu abruptly shifted the topic. Upon hearing the word home, Ling Healy's heart involuntarily fluttered. A bit, he replied candidly. He chose not to dwell on the past, but silently resolved he must find a way to graduate early and return. "Is this the reason for your interest in soul-related matters?" Yi Yu inquired once more. "Your spirit seems more potent than before." For a fleeting moment, I could not hear your heart's whisper. Ling Healy was momentarily taken aback. He wished to inquire further. However, Yi Yu had already conveyed his intentions and gracefully turned to leave. Ling Healy arrived at the Nightshade Club rather late. By this time, the gathering was nearing its conclusion. With guests beginning to depart, he too prepared to leave, but as he approached the staircase, Yongying called out to him, "Do you not possess a hovercar?" "I currently lack the funds to purchase one," he replied truthfully, having researched the cost of hovercars, which hovered around 1.2 million Interstellar coins for a standard model. Then allow me to give you a ride. I happened to pick up a few commissions from the Warsoul Academy during my visit. Mechas sell particularly well in your type of warfare academy. I can drop you off and settle the commissions along the way. Indeed, the blessing buff is quite effective. In fact, Ling Healy soon received a second stroke of good fortune. The day prior, he had asked the SEAL analyst about the crystals that influence the soul, and he received a response. The refined crystals could exert 3 effects on the soul, though the specific applications and outcomes remained uncertain. A professional capability analyst, senior. It will cost 300,000 Interstellar coins. If you agree, I can arrange a meeting. Certainly. However, I have commitments tomorrow and am unsure if I can return the day after. Let us schedule it for 3 days hence, Ling Healy replied. No problem. A day of blessings extended into the following day. Each time Ling Healy attended the physical capability classes, he felt as though his limbs did not belong to him, utterly failing to meet the instructor's demands. Use energy to drive your body. What use is merely throwing punches? Without energy, your own fist will be the first to shatter, the teacher exclaimed. Ling Healy thought, my ears understand, but my fists and mind do not. However, this time, Ling Healy seemed to enter a state of enlightenment, suddenly mastering the control of energy with newfound ease. As he repeatedly swung his fists, Ling Helen felt the energy responding to his commands, becoming increasingly obedient and seamlessly integrating into his very being. With each strike, the energy surged forth. For the first time, he sensed that his punches stirred the ripples of energy fluctuations. The sensation of these ripples was extraordinary, akin to swimming where water serves not solely as resistance but occasionally as a propellant. Moreover, Ling Helen perceived a marked reduction in the likelihood of losing control over his energy. Previously, with the aid of Yiyu, he had instantaneously dispelled the curse of the blessing with my curse, yet he had not fully grasped the potency of such curse-related abilities. However, this time, he felt the overwhelming power of the blessing skills. Initially, he had planned to continue his energy control training in the afternoon. Yet, after experiencing the formidable nature of the blessing skills, Ling Helen believed he could venture into the black market ahead of schedule, certain that delightful surprises awaited him. Chapter 54. What Xing intends to do is to vie for the harvest with Commander Neem. The black market shops, with the exception of the number 5 potion store, maintain an unusually low profile. The proprietors are astute in discerning their clientele. Upon entering the first shop, Ling Helen was regarded as a prime target, leading him to promptly exit. In the second shop, the owner treated him as if he were invisible, prompting another departure. Upon arriving at the third establishment, he found it devoid of an owner. A robot flashed its red light, emitting a sharp, jarring mechanical voice. No permission, please do not enter. Ultimately, Ling Helen made his way to the Black Market Administration office. This place resembled a mercenary hall, primarily serving as a venue for posting black market tasks. The task system lacks a physical manifestation. Once inside the administration hall, by altering the connection of his light brain to the star network through the office's special channel, he could access the task system. The few individuals present in the hall sought out discrete corners to operate their light brains. Ling Helen prepared to do the same. However, at that moment, a stumbling lava man burst through the door, clutching a completely purple plant, and dashed towards the service personnel. He was there to submit a task. The lava man's voice was exceedingly hoarse, reminiscent of someone who hadn't had water for days, gravelly and unpleasant. Let me see, the staff member said, taking the plant and expertly operating the nearby detection equipment. The plant's characteristics were confirmed as correct, with roots, stems, and leaves intact, and it was currently alive. However, the task required a flowering kitasu, and this specimen was not in bloom. It needed a few more days to mature. The lava man's voice trembled slightly. There's no time. I urgently need the money. Could you please inquire with the task issuer? No, the staff member firmly refused. Please, this task is worth $1 million. I only need 500,000. Just help me ask. The lava man displayed a humble smile. But it was of no avail. I cannot assist you, the staff member reiterated. Indeed. Ling Helen's presence in the Black Market Administration was not merely due to his reluctance to browse shops, but also because he genuinely sought to hire someone. This was, of course, related to matters concerning Xing and Neem. Neem had a request of Ling Helen, who had come to repay Xing's kindness, while Xing had her own designs on Neem. Initially, the triangular relationship seemed quite stable, and Ling Helen believed he was not in any danger. However, once he completed the divination for Neem, regardless of whether the conservatives controlled Neem, Ling Helen would become redundant to him. One corner of the triangle would collapse. At that moment, the feeble Ling Helen had no recourse but to trust that Xing would indeed protect him. Ling Helen was not one to place his hopes in others. Rather than allow himself to fall into a state of isolation, he preferred to summon other forces to shatter the triangle and make his exit. Indeed, he hoped to complete his task and leave immediately. If Xing did not allow it, he would prepare some backup plans of his own. However, the interstellar currency he possessed was insufficient to hire someone to confront Xing, and there was no guarantee that his mysterious skills would find suitable buyers. The Lava Man, however, seemed to somewhat meet his requirements. Moreover, the blessing buff was still in effect. Ling Helion believed that the Lava Man must indeed be the trustworthy blessing mentioned by Yi Yu. He approached and gently patted the Lava Man's arm, inquiring, "What can I procure for 500,000?" The Lava Man abruptly turned, his blood-red eyes fixated on Ling Helion. "Do you possess 500,000? It depends on what you can offer me." Ling Helion reiterated, "I am willing to sell my life to you." Without a moment's hesitation, the Lava Man replied, "Deal." Ling Helion extended his left hand. Transactions in the black market typically employed magnetic cards. However, since the Lava Man had agreed to sell his life, adding each other as friends became Ling Helion's first request. The Lava Man's fingers were thrice the thickness of Ling Helion's, radiating an intense heat. Upon contact, Ling Helion instinctively withdrew his hand, feeling as though his fingertips had been seared by fire, yet thankfully unscathed. He transferred the funds and proposed his second demand. "Now, please introduce yourself." "I." The Lava Man hesitated. "My origin is damaged. Currently my physical capacity is B and mental acuity is C. However, my previous ratings were S for physical capacity and A for mental acuity, and my skill mastery remains intact. Utilizing my services is quite advantageous." Although the black market obscured the star network function of cerebral devices, both had connected to the management interface, enabling communication. Ling Helion gestured towards his cerebral device and sent a message. "I am indifferent to your capacity ratings. However, I hold high expectations regarding your execution. Can you fully comply with my directives?" Paranova, "Certainly. I was a student in the individual combat department at the Battle Soul Academy, and I will absolutely follow orders." Ling Helion presented a negative entropy waveguide encoding receiver. Having previously employed a superstring resonance beacon, Ling Helion was reluctant to gamble that the stars would remain unguarded this time. Furthermore, the transaction with Neem could not be easily transmitted for others to observe. The negative entropy waveguide encoding was akin to mechanical methods on Blue Star, impervious to detection by any electronic devices. Although this method could only relay the simplest of messages, it suited Ling Helion's intent to send a signal to Paranova. Any character would suffice. Having established everything, the appointed time with Star approached. He reconfirmed the details with Paranova before calmly heading to the resting area designated for Star. The robot remained in place, unmoving, as Star awaited at the entrance, punctually. Star complimented. "Are your skills ready?" Ling Helion indicated with a coin. "All right, we shall use the wormhole transmission at Star Square," Star declared, leading the way. This was the scenario Ling Helion dreaded most. The negative entropy waveguide encoding could only transmit signals over short distances. Should they arrive at a location connected to the star network, communication would be feasible. However, Ling Helion surmised that their destination would likely mirror the black market, obscuring the star network. Thus, even if Paranova possessed a fearless spirit, he would be at a loss in locating Ling Helion. Ling Helion quickly tapped out a prearranged signal. Before long, Star halted. "Someone has sabotaged the black market's wormhole apparatus. Why did you arrive neither too early nor too late?" Nevertheless, Xing understood that complaining was futile. He halted mid-sentence. He then turned to Ling Helen and said, "Let us alter today's plans and travel through the official wormhole. Neem cannot possibly wish to expose his private planet, so we shall need to reschedule the rendezvous. Before long, it seemed he had indeed re-established the meeting with Neem. Xing retrieved his private hovercar and beckoned Ling Helen to join him. Let us go. Ling Helen complied, entering the hovercar, and once the light brain detected a signal, he sent a message to Paranova. Are you all right? Is everything safe? Xing remained oblivious to Ling Helen's subtle actions, engaging him in jest. You are quite obedient today. Not a single question from you. Ling Helen replied. There is nothing I need to inquire about. I am aware of your intentions, and I have no desire to be entangled in them. Do you know what I intend to do? The hovercar, operating on autopilot, allowed Xing to pose the question with enthusiasm. Ling Helen responded with conviction. The cultural legacy of the Callisto Nebula cannot possibly rest in the hands of the commoners. It must lie with the conservatives. However, the Callisto Nebula faces both internal and external threats. If you, Brother Xing, were to collaborate with the conservatives, you would not be able to bear the cost of quelling the magical beasts and the commoners. Thus, your intentions must align with Commander Neem's. Once the conservatives employ mind control, they will lack the capacity to retaliate in the short term, rendering them as helpless as fish on a chopping block. What you aim to do is seize the spoils alongside Commander Neem. Chapter 55, The Invasion of Monsters. Callisto Nebula has no future. Star clapped his mechanized hands, the metallic sound resonating coldly and sharply within the hovering vehicle, echoing slowly yet rhythmically. You are quite astute. I appreciate clever individuals. Star paused his applause, adding, I hope you remain so perceptive. Riddles can often be perplexing. Ling Healy favored clarity, asserting, I comprehend. I merely prophesy, knowing nothing beyond that. The hovering vehicle sped swiftly, arriving at a modest passenger station within mere minutes. The flow of people at this station was markedly sparse. The staff seemed to outnumber the travelers, providing essentially one-on-one service, likely catering to elite clientele seeking private transit. Callisto Nebula, Planet K37629, 2 individuals. Upon hearing Star's request, the staff promptly adjusted the wormhole data. Ling Yili had just dispatched a message to Pale Nova when he felt Star grasp him, and in an instant, they materialized on an unfamiliar planet. If Planet Z73219 evoked a sense of stability and prosperity for Ling Healy, then K37629 was steeped in an oppressive atmosphere. They found themselves at a rudimentary passenger station, where the exterior was visible at a glance. The streets were desolate, with passers-by hurrying along, none lingering for a moment, nor engaging in hushed conversations. Everyone bore weapons, as though prepared for conflict. Star produced the hovering vehicle once more, transporting Ling Healy to a villa. There awaited them Neem, along with several robust rhinoceroses resembling him, who had not been seen in quite some time. No need for a specific location. This area is close to my troops' garrison, ensuring other factions will not intrude, Neem explained. He regarded Ling Healy with considerable courtesy. I apologize for not adding you as a friend previously. I could not locate you. Thus I resorted to private channels for the request. I have not disclosed any of your information publicly. Only Star is aware. Ling Healy nodded silently, relinquishing the lead to Star. Without unnecessary preamble, Star addressed the matter directly. Since everyone is present, shall we commence? Indeed, Star, you may take the lead, Neem replied, nodding in agreement. The divination proceeded swiftly. Before Ling Healy received a response from Pale Nova, he had intended to delay the interpretation of the oracle, at least awaiting Pale Nova's arrival at K37629. However, upon interpreting the oracle, he discerned that delay was no longer necessary. The omen itself served as the finest postponement, and its content would significantly challenge his survival skills. What is it? Neem, who had previously witnessed Ling Healy's interpretation of oracles, found it peculiar that Ling Healy stood in silence. Mystical abilities can yield unpredictable outcomes, Star remarked casually, though his gaze remained fixed upon Ling Healy. Ling Healy steadied his composure and finally spoke in the most solemn tone. Monsters are invading. Callisto Nebula has no future. What did you say? The statement was unexpectedly shocking. Naim showed neither astonishment nor anger, merely expressing confusion, as if he had misheard. Xing, however, comprehended the gravity of the situation and unconsciously took a step toward Ling Helu. only to retract his foot upon realizing his own lapse in composure. The invasion of the demonic entities signifies a bleak future for the Callisto Nebula, Ling Helu reiterated. This time, Naim grasped the meaning, yet he still struggled to accept it. Pressing further with the question, what does a lack of future imply? Ling Helu fervently typed a message to Paranova while responding, word by word. The demons will annihilate the Callisto Nebula. Are you jesting? Naim remained unconvinced. Even though he had witnessed Ling Helu's accuracy during skill assessments, he could not bring himself to accept such a conclusion. Ling Helu's expression remained impassive. Commander Naim, your persistent inquiries instill a certain trepidation within me. May I inquire how you plan to ensure my safety should you fall under mental control? Ling Helu's words were lengthy. During this time, Naim seemed to finally comprehend the implications of the divination. He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, he answered Ling Helu's query, stating, "These are my guards. To prevent manipulation by traditionalists, I always make decisions in advance. Should a revision be necessary without a valid reason, my guards will restrain me until the mental control dissipates after 3 days. I have instructed them that today, I shall not attack you." At this moment, Xing finally asserted himself, drawing attention with his voice. What a remarkable foresight. Commander Naim, are you satisfied with the outcome of this divination? Shall we proceed with the settlement? Naim did not respond, but instead inquired once more of Ling Helu. I do not understand. Is it truly impossible for the Callisto Nebula to relinquish its rights and seek aid from the Star Alliance? Ling Helu silently reflected on the divination once more and affirmed. All paths have been sealed. The Callisto Nebula possesses no future. Naim's gaze sharpened, clearly unconvinced. The major core of the War Alliance are poised for action, and within a single interstellar day, we could complete preparations for war. The Callisto Nebula is not so impoverished as to lack the means for a large-scale wormhole. Ling Helu's heart surged with tumult, yet his words remained composed. This indicates that the demons are poised to obliterate the Callisto Nebula within no more than a single interstellar day. Even Xing could not suppress his astonishment, abruptly turning towards Ling Helu. Naim, tense and agitated, struggled to contain his unease and irritation. Impossible. I have battled the demons for several months. I am not only well acquainted with their circumstances, but there should be no such significant information discrepancy. Ling Helu was reluctant to reiterate the divination's conclusion repeatedly. Yet, the truth remained unchanged. He discreetly positioned himself behind Xing, stating, I have completed the interpretation. If Commander Naim remains skeptical, please consult with Brother Xing regarding whether to conclude this transaction. I fear the demon invasion and wish to depart in advance. At that moment, Ling Helu suddenly felt as though his thoughts were being gently brushed against, as if sharing his mind with another. It was a most peculiar sensation. Yet this experience lasted for roughly 10 seconds, and Ling Helu was certain it was not an illusion. Meanwhile, Commander Naim appeared to receive a message through his cerebral interface and spoke. I apologize. The traditionalists have employed the power of prophetic resonance to intrude upon your thoughts. They have now confirmed the veracity of your claims, yet they require you to present irrefutable evidence of your foresight. At last, Xing played his part. Obstructing Naim's gaze and casually stretching his limbs, Commander Naim, the terms of our agreement do not encompass the provision of proof. Chapter 56 Leader Nya understood that I was merely a merchant, dealing in the exchange of goods for currency. Nyamo tightened his hooves, pacing back and forth, contemplating the gravity of his decision, one that weighed heavily upon him. If the Callisto Nebula were to face annihilation, there would be no decisions to make. The star remained calm. Perhaps it was more prudent to consider the future of Callisto civilization instead. Nyamo abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with him. Xing, I am aware of your enduring fascination with the prophetic resonance of Callisto civilization. He cast a meaningful glance at Ling Helen, adding, perhaps it was a misjudgment on my part to entrust you with the search for the seer. At that moment, a delayed response finally arrived on Ling Helen's light brain from Paranova. We have reached planet K37629 and are prepared to act at any moment. Ling Helen transmitted his current location and voiced his thoughts. I have considerable faith in my divination results. Time is of the essence. I fear that should we delay too long, we may encounter a full-scale attack by the monsters. May I depart first? Nyamo ignored him, glaring sternly at Xing. You must provide me with an explanation. Xing chuckled. Leader Nye knows that I am merely a merchant, where matters of trade are concerned. It seems it is Leader Nye who lacks integrity. Ling Helen was deeply impressed by Xing's theatrical talent, for despite his yearning for Callisto civilization, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Nye waved his hand dismissively, yet the guards by his side remained unmoved. Ling Helen suddenly recalled that Nye had instructed his guards to adhere strictly to previous orders, preventing any change in command without just cause. Xing, too, had an epiphany. He laughed heartily, lifting Ling Helen and turning to leave. Leader Nye, until we meet again. Their relationship seemed genuinely close, for Nye ultimately refrained from pursuing them. However, once back in the hovercar, Xing immediately assumed a fierce demeanor, lifting Ling Helen into the air to meet his gaze. Is this your way of repaying kindness? You have thwarted Niemo's plans, as well as my own. As long as the conservative faction's prophetic resonance exists, it serves as the greatest deterrent. Neither Niemo nor I dare to act. Ling Helen had anticipated this outcome, yet he could not fabricate a prophecy at whim. Reluctantly, he explained, the result is genuine. The monsters will launch an attack within a day across the stars. Therefore, the utmost priority is to vacate the Callisto Nebula as swiftly as possible. Xing's anger did not persist for long. As a merchant, he valued cordiality in business dealings. However, after much contemplation, he remained unconvinced. We cannot leave. I have set too many plans in motion and must ensure the conservatives utilize their prophetic resonance. Ling Helen chose not to elaborate further. He dispatched a message to Paranova via his light brain, Plan A. Before long, an alarm blared from Xing's hovercar. Warning. An oncoming hovercar is in violation of traffic regulations. A collision is expected in 10 seconds. Repeat. Xing swiftly engaged the manual brake, narrowly avoiding a collision with the opposing hovercar, which bore the appearance of a public taxi. Should a collision occur, it is immediately evident that there are insufficient funds for compensation. What is the matter with you? The opposing party came to a halt, and a figure resembling a being of molten rock emerged, yet he was quick to cast blame. Xing, initially disinclined to engage, was interrupted by the hovering vehicle's warning. The other party had contacted the authorities. Please remain in place for the traffic management robot's adjudication. This predicament was not easily escapable. Issues related to credit would be uploaded to the Alliance database. While not catastrophic, they would certainly prove troublesome. Xing, who had no affinity for complications, ultimately decided to halt the floating vehicle. Lingley silently followed him out and discreetly summoned other nearby public hovercraft using his light brain. The lava man, unreasonably aggressive, charged forward. How do you even drive? Do you have any idea that I am? He was abruptly silenced by the threat of Xing's weapon. Nevertheless, the lava man remained defiant, puffing out his chest in front of the weapon. Planet K37629 is fully integrated into the star network. Dare to lay a hand on me and see what happens. The hovercraft Lingley had summoned arrived swiftly. Brother Xing, I am genuinely pressed for time. I must return. Lingley sprinted towards the hovercraft at his utmost speed, not daring to glance back. He heard what seemed to be the sounds of a struggle, cold metallic scraping and the heavy thud of lava flash. Fortunately, Xing likely hesitated to engage in violence under the watchful eyes of the Star Network, for no gunfire erupted. Once aboard the hovercraft, Lingley focused solely on propelling it forward, utterly disregarding the map's directions. Once he regained his composure, he found himself in unfamiliar surroundings. However, having purchased the navigation function for Planet K37629, he swiftly located the nearest passenger station. During his journey, he messaged Paranova for updates but received no response. Thus, he informed them of the impending arrival of the monsters and hastily dashed into the passenger station. In the next moment, a sharp alarm shattered the tranquility of the planet. It was a battle alert. Had the monsters invaded once more? Someone voiced their concerns. Those nearby, seemingly accustomed to the sporadic alarms, sighed. Who knows? Perhaps in a few days, our planet will also fall. From the moment the alarm sounded, Lingley's nerves were taut. Indeed, shadows suddenly darted into the passenger station. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the wormhole's transport location. As he dashed past, a cyborg, unable to switch its weaponry in time, was cleaved open by a claw. Wires crackled, rendering the unfortunate soul immobile. "Monsters, over here!" cried the station staff. Rhino-like security personnel rushed forward, yet they were no match for the monster's speed. In mere moments, several nimble small monsters had slaughtered nearly all the passengers near the entrance. One traveler, resembling a tardigrade, was primarily composed of liquid. When torn apart, viscous droplets splattered across half the hall, with some even splashing onto Lingali. He wiped his hands, and though the droplets were warm, an icy chill enveloped his heart. The travelers near the wormhole exhibited a certain madness, and despite the staff's futile attempts to dissuade them, the wormhole function was activated, whisking away a multitude of passengers in an instant. Ling Helix breathed a sigh of relief as he hastened his pace, narrowly securing an available spot. At the entrance, the monstrous entities confronted the security personnel at the transportation station. Several armored rhinoceros guards, seemingly formidable in their capabilities, engaged the beasts in combat, finally halting their relentless massacre. Yet, one of the creatures emitted a piercing howl. Moments later, a swarm of monsters surged forth, densely filling the expansive exit of the station. The security personnel, who had previously been able to manage the situation, were rendered powerless against the onslaught, their flesh torn asunder before they could even utter a scream. The acrid scent of various races permeated the entire hall. Just as the monsters were about to advance towards the wormhole transportation device, Ling Helix witnessed a sudden transformation of scenery, finding himself in the bustling hall of a transportation station on another planet. Passengers either wandered quietly or conversed cheerfully in pairs, with an aura of tranquility and serenity enveloping the atmosphere. He had been successfully transported away from Planet K-37629. Chapter 57. What he protects are all the beautiful things before him alongside at least several hundred others transported from the Callisto Nebula. The number was not particularly large given the scale of this passenger station. However, their arrival, without paying the wormhole transit fee and not following the regular schedule, immediately triggered the station's alarm. A mechanical voice began to repeat, "Passengers arriving from the Callisto Nebula, please do not move about freely. You will need to undergo inspection shortly." This was repeated once more. Ling Helen obediently joined the queue leading to the inspection room. The manner of queuing was peculiar, with a distance of at least 3 meters between each pair, separated by an energy barrier. As the line gradually shortened, news of the Callisto Nebula spread widely, not only at the current passenger station but also across the star network. Inundated with mentions of Callisto. Star Alliance headline: Callisto Nebula suddenly attacked by a large number of monstrous creatures. Communications severed. Situation critical. War Alliance urgent report. The fifth core of the subordinate War Alliance is gathering and will arrive at the Callisto Nebula to provide assistance by tomorrow at the latest. Homeland trending. Commander Lin Yu of the Fifth Corps. Resume. Seeing that the communication had been completely severed, Ling Helen felt a twinge of concern for Xing and Paranova, especially for Paranova. Xing could seek assistance from Neem, likely providing a chance for survival. Paranova, however, was in unfamiliar territory, having ventured to the Callisto Nebula for his own reasons, and had just recently developed animosity with Xing, accumulating all conceivable debuffs. Ling Helen earnestly wished to know Paranova's situation. Even the worst news would be preferable to his unfounded speculations. Thus, he unhesitatingly produced a coin, hoping to turn misfortune into fortune. Disregarding the potential deviations due to his low mental power level, the divination appeared favorable. Yet, driven by an inexplicable intuition, Ling Helen was unwavering in his belief that this augury was devoid of error. Soon, it was his turn to enter the inspection room. After undergoing a series of tests with various instruments, a sealed door opened, leading to a chamber occupied by several fully armed personnel. To be frank, their armament surpassed that of security personnel, and their physiques suggested high physical prowess, exuding an aura of readiness for combat akin to soldiers. The level of energy disruption is somewhat elevated. Otherwise, there are no issues. Please fill out your information and contact details, and you may leave. One of them extended a left hand. Ling Helen received the form, hastily completed it, and exited, preparing to return to Planet Z-73219. He had not ventured far when a tremendous roar erupted from the inspection room, causing the crowd to stir restlessly. Few, like him, were bewildered. The majority began to whisper among themselves. Could it be a puppet worm or a thousand-thread vine? These creatures truly infiltrate everywhere. Who knows? With such a multitude, it's quite normal for some to be possessed by these monsters. What on earth is happening in the Callisto Nebula? The cacophony of the inspection room did not last long. It soon subsided. Then, the mechanical voice once more announced, "Next." As the door to the inspection room swung open, a faint, familiar odor reminiscent of the passenger station on planet K37629 wafted through the air. At that moment, Ling Healy was inquiring about the information regarding the light-brain puppet worm and the thousand threads vine. Before any results could be discerned, the previously orderly queue suddenly descended into chaos. Several individuals brandished weapons from their person. The Callisto Nebula was already in a state of war, and the formidable armaments they bore were poised to shatter the barriers in mere moments. In a bid for self-preservation, others were compelled to draw their weapons in retaliation, resulting in utter pandemonium. Fortunately, the area where the crowd had gathered was separated from the station as passengers, and the nearby security personnel swiftly intervened, likely preventing significant damage. Ling Healy chose not to linger on the chaos. He located the position of the wormhole device, meticulously set his destination, and ultimately returned to planet Z73219. The personnel on duty at the passenger station appeared to be Miss Bunny once again. Upon seeing Ling Healy, Miss Bunny's smile lost its sweetness as she turned to assist another traveler, overwhelmed by excessive luggage. "May I offer you some help?" Despite this, Ling Healy felt an overwhelming sense of beauty in his surroundings. Life thrived, and tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. "Wow, Commander Lin Yu's pre-battle oath is so impressive," exclaimed a small, chubby fish, bubbling with excitement nearby. The 5th Legion vows to defend the Callisto Nebula with their lives. This was the image of a high-ranking commander in Ling Healy's mind. Observing the excited little chubby fish, Ling Healy was once again struck by the realization that the War Soul Academy truly prepared its students for combat. Within the responsibilities of a commander, he had yet to grasp the concepts of exploration and legacy. However, the essence of guardianship suddenly became clear to him. What he was meant to protect were all the beautiful things before him. Upon returning to school, Ling Healy began organizing strategies for the little fish while awaiting news from Xing and Paranova. In the early hours, he finally received a brief message from Paranova. "I'm back. Safe. Xing has returned as well. Be cautious." Ling Healy felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not truly offended Xing. Moreover, Xing would undoubtedly refrain from entering the War Soul Academy. At most, he would temporarily avoid the black market. He sank into a deep slumber. However, the following morning, he was roused by a tearful husky pawing at him in distress. "What happened, Ha Jiujio?" Ling Healy mumbled, still groggy. Ha Jiujio helplessly tugged at his clothing. "My brother is missing. I don't know where to find him. Commander, you must help me." In the fixed team, the affairs of each member were inherently the concern of the entire group. A tacit rule upheld by the students and faculty of the War Soul Academy. Ling Healy was gradually becoming alert, his expression turning serious. "How did he go missing? Did he not return after accompanying me to the Nightshade Club the day before yesterday?" "No," Ha Jiu replied despondently. "I messaged my brother last night, but he did not reply. This morning, he still hasn't responded, so I inquired with his classmates from the outer academy. They said he went out yesterday and hasn't returned." Unable to make contact, there had been no news from classmates, and not a single clue in sight. Ling Helu immediately contemplated utilizing the copper coin divination method to ascertain the whereabouts of Hababa. However, with Hajiujiu's mental prowess only at the A level, slightly superior to Ling Helu's, it seemed rather unreliable. Ling Helu inquired, "Among Hababa's classmates, is there anyone with a higher mental capacity?" Hajiujiu pondered deeply and replied, "The highest mental strength in the external college appears to be A level." Ling Helu promptly dismissed this option. Nonetheless, to divine Hababa's direction, the diviner must possess a connection to him. Suddenly, Ling Helu recalled Yongying, who had claimed to have S-level mental strength. He accessed the Nightshade Club member group and located the mechanic skill exchange, promptly sending a message, Brother Yong, are you still on planet Z73219? This is urgent. Mechanic Skill Exchange responded. Yes, what's the matter? Ling Helu explained. The classmate who was with me last time has gone missing. I need someone with a connection to him and higher mental prowess to assist with the divination. You are the most suitable candidate I could think of. Can we arrange a trade? Mechanic Skill Exchange replied. Sure, your skill is quite effective. However, I haven't quite resolved the previous issue. So let us adjust the trade terms. Can you help me secure 3 clients within a month? Manufacturing upgraded mechas will suffice, but repairs do not count. Ling Helu responded eagerly. All right, Brother Yong. Yong Ying, possessing a hover vehicle, drove directly to the entrance of the Battle Spirit Academy. Ling Helu and Hajiyujiu had been waiting for a while and promptly approached him. Divination and interpretation ensued. Nearby, the mining star, whatever happened to the promised friendship? Chapter 58. Have you done something? The Medical Soul Academy sent me to bring you back this time. Ling Helian did not fully comprehend the divination. The meaning of the nearby mining star was quite explicit, yet pinpointing its exact location proved challenging. After all, the vicinity was vast, and the mining star's expanse was equally significant. Ling Helian felt that the promised friendship should serve as a means of location. Did he possess any verbal friendships? Reflecting on his trajectory since studying abroad, he realized that he indeed had. In the past, in pursuit of 20 million interstellar coins to enhance his abilities, he had undertaken a task for the Nightshade Club, assisting the Mobius family in locating their blood relatives, who had mentioned that they would remember his friendship. This hardly constituted a friendship of genuine camaraderie. Should it be considered? Otherwise, he could not conceive of any alternatives. Ling Helian and the analyst Hajio immediately began their search for the mining star, and indeed, they soon identified one affiliated with the Mobius family. Renowned for its abundant supply of Dawnfire stones, the extraction of this mineral was exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could result in a violent impact, unleashing formidable destructive power. A stone the size of a fist could have an explosion radius of over 1,000 kilometers. Naturally, it commanded an exorbitant price, being an essential resource for many military industries. Generally, planets that mined such hazardous minerals were entirely enclosed, and this mining star under the Mobius family's ownership was no exception. Ling Helian pondered whether he could inquire if the friendship still held any weight. Although the other party had already made payment at that time, it was a statement made by them, so asking seemed reasonable. Yet, he lacked any means of contact. Ling Helian reached out to Yiyu. Yiyu, the rules of the Nightshade Club cannot be broken. However, the Mobius family is quite renowned. I should be able to contact them through personal channels, though it will require some time. A day passed in the wait. Ling Helian had previously arranged with the analyst Haibao to address matters related to soul-related crystals the following day, leaving Hajio to languish in solitude. The agreed meeting place with Haibao was not far from the Medical Soul Academy. Initially, the senior intended to conduct the transaction within the academy. Yet Ling Helian hesitated to enter due to the significant impact caused by teacher Shuqi's previous actions. The analyst Haibao now exuded an air of triumph. No longer resembling the disheveled figure from before, it appeared as though he had undergone a rejuvenating treatment, his attire neat and composed, and his temperament markedly improved. In a few days, once my paper is accepted, I will take over the Ability Center and become my own boss, Haibao assured grandly. You will have free access to the Ability Center, my friend. Thank you, Brother Hai, Ling Helian replied. Just seconds before the appointed time, the senior finally rushed over, still donning the laboratory coat, tightly clutching a black box. Is this the crystal you wish to purchase? The senior, still breathless, inquired hastily. Indeed, Ling Helian nodded. Although the senior's current demeanor appeared somewhat unreliable, he chose to place his trust in Haibao. This substance is extracted from the Li Ji algae flower. You are aware that the laboratory project I am involved in pertains to the energy extraction from the dinoflagellate. My senior enthusiastically elaborated on the topic for quite a while, I maintained a polite smile. Thus, this crystal exhibits hypnotic properties that are entirely consistent with the dinoflagellate. Merely crushing approximately 1/3 of its mass can induce a state of slumber in an individual for an entire day, with all vital signs mirroring those of a person in wakefulness. At this juncture, my senior suddenly appeared anxious. Of course, I cannot ascertain whether this affects the soul. What I mean is, it undoubtedly impacts the soul. You need not doubt me. I assure you, do not dismiss it. You see, even without crushing it, merely being in proximity to the crystal can evoke a sense of drowsiness. Previously, during our afternoon naps, we enjoyed resting beside this crystal. He continued to expound fervently. My smile began to feel rather strained. My senior had yet to conclude. In fact, we have experimented with numerous methods. Initially, we simply employed fire to distill water, and later, we utilized a particle analyzer. I cast a pleading glance towards the analyst, who was already on the verge of slumber, completely oblivious to my gaze. Ahem. I had no choice but to interject. I feel quite drowsy now. I believe your words. My senior appeared bewildered. But if it is contained within an energy-isolating box, the crystal should not affect the surroundings. Then let us test it directly. I did not allow my senior to continue and promptly made the decision. Please take out the crystal. If I can't perceive its effects, I shall make the payment. Very well. Rest assured, you need not worry. The crystal has no side effects aside from its hypnotic capabilities. It will not harm your body. My senior said as he opened the box. Indeed, the effects were unmistakable. I felt as though I merely blinked, yet my eyelids grew heavy and my mind became foggy, urging me to succumb to sleep. However, under these circumstances, I managed to maintain control over my drowsiness. Once I forcibly opened my eyes, the initial weariness had dissipated. Aside from a slight sluggishness, I felt no other repercussions. The location we occupied was not far from the Medical Soul Academy, and although there were few people around, some were present. Under the influence of the crystal, several individuals began to stagger, appearing as though they might collapse. Even my senior's speech began to slow, nearing collapse himself. I swiftly covered the black box with my hand. Deal. After the exchange of funds, I received a message from Teacher Shuki. Are you at the Medical Soul Academy? I replied, I am engaged in a transaction with a senior from the academy. Is there a problem? Teacher Shuki responded, have you done something? The Medical Soul Academy is seeking to bring you back. I glanced at the few individuals nearby who had just regained their composure. They dared not meet my gaze. Swiftly turning away, as if fleeing from a malevolent creature into the depths of the Medical Soul Academy. A bit timid, I replied. The item involved in the transaction possesses slight hypnotic effects. I did not do anything. Teacher Shuki inquired, hypnotic effects? Is it of the mysterious type? I confirmed, yes. Do you require it as well, Teacher Shuki? Shuchi, I do not require it, but you may inquire with Director Li. Ling Helian seems to hold an affinity for Teacher Li. Although he also desires items of a spiritual nature, the efficacy of this crystal in inducing hypnosis is rather limited. Should Teacher Li express a need, he would be willing to transfer it. On a whim, I asked, Teacher Li, I have heard that you seek items related to hypnosis. I have just acquired a crystal, and shattering 1/3 of it can induce a state of soul slumber for an entire day. Teacher Li, indeed, I require it. It is of great significance to me. I will accept as many as you have, regardless of the price. Ling Helian immediately grasped the arm of the departing senior, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his expression animated. Senior, there is a lucrative opportunity. Can your laboratory produce this crystal in bulk? Chapter 59, Do I appear somewhat similar to your age? Mass production? How could that be possible? The senior quickly shook his head, explaining that this was extracted from the laboratory and took over half a month to yield just this piece. One must understand that the Lingbia majuscula is inherently rare. Ling Helisai had grown accustomed to interrupting him. If we were to extract it at full capacity, how long would it take to produce one piece? The price could be set at 300,000 interstellar coins each. Although Teacher Li stated that the price was inconsequential, Ling Helisai could not genuinely regard her as a fool. Hence he adhered to the previously established price. Nevertheless, it was sufficiently enticing. Indeed, the senior was so astonished that his speech became terse. All at 300,000? Are you certain? Certain, Ling Helisai affirmed while extending his left hand. Shall we add each other as friends first? If a decision cannot be made immediately, you can consult with the laboratory teacher and reply to me tomorrow? All right, all right. The senior's voice trembled with the addition of the equipment. A crystal could be extracted in 3 days. 3 days for 300,000. a month for 3 million, and this was merely a byproduct. If the energy extraction liquid could also be sold, Ling Helisai paid no heed to the senior's thoughts. With that settled, he promptly arranged a meeting time with Teacher Lee. Lee, come to my laboratory. I will grant you access. Location, navigation. The decor of Teacher Lee's laboratory was exceedingly unexpected for Ling Helisai. He had anticipated that, given Teacher Lee's penchant for shiny ornaments, the laboratory would be adorned with glimmering decorations. However, it was even more austere than Teacher Zhao's laboratory. Pure white walls, the necessary instruments, and nothing more. The lounge boasted more tables and chairs, yet everything was meticulously organized, as if a perfectionist had tidied up. Please hand me the crystal. It can be utilized 3 times. Correct? Upon uttering these words, the transfer of 500,000 Interstellar coins was completed. Ling Helisai was astonished by Teacher Lee's generosity. However, he dared not profit excessively. Quickly returning 150,000, there's no need for such a large sum. Yet, Teacher Lee did not accept it. The price for soul-related items is always this. If the quality is good, I will add more. Ling Helisai understood and promptly retrieved the black box. The crystal is inside. But the absence of a barrier will induce drowsiness. For mass production, discussions with the Medical Soul Academy's laboratory must take place. I have scheduled for tomorrow. Very well. I shall test it first. Teacher Lee accepted the crystal. I crush it, correct? The moment the black box was opened, Ling Helisai exerted immense willpower to regain his alert state. However, Teacher Lee's eyes remained clear, unaffected in the slightest. Teacher Lee, will you test it here? Teacher Huang Li did not perceive any issue, but still elucidated. Soul-related skills below S rank do not affect me. SS rank has a slight impact. And SSS rank can only induce slumber for 30 seconds. However, having tested related skills numerous times, even if I do fall into slumber, I can subconsciously control my body. If Ling Helisai recalled correctly, the senior had mentioned that one could sleep for an entire day. It seems to pertain to his own mental fortitude. Indeed, he is rather unreliable. After Teacher Lee finished speaking, he crushed 1/3 of the crystal, appearing almost unaffected. Around S level, acceptable. At the price of 500,000 interstellar coins per piece, I shall acquire as many as I can. Perhaps fearing a failed transaction, he added that the price was negotiable. Ling Helen could no longer suppress his curiosity. May I inquire, Teacher Lee, what do you intend to do with this crystal? Teacher Lee, known for his straightforwardness, answered directly, it is for my daughter. Ling Helen found himself even more puzzled. Observing that Teacher Lee was unperturbed by his previous question, he cautiously probed further. Teacher Lee, what has happened to your daughter? May I know? Rarely did Teacher Lee's voice carry a hint of sorrow. She was once possessed by a demon. And despite my utmost efforts, I cannot restore her body. Even in stasis, her soul suffers. Hypnotic skills can grant her a bit more peaceful slumber. I apologize. Ling Helen hastily expressed his regret. His curiosity was genuine, yet he did not wish to unearth Teacher Lee's wounds. It reminded him of his previous research on puppet worms and thousand thread vines, both of which are demons capable of possessing interstellar races. Puppet worms secrete neurotoxins to paralyze their host, lurking within the host's body, reading and mimicking them until complete replacement. Thousand thread vines, on the other hand, feed on their hosts. Although they may imitate their host's actions, once they have consumed the host entirely, they abandon the husk in search of a new victim. It remained unclear which entity had afflicted Teacher Lee's daughter. No need for apologies. I am quite pleased that someone is discussing my daughter, Teacher Lee remarked, tilting her head slightly. She is a beautiful member of the yellow Oriole race, fond of shiny adornments, and loves to be pampered by me. As she spoke, she paused, her tone returning to its usual chill. If this topic does not amuse you, I can conclude. Ling Helen earnestly replied, I find this topic delightful. If possible, I would like to meet Teacher Lee's daughter. Hearing this, a faint smile illuminated Teacher Lee's face, and she continued, it will be soon, in a few days. It will be her annual day of unsealing. I will do my utmost to ensure she experiences all the joy that every child deserves during this time. With that, she fluttered her wings, the trinkets adorning her chiming melodiously. Do I appear somewhat akin to your age? When the time comes, I shall introduce her to you. She adores meeting new friends. Teacher Lee shared much about her daughter, and for the first time, Ling Helen witnessed such a spectrum of emotions on Teacher Lee's face. Unable to contain himself, he discreetly messaged Teacher Xiao after leaving, inquiring about Director Lee. Xiao Longxiao responded, "What do you wish to accomplish?" Ling Helen replied, "I sold some soul-related hypnotic items to Teacher Lee, and now my curiosity is piqued." Xiao Longxia countered, "You acquired soul-related items? Excellent. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me." Ling Helen assured, "There are no difficulties. Merely curiosity." Xiao Longxia, Teacher Lee's husband, was the former commander of the 5th Legion of the Alliance, who perished in the defense of the Muin Star. Their daughter was accompanying the troops at that time and fell victim to the puppet worm, becoming partially demonized. Although the puppet worm has been removed, complete restoration remains unattainable, leaving her in a state of perpetual ice confinement. Xiao Longxia, interestingly, the current commander of the 5th Legion, Lin Yu, is still a student of Teacher Lee and my senior. It took immense effort to gather the remnants of the battered 5th Legion. Xiao Longxia, the situation in the Callisto Nebula is progressing with great difficulty, and the 5th Legion has indeed faced numerous calamities. Xiao Longxia, well, consider my words as unspoken. Matters of the Alliance can be discussed once you have truly obtained the Junior Commander Certificate. Chapter 60. Ling Healy now considered it inconsequential how friendships begin. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Ha Jiujio still squatting quietly in the corner, his tail touching the ground. It occurred to Ling Healy that there was another member in their fixed team, Mu Tu. After contemplating for a moment, he decided it would be prudent to inform him. Given Mu Tu's extensive network, he might possess some means of assistance. Mu Tu, the Mobius family holds significant influence. If it's the ruler of Mu Yuan Star, that would surely be reachable. However, I cannot assist you in that regard. Would you like me to inquire with Teacher Shuqi? Ling Healy, no need. I have already entrusted someone. By the way, Senior Mu, how does your mecha department typically manufacture and upgrade mechas? Is it expensive? Mu Tu, like your command department, we generally do not lack funds. My mecha was custom built by a master at the request of my family. Ling Healy pondered Mu Tu's words and suddenly realized that, as a member of the command department, he too might require a customized mecha. Excellent. He already had one opportunity secured. Ling Healy, then, will you be seeking a student? Someone with an advanced mecha manufacturing certificate? Mu Tu, an advanced certificate signifies a master. Coincidentally, I am planning to upgrade my mecha soon. Can you introduce me to this master? The second opportunity was also successfully addressed. Ling Healy continued to inquire, is there a specific place for transactions? I can pass along the master's contact to you, Senior. Mu Tu, such places are rare. You might check the bounty area on the school's community site. However, since our school does not have a mecha manufacturing department, there are seldom posts requesting mecha manufacturing or upgrades. Just as Ling Healy was about to open the school's community site, a message from Yi Yu finally arrived. Yi Yu, I've contacted someone from the Mobius family. The same individual who entrusted us with the last task. When would it be convenient to meet on the Star Network? Ling Healy pondered for a moment. Since it was a friendship devoid of mutual acquaintances, meeting through a third party seemed less absurd. Yet, with such an attitude, it was difficult to believe the other party would genuinely assist him. Nonetheless, a meeting was essential. Ling Healy, I am available now, Brother Yi. He accepted Yi Yu's invitation and entered the designated room. The other party was punctual, arriving almost simultaneously with Ling Healy. The taller figure was the task's client from before, Mr. Eel, adorned with mechanical artistry. Beside him stood Miss Eel, dressed in a lace puffy skirt, likely the blood relative he had divined earlier. Indeed, as soon as she spotted Ling Healy, Miss Eel rushed over. I have long wished to meet you. Thank you for helping me find my family. Ling Healy recalled the divination's outcome, which indicated she was a kind-hearted lady. Observing her grateful demeanor now, she truly seemed benevolent. He glanced thoughtfully at Mr. Eel, who appeared amiable. As anticipated, before Miss Eel could reach him, Mr. Eel swiftly stepped in between them, blocking her path. He then turned to Ling Healy, maintaining a cordial tone. The Mobius family remembers your assistance. Are you facing some difficulties? Indeed. Ling Healy saw no need for pleasantries. My friend has gone missing on the Z83672 mining star. This mining star belongs to the Mobius family and is not open to the public. I hope the Mobius family can grant permission for my team to search for my friend on the mining star. Team. Mr. Eel's expression was subtle. I am a freshman in the command department of the Battle Soul Academy and have my own established team, replied Ling Heli with a calm demeanor. The reputation of the Battle Soul Academy is indeed quite formidable. Mr. Eel immediately became more courteous. After all, it is a private mining star. May I inquire how your friend came to be on the star? Ling Heli was genuinely unaware. Yongying and Hababa were not particularly familiar with him, and their whereabouts were unrelated, making divination impossible. Thus, Ling Heli candidly admitted, I do not know. However, I can assert that my friend Hababa is indeed on the mining star and belongs to a canine-like species. How can you be so certain? Mr. Eel pondered, realizing he had answered his own question. Through your divination? Very well, I place my trust in your results. But please hold on a moment while I consult my subordinate regarding the Z83672 mining star. With numerous family enterprises, it is hard to recall everything at once. While Mr. Eel contacted his subordinate, Miss Eel stealthily circumvented him and finally stood before Ling Heli. Unlike Mr. Eel, who had a rather large head, she possessed disproportionately large eyes, sparkling like stars as she gazed at Ling Heli. May I add you as a friend? Ling Heli was inclined to say that this was indeed the proper commencement of friendship. He disregarded Mr. Eel's expression upon hearing this and extended his left hand. Once the friendship was established, Mr. Eel had concluded his conversation with his subordinate. He squeezed between the two once more, still polite. Yet his tone now carried a hint of sternness. My subordinate informed me that everything is normal on the Z83672 mining star. No one has intruded. And there is no individual by the name of Ha-Ba-Ba on the planet's list. Ling Heli initially believed that Mr. Eel did not trust his divination. However, Mr. Eel continued, it appears there is an issue on the mining star. Perhaps my subordinate has developed ulterior motives. The Dawn Firestone is of great significance to the Mobius family. For this matter, I shall commission Lord Nightshade to pay 10 million interstellar coins as a token of gratitude. At this moment, Ling Heli felt that the manner in which friendship begins was no longer of consequence. Nevertheless, he remained composed and continued to inquire, but what about my friend? Can my team go to find him? Mr. Eel subtly furrowed his brows. As this pertains to internal matters of the Mobius family, we must first conduct our own investigation. Rest assured, I will issue orders to protect your friend. No harm shall befall him. However, Miss Eel evidently disagreed, bounding over a few steps and exclaiming, it's far too dangerous. What if something happens to my benefactor's friend? I don't care, brother. Let me take my benefactor's friends there. Otherwise, I shall personally escort him. As Mr. Eel seemed poised to refuse, Ling Heli quickly interjected, my team consists of students from the Battle Soul Academy. We will not interfere with the operations of the Mobius family. We merely wish to see with our own eyes that our friend is safe. Brother, Miss Eel, pouting in a fit of temper, demanded, do not tell me there are secrets on your mineral star. No, Mr. Eel replied, rubbing his temples. After a moment's contemplation, he conceded, very well, I agree. However, you must adhere to the arrangements and refrain from acting independently. But we cannot be relegated to the rear, Ling Heli insisted, setting her own conditions. Just as Mr. Eel began to shake his head, Miss Eel sweetly pleaded, please agree. Dear brother, I implore you. All right then. However, I will require some time to prepare. I shall notify you when the moment arrives. At last, Mr. Eel graciously extended his left hand. Friends acquired. Ling Heli conveyed this delightful news to Ha Jiujiu and confirmed the itinerary with Mu Tu. Suddenly, a message arrived from the tower. How have your studies been of late? Are you free at the end of the month? Chapter 61. Where are you? Help me keep him. I will find you. There are approximately 10 days remaining until the end of the month. Ling Heli promptly replied, I am available. How is Senior Gao? In the tall tower. During this past month since school commenced, the recruitment for clubs is nearing its conclusion. The president intends to hold a club event at the end of the month. Existing members will freely share some intelligence, but new members need not. Tall Tower, however, you must also prepare in advance, as there will be an internal trading session. The items for trade include rare skills, anything can be exchanged. Ling Healy. Understood. The trading session starts at the end of the month, so there is no need to rush. He made a note of it in his holographic brain memo. Previously, he had confirmed his itinerary with Ha Jiojio and Mu Tu, but Ling Healy was also keen on hiring another individual, Pyronova, from the Lava People. As a former single-soldier system student at the Battle Soul Academy, Pyronova possessed a thorough understanding of team dynamics and ample practical experience. Previous transactions had proven his reliability and integrity. Aside from slightly lower capability stats, there were no other drawbacks to employing him. Ling Healy believed that having Pyronova as his personal protector would perfectly alleviate any burdens he might impose on the team. He immediately sent a message. How are you resting? Did the 500,000 help you? Pyronova, thank you very much. The 500,000 saved my father in a timely manner. I only sustained external injuries on Callisto Nebula, and I have already healed in the medical bay. I am preparing to accept further missions. Ling Healy, would you be interested in taking on another task for me? Still the 500,000, but this time payment will be made upon completion. The promised 10 million interstellar coins from the Mobius family had yet to reach Ling Healy. However, the previous payment of 20 million had been very prompt. So he anticipated no issues this time. He decided to treat it as if the funds had already been received. Pyronova, absolutely, thank you. I am in need of money. Please feel free to contact me for future employment. Ling Healy, all right, prepare yourself. The specific timing should be within a day or two. I will notify you. And we can meet at the east gate of the Battle Soul Academy. Pyronova, must it be the Battle Soul Academy? Could we perhaps change the location? Ling Healy, is it inconvenient? After I inform you, we will need to rush to the mining planet, so meeting elsewhere would not be suitable. If that doesn't work for you, I will seek someone else. Pyronova, then it shall be the Battle Soul Academy. The following day, just as class was about to commence, Ling Healy received a message from Mobius Carter. In 3 interstellar hours, my people will arrive at the Battle Soul Academy to pick you and your team up. This timing was rather inconvenient. Today, there was a practical combat course for the entire school, and if he went to the mining planet, Ling Healy would miss his class. He was uncertain whether he would still pass the final assessment if he took leave from the combat course. Thus, he immediately sought clarification from the instructor. Combat course instructor, leave will be calculated as an unpassed score. However, you may choose to self-study the combat course, which also entails a final assessment with a 30 improvement requirement. Ling Healy calculated that if he aimed for cost-effectiveness, taking leave would be the better option. However, if he aspired for high marks, he would inevitably have to opt for self-study. The self-study assessment criteria, accounting for 30 of the total, only affect the deduction of all professional points when a student fails. Once a passing grade is achieved, the professional points accumulated will remain intact. However, one notable drawback is that not participating in practical classes makes it considerably more challenging to find teammates for a stable team. For Ling Helen, who has lingered at the dual B grade for an extended period, this situation appears rather inconsequential. Nevertheless, he currently possesses a team and cannot unilaterally make this decision, prompting him to reach out to Hajujin and Mutu for their opinions. Hajujin, leave of absence. Mutu, self-study. Ling Helen did not hesitate, casting his vote for self-study. He informed both of them of the final decision and sent a message to Pyronova regarding the assembly, while promptly notifying Director Lee that he would be unable to participate in the crystal transaction. It was crucial to emphasize that the transaction price was 300,000 interstellar coins. Even though Teacher Lee is affluent, 200,000 should rightfully belong to Ling Helen. This point must be made clear and not misinterpreted. However, Ling Helen harbored some doubts about the reliability of the senior involved in the transaction. After some contemplation, he decided to message Analyst Haibao. Brother Hai, I won't be attending the discussions with the lab today. It will be our academy's Teacher Lee attending. Could you assist me in assessing the situation? Analyst of professional capability. Sure, I don't have classes at the moment, so I'm available anytime. The situation did not end there. Although Tianjin and Puhua were not fixed team members, they had teamed up with Ling Helen on 2 occasions, thereby establishing a degree of synergy. Consequently, Ling Helen felt it necessary to inform them as well. Tianjin, All right, I'll just find another team. You're aware of the club activities at the end of the month, right? If we lack trading items, we can check the school's bounty area. There are plenty of good items there. Puhua got it. Ling Helen initially assumed that Puhua's comment indicated she would not be forming a team. However, upon arriving at the school gate for the assembly, he was surprised to see Puhua accompanying Mutu. Mutu was exceedingly pleased, now that there is no maintenance department in the fixed team. I brought Puhua along to serve as a half-maintenance member. No need to worry about the mecha malfunctioning mid-journey. Puhua shot him a glance. You think of me as a maintenance member? How could you say that? Next time, if you make me angry, I'll just dismantle your mecha. And then you can weep. The two continued their playful banter, yet Ling Helen felt a surge of gratitude. Not everyone can resolutely decide to take a leave of absence or engage in self-study. He expressed his thanks to Senior Mutu and Senior Puhua, promising to treat them to hot pot upon their return. Senior Puhua, you must never have tasted the intensely spicy flavor. Ling Helen made his promise without hesitation. Even spicier? That works for me. Puhua nodded in satisfaction, recalling the delightful taste from their last encounter. Muta sighed. You just treat him. I still think pastries are tastier. This time, with a clear broth medicinal soup base, it should undoubtedly align with the senior's preferences. Ling Helen felt confident about the arrangement, dismissing it as merely a hint of herbal flavor. I've never heard of medicinal cuisine. Does it help with energy enhancement, or does it assist in reducing energy chaos? Muta became slightly intrigued, wondering if it bore similarities to the effects of our Mu Yuan Star's Mu Mian emblem. Nearby, just arriving, Paranova, a member of the Lava clan, heard the latter part of the conversation and suddenly turned pale, clenching his fists tightly. Ling Helen initially intended to greet Peluanova, but upon seeing his demeanor, he instead inquired, Is there a problem with Mu Yuan Star? Peluanova relaxed his clenched fist, only to tighten it again, ultimately compelling himself to ease. No, it's just a former acquaintance of mine who has some connection to Mu Yuan Star. To be candid, Ling Helen sensed that Peluanova bore striking similarities to the teammate mentioned by teacher Xiao, whose performance had been adversely affected by the teachings of Director Shuqi. The resemblance was becoming increasingly pronounced. He directly asked, Is it Director Teacher Shuqi? Peluanova took a deep breath, firmly rejecting the notion. I'm sorry, that is a private matter. It appeared to be the case. Without hesitation, Ling Helen sent a message to Teacher Shuqi. Teacher Shu, is Peluanova a former teammate of yours? Shuqi replied, Indeed. How did you come to know? Ling Helen responded, I happen to have some business that involves hiring him. Shuqi then requested, Where are you? Keep him there. I will come to find you. Chapter 62. I have died without regrets. Someone come and kill me for excitement. This is rather peculiar. Ling Helen does not believe that Master Shu Qin, with his abilities, would be unable to find the whereabouts of Paranova. Moreover, Paranova's attitude towards Mu Yuanqing is also quite strange, not merely a consequence of Master Shu Qin's influence. However, he is merely indulging his curiosity and has no intention of getting involved. Ling Helen, I have urgent matters to attend to at a nearby mining star. If Master Shu Qin has any messages, I can convey them to Paranova. But I cannot guarantee a reply. Shu Qin, very well. Inform me at the earliest opportunity upon your return. Ling Helen, that depends on Paranova's willingness. Shu Qin, all right. I shall find you myself. Shu Qin, take good care of him. Hajiyu Jio and Ling Helen arrived at the school gate almost simultaneously, where everyone had already gathered. Shortly thereafter, a sleek hovercraft floated before them, and a fully armed beaver being jumped down. Ling Helen, that's me. I am Mobius Soul, sent to escort you to the Z83672 mining star. This operation is under my complete command. While you are not obligated to follow my orders, I kindly ask that you do not disrupt my plans. Understood? Understood. Soul took them to a private starport, where they boarded a small starship that ascended into the cosmos, revealing a precise formation of 10 battlecruisers before them. This was Ling Helen's first encounter with battlecruisers, although their combat capabilities surpassed all intelligent machines. With every internal and external design dedicated solely to warfare, they could be deemed formidable war machines. Yet, their costs were equally astronomical. The total expenditure in interstellar currency amounted to no less than hundreds of billions. More importantly, the human cost was substantial. Every material used in battle cruisers employed the most advanced technology and cutting-edge materials, necessitating handcrafted production. It could take 100 billion people their entire lives to construct just one battle cruiser. To call it the dream vessel of every member of the War Alliance under the Star Alliance would not be an exaggeration. The practical courses at the War Soul Academy only utilized standard starships, and the major legions of the War Alliance possessed merely a handful of battle cruisers. The Mobius family, with its fleet of 10 battle cruisers, was among the rarest in the entire galaxy. All of this information was relayed by the intelligent light brain. In truth, Ling Helen sought this information because the discomposure of Mu-Tu and Pu-Hua was all too evident. Mu-Tu had pressed himself against the transparent wall of the small starship, his eyes wide and unblinking. Pu-Hua, perhaps intending to activate the recording mode of the light brain, accidentally switched to projection mode, and Ling Helen caught a glimpse of the home information he had been editing. Who else? 10 battle cruisers. I have died without regrets. Someone come and kill me for excitement. Paranova appeared somewhat more composed, yet equally exhilarated, as he approached the transparent wall, moving in perfect sync. Even Hajiujiu was wide-eyed, fixated on the fleet, momentarily forgetting his concern for his brother. Sol observed their expressions, his typically stern visage betraying a hint of pride. This is the heritage of the Mobius family. As he spoke, he turned to Ling Helen and complimented. You are quite impressive, maintaining your composure regardless of joy or anger. You are a promising candidate for a commander. Ling Helen gazed at the array of cold, colossal battle machines before him, managing to recognize a few star-class weapons mentioned in the Intermediate Academy curriculum, yet most were entirely unfamiliar to him. He nodded nonchalantly. It is merely the fundamental quality of a commander. The group boarded the Annihilation starship. The vessel's speed surpassed Ling Helen's expectations, reaching the target mineral planet in just half a day. Hoon did not shy away from Ling Helen and the others, directly opening a communication channel before them. I am Mobius Hoon, and this is the planetary landing order signed by His Excellency Mobius Carter. Please deactivate the planetary energy shield to allow my fleet to land. The communication lasted less than 10 seconds. Upon witnessing the planetary landing order personally signed by Mobius Carter, the other party's expression changed dramatically. Without uttering a word, they abruptly severed the communication. Hoon was not surprised by this reaction. He immediately established a mental link, incorporating everyone, including Ling Helen's team. He then commanded, Level 1 Commander orders all Annihilation starships to engage maximum firepower. The planetary energy shield must be breached within 10 minutes. In the next instant, a breathtaking cosmic display erupted, overwhelming Ling Helen's senses. He had seen countless fireworks on Blue Star, brilliant, novel, and beautiful, but the starship's assault resembled an explosion of cosmic fireworks, with diverse materials and energies producing dazzling effects. Simultaneously, there were dark energy clouds capable of consuming everything. Particle generators creating visuals that felt surreal, and abstract-style quasar singularity cannons, more romantic and vibrant than any fireworks, leaving one spellbound. Though war accompanies death and is not a beautiful affair, the scene before him was strikingly unforgettable, imbued with a cold yet vast essence. Ling Helen found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. If he had to express it, he would say it was a shock that consumed a lifetime. At the 9-minute mark, the planetary energy shield was breached. Hoon commanded once more. Level 1 Commander orders all units to cease fire. All Annihilation starships shall land in a V formation at the designated coordinates. The entire mech brigade stood ready at the hatch, prepared to engage at a moment's notice should there be an enemy attack. The size of the Annihilation starships was somewhat imposing for the Z83672 mineral planet. 10 starships majestically entered the planet's atmosphere, nearly obscuring half of the planet from view, causing all native life forms to sense the impending danger and scurry into hiding. Not until the colossal commotion from the landing of the starships reverberated through the entire planet did any biological entities reveal themselves for attack. Level 1 Commander orders all units to divide into Level 3 teams and disperse to search for signs of life. From now on, all teams shall obey their respective Level 3 Commander's directives. After assigning the tasks, Hoon turned to Ling Helen and his companions. Will you act independently? Or will you await news from my side? Just a moment, Ling Helen replied. Previously, when visiting the black market to meet Star, he, Mu2, and the Era brothers had completely merged their quantum brains with the superstring resonance beacons. Later, Ling Heli found that Haba Ba had not been freed, and it appeared that he had not managed to escape either. This was evident as Ling Heli noticed that Haba Ba's beacon was illuminated. He promptly sent a request for image sharing and simultaneously notified Mu2 and Hajiojio. The request was swiftly approved. Haba Ba and several others were shackled and confined in rudimentary cells, reminiscent of a prison, though fortunately, none of them bore visible wounds. In the corridor outside the cells, heavily armed personnel were patrolling back and forth. Haba Ba dared not draw their attention and remained silent. However, he lay on the ground, rolling about. Hajiojio exclaimed, "My brother says we must not let them escape." Huh? Unbeknownst to the soul, they possessed a superstring resonance beacon. Ling Heli inquired aloud, "Have you found your companions?" Chapter 63, Matters that money can resolve are not issues for the Mobius family. Ling Heli transmitted a segment of a holographic image to Han, along with the beacon location of Haba Ba. The first commander commanded a level 3 squad within 30 kilometers of the coordinates to swiftly locate the enemy, prioritizing the prevention of their escape while permitting lethal force but forbidding harm to the target canine beings. However, after reviewing the holographic image, he issued an additional order. The third squad was to investigate the distribution of the Morning Dawn firestones in the vicinity to prevent violent vibrations from triggering an energy explosion. He then turned to Ling Heli. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? The image is centered in the mining vein. If the Morning Dawn firestone erupts, you will not be able to escape with your capabilities." Mu2, who had been silent, suddenly burst into laughter. "That's not quite right. The commander of the Mobius family surely recognizes the emblem of the Black Alliance, does he not? It is well known that it is the Black Alliance. Can the Mobius family not handle them?" Just as Ling Heli was about to inquire further via the light brain, he remembered his mental linking skill and promptly connected all team members. What is the Black Alliance? In a non-combat state, Ling Heli's manner of speaking was rather casual. It is a clandestine alliance with its own dark web, primarily comprised of black market traders and space pirates, Mu2 explained. Upon seeing that Mu2 recognized the emblem on the patrolling guards in the holographic image, Han, undeterred, naturally adjusted his statement. Indeed, matters that can be resolved with money are trivial for the Mobius family. The most effective way to deal with the Black Alliance is through financial means, and the Mobius family has never been lacking in wealth. Within the mental link, Mu2 continued, "Those fellows in the Black Alliance will do anything for money. They would not hesitate to betray their companions. However, it is unlikely that the Morning Dawn firestones drew them here. I observed that the patrolling individuals are wearing energy-blocking suits, which do not prevent the explosion of the Morning Dawn firestones but do inhibit the energy absorption effects of the accompanying mineral, the Morning Dawn Dark Essence." Han continued, "I have already contacted His Excellency Carter. I will purchase the lives of everyone in the Black Alliance present here with money. Since you have already located your companions, whether you go to the mining vein or not is inconsequential. Staying here is far safer." Ling Heli sensed a shift in Han's attitude. Before viewing the holographic image, Han had maintained an indifferent stance regarding their team's potential engagement in frontline combat. Now, it was evident that he was disinclined for them to proceed. Was he concerned they might take advantage of the situation? Thus, he inquired through the mental link, "Is the Morning Dawn Dark Essence exceedingly valuable?" "Extremely valuable," Mu2 affirmed. "It is rare and holds a price that exceeds even the potential growth potions." Puhua interjected, "This substance is effective even for X-level capabilities. The stronger the energy, the faster it is absorbed, which is absurd." The beacon image still showed Haba Ba rolling about. Hajiojio anxiously translated, "My brother says that the leader with the largest mech has taken his mech's buckle, as if hiding something within. If the enemy escapes, he will be left without his mech." After finishing, Hajiojio suddenly realized the implications. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, "Then let him be without his mech." Ling Hel prayed for Haba Ba, offering support to Hajiojing. However, it was already agreed that he would not remain in the rear, and he directly declined the soul's suggestion. we must certainly seek out our companions. If Commander Sol is concerned, you may accompany us. Sol nodded in agreement. Very well. With the powerful presence of Sol behind them, they encountered no peril along their journey. In fact, under the guidance of Paleoanua, Ling Hel grasped several techniques for swift travel, deepening his understanding of physical prowess. Suddenly, the patrol guards and the beacon imagery fell into disarray. Soon, troops under Sol's command appeared in the footage. Sol had previously sent everyone the image of Hababa, and upon seeing him, the soldiers instantly released their grip, liberating him. However, the freed Hababa stretched his neck and let out a howl, swiftly dropping to all fours and darting away, disappearing into the winding mine tunnels in the blink of an eye. Haji Yujing, knowing his brother well, hastened after him, exclaiming, "My brother is off to find his mech buckle." "Brother, how could you be so foolish?" Indeed, Hababa sniffed the air and dashed forth. Before long, he reached the end of a mine tunnel, where a scene of carnage unfolded before him. None of the bodies belonged to Sol's men, suggesting an internal conflict within the Black Alliance. The only remaining figure, resembling a leader, battered and bruised, struggled to activate a nearby wormhole device, cursing as he did so. "Damn you, bourgeois, selling me out for a mere pittance. How ruthless. Just wait until I escape." Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce Hababa lunged at him, tearing open a wound. "Brother," Haji Yujing, just in time, grabbed hold of Hababa's leg, halting him just outside the wormhole's transmission range. In the next moment, the wormhole activated successfully, whisking away the profane leader while Hababa and Haji Yujing remained safe. Haji Yujing clung to Hababa, not letting go. "Thank goodness you are unharmed, brother." Hababa, still dazed, replied, "Brother, my mech buckle." "Forget about the mech buckle," Haji Yujing exclaimed, slightly angered. "How could you end up captured here?" Hababa lowered his head. "I wanted to make money. I aim to upgrade my Shuren. I never expected the recruiter to be a fraud, sending me to mine instead." Haji Yujing shook Hababa's head vigorously. "Brother, what if we just abandon the matches?" Ling Hel chose not to involve himself in the brothers' affairs, but he was curious. "Commander Sol, did the leader escape? How will we pursue him?" Sol, appearing relaxed, replied, "The funds from the Mobius family are not easily acquired. The Black Alliance will undoubtedly deliver the individual to us after receiving payment." The expedition to the Z83672 mining star was grand in its undertaking and smooth in its return. Just as Ling Hel and his companions exited the starport, a ghostly blue hovercar glided to a stop before them. The door opened, and Shuchi emerged. Paleoanua's expression abruptly changed. "Teacher Shu." Ling Hel and the others quickly greeted him. "Feeling quite spirited, have you just returned from your errands?" inquired Shuchi with a cheerful smile. Ling Hel nodded. "Teacher Shu, what brings you here?" "I was just about to seek assistance with a task," replied Shuchi. "Your team appears quite capable of addressing challenges independently. Would you mind lending me a hand with my matter?" Ling Hel was reluctant to accept Shuchi's request and was about to decline when, unexpectedly, a tentacle reached out, pressing down on his head. "Excellent. It seems Ling Hel has consented," Shuchi remarked, still wearing a cheerful smile. "Shall we head to the school and discuss this further?" Chapter 64. Shuchi, you truly deserve to be torn apart by the monsters and reduced to cosmic dust. Ling Healy had yet to respond when Pailuo Nova abruptly interjected. "I must take my leave. Aren't you part of the same team? If you depart, it will no longer be a team I wish to hire. And Ling Healy will suffer significant losses," Shuchi remarked as if it were a matter of fact. Ling Healy was inclined to express that he was not in want of money at the moment. However, the next instant, Shuchi continued, "The school has recently organized several activities to accumulate professional credits." Ling Healy. Yet, upon glancing at the conflicted expression of Pailuo Nova, he chose to remain silent. This was a matter he could not involve himself in. Pailuo Nova regarded Shuchi with a frigid gaze. "You remain unchanged, resorting to any means necessary to achieve your goals, treating everyone as mere tools for your benefit." There was no hint of remorse in Shuchi's expression. Rather, he appeared somewhat bewildered. "Pailuo Nova, given how dire your father's situation has become, would you rather he perish than accept my assistance?" Pailuo Nova continued to regard him coldly. "Assist me, only to seek something in return? When I placed my trust in you as my fixed teammate, When you promised to help me stabilize my source injuries by aligning with Mu Yuanxing, what gives you the confidence that I would trust you a third time? Ling Healy felt utterly perplexed, hastily contacting Mu Tu. Does Pailuo Nova truly harbor enmity against your Mu Yuanxing? Mu Tu replied, how would I know? My family in Mu Yuanxing is not significant, merely a branch, completely disconnected from the core circles of power. Mu Tu added, but I shall inquire. I am curious as well. Shuqi retorted, is it due to that laughable shred of pride you possess? What is the point? This nonchalant attitude prompted Pailuo Nova to laugh, tears streaming down his face. Shuqi, you truly deserve to be torn apart by the monsters and reduced to cosmic dust. Upon finishing, he disregarded Ling Healy's reaction and turned to leave. Shuqi stood silently for a moment. Ling Healy quickly inquired, Teacher Shuqi, is the professional credit activity you mentioned still valid? Shuqi maintained his cheerful demeanor. If Pailuo Nova joins, then yes. Very well, then let it be. The group boarded Mu Tu's hover vehicle back to school, first heading to the outer academy. Mu Tu seemed to have gathered some gossip. His expression exaggerated. It turns out that when Teacher Shuqi came to our Mu Yuanxing, his stated reason was to borrow the Mu Mian emblem to stabilize Pailuo Nova's source energy. And what happened next? Ling Healy inquired eagerly. Joining our Mu Yuanxing certainly requires one to undergo trials. Mu Tu continued, and during Teacher Shuqi's trial, Pailuo Nova's condition deteriorated. He was unable to contact Teacher Shuqi and borrowed from every friend he could, yet it was insufficient for the medical expenses. Ultimately, his father had to sell his own magma heart to gather the funds. However, his father must also regularly replace his artificial heart to survive. This matter is difficult to judge as right or wrong. Ling Healy listened to the gossip without expressing an opinion. Meanwhile, Haji Ujio was still persuading Hababa, brother, you no longer have a mech. Let us abandon matters related to the mech department. What about switching to the infantry department? Upon hearing his brother's words, Hababa was momentarily taken aback, but finally spoke up. Brother, I possess a mecha. Instantly, everyone except Hababa was filled with confusion. He quickly elaborated. Before the leader was teleported away, I managed to reclaim my mecha badge. Look. As he spoke, he produced the mecha badge and pressed it, revealing a mecha with a pockmarked surface before everyone. However, Puhua erupted with expletives. Damn it, it's the Dawn's dark essence. Quickly put it away. The Dawn's dark essence had a profound effect on individuals with higher abilities, rendering it nearly otherworldly. Puhua, with his SSS-level mental strength, felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Mu Tu swiftly restrained Hababa and pressed the mecha badge, retracting the mecha. Ling Healy, possessing lower abilities, felt relatively unaffected. He calmly inquired of Mu Tu, you mentioned that the Dawn's dark essence is quite valuable. How much is it worth? Mu Tu, less composed, responded with a tremor in his voice. Previously, the Black Alliance auctioned off a piece the size of a thumb, fetching a staggering 1.5 billion star coins. If I'm not mistaken, the piece the mecha holds is larger than my fist. Hababa, somewhat bewildered, asked, what exactly is the Dawn's dark essence? Puhua gazed at him with an indescribable mix of envy and resentment, realizing that he was on the brink of fortune. You could exchange it directly for a brand new mecha, outfitted with the finest specifications. Still perplexed, Hababa replied, but this Dawn's dark essence isn't mine. It was placed here by the leader. So, are you going to return it? Puhua posed a soul-searching question. To whom do you intend to return it? Mu Tu echoed the inquiry. Hababa hesitated. Then is it mine now? Haji Ujio scratched the ground in contemplation. It was Ling Healy who remained the calmest among them. However, it cannot be sold. If the Mobius family learns of its sale, we would undoubtedly offend them. Mu Tu then grasped the situation. Indeed, it would serve no purpose. This substance is intended for use against others. What good is it if we keep it for ourselves? Ling Healy continued, furthermore, with its mysterious properties, it is uncertain whether the Mobius family would pursue this. The fleeing leader is aware that the item is with Hababa, and thus the Mobius family may also find out. At that moment, a notification from the quantum brain appeared. As Yu unexpectedly sent a transfer of 20 million. The Mobius family expresses gratitude for your assistance in locating a substantial piece of Dawn's dark essence. adding an additional 10 million as a token of appreciation. Ling Healy pondered for a moment before messaging Mobius Carter. I have received 20 million. Should you require my team's assistance in the future, feel free to instruct us. Additionally, there are a few matters to discuss. Mobius Carter replied, the payment has been settled. For future matters, please contact my assistant. Furthermore, although Jasmine has added you as a friend, I have restricted her quantum brain. You will not be able to reach her. So refrain from taking any unnecessary actions. Assistant. Business card. Ling Healy's excitement began to wane. The chat interface still lingered on the previous messages. Yet the name of Mobius Carter had transformed into that of a one-way friend. Ling Healy surveyed the others and calmly remarked, let us reserve the Dawn's shadow essence for a while before making further decisions. Haba quickly shook his head, asserting, I need my mecha to be equipped with mecha parts. You may take it. It is noteworthy that Puhua was not a permanent member of the team, and neither Ling Healy nor Hejujin possessed any personal assets to store the Dawn's shadow essence. Thus they had to entrust it to Mu Tu. At that moment, Ling Healy received a message from analyst Haibao. There has been a disturbance. That teacher from your Battle Soul Academy is experiencing energy instability. Ling Healy inquired. The one adorned with sparkling accessories from the Yellow Oriole tribe? Analyst A responded, no, that S nodded. It's a member of the Rhinoceros tribe. Analyst A continued, wait, I might have mistaken. His power level is rather feeble, and he was surprisingly subdued by our school's teachers. Analyst A concluded, the situation remains unclear. Ling Healy had already sent a message to Teacher Lee, asking, Teacher Lee, did you not attend the trade discussions today? Lee replied, I have been waiting for over 3 hours, yet the other party has not arrived. As long as Teacher Lee was unharmed, Ling Healy felt a sense of relief. However, could the rhinoceros-shaped tribe be from the Callisto Nebula? And what about Senior Mu holding onto the Dawn's shadow essence? Chapter 65. The greatest benefit is to live with the legacy of civilization. Mu Tu's heart remained quite expansive, entirely unconcerned about potentially losing the Dawn's dark essence. He readily agreed, saying, very well, then let it be entrusted to me. Shouldn't our team prepare some communal asset reserves? Ling Healy pondered for a moment. The matter of communal assets can be considered later. However, the Dawn's dark essence belongs to Hababa, since our team has exerted effort in rescuing you. If the Dawn's dark essence is put to use, the proceeds should be divided equally with our team. What do you think? Hababa remained somewhat bewildered, responding, all right. I will defer to you. Just then, Hajiogio interjected, no, the credit for your rescue goes entirely to the commander. The funds for purchasing a new mech are sufficient. Hababa lowered his head. Oh, as long as there is a mech. Given Hajiogio's strong support for the team, Ling Healy had no reason to refuse. Very well, if it is sold, we will provide Hababa with a fully equipped new mech. In this light, it seemed that the 3 mech missions for Yongying had been entirely fulfilled. Ling Healy felt immense joy and deemed it necessary to celebrate, announcing, then tomorrow, let us have a team dinner, and Pu Hua shall join us. I will also invite Senior Gao. However, their relation was short-lived as Teacher Lee sent a message. Tomorrow is my daughter's unsealing day. I can wait no longer. I authorize you to take full responsibility for the transaction. Authorization. Document. Ling Healy replied, understood. Thus, the hover car took a turn. First delivering Ling Healy to the Medical Soul Academy. The entrance of the Medical Soul Academy seemed to have encountered another unfortunate incident, displaying a scene of disarray. Although it could not compare to the previous encounter with Teacher Shu Qi, a noticeable dent had formed, and a few bloodstains remained, indicating the severity of the preceding battle. The senior from the laboratory and a teacher-like figure stood not far away, listening to Principal Zhu's scolding. The previously mentioned rhinoceros tribesman, possibly just awakening, sat on the ground, rubbing his head in confusion. Ling Healy glanced around, directly meeting the beady eyes of the Shanghai leopard analyst. He sent a message via his holographic device. What is the situation? A professional capability analyst replied, this rhinoceros tribesman has mistakenly come to the wrong academy. He should be at the medical department of the Battle Soul Academy, yet he has arrived here at our Medical Soul Academy. The analyst continued, my senior encountered him, thinking he was from the Battle Soul Academy, discussing crystal stone business. After a brief conversation that did not reach an agreement, he suddenly lost control of his energy. Ling Healy chose not to concern himself with the rhinoceros tribesman and walked towards the senior in the laboratory. The senior and the teacher had their backs turned to him, but Principal Zhu was the first to notice his approach. He abruptly halted his fervent tirade, his corpulent body quivering involuntarily, and in a stern tone demanded, "What brings you to the Medical Soul Academy?" Ling Healy, feigning innocence, pointed at the senior. "I have business to discuss." Principal Zhu assessed Ling Healy, then glanced at the senior, responding, Oh, then you may converse. I have no further business here." After finalizing the transaction with the unreliable senior and his teacher, it had already passed midnight. Ling Healy stretched, preparing to return, only to notice a rhinoceros tribesman who had been waiting not far away. "You are unfamiliar with the route to the Battle Spirit Academy. Shall I guide you?" Ling Helalai recalled that he was from the medical department of the Battle Spirit Academy, yet he did not know the way. "You are Master Ling Helalai," the rhinoceros tribesman asserted with remarkable certainty. "Indeed, and who might you be?" Upon having his identity unveiled so directly, Ling Helalai realized that this individual had come seeking him. The rhinoceros tribesman stepped forward with utmost sincerity, stating, "I am the last seed of the Callistor civilization, and I wish to join your established team." Ling Helalai needed to ponder. Last seed refers to? I have obtained the certification as a civilization promoter of Callistor. Although I am not yet proficient in utilizing the Oracle Resonance, with sufficient practice, I can surely become an asset to you. Ling Helalai contemplated for a moment and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Star Workshop?" "It is the black market here, and its overseer is a junior of your supreme leader, Neem, with whom he shares a close relationship." The rhinoceros tribesman gritted his teeth in response. I had intended to approach him first. However, upon probing with the Oracle Resonance, I discovered that he harbors an interest in the last civilization of Callistor. Yet he appeared somewhat disheartened, adding, "I am among the few in my tribe with high mental strength but low physical capability. My primary aim is to master the Oracle Resonance. As my combat ability is lacking, I dare not remain with him." Ling Helalai recalled that probing into another's thoughts using Oracle Resonance could be detected. This rhinoceros tribesman managed to probe into the star's thoughts and escape unscathed. Regardless of his strength, his adaptability must be commendable. However, Ling Helalai had been curious for quite some time, so he directly posed his question. "Is the inheritance of your Callistor civilization solely Oracle Resonance? Is there but one inheritance?" The rhinoceros did not comprehend. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Ling Helalai found it perplexing. In the Blue Star civilization, not to mention foreign lands, even within the Dragon Kingdom, there existed countless inheritances that one could hardly grasp. How could it be that in the Interstellar realm, a single inheritance constituted a civilization? Is this the case for other civilizations as well? Does possessing a single inheritance equate to a civilization? Ling Helalai queried. Not entirely. Some large civilizations possess multiple inheritances. The rhinoceros tribesman replied earnestly. However, the difficulty of assessments for promoters of these civilizations is significantly higher. Ling Helalai grasped this and asked, "Who sent you to find me?" The rhinoceros tribesman responded, "It was my teacher, the wielder of the Oracle Resonance. However, he now rests eternally on the main star of Callistor." "Why me? This time?" The rhinoceros tribesman lifted his head, gazing at Ling Helalai with clear eyes. "Because you are from the command system and a civilization promoter. You would not covet the inheritance of civilization that I hold. Both my teacher and I do not wish for the civilization of the Callistor Nebula to ultimately fall into the hands of civilization marauders." Ling Helalai still found himself somewhat bewildered. "What benefits would you gain by following me?" The rhinoceros tribesman grew melancholy. To carry forth the inheritance of civilization and continue to live is the greatest benefit. I am the last inheritor of the Callistor civilization. Ling Helalai contemplated and felt that he could indeed assure this aspect. He harbored no ulterior motives towards other civilizations and would not contemplate a betrayal akin to that of the star after acquiring an inheritance. Thus, he nodded. "Very well. You have now joined the medical department at the Academy of Battle Spirits, correct?" The delighted member of the Rhino clan extended his hoof and introduced himself. "I am Yao In, now transferring to the third year of the medical department." "Thank you, Commander, for accepting me into the team." He added, "Let's be friends. Tomorrow, I will host a gathering for everyone. You are welcome to join and meet the other members of the team. Subsequently, Ling Helen and Yao and took a public hover vehicle back to the Academy of Battle Spirits. Ling Helen now possessed nearly 20 million and, without hesitation, ordered a hover vehicle worth 2,800,000, finally able to relish the joy of spending without the constraints of price as he had in the Blue Star. The following day was filled with the rigors of academic pursuits. Ling Helen ordered the ingredients early in the morning, preparing a spicy and medicinal hot pot base, eagerly anticipating the gathering with his companions. Chapter 66. Gratitude to the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star. His energy crisis is finally salvaged. Beijiao is still lending a helping hand. Recently, Ling Heli has been rather occupied, spending little time in the dormitory, resulting in diminished interactions with Beijiao. Yet, Beijiao remains unchanged. This time, while assisting with preparations, he hesitantly inquired, "I heard that you are tutoring Enian?" Indeed, Ling Heli has been meticulously organizing strategies for various subjects for the Little Merman. However, he has thus far only completed 2 subjects, which he had previously sent to Enian. Enian managed to secure a spot in the top 10 for the class assessment in orbital warfare tactics. Upon hearing this, Beijiao's face brimmed with envy. "Did you teach him?" Ling Heli recalled that self-study did not require attendance for class assessments. Thus, the Little Merman merely ranked in the top 10 among those who had not engaged in self-study. It seems Beijiao's lack of academic prowess is rather pronounced. Beijiao continued to stammer, "Could you possibly teach me as well? I just want to perform a bit better." Although Beijiao had previously assisted Ling Heli in mastering mental linking free of charge, tutoring inherently demands a considerable investment of time. After some contemplation, Ling Heli replied, "Certainly, but I do charge for my services." "All right, I have interstellar currency. My planet has been fully supporting me." Beijiao gleefully fanned his shell. After finalizing the scope of the tutoring, they arrived at the tower. It was still the same amiable senior who had come early to assist. The second to arrive was Yao In, followed by Hakiijio. Lastly, Mu Tu and Pu Hua arrived just in time for a meal. Yao In, a third-year student in the medical department, will soon join our regular team. Ling Heli introduced him to Mu Tu and Hakiijio. From the Callisto Nebula? Mu Tu, who frequents the Star Network, immediately inquired upon seeing Yao In's appearance. "Hello, I am Hakiijio, a first-year student in the infantry department, possessing an S in physical fitness and an A in mental prowess. We are on the same regular team." In contrast, Hakiijio was far more enthusiastic. "By the way, Senior Mu, I am planning to purchase a mech myself. Are there any essential considerations? What is the usual price?" Ling Heli had been pondering this question. The disparity between the virtual and real worlds of the Star Network is significant. If feasible, Ling Heli still aims to acquire his mech early to familiarize himself with real-world operations. Mu Tu readily responded, "A top-tier configuration requires at least hundreds of millions of interstellar currency. However, initially, you only need the basic modules. Even with higher demands, 10 million will suffice. You can gradually upgrade and install additional modules later." 10 million is within Ling Heli's reach, and he might even afford to install several additional modules. He calculated briefly and then inquired, "What about the subsequent maintenance costs?" "They are relatively high. If engaged in real combat, repair expenses soar." Mu Tu did not conceal this fact. However, he mentioned that one could participate in individual combat rankings at the school, where being listed offers a modest reward of interstellar currency and professional points. The mention of professional points immediately captivated Ling Heli. Nevertheless, he asked, "Is it only the individual combat rankings? There is also a team combat ranking. It does not matter if the team is incomplete, you can enlist external aid, but it cannot exceed 5 members." Another delightful piece of news has arrived. Ling Heli had previously made an arrangement with teacher Xiao to exchange practical case studies utilizing his precognitive abilities for knowledge elucidation. However, having completed his practical coursework independently, he currently lacks any case studies to barter. Coincidentally, competing on the leaderboard could yield practical examples. Yet, upon counting, he realized that he, Mu Tu, Hakiijio, and Yao In only totaled 4 individuals. To bring in a maximum of 5 external allies, they would require at least 1 more fixed team member. Thus, He turned to Pu Hua. Senior Pu, how do you find today's intense spice? Pu Hua, coughing persistently from the heat, found himself at a loss for words. What if Senior Pu joins my fixed team? I can treat you to a variety of flavors, such as peppercorn and numbing spice. Mu Tu chimed in. Your silence is tacit agreement. No objections were raised, and thus, Pu Hua was welcomed into their team. Ling He Li and Mu Tu swiftly finalized the arrangement. Hajio Jio, crunching on a recently savored bone, eagerly applauded. Welcome, Senior Pu. In addition to the intense spice today, the broth also contained medicinal herbs. Mu Tu indeed relished this flavor, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. It bore no utility in enhancing or stabilizing energy. Conversely, Yao An, who had remained silent up until now, spoke. It is beneficial for the mysterious arts. I sense that I can now execute the oracle resonance with greater fluidity. Ling Yili's copper coin divination method traditionally involved others employing skills while he interpreted the results. His perception of the mysterious arts was not particularly acute. He inquired further, if it does not pertain to energy, does it aid in soul power? Yaoan pondered for a moment and nodded. Perhaps so. I can only vaguely sense it, as the principles of the mysterious arts elude everyone. Nevertheless, my abilities have undoubtedly intensified. Instantly, Ling Healy felt as if his belongings had gained newfound value. Moreover, considering the medicinal herbs, he recalled bringing along a considerable amount of tea and wondered if it might possess the legendary effects of enlightenment tea. With that thought, he took action. Taking into account the lighter palates of interstellar inhabitants, he added merely a leaf or two of tea for each person, and soon everyone had a cup brewed. Before Yao An could comment, Gao Ta, the first to speak, declared, I feel that after drinking, my control over energy has improved. It may not be substantial. Yet if this accumulation continues, it is not to be overlooked. Ling Yili's control over energy was already somewhat lacking. Perhaps due to habit, he felt no discernible change. However, upon hearing Gao's affirmation of its efficacy, his spirits soared. Grateful to the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star, he felt a glimmer of hope for his previously uncontrollable energy. No longer would he need to worry about sporadic energy surges harming his essence. The gathering concluded without incident. After ensuring everyone was well fed and sent off, Ling Yili opened the Star Network and navigated to the school's bounty section. Finally finding time to peruse this legendary segment. The first hot post offered a reward of 1,000 interstellar coins. Who has information on second-year command department female students of the K species? Background. Holographic image. I'm smitten at first sight. I've never encountered such a unique personality. However, I resemble an octopus. I wonder if she would be able to accept that. Response 1. To my knowledge, she harbors no bias regarding appearances. It might be worth a try. However, the trade of private information should be avoided. Wishing you the best of luck. Response 2. Is it truly possible to offer rewards for anything these days? I have reported it. Thank you. Before Ling Hela could continue scrolling through the subsequent replies, the post abruptly vanished. Ling Helu suddenly felt an absence of the anticipation he once held for the reward section. Fortunately, other reward information seemed relatively normal. For instance, there were outlines of course key points or temporary recruitment for teams, including errands. Second-hand transactions and intelligence information were priced a bit higher. As Ling Helu perused through, he finally stumbled upon a post that piqued his interest. Seeking information on all ranked teams in the school's collective combat power ranking. Willing to pay. Chapter 67. He never relies on others. The initial responses were devoid of significance. Perhaps merely expressing curiosity about the fluctuations in rankings or lamenting how the bounty hunter was reduced to tears during their inaugural challenge. However, as the dialogue progressed, Ling Helen finally encountered what he sought. Intelligence Agency INSA, your business has arrived. He accessed INSA's personal space and discovered that he was a senior in the information department. In his 8th year, prominently displayed was an advertisement for intelligence sales, a continuous offer of personal and team strength rankings, priced at 1,000 interstellar coins for individuals and 9,000 for teams. A discount of 5 applied for packages exceeding 100,000 coins, and a 7.8 discount for those over 500,000 coins. A complete package of all rankings was available for 880,000 coins. Other intelligence commissions were also accepted. Ling Helen sent a friend request, which was promptly approved. INSA, recently, there has been much excitement regarding the new students. What intelligence do you seek? Ling Helen, information on the last 12 teams in the rankings. At a 5 discount? INSA, such a conservative approach. Are you unable to recruit good external aid? Perhaps you would consider purchasing intelligence on some unaligned individuals? The price is still 1,000 Interstellar coins per person, with the same packaging discount. Ling Helen, as this is our first transaction, I require a modicum of trust. If the information is comprehensive, I shall make a repurchase. INSA, trust is simple. I shall provide you with a complimentary piece of your own intelligence. Ling Helen opened the content and was astonished by the level of detail. It included, but was not limited to, Social Circle, Senior Mu Tu from the Mecha Department, Senior Pu Hua from the Intelligent Machinery Department, Junior Tianjin from the Operations Department, Junior Yao En from the Medical Department, and Sophomore Gao Ta Li from the Command Department. Even Yao En, who had just joined the team yesterday, was listed. Affiliated Forces, member of the Nightshade Club, notably observed by Vice President Yu. Engaged in long-term transactions with Professor Xiao Longxia from the Command Department, had certain interactions with Director Li from the Command Department, and resolved past grievances with Director Shu Qi. Possesses an unrestricted black market pass, maintains contact with the leader of Star Square, and has associations with Pharmacy No. 5. Has a close relationship with the Mobius family. Previously ventured into the Callisto Nebula. Ling Helen was left speechless. He had never organized this information himself. It was astounding to realize the extent of his connections. Special abilities, possesses a mysterious precognitive skill, remarkably potent. Having accepted and completed a 20 million bounty task for the Nightshade Club, utilized this skill to achieve first place in a practical course for the first-year Command Department. Class 2. During a gathering yesterday, the herbal soup base and tea he had selected were not mentioned, which offered him a small sigh of relief. Yet, it was still terrifying. Ling Helen felt as if he were transparent. After some contemplation, he messaged again. What if I only require information regarding abilities and personality traits? INSA, no negotiations. However, if you still find it lacking, I can provide you with an additional piece of information, contingent upon a transaction amount of 500,000 coins. I recommend also purchasing intelligence on information specialists to assist you in analyzing and customizing battle strategies. For Ling Helen at this point, 500,000 coins was not an insubstantial amount. Moreover, speaking of information specialists, Lin Helu was reminded of Ling He, whose optical brain was rather ordinary, lacking the computational power of planetary levels. Should he undertake information analysis himself, the processing capability would undoubtedly fall short. Thus, a brief inquiry revealed that an optical brain with galactic-level computing power would require approximately 10 million interstellar coins. Additionally, he needed to purchase mechas, rendering his funds insufficient. Consequently, INSA's proposal was indeed quite astute. Lin Helu responded affirmatively, yes. I seek intelligence regarding teams ranked 80 to 100 in combat strength, particularly information specialists adept in analytical skills, suitable to serve as external support for my team. The cost is 500,000. Please transfer the funds. INSA acknowledged, understood. As a bonus, I must inform you that a bounty has been placed on your team within the Black Alliance's dark web. Lin Helu instantly grasped the implication. The Dawn's dark essence had indeed attracted trouble. The fugitive leader had been handed over to the Mobius family by the Black Alliance. Clearly, the Black Alliance had concealed the fact that the mecha pilfered from Haba Ba contained the Dawn's dark essence. Truly, they were an organization willing to do anything for money, even betraying their own comrades and incurring the wrath of the Mobius family for the sake of the essence. Lin Hela sent another message. Could you inquire if there is a means to access the Black Alliance's dark web? INSA replied, yes, but I cannot transfer the access privileges. If there is information you seek, I can assist in your inquiries, charging based on the specifics. Lin Hela requested, then please provide me with detailed intelligence concerning my team within the Black Alliance. INSA stated, 3 million interstellar coins, non-negotiable. Recognizing that this was not the time for frugality, Lin Helu promptly transferred the amount. The disheartening news was that indeed, A bounty of 5 million had been placed for the whereabouts of Lin Helu's team, detailing the racial and physical characteristics of the members, along with their recent visit to the Z83672 mining planet. The silver lining, however, was that the bounty remained active on the dark web, and the adversaries had yet to acquire any leads on Lin Helu's team. Regardless of Insa's motivations for refraining from accepting the bounty, Lin Helu was grateful for his assistance. He then messaged, "Thank you, Senior. I am willing to pay 5 million interstellar coins for you to monitor the bounty. Should it disappear, please inform me immediately." Insa replied, "Certainly, this is an easy profit." Lin Helu inquired further, "Could you also sell me information regarding Huizhua from the Black Alliance?" Although he had fled hastily, Lin Helu distinctly recalled the departing leader mentioning the name Huizhua during his escape. Insa responded, "She is one of the administrators of the Black Alliance. Though my knowledge is limited, 10,000 interstellar coins will suffice for all I know." Lin Helu confirmed, 10,000. Transfer. Insa continued, "She first appeared in the Black Alliance by auctioning a piece of Dawn's dark essence. Subsequently, she engaged in the trade of various rare ores, successfully displacing the elder responsible for overseeing the Black Alliance's mining transactions, thereby becoming one of its administrators." Lin Helu pondered, "Is that all?" Insa added, "There are rumors that she belongs to the toxic phantom purple-spotted butterfly race. However, she has always appeared in a humanoid form. That truly is all I have." Lin Helu contemplated for a moment before messaging Palinova and Hababa to explain the situation. Hababa responded with enthusiasm, while Palinova did not reply immediately, likely preoccupied with other matters. He subsequently created a group for the core members and briefly reiterated the situation. Harjogio remarked, "The Commander's directives must be followed without question." Mu Tu suggested, "Perhaps we could entrust the Dawn's dark essence to Mu Yuanxing. It would undoubtedly ensure our safety." Hu Hua countered, "No, I cannot simply relinquish something worth hundreds of billions. Moreover, offering it to Mu Yuanxing is far less advantageous than to the Mobius family. They are not even comparable." Yaoan expressed his confusion, stating, "I do not quite understand. If it is truly about our own security, why can't Ling Healy surrender the Dawn's dark essence? Yet, he has never relied on others' actions. Would Mu Yuanxing genuinely protect anyone other than Mutu? And can the Mobius family truly set aside past grievances? Perhaps trusting the Battle Soul Academy would be more prudent." Ling Healy contemplated what course of action he ought to take before a consensus could be reached. Teacher Lee sent a message, "My daughter is fond of your pastries and wishes to express her gratitude in person. Would you be amenable to a meeting?" Chapter 68. "Thank you for the pastry. I adore it, Ling Helia." "All right, Teacher Lee, when shall we meet?" "Lee, how about now? We are at the Mecha Combat Arena near the Academy." Upon receiving the news that the Black Alliance was keeping an eye on him, Ling Helia was hesitant to wander about. "Ling Helia, Teacher Lee, I have some matters at hand. It's inconvenient for me to leave the school alone." "Lee, then I shall bring my daughter to find you." As Ling Helia arrived at the school gate, he spotted 2 yellow orioles adorned with glimmering trinkets. Teacher Lee's age was indiscernible from her exterior. Only when she gazed at the little oriole with overflowing tenderness could one perceive her elderhood. The little oriole beamed with joy, her voice quick and urgent, yet melodious, akin to the delightful chime of a xylophone. "You must be Ling Helia." The little oriole, having likely seen Ling Helia's likeness before, recognized him instantly and hopped over. "I've heard your story is quite fascinating. Would you share it with me?" Ling Helia found it easy to engage socially, yet recounting his story to entertain a little girl proved somewhat challenging. He replied succinctly, "I hail from a destitute planet and am currently studying in the command department." "Is that all?" The little oriole blinked her eyes. Ling Helia nodded. "That is indeed all." "How stingy." "It's just a story, isn't it?" "Oh well." The little oriole flapped her wings and returned to Teacher Lee's side. Suddenly recalling her purpose, she fluttered back. "Thank you for the pastry. I truly enjoyed it. It was sweet and sticky, brightening my mood immensely." Teacher Lee approached, gently ruffling the little oriole's head with her wings. "Now that you've met someone, shall I take you to the Mecha Combat Arena for a little while?" "Is it the Mecha Combat Arena again? It seems I have only this violent hobby." The little oriole pouted. Teacher Lee, unfazed, patiently inquired, "Where would you like to go instead?" The little Oriole's eyes sparkled as she turned to Ling Helia. Where do you usually go to have fun? Thanks for the invitation. But the command department hardly qualifies for outings. However, Ling Helia believed that Mu Tu would be well acquainted with such matters, so he sought assistance. Mu Tu, how about a real-life escape game? A high-intelligence club? An art workshop? Upon hearing this, the little Oriole gasped in delight, fully expressing her emotions. I want to go to all of them. Teacher Lee nodded. I will accompany you to each one. Then, an unforeseen turn of events occurred in an instant. Just a moment ago, the little Oriole's face radiated with joy and anticipation. The next, she suddenly collapsed to the ground in agony, curling up and weakly calling out, Mommy. Teacher Lee's expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. She remained composed, retrieving the crystal she had previously exchanged with Ling Helia, and crushed half of it over the little Oriole. Instantly, the little Oriole's flapping wings stilled, surrendering to a serene slumber. Teacher Lee, do you need assistance? Ling Helia inquired softly. Teacher Huang Li carefully cradled the little Oriole. Her condition has worsened. I must take her back to re-encase her in ice. If possible, please assist me in acquiring more crystals swiftly. I am in dire need of them. I will compensate you. What do you desire? Although it felt somewhat opportunistic, Ling Helia had indeed contemplated making a request of Teacher Lee. He was well aware of Teacher Lee's character and did not beat around the bush. He expressed his desire directly. I hope Teacher Lee can assist me in rigorous combat training to swiftly enhance my combat abilities. Very well, Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ling Helen recalled an important matter. 5 days from now, the Nightshade Club will host a gathering centered around soul-related skills. I wonder if it might benefit your daughter. All right, I shall attend. Teacher Huang continued to nod. In my absence, matters pertaining to the command department will be fully entrusted to Xiao Longxia. Once you acquire the crystal, promptly hand it over to him for me. With that, Teacher Huang hurriedly departed, cradling the little yellow Oriole. Ling Helen glanced at the group chat on his holographic interface, where Mu Tu and Pu Hua were engaged in a seemingly trivial conversation. Pu Hua lamented, hundreds of billions of interstellar coins. To see them slip through my fingers like this is unbearable. I am not a tycoon like you. Mu Tu replied, money is a transient affair, is it not? One cannot take it with them upon departing this world. Pu Hua retorted, I am not prepared for life and death at this moment. Mu Tu dismissed. A mere 100 billion. Pu Hua challenged, will you provide it to me? Ling Helen remained silent. He first sought out Yongying to finalize matters regarding his mech. All right, provide me with your complete physical and mental assessment data. Do not be careless. Last time, someone confused their data, and I had to expend 3 times the effort to rectify the situation, Yongying instructed. Customization is no simple task. Do not assume that merely increasing the payment suffices. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Yong. Has the issue with your last divination been resolved? Ling Helen inquired. I have made some progress, but it is still a work in progress. Such is the nature of research. I have grown accustomed to it, Yongying replied. Ling Helen then asked, Oh, Brother Yong, do you happen to know who in the Nightshade Club is well informed? You need not look to the Nightshade Club. There is someone at your school, Yongying replied. And Sa? Ling Helen guessed. Precisely. He possesses the ability to self-split. One individual becomes an entire race, and they share a collective consciousness, making information transmission quite convenient. He is a born information broker. Ling Helen expressed concern that may not suffice. He does not possess extensive knowledge about the Black Alliance. Yongying inquired, the Black Alliance? What specifically do you wish to know about them? Graduates from your academy's command department are typically regarded as potential leaders within the War Alliance. Do they not engage in direct confrontations? Ling Helen urged, Brother Yong, please elaborate. Yongying explained, the Black Alliance has long been established within the War Alliance. Once you obtain a junior commander certificate, you will gain access to the War Alliance's military network and the authority to view various materials. However, should you possess a junior commander certificate, the Black Alliance will likely avoid you altogether. Yongying concluded, the key is to focus on self-improvement. Thank you, Brother Yong. Ling Helen had not yet grown arrogant enough to believe he could obtain the junior commander certificate at this moment. However, he felt confident that others might. For instance, Senior Gao, do you possess a junior commander certificate? No, It is quite normal for a second-year student not to have attained it. What is the matter? Gao Tali responded. Ling Helen explained. I seem to have incurred the ire of the Black Alliance and wish to consult a senior who can access the War Alliance's military network. Gao Tali replied. I shall inquire with the president. A moment later, Gao Tali relayed. The president has requested that you prepare the items for trade by the end of the month. He will decide based on the circumstances. Of course, you may also seek information from others. Ling Helian. Thank you, Senior Gao. Ling Helian. Do you know what the president likes? Gao Tali. The president adheres to the traditional alliance of the Combat Corps and has already reserved the 8th Legion. At present, he is likely quite concerned with the intelligence of the Legion. Ling Helian. What about other matters? Gao Tali. That would pertain to aspects related to humanoid appearances. The president's fixed team members are all of humanoid form. Ling Helian. I see. By the way, Senior Gao, I don't believe I have yet met the members of your fixed team. After a considerable pause, Gao Tali replied, It's not convenient at the moment. Let us discuss it further in due time. Chapter 69. Should we consider earning some team funds? Sensing the palpable rejection within the tower, Ling Helen refrained from pressing further. He glanced at his friend list, but Paranova had yet to respond. As a mercenary, it was not unusual to be disconnected from the Star Network while on the black market or undertaking missions. Nevertheless, Ling Helen yearned to promptly inform Paranova of the looming threat posed by the Black Alliance. He sent a message to Shu Qing. I am unable to reach Paranova. Yet there is a crucial message I must convey to him. Do you have any means to assist? Shu Qing replied. He is fine, after restoring his essence. He requires a substantial amount of energy and is currently in the medical chamber. Ling Helen responded. Understood. Please inform him to be cautious of the Black Alliance. Shu Qing, you certainly have a knack for attracting trouble. The Black Alliance dares not extend their reach into the Battle Soul Academy. You should remain discreet for a while. Ling Helen. All right. Thank you, Teacher Shu. He then turned his attention to the group chat of his established team, where Mu Tu and Pu Hua had already ceased their discussions. Ling Helen stated, I will resolve this matter before the end of the month. Until then, everyone should refrain from leaving the Battle Soul Academy. Ling Helen added, I feel somewhat at a disadvantage. I've recorded an expenditure of 1 million interstellar coins. Should we not prepare for the team competition and earn some team funds? Mu Tu replied, the team competition involves real opponents, not the lower-grade simulated combat classes. Can the junior adapt? Ling Helen, let us give it a try. Do you have any recommended practice venues, Senior? Analyzing data for the team also requires practice. Pu Hua, just dive in. The worst that could happen is losing and resetting your score. It won't dip into the negatives. Ling Helen, should we seek external assistance then? Pu Hua, not just yet. We can compete even if we are not at full strength. Many score-boosting teams participate with incomplete rosters. Mu Tu, exactly. Let us go for it. Though the hour was somewhat late, the affluent Battle Soul Academy provided a time dilation feature for the team competition, making the duration of a match shorter than the waiting time for matchmaking. Ling Helen, feeling exuberant, rallied all his teammates online and initiated team matchmaking. Upon entering the level, the group found themselves on a habitable planet, near a beach, surrounded by the refreshing scent of moist air. Environmental data was unknown, and opponent information was equally unclear. There were 2 victory conditions. One could either explore the planet's complete information first or annihilate the opposing team. One must be chosen. Mu Tu's complexion turned pale, 01 to Commander. It appears to be an oceanic planet, primarily a water world. Then, Ha Jiujiu nervously added, 03 to Commander, I have a fear of water. Ling Helen looked at Mu Tu quizzically. Commander inquires of 01. Do you also have a fear of water? 01 to Commander. Yes, just a little. This was an inauspicious start. The oceanic planet's environment had effectively neutralized 2 of the Team's strongest fighters. Ling Helen swiftly formulated a plan. The commander orders all to abandon the exploration victory objective and focus solely on the annihilation of the enemy. This contingency plan was entirely based on the universal Y8 model, and I was the monitoring personnel. Team 1 comprised myself and 01. Team 2 consisted of 02, 03, and 04, Yao En. Team members would serve as primary suppressors for one another. 01 would be the comforter for Team 1, while 04 would fulfill that role for Team 2. Then, directly allowing Pooh to use the divination method to gauge the opponent's strength and position. The preliminary shaking of the copper coins takes a considerable amount of time. After 6 attempts, a silver-black mech glided down from the horizon. Due to its remarkable speed, it left behind a shimmering silver-black streak that pointed sharply into the distance. Mu 2 acted swiftly, instantly entering the mech to confront the incoming silver-black assault. However, the task proved to be exceedingly arduous. The attack power of the opposing mech modules was undoubtedly on par with Mu 2, and their maneuvers were far more fluid, executing uninterrupted combos while energy weapons occasionally struck Mu 2. Although Mu 2 was not dispatched immediately, it was merely due to the exceptional defensive capabilities of his mech. In contrast, Mu 2's movements were fragmented, most of the time spent on blocking, and even when he did strike, it was challenging to land a hit on the opponent. Even through Ling Helu's discerning eyes, it was evident that Mu 2's defeat was merely a matter of time. Report, Commander. Current conditions are not suitable for divination. I request to manufacture a level 3E attack weapon first. The commander replied, understood. The commander then commanded Unit 03 to assist Unit 01 in combat. The situation was dire. Yet apart from Mu 2, only the new student Harjiogio from Ling Helu's team was still capable of fighting. He himself remained silent, as Yaoen was also not adept in battle. However, Yaoen possessed other strengths. The commander ordered Unit 04 to employ the oracular resonance to keep everyone informed of the opponent's combat intentions. Within the mental link, communication occurred through thought, exponentially faster than spoken words. Even if Yaoen could only foresee the opponent's next second of combat intentions, he could relay that information to everyone within a fraction of a second. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Mu 2's fundamentals were certainly formidable as a fourth-year student. He ranked 74th on the school's combat power leaderboard, a feat not solely reliant on the opulence of his mech modules. What he lacked more was experience and reflexes. Unforeseen attacks from his adversary left him unable to devise countermeasures, rendering him susceptible to relentless strikes. However, with Yaoen's oracular resonance elucidating the opponent's every move, Mu 2 could now respond with clarity. This method proved to be even more beneficial for his growth than standard combat training. After all, deducing the answer from the process was significantly simpler than pure guesswork. The silver-black mech soon sensed a shift in the situation. It leapt backward to evade Mu 2's attack and charged directly toward Ling Helu and Yaoen. Yaoen continued to report the projected trajectory of the silver-black mech within the mental link. This time, the closer Harjiogio surged forward, aiming to replicate Mu 2's combat approach and repel the silver-black mech. However, he was instantly overwhelmed, as the standard mech's defenses were still insufficient. Nevertheless, the rigidity of the exterior momentarily hindered the silver-black mech's movements. In that fleeting moment, Mu 2 unleashed a devastating annihilation beam. This time, the silver-black mech finally succumbed, losing half of its arm. The silver-black mech, having lost half of its arm, exhibited significantly diminished balance, causing its movements to lose the previously smooth fluidity and occasionally stumble awkwardly. Mu 2 pressed the advantage. Before Pu Hua's level 3E weapon could be completed, he had already delivered a decisive KO to the silver-black mech. Without waiting for Ling He to issue further commands, the system notified everyone of their victory. Unlike practical combat classes, the conclusion of the team points match did not result in immediate ejection. Instead, all participants were required to exit voluntarily. The silver-black mech remained stationary. Suddenly, the mech retracted, revealing a fully human form of a short-haired girl who lifted her gaze towards the crowd. Her right eye was not shaped like a typical pupil, but resembled a swirling nebula, suggesting it was embedded with some unknown device unique to interstellar technology. Aileen Startrack, a 9th-grade student in the mech department, ranked 42nd on the school's combat power leaderboard, and notably, the only non-command student to place within the top 50 for individual combat prowess. Mu 2 clarified through their mental link. Aileen regarded the group with an indifferent expression, stating, "I will remember your team." Chapter 70. The 5th Legion of the War Alliance can be regarded as the direct lineage of the Battle Spirit Academy. The phase has concluded, and both victorious objectives are now visible. The environment indeed resembles what Mu 2 described, a marine planet. As for the specific numerical data, Ling Healy found it perplexing. The opposing team had fielded only one member, namely Aaron Startrail. The members not on the field for the opposing team were also accessible for review. Ling Healy glanced through the information and noted it was a full team of 10, with Commander Tan Ji, a 9th-year student from the command department. There was a sense of familiarity with the 9th-year students, and the team members bore a striking resemblance to humanoid forms. Ling Healy messaged the tower, "Senior, what is our president's name again?" The tower replied, "Tan Ji, the former heir of the Fujian Merchants Alliance, who relinquished his inheritance to become a commander." Indeed, Ling Healy pondered whether this might be a slight offense to the president. He observed their team information and noted that due to a 50-point decrease, their ranking had fallen from 7th to 8th. Meanwhile, Ling Healy's team achieved the highest single-game score of 50, although they did not make it to the leaderboard. Ling Healy's own team information indicated a ranking of 392, a significant departure from the novice pool. "Shall we continue?" Mu 2, still warmed up, excitedly suggested. Yao En sat down and shook his head. "I am not yet proficient in the resonance of the oracle. I cannot use it continuously." "Then let us resume tomorrow," Ling Healy confirmed. The following day, Ling Healy went to the mecha department to undergo physical and spiritual assessments. To maximize the potential of the mecha, a set process is required for customization. The entire evaluation was exceedingly meticulous, which explained why Yong Ing had cautioned him against treating it lightly. Fortunately, Ling Healy had recently improved his control over energy. Otherwise, he would have struggled with certain tasks, such as hitting designated targets several meters away. Unsure of how to measure without sufficient energy, nearly 10 interstellar hours passed by the time the tests concluded. Ling Healy felt as though he had utilized an extraordinary amount of energy, leading him to wonder if his mastery had indeed strengthened. However, he was utterly exhausted. He entered the medical chamber for a brief recovery. Upon emerging, he received a message from the Medical Soul Academy, stating that, thanks to the diligence of the laboratory staff, the first soul crystal had been successfully produced. With the looming threat of the Black Alliance, Ling Healy was reluctant to venture out of the Battle Spirit Academy. He contemplated for a moment before reaching out to the intelligence agencies and saw, "Senior, is there a reliable and inexpensive errand service on campus?" Insa replied, "That's me." Indeed, this senior possessed the ability to split himself, creating an unlimited number of avatars. Consequently, Ling Healy received a package from a small, blue-purple jelly-like being. He hastened towards Professor Zhao's laboratory, feeling he still had time to take advantage of the time flow. Professor Xiao Longxiao was pacing in the lounge, visibly agitated. Upon seeing Ling Healy enter, he managed a cordial demeanor. "Has there been news regarding the crystal requested by Teacher Li?" "Yes, this is the first one. The subsequent ones will be ready in 2 to 3 days. Ling Healy handed over the package. "Excellent." Professor Xiao Longxiao's voice expressed notable delight. "Also, Professor, my teammate possesses predictive abilities. Could we exchange practical cases for clarification?" Professor Xiao Longxiao appeared quite perplexed. When did our academy have other students with predictive skills? Perhaps Teacher Xiao has not been paying attention recently. The new transfer student hails from the Callisto Nebula. Xiao Longxia grew serious at once. The Callisto Nebula? He did not even mention any precognitive abilities. Before Ling Helen could utter another word, he continued to speak to himself. Since he has inherited the prophetic resonance of the Callisto civilization, he must be a pivotal force among the conservative remnants. Ling Helen sensed something amiss. "Teacher Xiao, what is the matter with the Callisto Nebula?" Xiao Longxiao remained somewhat agitated, yet he refrained from directing his frustration toward Ling Helen. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Our Battle Soul Academy ranks 7th among all the war academies in the Star Alliance. Do you know what the primary scoring factor is?" Ling Helen discreetly consulted his holographic brain. However, Xiao Longxiao had already answered, the 5th Legion of the Battle Alliance, which can be considered the direct military faction of the Battle Soul Academy. Most students from the Battle Soul Academy will graduate to join the 5th Legion. Senior Longyu of the 5th Legion faces a daunting challenge. If the Callisto Nebula cannot be reclaimed, the 5th Legion may face restructuring. If that comes to pass, the future of the Battle Soul Academy will be precarious. Ling Helen was puzzled. Has the Fishman Galaxy not expressed any opinions? Xiaolong Xia's tail fin-slapped audibly. That is a matter for later. First, we must conquer the Callisto Nebula. Ling Helen had yet to engage with such matters, and thus remained silent. However, he was reluctant for Teacher Xiao to set his sights on his teammates. After some thought, he inquired, Teacher Xiao, are you aware that the head of the Star Workshop has close ties to the Callisto Nebula? He is a junior to commander name. Can he establish contact with the forces that have escaped from Callisto? Xiao Longxia questioned. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that asking Ling Helen this was futile. So he muttered to himself, first, let's inquire. At that moment, he recalled Ling Helen's previous remarks and responded with a deep breath. Very well. Please elaborate on the practical content. We could also schedule a time for Interstellar QA. Ling Helen had made rapid progress in his theoretical courses recently, aided by a time acceleration feature, leaving him with few issues. The main challenge lay in the skills. Basic skills such as mental linkage, one-way barriers, and anchor point tracking were manageable, but the more complex combat skills left him bewildered. I heard from Teacher Li that she will provide special training for your combat abilities, so I shall refrain from discussing that. Xiao Longxia continued. What is most crucial for you now is not merely to learn more skills, but to recognize the essence of those skills. All skills are applications of energy, explosive, serene, viscous, and crisp, each representing a distinct mode of energy application. For instance, both multi-core detonation and singularity impact are applications of explosive energy. You should seek to understand their commonalities. However, energy binding represents a different directional application, and one should not transpose the methods of multi-core detonation. When you truly grasp how to utilize energy, you may even create your own skills. Yet by that time, skills will no longer hold the same significance. An abundance of energy can directly overcome skill with sheer force. Xiao Longxia's manner of discourse resonated profoundly with Ling Helen. Before long, he had meticulously recorded a plethora of notes on the luminous brain interface, and even after an hour, he remained eager for more. However, it was nearly time for the conclusion of classes at the Battle Soul Academy. Ling Helu's established team once again convened to partake in the team challenge. Due to the team not being at full capacity, their opponents were likely to be similarly incomplete. The disparity in numbers typically would not be significant. The previous encounter with Aileen might have been an exception, as her individual prowess was so formidable that it mitigated the disadvantage of fewer participants, resulting in a random match. This time, Ling Helu had devised strategies tailored for multiple participants. Before even entering the challenge, he had preordained 3 distinct plans, ready for immediate implementation to avert a repeat of the ambush they experienced with Aileen. This time, the group found themselves positioned in a synchronized orbit around the cosmos. Chapter 71. Ling Heli. According to conventional tactical approaches, the strategy is to advance steadily. The conditions for victory are twofold. First, to seize control of the synchronous orbital intelligence network. Second, to annihilate the adversary. One must choose one of these objectives. 01 informed the commander that the synchronous orbital space constitutes an exceedingly limited battlefield, predominantly resulting in direct confrontations. Navigating the battlefield in a mecha requires merely 15 minutes. As Mu-2 elucidated the situation, he donned his mecha suit. The commander issued orders for all to adopt the third strategy, forming a diamond-shaped phalanx to explore the front. Engagement with the enemy is permitted upon discovery. Given the restricted nature of the battlefield, the copper coin divination method necessitates preparation time, rendering it largely ineffective. Ling Heli adhered to the conventional tactical approach, proceeding methodically. Within 3 minutes, both teams were in close combat. Mu-2's mecha, equipped with an advanced biological detection module, detected anomalies ahead of the opposing forces. The formation comprised 4 individuals, 2 standard mechas and 2 custom ones. Without hesitation, Ling Heli commanded. Commander orders 01 to exploit the mecha's advantages to target the standard mecha at a 30-degree angle, then intercept the attacks from the others. The commander instructed 03 that, should 01's sniping fail, he would take over the 30-degree target. Otherwise, he was to assist 01 in combat. The commander ordered 02 to gather materials on-site and swiftly fabricate small-scale offensive weaponry. The commander also directed 04 to be vigilant in aiding others, and if the opposing commander was recognized, to immediately employ the Oracle Resonance. Mu-2 raised his mecha's right hand, extending a magnetic rail sniper rifle from his arm, swiftly aiming and launching an attack. The designated target, clad in standard mecha, possessed limited defensive capabilities. If caught off guard, the likelihood of being eliminated was substantial. Senior students, even those not in mecha or command disciplines, typically possessed their custom mechas. Notably, half of this team utilized standard mechas, suggesting they were likely a cohort of new students. Indeed, Mu-2 struck true. However, just before the standard mecha was destroyed, another golden-hued mecha swiftly approached, pushing its companion aside, ultimately preventing a fatal blow. The golden mecha did not charge towards Ling Heli's position. Instead, it retreated slightly, allowing a lavender mecha to spearhead the assault. The commander informed 04 that the golden mecha belonged to the opposing commander. In the next moment, Yaoen began to relay the enemy's tactical maneuvers. Ling Heli found himself unable to intervene. He attempted to employ several skills he had just learned the previous day. He first deployed an energy binding technique. Logically, once ensnared by such a skill, the opponent should exhibit a momentary vulnerability, even if they manage to escape. Yet, Ling Heli observed the advancing lavender mecha, perplexed to see no indication of hindrance. It remained uncertain whether his skill had failed or if his mental fortitude was insufficient to yield any effect. Simultaneously, Mu-2 had already retracted his magnetic rail sniper rifle and charged toward the opposing lavender mecha. Both mechas unleashed mid-range energy annihilation beams simultaneously. The beams collided, generating intense energy fluctuations that propelled both sides backward. Ling Heli stepped back a few paces to regain his balance, fortunate that the mech did not topple over. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Mu-2 already engaged in a fierce tussle with his opponent. The adversary of the violet-hued mech displayed only average prowess. Although aggressive in demeanor, their combat awareness was yet to be established, and their experience lacking. They sporadically executed wide, sweeping motions, which Mu-2 seized as opportunities to deliver a flurry of counterattacks. He even deftly managed to take on another standard mech simultaneously. The opposing commander initially attempted to devise a strategy, hoping to overwhelm Mu-2 through coordinated assaults. However, Yaoen proved to be exceptionally competent, relaying the enemy's tactics without reservation to Mu-2, who thus far had evaded any strikes. The enemy commander sensed an unsettling transparency in his thought processes, uncertain how to defend against such an enigmatic skill. Confronted with the futility of strategy, he resolved to charge headlong into the fray. The golden mech surged into the melee. Its cold mechanical fist, imbued with energy fluctuations, aimed directly at Mu-2. Puhua had crafted a small gray orb, and 1E level offensive weapon. While it corresponded only to S-level attack power, its production speed was remarkably swift, completed in under a minute. The gray orb was hurled towards a damaged standard mech that Hajiojio had intercepted, obliterating a significant portion of its armor and causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. In the next moment, Hajiojio pressed the advantage, targeting the mech's energy core and successfully breaching its defenses. The damaged standard mech emitted several energy pulses before becoming immobilized. The battle unfolded in mere moments. Ling Heli had just deployed his second skill, Singularity Impact, against the golden mech of the opposing commander, though it failed to breach its defenses. Yet, it seemed to yield some effect. The enemy commander abandoned the ongoing skirmish, charging directly at Ling Heli. 04 informed all that the enemy's target was not the commander, but rather an attempt to exploit a gap in 01's defense during a rescue, aiming for a surprise attack. Ling Heli refrained from ordering Mu-2 to assist. This marked his first close-quarters combat since the chaotic clashes in the black market. He found himself evading clumsily, with no opportunity to strike back, enduring several hits. However, thanks to Yaoen's alerts regarding the enemy's maneuvers, Ling Heli miraculously persevered. Similar to the earlier battle between Mu-2 and AI Lin, Ling Heli recognized that deducing the opponent's offensive pattern significantly enhanced his practical combat skills. From initially clumsy dodges, His movements gradually became more fluid. Although still unable to counterattack, his progress was unmistakably evident. Meanwhile, Pu Hua and Ha Jiu had neutralized the damaged mech. And alongside Mu Tu, they swiftly transformed the odds to 3 against 2. With Mu Tu's capabilities, even a 2-on-1 scenario was manageable, let alone the current advantage. They quickly subdued the two opponents, repeatedly breaching their defenses, and the destruction of the enemy mech was mere moments away. However, Yaoan's voice became urgent. 04. Report to the commander. I am exhibiting signs of energy instability. I request to cease the use of oracle resonance. The commander commanded 04 to immediately halt the oracle resonance and to employ a calming skill on itself. Struck by the loss of Yaoan, Ling Hela was instantly propelled several meters away, crashing into the outer wall of the track and almost being flung into the cosmos. Nevertheless, the advantage still lay with Ling Hela's team. Even in the absence of Ling Hela and Yaoan's support, Mu Tu and the others faced their opponents in a 3-on-3 encounter. Undeterred, Ling Hela swiftly approached the pallid Yaoan and inquired, "How are you? Do you require assistance to be taken to the affiliated hospital?" Yaoan shook his head, responding, "My soothing abilities are still effective. I am merely experiencing a slight depletion of energy." Although they were entangled for a longer duration this time, Ling Hela's team ultimately secured a hard-fought victory. In contrast to their previous achievement of a full score of 50 points, this time they only garnered 20 points. They remained a daunting 1,500 points away from entering the top 100, which would enable them to unlock the challenge match. Upon concluding the battle and reflecting on Yaoan's pale visage, Ling Hela knocked on his dormitory door. Chapter 72. The challenge of the team. The greatest weakness lies within me, and I shall strive to improve. Commander, I assure you, I will not hinder the team. Upon seeing him approach, Yaoan hastily explained, "We are already a team. The notion of holding each other back is unfounded." Ling Hela intervened, yet emphasized, "Our focus is on the future. We must not squander our potential needlessly. Now, reveal to me your true condition." Yaoan's expression turned somewhat melancholic, but he spoke candidly. "My mental prowess was previously at an S level. In my eagerness to master the oracle resonance, I repeatedly consumed potions to elevate myself to SS level, resulting in a chaotic energy state. However, as a member of the medical department, I now administer soothing techniques to myself daily, and I am gradually improving." As he spoke, he forced a smile at Ling Hela. "Commander, rest assured, I am not merely enduring. If I truly could not withstand it, I would promptly seek a successor for the Callisto civilization rather than attending the Battle Soul Academy for combat training." Ling Hela pondered for a moment before responding. "Until your energy fluctuations return to their normal range, refrain from utilizing the oracle resonance. The burden of our team's challenge rests upon me, and I shall enhance our capabilities." The matter of enhancement did not require prolonged waiting for Ling Hela. Early the next morning, Teacher Li hastily returned to the Battle Soul Academy and promptly sent him a message. "Li, I have settled my daughter. You may commence your intensive combat training at any time." Ling Hela, "Let us begin now." Li, "Proceed to the tactical arena." The tactical arena is primarily designed for strategy simulations, where many compulsory courses for the command department are conducted. However, unlike the virtual teaching of the StarNet, the tactical arena features a fully immersive sand table, serving as a multifaceted environmental simulation. Teacher Huang Li was evidently not there to instruct Ling Hela in strategic simulations. Rather, she intended for him to experience her real pursuit within a genuine environment. In her own words, the first hurdle of combat training is the perception of danger. It would be quite simple for Teacher Huang Li to eliminate Ling Hela. In fact, he was indeed eliminated, brought to the brink of death and subsequently revived by the medical pod, without completely losing consciousness. Ling Hela felt the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart by sharp claws each time he hovered near death. He found himself unable to suppress his body's instinctive reactions. Upon hearing Teacher Huang Li declare the start, he would involuntarily tense his body. However, through continuous encounters with death, Teacher Huang Li ultimately helped Ling Hela adjust to this predicament. He began to fully immerse himself in the sensations preceding an attack, utilizing his physical prowess and mental energy. He emanated energy fluctuations, even attempting to trigger his soul energy, all in a bid to capture the sensations before being assaulted. Initially, he had no clear direction. Teacher Huang Li's teaching style did not involve repetitive explanations. She chose instead to let Ling Helen experience near-death moments more frequently, doubting that he could not recognize danger. Eventually, Ling Helen felt a chill upon encountering Teacher Huang Li, yet he remained perplexed as to whether this was indeed a perception of danger. However, after he successfully evaded an attack solely based on his body's instinctive response for the first time, Ling Helen finally comprehended the essence of his experience, an innate aversion to injury emanating from his very being. As Teacher Huang Li launched an attack, the memory of where the body had been injured would involuntarily resurface, relaying a sense of danger to Ling Heli's mind, prompting an instinctive evasion. With the most fundamental perception of peril established, the subsequent step was to master the velocity of a counterattack. This was demonstrated through repeated combat scenarios. If the awareness of danger merely enabled Ling Heli's to dodge assaults, then the extreme counterattack required him to restrain his bodily instincts, transforming evasion into aggression. Teacher Huang Li consciously adjusted his attacking methods. Should Ling Heli's choose to evade, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, if he opted for a counterattack, Huang Li would invariably grant him a moment of respite, providing him with an additional opportunity. Conditioning the body's reflexes was an arduous task. It was nearly impossible to avoid rigorous training. Once Ling Heli's had honed his counterattack maneuvers, Huang Li raised the stakes. He demanded that the counterattacks be executed at the utmost speed, surpassing thought itself, ideally becoming instinctual. As the scheduled time for the team scoring match approached, Ling Heli's felt he had grasped the threshold of extreme counterattacks. He requested a few minutes from Teacher Li for the team competition. Huang Li readily acquiesced, stating that Ling Heli's had barely passed his first lesson and that it was an opportune moment to test the practical application of his skills. They entered the team matchmaking phase. The setting was aboard a starship with a large map where the likelihood of an ambush was minimal. The victory conditions were twofold. First, to reach the target planet first, or second, to annihilate the opponent. It remained a choice between the two. Ling Heli smiled and commanded the crew to execute the first plan. He announced to all that he could finally lead them to victory. Armed with the piloting skills acquired at Tianzhong, he navigated the starship with confidence, adeptly racing towards their objective. Had the opposing team not realized something was amiss and sacrificed the integrity of their starship to pursue them, Ling Heli's team might have achieved a flawless victory. Nevertheless, the opposing starship had already endured significant damage, and their piloting skills did not surpass those of Ling Heli's. Executing several tactical maneuvers, Ling Heli's easily struck the enemy vessel during their attempted turn, inflicting considerable additional damage. After assessing the situation, the opposing team decided to abandon their starship combat strategy and deployed 5 mechs for a boarding action. All but Ling Heli's, Mu 2, and the 4 others launched into battle. This time, Puhua did not produce weapons but joined the fray instead. Although his physical attributes were somewhat lacking, his mental acuity was exceptionally high. While he struggled in solo combat, his supportive skills significantly aided his teammates. Yaoen refrained from utilizing the Oracle Resonance again, which diminished its effectiveness during combat. Particularly, he was not adept in fighting, lacking proficiency even in supportive skills, thus requiring constant protection from his peers, rendering his combat capabilities virtually non-existent. However, recognizing and correcting these issues was crucial. Ling Heli swiftly revised his initial 3 strategies and even took the liberty of finalizing 3 additional distinct plans. They were likely facing a higher-grade team. Mu 2's combat advantage was not particularly pronounced, and even Hajiojio could be considered a hindrance, let alone Yaoen, with only Puhua providing any semblance of support. Then, Ling Heli's redirected the starship, launching it directly into the opposing vessel, resulting in mutual destruction. The adversary's initial state of damage was already considerable, teetering on the brink of 90 disintegration. Before the opposing mechs could provide reinforcements, Ling Helen activated acceleration, rendering the enemy starship utterly inoperable. Subsequently, without a glance at the few mechs still engaged in combat, he directed his full efforts towards the target planet. It was a narrow victory. Apart from Ling Helen, all others, including Mu 2, perished. However, the score was modest, merely 10 points. Ling Helen was not motivated by the pursuit of points. Rather, he sought to evaluate the effectiveness of his combat training. Thus, instead of declaring the team competition concluded as he had in the past, he inquired, "Shall we continue?" Chapter 73. Evasion is absolutely impossible, at most, a mutual destruction scenario. In the second match, the participants find themselves at a temporary encampment on a frigid, icebound planet. The planet's gravity is exceedingly high, rendering Ling Heli's physical prowess inadequate for any swift movement without the aid of mecha. The conditions for victory are twofold. First, to successfully breach the opponent's encampment. Second, to annihilate the adversary. The choice is equally weighted. With the defensive structure of the temporary camp in place, Ling Helis can finally utilize the copper coin divination method with peace of mind. Swiftly, Puhua casts the coins, revealing the location of the enemy encampment. The commander issues orders for all to proceed according to the fifth strategy, forming a V-shaped formation centered around Unit 01 en route to the enemy stronghold. Several hundred kilometers from the enemy encampment, Ling Helis' team encounters two members of the opposing force. Both are equipped with customized mechas. One is blue, exhibiting slightly superior reaction speed, while the orange one closely follows. The commander instructs Units 01 and 03 to swiftly incapacitate the blue mecha, while Unit 02 is to assist in restraining the orange mecha. Unit 04 is ordered to burrow into the ice and remain vigilant, ever aware of incoming enemy reinforcements. In this environment of intense gravity, the challenges presented to Ling Helis outweigh any advantages. Yet, if both sides slow their pace, Ling Helis gains ample opportunity to anticipate subsequent combat maneuvers, with Puhua providing significant support during mid-range exchanges. Ling Helis perceives that the enemy's actions are hindered by Puhua's interventions, resulting in a notable decline in their accuracy. Even without executing tactical evasion, Ling Helis can gradually aim and fire. Regrettably, even those shots miss their mark. However, after engaging in close-quarters combat, Ling Helis regains his confidence. The rigorous training from teacher Huangli has begun to bear fruit. Although Ling Helis' combat experience remains unchanged, he has acquired an instinct for battle. A retaliatory strike follows any attack. If struck in the head, he lowers his center of gravity to counterattack the opponent's lower body. If the chest is targeted and evasion is unfeasible, he braces himself to withstand the blow. The same devastating weaponry is employed. It becomes a contest of endurance. Remarkably, Ling Helis does not consciously comprehend the rationale behind his reactions, yet his body instinctively embraces the essence of combat. Moreover, teacher Huang Li's style is fiercely aggressive. Evasion is utterly impossible. The most one can hope for is a simultaneous demise. Fortunately, Puhua is present. In a 2-on-1 scenario, Ling Helis enjoys a distinct advantage. The adversary must contend not only with Puhua's stealthy strikes but also with occasional energy binds that hinder their movements, preventing them from executing coherent combinations, allowing Ling Helis, a novice, to seize the upper hand. However, Yao En swiftly issues a warning. Unit 04, report to the commander. 2 customized mechas are approaching. For customized mechas, undoubtedly upperclassmen. The commander instructs Unit 02 to assist Units 01 and 03 in swiftly dispatching the blue mecha, then to regroup with Unit 04 and take refuge in the ice. The commander directs Units 01 and 03 to intercept the enemy's rescue mechas and draw the battlefield away from their current location. The commander ordered Units 02 and 04 to ensure their current positions were secure and to advance at full speed towards the enemy camp, intending to launch an assault with utmost swiftness. In this match, Ling Hela found great exhilaration in the combat. Initially, without the support of Puhua, he struggled to keep pace with the opponent's rhythm. However, with each instinctive reaction of his body, his awareness gradually adapted to the nuances of battle. At times, he even recognized when his physical responses were suboptimal, consciously altering his tactics to implement more suitable offensive maneuvers. Nonetheless, the team ultimately faced defeat. Regardless of whether it was Mu Tu, Hajiojio, or Ling Hela himself, they all succumbed in the fray. The opposing camp was, in fact, under the direct defense of their commander. Indeed, they comprised a formidable team of upperclassmen. The loss was not unjust. although they were penalized 30 points. Ling Hela felt the tangible benefits of the intensive training and found himself surprisingly elated. After the battle concluded, he discovered that teacher Huangli had already departed, leaving a message to continue their work the following day. Returning to the dormitory, he recalled his promise to tutor Bei Qiao. This earnest lad, lacking in foundational skills compared to the others, exhibited a certain clumsiness. Yet, his diligence was commendable. Every point of knowledge Ling Helu imparted was met with Bei Qiao's earnest attempts to absorb it. However, when asked again in a different manner, he would become utterly perplexed. Ling Hela wished not to discourage him, but gently inquired about which subject he found most captivating. It seemed to be the information system. If that was indeed the case, then so be it. No matter how difficult the questions might be, he could always rely on his cognitive enhancements. Shall we focus on the information system then? Ling Hela suggested subtly. Bei Qiao, completely oblivious to the implication, cheerfully acquiesced. Ling Hela pondered for a moment before reiterating more explicitly, "Is there an unavoidable reason for you to remain in the commanding track?" Yet, Bei Qiao still failed to grasp the nuance. Although he appeared somewhat resistant to the inquiry, he articulated his rationale. "I am the only student from our planet to gain admission to the commanding track of the War Academy. A multitude of resources have been sacrificed for my education. I must obtain the Commander's certification." Ling Helu promptly abandoned his attempt to dissuade Bei Qiao. It was a futile endeavor. Reflecting further, he considered, merely needing to acquire the Commander's certificate does not necessitate graduating from the War Academy, correct? This time, Bei Qiao finally comprehended, his defenses tightening into a protective posture. "Do you doubt my ability to graduate?" Ling Helu replied, his tone grave. "That is not the crux of the matter. I can assist you in passing the preliminary Commander's certification, if necessary. You may also qualify for assessments in the external college's commanding track." Bei Qiao's resolve seemed to fracture. "With my physical prowess rated A and my mental acuity at S, I have yet to reach my potential limit. I gained my place in the War Academy through my own merit. You suggest I transfer to the external college?" Ling Helu understood that, in Bei Qiao's current state, his words would likely fall on deaf ears. Thus, he concluded the conversation. "Take your time to reflect on this. If you remain unwilling, I shall refund your interstellar currency." In truth, Ling Hela found Bei Qiao's predicament oddly familiar. It reminded him of the words of a senior who had once articulated a similar sentiment. His family had appropriated the educational funds of all younger generations to support his expenses in the commanding track. It is perplexing to consider what issues may be plaguing Senior Gao's team. Ling Helen sent a message. "Senior Gao, what have you been busy with lately? Shall we attend the student club activities building at the School of Humanities together next time? I have yet to meet other members of the clubs." In response, Gao replied, "I'm quite busy at the moment, particularly with matters concerning the team." Ling Helen pondered this for a moment. Shortly thereafter, he received a message from the long-unheard Pyronova of the Lava People. "I will be heading to the Callisto Nebula to assist the 5th Legion, and I am uncertain when I will return. Therefore, I cannot take on your task for the time being. However, Xing will also be going, which is good news for you. If memory serves, the 5th Legion has a close relationship with the Soul War Academy and teacher Shu Qi. The director of guidance at the academy would never allow former teammates to risk their lives on the battlefield." Ling Helen couldn't help but inquire, "Is teacher Shu aware of this?" Pyronova replied, I should not have trusted him for the 3rd time. Perhaps this time I shall finally pay the ultimate price." Chapter 74. I know someone who, even in the absence of civilizational heritage, lives as a legend. This statement carried considerable weight, prompting Ling Helen to refrain from intervening indiscriminately. However, the departure of Xing was likely fortuitous news for Yaoan, who promptly informed Ling Helen of his awareness. "Yaoan, I am already aware. Many of my kin who escaped with me intend to return to the Callisto Nebula to assist the 5th Legion." Ling Helen instantly comprehended the implications. It seemed that Yaoan's admission into the Battle Soul Academy had come at a significant cost borne by his kin. Just as he was preparing to conclude their conversation, Yaoan sent another message. "Yaoan, I feel lost. The majority of my people possess limited mental acuity and cannot inherit the oracle resonance. Yet, if I were to pass this legacy to outsiders, whom can I trust?" Had Yaoan not been a member of his fixed team, Ling Helen would have certainly refrained from involving himself in such matters. No one could make decisions on behalf of another. Nevertheless, as a teammate, Ling Helen did not wish for Yaoan to remain ensnared in confusion. Ling Helen, speaking of which, I know someone who has managed to live as a legend, even in the absence of civilizational inheritance. Would you like an introduction? Yaoan, yes, thank you, Commander. Ling Helen, there will be a themed gathering 3 nights hence. I shall take you along. The following day, combat training resumed. You have now developed a combat instinct, but you lack a combat consciousness, declared teacher Huang Li succinctly. You must learn to wield all the weapons here and engage in battle. Ling Helen first immersed himself in a decade of theoretical knowledge through the Star Network, before returning to reality to practice diligently, mastering each weapon, starting with the clumsy movements. Before he could progress to the next stage, he received news from the Medical Soul Academy that the second soul crystal had been crafted. Teacher Huang Li's heart raced. I must retrieve the crystal. Subsequently, I will entrust Xiao Longxia to continue your specialized training. Mr. Xiao was not as ruthless as Teacher Huang Li. After assessing the situation, he remarked, since you have learned how to use weapons, what you require now is more experience. There happens to be a student from the command department who is also facing some challenges. He would be quite suitable for you to spar with. I will summon him. The summoned senior, Anatolia, was a nearly entirely mechanized individual, his body composed entirely of metal, shimmering with a cold luminescence. However, the metallic visage was marred by a furrowed brow, tightly pressed lips, and hollow eyes gazing towards Xiao Longxia with evident distress. Ling Helen found it difficult to fathom that such anguish could manifest on the face of a machine. Even an ordinary human, composed of flesh and blood, might not exhibit such emotional depth. Anatolia, how have you been faring lately? Xiao Longxia inquired, his own expression tinged with helplessness. Anatolia's countenance displayed further torment. I apologize, teacher, but I am still unable to engage in a normal combat state. Understanding the confusion reflected on Ling Helen's face, Xiao Longxia offered an explanation. Anatolia's team perished during a mission, leaving him as the sole survivor. Subsequently, his emotional module malfunctioned, impairing his ability to engage in battle, making him an ideal opponent for you. Ling Helen was taken aback by the team's sudden downfall, exclaiming, did the Battle Spirit Academy not respond? This time, Xiao Longxia's expression grew grave. Do you know why only the command department has elimination quotas? Ling Helen shook his head in confusion. Because the other departments have fatality indices. With a sigh, Xiao Longxia continued, cherish your teammates. In the face of the intensely emotional Anatolia, Ling Helen felt an inexplicable sense of security. This senior seemed profoundly concerned for the lives of his companions and appeared to have placed Ling Helen among them. He was genuinely guiding Ling Helen on how to wield his weapon more effectively. Xiao Longxia berated Anatolia. This is a battle. Anatolia, are you still a commander? Shouldn't you retreat to the logistics department? Anatolia's expression was one of pain and sorrow, yet despite his efforts, he caused Ling Helen no harm whatsoever. Fortunately, Ling Helen only needed to master the use of various weapons, and avoiding the medical base saved significant time. After engaging in several team matches, Ling Helen sensed that he was gradually acclimating to combat, and the team was becoming increasingly harmonious. He informed his teammates that he would seek the information officer to analyze the team's situation and secure the necessary external support. According to the intelligence from INSA, the most cost-effective option was a 7th-year senior from the information department named Chifeng. As a mid-level information officer, while others charged between 1 to 200,000 interstellar coins, this senior required merely 80,000. Upon meeting him, Ling Helen understood the reason. It was hard to believe that this slow-talking, somewhat sluggish individual was an intellectual asset within the information department. His speech was so deliberate that his thoughts often jumped from greetings to the third point of discussion without transition. Recalling the phrase exceptional value from INSA's intelligence, Ling Helen proceeded with the negotiation. The analysis report proved to be highly reliable, outlining each individual's shortcomings and improvement strategies, as well as an overall team analysis, including specialized support plans for the teams ranked 99 and 100 that Ling Helen had chosen. It was evident that he needed comprehensive enhancement. Mu 2 relied entirely on the Mu Mian emblem, fighting fiercely without concern for the dangers of energy instability. However, should he lose control, no one could rein him in, let alone calm him. Ling Helen had a vague awareness of this. He indeed needed to regulate Mu 2's combat frequency to prevent potential energy overload. Conversely, Pu Hua was more cautious than Mu 2, exhibiting a less intense desire to engage in combat. As a mechanical strategist, it was normal for him to prefer a supportive role within the team. Hajujin, as a fresh recruit in the single combat department, performed adequately but was somewhat lacking in team challenge matches. This could not be rushed. Then there was Yao, and aside from possessing exceptional calming skills, he was in need of improvement, much like Ling Helen. Thus, the team's weakest link lay in combat effectiveness. And Chen Feng suggested seeking powerful external support with a focus on combat capabilities. This, however, posed a challenge. A powerful support ally, leaning more towards combat, signifies an exceptionally high level of ability. However, Ling Heli's abilities are merely at a dual B level, providing little reassurance to the external support. Even with the dual soothing skills of Yao N and Mu 2 as a safeguard, several senior practitioners whom Ling Heli's approached for assistance declined. In urgent need of operational expertise, Ling Heli swiftly inquired with Tianjin, who readily agreed to help. When seeking information, Ling Heli's directly reached out to Chen Feng, who also consented. Yet, there remains a lack of candidates for the maintenance and logistics departments. Amidst the flurry of activity, the day for the Soul-type skills theme gathering at the Nightshade Club has arrived. Teacherly returned just in time. With Teacherly present, Ling Heli's felt unafraid to venture into the Soul Combat Academy, and together with Yao On, they boarded Teacher Li's hover vehicle. Chapter 75. The mysterious system grants you ample confidence. You should fear nothing. This time, the gatekeeper of the Nightshade Club was not the usual Night Shadow, but rather a young man clad in the attire of a mid-ranking officer from the War Alliance. His upright posture was in stark contrast to the role of a doorman. Furthermore, despite his humanoid form, there was an uncanny quality about him. For instance, when an ordinary person looks sideways, the angle of their head turn rarely exceeds 90 degrees. Yet, this officer turned his head a full 120 degrees to gaze at Ling Helen and his two companions. Yanin, you've come as well. Teacher Huangli greeted with a nod. Teacherly, Yanin replied warmly, how's Chiao Chiao? Whenever the topic of his daughter arose, Teacher Huangli's expression became notably richer, tinged with a hint of tenderness and vulnerability. Her condition has worsened. I've come here in search of solutions. Indeed. Although the War Alliance boasted a large number of members, the mysterious system was somewhat stronger than the Nightshade Club. As Yunin spoke, he extended his finger. Once Teacher Li settled the entrance fee, he graciously guided her inside. Ling Helen and Yao En possessed skills from the mysterious system. Thus they were exempt from the entry fee. However, Yunin did not forget about them. After Teacher Huangli entered the hall, he naturally approached the two, this way. Today's theme revolves around soul-related skills, featuring a complementary experience with the rainbow flower. Ling Helen was more intrigued by Yun Yin's military garb than the rainbow flower. Curiously, he inquired, Brother Yun, are you an officer in the War Alliance? Yun Yin did not mind answering. I am merely a humble medic, constantly on the move with the Legion, often out of touch. I happened to be on leave during this gathering, so I came to take a look. Then how come you are here at the entrance? Ling Helen pressed on. I'm a member of the Nightshade Club, drafted to assist as a laborer. Yun Yin shrugged, then turned his head 180 degrees. More people are arriving. You may enter on your own. Teacher Li appeared to recognize many individuals within the club, greeting them one by one, but her face bore a hint of anxiety. For her, familiar faces likely signified acquaintances who had already attempted to aid her daughter and failed, rather than good news. You may explore on your own. Call for me if needed. And I will come immediately, Teacher Huangli instructed before walking towards several unfamiliar faces. Neither Ling Helen nor Yao En recognized anyone. However, recalling Yun Yin's mention of today's theme, Ling Helen turned to Yao On and asked, shall we try the rainbow flower? The intelligent holographic device informed them. The rainbow flower, a species thought to have originated from the now-vanished Tianhong planet, is a nearly extinct plant of the mysterious system. Approaching this flower and inhaling its fragrant blossoms can lead to a random experience of one of the 7 emotions. It is said that if one can extricate themselves from this illusion, it greatly benefits their soul's growth. Ling Helen inhaled deeply, taking in the floral aroma. The scent of the rainbow flower was not overpowering, yet it was profoundly commanding. In the moment he inhaled its fragrance, his thoughts nearly ceased, his mind wholly consumed by the essence of the flower's scent. What he felt was joy, the illusion seamlessly intertwined with the reality around him. He witnessed his successful graduation from the Battle Soul Academy, subsequently assuming command of the 5th Legion of the Battle Alliance. He led his troops to quell the monstrous onslaught of the Callister Nebula, ultimately returning in triumph as the foremost commander of the stars. However, before he could bring his fleet back to Blue Star, he extricated himself from the illusion. How to put it? The emotional experience was profoundly immersive. Yet he found himself learning nothing substantial, quite disappointing. In truth, even before graduating from the illusion, Ling Helu had sensed something amiss. Being the top in his specialization was indeed a cause for celebration. Yet, whenever he sought to comprehend specific battle strategies, the illusion would automatically obscure his memories, leaving him feeling even more elated. It was rather easy to see through it. Upon exiting the illusion, Ling Helu felt invigorated, though he was uncertain if it had anything to do with the purported benefits to the soul. Meanwhile, beside him, Yao En remained ensnared within the illusion, perhaps experiencing sorrow. Ling Helu observed tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by grief. This intense emotion triggered a reaction in the energy within Yao En's body, causing Ling Helu to feel a sense of foreboding. Not far off, Teacher Li was the first to react, swiftly approaching the two. Then using a wing to daze Yao En. Yunin, please assist in treating my student. I will cover the cost of the soothing skill up front. The doorman, Yunin, hurried over, extending his right hand, which had inexplicably transformed into a wing. He gently brushed it over Yao En's head, activating the skill. The energy surrounding Yao En visibly stabilized, yet he remained unconscious, his face still etched with sorrow. Ling Helu watched intently as Yunin reverted to his human form. Perhaps his thoughts were too transparent. Yunin explained, "My human form is merely a guise. My race is the snow owl." Ling Helu expressed his understanding. In the interstellar realm, racial information is deemed private, and it was entirely reasonable for Yunin to wish to keep it concealed. After coordinating with Teacher Huang to receive interstellar currency, Yunin smiled. "It's good to earn a little extra. The 9th Legion is dreadfully impoverished lately, and last month's salaries are still unpaid. Our commander is contemplating a heist." This jest elicited no laughter. Teacher Huang shook his head, remarking, "If the 9th Legion truly resorts to robbery, the Arbiter War Academy will undoubtedly take action." Yun Yin's smile faded into a bitter grin. "Our alma mater is relentless. Even after graduation, we must endure rigorous training. I dared not change out of my uniform during my leave, fearing it might be deemed too informal." Teacher Huang admired this sentiment greatly. This is precisely why the Arbiter War Academy maintains its top position. Ling Helu stood vigil over the still unconscious Yao En. It wasn't long before Yao En awakened, albeit in a dazed state, as if he had suffered a profound blow. His first words were a lamentation of the soul. "Teacher, was it a mistake to pass the Oracle Resonance inheritance to me?" Ling Helu sensed that Yao En had taken the contents of the illusion to heart. However, Ling Helian remained unaware of what Yao En had experienced within the illusion, nor did he know whether articulating his theory on deciphering the illusion would prove beneficial. At that moment, a gentle voice from Yu resonated. "Avoidance will not resolve the problem." Yao En turned to him, hoping for an answer. Yet, Yu refrained from elaborating, instead extending his left claw. "Your skills in the mysterious arts are formidable. Would you care to join the Nightshade Club?" Yao En, unfamiliar with the Nightshade Club, shook his head. "I have no need for it." "You are apprehensive of the Nightshade Club?" Yu sighed softly. "The mysterious arts can provide you with ample confidence. You ought to fear nothing." Yao En's wariness intensified, and he no longer sought the answer he had just been given. Yu elegantly stepped closer. "Then, what brings you here?" Chapter 76. Yet the power of civilization must surpass the mystical realm. Noticing the tense atmosphere between Yu and Yao En, Ling Heli swiftly intervened. "Brother Yi, this is a member of my regular team, hailing from the Callisto Nebula. Yao In, this is the person I wanted you to meet. Yi nodded, acknowledging. The Callisto Nebula. No wonder there's a sense of insecurity. Ling Healy continued. I've shared the details about Brother Yi with Yaoan. He has become the embodiment of what everyone aspires to be. Therefore, I wish to inquire if Brother Yi could share with us the essence and tales of the mystical realm's power. Yi licked his claws, contemplating. The power of the mystical realm. The inheritors of the dry sea civilization were all slaughtered. When my mother retrieved me, my essence was tainted, teetering on the brink of annihilation. She entrusted the Nightshade Club to me, blessing my life with her very existence. Yaoan's gaze abruptly lifted. Yi regarded him, his tone remaining gentle. The power of the mystical realm is far mightier than you can fathom. He then chuckled lightly. Yet the strength of civilization must transcend the mystical realm. You possess immense potential. Before Yao En could fully absorb this revelation, Yi turned to Ling Healy. Have you found any answers regarding the soul-related skills you sought? Ling Healy reflected, believing that T could gradually address his energy control issues, thus deeming it resolved. However, since they were gathered for a thematic meeting, Ling Healy pressed on, Brother Yi, do you know any methods to enhance the soul? Or perhaps ways to directly manage energy chaos? Yi's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Did you not perceive it? From the moment you shattered the illusion, your soul has already begun to tame its chaotic energy. Ling Healy released his mental barriers to sense the situation, although the chaos of energy still loomed high. He found himself capable of suppressing it, achieving a greater mastery than before. To his astonishment, the hidden peril had been resolved so easily, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Thank you, Brother Yi. Is there anything you need me to do? I shall certainly oblige. Allow me to treat you to some pastries. Although, I have yet to find the similar ingredients for the crayfish we discussed last time. Yi unabashedly revealed his culinary desires. What kind of ingredients are you seeking? Let me see if I can procure them. Ling Healy hesitated to mention the resemblance to Professor Xiao, opting instead for a simple description, aquatic creatures, with a shell covering and succulent flesh. Yi pondered for a moment, extending his claws. Which type do you prefer? There are thousands of similar species. Ling Healy sensed that Yi's passion for food might rival even that of Pu Hua. He promptly agreed. Then I shall confirm today and seek you out for a taste test tomorrow? Yi nodded with reserved approval. Very well. Feel free to contact me at any time. Once he departed, Ling Healy recalled that Teacher Li had just fronted the cost for Yun Yin's soothing skill. Thus, he turned to the contemplative Yao En beside him. Do you have 100,000 interstellar coins on you? Yes, Yao En affirmed with a nod. Then let us find Teacher Li to repay the money for your rescue. Teacher Huang Li continued to inquire among the unfamiliar individuals present, seemingly having arranged specific times with several people. Ling Healy and Yao En stood aside, waiting for Teacher Li to conclude his conversation with others. The former doorman, Yun Yin, hurried over. Is it true that Nightshade Pavilion will personally seek you out? Are you the newcomer in the group? Yun Yin asked curiously. Indeed, Ling Healy replied, recalling that he was the only newcomer who had recently surfaced in the Nightshade Club's members group. I often go missing. You even inquired about my soul-related skills. Yun Yin introduced himself. I am from the command department of the War Soul Academy. How many members are in your fixed team? 5, Ling Healy answered, as this question was not particularly private. Only 5? You seem rather unenthusiastic about participating in the freshman tournament of the 10 Great War Academies. Ling Healy quickly consulted his light brain. There are many classifications of universities in the Starry Realm. While they are all war academies, they not only compete but also maintain certain cooperative relationships. For instance, the freshman tournament of the 10 Great War Academies is held annually. Essentially, the team that wins the championship becomes the seed team for that cohort, able to stride confidently within the ranks of the 10 Great War Academies. However, unlike inter-school team competitions, the freshman tournament allows for a maximum of 2 external aids. This implies that Ling Healy would need at least 3 fixed team members. Since you do not intend to participate in the freshman tournament, you likely do not require team resources either. Ling Healy was preparing to establish a public resource repository for the team. He immediately inquired, Brother Yun, are you selling resources here? Yunin appeared slightly embarrassed. It's not that. The 9th Legion is simply too impoverished. I'm trying to make a little extra on the side. Are you interested in ores? We could stock some for your team's mechanist at absolutely optimal prices. If the price is right, then we shall stock up, Ling Healy affirmed. Although he was currently somewhat cash-strapped, making money was not an insurmountable challenge. The Nightshade Club, the black market of Star Square, and the school's bounty zone all presented viable opportunities. All right, I'll send you your prices later, Yunin said, extending his finger to add Ling Healy as a friend. Yaoan had already completed a transaction with Teacher Li. Upon seeing Yunin depart, he suddenly spoke earnestly. I want to grow stronger, like you, Commander. Ling Healy understood. He had brought Yao into the Nightshade Club precisely to help him find direction and focus on self-improvement. It seemed the strategy had borne fruit. However, Ling Healy sought confirmation. You wish to learn combat like I do? Yes, to enhance my combat capabilities. I also hope to join the Nightshade Club to accelerate my learning of Oracle Resonance. At this point, he appeared somewhat bashful. I just consulted the Light Brain. It turns out the Nightshade Club is a mysterious system club, and I shouldn't have declined earlier. Ling Healy believed that Nightshade would not refuse Yaoan's request to join, so he led Yaoan to seek out Nightshade. Before they could find him, while traversing a secluded corner, they suddenly overheard the voices of two individuals. I will only say a few words to you. Let us not go inside the Black Gate. In the practical class the day after tomorrow, I will persuade the tower to let you battle against me. You have emerged victorious, as promised. I shall add you to my team. Should you be defeated, however, I shall pretend our encounter never occurred, and I will not acknowledge having sought you out. Ling Healy heard a familiar name, but revealed not the slightest hint of surprise, merely slowing his pace. Oh, I'm certainly not one of those soft-hearted individuals from the tower. Do you think you can maneuver through circumstances, waiting for the right price, without considering your own worth? It is merely a soul-related skill that is sometimes reliable, sometimes not. Yaoan also sensed Ling Healy's unusual demeanor, but chose to remain silent, matching his pace. Very well, I may not hold much value. However, I can bring along Yin Ming Ling, who is part of his fixed team. Now, that should hold some worth. Wouldn't it? Without hesitation, Ling Healy sent a message. Senior Gao, is there someone named Yin Ming Ling in your team, and does anyone possess a soul-related skill? Chapter 77. Indeed, I await the day of the re-inheritance of the withered sea civilization. In the tower, messages are usually responded to in an instant. Yes. What is the matter? Ling Healy, I heard from a teammate of Senior Gao, who possesses soul-related abilities, that if he loses to you in tomorrow's practical combat class, he will take Yin Ming Ling along to join the opposing team. The two conversing within seemed to exchange words at a brisk pace, before Ling Healy and Yaoan could approach. A monkey-faced figure and a dog-like entity emerged from behind the curtains in succession. The monkey-faced individual paid no heed to Ling Healy and his companion, while the dog-like figure, upon appearing, cast a profound gaze upon them, leaving one to wonder if he had discerned anything. Tower, I understand. This response took a considerable amount of time, exhibiting a coldness that was somewhat uncharacteristic of the usually amiable Gao Tali. Ling Healy sensed that the senior had once again deviated from his usual demeanor, yet he still conveyed his willingness to assist. If you need my help, senior, feel free to reach out. Gao Tali. Thank you. Junior, I will manage. The activity hall of the Nightshade Club, although quite spacious, was not excessively so. Ling Healy swiftly located Yiyu. Upon seeing them approach, Yiyu extended his claws. Are you willing to join the Nightshade Club? That is acceptable. After their introduction was complete, he turned to Ling Healy. Are you contemplating whether he can adapt to the numerous near-death combat training sessions? Ling Healy indeed pondered this matter. Teacher Li's teaching style was rather unique. Not everyone could acclimate to it. Should Yaoan struggle to adjust, alternative methods would have to be sought. Yiyu extended his claws once more. This close combat fighting club is renowned across nearby star systems. Many students ranked highly in the Battle Soul Academy's power listings work part-time there, making it ideal for your enhancement. Simply state that I recommended it. It seems that the inheritance of the withered sea civilization revolves around combat. No wonder Yiyu possesses membership in a close combat fighting club. As the thought crossed Ling Healy's mind, an unsettling feeling emerged, prompting him to glance at Yiyu. Yiyu, licking his claws, sharpened his vertical pupils. Indeed, I await the day of the re-inheritance of the withered sea civilization. He then gazed at Ling Healy. However, I cannot perceive this future in the guidance of fate. Perhaps you can alter the future. Ling Healy hesitated to agree, hastily redirecting the conversation. Thank you, brother Yu. However, we have recently entangled ourselves with the Black Alliance, so we cannot leave the Battle Soul Academy carelessly. Yet Yu asserted confidently, I have not seen any plots against you in the guidance of fate. Are you certain that the Black Alliance will truly pose a threat to you? Ling Healy had always placed great trust in Yu. Although he did not fully comprehend the extent of the guidance of fate, it felt rather reliable. Then I shall return and investigate further. Thank you, Brother Yi. While returning to the Battle Soul Academy in Teacher Li's vehicle, Ling Healy received a message from Yunin. A lengthy list of quotations, ranging from tens of thousands to billions of interstellar coins, was included, with even the Dawn's dark essence prominently featured. Unable to contain himself, Ling Healy sent a message. The 9th Legion wouldn't truly resort to robbery, would they? Yunin, robbing the Star Pirates. The 9th Legion's territory is rich in mining planets. Each time they deal with the Star Pirates, they can recover a substantial amount of ore. Yunin, our Legion leader lacks the acumen for management. We only utilize resources when absolutely necessary. Were it not for the inability to disperse salaries this time, I would not have considered the idea of mining. Yunin, what do you think? The price is negotiable. Ling Healy has already forwarded the quotation to Pu Hua, and a response has been received. Pu Hua, yes. I can finance the lower-priced ores myself, but I lack sufficient funds for phosphorescent ore. Could the commander lend me 5 million? With this, I am confident I can obtain the intermediate mech technician certification. Without hesitation, Ling Healy sent all the ores required by Pu Hua, including the phosphorescent ore, to Yunin. What is the latest payment deadline? Yunin, I will endeavor to secure a few more deals. We can transport everything together in 5 days, cash on delivery. Ling Healy, very well. 5 days to complete the task is somewhat challenging. Even for precognitive tasks, not everyone possesses the financial capacity of the Mobius family to make immediate payment. However, on the Yong'ing side, only a deposit has been made. It will take another 10 days or so for the mecha to be completed, allowing for a delayed payment. Ling Healy was not overly anxious. He reached out to his contact at the intelligence agency, Insa. Senior, did you deceive me into believing that the Black Alliance is detrimental to my team? Insa, did I ever deceive you? Ling Healy, to express my gratitude for your discretion regarding our team's information, I am willing to pay a premium for your assistance. Insa, I conduct my business with utmost integrity. It is voluntary on your part. How can you blame me? Ling Healy was aware that the money was unlikely to be recovered, yet he felt compelled to give it a try. Since Insa was unwilling to relent, he opted not to press further and instead sent another message. Then, Senior, could you elaborate on the information I purchased for 3 million last time? Insa, the information from the Black Alliance is accurate. However, if the military network of the War Alliance possesses sufficient authority, another piece of information, also valued at 3 million, can be obtained. Ling Healy, though not irked, felt a twinge of frustration. I have grasped the general circumstances. I shall forego the purchase of this information. Senior, you have lost my trust. Although Ling Healy was unaware of the intricacies involved, he decided to set aside any concerns since Yu claimed there was no conspiracy directed at him. He turned to arrange a meeting with Yao and to visit the Close Combat Club tomorrow. Though it was Insa's intention to enhance combat prowess, Ling Healy also wished to observe the training methods of others, comparing them with the specialized training from Teacher Li and Teacher Xiao, as gaining further insights could only be beneficial. Nonetheless, his greatest concern lay within the tower. Reluctantly acknowledging, Teacher Xiao had indeed remarked that the tower was filled with underachievers. The reputation of being an underachiever was somewhat disconcerting. Ling Healy did not care whether Gao Shuizhong would falter in practical combat or let down his team. Even if Gao was expelled from the tower, it would not affect their friendship. However, he was apprehensive about the soul-type skills. Yi was correct. The mysterious arts possess formidable backing. Even skills that are occasionally functional could yield unpredictable consequences. After some contemplation, he sent a message to Chun Feng from the information department, who had previously assisted his team with analyses. Senior Chun, There will be a practical class for the entire school tomorrow. Could you help me access the battle archives? Chin Feng replied in a focused manner. Certainly. Which one? Upon receipt, I shall transfer the sum of 50,000 Interstellar coins. Ling Healy, a second-year student in the command department, located in the high tower. 50,000. Transaction initiated. Chin Feng, my practical course is self-directed. Time is not an issue. The following day, I am once again engaged in combat training under Teacher Li. Previously, Teacher Xiao had introduced Senior Anatolia, and Teacher Li did not dismiss him. The two trained together. Ling Healy gradually became accustomed to the relentless nature of the training. Under extreme mental pressure, Senior Anatolia seemed to experience a malfunction in his emotional module. The once overly sentimental senior had transformed entirely. His face reflected no emotion, and he spoke in a mechanical tone akin to that of an artificial intelligence. I am ready for battle. He then resembled a finely tuned combat machine, no longer concerned with the lives of those around him, responding to Teacher Huang Li's attacks with lethal precision and calmness. Teacher Li tilted his head, unleashing platinum energy that represented SSS-level mental strength, effectively immobilizing Anatolia. Subsequently, he dispatched a gust from his wings, rendering the senior unconscious. I must take him to the affiliated hospital. His emotional module is severely compromised. If this state persists, it will jeopardize his very essence, Teacher Huang declared. Already retrieving the hover vehicle. You will practice on your own today. We shall continue tomorrow. The time for the school's practical course was drawing near. Chapter 78. If you take over the Institute of Human Sciences, I shall entrust the student council to you. Ling Healy swiftly received the checkpoint save file sent by Chin Feng. In theory, the second-year practical combat course still required human-machine scenarios. Only exceptionally outstanding students from the command department would voluntarily opt for real combat scenarios. Ling Healy was not entirely clear why the tower ultimately chose real combat, but this decision cast a shadow over his heart. Clearly, the tower had not suppressed his team members. Rather, it seemed to acquiesce to their inclinations. Ling Healy focused intently on the monkey-faced individual possessing soul-related abilities. Noting that his interactions with others were far from amicable, the only one standing alongside him was a seemingly arrogant silver fox. However, the silver fox spoke little and executed the tower's commands with remarkable precision. As this was a practical combat course, Ling Healy was unable to ascertain the silver fox's name, but he discerned that the individual must belong to the logistics department. Despite being part of a department traditionally viewed as menial, the silver fox exuded an air of composure that was quite remarkable. Without necessitating directives from the tower, the silver fox consistently ensured that the most appropriate resources appeared in the most suitable locations. The quantities were just right, the order impeccable, and the timing flawless. Indeed, every discipline has its corresponding prodigy. Yet, the tower still faced defeat, succumbing to the internal strife between the silver fox and the monkey-faced individual. Ling Healy's suspicions were confirmed. The monkey-faced individual had seemingly employed soul-related skills against the silver fox, compelling him to align with his side. During the clash, perhaps due to the overwhelming energy fluctuations, the skills abruptly lost their efficacy, leading the silver fox to nearly retaliate against the monkey-faced individual. Ultimately, they failed to restore their prior synergy. According to Ling Healy's understanding, failure in a real combat scenario would incur a deduction of professional points. This meant that it was far worse than failing to clear a human-machine scenario. Moreover, the majority of second-year command department students had opted for human-machine battles, where point deductions were an impossibility. If this continued, it was highly probable that the senior from the tower would find himself among the bottom 10, a dire situation indeed. Pondering this, Ling Healy sent a message. Senior Gao, shall we have dinner together today? There are new delicacies to savor. Tower, yes, I too should indulge in life. Tower, I truly envy the juniors. You can remain unburdened by other concerns. Ling Healy, you can too, senior. Just pursue what suits you best. Ling Healy did not wish to be cryptic. However, he found it difficult to explain the matter regarding the tower's practical combat save files. As for dinner, Yi would likely not mind if he invited a few more individuals to join. Before that, he and Yaowen had first visited the Close Combat Club. Ling Healy had registered Yi Yu's name, and he and Yaowen were granted entry. The club was expansive, boasting 5 or 6 communal training halls, along with numerous smaller private training rooms. The attendant guided Ling Healy and Yao In through the facilities. Upon reaching the third communal training hall, they encountered a familiar face. The iridescent pupils, shimmering with a nebula-like holographic image, belonged to AI Lin Xinggu. Ranked 42nd on the school's individual combat power leaderboard and a teammate of the Institute of Human Sciences president, Tenji. Beside her stood another somewhat serious-looking humanoid male, engaged in discussion about something. Eileen also noticed Ling Helu and Yao An. The man followed Eileen's gaze and looked over, revealing no malice, merely stating, "Ling Helu." "I am." Ling Helu replied, "Hello, Senior Eileen." "And who might the senior be?" "Ninth grade of the command department, Tenji," came the response. "Greetings, President." Ling Helu immediately extended his greetings, approaching a little closer. "Thank you so much for your help with the incident at the affiliated hospital." He had never had the chance to meet the president in person. There is no time like the present. "May I invite you and Senior Eileen to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude?" Eileen regarded him with her characteristic indifference, yet made no refusal. Instead, shifting her gaze to Tenji. Tenji spoke coldly, "I have heard about the delicacies from your hometown from the tower." But as Tenji appeared poised to decline, Ling Helu interjected, "There will be many attendees today. Not only members of my regular team, but also Senior Gao and the esteemed Nightshade from the nightclub." "Nightshade?" Tenji retracted his half-spoken refusal. "You possess skills from the mystical department?" "A bit," Ling Helu admitted candidly. "My team members possess such skills as well. Senior Eileen should be aware of that." "Quite promising," Tenji praised generously. "However, how did you select members from the rhinoceros tribe?" Ling Helu hesitated to disclose that he was not an adherent of the humanoid aestheticism. Responding vaguely, "It's simply wonderful that someone is willing to be a member of my regular team." Tenji's bright eyes scrutinized him, clearly not fooled. However, he bore no anger, merely conveying a piece of information. "I will be applying for early graduation this year. Originally, I had intended to pass the torch of the Human Sciences Institute presidency to the next candidate in the tower. Yet, I have just received news that he may be expelled from the command department." Ling Helu blinked. "What does the president mean by sharing this news with me?" Tenji's subsequent words confirmed Ling Helu's suspicions. The president of the Human Sciences Institute must hail from the command department. Otherwise, they cannot maintain authority over others. "If you can prove yourself before my graduation, I will entrust the presidency to you." To be frank, Ling Helu did not perceive the significance of the Human Sciences Institute. Although Tenji had silenced all those involved in the hospital incident, Mayor Eileen's demeanor remained indifferent. "I admire him for his team's victory over me. The commander appreciates him for his physical appearance, which is not the same reason." "You are still as dull as ever," Tenji remarked, shaking his head. "I actually prefer the expression you wore when you lost points. I almost thought you would burst into tears." Suddenly, the nebula in Eileen's pupils began to swirl before eventually settling. A slight blush appeared on her face. "Commander, your judgment is flawed. Even in the face of injury or death, I would never shed a tear." Tenji shook his head once more, then turned to the captivated Ling Helian and the silent Yao In. "Dinner, is it? Very well. If you manage to elicit even a hint of cuteness from Eileen, I shall consider it a commendable performance." Ling Helian recalled Yao In's candid recounting of the events and spoke up, "Senior Eileen, I am unsure how you might improve to earn praise from Senior Tenji. However, I believe that if Senior Tenji were aware of your desire for his commendation, he would be most generous." With that, he winked at Tenji. "Isn't that right, President?" Chapter 79, I lost the practical class. "And I fear I will soon become the junior's junior." The flush on Erin's face deepened, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss regarding where to place her hands and feet. However, Tenji burst into hearty laughter, his gaze upon Erin as gentle as a tranquil stream. "Of course, my team cannot do without Erin, nor can I report to the commander. I shall never leave the team." Erin's tone shifted to one of earnestness, adopting a combat mode. Tenji shook his head in exasperation at Erin's demeanor, yet his spirits remained high. He turned to Ling Helen. "Are you here to engage in close combat training?" "Yes, Senior. Would you be willing to guide me?" Ling Helen replied eagerly. After undergoing rigorous practical training under Teacher Lee, he had longed to test his skills. Team competitions predominantly utilized mechs, lacking the thrill of close combat. Tan Ji chuckled softly, refraining from mocking Ling Helen's overconfidence, instead suggesting, "Let Aaron take the lead. Aaron, please adjust your ability level to match that of our junior." At this, Ling Helen recalled his own ability stats and felt a twinge of embarrassment. "My physical and mental prowess are both at B level. I've heard some things," Tan Ji remarked casually, also aware of the junior's rapid progress, perhaps indicating he truly was suited for our command department. Despite being a close combat session, the training ground was still quite spacious, measuring over 50 meters in both length and width. Ling Helen quickly comprehended the necessity of such a vast area. As Tan Ji, acting as the referee, declared the start, Aaron, positioned at one end of the arena, lunged towards him in an instant. Ling Helen sensed imminent danger. Yet, constrained by his B-level physical capabilities, he could only watch helplessly as Aaron's hand strike approached, while his own defensive arm barely lifted halfway. Then, Tan Ji spoke again. "Aaron, reduce your speed to match that of our junior." Under Aaron's repeated self-restraint, Ling Helen barely managed to fend off her initial attack. However, he soon realized that Aaron's techniques far surpassed his own. While defending, Ling Helen often relied solely on sheer determination, matching Aaron's punches with his own, and her kicks with his. Though he occasionally recalled combat techniques, when it came time to strike, he acted recklessly, considering any hit on the opponent a triumph. Aaron, on the other hand, was different. If she could use her elbow, she would never resort to her arm. If a hand strike sufficed, she would not employ her palm. If 1 ounce of effort could resolve the issue, she would not exert 2. Each of her attacks found the most suitable angle, executed with the utmost precision. Sharp and formidable, practical combat is the finest teacher, especially in a deliberately restrained instructional battle. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Helen became completely immersed in the fight, enduring hit after hit, expending all his energy. Fearless of pain and tireless, he continued to battle. The rewards were immense. From initially being only able to inflict mutual damage on Aaron, he gradually learned simple dodging and attacking techniques. In the final exchanges, he even relied solely on his keen eyesight to discern openings and strike at Aaron. "All right, Junior, your body can no longer withstand it," Tan Ji said, reaching out to halt the two. Eileen swiftly halted her movements, while Ling Hela finally emerged from the endless battle, awakening to the present moment. Although his instincts urged him to continue, he found himself utterly immobilized by Tan Ji's energy restraints. Upon exiting the medical pod, Ling Helu realized that several hours had elapsed. Yawen had already procured the club's courses and commenced training. It appeared that Tan Ji and Eileen were also present for training, having yet to depart. Ling Helu hurriedly approached them, saying, "Seniors, thank you for the guidance during the battle. I shall return to prepare the ingredients for tonight's feast. I'll join you shortly." "Very well," Tan Ji replied on behalf of Eileen. The ingredients this time were somewhat abundant, prompting Ling Helu to rent a courtyard near the academy rather than prepare them in his dormitory. Gao Ta had arrived the earliest, his demeanor seemingly unchanged from before. In fact, Ling Hela sensed a newfound lightness about him, as if he had cast aside all burdens. "Junior, this is quite a grand undertaking," Gao Ta remarked, astounded by the plethora of crustaceans filling the courtyard. Ling Hela shrugged. "It's manageable. I simply don't know which variety is the most delectable. We shall sample them all. There are plenty of seasonings." Casually, he inquired, "I heard about your teammate's predicament yesterday. Was it resolved?" Gao Ta paused momentarily, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I was rather arrogant. I lost in the practical course and may soon find myself as your junior." Ling Helu understood the implications. Should Gao Ta be expelled from the command department and subsequently reapply to the Battle Spirit Academy, he would indeed become Ling Helu's junior. Choosing not to dwell on Gao Ta's misfortune, he followed up with, "Which department do you intend to apply to, senior?" Gao Ta had evidently contemplated this matter. "The support department. I possess a balanced skill set, making it quite suitable for me." "Then please join my team." Ling Helu's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he had long desired a formidable support member. Although Gao Ta would re-enroll next year, Ling Helu was willing to wait. "Your fixed team lacks a support role? That's agreeable." Gao Ta did not decline. The second to arrive was Yi Yu, who, however, declined to assist with the preparation of the crustaceans, opting instead to take a seat and await the meal. When Tanji, Eileen, and Yaoan arrived, the first pot of freshly cooked crayfish was just being served. Yiyu silently urged them on with a glance. Ling Helu wasted no time and began to serve. He observed Yiyu's movements, which remained both elegant and astonishingly swift, faster than Ling Helu could manage in battle. In mere moments, the shells were stripped away, and the meat was devoured. Is this the 13-spice flavor? Quite delightful. And the spicy one? Yiyu licked his claws, his tone seemingly indifferent, yet with an accelerated cadence. Next pot. However, Ling Helu dared not prepare an excessive amount of the spicy variety. Even with a reduced quantity, he feared it might not suit everyone's palate. Conversely, he had prepared a substantial amount of the diluted 13-spice. As anticipated, Yiyu found the spicy flavor unpalatable. After numerous attempts to cleanse his claws of the spiciness, he pushed the spicy plate far away and refrained from touching it again. Gao Ta, on the other hand, adapted well to the flavors of Dragon Country cuisine. He and Ling Helen both indulged in the unadulterated, richly seasoned crayfish, which they found quite palatable. However, Yaoan appeared somewhat surprised, as he surprisingly enjoyed the spicy flavor, albeit feeling the need for a bit of dilution. Tanji peeled a crayfish for Ai Lin, who suddenly realized that she had been continuously peeling crayfish for him, prompting Tanji to feed her the succulent meat. Ling Helen chose to disregard their antics, lest he become overwhelmed by their display of affection. It was Tanji who first broke the cycle of eating, casting a disappointed glance towards the tower. I have long known that you were ill-suited for the command department, but I never anticipated that you would face expulsion by your sophomore year. Chapter 80. The commander I followed has abandoned me, which is truly an affront to my discernment. Perhaps overwhelmed by disappointment, Tanji averted his gaze after speaking and resumed feeding Aaron, not casting another glance at the tower. The expression within the tower immediately turned pale, prompting Ling Hel to interject. Speaking of dropping out, have you heard of Senior Anatolia? It seems his emotional module has encountered a malfunction. If one cannot fight, must they also withdraw from their studies? Ah, Anatolia, what a pity. Tanji wiped the corner of his mouth and remarked, had he graduated normally, he would have assumed the role of a second-level commander upon entering the 5th Legion. Now, he can only return to inherit the family business. Oh, right. Without a certain background, one cannot study command. Ling Hel instantly felt his concerns were unwarranted, perhaps due to having indulged in a bit of interstellar beverage. Tanji became more talkative, adding, Director Lee has not given up on him. It should be for the benefit of the 5th Legion. However, Commander Mo's defeat in the Battle of Myn Star was the catalyst for the 5th Legion's decline. No matter how much Director Lee does, it cannot be compensated for. Ling Hel was quite curious. What exactly happened in the Battle of Myn Star? Previously, Teacher Xiao had also mentioned this campaign. Subsequently, Ling Hel searched the Star Network, only to find scant public information, which indicated that during the defense of Myn Star, the 5th Legion succumbed to the onslaught of monsters, resulting in the loss of more than half of its members, including the Legion commander. Tanji did not respond directly. When the junior has access to the War Alliance military network, he will be able to see. It was Nightyu, who had not ceased eating, that spoke up. The upper echelons of the 5th Legion were parasitized by monsters, and half of the members perished in mutual slaughter. The Star Alliance observer, Xing Miao, exterminated all the monsters and 90% of the life forms on Myn Star, thus concluding this battle. Ling Hel recalled that Star Alliance observers were generally individuals of double X level capability. However, he felt that Teacher Zhao's SSS level physical capability and Teacher Li's SSS level mental strength, while formidable in individual combat, did not reach the level of annihilating an entire planet single-handedly. Nightyu addressed his inquiry. Xing Miao's combat prowess is not solely reliant on X-level capability. Rather, it is the collective strength of a civilization that enables such combat. I cannot fathom the sensation, but I am eager to experience it. The power of civilization must be a well-guarded secret. Ling Hel noticed that, like himself, the expressions of those in the tower, including Yao En, mirrored shock. Tanji, however, remained composed. Such discussions are far-reaching. The certification of a civilization promoter is not easily attained. Night you continued to peel crayfish, falling silent once more. The individuals in the tower gazed at Ling Hel in astonishment. His personal information did not conceal his status as a civilization promoter. Yao In appeared contemplative. Ling Hel remembered that Yao In's personal information also bore the certification of a civilization promoter. Nevertheless, Ling Hel chose not to dwell on this matter. He sprang up. I find that third bowl to be the most delectable. I shall prepare a few more bowls. Night you concurred. Make a few more. And do prepare some of that fifth bowl as well. The group reclined in their chairs for a long while, thoroughly digesting their feast. Tang Ji seemed quite satisfied with the meal, and he even took the opportunity to introduce Ling He to the 8th Legion. Although the 8th Legion lacked any affiliation with a war academy, it served as the stronghold for humanoid races. He encouraged Ling He to give it a try once he graduated successfully. After sharing this, he and Aaron rose to take their leave. The others returned to their respective quarters, while the one from the tower, having indulged in too many drinks, was somewhat dazed. Fortunately, he was merely inebriated and not entirely out of his senses, allowing for some degree of communication. Thus, Ling He escorted him back to the dormitory. Outside the dormitory, a silver fox was crouched there, seemingly unaware of how long it had been. Ling He recognized him as a teammate from the tower who had been under the control of the monkey-faced individuals. However, he should have returned to normal by now. Initially, the silver fox bore a slightly haughty demeanor, appearing to look down on others. Yet, upon witnessing the disheveled state of the one from the tower, he suddenly erupted in fury. The silver fox dashed towards him, raising a fist in anger. As a member of the command division, the one from the tower had not lost his wits entirely and managed to block the incoming blow. After a couple of exchanges, he was fully alert. Yin Mingling, what are you doing? Assaulting a commander? Do you wish to forfeit your professional standing? The silver fox took a few steps back, his aggression unabated, baring his teeth in a snarl. Weren't you the one who was prepared to drop out? Is it an affront to my judgment that the commander I followed has simply given up? If Ling He recalled correctly, it was the internal strife between the silver fox and the monkey-faced individuals that had led to the failure of the practical course at the tower. However, he chose not to intervene and merely observed. The one from the tower lowered his head, admitting, perhaps I am indeed unfit for the command division. Yin Mingling, do you know? When I realized that my decisions were not the most crucial factor in determining victory, I felt a strange sense of relief. Yin Mingling's back arched, as if he were about to pounce again, ready to unleash a tirade. Where is the commander who spoke of bearing the hopes of his family? Is he now this spineless wretch? The one from the tower might still have been slightly intoxicated, as he mumbled apologies while striking the fox, ultimately returning to his dormitory and leaving Ling He and Yin Mingling outside. Hello, senior, Ling He greeted awkwardly. Yin Mingling appeared rather disheveled, shot a glare at Ling He and turned to leave. Ling He did not immediately head back to his dormitory. Instead, he sought out Pu Hua, bringing along the spicy crayfish from that day. Make sure to invite me next time, Junior, Pu Hua exclaimed, rushing out of his dorm upon catching the scent. He bumped into Ling He midway. Once he had returned, content with his haul of crayfish, Ling He broached the subject of the ore in the intermediate mechanics certificate. He could lend Pu Hua 5 million interstellar coins, but they needed to agree on a repayment schedule. Pu Hua was quick to respond, immediately bringing over a pile of combat-ready machinery. I was going to have Mu2 help me sell these in the black market. Since you also have a black market pass, could you assist me with the trip? Their total value exceeds 6 million. Any amount over 5 million can go into the team's shared funds, but the team must also supply me with materials and resources in the future. Ling He agreed to the arrangement. Then, I sent crayfish to Mu2 and Ha Jiojio, and casually arranged to meet Mu2 tomorrow to visit the black market. Despite Xing's absence from the black market, which seemingly alleviates some troubles, the lack of a responsible figure overseeing the area renders it even more perilous. Accompanying Mu2 provides a greater sense of security. On my way back to the dormitory, my holographic device suddenly received a message. Upon opening it, I discovered it was a request for assistance I had previously posted in the Community Help section of the Nightshade Club. The intelligence system had determined that mutual assistance had been privately established and inquired whether I wished to conclude the thread. If I were to close the thread, the little fishman would be eligible to receive reward points from the Nightshade Club. My curiosity was piqued. I wondered what one could do with the points from the Nightshade Club. Chapter 81. Junior, I will cover your retreat. You must return to seek Teacher Shu for my rescue. Ling Helu immediately sent a message. Brother Yi, what is the purpose of the club's points? I have yet to find the necessary information. Yi replied, it's a threshold intended to elevate membership levels. Ling Helu inquired, upon elevation, will there be greater privileges? Yi responded, connections, wealth, skills, everything within the Nightshade Club can be utilized by its members. Understanding this, Ling Helu resolved to devote his free time to accruing points in the mutual aid zone. He owed countless favors to Yi Yu, and even without expectation of recompense, it was only right to contribute to the club. However, with the month he had set for himself rapidly approaching, he decided to prioritize his studies. The following day marked another session of intensive practical training. Anatolia returned to the training venue, appearing to have recovered from his emotional disarray. Though he bore a somewhat melancholic expression, his exit from the affiliated hospital suggested he was not gravely affected. Senior, shall we spar first? Teacher Li has yet to arrive. Ling Helu seized the opportunity to invite Anatolia. Battling with this senior during moments of emotional turbulence provided an undeniable sense of safety, while also enhancing his combat proficiency. Anatolia shook his head, lost in thought. I have come to bid you farewell. I shall return to my homeland, hoping for eternal peace and safety. Should you ever visit Machanicastar to Canuo, I would be honored to show you the beauty of my homeland. With Anatolia's absence, Ling Helu steeled himself to face Teacher Li's grueling training alone. However, to his surprise, the day's focus was theory. You now possess a foundational understanding of combat methodologies. Yet mastering all weaponry and fighting styles necessitates an extensive journey. What you must now learn is the psychology of combat. Teacher Li wasted no words, transforming the training environment into a confined space and producing a laser gun. My intention, your response? Ling Helu had memorized the fundamental information well. The laser gun, as a conventional firearm, is versatile in application. Before he could finish, Teacher Li fired. Ling Helu struggled to evade the shots, only to realize he was backed against a wall, with no escape. The objective was to restrict movement. He quickly grasped that, without the support of teammates, even if injured, he could not simply yield to the opponent's intent. Suddenly, Teacher Li's firing rate accelerated, each shot aimed directly at Ling Helu's heart. Once again, he managed to evade, but now comprehended Teacher Li's lesson, responding. In attacks aimed at incapacitation, I can opt to dodge. The energy reserves of the laser gun are limited and will soon deplete. Identical weaponry, yet distinct maneuvers, necessitating different responses. By synthesizing the various attack methods he had previously noted, Ling Helu gradually unraveled the correct logic of combat. It was only when Teacher Li concluded the training that he realized an entire day had elapsed. He hastily checked his comms, discovering a message from Mutu inquiring about their outing to the black market. Ling Helu returned to collect the intelligent device crafted by Pu Hua and swiftly met up with Mutu. Despite the absence of the stellar pressure array, the Star Workshop maintained an air of order, with guards stationed at the entrance. Upon presenting their passes, the two entered normally, only to find the atmosphere within somewhat peculiar. Although the black market did not prohibit weaponry, dueling was restricted outside the designated conflict zone, yet now, all weapons were within arm's reach, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. The customary distance of vigilance between individuals in the market had widened, each wary of treading on other sensitive territories. Let us proceed directly to the shop, Ling Helii suggested softly. Mutu, familiar with the intelligence machinery shop through previous transactions for Pu Hua, promptly guided Ling Helii there. It was Ling Helii's first visit to the establishment, where he was cautioned by a robot for lacking the necessary permissions. Upon presenting his black market magnetic card, the robot's tone shifted. A regular customer. What brings you and your friend? The proprietor, a bipedal feline humanoid adorned only with its dense fur, exuded the essence of a performance artist. Yes, this is my friend, Mutu introduced succinctly, pulling out a large bundle of intelligence machinery for appraisal. The owner assessed the items with a swift glance, declaring 6. 18 million Interstellar coins. I acknowledge your friend's expertise. This price is quite generous. This valuation aligned closely with Pu Hua's estimates, prompting Ling Helii to nod in agreement. Upon concluding the transaction, the owner marked Ling Helii as a regular, ensuring he would not be barred from entry in the future. Ling Helii casually remarked, "It is quite tranquil here, though the outside seems on the verge of chaos." The owner, with a hint of pride, replied, "Indeed, even if the black market were to collapse, my shop would remain unscathed. There are disturbances in the Star sector. The Black Alliance is attempting to seize control of the Star Workshop. Peace is certainly not prevailing. However, acquiring what they desire is no simple task." Feigning curiosity, Ling Helii inquired, "The Black Alliance? I've heard of them. Who is reaching out?" The owner, hands on hips, showcased his fluffy form, stating, "This is valued at 100,000 interstellar coins." Ling Helii understood that the denizens of the black market were not easily deceived, thus he proffered his magnetic card for the transaction. The Black Alliance is Huizhua, a mere girl, yet she carries significant weight, though she underestimates the stars. Had it not been for previous assurances from Yi Yu regarding the lack of conspiracy in the Black Alliance's bounties, Ling Helii might have fled on the spot. Maintaining his composure, he noticed Mutu's sudden shift in demeanor. Huizhua, the one known for selling out her teammates among the Black Alliance's management? Though Ling Helii had mentioned Yi Yu's prophecy, Mutu clearly lacked his calmness, exhibiting visible anxiety. The owner chuckled, "What teammates does the Black Alliance possess? Money can buy anything, and that description is certainly accurate." Mutu cast a worried glance at Ling Helii. With the owner present, Ling Helii merely offered Mutu a reassuring gesture before taking his leave. Upon stepping outside, they encountered two factions confronting each other at the entrance of the intelligence machinery shop. Though no blows had been exchanged, tension crackled in the air. Noticing the two, one individual gestured at a holographic interface and soon declared, "Confirmed, it is indeed the same two individuals. If one is indeed a person of the stars, it is unlikely they would seek out Mutu." Simultaneously pursuing both Ling Helii and Mutu is highly indicative of the Black Alliance's involvement, as the bounty placed by them concerns Ling Helii's team. Mutu, reacting with exceptional swiftness, had already retrieved his mech and resolutely positioned himself before Ling Helii, declaring, "Junior, I will hold them off. You must return to seek Master Shu for my rescue." Without waiting for Ling Helii to respond, he charged at the individual who had spoken, moving with remarkable speed. The black market strictly prohibits personal duels, and whether they are individuals of the stars or members of the Black Alliance, all are vying for the position of the star market's overseer. Mutu's actions had stirred a hornet's nest, prompting all who had been in confrontation to turn their attention toward him. The battle erupted with such ferocity that any words Ling Helii might utter had become futile. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Senior Mu, surviving is of utmost importance." And without hesitation, he sprinted towards the pharmacy number 5. Chapter 82. Unexpected reverence for humanoid races. In my junior's hometown, Ling Helii was acutely aware that he must rescue Mutu as swiftly as possible. Even if the Black Alliance bore no ill intentions, Mutu's current actions had undoubtedly provoked them, leading to uncertain repercussions. He was uncertain whether he could escape the black market to seek help. Even if he managed to flee, by the time Teacher Shu arrived, it might be too late. However, with Mutu's desperate efforts to buy time, he was confident he could reach the number 5 apothecary without difficulty. Regardless of whether the store manager, the bullfrog, claimed that even the stars dared not invade the number 5 apothecary, it was clear that the establishment possessed the means to confront the stars, and by extension, the Black Alliance. Fortuitously, the bullfrog was indeed present today. Observing Ling Helii's frantic sprint, he appeared somewhat astonished, but quickly approached him. "What brings you to seek refuge in my number 5 apothecary?" "Save my companion." Ling Helii promptly articulated his demands. "My companion, Mu Yuanzhang, who came with me last time, you know him. Name your price, I can afford it." At that moment, the sounds of battle from outside reverberated. Mutu was exerting every ounce of his strength. Fighting alone, he had not yet succumbed, striving to buy Ling Helii a precious moment. The bullfrog adjusted his attire and stepped outside to take a glance, his expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. Your companion is on the brink of losing control of his energy. While saving him is feasible, calming his unstable energy is beyond my capabilities alone. I am uncertain of the level of his Mu Mian emblem and whether it can protect him. Ling Helii recalled that during battles, Mu Tu had always fought valiantly, relying on his Mu Mian emblem, and had recently been conscious of reducing his combat load in team matches. However, he never anticipated that Mu Tu would lose control of his energy at this critical juncture. If not addressed promptly, it could potentially harm his essence. Does the No. 5 Apothecary have a way to contact the outside? Ling Helii inquired immediately. Certainly, the bullfrog replied without hesitation, his pride in the number 5 Apothecary evident. Help me contact the director of the Soul Combat Academy. What will it cost? The bullfrog clasped his hands behind his back. It is simple to reach out, but the number 5 Apothecary can only connect with that side. Seeking official assistance in the black market? It sounds rather absurd. Yet, if it means saving Mu Tu, then it is a small matter. Just as Ling Helii was about to voice his request, Mu Tu indeed lost control of his energy outside. However, before this occurred, he had retracted his silver-white mech. Then, the Mu Mian emblem on his right hand illuminated with brilliance, enveloping his entire being, miraculously soothing the tumultuous energy. Manager, save my companion. We can negotiate the cost. Ling Helii exclaimed without delay. Agreed. It is a rare opportunity to have the Soul Combat Academy owe a favor. The bullfrog replied, rolling up his sleeves and leaping outside, issuing a loud croak. Both parties evidently recognized the bullfrog and paid no heed to the unconscious Mu Tu. Returning to a standoff, subtly forming a tripartite equilibrium with the bullfrog, Ling Helii hurriedly rushed outside to assist Mu Tu. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from him were indeed within a safe range, he finally let out a sigh of relief. When did the Black Alliance grow so bold as to provoke the children of the Battle Soul Academy? The manager of the Bullfrog establishment took the initiative, directly revealing Mu Tu's identity. The side of the stars made their stance clear. Dueling is prohibited in Xingfang, and any act of aggression would be met with punishment. We accept the consequences, Ling Helii spoke up. The stars' side fell silent, while the Black Alliance focused their gaze on Ling Helii. Our leader harbors no ill intentions. We merely wish to have a conversation. I am not inclined to converse at this moment, Ling Helii retorted, harboring no fondness for the Black Alliance. The opposing party chuckled slightly. No matter, we have found the person and are aware he is at the Battle Soul Academy. If you do not wish to talk now, we shall speak later. With that, they stepped aside. Ling Helii paid the fine, and, with Mu Tu, navigated through the crowd, step by step, leaving the black market behind. Once outside, Ling Helii sent a message to Shu Qi, explaining the energy loss control incident involving Mu Tu and the abnormalities of the Mu Mian emblem. Shu Qi quickly replied. His Mu Mian emblem has activated its emergency state. His energy condition should be stable now. Shu Qi added, however, once the emergency state is activated, his Mu Mian emblem will lose its effectiveness for an extended period, so he must exercise caution in future battles. The assurance that Mu Tu was fine eased Ling Heli's mind, yet he increasingly felt the heavy burden of command. It was his inadequacy that led to Mu Tu's prolonged overexertion in battle, ultimately resulting in energy loss control. He must grow stronger at a faster pace. Regarding the Black Alliance, matters must be clarified. The current situation is untenable. Ling Helii contacted his friend Tan Ji. President, we had agreed to trade during tomorrow's club activity, but I find myself in urgent need. Can we exchange information about the War Alliance ahead of time? Tan Ji inquired, what will you offer in exchange? Ling Helii replied, videos of human dance, videos of human synchronized swimming, videos demonstrating human etiquette. Although Ling Heli's phone could not connect to the internet, he had cached a considerable amount of content from his previous viewings. Even though the Interstellar network could not interface with his phone's apps, charging his device posed no issue. Thus, having learned of the president's interests, he had devised a method to transcribe a wealth of video content. The Interstellar era indeed embraced the arts. However, why would dancers capable of breaking the sound barrier need to showcase the elegance of the human form? If they could tear through water, what necessity lay in swimming? Etiquette existed within the interstellar realm, yet Ling Helii observed that interstellar beings prioritized direct efficiency, rarely embodying the subtlety and grace characteristic of Dragon Kingdom etiquette. Therefore, the videos Ling Healy possessed were genuinely rare in the interstellar context. Tanji remarked, "Is this the art of your hometown, Junior? I did not expect your homeland to hold such reverence for humanoid species. We can proceed with the agreed exchange. What does Junior wish to know?" Ling Healy stated, "Intelligence related to the Black Alliance from the War Alliance military network." Tanji responded, "You have inquired of the right person. Such information requires at least a senior commander's authorization." He continued, "The Ninth Legion took action against the Black Alliance a few days ago. The Black Alliance now exists nominally as an underground organization, yet it has effectively been assimilated by the Ninth Legion, reportedly attracted by their lucrative channels. It is worth noting that the Ninth Legion is backed by the Judicator War Academy, a notorious institution that mandates rigorous training for its students. Exhibiting little sensitivity towards financial matters, perhaps they are simply in dire need of funds. So, the Black Alliance has indeed been incorporated? This revelation renders the lack of hostility from Ling Healy's team quite understandable. After all, they are a subordinate legion under the War Alliance, unlikely to engage in treachery without provocation. Ling Healy's then recalled that the entity he had arranged a mineral trade with, Yun-In, was associated with the Ninth Legion. He promptly sent a message, "Could you inquire if the Black Alliance is offering a bounty on my team at the behest of the Ninth Legion?" Chapter 83. 3 days later, we set out to confront the instigator of the Black Alliance. Yun-In, wait a moment, let me inquire. Yun-In, do you possess the Dawn's dark essence? Ling Healy, indeed, but isn't there an abundance of it in the Ninth Legion's warehouse? Yun-In, why does the Command Division still exhibit such a lack of knowledge? The essence in the Ninth Legion's warehouse and the piece you hold cannot possibly be equivalent. Regarding the Dawn's dark essence, Ling Healy had only heard Mu-Tu's explanation previously and had not thought to consult the intelligence system. He quickly decided to discreetly inquire. It turned out that the true Dawn's dark essence is a liquid, not a solid. The solid form of the essence absorbs vast amounts of energy until it reaches saturation, at which point it gradually transforms from the core into a liquid brimming with energy. This is the authentic Dawn's dark essence. However, the energy required to fill a piece of the essence is astonishingly immense, and only families of considerable stature, like the Mobius clan, can bear the costs of such energy. Most individuals, even if they obtain solid-state Dawn's dark essence, could merely utilize it as a weapon for clandestine purposes. Ling Healy comprehended. The Dawn's dark essence I possess is already beginning to liquefy within. Yun-In, I cannot say for certain. However, Hua Xiaodu, who is the one offering the bounty on you, believes it to be true, and she is the one who issued the bounty. In matters concerning the Dawn's dark essence, she is an expert. Ling Healy, how so? Yun-In, I am from the medical division, and she is from the pharmacology division. What do you think? It appears there is indeed no issue. Nonetheless, Ling Healy could not resist asking, so, what is Hua Zhuo's identity? Yun-In, it was initially a secret, but since the Ninth Legion has already assimilated the Black Alliance, it should soon be declassified. Yun-In, she transferred from the Pharmacology Division after dropping out of the Command Division at the Expedition Academy. She is one of the top 10 graduates and sought out the Black Alliance to delve into the Dawn's dark essence. By the way, I just inquired about you, and she asked me to convey that she will accompany the next cargo ferry transporting ores to discuss how to trade the Dawn's dark essence with you. Ling Healy was amused by Hua Zhuo's presumptive attitude. No trade. If she truly comes, I shall give her a good beating. Yun-In, did she provoke you? Ling Healy, she nearly harmed my teammate's origin. Yun-In, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, maintain neutrality. You two decide for yourselves. Hua Xiaodu and the Ninth Legion merely share a cooperative relationship. However, she has dedicated over a decade to the pursuit of liquid Dawn's dark essence. Persuading her to abandon it is no simple task. After gaining insight from Yun-In, Mu-Tu finally emerged from the medical chamber of the affiliated hospital. Upon opening his eyes, he did not assess his own condition but instead smiled at Ling Healy. Did my junior find Master Shu to rescue me? Ling Healy did not smile. His expression remained serious. Senior Mu, I am very upset about today's events. Mu-Tu nodded in agreement. Is it just the Black Alliance? We shall deal with it next time. Ling Healy continued to gaze sternly at Mu-Tu, remaining silent. Mu-Tu scratched his head. Why does my junior bear such a countenance? Ling Healy crossed his arms and continued to regard him, feeling increasingly uneasy. Mu-Tu pondered for a moment and hastily asked, "Is it because I failed to control my energy?" Ling Healy finally spoke. "So, senior, you are also aware that your energy can run amok? I also possess the Mu-Mian emblem," Mu-Tu nonchalantly remarked. But nothing happened, did it? The commander informed Mu-Tu to refrain from acting without organization or discipline, making unilateral decisions. He then inquired about the second clause of the Silver Mist Division model. Chapter 1. Mu-Tu replied that the second clause states one must place greater trust in the commander's judgment than in oneself. After responding, Mu-Tu seemed to grasp Ling Helu's intention. His ears drooped slightly, and his spirits waned. "Senior Mu, I appreciate your continued care as a junior. However, during team combat, please remember that I am your commander." Ling Helu insisted on finishing his point. "Trust me as you would trust any commander. If you encounter difficulties, inform me, and I shall guide you in your choices." Fortunately, Mu-Tu's despondency was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure. He patted his chest, affirming, "I will absolutely trust the commander and obey the commander's orders." "Good," Ling Helu nodded, his expression finally softening. "Then, in 3 days, we shall confront the chief culprit of the Black Alliance." Mu-Tu was taken aback. "That Hojua?" Ling Helu shot him a glance. "Are you doubting the commander again?" This time, Mu-Tu chuckled. "I trust the commander. Let us fight." Due to Mu-Tu's unique circumstances, Ling Helu significantly reduced his combat load during today's team match. The lack of high-end combat power resulted in a devastating defeat for Ling Helu's team, losing 60 points in a single night. It became apparent that external assistance was essential. The following day, during Teacher Lee's combat training session, Ling Helu pondered this dilemma and was consequently eliminated multiple times due to his distraction. "What are you thinking about?" Teacher Huang Li inquired, tilting her head. Ling Helu was unafraid to express his thoughts. "In 2 days, the first professional course exam will take place, and I had promised to astonish everyone. I was wondering if I could manage it. The day after tomorrow? The exam on asymmetric tactical theory?" Teacher Lee recalled, affirming, "Your theoretical knowledge is sound." "Indeed, but most students in the command department can achieve full marks." Ling Helu's eyes sparkled, revealing his deeply buried ambition. "What I aim for is to astonish the entire assembly. Therefore, mere full marks will not suffice. I believe I should completely dominate all my classmates." Such as in the team match. Teacher Lee showed no reaction to his ambition, merely nodding, before stating, "Today's training will focus on the commander's team awareness. Gather your team members." Mu-Tu, who should have been the main combat force but was suppressed by Ling Helu, along with Pu Hua, who possessed strong support capabilities but limited combat strength. The new recruit Hajio, who was merely at the level of a standard infantry, and Yao En, who had just begun combat training and remained a novice apart from his medical skills. Ling Helu initially assumed that Teacher Lee would prioritize enhancing their individual combat abilities. However, Teacher Lee instructed Ling Helu to utilize mental links. In 3 seconds, a puppet of magical creatures will appear at a 50-degree angle. Your team is to engage it. Within the mental link, the speed of thought communication was rapid. Although it lasted only 3 seconds, Ling Helu promptly assigned tasks to all team members. The commander informed all personnel that in 3 seconds, a puppet of monstrous origin would materialize at the 50-degree mark. He commanded Units 01 and 03 to unite in their efforts to thwart the oncoming assault, ensuring that the enemy would not breach their defenses. Unit 02 was instructed to provide combat support from the flanks. The commander directed Unit 04 to maneuver to the rear of the adversary, aiming to sever its escape route while safeguarding its own safety. Meanwhile, Ling Helen also advanced to the rear of the foe, assisting Mu-Tu and Hajiojiao, striking strategically at the opportune moments. The operation concluded with resounding success. However, Teacher Huang Li frowned, remarking that there were too few effective commands, indicating that the team relied excessively on the autonomous actions of its members. Within the realm of mental linkage, one could issue a round of commands, or even more, every second. One must perceive the team as an extension of oneself, exerting control over teammates as one would over one's own body. This is the true essence of a cohesive unit. Chapter 84. Ling Helalai's joyous journey of receiving gifts. Ling Helalai had indeed never contemplated such intricate methods of command. Perhaps this was the very reason why Mu2 had never truly entrusted him with the role of commander. Nevertheless, seeing that others could achieve this, Ling Helalai was resolute in his belief that he too could succeed. His inaugural attempt at this style of command, however, was fraught with challenges. For instance, Ling Helalai was not well versed in Pu Hua's auxiliary skills, so he instructed her to demonstrate each skill in turn while he diligently took notes. Moreover, when Mu2 became overly aggressive, Ling Helalai found himself issuing commands at a frenetic pace of 10 times per second, barely managing to rein him in. Nonetheless, the results were remarkably impressive. In their battle against the first magical puppet, Ling Helalai's team emerged victorious, albeit after a lengthy 12 minutes. By contrast, under the concentrated command of Ling Helalai, they dispatched the final puppet before the training concluded in a mere 2 minutes. Even Teacher Li could not help but commend them, exclaiming, "You have done excellently." Then, turning to Ling Helalai, she added, "At this moment, I believe you are poised to astound everyone." This method of command is a requisite course for third-year students. Ling Helalai was profoundly grateful to Teacher Li. Words failed to convey his appreciation, so he merely bowed deeply. By the time he rose, Teacher Li had already concluded her class and departed. With renewed confidence, Ling Helalai declared, "Today we shall gather external aid to accumulate points. Tomorrow we will challenge the team competition leaderboard." Finding external assistance proved challenging. However, as today was the day for the College of Humanities Club activities, Ling Helalai was finally able to meet the prominent figures within the club. Perhaps he could persuade one of these esteemed individuals to serve as external support? Despite this hopeful thought, Ling Helalai diligently prepared what was necessary. For instance, he believed that the human videos he had traded for with the club president would surely appeal to others. As for other items, he was more than willing to engage in exchanges for whatever was offered. The High Tower was in high spirits today, eager to accompany Ling Helalai to the club. In his words, the inaugural trading event for freshmen was an opportunity to capitalize on. The earlier one arrived, the better, for delaying might result in missing out on the generosity of the distinguished individuals. They were not the first to arrive. The club president, Tanji, along with several senior members, had already set up the venue, which resembled a charming tea gathering. Upon seeing Ling Helalai, Tanji extended a hand, stating, "First come, first served. I have prepared only 10 complimentary pieces of information for newcomers. Those who arrive late will miss out." The information provided was astonishing, a forecast of all goods price trends on Planet Z, 73219 for the upcoming month. The value of this information was staggering. Even if Ling Helalai had not intended to engage in trade himself, simply aligning his purchases with the price trends would allow him to profit significantly. The High Tower also playfully extended his finger, saying, "I am still your senior. Allow me to gift you a free present." It was a knowledge archive on interstellar races. "This is not my own archive," he explained, "but a gift from the president, which I am passing on." Aileen presented a zero-sum annihilation dagger. A senior offered excerpts of the Academy's legendary secrets. Another senior provided a guide to the most cost-effective shops on Z73219. While not all of these gifts were of monumental value, each was imbued with heartfelt intention. Ling Helalai, while traversing his journey, graciously accepted various gifts, reveling in the experience. As the time for the scheduled commencement of the club activities approached, a distinguished guest arrived, his senior from graduation, now an officer in the 8th Legion, who arrived with fervent martial spirit. Before even settling in, he delivered an impassioned discourse on the philosophy of war for nearly 10 minutes, leaving Ling Helalai utterly astonished. "Senior, please temper your enthusiasm," Tanji remarked, playfully draping an arm over the officer's shoulder, compelling him to pause his oratory. "Is it not the sight of youthful and promising juniors that stirs such excitement?" The officer mused, releasing a comprehensive holographic projection from his personal device. "What I present to you, dear juniors, is a depiction of a genuine battle." This marked Ling Helalai's second encounter with the stark reality of interstellar warfare. The first was the Mobius family's landing on their own mining planet, a grand spectacle that, due to the vast disparity in power, resulted in minimal casualties. In stark contrast, this instance was drenched in bloodshed, a relentless and brutal large-scale ground conflict. The battlefield is the crucible of will. Annihilate the monstrous entities. Only then shall we, the human race, savor a life of beauty. Should this not suffice, let us charge towards the heart of the monster's lair. We fight for the interstellar human race. Tanji once more tugged the officer aside, finally curbing his further proclamations of war. Nevertheless, the projection continued unabated, showcasing the entirety of the ground battle, igniting a fervor among the newcomers. Ling Hilary discreetly inquired within the tower, who was the senior from the 8th Legion. He received a hushed reply. He is the former president of the Department of Human Sciences. When I first arrived last year, he was just as spirited. Yet, he is not unkind. He has continued to support the department post-graduation. Ling Hilary garnered numerous gifts from senior club members and seized the opportunity to expand his circle of friends. Now, in pursuit of external support for his team, he had set his sights on a senior named Lyle. If the second-year senior who welcomed him on the freshman reception day was strikingly beautiful, Lyle was absolutely captivating, radiating an aggressively alluring charm. Every feature of her face was accentuated to perfection, stunningly beautiful, as if she carried a natural spotlight, effortlessly becoming the center of attention wherever she went. At this moment, the trading fair had commenced, with some individuals enthusiastically presenting their items while others engaged in private exchanges in small groups. Ling Hilary hurriedly approached. "Senior, could you assist a junior?" "Speak," Lao replied, her gaze lifting slightly, revealing yet another facet of her beauty, truly a sight without flaw. "I wish to enlist you as an external aid for my team competition. Please, state your demands. However, I must confess, my capabilities as a commander are somewhat lacking, rated only at double B level." Ling Hilary meticulously introduced his information. "A double B level commander?" Lal chuckled, her laughter tinged with a hint of madness. "Interesting, quite interesting, I accept." As for compensation, before Ling Hilary could finish, she laughed again. "Let me witness the potential of you and your team. This is simply delightful." After adding each other as friends and scheduling a time for their team's practice that evening, Ling Hilary quickly departed, wary not to provoke this enchanting senior further. Not everyone possesses the ability to engage in normal conversation while being scrutinized as if they were a peculiar object of curiosity. As for the logistics and maintenance departments, he has already set his sights on logistics, while discussions regarding maintenance with a senior have progressed significantly. Nevertheless, the small-scale trading fair organized by the club was filled with excitement. Ling Helu astonishingly managed to stay until the end without leaving early, acquiring numerous individual weapons that surpassed even Pu Hua's own cost-performance ratio. As he began to exit, Tinji sent a message to Ling Helu, suggesting he meet Wang Fuqing, the former president, with a somewhat mercenary inclination. In private, Wang Fuqing was not as frenzied as one might expect, nor did he attempt to peddle his war theories to Ling Helu. Instead, he inquired with genuine curiosity. "Tanji mentioned that he has you in mind to succeed him in the Department of Human Sciences. What are your thoughts on that?" Chapter 85. It is solely the human race that possesses the most resplendent civilizations. In dialogues with the eminent, deceit remains the most despicable of behaviors. Ling Helis pondered for a moment. "Should I be able to meet the president's expectations, I would gladly accept the position of the next president of the Human Sciences Institute." Wang Fuqing pressed on, continuing to inquire, "Are you aware of the purpose behind the existence of the Human Sciences Institute?" This time, Ling Helis honestly shook his head. "One final question. Do you know about the Human Federation?" Wang Fuqing asked again. Ling Helis promptly consulted his neural interface, and this time, he found a definitive answer. The Human Federation is a formal organization jointly established by all humanoid races, encompassing numerous aspirations. For instance, in the Star Alliance, there is always at least one planetary power affiliated with the Human Federation among the non-permanent council members. All of this is achieved through the efforts of the Human Federation itself. The galaxy boasts a multitude of races, each with its unique advantages. Some even possess innate capabilities surpassing level C. Most cybernetic augmentations are predominantly composed of pure human races. Can you fathom why? Wang Fuqing's assertion made it evident to Ling Helis. It is because pure human races are exceedingly weak. Indeed, however, I have always believed that the human race is the finest of all. Wang Fuqing adopted a rhetorical tone once more. For it is solely the human race that harbors the most brilliant civilizations. He gazed meaningfully at Ling Helis. I have heard you have qualified as a civilization promoter. In the future, you will comprehend the magnitude of civilization's significance. Senior Gao, being amiable, awaited Ling Helis after his discussion with the two presidents, just as agreed. Thank you. Senior Gao, may I accompany you to meet Senior Yin Mingling? Indeed, Ling Helis was intent on making a strategic alliance. The War Spirit Academy boasts numerous talents, predominantly within the command department. However, geniuses from the logistics department are exceedingly rare. The last time he reviewed the combat archives in the tower, he was astounded by Yin Mingling's prowess. Even if he could not integrate into a fixed team, he was determined to recruit her as an auxiliary. Silver Fox, upon seeing the tower grinning, nearly lost his temper. What brings you here? The tower quickly adopted a more humble demeanor. My apologies for the other day. I had indulged a bit too much in drink. Yin Mingling scoffed coldly. Was it not the intoxication that prompted your desire to confront me? The tower appeared somewhat troubled, yet once more offered an apology. I was in the wrong. I should not have struck you without cause. Yin Mingling continued to sneer. It can hardly be considered without cause. This is merely an opportunity for retribution. The tower sighed deeply. Yin Mingling, you know I never intended that. I do not hold you accountable for the failure in the practical course. Your being under soul control was not your fault. I genuinely believe that leaving the command department is a liberation for me. My peers can resume their academic journeys without the burden of shouldering the future of our entire family alone. This is advantageous for me. As he spoke, the tower introduced. This is my junior from the command department. You have met him before. Once I successfully re-enter the War Spirit Academy, I will likely join my junior's fixed team. So what? What does that have to do with me? Yin Mingling retorted coldly. It is as follows. My established team is still in need of members from the logistics department, and I believe that Senior Yin would be an excellent fit. Would you like to join us for some trial integration, Senior? Ling Helen immediately stepped forward to extol his own virtues. Your junior with dual B abilities? Yin Mingling clearly recognized Ling Helen's name but held him in contempt, refusing to give it a try. Such a blunt rejection could only be smoothed over within the confines of the tower. He urged once more, why not start as an auxiliary and give it a shot? The junior's growth rate is remarkably swift. The future is promising. You wish for me to participate? Yin Mingling scrutinized Ling Helen critically, then decided to give it a try. Curious to discover what remarkable qualities your junior possesses, the senior from the maintenance department was selected from a list acquired from INSA. And with a sufficient amount of interstellar currency, he consented to the request for auxiliary support. With the 10-member team assembled, Ling Helen proceeded to initiate the points competition, preparing for preliminary team integration. The setting was within the depths of a gas giant. Unceasing hurricanes swirled around them, and the pressure compelled Ling Helen to activate his mech immediately. This was his first encounter with a non-habitable planet. However, the challenges were not insurmountable. As the group materialized on the map, they were clad in thick protective suits, sufficient to withstand the time it would take to exit their mechs. The victory conditions were twofold. First, establish a temporary camp. Second, annihilate the opponent. The environment was too harsh to allow for any divinations. Ling Helen commanded the team in a standard rhythm. The commander ordered all personnel to proceed according to the first plan. Following classic division, the command center established a temporary camp on site. The information collection group 1 would head towards the 30-degree mark, while the second group would venture towards the 90-degree mark. Returning to the command center after circling the planet, any anomalies should be reported immediately, and if encountering opponents, offensive actions were permitted. The battle commenced with remarkable swiftness. The opposing team did not engage in divided actions, but instead aimed for total extermination, advancing with caution. It did not take long for them to encounter the Information Collection Group 2 from Ling Helen's team. Although the opposing team was also at full strength with 10 members, the prevalence of standard mechs indicated they were likely a novice team. The support auxiliary from Group 2 Miss Lyle fought with fierce tenacity, due to Ling Helen's order permitting proactive engagement. Almost the moment they spotted the opposition, Lyle charged forth. More audacious than Mu Tu had been previously, almost exuding a hint of madness, and with a single strike, severely damaged one of the novice mechs. The commander ordered 06, Lyle, to retreat, ensuring she maintained a distance that allowed for swift coordination with her teammates. The commander instructed 06 to advance on the left flank to create an opportunity for her allies to attack. The commander commanded 04, Yao In, to utilize support skills to control the retreat path of the damaged mech. The commander directed 03, Ha Jiujio, to move up and deliver the finishing blow. The effects of Teacher Li's instruction on team awareness for commanders were evidently profound. Had Ling Helen only provided overarching guidance as he had previously, Lyle's overwhelming combat prowess would have relegated her to a primary combat role, while Yaoen's lack of strength would have rendered him entirely ineffective. However, when effective commands are refined to a certain extent, Ling Helen integrates the actions of Lyle and the others into a cohesive whole. Even if Yaoen's combat strength is inferior, he can still contribute meaningfully rather than being relegated to the periphery of the battlefield due to an inability to keep pace with his companions. Moreover, Ling Helu observes that the interstellar beings are remarkably adaptable to this meticulous style of command. For them, adhering to the orders of their commander is the most natural course of action, far simpler than engaging in independent thought. Aside from Yaoen's demise, the team achieved near total victory, earning 40 points. Thus, today's objective is to ascend into the top 100 of the leaderboard, securing a place in the group challenge. Tomorrow, I aspire for our team to feature prominently on the team strength rankings. Chapter 86, Is the foresight skill your legacy? Can I learn it? The points competition is not particularly difficult to navigate. The teams that make it to the leaderboard seldom field all their members. Typically, only a few high-powered players participate casually, ensuring they do not drop off the rankings. After all, to ascend the team power leaderboard, one must engage in challenge matches. When the Lingali team fields a full roster, they often encounter similarly complete teams. Thus, they are more likely to face newly established teams, which are generally easier to defeat. In the early hours, the Team S score finally reached the threshold required for challenge matches, and their synergy with external support was steadily improving. Senior Chinfeng, I must trouble you to analyze the team match data, Lingali requested. He held intelligence on the final 20 teams, and it was crucial to deliberate on which team to challenge. Chinfeng, ever the pragmatist, spent the night calculating the win rates against all 20 teams. To be candid, the Team S raw strength was still lacking. Among the 20 teams, 15 had no hope of victory whatsoever. 3 teams were unstable in their performance, but their chances remained dim. Only 2 teams harbored a significant hope of victory. One ranked 99, primarily composed of third-year students, whose balanced power levels rendered them vulnerable to Lingali's superior team. The other, ranked 100, consisted mainly of fifth-year students who had recently suffered losses and had consecutively declined 3 challenge matches, thus slipping to the 100th position. Lingali surmised that Chinfeng included the 100th ranked team as a potential victor, likely due to the expectation that they would continue to refuse challenges. However, he would not place his hopes on their refusals. The sole option available was the team ranked 99. Lingali submitted the challenge application early in the morning, anticipating that the opposing team would not respond until evening. To his surprise, the acceptance came almost immediately. The battleground was set on the map of Jinxikongsing. Victory conditions: first, occupy the mining site and successfully defend it for 3 days. Second, annihilate the opponent. The commander issued orders to 02, Puhua, to assist in locating the mining site. The opposing team exhibited balanced strength and seamless coordination, displaying stable collective power. In contrast, Lingali's team boasted uneven strength, with only their high-end capabilities able to dominate the adversaries. Under such circumstances, Chinfeng had long predicted that relying on a defensive counterattack strategy against the opponent would likely lead to failure. Instead, engaging in a high-risk ambush could potentially yield victory. Lingali indeed aspired to fulfill the second victory condition, to annihilate the opponent. However, he possessed the copper coin divination technique, If they could seize control of the mining site first, he could leverage that advantage to tilt the scales of victory in favor of his team. Ling Li kept this to himself, methodically issuing commands. It wasn't until they occupied the mining area that Yin Mingling began to comprehend Ling Li's intentions. Yet, as a second-year student at the War Academy, he exhibited commendable obedience and refrained from inquiring further. He merely complied with Ling Li's directives, outwardly masquerading as a transport operation for mining materials to construct defensive encampments, while in reality, they sourced materials on-site and entrusted Puhua with the transformation of a large-scale intelligent machinery for mining. Before Puhua fully immersed himself in the modifications, Ling Li sought his counsel once more through divination. Fire attack, let it commence from the lushest part of the eastern woods. If the opposing team mistakenly believes that Ling Li's group is utilizing metal ores to construct their camp, it is evident that fire attacks would be the simplest means to breach the camp's defenses. Ling Li had already intended to draw them into his trap, and the divination results undoubtedly confirmed that his strategy was sound. He felt assured that the subsequent planned actions would proceed smoothly. The first step involved seizing control of the mine, ostensibly constructing a camp for defense while secretly repurposing the mechanized units for traps. The second step was to lure the opponents into launching an attack, leading them directly into Ling Li's carefully laid snares. The third step entailed utilizing the mechanized units to isolate the adversary's team, consolidating his own team's strongest combatants to swiftly eliminate the opposing commander. When the rival team appeared at the location predicted by the divination, Tianjun promptly maneuvered the modified mechanized units, extending the mining arms. 12 mechanized units, 12 arms, all activated simultaneously. This surpassed the complexity of operating a starship. Coordinating 12 mechanized units for synchronized actions is typically a task reserved for command systems. However, Tianjin accomplished it. The 12 arms worked in concert to separate the opposing team. Even with their mental link, the adversaries struggled to act cohesively, despite their teamwork. Their combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. Meanwhile, the support unit led by Miss Lael, accompanied by Mu Tu and Harjiojio, swiftly surrounded the isolated opposing commander. Ling Li's did not need to micromanage their actions. With a 3-on-1 advantage against the already formidable trio, Ling Li's felt confident. In contrast, he found himself concerned about whether he could shoulder the burden of the ensuing skirmish. Tianjun skillfully piloted the mechanized units of the mine, executing various maneuvers. Any attempts by the opposing team to attack were thwarted repeatedly, and any misstep resulted in further isolation. Thus, Ling Li's did not face the entire adversary team at once. He merely needed to restrain 1 or 2 individuals, which he accomplished with great success. Even with only B-level abilities, Ling Li's combat awareness compensated for everything. He remained vigilant against all enemy attacks, ready to counter them. Under the dense commands, Yin Mingling, Yao An, and others, despite being slightly weaker, formed a flawless synergy with Ling Li's, unleashing combat prowess that exceeded their individual capabilities, bolstered by the perfect support of Pu Hua and the information specialist, Senior Chen Feng. Ling Li's had never felt such fluidity in combat before. On the other side, events unfolded smoothly as well. Miss Lael, along with Mu Tu and Harjiojio, managed to subdue the opposing commander in less than 5 minutes. With the loss of their commander's mental link, the opposing team's members acted chaotically, utterly devoid of hope for victory. Upon receiving notification of their victory, Ling Li's team's combat ranking successfully ascended to 99th place. "You were incredible, Junior," Mu Tu exclaimed, enthusiastically patting his shoulder. Fortunately, as this transpired within the virtual star network, Ling Li's, despite sustaining some injuries, would not face significant repercussions upon returning to reality. Tianjun regarded him with admiration, making a rare promise. "If you need external support next time, feel free to seek me out." Today's piloting was quite exhilarating. Miss Lael is undoubtedly the greatest contributor, yet she gazes at Ling Helu with the curiosity reserved for an intriguing object. "Your tactics are quite fascinating," she muses, a light chuckle escaping her lips. "They have certainly captured my attention." Yin Mingling, while not overly exuberant, displays a hint of curiosity in her gaze towards Ling Helu. Contemplating for a moment, she sends a message through her holographic device, Is the foresight ability your inheritance? May I learn it? Ling Helu, however, is preoccupied. His immediate focus directed towards the team competition reward information. The announcement reveals that the teams making their debut on the leaderboard will each receive a reward of 100 professional points, along with a collective prize of 500,000 interstellar coins. Should their ranking improve, the rewards will become even more substantial. Additionally, teams maintaining their positions on the leaderboard will have their rewards recalibrated every 10 days. Indeed, the Warsoul Academy is remarkably affluent. Stealing a glance at the group chat of his fixed team, he notices Hajiujio exclaiming in awe at the substantial sums. While the others, though not entirely taken aback by the amount, share in the jubilant atmosphere. Ling Hela declares, "Then let us officially commence the establishment of our team's communal assets." Chapter 87. Accomplished and yet to improve before the fixed team convened, Ling Hel replied to Yin Mingling, stating, "It is a tradition from my hometown, and I am not yet prepared to pass it on." Unyielding, Yin Mingling pressed on with her inquiry. "What conditions must be met for you to teach me? May I join your team? I am enamored with this tradition. It possesses a mysterious yet orderly beauty." Ling Hel hesitated. Were it not for the existence of civilization plunderers, he would have no reservations about disseminating the Blue Star civilization. Now, merely sharing insights about the I Ching seemed daunting. Ling Hel, "Very well, I welcome you, senior, to join my fixed team. We are in the process of establishing an off-campus base. Once settled, shall we dine together? I will also introduce you to the I Ching and the method of divination with coins." The group welcomed Yin Mingling's addition with enthusiasm. In recent team competitions, her aptitude in logistics had truly captivated everyone. For instance, during the recent challenge, had it not been for Yin Mingling's resource preparations and the illusions she crafted, the success of Ling Hel's strategy would have been uncertain. Ling Hel, does anyone know of a suitable location nearby for our team base? Ideally, it should not be too crowded. Mu too. The command department members might be more familiar with this. Perhaps you could ask your seniors? This prompted Ling Hel to recall that the team in the tower had essentially disbanded, and their base seemed available for direct takeover. Ling Hel, Senior Gao, my junior is currently in need of a team base. Do you have any suitable recommendations? From the tower, I am preparing to dispose of the original team base. You are welcome to come and take a look. Ling Hel, excellent. Let us dine together tomorrow. The group competitions at Warsoul Academy have always allowed the free use of time dilation features. The current match had just concluded, and it was still class time. Ling Hel's first class was Asymmetric Tactical Theory, the course for which he would be assessed today. With daily access to a decade's worth of time dilation from Professor Xiao, Ling Hel felt no trepidation regarding theoretical courses. In fact, due to the inability to fabricate thoughts through reading, many individuals struggle with self-confidence. If one does not sincerely believe in their answers, they may find it difficult to inscribe them onto the examination paper. However, Ling Hel was not among them. He received his results on the spot, full marks. In a command department filled with academic prodigies, achieving full marks was merely a standard accomplishment, garnering little attention. Of course, there were those who fell short of perfection. For instance, despite his attempts to memorize the templates provided by Ling Hel, the little fishman only managed to score 88, though he at least passed. Beijiao fared worse. With a score of 73, had he not opted for self-study, his professional credits would have been nullified. It is worth mentioning that since refunding Beijiao's tutoring fees, Ling Hel had been preoccupied and had little interaction with him. Seeing him now, seemingly lost and despondent, Ling Hel sent a message. What I said earlier still stands. Not waiting for Beijiao's response, he accessed the school's Star Network home. He posted, "As I mentioned, let everyone wait and see. It should not be long now. Full marks. Results. Team competition, 99th place. Having accomplished much, there remains a promise of further improvement." The cerebral interface incessantly alerts Ling Hilary of new replies. However, he has chosen to silence these notifications and refrain from responding. The fervor surrounding this thread escalated rapidly. Yet the members of the academy no longer regard Ling Hilary with disdain. Classmates who had previously befriended him sent their congratulations, while others, who were meant to attend a class, approached him with friendly greetings. In the class group chat, All had reconciled with Ling Hilary, and praises began to flow. Classmate A, is this the prodigious leader we see before us? Classmate B, my team can barely accumulate points. We are perpetually on the receiving end of defeats. Classmate C, Ling Hilary, are you to represent our academy in the freshman competition of the 10 Great War Academies? Ling Hilary was no longer a complete novice. He had garnered some understanding of the freshman competition of the 10 Great War Academies. A primary requirement for participating in this competition was to secure a spot on the Academy's Team Battle Power leaderboard. Indeed, if not a single freshman from the Academy made it onto the leaderboard, they would not qualify for the competition, regardless of its prestige. The competition typically took place 2 to 3 months post-enrollment, with the exact timing determined through communication between the various academies. Ling Hilary aspired to ascend the Team Battle Power leaderboard, motivated by the desire to accrue team funds and fulfill a promise made a month prior. Yet, the prospect of participating in the freshman competition also weighed heavily on his mind. With qualification nearly assured, he chose not to dwell on it further and instead accompanied the team to inspect the designated base. It was, as he had envisioned, a flawless locale, situated not far from the city. It was sufficiently secluded and expansive, with the most crucial aspect being its comprehensive functionality, since it was directly taken over. The various functional areas had already been delineated. Storage rooms, training grounds, and lounges required no renovations and were ready for immediate use. In the era of interstellar travel, construction was relatively inexpensive, as many professionals could erect high-rises by hand. Coupled with the fact that the land was merely leased, the price of over $3 million for a 9-year rental was not outrageous. Once the location was secured, Ling Hilary's first impulse was to treat the entire fixed team to a meal at the base. However, after some contemplation, he decided to only provide refreshments, for he had promised Yin Mingling to teach the I Ching. Teaching one was akin to teaching many, and should his teammates express interest, he would seize the opportunity to promote Blue Star civilization. Yet, it seemed only Yin Mingling held genuine interest. Initially, Hejujin and Puhua appeared intrigued. But as Ling Hilary began his explanations with Chinese characters, Hejujin's gaze gradually turned to one of bewilderment, while Puhua repeatedly adjusted his mental translation function, ultimately wearing an expression of incomprehension. Both concluded that they were not destined to grasp this inheritance and gracefully withdrew. In contrast, Yin Mingling remained thoroughly engaged, as if some element of Blue Star civilization had resonated deeply within him. Despite the tedium of learning Chinese characters, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it, not only accepting this prerequisite for learning, but also eager to delve deeper. To this end, he took charge of the logistical matters of the base, hoping to afford Ling Hilary a bit more time to instruct him. Ling Helian, who takes immense pride in Blue Star civilization, candidly expresses his understanding. It is essential to note that interstellar cuisine differs significantly from that of Blue Star. While many find the flavors of Blue Star delightful, altering one's dietary habits proves to be quite challenging. It is nearly impossible to crave such delicacies on a daily basis. However, Yin Mingling genuinely yearns to learn every day. Who can comprehend this? Ling Helian has finally managed to promote the I Ching from his suitcase and is elated to receive unexpected praise. Yet, ultimately, his teaching stint was not prolonged. He received a plea for assistance from Beijiao. The resources of Biluoxing have been plundered by space pirates, and he inquires whether Ling Helian knows whom to approach for negotiation assistance. Chapter 88 Senior Yen. Do you believe our team's funding can multiply several times within a month? Ling Helen did not respond immediately. Beijiao, that foolish child, was utterly oblivious to the situation. The space pirates had plundered his home planet. What could be negotiated? Would they negotiate to return the resources? If so, they would transform from pirates into philanthropists. Either they would need sufficient military strength to pursue and confront them, or they would have to swallow their pride and act as if nothing had transpired. However, after a moment's reflection, he inquired, "Has the Star Alliance made any statements?" Beiji replied, "The Star Alliance does not interfere in the affairs of free planets unless they become directly governed planets under their jurisdiction. My home planet is a free planet." Ling Helen further questioned, "Was it your home planet's people who instructed you to handle this?" Beijiao responded, "No, it was mentioned by my kin who sent resources to me." I came to the command department to assist my home planet, yet now I am utterly helpless. Am I truly that weak? Ling Helen understood and knew how to counsel him. To seek assistance invariably incurs a cost. Your home planet is willing to send resources to you, but has not offered a bounty to retaliate against the space pirates. Ling Helen continued. So why waste these resources? Consider this carefully. Does it not hold true? Bei Jiao pondered. Am I truly that dim-witted, unable to comprehend this? Ling Helen indeed felt that Bei Jiao was ill-suited for the command department. Yet aside from this department, his capabilities and learning aptitude were commendable. He spoke candidly, no? You are just not particularly suited for the command department. Bei Jiao remained silent this time, just as Ling Helen was on the verge of forgetting about him. Bei Jiao suddenly sent another message. Though I may be foolish, I will become a commander and personally eradicate those space pirates. What you can achieve, I can achieve as well. Indeed, eliminating space pirates was a lucrative venture for upperclassmen teams. Unfortunately, maintaining a team was excessively costly, and space pirates were generally quite affluent. Ling Helen's fixed team was not yet complete, making him hesitant to pursue the idea of confronting space pirates. He was uncertain whether Bei Jiao was genuinely prepared to take on the pirates or merely speaking in bravado. Nonetheless, he had already done enough and was not inclined to take further action. Moreover, Ling Helen felt the economic strain on his team. Coincidentally, there was no special training today due to the theoretical exam, so he decided to see if he could earn some funds from the Nightshade Club's task wall. He proceeded to apply the same filtering criteria as before, selecting for clients with high mental strength and precognitive abilities. Over a dozen tasks were filtered out. However, none offered particularly high rewards. The highest was merely 2 million Interstellar coins for a research studio seeking a breakthrough direction. Regrettably, the location was quite distant, and there were no long-distance wormholes available. The other tasks offered even lower rewards, with some as meager as 100,000. Ling Helen found the cost-effectiveness lacking. However, he remembered that during a previous activity at the Institute of Human Sciences, the president had provided him with a forecast of all commodity prices on planet Z73219 for the upcoming month, which might be a means to generate profit. This was not an area in which he excelled. His gaze swept across the list of friends before sending a message to Yen Mingling. Senior Yen, are you adept at commercial operations? Yen Mingling replied, it's not particularly difficult. I can manage. Ling Helian continued, what about product pricing and trend forecasting? How many times do you think our team's funds could multiply in a month? Yen Mingling responded, the value of this information is quite precious. I believe selling it directly could yield tens of millions of interstellar coins. Ling Helian remarked, selling it wouldn't be ideal, as it was a gift from someone. Yen Mingling replied, that complicates matters. Without discussing anything else, we would at least need a principal of 30 million. This is merely a small endeavor. If we truly wish to earn more, we could invest any amount of interstellar coins. This time, Ling Helian did not hesitate. He promptly sent a message in the fixed team group chat. I need to borrow over 30 million as team funds, which will be returned in a month. Can everyone pitch in? Mutu replied, my allowance arrives next month. I can contribute 5 million, and you can treat me to 3 meals a day. Ha Jojo added, I'll put in 100,000. Pu Hua stated, I can't. I'm preparing for the intermediate mechanist certification exam and have spent all my money. Gao Tali mentioned, my family is already aware of my decision to drop out of the command department, and now I owe them money. Yaoan declared, I have 30 million. I'll transfer it. Ling Helian knew that Yaoan, as the last heir of the Kali Store civilization, must possess some wealth. However, Yaoan's willingness to readily part with 30 million still astonished him. Ling Helian cautioned, Yaoan, there is some risk involved. Yaoan replied, I haven't contributed much to the team, and this money can be put to good use. Let me cover it for now. With the funds and operator resolved, Ling Helian chose not to dwell on the matter further. Upon returning to his dormitory, he received news from the intelligence agency INSA. The Black Alliance has rescinded the bounty on you. This indicated that Pu Hua's desired ore in the individual known as Huizhua would finally be obtained. Huizhua, who had dropped out of the command department at the Top 10 War Academy and later switched to the pharmacology department, remained a formidable force in battle, which Ling Helian did not underestimate. Nevertheless, since he had promised a confrontation, It was imperative to follow through. Ling Helian messaged Mu2, Senior. Have you prepared the energy isolation suit? Mu2 replied, the highest grade, capable of resisting the energy absorption effects of the Dawn's dark essence for about 10 minutes. Ling Helian instructed, excellent, Senior, bring the Dawn's dark essence to the team base and wait for me. Indeed, shortly thereafter. A message from Yun-In arrived. The ear has arrived. It's being traded at Xingfang. Huoxiadu is in charge of the transport. You can handle it as you see fit. Huoxia's appearance was entirely unexpected for Ling Helian. She indeed resembled a pure human form, though it remained uncertain whether it was a disguised state. Isolated in a corner, she nervously chewed on candy. Upon catching sight of Ling Helian, her eyes fixated on him, and she urgently exclaimed, "It's you." Ling Helian chose to ignore her completely, pretending not to see, and turned to address the others nearby. "I am Ling Helian from the Battle Soul Academy. Is the trade with Yun-In taking place here?" Huoxia's demeanor appeared unstable, and she almost immediately moved forward to confront Ling Helian. However, she suddenly crushed the candy in her mouth and slowly swallowed it. Finally calming down a little, Ling Helu meticulously examined all the ores and completed the transaction before turning his gaze towards Huoxia. Her eyes had not strayed from him, and upon noticing his movements, she immediately spoke. "Let us trade." The bustling black market was filled with voices, and Ling Helu did not intend to publicly disclose matters concerning the Dawn's dark essence. Nevertheless, both he and Huoxia were acutely aware of the underlying implications. Thus, he outright declined, "I have no time," and turned to leave, albeit at a leisurely pace. As expected, Huoxia promptly followed, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. When Ling Hela boarded the hover vehicle, Huoxia similarly produced her own hover vehicle to follow, until they arrived at the secluded base devoid of any human presence, a private domain. Ling Hela delivered his words with a chilling detachment before stepping inside. Chapter 89 in truth. I too am an admirer of Night's Shadow Pavilion, though I refer to him as Brother Yi. Indeed, Huoxia has stormed into the base. The number of individuals present is scarce, yet all the core team members are accounted for. Ling Hel, without further ado, summoned the Dawn's dark essence, regardless of Huoxia's abilities. It would severely diminish her strength, bringing her down to Ling Hel's level. He had also contemplated scenarios where they might be unable to prevail. However, he was not concerned. Yaoan had not employed the divine oracle resonance for some time, and the chaotic energy had stabilized remarkably. If necessary, he could use it today without significant repercussions. Ultimately, they must subdue her. Under the directive of their mental link, both he and Mu2 launched their attacks simultaneously. Huoxia's emotions had been in disarray. Upon sensing the energy absorption effect of the Dawn's dark essence, her panic intensified. Although she quickly chewed on another piece of candy, she found herself at a disadvantage against Mu2 and Ling Hel. Perhaps her combat experience surpassed theirs, yet with her skills rendered useless. Even channeling energy for attacks proved laborious, compounded by the fear that the energy absorption from the Dawn's dark essence might harm her own essence. It was utterly overwhelming. Suddenly, she spread her arms wide, her once elongated limbs transforming into ethereal, purple wings, scattering luminescent purple powder. Ling Hel and Mu2 were caught off guard. The commander, Yaoan, instructed, "I am experiencing excruciating headaches and difficulty breathing. Assess the condition of Mu2 and myself." In matters of medicine, Yaoan was exceedingly reliable. He swiftly examined Ling Hel and Mu2, delivering his diagnosis. It was the potent toxin from the wings of the illusory purple butterfly, which acted rapidly. However, "I have managed to contain it. We can proceed to the medical chamber for restoration." When Ling Hel emerged from the medical chamber, Huoxia was securely bound in the corner. Ha Jiao observed her with unwavering precision, ready to strike at the slightest indication of her movement. Despite Huoxia possessing the essence of the illusory purple butterfly, her human guise remained strikingly resplendent. Yet, after enduring Ha Jiao's relentless blows, Ling Hel averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on her appearance. "Now we may converse earnestly," Ling Hel stated as he positioned himself before her. Huoxia gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "The illusory purple star will not spare you." Ling Hel wore a pained expression. "Given your words, it appears I cannot allow you to leave here alive." Huoxia fell silent instantly. Ling Hel fixated on her once more. I ask, you respond. What do you require the dawn's dark essence for? Huozhua hesitated before noticing Ha Jiao raise a paw. Her body instinctively trembled, and with great reluctance, she admitted. To save Night's Shadow Pavilion. I believe that with the dawn's dark essence, we can develop a restorative potion capable of reinstating X-level abilities. This revelation momentarily stunned Ling Hel. Was it possible that they had indeed struck a friend of Night's Shadow? Nevertheless, with matters having reached this point, he chose to feign ignorance and continued his inquiry. Aside from you, how many others are aware that our team possesses the dawn's dark essence? Huozhua candidly replied. There is also Yun from the 9th Legion. He inquired about you, and I did not conceal the truth. In the Black Alliance, I have always walked alone, with only my trusted subordinates from the Phantom Purple Star. Now, regarding the third question, what do you wish to accomplish with the Star Workshop? Although Huozhua's voice remained somewhat subdued, it betrayed an involuntary hint of excitement. It is because Lord Yu is here. I have desired the Star Workshop for quite some time, and with such a splendid opportunity at hand, I must seize it. Ling Hela discreetly messaged to you, Brother Yi. Do you know Huozhua from the Black Alliance? She seems to hold you in high regard. Yi replied, I do not know her. However, if she admires me, it is likely due to her familiarity with my exploits. Indeed, there are individuals online who claim to be my fans. But I have made it clear that I do not permit anyone to influence me because of that. Understanding this, Ling Helu smiled and quickly helped Huozhua to her feet. In truth, I am also a fan of Lord Yu, but I refer to him as Brother Yi. Observing Huozhua's incredulous gaze, Ling Hela revealed his membership in the Nightshade Club. I was invited by Brother Yi to join the Nightshade Club. At this point, Huozhua's expression shifted to one of tentative belief. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, what is Lord Yu's favorite color? Ling Helu composed himself and responded, I do not discuss Brother Ye's personal matters with anyone, as he prefers we do not impact his life. This convinced Huozhua. She spoke earnestly. Since you are also a fan of Lord Yu, you must wish for him to regain his X-level spiritual power. I hope you can trust me. I have studied this subject for over a decade, and now I only lack the Dawn's dark essence. However, Ling Hela shook his head. I cannot place my trust in you. Huozhua, now visibly anxious, continued, I hold a managerial position within the Black Alliance, and I can grant your team access to all the black market passages under its jurisdiction. Ling Helu remained resolute. That is of no importance to my team. Huozhua craved a piece of candy, but found her mouth empty. Taking a deep breath, she proposed, then I shall mortgage the Star Workshop to you. I can secure it within the next few days. Mortgage? Ling Helu expressed confusion. Should it not be a straightforward transaction? After all, it involves liquid Dawn's dark essence. Huozhua glared fiercely at Ling Helu, yet her emotions were difficult to control, and she found herself unable to take action. Finally, in a fit of frustration, she acquiesced. Very well, I will trade the Star Workshop to you in exchange for the Dawn's dark essence. Only the liquid portion, however. Ling Helu quickly clarified. Additionally, should you successfully create the potential potion, it can only be traded to Brother Yi. As for the price, I shall not concern myself with that. Once the transaction was settled, Ling Hela released Huozhua from her bindings and placed her into the medical pod. Upon her emergence, she had a piece of candy in her mouth. Once calm, she appeared as a mature beauty. Speaking of Huozhua's position as a manager in the Black Alliance, Ling Helu took the opportunity to inquire if she was aware of the Star Pirates robbing Biluoxing. Huozhua was indeed informed. Biluoxing is renowned for its Buwang pearls, which are essential in many mystical rituals. If they were to be shipped in large quantities, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Lord Yu holds a significant position in the mystical realm and would certainly be aware of this. The Mobius family almost monopolizes the Buwang pearls. They would likely possess knowledge of it as well. After expressing gratitude to Huozhua, Ling Helu shamelessly requested her to grant black market passes for the team members, including those in the tall tower. Though it may seem trivial, one must seize any advantage that presents itself. Subsequently, Huozhua hurriedly departed, intent on addressing matters concerning the Star Square. Just as Ling Helu was about to summon everyone back to the academy, she discovered that the Quantum team had received challenge applications from other teams. The The commander of this particular team appeared somewhat familiar, a cunning figure, clearly meticulous in thought. Most importantly, Ling Hello had previously witnessed him meeting privately with the monkey-faced individual from the Tall Tower team, and later, he triumphed over the Tall Tower in a practical combat class. However, at this moment, the monkey-faced individual was conspicuously absent from his current team. Ling Hello glanced at Yin Mingling and inquired, having encountered an acquaintance, "Can you assure me of your compliance with the commands?" Chapter 90. Although the price of a small starship exceeds 100 million, contemplating it is not illegal. Indeed. Upon hearing that the opponent was a shapeshifter, Yin Mingling began to exhibit a fierce demeanor. That scoundrel did it on purpose. Were it not for him, the tower would never have opted for a real battle. If it had been a match against a machine, how could they possibly lose? Ling Helen felt a twinge of a headache and, in his capacity as commander, issued several directives to Yin Mingling, which finally helped to calm him down. The battle proceeded rather smoothly. Most of the shapeshifters were second-year students, and in terms of individual combat prowess, they held no advantage over Ling Helen's team. Even though the command abilities of the shapeshifters were commendable, they posed little trouble for Ling Helen. Suddenly, one of the shapeshifters, with a glint in his eyes, started taunting Yin Mingling, asking, "So, how does it feel to be enchanted by a monkey? I am genuinely curious." Before Yin Mingling could lose his temper, Ling Helen promptly issued another order to regulate his behavior. Despite Yin Mingling's impulsive nature, he exhibited commendable obedience and managed to maintain his composure. As for the shapeshifters, since they dared to employ underhanded tactics, Ling Helen was unrelenting. He unleashed Miss Lair, Mutu, and Hajiojio, who charged into the fray with elite combat strength, overwhelming the shapeshifter team members. What could have been a swift conclusion to the battle dragged on until the opponent's confidence shattered, forcing the shapeshifters to surrender voluntarily. With victory at hand, Yin Mingling finally vented his frustrations, feeling immensely satisfied. Ling Helen discreetly messaged the tower, "Senior, we are now a team. If you encounter any issues regarding past matters, do not hesitate to reach out to me." The tower replied, "No need. I am currently apprehensive about my clan causing trouble for the academy. I can handle this minor issue myself." With this assurance from the tower, Ling Helen refrained from intervening further. Pu Hua had acquired some ore that day and immediately retreated to the assembly room of their team's base after the team competition, reportedly eager to get started. Once he warmed up his hands, he planned to apply for the intermediate mecha engineer certification. Ling Helen could not assist him in this endeavor and could only strive to avoid being a distraction. The following day, the young merman sent a message. "Did you win another match yesterday? Your qualification for the top 10 freshman tournament is now assured. The school was supposed to inform you, but my clan urged me to build rapport with you." Union continued. The Merman Galaxy can now provide your team with a grant of up to 10 million interstellar coins. If you achieve a commendable ranking in the freshman tournament, further rewards will follow. What do you desire? Just let me know. Such a favorable opportunity. Ling Helen did not respond immediately. For a powerful entity like the Merman Galaxy, requesting financial support was not the most prudent choice. Instead, it would be more appropriate to present requests for matters that were typically challenging. However, Ling Helen's team primarily lacked combat strength, which had to be honed gradually. No assistance from the Merman Galaxy could remedy that. Ling Helen replied, "My fixed team still requires members. May I wait until my team is stable before making any requests?" Union responded, "That is acceptable, but only until the freshman tournament, as this grant is intended to enhance your team's strength for the competition. In the new competition, a maximum of 2 foreign players are permitted, and Ling Helen still needs to recruit 2 fixed team members." Although Senior Tianjin has expressed her aversion to long-term partnerships due to her obsessive cleanliness, she has consistently agreed to temporary collaborations, leading Ling Helu to believe he has a chance. However, he hesitates to persuade her merely by words and decides to contemplate what assistance his team could offer her. For instance, could he procure a starship for Tianjin? Although a small starship would cost billions, contemplating it is not unlawful. Furthermore, once the star market is under his control, he would indeed have a docking area when the time comes to purchase a starship. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he received a message from Huizhua. It was time to take over the star market. This young lady is remarkably proactive. Ling Helu was not prepared to appoint an agent yet. Time was too tight, as he had anticipated needing several days at the very least. Unable to delay any longer, he enlisted Mu Tu, Yin Mingling, and the two harried brothers to accompany him to the Star Market. As they passed by the mechanical shop, the furry, bearskin feline shopkeeper dashed out. "Ah, I hear you are the ultimate victor. Congratulations. Here, a gift for you." The shopkeeper presented a robot, similar to those in his store, but several sizes smaller. "Thank you very much. I shall be sure to patronize your business again." The robot was reasonably priced, and Ling Helu did not decline. The feline shopkeeper then placed her hands on her hips. "My name is Chi Jia. Remember it. I am not to be trifled with in the black market." Ling Helu noted this, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding the shopkeeper's bravado. Upon arriving at the black market management office, Huizhua was already waiting, observing Ling Helu and his companions. She could not suppress her anxiety. "Please tell me you are not planning to entrust the entire Star Market to just these few individuals." Ling Helu recognized the gravity of the situation, but felt somewhat thrust into it. He blinked, attempting to showcase his charm to win over the young lady. "Could we delay the transaction a bit? My forces have yet to be established." Huizhua nearly lost her composure, but fortunately had candy in her mouth, which she chewed and swallowed to regain her calm. "Fine, I will manage it for you initially. However, you have a maximum of 3 months. After that, you must take over yourself." With the arrangement settled, it was time for the transaction involving the Dawn's dark essence. Inside the Star Market, it appeared that Huizhua had not secured the original lounge, as she led Ling Helu to another secluded establishment. It was closed for business, devoid of any other patrons. They entered a sealed laboratory. Huizhua activated the laboratory's unidirectional barrier and fixed her gaze intently on Ling Helu, awaiting his move. Naturally, Ling Helu donned an energy-isolating suit first. He then retrieved the Dawn's dark essence, and the iridescent unidirectional barrier flickered before the light gradually dimmed. Huizhua completed her preparations, donning specialized gloves. After conducting a brief test, she traced a line around the ore. Following the line carefully, she proceeded to slice the Dawn's dark essence into 2 pieces. A viscous liquid, shimmering with iridescent brilliance, began to flow from the edges of the cut ore, cascading into a prearranged container. In comparison to the volume of the ore, the quantity of liquid was pitifully scant, amounting to merely 2 drops. Although it was liquid, it appeared denser than the solid form. As it cascaded down, it left no trace upon the ore. Instead, it formed a perfectly spherical droplet that struck the container, resonating with a crisp metallic sound. Once the transaction concluded, Huizhua felt no desire to linger with Ling Helu and the others, who evoked her anxiety, and hurriedly turned to depart. Ling Helu offered a brief explanation, leaving Yin Mingling and Hababa at the Star Workshop. Though Huizhua still managed the workshop, Yin Mingling needed to address matters concerning the team's finances, thus requiring assistance from the Star Workshop. Hababa, being a student from the Outer Academy, had more leisure time compared to others, making him suitable for running errands and relaying messages. Subsequently, Ling Helu, accompanied by Mu Tu and Ha Jiujio, proceeded to the potion shop number 5. During the last incident when Mu Tu's energy spiraled out of control, Ling Helu had promised the shopkeeper, the bullfrog, to repay a debt for the assistance rendered, a debt he had yet to settle. This time, he was determined to fulfill his promise. Although a few days had passed, the bullfrog shopkeeper appeared unconcerned. Upon seeing Ling Helu, he praised, "I never expected it would be you to ultimately seize control of the Star Workshop. This truly took me by surprise." Chapter 91. This appears to be what Blue Star refers to as the heart's intent in divination. Ling Helen did not assume the demeanor of a manager from the Star Workshop. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "I have yet to express my gratitude to the store manager for the previous matter." "Thank you." Mu Tu chimed in. "All right then. How about reducing my shop's management fee by 1%? The Bullfrog store manager boldly made his request. Ling Helen, without a flicker of hesitation, replied, "My teammates are worth that price. It's acceptable." The Bullfrog store manager chuckled, visibly pleased. "Excellent. Young people are indeed straightforward." After his laughter subsided, he spoke gravely. "However, acting impulsively can be perilous." He cast a glance toward the black market management office, adding, The treasures of the stars are not easily seized. Ling Helen smoothly continued the conversation. Does the manager possess some insights? The Bullfrog store manager shrugged. I have said nothing. The position of the fifth pharmacy is not one to meddle in. Understanding the manager's concerns, Ling Helen refrained from pressing further. They engaged in casual banter for a while before returning to the academy with Mu Tu and Han Jiojio. It is worth noting that after returning to the dormitory yesterday, Ling Helen had not seen Bei Xiao. Upon returning today, he still found no sign of him. As a concerned roommate, he sent a message. What happened? Do you need me to help you find a teacher? Bei Xiao replied, no need. I am off to confront the star thieves. I will reclaim the resources from the Bailuo star. Ling Helen nearly pressed the emergency button on the spot. It was not that he doubted Bei Xiao's combat prowess, but rather his ability to adapt to changing circumstances. After some contemplation, he messaged, Teacher Xiao mentioned last time that the command department has no mortality indicators. What if something truly goes awry? Xiao Longxia responded, blood debts must be repaid in blood. The War Soul Academy is a battlefield forged from flesh and blood. Ling Helen inquired, is it possible to take action in advance? Xiao Longxia replied, who is in danger? Ling Helen explained, my roommate Bei Qiao is not in trouble yet, but he is on his way to confront the star thieves. Xiao Longxia stated, engagement in battle is his own choice. I will not intervene. However, if the star thieves dare to harm him, the War Soul Academy will certainly act. Should the Academy remain indifferent, there is little I can do, and ultimately, Ling Helen resolved to take no further action. The next day continued with intensive combat training. Afterward, he taught Yin Mingling Mandarin. Yin Mingling was now able to stammer out the interpretation of the first hexagram, and she eagerly wished to toss coins for divination. Unfortunately, the hexagram she obtained was entirely unfamiliar to her, leaving her disheartened as she continued her studies. Interestingly, while Ling Helen observed the hexagram, he had no intention of interpreting it. However, a unique premonition surfaced within him. Yin Mingling's prediction pertained to the future of the monkey-faced man. The hexagram indicated a precarious existence with a high probability of a short life. This was a matter pertaining to the tower, and Ling Helen deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Yet, after numerous flashes of intuition, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. This seemed to embody what Blue Star referred to as the heart's intent in divination. The coin-tossing method of divination was merely one of the vessels of the I Ching's 6 lines, and given the length of the preamble, Ling Helen often encountered situations unsuitable for divination in practice. If he could employ the heart's intent for divination, it would undoubtedly be far more convenient. However, his own mental prowess remained a concern. This intuition fluctuated, and he was utterly at a loss as to how to wield it. Perhaps it was a matter of soul strength? Ling Helen recalled the moments when he had enhanced his soul's potency through sheer will. Though he had never managed to replicate the experience, he was certain it was not merely a figment of his imagination. If divination correlated with the soul, might studying the I Ching serve as a means to amplify one's spiritual essence? Seizing the opportunity to elucidate the text to Yin Mingling, Ling Helen resolved to fortify his own understanding of the I Ching, hoping it might prove beneficial in the future. Having completed the day's lesson, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. A message arrived from the mecha parts exchange. Your mecha is ready. I cannot enter your academy. We must trade outside. The mecha parts exchange, originally known as Yong Ing, was a formidable figure in the mecha manufacturing department of Wu Mian Academy. Ling Helen had previously commissioned him to construct his mecha, which had been accomplished with remarkable efficiency in just over 10 days. However, upon arriving at the academy gate, he found Yong Ing embroiled in a heated dispute with senior sister Erin from the mecha department. Or rather, Yong Ing seemed to be the only one engaged in an argument, as Erin maintained her characteristic cold demeanor, repeatedly asserting, the performance is not as we initially agreed. Yong Ying's abdomen flickered anxiously. You miscalculated the data. You must realize, the time I've spent modifying your mecha could have sufficed to fabricate 2 entirely new ones. This isn't merely a matter of additional payment. Erroneous data renders it unalterable. The nebula in Erin's eyes swirled, and she reiterated, the performance is not as we initially agreed. Yong Ing, exasperated, soared above Erin's head and pointed an accusatory finger at her, vociferously declaring, I've never encountered a client like you. Accepting your order is a stroke of misfortune for me." Spotting Ling Helalai, still seething with indignation, he immediately turned to him, exclaiming, "Ling, tell me, can I be blamed if she muddled the data herself? Well, then shall we create a new one?" Ling Helalai inquired tentatively. Yong-ying looked at him as if he were a simpleton. "You expect me to craft a replacement from scratch for a mecha that has taken nearly a decade to tailor-make?" Ling Helalai chose to remain silent. It was prudent to refrain from commenting on matters he did not fully grasp. Aaron, however, acknowledged him with a nod. "It's you. Do you two know each other?" Yong-ying glanced between them and turned to Ling Helalai, suggesting, "Perhaps you could mediate for me. I could waive the nominal fee." He continued, "The initial data was incorrect. Hence, it is impossible to amend. I have managed to adjust the compatibility to 80, which surpasses the standard of most advanced mecha manufacturers." Ling Helalai was not entirely certain, but he recognized that an 80 compatibility for a custom mecha was indeed somewhat low. He recalled that the compatibility of the mecha Yong-ying had crafted for him was 98, although this disparity was partly due to his mecha modules being too few. The difference remained substantial. Hence, Aaron could not accept it. Perhaps it was simply an issue of pride. Ling Helalai cautiously probed Aaron. "What do you wish to do, senior sister?" Finally, Aaron elaborated. "Regardless of the cost, I demand the performance we originally agreed upon. This is not a matter of money." Yong-ying was on the verge of an outburst. Ling Helen gently patted his shoulder, soothing him. Then, with sincere intent, she suggested to Aileen, "Senior, perhaps you should seek out other masters for assistance. Yong-ga truly cannot enhance the performance to the originally intended specifications." Aileen bit her lip. "I am uncertain which master could accomplish that." Yong-ying scoffed. "In any case, high-level mecha manufacturers are certainly incapable. You might as well consult those elusive top-tier mecha masters who rarely emerge from seclusion." Ling Helen proposed again. "What about asking the president? His connections are quite extensive." Aileen hesitated momentarily. "Would the commander think I am incapable of handling such a trivial matter?" Having grown accustomed to the frequent display of affection, Ling Helen assured her, "No. In fact, the president would be quite pleased that you reached out for help." Aileen seemingly took the advice to heart. After gleaning something from the information on her holographic device, she finally abandoned her cold demeanor, allowing a rare smile to grace her features. Then, turning to Yong-ying with utmost seriousness, she stated, "Now, refund me the money, 30 million. Chapter 92. Truly. The Academy of Trust has an unwavering faith that borders on illogicality, does it not?" Ling Helian hastily sent a message to Tanji, "President, it seems that Senior Aaron has misunderstood the transaction. Perhaps you could take a look?" He then recounted Yong-ying's words. Tanji arrived promptly, likely having come immediately upon receiving the message. Not much time had passed, and Yong-ying was not yet furious enough to explode. She still had the energy to scold. "It is my team's oversight." Tanji graciously apologized, stating that a refund was unnecessary. "In fact, my team's mechas require maintenance as well. Why not invite the master to assist with the repairs?" Yong-ying remained irate. "Are you trying to exploit my services for free?" "Certainly not," he replied. "I shall compensate you according to the highest standards for advanced mecha manufacturers." "Well, fine." Yong-ying's anger gradually subsided. However, after bidding farewell to Tanji and Aaron, she continued to voice her grievances. "Now I understand why other masters on StarNet maintain such aloofness. I provide thorough service, delivering mechas right to their doors, yet I still have to endure haggling." Ling Helian found it curious. "Yonggu, you don't seem to lack funds. Why accept so many orders?" "In research, one is never devoid of financial strain," Yong-ying lamented. "This is the reality without any backing. You see me successfully crafting new mechas, yet I scarcely earn a profit. The failures I endure are countless, and most of the time, the money simply vanishes. I consider myself fortunate to have the opportunity to exchange mysterious skills at the Nightshade Club, which is beneficial for my research. Others, reliant solely on their own efforts, cannot hope to succeed without aligning with powerful factions." Having expressed her thoughts, Yong-ying finally recalled the matter at hand and produced a mecha badge. "This is the custom design you ordered." Ling Helian was somewhat exhilarated. At this moment, he began to understand the fervor of Hababa. This was a mecha, A mecha uniquely his own, the very essence of a man's romantic aspirations. How could a starship, so utterly incomprehensible, possibly compare? He became restless with anticipation, having encountered numerous clients in similar states. Yongying waved her hand. Go try out the mecha. I will be here for a few days, attending to repairs for the previous client. Feel free to contact me with any issues. The mecha was a striking blue, interwoven with green and white patterns. When it came time for customization, Ling Helian instinctively thought of Blue Star and unhesitatingly chose those colors. It was exceptionally beautiful. Once donned, the comfort it provided was unmatched by any standard mecha. While using a standard mecha, Ling Helian felt as though an additional layer of hard shell encased his body. However, with this fully tailored mecha, he experienced a seamless connection, akin to moving his own limbs. He could control it with thought, channel energy to unleash skills, all while amplifying his own capabilities manifold. Engaging in combat, wielding weapons, and executing skills, Ling Helian reveled in the experience. After a considerable time, he reluctantly returned to the academy, still brimming with excitement and unable to sleep, and thus decided to log onto Starnet. He thought it opportune to explore the mutual assistance section for club members at the Nightshade Club. First, search for mutual assistance posts related to the planet Z73219. The likelihood of finding useful information is considerably higher. There are not many relevant help posts, but one is particularly urgent. Someone has offended another and requires shelter, willing to exchange using soul-related skills. This post has been up for 2 days and has already garnered a private message response. The individual replying possesses a meticulously crafted holographic appearance, unlike Ling Helian, whose nickname remains unaltered and anonymous. Unfortunately, Ling Helian cannot access the private messages and is unaware of subsequent developments. He continues to browse for other messages and discovers mentions of the precious Bu Wang pearls from Beijiao's home planet, Beiluo. A help post reads, "What is the current market situation for Bu Wang pearls? Seeking affordable Bu Wang pearls." Responses include, 1. I also seek assistance. Has the Mobius family gone mad? They monopolize the supply and have begun to inflate prices. 2. Prices can only rise with demand. Indeed. There have been numerous large-scale ceremonies recently requiring Bu Wang pearls. 3. Are there really that many large ceremonies lately? Something feels off. There is nothing off. It's simply a matter of skill requirements. The current prices are simply unaffordable. I continue to seek reasonably priced Bu Wang pearls. 5. I've heard a rumor that space pirates raided Beiluo. If this cargo is released for sale, it should help lower the prices a bit. The original poster responds, "Is that true? I seek sources. I have no connections with space pirates or the black market." Ling Helian realizes that individuals like this original poster, lacking special channels, actually constitute the vast majority of the Nightshade Club's membership. For instance, he encounters many help posts requesting specific effects of intelligent mechanical equipment, yet finds that these items can often be crafted by ordinary hands, at least for military purposes, which seem to be less accessible to the average person. He gradually comprehends that the War Academy is but a minority in the interstellar realm. Most beings are not so formidable, just like on Blue Star. Laboring diligently remains the mainstream in the stars. Ordinary individuals do not all possess the fervor for learning that command students exhibit. He notices several help posts seeking assistance with life and work difficulties, which stem primarily from a lack of specialized knowledge and capabilities. However, Ling Helian realizes many of these issues he can resolve himself. Although the Command Division primarily studies warfare, it also excels in various foundational disciplines. Similarly, while the Medical Division of the War Academy is colloquially referred to as muscle tool people, they too must study fundamental theoretical courses akin to those in the Medical Soul Academy. Ling Helian promptly replies, earning immense gratitude from numerous help post authors, along with club points. The following morning, he receives a challenge request for a team competition from an unfamiliar squad. Given the importance of his examinations, he declines the challenge, causing their ranking to drop to 100th. Nevertheless, this does not dampen his spirits. He eagerly arranges to engage in a reality mech battle with Mu 2 that evening. Subsequently, he receives a message from the tower. I have encountered a situation here. My kin are a bit impulsive, and it has stirred quite a commotion. The authorities have already intervened. Moving forward, I must cooperate with the official investigation. If you cannot reach me, do not worry. Ling Hello immediately messaged Teacher Xiao. As long as I haven't dropped out, I remain part of the conducting department, correct? Xiao Longxia replied, Are you referring to the matter in the tower? The department has already sent a teacher over. It should not be a significant issue. Xiao Longxia continued, Ultimately, it is still due to him being a failure, isn't it? He couldn't even pass the examination for the junior conductor certificate, making his official actions quite reckless. Xiao Longxia added, If he had passed the junior conductor's exam and registered with the Alliance, do you think Z73219 would dare to apprehend anyone? Seeing that Teacher Xiao still had the leisure to scold, Ling Hello felt relieved, realizing the situation was indeed not severe. However, it seemed that Teacher Xiao had not yet exhausted his frustration, as he sent another message. You little rascals are a constant source of worry. Today, several of you even pressed the Academy's help button from beyond a few star systems. Xiao Longxia remarked, They truly have faith in the Academy. To the point of disregarding logic, don't they? Chapter 93. I shall not speak. Yet I must endure the consequences. Ling He was aware that the command department had an opportunity to utilize the distress signal button once a month. However, he was astonished to learn that it could be activated from several star systems away. Ling He, so? The Academy can indeed receive distress signals from beyond several star systems? Xiao Longxia. Even if we receive the message, we cannot reach there in time. Nevertheless, that area falls under the jurisdiction of the Third Legion, and the Warsoul Academy maintains a favorable relationship with the Celestial Academy behind the Third Legion, which has already dispatched aid. Xiao Longxia. By the way, the student who issued the distress call, didn't you mention him before? Your roommate, Bei Qiao? It seems he is quite eager to leave before next year. Ling He. Oh, Xiao Longxia. Enough of your incessant meddling. You are merely idle. Come to my laboratory and expend this month's 3 divinations. Ling He obediently proceeded to the laboratory. This time, Professor Xiao did not inquire about his strategies, but rather spoke to himself. As a competent commander, one must always prepare for all possible contingencies. Predicting the opponent's actions does not yield decisive results. However, I have observed from your recent recapitulation of practical combat scenarios that divination serves as a remarkable shortcut, saving a substantial amount of time. Professor Xiao then issued his request. Assist me in predicting whether our adversary will employ any tactics outside my proposed plans in the upcoming simulated battle. He cast a coin and interpreted the results. No, all methods of attack fall within the proposed plans. Professor Xiao tapped his tools. Then, in our next simulation, where might I most effectively enhance efficiency? What actions can be taken to expedite this improvement? He cast again. Ling He confirmed the divination. A significant portion of manpower is squandered in locating the enemy's command post. For the third time, the outcome revealed. In reality, the enemy's command post has been in constant motion, never straying far from the core battlefield. With the divination results in hand, Professor Xiao moved to the neighboring military network of the Alliance, leaving Ling He to occupy himself with the passage of time. Once again, he was immersed in prolonged study. Upon completion, Ling He discovered that his holographic device was illuminated with announcements from the Nightshade Club. The Nightshade Club has issued a standing bounty for all members of the Whispering Forest organization and any relevant leads, irrespective of life or death. Additionally, an investigation into all members of the Whispering Forest organization among the club's members is underway. Choose between the Nightshade Club or the Whispering Forest. Ling He first sought information regarding the Whispering Forest. This too was a clandestine organization, albeit less renowned than the Nightshade Club, with scant information available on the Star Network. However, the emblem was familiar, a holographic image of a tender sprout unfurling, which he had seen in the distress area just yesterday. Furthermore, the individual who had posted the distress signal was located on planet Z73219. He opted to directly inquire with the concerned party. Brother Yi, I just saw the club's announcement. What has transpired? Yi, members of the Whispering Forest have coerced individuals into joining their organization through the club's member assistance sector. Had I not encountered a magical creature this time, I would have remained oblivious. Yi, The Nightshade Club has been dormant for too long. It is high time to reassert its influence. Ling Healy understood. I support you, Brother Yi. Given the gravity of the situation, it was reasonable to assume that the club's member group would not remain tranquil. Ling Helen opened the group chat, only to find an overwhelming number of messages flooding in, one after another, making it difficult to keep up. Which faction excels in astrological techniques? Let the battle commence. Is there a live broadcast? I heard that the headquarters of the Whispering Forest has been annihilated. Which formidable figure acted so swiftly? The naive newcomer chimed in, daily disconnection. Did the Ninth Legion take on the bounty? Have you fallen to such desperate straits? Daily disconnection. I have lost contact. Please do not disturb. The Void Wanderer remarked, feigning death is futile. This time the Ninth Legion shall be the subject of ridicule. It is embarrassing for a subordinate faction of the Alliance to accept third-party missions for profit, lest the Alliance expels you for the shame. Daily disconnection. We no longer rely on the Alliance. The instructors from the Arbiter's War Academy have already approached us. I truly must take my leave. I too am scheduled for reprimand. The Void Wanderer responded, naive newcomer. It seems that the recent circumstances have not favored any of the major legions. Naive newcomer. This is not a topic for public discussion. Let us converse privately. Several prominent figures had departed, leaving behind mostly speculation, which bore little significance. As more members of the fixed team continued to arrive at the base, Ling Helen decided to cease his perusal of the group chat. The base was equipped with all necessary facilities, each individual engaged in their respective training and practice, finding tasks to occupy themselves. Only Yin Mingling was preoccupied with her desire to study Chinese and the I Ching, persistently seeking Ling Helen's attention from early morning. Nevertheless, tasks were executed efficiently, and the first report presented was regarding the team's financial status. The accuracy of the price trend intelligence is remarkably high. I have been buying low and selling high, and multiplying our funds is not an issue. The price trajectory of the Forgetting Pearl is even steeper than predicted. With great risk comes great opportunity. Should we venture into this? Ling Helen was resolute. We should refrain from this endeavor. I am unaware of how the prices escalated previously. However, regardless of the final destination of the pearls plundered by the star pirates from the Conch Star, as long as they are not lost, once they flood the market, prices will inevitably decline. Yen Mingling chuckled. It seems the commander lacks insight into the merchant's world. The current price trend does not simply fall when goods are released. Monopolized items do not see their prices diminish. Yet, she did not contest Ling Helen further. There are other high-value commodities. If the commander wishes to avoid the Forgetting Pearl, I shall consider alternatives. Before long, Mutu finally arrived at the team base. Upon seeing him, Ling Helen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's engage in a real mecha battle. Mutu confidently produced his mecha. I won't make any bold claims, but in terms of mecha combat, dear Junior, you will need much more practice to catch up with me. Be prepared for maintenance costs. A pinnacle confrontation between mechas ensued. Mutu, possessing superior combat strength and mecha module capabilities, had initially intended to go easy on Ling Helen. However, he soon realized his misjudgment. After a period of intense combat training, Ling Helen had made rapid progress and was well acquainted with Mutu's behavioral patterns. As Mutu activated his Phase Pulse Aurora launcher, Ling Helen preemptively targeted the core components of the launcher with his railgun before Mutu could unleash his attack. A swift advance ensued, even in close combat. Ling Helen maintained a combat style that was fast, fierce, and precise, always a step ahead of Mutu. What did it matter if his attributes were lacking? Mechas are, in essence, an amplification of one's inherent capabilities, an extension of the self. Ling Helen, now executing his maneuvers with remarkable finesse, can inflict significant damage even without a single breach in defense. Multiple strikes at the same point can still yield results. The mecha modules do not inherently dictate combat prowess. From the outset, Mutu found himself at a slight disadvantage and, subsequently, was preoccupied with defense, missing opportunities to launch a counterattack, regardless of the number of mecha modules. They proved futile. However, drawing upon his experience, he gradually regained control of the subsequent battles and successfully pinned Ling Helen's mecha to the ground. Once more, Ling Helen was not yet satisfied with the skirmish. No more, He replied, "The cost of mecha repairs is exorbitant." Mu2's ears drooped in dismay. "You truly lack courtesy. After this match, my repair expenses will exceed 1,000,000. At an indeterminate moment, Pu Hua appeared beside them, his complexion somewhat pallid, yet he resolutely declared, "Engage me." Chapter 94. Victory and defeat are inevitable. Gaining experience is paramount upon witnessing Pu Hua's erratic demeanor. Ling Yili's first instinct was to assume that he had failed his intermediate mechanic engineer certification. Hesitant to inquire directly, he remained silent, while Mu2 unabashedly asked, "Didn't you go for the exam? Did you not pass?" Pu Hua's eyes reddened with distress. "I didn't pass." The feedback stated that while a mechanic engineer leans towards support, it is still a combat profession. He moved past the training Yao In and ascended the fighting platform, discarding his jacket to the side. "Let us fight." Eager to engage, Ling Yili was about to step up, but Mu2 interjected, "The junior lacks restraint. Allow me to take this one." Before the duel commenced, Yen Ming Ling produced a silver coin he had prepared, murmuring incantations as he tossed it into the air. Who will emerge victorious? Mu2 or Pu Hua? The divination results left him perplexed, utterly incomprehensible. Yet, Ling Yili grasped the essence, perhaps influenced by the intention behind the casting. Life and death are not the only measures of progress. Victory and defeat are assured. But the acquisition of experience is what truly matters. With resolve, he declared, "I shall fight." What Pu Hua sought was not guidance in combat. He craved authentic battle experience. The clash was intense, prompting Yao to halt his training, ever ready to render aid. Ling Yili felt untroubled. Truth be told, battling Pu Hua would undoubtedly elevate his own abilities, yet the experience was far less brutal than that of Master Li's training. He fought with relative ease. As for Pu Hua's reflections, he could only speculate, but surely there must have been gains. Relentlessly, they continued until exhaustion forced them into the medical chamber. A release from mere venting. Even Mu2 appeared contemplative. "My combat prowess seems to have stagnated. Perhaps I lack experiences of life and death?" Once Pu Hua emerged from the medical bay, Ling Yili shared the challenge notification he had just received in their group chat. "It seems this team has set their sights on us. If we refuse again, we will drop out of the team battle leaderboard. We must engage." The Mission S setting was within the Planet S interior. Victory Condition 1. Acquire the crystalline ore from beneath the crust and transport it to the surface camp. Victory Condition 2. Annihilate the opponent. If the sole aim were victory, hastily divining the ore's location and swiftly transporting it would be most prudent. However, with a focus on personal strength, Ling Yili no longer prioritized a rapid triumph. Of course, divination of the location was still necessary. Allowing the adversary to snatch the ore and flee was unacceptable. Ling Yili sensed that his team was being targeted. The opposing team had undoubtedly procured information about his group and meticulously devised countermeasures. In terms of overall combat strength, although the opposition held a slight edge, the advantage was not overwhelming. After all, several members of teams even on the leaderboard possessed combat capabilities inferior to Mu2's. Not to mention those teams yet to make the rankings. Although Miss Lyle did not feature on the leaderboard for personal combat prowess, it was primarily due to her subpar mecha. Nevertheless, her skills with firearms and hand-to-hand combat were undeniably on par with Mu2. The opposing team did not rely on brute combat strength. They emphasized speed. Aside from Lyle, Mu2, and Hajiojio, the remaining members had ample room for improvement. It is through the concentrated directives of Ling Yili that he has managed to unify everyone into a cohesive whole, thus demonstrating a synergy that surpasses the mere sum of its parts. However, this approach harbors a critical flaw. Should adversaries execute rapid and precise strikes to incapacitate individual members of Ling Yili's team, he possesses limited countermeasures, even if he enhances the support among his teammates. As long as the opponents act swiftly, they will inevitably find moments when members are isolated. After all, it is impractical for everyone to huddle together. Despite the loss, Ling Yili deems the experience worthwhile. Acknowledging one's shortcomings invariably presents opportunities for improvement. Falling off the leaderboard simply means striving to ascend once more. However, he remains uncertain whether this will affect the unconditional support from the Fishman Galaxy Union. The roster for the new student competition has yet to be finalized. Once the schedule is confirmed, there will be a week to maintain the rankings. Currently, dropping off the leaderboard does not have consequences. Regaining status upon official confirmation of the roster is entirely feasible. Union, you can maintain your position based on your own merits. It's not difficult to preserve your rank. I still advise you to utilize the funding sooner, as it can expedite your progress. There is still some time before the new student competition, and Ling Helii prefers to wait, feeling that now is not the most critical moment for funding. As for maintaining his rank, he shares the same sentiment as the little fishman, believing it is manageable. Until he received news from Tianji, I have investigated the data concerning the Eileen mecha, and it is not an accident. I have yet to finish my inquiries regarding the tower, but it is highly likely that it is not coincidental either. Someone has finally succumbed to the temptation to target the Institute of Human Sciences. Tianji, I am inclined to appoint you as the president. You should be aware of everything necessary. The next target they intend to focus on is you. Tianji, if you can withstand the trials posed by your opponents, the Institute of Human Sciences and the Student Council will be entrusted to you. Otherwise, I will withdraw my application for early graduation. Ling Helii comprehended the implications, yet he did not feel overly anxious. Regardless of who is targeting the Institute of Human Sciences, their actions do not resemble those of a desperate outlaw. Rather, they seem to adhere to the rules. Although the incident regarding Eileen's mecha data was underhanded, it primarily stemmed from Eileen's own oversight. The expulsion from the tower, while similarly a covert maneuver, followed the legitimate route of defeating him in practical assessments. Should matters be governed by the regulations of the Battle Spirit Academy, Ling Helii believes he can cope. He is more concerned about the situation at the tower. If the official investigation is also a covert tactic employed by the opponents, he wonders what other subsequent measures may be in play. Ling Helii, does the president know that Senior Gao has been summoned by the authorities for an investigation? Could this be related to the current events? Tianji, I have already abandoned any involvement with the tower. There is no need for them to expend further time on him. Tianji, you may maintain a good relationship with Gao. I will not interfere. Tianji, however, this incident concerning him involves monsters, and it would be prudent for you to avoid entanglement. The Star Alliance's stance on monsters has always been one of better to mistakenly eliminate than to let slip. Ling Helii wishes to assist Gao, but he can only gather information through others. Interestingly, he had previously intended to establish his own faction in light of matters concerning the Star Workshop. Yet he has yet to take action. Ling Helii does not lack funds. Yin Mingling is poised to bring in a substantial influx of income shortly. What he lacks are trustworthy individuals, which are difficult to come by. Originally, the lava being known as Paranova was an excellent assistant. However, regrettably, he was cast into the Callisto Nebula by Master Shock. It is worth mentioning that since Paranova's departure, Ling Helii has not made any effort to reach out to him. Thus, he casually sent a message. Are you faring well? I hope the war concludes swiftly and that you may return to planet Z73219 soon. Despite being on the battlefield, Paranova promptly replied, with the assistance of the stars, the 5th Legion has been making remarkable progress lately. I have also joined the Alliance, and my salary, coupled with war allowances, is proving to be more stable than my income as a mercenary. Paranova continued, thank you for your concern. I am somewhat worried about my father. If possible, could you check on him for me? Since he began using the artificial core, his health has not been good. Paranova added, if it is inconvenient, that is perfectly fine. I am still able to keep in touch with him. Ling Helii responded, there is no inconvenience at all. Just send me your location, and I will visit your father. Chapter 95, he felt that Bailuo Star was subject to fate. As the hour grew late, Ling Helii refrained from immediately visiting the Palanova family. Moreover, one must prepare a gift before such a visit. Uncertain of the lava being's culinary preferences, Ling Helii decided to bring a selection of sauces and tea, leaving the rest to chance. The following day, Beijiao returned to the dormitory early in the morning. His demeanor was rather dismal. Upon entering, he withdrew into his shell, uttering not a single word. Ling Helii recalled that Yin Mingling had previously discussed the price of the Forgetting Pearl, as well as the conduct of the Mobius family merchants. From the standpoint of a roommate, he felt compelled to offer a reminder. Thus, he gently tapped on Beijiao's shell. A slight gap opened, and Beijiao admitted, you are correct. I am ill-suited for the command division. I cannot become a battlefield commander. With that, the shell snapped shut once more. Ling Heli, feeling exasperated, refrained from further tapping and instead inquired directly, "Are you aware that your homeworld, Beiluo Star, is currently in a precarious situation?" A muffled voice emanated from within the shell. "I know. My homeworld has sold vast quantities of resources to support me, hoping that once I become an official commander, I can prevent Beiluo Star from being bullied again. Despite my efforts, my studies still lag behind everyone else's. I have completely botched everything." This time, Ling Heli did not offer him a sympathetic ear. "So, you have been wallowing in self-pity here, neglecting your homeworld?" Beijiao opened his shell slightly, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, and hastily denied, "I haven't." Ling Heli, wishing to maintain his stern demeanor, nevertheless mustered the patience to ask, "What does your homeworld plan to do with the recovered forgetting pearl?" Beiji replied, perplexed, "I don't know. Perhaps just sell it." Ling Heli sighed, recognizing Beijiao's naivety. It was baffling that only this simpleton had gained admission to the command division amidst the dire circumstances of Beiluo Star. He could only hope that the management of Beiluo Star retained some semblance of rationality, not allowing minor profits to cloud their judgment and lead them into dubious dealings. However, since Beijiao was so uninformed, he concluded that Beiluo Star was indeed subject to fate. Let us hope that is the case. With that, he turned and left. He arrived at the Palonova residence bearing gifts. Palonova's father made a living by assisting black market individuals in identifying ores, usually venturing out only at night, and spending his days at home. What Ling Heli encountered was a lava being, whose appearance was a vivid red as fire, yet bore the weight of age and wisdom. It was difficult to ascertain his age, for only his profound gaze offered a glimpse into his depth. "Greetings, uncle. I am a friend of Palonova. Here it is request to see you." Ling Heli extended his finger in a gesture of politeness, adding, "Palonova has assisted me greatly. Should you have any matters to attend to, please do not hesitate to reach out to me." A friend of Palonova, indeed. "Very well," the lava being, named Etrala, responded. "Come in and sit. I have little to offer in terms of hospitality, but you may have a cup of hot water." The stout figure of the lava being entered the room, yet his surroundings lacked the expected vigor, instead exuding a somber aura of twilight. Ling Heli, eager to engage, declared, "In my homeland, we also relish hot water. It is worth mentioning that we hold great respect for our elders, believing deeply in their wisdom." The lava man pondered for a moment, yet soon regained his composure, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. "Compared to ordinary races, my life has been lengthy. However, as a lava man, my existence feels all too brief." Yet, he quickly chuckled to himself, acknowledging that he had experienced a multitude of people and events. Ling Helix encouraged him further. "Uncle, would you share with me the tales of those you have encountered?" Though Etra lamented the brevity of a lava man's lifespan, he had already succumbed to the common affliction of the elderly and inclination to recount the past. Upon hearing Ling Helix's request, he began to narrate. "Let me tell you the story of the lava people. We possess no civilization to pass down. The original lava men were created solely for the purpose of mining the deepest ores of the earth. However, the creators never anticipated that, despite being slaves, we could endure the agonies of hunger and cold. As long as the core of our hearts remains intact, we can survive until our bodies decay." He exhaled a sigh. "Our creators grew fearful of us lava men, desiring to eradicate their own creation. It was the Star Alliance that rescued us." Yet, as he mentioned the Star Alliance's intervention, Etra displayed little gratitude. In exchange, the lava men have served the Star Alliance. After all, no other race knows more about the secrets of the Earth's core than we do. Ling Helix, though not fully comprehending, continued to engage in idle chatter. "Uncle, could you share other stories with me? From the past or the present, I am eager to listen." Etra regaled him with many tales, each one more captivating than the last, revealing his wealth of experiences. When he spoke of recent events, a note of sorrow tinged his voice. "Just a few days ago, on planet Z73219, there were reports of individuals possessed by monsters again. I hope this does not herald an impending assault. The last planet, Twilight Star, saw 90% of its life extinguished due to mass possession by monsters. In contrast, the internal strife among interstellar races seems trivial. Ling Helix felt a chill run down his spine. However, considering that the Soul Battle Academy was actively monitoring the situation, he believed it unlikely to spiral out of control like Twilight Star. As they conversed at length, Ling Helix gained considerable insight into Etra, an exceptionally loquacious elder with a wealth of knowledge. He then extended an invitation. Uncle, since you frequent the Star Bazaar, perhaps you are aware that it has recently changed hands and is now under my stewardship. However, I lack the time to manage it effectively and am in search of an agent. I believe you would be an ideal candidate. Etra shook his head. I am not adept in combat, nor do I possess any particular skills. All I have are the experiences gleaned from my long life. I can assist you in observing people and events, reflecting on whether I have encountered anything similar, but management is not suited to me. Ling Helix found himself growing fonder of Etra. The elder had a clear understanding of his own limitations and refrained from pretending to possess knowledge he did not. Ling Helix hastened to clarify. I was merely concerned that you might not be inclined to accept an auxiliary position, which is why I refrained from outlining the responsibilities. Therefore, I formally invite you, Mr. Etra, to become a consultant for the Star Bazaar. Would you accept? The primary responsibility is to provide counsel to other leaders, without the necessity of direct involvement in management or combat. Etra appeared quite pleased. An advisor? A rather novel position. You are indeed thoughtful. Having a friend like you is a stroke of fortune for Paranova. It was still class time, so Yen Mingling was likely not present in the black market. Ling He arranged a meeting time with Etra in the black market and sent a message to Yen Mingling for confirmation. Considering there had been no news from the tower all day, he casually inquired, "How is the senior? Has the issue been resolved?" There was no response. Chapter 96. The Guiding Hand of Fate. I am informed that what you are about to embark upon is the inception of a transformative future. Ling He Li, now quite familiar with Professor Xiao, sent him a message. Professor Xiao, do you have any updates regarding the senior in the tower? I seem unable to reach him. Xiaolongxia replied. The origins of the monsters have been clarified. They arrived on planet Z73219 through a kin who had been possessed within the tower. This information has been communicated to his home planet, and we hope it is not too late. Before Ling Healy could fully absorb this information, Professor Xiao inquired, I've heard that you've incurred the wrath of the student council? Ling Healy felt a large question mark hovering above his head. If memory serves, the president of the Human Sciences Institute, Tan Ji, is indeed the president of the student council. So, he had upset Tan Ji? The phrasing felt oddly mismatched to him. Ling Healy responded, I don't believe so. Xiao Longxia continued. I have heard that the student council has recently extended invitations for lectures to several promising newcomers in the command department, focusing on how to penetrate the team combat strength rankings, analyzing several teams at the bottom of the list. Were you not one of the focal points of this discussion? Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Healy messaged Tenji, President, you've been compromised. Tenji replied, What on earth are you talking about? Once Ling Healy relayed Xiao Longxia's words, Tenji fell silent for a moment, possibly to verify the information. After a while, he responded, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the Legion lately, and the student council has been somewhat negligent. I will address it. However, your Team's information has already been leaked, and the battles ahead will undoubtedly be more challenging, which you will need to navigate on your own. Ling Healy inquired, Is it the individual you mentioned previously who harbors disdain for the Human Sciences Institute? Could you share their identity? Tanji replied, Yu, the president of the Racial Integration Research Association, also the vice president of the Student Council, backed by the Star Abyss Symbiosis Society. However, he is not the one executing the plans. He is rather single-minded, not of that temperament. Ling Healy quickly consulted his neural interface. The Star Abyss Symbiosis Society is a large, formal organization rivaling the Human Alliance. If the goal of the Human Alliance is to unite all humanoid races, the Star Abyss Symbiosis Society seeks to dismantle internal cohesion among races, advocating for indiscriminate familial ties. At first glance, it seems reminiscent of an initiative funded by the Star Alliance to incite discord, yet there is no evidence to suggest this is the handiwork of the Star Alliance. It remains perplexing why members of this organization engage in such self-defeating conduct, rendering any evaluation difficult. Though the Star Abyss Symbiosis Society is recognized as a formal organization by the Star Alliance, seemingly more legitimate than the Human Alliance, it bears a tarnished reputation among many races. After all, those who can truly treat every race as equals in the cosmos are few and far between. Even within the military alliance, numerous legions, such as the 8th Legion, comprise predominantly of humanoid races, or the 2nd Legion, renowned for its multitude of long-lived species, scoff at the Star Abyss Symbiosis Society. Ling Healy comprehended. Understood. I shall lead my team to ascend the combat strength rankings anew. That evening, he had arranged to meet Itila and Yin mingling in the black market. Just as he retrieved his hover vehicle, he unexpectedly received a message from Yu. The guiding hand of fate informs me that you are destined to initiate a transformative future. I am grateful that you have not betrayed my 2 centuries of waiting. The message bore a gravitas that bordered on the sentimental. Ling Helen quickly replied, expressing gratitude for Yi Ji's assistance, acknowledging that he would not have reached this point without it, and he was determined to continue moving forward. Yi Yu informed him that before the 9th Legion destroyed the Whispering Forest, they were preparing a large-scale mystical ceremony that would allow communication with anyone, regardless of spatial distance or the thoughts in one's heart. Although Yi Yu was unsure of its relevance to Ling Helen, he mentioned that fate indicated it was something he desperately needed. He suggested contacting the member group's regular liaison to arrange access to the Whispering Forest headquarters to pursue the ceremony further. Upon realizing the significance of the ceremony, Ling Helen felt his heart race. He exerted considerable willpower to refrain from immediately messaging Yunin, opting to respond to Yi Yu first. He expressed his gratitude, stating that it was indeed crucial for him, and inquired if there was any cost associated with the 9th Legion's assistance. Yi Yu reassured him that the 9th Legion had accepted his bounty, deeming it an additional service. If Ling Helen felt uneasy, he could offer them some interstellar coins, as they were currently quite impoverished. Ling Helen agreed but recognized that he could not spare many interstellar coins since Yin Mingling was still in the process of making profits and had invested all his funds. Nevertheless, he managed to transfer 300,000 from his account to Yunin. Yunin promptly responded without confirming the transfer, asking what was going on. Ling Helen explained that he needed to borrow a route from the 9th Legion, as Ego likely informed them. He mentioned his financial constraints, indicating that he could only manage to send 300,000 for the passage. Yunin remarked on the extravagant finances of the command system and inquired about the time and place, offering to send someone to pick him up. He also asked if any additional services were required. This attitude made Ling Helen believe that the 9th Legion was indeed struggling financially. He then inquired about the materials needed for the ceremony, asking if they were sufficient or if he needed to procure anything. Yunin replied that they were mostly ready but were short about 100 forgetting pearls. Ling Helen agreed to buy the required pearls and promised to contact Yungu once he had acquired them. Having settled this matter, he drove to pick up the lava man, Etra. Yin Mingling had left early to manage financial matters, so he should have already arrived at the Star Workshop. Ling Helen did not delay further, driving his hovercraft to the location. Initially planning to go directly to the administrative office, Etra interjected, suggesting they explore some shops first. The first stop was the potion shop number 5. The manager, a bullfrog, was absent, but Ling Helen was already familiar with the shop's background, and Etra did not elaborate. The second shop had previously targeted Ling Helen as an easy mark, but upon recognizing his identity, the owner greeted him warmly. Etra stood protectively in front of him. Ling Helen listened attentively, realizing that Etra was engaged in casual conversation with the owner. In the end, they reached a verbal agreement that should Ling return, the shop would continue to support Ling Helen. Ling Helen was puzzled but refrained from asking questions, waiting for Etra to elaborate. Sure enough, as they exited the shop, Etra questioned whether Ling Helen thought their agreement was nonsensical. Ling Helen neither nodded nor shook his head, simply responding that consultants have their own ideas. Etla was quite pleased with Ling Helen's response. It seems you comprehend, so I shall not be redundant. Supporting your endeavors, a mere agreement from one establishment bears little weight. However, once all the shops in the black market concur, retracting such an arrangement will prove quite challenging. The third shop had previously regarded Ling Helen as inconsequential. The proprietor was not as accommodating as the first. He showed only superficial respect towards Ling Helo, remaining seated. Etla then adopted a different approach, employing both coercion and persuasion to secure his objectives. The fourth shop, a mechanized establishment guarded by robots, was owned by a cat-like being with a passion for celestial art. Chapter 97. I believe my assistance in Avenge will yield greater success. Etraland did not even step into the store. The proprietor had fled at the first sign of trouble, making it futile to seek him out. Ling Helu was taken aback. The owner had informed him that he was the most untouchable figure in the black market. Etraland chuckled, noting that the owner was rather vain, yet possessed an acute awareness of danger, always capable of making a swift escape when necessary. Ling Helu felt his previously held admiration for the formidable individuals in the black market shatter instantly. They had visited various peculiar shops, including one offering battlefield funeral services, primarily tasked with recovering corpses. The shopkeeper, a tortoise-like mercenary, turned out to be a woman upon speaking. She was reluctant to involve herself in matters concerning Xing and Ling Helu, responding solely according to her own whims, often disregarding messages altogether. Ultimately, when Etraland was about to resort to violence, Ling Helu was nearly startled into action, pulling him away. The tortoise woman, clearly aware of Etraland's physical condition, preferred to align with Ling Helu rather than risk confrontation, thus securing yet another ally. They also encountered a shop specializing in interstellar smuggling, where the owner was exceedingly shrewd, speaking eloquently yet devoid of substance. Etraland directly pointed out the smuggling routes, gaining another supporter. Additionally, they visited a starship modification workshop, the largest establishment in the black market. The owner, having heard of Etraland's illustrious exploits, readily acquiesced to their requests without hesitation. After introducing Yin Mingling to Etraland, Ling Helu found that the hour had crept close to midnight by the time he returned. In the dormitory, Beijiao was engrossed in a book. In fact, most times when Ling Helu returned, he would find Beijiao diligently studying. His dedication was commendable. Ling Helu needed to procure 200 forget-me-not pearls from Beijiao. Thus he approached him. Could you sell me 200 forget-me-not pearls? At market price, of course. As he drew nearer, Ling Helu realized that Beijiao was not reading at all. He appeared to be in a stupor. Upon hearing Ling Helu's inquiry, Beijiao responded stiffly, I have 200 on me. Ling Helu hesitated. What is wrong with you? Beijiao's demeanor was far too unusual, distinctly unlike his usual self. Beiluo Star is in chaos, Beijiao replied, still somewhat dazed. Who is fighting whom? Ling Helu asked, while his mind began querying the quantum brain. Indeed, the quantum brain proved more reliable. The news reported that civil war had erupted on Beiluo Star. The former planetary leader had been assassinated by opposition forces, plunging the planet into turmoil, with a multitude of refugees fleeing and neighboring planets drafting aid proposals. The commander has been killed. The one who has been supporting me is dead. Many of my friends have perished. As Beijiao spoke these words, a look of anguish crossed his face, finally breaking free from his previous state of numbness. Ling Helu sighed inwardly. It seemed the leader of Beiluo Star had indeed been lacking in intellect, likely opting to handle the forget-me-not pearls independently. One could easily surmise that since the Mobius family had monopolized the supply, they would never allow him to disrupt the market. However, given the circumstances, words are now futile. Instead, Beijiao can release his pent-up emotions and endure the pain for a while. The next day, Beijiao felt somewhat better and traded 200 precious pearls to Ling Helen. He hesitantly inquired, if I go to the external academy, will you still assist me in obtaining the junior commander certificate? I have a bit of money left, sufficient to cover the remedial fees. Ling Helen, now indifferent to the cost of the lessons, considered Beijiao's clarity of thought a positive development. Certainly, you may keep your money. There are numerous expenses in the command department. However, upon obtaining your junior commander certificate, you must work for me for at least 10 years. This condition was not at all unreasonable, and Beijiao readily agreed. Yet, he hesitated slightly. What if I wish to seek revenge? Ling Helen smiled. I believe my assistance in your quest for vengeance would yield a higher success rate. Let us amend it to 30 years of service. A contract was drawn up. Ling Helen promptly arranged a ceremony with Yunin, though this time there was no immediate response, perhaps indicating another disappearance. Today, it was Professor Lee's turn to deliver the soul crystals to the little Oriole. Ling Helen mentioned to Professor Lee that there was no need for Professor Xiao to cover the class, allowing him some freedom. Early in the morning, Pu Hua sought opponents in the fixed team group. Ling Helen contemplated and stated, "Let us join forces for a team match to accumulate points, right now." A half-hearted main attacker paired with a would-be main attacker as an assistant would inevitably lead to a dismal point tally. There was no option. To effectively compete solo or in pairs, one must possess capabilities akin to those in the top 50 of the personal combat rankings, like AI Lin. Ling Helen and Pu Hua could not possibly rank. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Pu Hua suggested, "Shall we just head to the team base to play?" Ling Helen shook his head. "Points are not paramount. They can be regained." "Senior Pu, shall we continue?" "Yes," Pu Hua decided without hesitation. They continued to lose. This time, Pu Hua finally tempered his ambitions of being the main attacker. "Perhaps I should focus on assisting instead?" Ling Helen remained non-committal. "Senior, shall we continue?" "Yes," a response Pu Hua never doubted. This round finally resulted in a slight reduction in points. Pu Hua appeared contemplative, yet he had not fully grasped the situation. Ling Helen reiterated, "Senior, shall we continue playing?" Regardless, they could only drop to 0 points, never into the negatives. Whenever the two won a match, Pu Hua comprehended, "I am a machinist, inherently inclined towards support." Indeed, a machinist is a combat profession, but combat encompasses more than just a singular offensive approach. The examiner's comments indicated that I lacked the desire to engage in battle, rather than that I should solely focus on offense. This realization would have been elusive had he remained entrenched in close-quarters combat at the team base. Nevertheless, it is beneficial that Pu Hua could come to this understanding. Ling Helen refrained from further commentary, merely extending his congratulations. Yet Pu Hua felt a tinge of melancholy. Realizing this too late, my record of failures is irreversible. It shall forever be my regret. Ling Helen discreetly inquired of Ying. "Yong-go, may I ask how many attempts it took you to obtain your mecha engineer certification?" Instant response, "Of course, it is a one-time success." Ling Helen comprehended this. A genius, indeed, always possesses a certain pride. However, when Senior Pu becomes a transcendent mechanical engineer, reminiscing about this failure in the assessment will be a tale of amusement rather than a source of regret. Pu Hua chuckled. "The junior is right. I shall retake the examination and await good news." Subsequently, Ling Helen received the unfortunate news from Yin Mingling. "Commander, have you seen the Star Network news? The Mother Star Tower within the High Tower has been sealed off by the Star Alliance." Ling Helen messaged the High Tower, yet received no response. He then reached out to Professor Xiao. Xiao replied, "It is not the worst-case scenario. Only a handful of individuals have fallen victim to the demonic entities." He continued, "As for that lad in the High Tower, one cannot determine whether to consider it fortunate or unfortunate. Had he not withdrawn from school, the spread of the demonic entities when the Mother Star Tower was overwhelmed would have led to another catastrophe." Before Ling Helen could reply, the conversation shifted. "How did you become involved with the 9th Legion? Did you arrange for the 5th Legion starship to take you along?" Ling Helen glanced at his friend's message. Indeed, Yun had responded. "The headquarters of the Whispering Forest is situated on the Desolate Star, and there is no direct wormhole. After inquiring around, I learned that the 5th Legion S starship will pass by Planet Z73219 the day after tomorrow and can take you along." Chapter 98. Is it Mobius Carl, not Mobius Carter? Ling Helix felt something amiss. Could the starships of the 5th Legion truly navigate directly into the territory of the 9th Legion? Yunin replied, "Certainly not. You will follow the troop transport starship of the 5th Legion to the Callisto Nebula, and after half a day, take the logistics ferry down to planet Q29480. I will be waiting for you there." This convoluted route. Ling Helix pondered, "What if I travel through a wormhole to planet Q29480? Yunin responded, "If you have ample funds, that could be arranged. However, Q29480 is a military-controlled planet, and without the Alliance's authorization, traversing the military wormhole would cost 10 times that of a civilian wormhole. If finances are a concern, that is another matter. Moreover," Ling Helix still sensed something was off. Surely, the troop transport starships would not approach the front lines of Callisto directly? Yanin confirmed, indeed, they do approach the front lines. Are you, a commanding officer, afraid of battle? If you had access to the Alliance's military network, you could complete several tasks in half a day and earn some pocket money. Ling Helix considered this and realized it made sense. If my teammates have the necessary permissions, could they accept tasks and join me? Yanin assured, that is certainly possible. The 5th Legion has the support of the Fishman Star system, providing financial backing and substantial bounties for the missions released. With this understanding, Ling Helix promptly sent a message in the fixed team chat, the day after tomorrow. I have personal business that will take me through the Callisto Nebula, where I will linger at the front lines for half a day. I wish to undertake several Alliance tasks while there. Is anyone interested in joining me? Yaoen, you need not come. Yaoen replied, understood. Mutu chimed in. I will go. My F-level Alliance privileges are the highest here. Yin Mingling added, I share the same F-level privileges, but I cannot leave the Star Workshop. Puhua interjected. What? The highest F-level privileges? Puhua continued, Intermediate Mechanist Certification. Puhua exclaimed, I currently possess E-level Alliance privileges. Harjiojio exclaimed, wow. Ling Helix decided. Then it will be Senior Mu and Senior Pu accompanying me. Others can focus on earning points in team competitions. Yin Mingling suggested. Perhaps you should bring Hajiojio along as well? That would completely quell our desire to earn points. Hajiojio eagerly responded, I can go. Ling Helix concluded. However, Hajiojio does not have a customized mech, making it too perilous for the front lines. It is settled then. The 3 of us will go the day after tomorrow. Ling Helix added, Puhua, take some time to check the Alliance's military network for suitable tasks we can undertake. Having narrowed down several monster extermination tasks, Ling Helix, Mutu, and Puhua formed a team and spent the day accumulating team competition points, effectively rehearsing and gradually restoring their previously depleted points, nearing the threshold for the challenge competition. At the conclusion of the team competition, Ling Helix noticed that Bei Jiao was diligently organizing something, muttering, Enemy 198, Opposition Lackey. Enemy 199. Ling Helix recalled his promise to help Bei Jiao seek vengeance. Yet, it appeared that he too needed assistance in identifying the foes. While Ling Helix understood that the internal strife within Beiluo Star was likely orchestrated by the Mobius family, to ascertain the specifics, he would need to consult the intelligence agency, INSA. Ling Helen interrupted Bei Jiao's thoughts, asking whether he sought revenge solely against those who had killed his friends and family, or against the orchestrator of the turmoil on Beiluo Star. Bei Jiao was taken aback. Was there truly an orchestrator? Ling Helen comprehended that Bei Jiao's desire for vengeance was indeed directed at the mastermind. He dispatched the message, and shortly thereafter, INSA's avatar, a small jelly-like creature, bounced into their dormitory. The inside scoop on the Beiluo Star unrest came at the price of 2 million interstellar coins. The violet-blue jelly morphed into a hand shape, twisting adorably. Ling Helen turned to Bei Jiao, who, for the first time, believed Ling Helen's words. Relinquishing his stubbornness to pay the fee, his gaze fixed on the jelly, eager to uncover the details. Fortunately, there seems to be hope, he mused. The small jelly twirled again, projecting a holographic image from the quantum computer, records of financial transactions between the opposition forces on Beiluo Star and Mobius Carl. There were multiple records of Mobius Carl's direct subordinates arriving at Beiluo Star. A contract for the exclusive sale of the Forgetting Pearl was signed between the opposition and Mobius Carl. Ling Helen pondered, feeling something was amiss. Was it Mobius Carl? Not Mobius Carter? The jelly curled up again, reshaping itself into a hand. The internal information of the Mobius family holds a value of 3 million interstellar coins. No need. Ling Helen chose to directly consult the quantum intelligence. Indeed, such information was readily available on the Star Network. Mobius Carl and Mobius Carter were cousins. In truth, the Mobius family was vast. Besides Carl and Carter, there were numerous other capable descendants. For the long-lived, anyone under 1,000 years is merely a junior. Great capability can sometimes be a liability. Overall, the relationships among the current generation of the Mobius family were not particularly harmonious. However, with elders keeping a watchful eye, chaos was unlikely to ensue. Among the juniors, their styles varied significantly. According to the Star Network's evaluations, Mobius Carter operated with a sense of principle, whereas Mobius Carl was much more unscrupulous. Considering the situation on Beluo Star, it would be reasonable to conclude that Carl was involved. Now that you know who your enemy is, Ling Helen inquired of Beijiao. Yes, it's Mobius Carl, Beijiao noted with intensity. After questioning the jelly about this matter, Ling Helen posed an additional query. What are the recent mysterious rituals utilizing forgetting pearls aimed at? The price was 300,000 interstellar coins. The small jelly adeptly extended its hand. Ling Helen refrained from reaching out. Why is it that I find my inquiries to be more expensive? The jelly spun around, curling up once more. Did you notice? Because someone has paid, I have to make it a bit challenging for you. I am, after all, a trustworthy information dealer. If I were to trouble you, it would naturally require you to spend a little more. Ling Helen crossed his arms, placing a foot on the jelly. Are you certain? The jelly, too lethargic to struggle, flattened itself into a pancake. Once payment is received, services must be rendered. Of course I'm certain. Ling Helen chuckled in exasperation. So my extra expenditure is simply for naught? Suit yourself. The jelly nestled closer beneath Ling Helen's foot. Ling Helen retracted her foot, lifting the small jelly and molding it into a ball. Surprisingly, the cool sensation was rather pleasant. She mused aloud, pondering whether the signal jammer obtained from Xingfang would prove effective. If it indeed worked, would the transfer of funds be thwarted? She resolved to consult the quantum brain. It was uncertain how unspent money would be handled in the event of one's demise. The small jelly nestled against Ling Helen's palm, gently chiding her. Junior, don't mess around. Indeed, committing murder was out of the question. Perhaps it would be best to confine this peculiar entity within her dormitory. Ling Helen continued her soliloquy, reasoning that if someone sought to take her money and incite discontent, she would reciprocate by using their funds to elicit the same displeasure. This time, Ensa seemed to finally believe that Ling Helen would exact revenge. The small jelly shrank away, slipping like water from Ling Helen's grasp and then reverting to its spherical form. All right, consider the earlier message a complimentary gift for you, Junior. Chapter 99. What was witnessed was a world entirely overrun by monstrous entities. Give me a few more, Ling Helu stated unabashedly. At most 2, 3. The process of haggling was omitted. The rituals primarily associated with the Forgetting Pearl were the 2 mysterious rites, Remote Whisper and the Abyss of Nullity. Little Jelly, in a serious tone, began to explain. Remote Whisper allows one to converse with a loved one, disregarding the vastness of space. The Abyss of Nullity similarly transcends spatial limits, opening a dimensional rift to the desired location in one's heart. There is also a rumor that if one were to reverse the process of the Abyss of Nullity ritual, it could be utilized to close dimensional rifts. Ling Hela pondered. The utility of Remote Whisper in interstellar communication was rather limited. With the existence of the Star Network, instantaneous communication was possible even across star systems. The Abyss of Nullity bore similarities to wormholes, typically unnecessary unless venturing to places unreachable by wormholes. As these thoughts lingered, he suddenly recalled the unexpected surge of monstrous entities in the Callisto Nebula. The Supreme Commander, Nemec, had confidently asserted that there were not so many monsters on the front lines. Yet, the reality was that the monstrous tide had arrived. How did it come about? He directly inquired. What connection exists between dimensional rifts and these monsters? Little Jelly slumped down, resembling a deflated pancake. I lost on this question. It counts as 2. Fine. 2 it is. Ling Hela chose not to further contest. Little Jelly sprang up, transforming into a cheerful droplet. The origins of these monsters are still widely debated. However, it is indeed true that most regions where monsters have appeared are associated with dimensional rifts. It is said that among the observers of the Star Alliance, some have traversed these rifts to the other side, witnessing a world completely dominated by monstrous entities. Ling Hela's expression grew somber. Thus, the Forgetting Pearl is intended for the reverse operation of the Abyss of Nullity ritual, to seal dimensional rifts. The increasing demand for the Forgetting Pearl indicates a rising number of dimensional rifts. He refrained from voicing another thought. Previously, the leaders of the Nightshade Club had mentioned the dire straits faced by the major legions of the War Alliance. For the legions, engaging in battle was not inherently challenging. Thus, it seemed they were incessantly combating monsters. The following day, Yin Mingling liquidated a portion of supplies, transferring 10 million interstellar coins to Ling Helu. When one is away, it is wise to carry extra funds for protection. Teacher Li, aware of Ling Helu's impending journey to Callisto, promptly altered the content of the special training. On the battlefield, the mortality rate among new recruits was alarmingly high. This lesson aimed to accustom one to the reality of witnessing others' deaths. Teacher Li imparted his knowledge archive to Ling Helu, not for the sake of acquiring knowledge, but to experience the essence of death. What Ling Helu perceived was the defense of Muin's star. Strictly speaking, it was the entirety of what Teacher Li, leading the rescue brigade, had witnessed. As the supreme commander of the rescue forces, Teacher Huangli had to remain acutely aware of all occurrences on the battlefield. Whether it be the horrifying spectacle of bodies torn asunder by monsters, the visceral remnants of flesh and blood, or the agonizing silence of helplessness. Every gruesome detail was vividly apparent. When the rescue team arrived, the high-ranking members of the former 5th Legion had already perished. In the sealed conference room, some of the deceased showed no signs of being possessed by monsters, yet they resolutely remained inside. The little Oriole cried, yearning to rush towards her mother. But Teacher Huang ignored her, calmly directing the battle and evacuating her daughter along with others to the rear. Subsequently, chaos erupted once more among the evacuated crowd as the monsters reappeared. It was not until an elderly man with snowy hair arrived, extending his hand to transform into slender, dreamlike tentacles, that a dazzling sphere of light, surpassing individual energy limits, radiated from him, dispersing outward. Everything succumbed to silence. "Have you grown accustomed to the sight of death?" Teacher Li inquired. Ling Healy felt a chill throughout his body. Since his physical capacity had elevated to be rank, he had not experienced such a sensation for quite some time. Nevertheless, he gradually regained his composure. "Not yet accustomed, but I can adapt." Teacher Li nodded. "Then go forth." The one who received Ling Healy and his companions aboard the starship was a senior who had graduated from the Battle Soul Academy. "Are you also from the command department?" he asked. "You seem to have established a close relationship with the 9th Legion even before graduation. It appears you will graduate as a level 2 commander." The senior was quite talkative. "As for me, I merely scraped by to graduation. After all this time, I'm still just a level 3 commander. Sometimes I ponder if it would have been better to leave the Legion and pursue my own path." He chuckled, just joking. "I lack the capability for that." With such a loquacious senior accompanying them, Ling He and his companions, although confined to their quarters and unable to move freely, did not suffer excessively. Upon disembarking from the starship, they finally beheld the reinforcements dispatched by the 5th Legion. Truly, they were the elite from the top 10 Battle Soul Academies. Their discipline was impeccable and their spirits high. One glance assured that such a team could triumph over the monsters. Ling He and his companions were taken to the mercenary camp, where they felt an immediate sense of liberation. "Pooh, we'll take on a task to eliminate a few monsters. Let us hone our skills," he suggested. The three had previously studied the tasks assigned to mercenaries in this area. They had not considered rescue missions. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with the terrain, and secondly, they were concerned about their own strength. As for the monster elimination tasks, most were plentiful and reserved for larger mercenary groups. The few minor tasks available were primarily intended for newcomers to practice. Ling Healy chose to confront a type of monster with clawed, thin wings. The last time he had encountered such a creature was during his escape from the Callisto Nebula, where numerous individuals were torn to shreds by these monsters at the passenger station. However, in smaller numbers, the attack and defense capabilities of these monsters were not particularly formidable. The commander issued Order 01, Mu 2, directing him to advance 3 steps at a 20-degree angle and attack the monster on the left. Order 02, Pu Hua, was to bind the monster with an energy beam at a 10-degree angle. Initially, they fought with great caution. Ling Healy meticulously orchestrated every move, anxious about potential errors. Gradually, they found their rhythm. When one moves their limbs freely, discomfort is never felt. Ling Helen currently leads his team with an effortless command, as if his teammates were merely extensions of himself. The newcomers swiftly accomplished their assigned tasks, driven primarily by the prospect of monetary gain. After fulfilling the mission, Ling Helen chose to cease combat and return to the camp to report his completion. It was then that he spotted Xing, who had evidently been waiting for some time, unmistakably their target. Xing had not undergone significant changes, save for a few mechanical weapons that appeared to have been replaced. He remained the same formidable figure clad in menacing armor. Upon noticing Ling Helen and his companions, Xing wasted no time in aiming his cannon directly at Ling Helen. "Greetings, Brother Xing," Ling Helen said, greeting him respectfully. Mu Tu and Pu Hua felt a twinge of anxiety, but were calmed by Ling Helen's reassurance through their mental link. "You are quite impressive," Xing remarked coldly. "What is the matter? Aren't you going to dodge? Do you truly believe that being on the 5th Legion's territory will deter me from acting against you?" Chapter 100. It is I, brother. I miss you. Indeed, Ling Helii harbored such thoughts. However, at this moment, he dared not voice them. He continued to play the obedient role. The matter concerning Xingfang was rather coincidental. Nonetheless, I have already repaid the favor owed to Xing from our last encounter. I am no longer in debt. Xing adjusted his aim once more, yet ultimately refrained from firing, cursing, "Damn the Battle Soul Academy." Upon my return, just as Ling Helii was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xing's fist was already upon him. To conserve energy for the journey back, he had retracted his mech, now left to confront a steel fist in his corporeal form. Hastily, he summoned Mu Tu and Pu Hua for assistance through their mental link. Drawing upon the tacit understanding forged from previous combat training, he managed to fend off the blows. Xing had only thrown 3 punches, yet had not landed a hit on Ling Helii before being restrained by the lava man, Paluonova. "Are you attempting to thwart me, Paluonova? I am your teammate now," Xing retorted, somewhat irate. The lava man shrugged, replying, "Not at all. It is our turn to engage in battle. The commander instructed me to bring you back." With that, he clasped Xing's shoulder and forcefully dragged him away. Although Xing squandered a bit of time, Ling Helii and his companions successfully completed several tasks. From the initial encounters with a few magical creatures to precise extermination missions, they had made good progress. Regrettably, their time at the camp was brief. Otherwise, Ling Helii would have relished the opportunity to undertake an assault mission. That evening, the trio boarded a logistics shuttle bound for planet Q29480. This was a military-controlled planet. Upon their arrival, they were immediately confined to a room, unable to see anything. Shortly thereafter, Yan arrived to escort them aboard a small starship. Ling Helii was indifferent to the size of the vessel. It was merely a means of transportation. However, when he witnessed the cockpit door struggle to open, Yan having to pound it 3 times before it yielded, Ling Helii gained a renewed awareness of the 9th Legion's impoverishment. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed a perplexing question. "Brother Yun, are there many veterans in the 9th Legion?" Yunin chuckled. "Not at all. The 9th Legion is indeed impoverished, enduring a difficult existence. However, during combat, our casualty rate has consistently been the lowest." Ling Helii recalled that the Arbiter War Academy was the top war academy in the galaxy. He inquired further, "Then, Brother Yun, could you enlighten me as to where the 9th Legion's funds have disappeared? Military secrets are off limits," he added, emphasizing his pure curiosity. This time, Yun could not muster a smile. The 9th Legion has never possessed wealth. Thus, there is none to lose. You Battle Soul Academy folks have the support of the Fishman Star system, while the Arbiter War Academy stands alone. Even if we had assistance, it would have been earned through our own illustrious reputation. Ling Helii raised his thumb in admiration, truly deserving of the title of Top 1. "Indeed, the Eternal Night Watch shall never surpass us, the Arbiters," Yun proclaimed proudly. Ling Helii remained puzzled. Is the Eternal Night Watch the second in the top 10? Yun's expression remained unperturbed. Of course, they too are top 1. There are 2 top 1 academies. Is that not common knowledge? Although the discourse with Yun was engaging, Ling Helii found himself contemplating the implications of their conversation. However, the closer he drew to the desolate star, the more fervently his heart raced. Upon witnessing the nearly completed ceremonial site, he was taken aback to find himself feeling nervous, anxious to the point of dryness in his throat. With clammy palms and stiff movements, he hurriedly arranged over 100 forgetting pearls. By the time he finished, his mind felt nearly void. Interstellar matters, magical creatures, commanders, all cast aside. His thoughts were solely consumed by Blue Star. The distant communication ritual followed a specific procedure, which the Night Shadow had already sent to him. Ling Helen could recite it flawlessly. At this moment, he stood at the designated center of the ceremony, reciting a lengthy incantation, desperately focusing on his brother, Ling Gu. If he were to name the person he missed most, it would undoubtedly be his parents, Ling Ba and Hima. Yet, when it came to serious matters, it was his brother who had inherited the family business. Ling Helen closed his eyes. Though he saw nothing, an unspoken voice within him conveyed that the ritual had succeeded and that direct communication was possible. Brother Ling Helen was uncertain whether the voice in his consciousness quivered, but he could discern that Ling Gu had lost his composure. Shaoli, is it truly you? How have you been? Merely hearing the voice caused tears to spill from Ling Helen's eyes, his voice possibly wavering. It's me, brother, I miss you all. However, he understood that the ritual could not be prolonged. Aware of the urgency, he forced himself to concentrate and began to articulate, Brother, I am currently studying at the top 10 Soul Warrior Academy in the Interstellar realm, and I may soon take over the student council. I am doing well. You need not worry about me. Linga quickly regained his composure. I understand. Shaoli, after you left, we studied the energy fluctuations at the time of your departure and discovered a damaged wormhole device. Not long ago, a so-called interstellar individual approached us regarding this device, and we have reached a technical cooperation agreement with our Dragon Nation. Do not fear. Once we achieve a breakthrough, we will venture beyond Blue Star to find you. Ling Helen felt an overwhelming sense of reliability emanating from Ling Gu. The unexpected joy even dulled his sorrow, and his words flowed swiftly like chess pieces being placed. Brother, you will definitely succeed. I have already begun to establish my influence in the interstellar realm. Once I obtain my junior commander certification, I will hold D-level authority in the Interstellar Alliance, and you will have to seek my assistance for any future endeavors. The items prepared for the ritual gradually lost their luster, slowly decaying. Observing this, Ling Helen hastened his speech. Blue Star civilization is incredibly powerful. Be cautious of magical creatures. They can befriend humans. Ling Helen yearned to convey more. He had much left unsaid. However, the ritual items ultimately could not withstand the strain, disintegrating into wisps of smoke, leaving only a thick layer of dust behind. The dialogue was abruptly severed. Take care. Ling Helen was unsure whether this thought had reached Ling Gu. Nonetheless, he believed that even if it did not, Ling Gu would surely understand. After the conversation ended, he took a long moment to open his eyes, where he found Mu Tu and Pu Hua gazing at him with concern. Ling Helu felt an unprecedented sense of joy. His smile radiated like a little sun. He then exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm, Senior Mu, Senior Pu, let us return and engage in a team competition. Pu Hua gently touched his forehead, inquiring, has something gone awry with the ceremony? Are you feeling disoriented? Why do you only remember the team match? Mu Tu glanced at the emblem of Mu Mian on his right hand, feeling somewhat dejected. Perhaps we should first return to Mu Yuan Star and sort out my emblem. Participating in a team competition without it would be rather unsatisfactory. Chapter 101. The lizard man's complexion fluctuated dramatically, shifting from a deep green to a vibrant purple, and then to an iridescent black. If the Mumiang emblem could be restored, a detour to Mu Yuan Star would certainly pose no challenge. However, Yuan Yin indicated that should Ling He Li and his companions venture to Mu Yuan Star, they would only be transported to the nearest bustling planet, not directly to their destination. This was the star, designated as W12982 by the Star Alliance, yet commonly referred to as the Star of Justice due to the presence of the Arbiter War Academy. True to its name, the bustling planet was indeed lively. Much like the planet Z73219, which housed the Battle Soul Academy, the inhabitants of the Star of Justice exuded an aura of tranquility and peace, a luxury afforded only to those unburdened by the specter of war and death. Yet for students of the War Academy, like Ling He Li, this atmosphere proved somewhat disconcerting. The Arbiter War Academy, which they could adapt to, remained inaccessible to them. Thus, the trio had no intention of lingering and made their way directly to the Interstellar Transport Station, intending to traverse the wormhole to Mu Yuan Star. Before Ling Healy could retrieve his hover vehicle, several students emerged from the military-exclusive port engaged in lively conversation. One of them, a vivacious character, seemed unperturbed by the thought of disciplinary action from their instructors. Disciplinary measures were inconsequential, as long as professional credits were not deducted. It was a minor issue for the command department. The speaker appeared to be from the command department as well, exuding an air of seasoned confidence. Indeed, this spirited individual was remarkable. A freshman single-handedly penetrated a full fourth-year team, elevating their squad to the ranks of team combat effectiveness. Another inquired what the purpose of his live stream was this time. "Look at the title of the stream," one remarked. "It states, 'Watch the freshmen from the Arbiter War Academy's command department teach you how to elegantly manage upperclassmen.' Oh dear, isn't he making this situation even more complicated?" Truly, he was the one who altered the school database at the onset of the semester, causing a wave of panic among soon-to-graduate seniors who found themselves scrambling to revise their theses. As the group continued their banter and retrieved their hover vehicles, Ling Healy also took out his. A glance exchanged with Mu Tu and Pu Hua revealed their shared curiosity about the unfolding gossip, prompting them to quietly access the Star Network live streaming platform. Students from the War Academy, especially those in the top 10, often opted for the Bingjian platform to broadcast their streams. Ling Healy searched for the live stream title mentioned earlier and, as expected, found it. The streamer was verified as Toledo Dell from the command department of the Arbiter War Academy, adorned with the distinct emblem of a civilization promoter. Upon entering the live stream, Ling Healy was greeted by the sight of a mixed-race male, whose eyes bore the weight of experience unusual for a freshman. Yet, his gaze sparkled with delight, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune, effectively softening his otherwise weary demeanor. However, his smile was rather infuriating. In the frame, facing him was a lizard man, presumably the upperclassman referenced in the stream title. The lizard man assumed a defensive stance, declaring, "If I can withstand your strike, you must submit to my will." Dell responded with a chuckle, "Indeed. Best of luck, senior." No sooner had he spoken than his right foot was already aimed at the lizard man. And despite the latter's timely raise of his arms for protection, Dell's assault continued, striking at the intersection of the lizard man's crossed arms, the strongest point of defense. He then kicked the lizard man away, an overwhelming display of brute strength, devoid of any finesse, yet fearfully powerful. The lizard man landed with little impact and quickly rose, asserting, "I can still fight." In response, a derisive chuckle echoed, TSK, quite the sight." "Senior, have you already conceded? Is it too much to bear to be entangled in defeat?" As he spoke, Dell took a moment to greet the audience in the live stream. Combat is a rather simple affair. A kick here, devoid of technique, just like that. If you ask me, it's truly satisfying to insult someone who cannot retort. He then turned to the senior. "Isn't that right? The one who cannot bear to lose?" The lizard man ground his sharp teeth in frustration. However, being from the commanding department, he ultimately managed to rein in his emotions, standing up slowly and coldly stating, "What do you want me to do?" Dell's demeanor became even more infuriating as he grinned broadly, exuding a mischievous charm. He produced an elemental decomposition and reassembly device, swiftly gathering some discarded materials to fashion a slender pillar, erecting it in the ground. "How about a rather flamboyant dance around this pillar? A battle dance won't suffice." He scrutinized the lizard man. "In this outfit is unacceptable. You must change into something more revealing, something that ignites the imagination." Observing the lizard man's intent to refuse, he continued with his cheeky laughter, "Don't wish to buy it yourself, senior? No worries, I shall procure it, ensuring it is the most fitting choice." The lizardman's complexion shifted from green to a deep, purplish hue, almost iridescent with rage. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will buy it myself." Before long, a delivery arrived, and he indeed changed into a costume for the dance. It was quite the glaring sight. However, many viewers from the Certified Arbitrator's War Academy watched with great excitement, perhaps indulging too much in the spectacle, showering the stream with gifts. Through snippets of conversation among the audience, Ling Hella gradually unraveled the sequence of events. This so-called lively newcomer from the commanding department possessed terrifying strength. Even within the top-tier Arbitrator War Academy, his combat prowess stood in stark contrast. Rumor has it that even the senior students nearing graduation were no match for him, with only a few instructors managing to restrain him. The sole issue was that this individual seemed to possess a rather whimsical mindset, often engaging in unexpected antics for amusement. As for today's affair, while the Lizardman Sr. was indeed unfortunate, his plight was not unwarranted. Earlier, Dell's team had challenged the team's strength leaderboard. With the Lizardman squad as their opponent, Dell single-handedly breached their ranks. Unable to thwart Dell's assault, the Lizardman resorted to mercilessly attacking Dell's teammates, attempting to disrupt his actions. Afterward, he found himself cornered by Dell, who proceeded to humiliate him live. However, with the Lizardman now dancing, the matter seemed to reach its conclusion. Before ending the stream, Dell adjusted the camera to face him directly, his playful demeanor giving way to a more serious expression marked by a sense of solemnity. He glanced at the other war academies in the live stream, yet did not acknowledge any of them. As for the first place in the freshman interschool competition, I, Toledo Dell, have already claimed it. If you wish to showcase your abilities, feel free to vie for second place. Ling Healy silently contemplated. In terms of individual combat prowess, neither Mu2 nor Miss Lale could rival Toledo Delaware. The outcome of their combined efforts remained uncertain. However, once equipped with mechas, the influence of ability stats on personal combat effectiveness would diminish significantly. Therefore, it would be prudent to observe Toledo Dell's performance in mecha combat before formulating a strategy. By the time the live stream concluded, Ling Healy and his companions had yet to arrive at the passenger station. With time still on their hands, he continued to search on the military analysis live stream, using keywords such as top 10, command system, and freshman. Indeed, he discovered another suitable streamer named Manhwa, whose real name authentication was linked to the Academy of Eternal Night Vigil. With nearly 1,000 hours of cumulative streaming time, the category was music, and the streamer possessed a certificate in music appreciation. Upon entering the stream, a short-statured male with long hair was sipping an unknown beverage. Fighting? Why would I need to fight after school? The streamer was not on duty, Manhwa languidly remarked, effortlessly engaging with the audience. Chapter 102. Your discontent amuses me after a brief exchange. Manhwa finally delved into the main topic. Today, he would recommend a song from the Emberbird Star, a magnificent piece that had once astonished numerous nearby planets. As he spoke, the music began to play. Ling Helion was momentarily entranced. The sound was akin to a sharp metal scraping against glass, reminiscent of something persistently creaking and grinding, evoking an overwhelming physiological aversion in the listener, growing increasingly distorted, cacophonous, and piercing. Indeed, listening to this song felt as if one's head was ignited, the heat intensifying until, with a sudden pop, reason snapped, prompting an exclamation of disdain for such a tune. Manhwa crushed the empty beverage bottle in his hand, abruptly silencing the horrific music. Ling Helion struggled to comprehend this action, yet the live broadcast thrived on the interaction, primarily filled with curses, but nonetheless, it generated buzz. Manhwa chuckled, "Very good. Very good. Seeing your dismay brings me joy." With his spirits lifted, he declared, "Let us engage in a battle." With that, he stepped outside. Ling Helion then realized that the planet housing the Eternal Night Watch Academy was, in fact, at the forefront of a war against monsters. Within the Academy's confines, it was not apparent. As Manhwa exited the Academy, all those visible in the broadcast were either Legion soldiers or intimidating mercenaries. When Manhwa spoke of engaging in battle, he meant fighting the monsters. Not far from the city, he encountered two beasts. During their time in the Callisto Nebula, Ling Helion had commanded Mu2 and Pu Hua, allowing the trio to confront dozens of monsters. This was feasible due to Mu2 and Pu Hua's formidable prowess and Ling Helion's exceptional leadership skills, which overshadowed his own capabilities as a novice. However, Manhwa was alone. Yet, he handled the confrontation with remarkable ease. He did not even deploy a mech. Instead, he recited an unknown incantation, summoning a swarm of brilliant blue butterflies that tore through the monsters on his behalf. "Want to see me fight? But I am a music streamer. What should I do? Perhaps display some sincerity with gifts?" The live chat erupted in a deluge of gifts, satisfying Manhwa immensely. Just then, a large monster noticed Manhwa approaching. Towering at 7 to 8 meters, it resembled a small mountain, each step sending tremors through the ground. A battle anthem began to play. Manhwa maneuvered, and the broadcast resonated with stirring music. This time, it was not a deliberately humorous tune, but a genuine battle song, stirring the blood within. Compared to the grandiose anthems of Blue Star, the interstellar battle songs felt like a flicker of flame in the vast cosmos, burning out yet failing to illuminate the universe, leaving a lingering sense of desolation. Nonetheless, it was equally melodious. Amidst the battle song, Manhwa sprang into action. Remarkably, he wielded cold weapons. In the interstellar battlefield, cold weapons hold little advantage aside from close combat, as most interstellar beings prefer the efficacy of guns and lasers. Yet, the brutal elegance of cold weaponry in battle resonated beautifully with the essence of the interstellar battle song. Manhwa hefted a blade over 2 meters long, towering above his own stature, and gracefully commenced his cutting, akin to a visceral art form. However, the combat lasted a mere 10 seconds. Clearly, Manhwa's physical prowess exceeded the SSS rank, his speed astonishing as he reduced the monstrous creature, akin to a small mountain, into uniform fragments. Lingali chose not to observe further. The hovercraft had already arrived at the passenger station, and the wormhole application had been duly registered. As they were about to traverse the wormhole, the live broadcast was bound to be interrupted, so it was better to simply turn it off. Muyuan star differs from several visa-exempt planets, requiring a guarantor's signature for a stay. Mutu's identity was sufficient for this purpose, posing no significant issues. Nonetheless, the cities on the planet opened Lingali's eyes to a new world. It was his first encounter with a planet predominantly comprised of combat professions. The governing structure of Muyuan star was peculiar. The ruling entities resembled the upper echelons of a mercenary organization rather than an official body, treating the entire planet as a vast mercenary team. The commercial streets in the city resembled an expanded version of a black market, primarily offering combat-related merchandise, with military supplies far outnumbering civilian ones. My parents had gone on a mission. The house was empty, so we proceeded directly to the emblem base. The base had established procedures for dealing with emblem failures. In fact, the Mu Meon emblem was formed by a symbiotic organism. An emblem failure indicated that the symbiont had perished, necessitating the cultivation of a new one for reimplantation. Typically, this process requires merely a day's cultivation time. However, this situation was not typical. What had transpired? Why would it take a month to receive it? Mutu directly inquired. The staff, considering Mutu was also a native of Mu Yuan Star, offered an explanation. Recently, there has been a curse on Mu Yuan Star, causing an overwhelming number of individuals to lose control of their energy, leaving no time for cultivation. Have you identified the source? Mutu lacked understanding of the mysteries of the arcane, yet he was adept at resolving issues. As for the matters at hand, he had no insight. The staff let out a sigh, but given the influx of applicants in recent days, it seemed unlikely that the situation would improve. Their voices were not hushed, and Ling Helen, standing nearby, could overhear their conversation. He was unfamiliar with the domain of curses. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Helen accessed the member assistance section of the Nightshade Club, only to discover that relevant help requests were already present. Is there a master who could take a look at the curse on Mu Yuansheng? A generous reward awaits. It is known that the SSS level abilities can be influenced, leading to a state of energy instability. There are no personnel with X-level abilities on Mu Yuan Star, leaving uncertainty regarding their potential influence on X level. An acquaintance remarked in a post, "The curse at the lowest SSS level is truly formidable. I sense an impending storm of bloodshed." Other replies mainly express astonishment at the high curse levels, yet they seem ineffective, unable to assist. And with the Mu Meon emblem requiring a queue, one must wait a month before returning. Nevertheless, having arrived home, Mutu suggested taking Ling, He Li, and Pu Hua for a leisurely stroll. However, they would not be visiting the shops. Indeed, there are many stores on Mu Yuan Star, but while the locals enjoy internal discounts, outsiders do not share the same privilege. However, mercenaries are drawn to excitement. Many industries deemed illegal on other planets are entirely permissible on Mu Yuan Star. Allow me to introduce you to the first establishment, the most exhilarating of all, the life and death arena. Mutu elucidates the rules. Those who enter the arena having faced death in life, face certain demise. Nonetheless, there are monetary rewards to be gained. If one finds themselves in a dire situation, they may come here to exchange their life for riches. Chapter 103. Upon entry, one discovers that tickets are required. Inside lies an unrestricted arena of brutal combat. After reaching their seats, Ling Helen's holographic interface displayed numerous options, each allowing the audience to determine the content of the next contestant's battle. Each option was accompanied by a tally of supporters, and by the time the event commenced, the option with the highest votes would dictate the outcome. Naturally, wealth could procure multiple tickets, with voting power corresponding to the number of tickets purchased. Ling Helen casually examined a few options. All were exceedingly cruel. The first option involved a cold weapon duel against a mech, should the contestant's stats fall short. Evading the mech's defenses would be a mere fantasy. However, selecting this option often culminated in the contestant meeting a swift demise, hence it was rarely chosen. The second option featured a laser gun against a stinger, a creature renowned for its remarkably rapid regeneration. The laser gun's feeble power rendered it incapable of vanquishing the creature in one blow, forcing the contestant to endure a torturous cycle of repeated encounters. Ling Helen refrained from making a choice. He flipped to the information of the next contender and discovered a puppet named Lin Buhan, possessing an A in physical prowess and a B in mental strength. The name itself was rather unfortunate, and merely gazing at the holographic image exuded an aura of despondency. It was apparent that he had come prepared for death. In the end, the voting results dictated that Lin Buhan would confront firebugs in a lava zone, likely due to the audience's belief that his puppet body would be vulnerable to flames. This assumption proved correct. Upon entering the lava zone, his body gradually reddened and heated until he was engulfed in flames. This state must have been excruciating, as merely witnessing it caused Ling Helen discomfort. Yet Lin Buhan's expression remained largely impassive, occasionally betraying a sharp intake of breath amidst the agony, though his demeanor showed little change. His stats were commendable, allowing him to combat the firebugs with relative ease, but he was incapable of preventing his body from burning. Approximately 10 minutes later, his entire form was consumed by fire. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers and howls of approval, seemingly delighted with this outcome. However, Ling Helen felt a heaviness in his heart. Perhaps a sign of Ling Helii recalled that when Lin Buxing first entered the arena, his appearance resembled that of a puppet. Had he truly perished numerous times? Mu too was aware of this. He had been here long before Ling Helii arrived at the Soul Combat Academy. Although a single death could yield sufficient funds for a prolonged existence, the total count of his demises must surely be considerable. However, the precise number eluded him. Upon witnessing his speculation validated, Ling Helii felt not exhilaration, but rather a tinge of sorrow. To observe oneself inexorably approaching death, and so many times at that, must be profoundly despairing. Yet, he could not fathom why Lin Buxing, endowed with an A in physical prowess and a B in mental fortitude, did not seek alternative employment. Was it a matter of inability? Mu too shrugged. Having arrived from a remote planet, he had not graduated from even a medium-tier academy. Nor did he possess any relatives or friends to rely upon, nor any discernible skills. Despite currently being able to contend with fire beetles, he had initially been inept in combat. Only later had he managed to earn a meager income by occasionally accompanying a mercenary group on missions. The reasons for his return to risk his life were unclear. Listening to this, Ling Helii developed a modicum of admiration for Lin Buxing. The growth in his capabilities indicated a desire for self-improvement. Moreover, upon learning of his origins from a distant realm, Ling Helii felt a surge of empathy and resolved to inquire further of Mu too. Was he reliable in his endeavors? I find myself in need of personnel, and should his abilities prove commendable, I could offer him a long-term position. After much contemplation, Mu too shook his head. When I departed, he was still unfit to engage in solo battles against monsters of equal rank. Furthermore, his current predicament of risking his life for coin likely stemmed from an inability to earn a living with the mercenary group. Compared to his recent acquaintance, Ling Helii found himself placing greater trust in Mu too. Nodding to signify his understanding, he refrained from broaching the topic again. The next thrilling destination was the Dreamland. Ling Helia had initially presumed that the essence of Dream was to fabricate false narratives within a virtual realm, akin to a gaming experience. However, upon entering, he realized the gravity of the matter. It involved memory erasure and reconstruction, even offering both recoverable and irrecoverable packages. Pu Hua, emboldened, opted to experiment with the recoverable package. Taking a spherical robot aside for a private chat, Ling Helii lingered nearby, his mind momentarily idle, causing him to reflect on his previous contact with Ling Go, only to discover something amiss. His emotions had soared beyond the threshold of excitement. Although he had indeed choked up during the conversation with Ling Go, he had quickly regained his composure thereafter. This characteristic of emotional stability was not merely a self-proclamation. Yet now, Ling Helii felt an intense turmoil within his heart. Setting aside the feeling of exhilaration, a subtle sense of nostalgia and sorrow nearly brought him to tears. Something felt amiss in this place. He glanced over to Mu Tu, whose expression was profoundly despondent, likely triggered by thoughts of the Mu Mian emblem Q and the curse of Mu Yuanqing. Without hesitation, he messaged Pu Hua, "Have you undergone memory reconstruction? If not, return at once. We must leave." Pu Hua replied, "I have, and I'm coming right away." When Pu Hua arrived, his spirits were inexplicably high, radiating joy. This was peculiar. It seemed as though the emotions of everyone in this place were magnified. Ordinarily, individuals come here for the purpose of memory reconstruction, and fluctuations in emotions are quite commonplace. Thus, they seldom attract attention. However, it is particularly conspicuous that Ling Helis did not undergo memory reconstruction and maintained a stable emotional state. After departing from the realm of sweet dreams and traversing several streets, Ling Helis finally regained composure and promptly inquired of Mu Tu, "Where are the personnel handling affairs for Mu Yuanqing?" "In the realm of sweet dreams. I suspect that the rampant energy fluctuations among the personnel on Mu Yuanqing are not due to a curse, but rather a mysterious skill that amplifies emotional and energy responses." Mu Tu, however, did not sense anything amiss. Yet, he has always placed his trust in Ling Helis, and without hesitation, he activated the light brain. "I am a collateral relative and lack the authority to direct the operational personnel. However, I am acquainted with individuals from the main line. I will immediately arrange for an investigation." Chapter 104. Please refrain from placing your companions in pet carriers. Additional tickets can be purchased over there. Mutu's friend, much like him, possessed wolf ears. Upon arrival, he exchanged brief greetings with Ling Hello and promptly engaged in serious discussion with Mutu. Before long, the group returned to the Dreamland, where the enforcement team had already taken control of the situation. All staff members were thoroughly interrogated, and the customer list from the recent time period was retrieved. However, Ling Hello sensed that the heightened emotional atmosphere previously experienced was now absent. It was the shift change. The previous shift's employees had largely departed, and they were methodically searching based on the provided addresses. The customer count was minimal, and all were documented for easy retrieval. The enforcement captain hastily approached to report to the main group. Ling Hello felt that a resolution to the matter would not be reached swiftly. Mu Tu shared this sentiment. Although his Mu Mian emblem would require a month for reimplantation, it was evident that he could not remain on Mu Yuan Star for such a duration. The three of them decided to depart for the Battle Soul Academy without awaiting the investigation results. They continued towards the Interstellar passenger terminal. After submitting their wormhole application, they had yet to enter the traversable range of the wormhole when they suddenly heard a mechanical alarm sound from a short distance away. Ling Hello glanced over and, rather coincidentally, spotted the automaton Lin Buxing. He was carrying a pet carrier, his expression a mask of calm that concealed his embarrassment. Though he hesitated slightly before speaking, "Should I also purchase a ticket for it?" The small creature within the pet carrier trembled slightly, obediently lying still. A mechanical voice announced, "Please refrain from placing your companions in pet carriers. Additional tickets can be purchased over there." Lin Buxing's impassive face revealed no specific emotional turmoil. But the creature within the carrier shed its guise, leaping out with a swift motion, standing taller than Lin Buxing. Ling Hello found it difficult to describe its exact appearance, as it likely did not exist on Blue Star. If one were to compare, it bore a faint resemblance to the mythical Dream Taper. Beside them, Pu Hua exclaimed in surprise, pulling Mutu closer. Ling Hello leaned in to listen. As Puhua whispered, "It seems the creature in the carrier is an employee of Dreamland. I've seen it before." There was no need for Mu2 to relay this to the main group on Muyuan Star. Ling Helel noticed that, unbeknownst to him, security personnel had quietly approached, while nearby travelers were enthusiastically ushered away by staff. This treatment was clearly not characteristic of mere fare evasion. Simultaneously, an instinctual sense of danger surged within him. It was not life-threatening, but the likelihood of an attack loomed large. Ling Helel immediately clenched his mech tightly and cautioned Mu2 and Puhua, "Be careful. There may be a fight that could involve us." Meanwhile, Lin Buxing remained oblivious to the unusual circumstances. Gazing at the dream taper, he suggested vacantly, "Let us just buy the tickets. My earnings are sufficient to cover our travel expenses." The dream taper did not respond, instead surveying its surroundings warily. Its experience surpassed that of Lin Buxing. As the atmosphere around them grew increasingly silent, its body instinctively entered a state of combat readiness. An anomaly was immediately detected, and before the surrounding personnel could react, a sharp, piercing cry erupted, reminiscent of a small creature. It was likely a skill of the mysterious type. In that fleeting moment, Ling Helis felt as though his head might burst. He was unsure what was causing this sensation. Thoughts, energy, emotions? In any case, his mind was blank, akin to a state of unconsciousness. However, he was well prepared and promptly pressed the button on his mech, forcing himself to enter its confines. Utilizing the mech significantly amplified his abilities, enhancing his resistance to any skills. Only then did Ling Helis begin to feel somewhat better. To his side, Mu2 and Puhua, despite possessing SSS-level capabilities, were also adversely affected by the impact. Nevertheless, they did not require entry into their mechs, standing guard beside Ling Helis with keen vigilance. In contrast, the other individuals at the station lacked such high capabilities. Most of them stared blankly, and even if they did not collapse, they had temporarily lost their senses. At that moment, Meng Mo darted towards the nearby surveillance sphere, swiftly crushing it with a few bites. Out of respect for personal privacy, surveillance in public interstellar spaces was designed to be conspicuous, allowing for easy detection. This inadvertently facilitated Meng Mo's task, enabling a rapid cleanup. Most of the security personnel at the transport station remained upright, but were quickly converging around Meng Mo. No one attacked the puppet, Lin Buxing, as he too had succumbed to the loss of consciousness in the recent wave. Meng Mo extended his claws, tracing intricate patterns in the air. Though the markings were indecipherable, upon completion, a delicate sprout-like design materialized in midair. Ling Helis recalled that the design was the emblem of the Whispering Forest, a place sought by the Nightshade Club. However, at that moment, he had no inclination to contemplate the Whispering Forest, for a mere glance at this emblem would magnify one's thoughts and emotions exponentially, crashing violently into the minds of all present. Compared to this impact, the earlier scream could only be described as a mild discomfort. Mu2 and Puhua succumbed as well. In fact, within the entire transport station, aside from Ling Helis, it seemed no one could maintain their senses. Just a moment ago, Ling Helis was on the brink of unconsciousness, yet instinctively recited the hexagram of fortune from the I Ching, miraculously managing to remain awake. However, he remained motionless within the mech, primarily because this situation seemed to bear little relevance to him. Meng Mo did not take the time to assess whether each individual at the station had fallen unconscious. Time was of the essence, and he swiftly made his way to the control area of the staff's intelligent machinery, confirming the predetermined wormhole passages one by one, transmitting them through the air. Planet Z73219, visa-free? This is it. Suddenly, Meng Mo's eyes brightened. Before long, he dragged Lin Buxing over to where Ling Helis and the others were, stepping into their reserved wormhole location, quickly vanishing into the void. Meng Mo's skill did not last long, as Ling Helis pondered how he might awaken the others. The individuals at the station began to regain consciousness one by one. Mu2 and Puhua possessed remarkable abilities and were among the earliest to awaken, however. Both appeared to be in considerable discomfort, clutching their heads. Ling he contemplated for a moment, retracting his mecha, and resolved to act as though he had just emerged from slumber. The conclusion of operations at the passenger station proceeded relatively smoothly. Although everyone had undergone a brief stint in the medical pod, there were no casualties. As for the squandered expenses incurred from traversing the wormhole, Mu Yuanxing could only lament its misfortune. Ling He did not immediately inform Mu Yuanxing of the news regarding the Dream Beast's arrival at Planet Z73219. Acknowledging the distinctions in their relationship, he opted to first relay the information to Yi Yu. Brother Yi, I witnessed someone employing a mysterious skill. The insignia matching that of the Whispering Forest precisely. Could it be a target sought by the Nightshade Club? Yi Yu replied, a mysterious skill? Is it Mo Xiaobai? The Dream Beast, a holographic image. Ling He glanced again, noting that the Dream Beast's appearance indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to this Mo Xiaobai. Ling He responded, indeed. Brother Yi, shall we apprehend him? He has just arrived at Planet Z73219. Chapter 105. It resembles the act of crafting beef meatballs. I wonder if I can shape it into takoyaki. Yi Yu. No need. He is not from the Whispering Forest. I have investigated. And the founder of the Whispering Forest once encountered Mo Xiaobai. For reasons unknown, he regarded him as a high-dimensional deity. Yi Yu, since then, he has yearned to re-establish contact with Mo Xiaobai. The ritual Yu employed, the remote yearning ceremony, was his attempt at this. Yi Yu, however, he failed to make contact until the headquarters was breached, so this matter does not involve Mo Xiaobai. Ling Helis, understood. I shall inform Mu Yuansheng of Mo Xiaobai's whereabouts. Brother Yi might also be aware that the curse faced by Mu Yuansheng was most likely his doing, and the damages must certainly be compensated. Yi Yu, indeed. His abilities in the realm of mysticism must be meticulously controlled. Otherwise, they could easily disrupt the emotions and energy fluctuations of those around him. Yi Yu, yet within his kin, he remains an outlier. Rejected by his own people, he has been compelled to wander alone. Compensation is undoubtedly beyond his means. Ling Helis, alongside Mu Tu and Pu Hua, remained tense. He did not engage Yi Yu further, merely succinctly updating Mu Tu on Mo Xiaobai's situation. Upon learning that Ling Helis had not succumbed to unconsciousness and had witnessed Mo Xiaobai's actions, Mu Tu appeared conflicted. However, upon hearing that Mo Xiaobai likely lacked the funds for compensation, his conflict dissipated. It is best not to divulge the secrets of our junior. Since we have apprehended him and there shall be no compensation, it matters not whether he is caught or not. This matter need not be communicated to Mu Yuansheng. Thus, they let it rest. After a series of trials, everyone finally returned to Planet Z73219, fatigued, and each retired to their respective dormitories. Outside the command department dormitory, Ling Heli spotted a familiar face. The senior who had welcomed him on the first day of enrollment, only to later block him, was now violently slamming the tentacles of an octopus-like creature against the ground. Once, then again, it bore a striking resemblance to the process of crafting beef meatballs, and he wondered if it could be transformed into takoyaki. Easy now, I truly mean no harm. I merely wish to invite you to join the Racial Fusion Research Society. The octopus continued its futile attempts at explanation. From the moment you ensnared my hand, your intentions were clear, the senior retorted, her ire palpable, as she stomped down on a tentacle with force. Ling Helis comprehended that this must have been the tentacle that had touched her. The senior, noticing Ling Helis at that moment, glared at him with indignation. What are you staring at? Do you believe he does not deserve this? Ling Helis hastily shook his head. No, I merely think you possess a commendable sense of justice. This statement held no fault. The senior dismissed him further, turning back to resume her assault on the octopus. Truly, a testament to the command department, her movements were remarkably swift. Exhausted from her exertions, she finally wiped her hands and returned to her dormitory. Reflecting on the matter, Ling Helis recalled that the informant Ensa had previously mentioned someone intending to make his life difficult. Although Ensa was motivated by profit, he remained a legitimate information broker, unlikely to betray the secrets of his employer. It would be improbable for Ling Helis to discern who sought to trouble him through Ensa. Nevertheless, Ling Helis had not offended many individuals. The second-year senior before him might be one, but her righteous fury did not suggest she could bribe Ensa to cause him distress. Ling Helix speculated that it was more likely related to the Ethnic Fusion Research Society where the octopus resided. Previously, he had also heard from Tanji that the members of the society would target him. With this thought in mind, he approached the octopus, who was struggling to rise. Do you require assistance? Haha, the way ladies strike is always delightful. How could there be any issue? The octopus, with great effort, managed to prop itself up but slipped once more, only managing to stand after several attempts. Its tentacle reached out towards Ling Helix, seemingly attempting to drape over his shoulder. Are you interested in the Ethnic Fusion Research Society? Allow me to tell you, every race as female possesses her own unique beauty. Trust me, by joining the Ethnic Fusion Research Society, you will undoubtedly experience the splendid qualities of all races. With quick reflexes, Ling Helix grasped the tentacle, preventing it from making contact. Observing that Ling Helix had merely rejected the tentacle and not the society itself, the octopus eagerly continued. Life is short. As long as we are not among those unfortunate souls in the command department who are perpetually burdened with endless studies, we can certainly relish life. Just look at our club activities. There are ladies of various races and styles, all at your disposal. If you join us, I will introduce you to each one. By the way, what department are you in? Ling Helix maintained a smile. If the Ethnic Fusion Research Society consisted solely of individuals like this octopus, it did not seem likely that he would encounter any difficulties. Let us add each other as friends, Ling Helix suggested, extending his hand. The octopus promptly extended its tentacle to meet his. Excellent. Tomorrow we have an event. You must come. By the time Ling Helix returned to his dormitory, it was already early the next morning. However, interstellar beings tended to stay awake late, so everyone was likely still alert. Ling Helix briefly informed the fixed team group of his return. Yen Mingling was the first to respond. Commander, I have managed the team funds quite successfully. They have doubled already, and by the end of the month, we can expect a tenfold increase. Ling Helix replied, Thank you for your hard work. Yen Mingling responded, Not at all, as long as you don't blame me. Ling Helix inquired, Why would I? Yaoan interjected, Commander, take a look at the team score. Ling Helix opened the team competition score information and discovered that he was close to achieving the points necessary to initiate the challenge before leaving the Battle Soul Academy. Now, however, it had all been reset to 0. Yen Mingling remarked, I got a bit carried away. Ling Helix asked, Who provoked you? Yen Mingling replied, It was that short-handed fellow. Nonetheless, I shouldn't have continued without restraint. That was my fault. Ling Helix immediately thought of the grotesque being, who indeed bore a grudge against Yen Mingling and had a rather short reach. Ling Helix asked, So you only lost team points, nothing else? Yen Mingling assured, No, nothing at all. Yao and chimed in again. I almost let Hejujin go in, but I managed to stop it. Ling Helix responded, All right, that is good. Yen Mingling, you will undergo double training penalties for a week. I will supervise. Having resolved the matters at hand, Ling Helix fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he received delightful news. The tower had finally responded. In the tower, the matters regarding the starry creatures have been thoroughly investigated. Fortunately, the discovery was made in a timely manner, and there are not many individuals possessed by these entities. The situation has been brought under control, and I shall return tomorrow. Ling Healy, upon your return, please allow me to treat you to a meal. Speaking of which, Ling Healy originally had matters to discuss with Yin Mingling today, but inquiring about the tower's situation is equally pertinent. Ling Healy, as you are also from the School of Human Sciences, you should be aware of the Research Society for Racial Integration. Could you recall which individuals around you are members of this society? Tower. The Research Society for Racial Integration does not enjoy a favorable reputation within the school, and virtually no one from the command department has joined. However, there is one second-year student. Tower. It is worth mentioning that this was the reason I arranged for a live combat session in the practical class. Chapter 106. I am truly dead, not deceiving you. Yet I can be revived. Ling Hello hastily inquired. Senior, may I have a word with you? The president had previously warned me that someone would target me, and I suspect it is the same individual who is after you. Ling Hello continued. I have not been at school these past few days. He aggressively challenged Meng Ling in a series of point competitions, leaving our team with a score of 0. Gao Tali remarked, that must be him. Lang Mo had never targeted me before, but since joining the Racial Integration Research Society this semester, he has begun to harbor animosity towards me. Gao Tali elaborated. Lang Mo is the opponent I lost to in the practical class. His strategies have always been formidable, yet his combat prowess is somewhat lacking. The abilities of fixed team members cannot surpass his own, rendering the overall strength of the team inferior to mine. Ling Hela questioned, "Then why did you lose? Was it something Lang Mo did?" Gao Tali responded, "The primary reason for my defeat lay with me. I did not realize that Yin mingling was under a charm. It was only when he freed himself that I understood the situation, but by then it was too late." Gao Tali continued, "By the time I reacted, the team had already splintered, which provided Lang Mo with the opportunity to exploit." Ling Hela's instincts pointed towards Lang Mo. Whether it was the difficulties posed by INSA or the student council's breach of our team information, it all bore the hallmarks of a conspiracy. Tanji had mentioned that Yu, the president of the Racial Integration Research Society, was straightforward and not adept in the arts of intrigue. The coincidence of Lang Mo, a shapeshifter, joining the society aligns suspiciously with this unfolding drama. It is highly probable that he is the orchestrator behind the disturbances plaguing the Department of Humanities. Being perpetually on the defensive is untenable. Ling Helu resolved to confront Lang Mo. After all, as the ancients have said, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. The evening marked the time for the Racial Integration Research Society's group activities, and Ling Helu was prepared to attend. However, he suddenly received a message from the Lava Man. "Itila, there is an intervention by a mysterious ability user in the Star Square. Though the reason for their presence remains uncertain, the black market teams with people at night. Currently, it is still daytime, and the Star Square is not overly crowded. Thus the potential losses would be minimal. The intruder does not seem to be there with malicious intent." Ling Helu promptly responded, "Please elaborate. I shall come immediately." Itila explained, "It is a type of mysterious ability capable of amplifying emotional fluctuations, which can lead to energy instability. One of Hua's individuals suffered from an energy surge. Yet we managed to rescue him." Itila added, "Regrettably, the assailant escaped. However, he came to the Star Square intending to smuggle himself off planet Z73219. Itila noted, "The Star Square is the only avenue for smuggling off this planet. If he wishes to leave, he will undoubtedly return." Ling Hela seemed to have an inkling of who it was. Emo Xiaobai, mired in trouble and lacking the means to compensate. To speak of it, Emo Xiaobai possesses exceptionally potent abilities. If one truly aims to capture him, it may be easier to target the relatively weaker Lin Buxing first. Ling Helu inquired, "Has a puppet appeared in the Star Square today?" Itila confirmed, "Yes." "Is this related to the earlier incident?" Ling Helu replied, "Whether it is relevant depends on the puppet's current whereabouts." Itila informed him he is at the administration office accepting a task and has not yet departed. Ling Helu urged, "Do not allow him to leave the black market. I will come to speak with him." While on the road, the octopus from yesterday sent a message inquiring why Ling Helen had not yet arrived. Ling Helen, troubled by his inability to make it, seized the opportunity. "Could you assist me in recording the main highlights of the event?" "No problem. I will capture all the beautiful ladies. Not a single one will be missed." When Ling Helen arrived at the Star Pavilion, Itila and Lin Buxing were engaged in a lively conversation. Ling Helen called out to them. Upon hearing his name, Lin Buxing turned around in confusion, only to find a stranger, which left him even more bewildered. "I have seen you at the Death and Life Pavilion on Mu Yuan Star," Ling Helen explained. Lin Buxing then understood, and with a serious tone, he replied, "I truly died. I am not deceiving you. I just have the ability to resurrect." Although Mu Tu remarked that Lin Buxing's skills were lacking, his demeanor appeared quite amiable. A touch melancholic, yet not dark, he was refreshingly candid. "What brings you to planet Z73219? Ling Helen casually inquired. "As a puppet." Lin Buxing maintained a rather expressionless countenance, and he showed no signs of discomfort. After a brief pause, he answered, "I no longer wish to stay on Mu Yuan Star, so I decided to take a stroll." Not particularly adept at scheming, yet he handled the situation with grace. Ling Helen continued to inquire, "Are you here to undertake a mission?" "Yes, I accepted a task to search for something. It should be quite simple. I'll give it a try." He approached tasks with caution. "That's excellent. Shall we become friends? If you have no other acquaintances here, you can reach out to me for assistance. I will do my utmost to help. Ling Helen extended his finger. Thank you, Lin Buxing replied, reaching out in return. You are truly a kind person. Gratefulness resonated within him. Ling Helen resolved that regardless of Lin Buxing's abilities or the presence of Emo Stelbai, he would recruit him. In truth, this star pavilion belongs to me. Would you be interested in assisting me with some tasks? Lin Buxing was taken aback. The star pavilion is yours? How impressive. However, I am not skilled in anything and cannot be of help. Ling Helen would not entertain his refusal. You can learn. I believe in your potential. By the way, what aspect do you prefer? Upon hearing this, Lin Buxing's previously numb expression finally shifted from tranquility to one of surprise, expectation, and anxiety. Can I truly? Of course. You are deserving, Ling Helen affirmed. Overwhelmed with joy, tears of excitement welled in the corners of the puppet's eyes. I wish to learn starship piloting. My hometown is far away, and the Star Network navigation cannot reach it. I want to pilot a starship back home. I'm certain I can navigate there. Ling Helen suddenly recalled that he had intended to purchase a starship to entice Sister Tianxue. It seemed acquiring this starship was imperative. With a price in the hundreds of millions, if Yin Mingling could indeed multiply the 30 million tenfold as he claimed, it would not be impossible. Certainly, I am preparing to buy a starship. Perhaps in due course, I could find you a mentor, Ling Helen confirmed. Lin Buxing was utterly elated, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Nevertheless, he remained very sincere. He clutched his chest and solemnly made a promise. I will assist you with anything you need. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, prompting Ling Helu to swiftly change the subject. By the way, how should I address you? The name Unfortunate always strikes me as rather peculiar. You may call me anything you wish. Feel free to bestow upon me a name that pleases you, replied the puppet. In my homeland, naming someone is regarded as one of the most revered acts. A name imbued with goodwill is believed to bestow everlasting fortune upon its bearer. However, when I shared my tale with the registrar, he deemed my circumstances too unfortunate and registered me as Lin Buxing. Naming is indeed a privilege, thought Ling Helu, feeling honored. Safety and peace are the greatest fortunes. Thank you for placing your trust in me. I shall not betray that trust. May I call you Lin Anqing? The puppet visibly brightened, a look of joy spreading across its face. Thank you, then I shall be called Lin Anqing. After confirming the details of their collaboration, Ling Helu opened the message on his luminous device. The footage of the Interspecies Fusion Research Society's activities, recorded by the octopus, had been sent quite some time ago. Chapter 107. The prospect of joining this year's freshman competition as an external aid is undeniably intriguing. The theme of the Ethnic Integration Research Society's club activity is ice-breaking, where both new and old members engage in various entertaining games. Ling Helu perceives it more as a social gathering. The octopus recorded the event from his perspective, and Ling Helu observed him making one young lady burst into laughter one moment, while the next he was delivering refreshments to another, bustling about in a cheerful and amiable atmosphere. This warm ambience led Ling Helu to reconsider his doubts regarding the Ethnic Integration Research Society's supposed underhanded tactics against the Institute of Human Sciences. Could there have been a misunderstanding? As the games approached their conclusion, numerous participants had already departed, and the elusive Wolf Mao finally made his entrance. He appeared to be a celebrity within the club, quickly attracting a crowd eager to pose various inquiries. Mr. Mao, I accidentally made my girlfriend cry while we were sparring, and she has spoken to me for 3 days. What should I do? Mr. Mao, could you advise me on how to denoise data for deep space exploration data processing? My data deviations are quite significant. With a calm demeanor, Wolf Mao addressed each question in turn. Of course, you need to coax your girlfriend back. Can't you manage a little charm? How about kneeling down and begging for forgiveness? He continued, if she still doesn't accept it, there might be other issues at play. For instance, I've heard that at our school, there exists a small faction within the Institute of Human Sciences that refuses to accept individuals of differing appearances. This was precisely the opening Wolf Mao sought, cleverly embedding his personal agenda within his responses. Sometimes he subtly incited hostility towards the Institute of Human Sciences among the members, while at other times he outright encouraged them to find fault. For example, When the octopus reluctantly recounted an incident where he was rejected by a senior from the command department, he concluded with, "Do I still have a chance, Mr. Mao?" Wolf Mao replied ambiguously, "Perhaps you need to understand her better. Thus, I recommend you post in the school's StarNet bounty area, specifying that you seek strong humanoid females to undertake a mission together. Once they arrive, you will certainly enhance your understanding during the task. Naturally, those from the command department will likely opt for more challenging missions. Make sure to describe the task in an enticing manner and emphasize that you require the most beautiful women to avoid any misunderstandings with others." The octopus failed to detect the ulterior motives behind this advice. However, Ling Helu sensed that, compared to a second-year senior from the command department, a seemingly eccentric young lady from the support department was far more likely to take on such a mission. As the footage had nearly concluded, he promptly accessed the school's StarNet bounty area. Indeed, he discovered the octopus's post, and it was evident that someone had already accepted the bounty. To his delight, the one who took on the task was none other than their team's external aide, Lael, from the Institute of Human Sciences. This was a masterstroke of strategy. Without Lael's combat prowess, Ling Helu's team would undoubtedly drop a tier, struck at their most vulnerable point. Nevertheless, Ling Helu could hardly blame Lael. The fluidity of external aids was considerable, and many teams would even seek different external aids according to the challenges they faced. There was no necessity for Lael to remain at the academy, waiting for Ling Helu's team to summon her. However, Ling Helen quickly sent a message, "Senior Lyle. Although the schedule for the inter-school competition of the top 10 war academies has yet to be determined, may I reserve your time during the competition?" Lyle replied, "Haha. I knew you would want to participate in the inter-school competition. However, I must admit I am surprised you did not invite me to join your fixed team." Lyle continued, "Well, I hadn't planned on being your fixed teammate either. Nevertheless, the prospect of joining this year's freshman competition as an auxiliary player sounds quite intriguing. I accept." With Lyle's participation confirmed, Ling Helen made his way to the team base. Mutu, Hajujio, and Puhua were already engaged in accumulating points for the team competition, their victories far outnumbering their defeats. Yaowen was diligently practicing, as his combat foundation was the weakest, and he had been focusing on improvement. As for Yin Mingling, today he had been assigned double training by Ling Helen and was already immersed in it, demonstrating commendable diligence. Ling Helen did not immediately commence his own training. Instead, he opened the Star Network's military livestream platform. He was particularly interested in watching Toledo Dell from the Arbiter War Academy. If only they were broadcasting a mecha battle today. It would have been to his liking, but unfortunately, there was no live stream from them. However, Ming Huai from the Eternal Night Watch was online. Upon entering the live stream, the audience was greeted with explosive combat. The stirring battle anthem set the tone. Ming Huai, wielding his 2-meter-long greatsword, unleashed a series of energy detonations amidst a flurry of azure butterflies. The dazzling platinum glow of his SSS-level mental energy was so brilliant that Ling Helen initially could not discern the appearance of his opponent. Yet, the explosive energy was abruptly countered by a similarly radiant platinum mental energy shield. A white spear, composed of vertebrae, swiftly lunged toward the butterflies surrounding Ming Huai, causing the azure fragments to tumble down from the air. Finally, the defensive circle formed by the butterflies revealed a slight vulnerability. At that moment, the platinum mental energy around Ming Huai erupted with even greater intensity, a singularity impact, inflicting more concentrated damage than the previous multi-string explosion. This was Ling Helen's first encounter with a battle centered around mental energy. In truth, most combat professions focus on enhancing physical attributes, where close-quarters combat is the norm. High-level mental energy users, like Pu Hua, often prefer to adopt supportive roles. However, the two individuals in the live stream were engaged in a battle of mental prowess. Compared to the physical combat that generates energetic currents, mental energy combat emphasizes skill utilization, with radiant bursts of energy erupting intermittently, causing severe energy fluctuations that had already carved a significant crater into the ground. The two combatants were at the bottom of that crater. Simultaneously, as the singularity impact unleashed its energy explosion, Ming Huai executed a precision resonance shatter skill, fracturing the surrounding explosive energy. Not only did it spare him from harm, but it also disrupted his opponent's energy control, destabilizing the existing mental energy shield. Manhwa seized this opportunity, launching into a series of multi-string explosions that completely shattered his opponent's mental energy protection, swiftly moving to close the distance. In the next moment, both parties halted their energy fluctuations. Manhwa's great sword was poised against the neck of a yellow-white fox. "I have lost," the fox spoke as it sheathed its white blade, then pressed its lips tightly together and stepped aside. At that moment, Manhwa felt the tension of battle dissipate and languidly addressed the audience in the live stream. "We have triumphed. Where are the gifts?" The host has gathered teammates to deliver such a splendid performance. "If the gifts are scant today, remember, I have warned you, next time it will truly be nothing but music." As he spoke, he casually altered the background music to a lively tune. For some reason, it evoked the crisp sound of coins clinking in the air. Can you hear it? The scent of wealth? The aroma of gifts? Today, the host presents a song from the trading metropolis of Daylight Nebula, a melody that resonates with the deepest desires of the heart. You know what I mean. Amidst the special effects of gifts, Ling Helu found the information he sought among the viewer's barrage of comments. The silent, yellow and white fox standing to the side was Manhwa's teammate, Rong Hai, a third-year student from the support department of the Eternal Night Vigil Academy. Chapter 108. I cannot kill you. You are right indeed. It is true that having a worthy opponent serves as a greater motivation. After witnessing the mental battle between Manhwa and his companion, Ling Heli felt an overwhelming urge to engage in combat himself. Coincidentally, Mu Tu and his companions had just concluded a team scoring match, and without hesitation, he joined in, eager to test his own skills. Victory was his, though it was largely due to his tactical command rather than his own prowess. As for his skills, they were hardly reliable, with success occurring only once out of 10 attempts. The lone instance of success, however, failed to breach any defenses. As night passed and dawn arrived, Ling Heli awoke with an unsettling feeling in his heart, as if something significant was destined to occur that day. Unable to find peace, he decided to clear his mind and ponder aimlessly. This state of mind coincidentally aligned with the process of divination. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Heading to the team base would be the most prudent course of action. Logically, if danger were to arise, seeking assistance from the Battle Soul Academy would be the ideal solution. Yet, Ling Heli trusted his intuition. Without a moment's hesitation, he piloted his hover car toward the team base. Upon exiting the school gates, an ominous premonition washed over him, chilling him to the bone. He accelerated his hover car towards the team base with utmost urgency. It was then that he noticed a public hover car fervently pursuing him. Given Ling Heli's speed, the pursuer lagged just enough to be left trailing behind, revealing no intent to conceal their pursuit, but rather, they were determined to catch up. Ling Heli crashed into the team base, and his sense of foreboding intensified, directing him toward the Dawn's dark essence stored within. Just as he entered the room housing the essence, he was overwhelmed by a rush of thoughts and emotions, leaving him feeling as though he might collapse. However, recalling the divination that promised transformation of misfortune into fortune, he gritted his teeth and persevered. In the next moment, disregarding the fact that he was not clad in an energy-absorbing suit, he swiftly opened the sealed box and retrieved the Dawn's dark essence, now divided into 2 fragments. Instantly, the thoughts and emotions swirling in his mind, along with the energy coursing through him, surged toward the essence. Turning around, he saw Mo Xiaobai, resembling a dream beast, had reached the doorway yet refrained from attacking, gazing in sheer terror at the Dawn's dark essence in Ling Heli's grasp. "What are you holding?" Mo Xiaobai's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. Ling Heli did not respond. Instead, he lunged forward, eager to demonstrate the results of his recent combat training. Since acquiring numerous pieces of equipment during the last Student Union event at the Human Science Institute, he now carried firearms and daggers at all times. Without hesitation, he drew his laser gun, effectively blocking Mo Xiaobai's route of attack. Mo Xiaobai was not adept in combat, once restricted in his movements. His instinctive reaction was to turn and flee without a moment's hesitation. This was clearly ill-advised. Had it been Ling Heli or anyone from the Battle Soul Academy, even if they wished to retreat, they would have done so while simultaneously countering. never exposing their back to the adversary. However, since the enemy chose this course of action, Ling Heli felt no obligation to hold back. Ultimately, he refrained from inflicting lethal harm. Instead, he fired a few precise shots from his laser gun. And when Mo Xiaobai fell to the ground, he unleashed a singularity impact skill, rendering him completely unconscious. In a fleeting moment, Ling Healy sensed that his energy had significantly depleted, leaving him uncertain whether he would descend from the rank of double B to double C. He hastily stored away the morning twilight essence and secured Mo Xiaobai in the confinement chamber, binding him tightly. Concerned about being affected by Mo Xiaobai's mysterious abilities, he also brought along the closed box containing the morning twilight essence. When Mo Xiaobai regained consciousness, he was met with Ling Healy's menacing gaze. Almost paralyzed with fear, he curled up and asked, "What do you want?" Ling Healy chuckled darkly. "What do I want? You invaded my private domain and assaulted me, and you dare question my intentions?" After a moment of silence, Mo Xiaobai murmured, "Who told you to abduct the puppet?" Ling Healy seemed to grasp the situation. "Lin Anxin?" He then coldly interrogated, "He willingly joined my team. This is none of your concern. On what grounds do you presume that I have lured him away? What is your relationship with him?" Mo Xiaobai met Ling Healy's gaze, a flicker of coldness in his eyes, quickly replaced by frustration. "I can't kill you. You are right. It's no wonder you can disguise yourself as a pet. Quite obedient, aren't you? What is your relationship with Lin Anxin?" Ling Healy pressed further. "He picked me up and, while earning money, planned to take me away from Mu Yuan Star, but now he refuses to leave with me," Mo Xiaobai replied candidly. "Did you intend to kill me just now?" Ling Healy inquired again. Mo Xiaobai curled up tighter, appearing smaller and more endearing. "If I kill you, the puppet can leave with me." Ling Healy felt an urge to strike him and nearly acted on it, causing Mo Xiaobai to tremble in fear. "One last question. What do you plan to do from now on?" Mo Xiaobai looked bewildered. "I will just keep running from those who pursue me." Ling Healy shook his head. Although Mo Xiaobai possessed greater power than Lin Anxin, they were polar opposites. Mo Xiaobai was formidable yet uncontrollable, oblivious to the need for self-mastery, merely drifting through each day. In contrast, Lin Anxin, while not as powerful, had his own aspirations and was willing to strive for them, with just a little assistance. He could soar to great heights. "Once you compensate for my losses, I shall release you," Ling Healy declared as he prepared to exit the confinement chamber. "I have no money," Mo Xiaobai quickly interjected. "How about I help you deal with those you despise?" "Unnecessary. Your abilities are quite valuable," Ling Healy remarked, casting a significant glance at the box containing the morning twilight essence. Transforming the solid morning twilight essence into liquid form typically required substantial resources. However, Mo Xiaobai's unique skill appeared to catalyze the solid essence perfectly. In terms of value, it far exceeded what Mo Xiaobai could fathom. Naturally, as compensation, the actual payable amount would be subject to a significant discount. Ling Healy then hurried to the ability hall of the SEAL analyst. Although he felt no major discomfort, he had absorbed considerable energy from the morning twilight essence and was uncertain if it had harmed his essence. Relying on his instincts, he believed he was unharmed. Nonetheless, a test was in order for his peace of mind. The results of the test left the SEAL analyst utterly astonished. There was no damage to the essence. The most chaotic aspects of your bodily energy have entirely vanished, leaving behind a remarkably pure residue, with minimal risk of losing control. There is no need to wait a year. You can now utilize various potions without hesitation. This is indeed splendid news. However, Ling Hel remained composed and inquired, "I sense a potential decline in my abilities." At this, the SEAL analyst gazed at him, speechless. "Energy consumption is perfectly normal. Simply use the energy restoration potions. Alternatively, the medical chamber can facilitate recovery, albeit at a higher cost. If all else fails, a bit of patience will allow your energy to replenish naturally." Ling Hel's eyes sparkled with hope. "So, there isn't a hint of bad news?" Chapter 109. How can the pet over there secretly indulge first? The SEAL analyst pondered carefully and finally spoke. "The unfortunate news is that you must cover the cost of the energy recovery potion. I'm currently not in the laboratory and cannot afford to send it." "No problem. Thank you, Brother Hai." Ling Hello swiftly made the transfer. With no issues at hand, Ling Hello replenished his energy and swiftly returned to the academy to continue his intensive combat training with Teacher Li. The replenished energy, though not as refined as the purified energy, was still orderly enough. Ling Hello's current energy state was notably more stable than that of an average individual, distinctly different from the earlier chaotic energy suppressed by his soul. Teacher Li noticed this but refrained from inquiring. Instead, it was Ling Hello who initiated the conversation. Teacher Li, if a substantial amount of energy within the body is absorbed by other substances, could it damage the source? Teacher Li contemplated briefly before responding affirmatively. It depends on your own attitude. Ling Hello was perplexed. Attitude? The dissipation of energy within the body is a normal phenomenon, even if it occurs in large quantities. If the body does not resist, then no matter how much energy dissipates, it will not harm the source. Ling Hello seemed to grasp the concept. So, in fact, it is the struggle against energy dissipation that causes damage to the source? Teacher Huangli nodded. Only when energy collides violently can it harm oneself. Ling Hello truly understood. Yet, he still found it hard to believe. If that were the case, then the dawn's dark essence must be a beneficial substance, absorbing chaotic energy while retaining the most refined parts without causing any damage, requiring only the energy recovery potion. This should not be the case. Otherwise, this method would have been widely disseminated long ago. Ling Hello hesitated for a moment before asking, Teacher Li, are you familiar with the dawn's dark essence? Can it be used for the energy absorption I just mentioned? Teacher Huangli tilted his head. First, your body has an instinctive protection for the energy within, making it difficult to completely relinquish resistance. Second, although I do not know how you manage to make the dawn's dark essence selectively absorb only the most chaotic energy, ordinary dawn's dark essence does not possess that selective absorption capability. Therefore, the key lies with Mo Xiaobai. However, there was no need for Ling Hello to inform Teacher Li about this aspect. Meanwhile, countless ideas flashed through his mind, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of today's training. Having made arrangements for a meal at the tower yesterday, Ling Hello decided to treat all members of his fixed team at the team base. Apart from Yin Mingling, he had already invited the others multiple times. Hence, today's main course hinged on Yin Mingling's preference. Yin Mingling desired meat, preferably tender, juicy, and delicious. Ling Hello understood that meant chicken. Of course, the interstellar realm lacked the kind of meat chickens found on Earth, so he would need to search for alternative meats, much like with crayfish. However, that posed no significant issue, as the spices were plentiful. After the combat training, he would proceed to stew the chicken. Once again, he was the first to assist in the tower. Congratulations to the senior for saving the tower star. Ling Healy offered ample emotional value. Although he recognized that the events were coincidental, the early detection of the monsters and the rescue of the tower star was indeed a cause for celebration. He nodded in tacit agreement, but added, it is not yet entirely over. The tower star had commissioned a batch of forget-me-not pearls from the Mobius family to address the source of the monsters. Only when the pearls arrived could he finally rest easy. Just as Ling Healy was about to inquire further, he suddenly felt a slight emotional surge in his mind. This impact was exceedingly mild. With his dual B-level capabilities, it merely caused a momentary discomfort that he could easily endure. Moreover, the sensation dissipated almost instantly. It seemed that Mo Xiaobai did not intend to cause trouble. Rather, he was simply seeking to draw Ling Healy's attention. In the confinement chamber, Mo Xiaobai was desperately sniffing the air, occasionally smacking his lips as if saliva were about to dribble from his mouth. Upon spotting Ling Healy, he eagerly asked, "What are you eating? I want some." Recognizing Mo Xiaobai's potential usefulness, Ling Healy did not hesitate to release him from the confinement chamber. Of course, the shackles remained intact. Escaping would be an easy feat to reverse. Among the others, Yaowen had arrived a bit earlier, while Ha Jiujiu was once again present. The others trickled in just in time. However, upon catching a whiff of the rich aroma of meat, Pu Hua immediately regretted arriving late. How can that pet over there eat first in secret? Mo Xiaobai, having pilfered a chicken leg, paid no mind to the protests and voraciously devoured it whole, bones and all, before Ling Healy could approach. Yin Mingling's eyes glimmered with envy. I want some too. Ling Healy, initially prepared to speak, found himself allowing everyone to indulge first. This time, he accurately measured the seasoning for each dish. He allocated a normal portion for himself and the Tower Star, a generous spiciness for Puhua, a mild heat for Yaoan, and a subtle seasoning version for Hajiojio and Mutu. Yin Mingling chose her own portion. The standard serving seemed to be a tad too rich, but she could not resist. After sampling the subtly seasoned dish, she resolutely opted for the same as Ling Healy and the Tower Star, although each bite required several gulps of water. Indeed, most could hardly refuse the allure of meat, especially in a war academy like the Battle Soul Academy. The demand for energy was immense, and meat inherently contained a wealth of energy. They devoured every morsel, bones included, swiftly consuming all the ingredients Ling Healy had procured in excess. Once they finished, Ling Healy finally had the opportunity to inform everyone about Imo Xiaobai's situation. The fixed team consisted entirely of trusted individuals. Although the Tower Star had not formally joined, he was essentially part of the group, so Ling Healy withheld nothing. He revealed Imo Xiaobai's capabilities, the matter of the Dawn's shadow essence he had procured under the threat of Imo Xiaobai's powers, and the crucial conclusion: they could utilize MOC by alongside the Dawn's shadow essence to purify the energy within everyone, thereby mitigating the risk of energy instability. Naturally, this was contingent upon their ability to refrain from resisting the flow of energy. "I want to participate," Yaoan declared without hesitation, his own energy chaos being substantial. To address this, Ling Healy had temporarily prohibited him from using the Oracle Resonance. "Recently, I have found myself with little to do, and participating in this seems quite delightful." The second opening of the tower beckons. Hajiujiu couldn't contain his excitement, nodding fervently. "Absolutely, yes." Mutu expressed a desire to try, and Puhua also felt the necessity. "Although I am a genius who can pass the intermediate mechanical engineer assessment on the first attempt, I certainly wish to explore any means to enhance my combat prowess." Passing on the first try? Ling Healy and Mutu exchanged glances, seemingly aware of the memories Puhua had altered in her daydreams. Before others could voice their doubts, they swiftly redirected the conversation. "Yin Mingling, what about you?" Chapter 110. The Commanding System and Its Unpretentious Synergy. Yin Mingling hesitated. Although he was a genius in logistics, this had rendered him somewhat arrogant and ill-equipped to endure hardship. Ling Helel had just mentioned that, when absorbing energy, one must relinquish the body's constraints on that energy. Failure to do so could potentially harm the very essence. Yin Mingling was, in fact, reluctant. However, as all the team members were participating, he felt it inappropriate to declare himself an exception. After contemplating, he positioned himself beside Imo Xiaobai. "While you engage in energy absorption, someone must stand guard. I shall take that role." This statement implicitly conveyed his lack of trust in Imo Xiaobai. Yet, it was not unwarranted, as Ling Helel shared that sentiment. Thus, he felt compelled to elucidate the stakes to Imo Xiaobai. "What you did earlier today, attacking me, will not simply be overlooked. However, if you assist me in stabilizing the team members for energy purification, then I will consider the matter resolved. Should the transaction proceed smoothly," he added, "I could also compensate you with interstellar currency for a long-term collaboration." Imo Xiaobai quickly shook his head. "I have no desire for a long-term partnership with you. Once this matter is settled, I shall depart, even without taking the puppet with me." Ling Helel was not so easily swayed. "The condition for resolving this issue lies in your aiding the entire team with energy purification. Should you contribute more, I can offer compensation in interstellar currency. However, until then, you cannot leave." Imo Xiaobai's eyes clearly darted about, indicating he had alternative plans. Nonetheless, he provided Ling Helel with a definitive response. "Then it is settled." Ling Helel had recently purified his energy and therefore did not require another session. Mutu volunteered to be the first to try. Although Yaoan was the one in greatest need of energy purification, being from the medical department, he could provide immediate assistance in case of emergencies and thus could not be the first. Having been deprived of the Mumian emblem, Mutu had often expressed dissatisfaction with Ling Helel for not allowing him to indulge, and upon realizing the benefits of energy absorption, he eagerly insisted on being the first to try. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to fully control his body. believing he would not instinctively hinder the flow of energy and that no issues would arise. Ling Hello consented. The other team members donned energy-insulating suits and stood by to guard. Only Mo Xiaobai and Mu Tu remained beside the Dawn's dark essence. As the sealed box was opened, Mo Xiaobai activated his skill, directing it solely at Mu Tu. Under the impact of Mo Xiaobai's skill, Mu Tu's body stiffened momentarily. Then, as the Dawn's dark essence began to take effect, he awkwardly started to move his body, and no immediate problems arose. However, Ling Hello soon realized that Mu Tu was not as adept at controlling his body as he had claimed. Mu Tu's once mobile body became increasingly rigid, his muscles involuntarily tensing in a desperate attempt to impede the flow of energy. Fearing that Mu Tu might injure his essence, Ling Hello was about to intervene and terminate the attempt when Mu Tu suddenly cried out, "Let me try again." In the next moment, he adopted a different approach, launching a flurry of erratic attacks. As he continuously struck, the energy dispersed in tandem, aligning perfectly with the demand for energy outflow. Yet, it was still insufficient. The power of Mu Tu's attacks is growing increasingly formidable, yet his techniques are becoming more chaotic. Within the War Academy, everyone is trained in lethal strikes. Mu Tu flails aimlessly at the air. Although he can still channel energy, his lack of ferocity prevents him from unleashing the most potent energy fluctuations. Ling Li, acting decisively, removes his energy absorption suit, preparing to engage Mu Tu in battle. However, he is not so arrogant as to believe he can confront Mu Tu alone. So he turns back to call for assistance. "I'll take this on." Gao Tali steps forward. The rest of the team has yet to grasp the situation. Even the discarded members of the command department, despite their shortcomings, cannot match Gao Tali's keen observation and perceptiveness. Furthermore, his combat prowess makes him the most suitable contender for the present confrontation. Below him, only Ha Jiao possesses considerable strength, yet he is far from being Mu Tu's equal. Ling Li instinctively establishes a mental link. Although he feels the connection wavering due to energy absorption, he is still able to communicate. Instead of directing Gao Tali with a stringent command, he grants him maximum freedom of movement. Commander Order 01. Engage Mu Tu vigorously. I will assist you in your attacks. The three engage in unarmed close combat, their synergy evident. Ling Li has previously reviewed the combat archives of Gao Tali and is aware of his general capabilities. Gao Tali's physical prowess surpasses his mental acuity, and he employs a traditional style of bold and sweeping strikes. As he unleashes a punch, his entire body channels energy, creating an impactful wave directed toward Mu Tu. In Ling Li's mind, the two should be exchanging blows. However, Mu Tu possesses a keen battle instinct. Observing Gao Tali's movements, he deftly sidesteps and counterattacks with an elbow strike targeting the exposed flaw in Gao Tali's stance. Yet, Gao Tali is not alone. Ling Li marks his intended position in the mental link and swiftly advances, aiming a kick at Mu Tu's lower body. If successful, Mu Tu is likely to fall, necessitating a defensive response. What was initially a fierce elbow strike transforms into a precise knife hand aimed at Ling Li's vulnerable neck. Ling Li intends to evade, but Gao Tali proposes through the mental link. 01 inquires if the commander can grant me control over the mental link permissions. Apart from the link's maintainer, others authorized by the skill's creator can also access control over the mental link model. Ling Li had previously utilized this method to hastily acquire his mental link skill. Without hesitation, he grants the permissions to Gao Tali. In the next moment, mirroring Ling Li's earlier actions, Gao Tali quickly marks two positions within the mental link. There is no need for him to elaborate. Ling Li, having developed adequate battle awareness, instantly understands that one position is for evasion and defense, while Gao Tali will quickly fill the other to confront Mu Tu directly. The synergy between the command team is remarkably unpretentious. The tactical mindset nurtured by the same course allows for simple markings to ascertain how the two individuals collaborate, rendering it almost imperceptible that this is their inaugural combat partnership. They swiftly gain the upper hand in the battle. However, the trio's original intention was not to claim victory, but merely to expend energy, engaging in fierce confrontations time and again until they were nearly depleted. Ultimately, it was Mo Xiaobai who faltered first, halting his skills to shout at Yin mingling beside him. Put that thing away. I am about to be drained. Chapter 111. You must let Lord Nightshade know that I am the one who assisted you. The number of medical pods at the base is limited. However, there are energy recovery potions available in the warehouse. Ling Healy and his companions took the necessary potions according to their respective energy depletion levels and consumed them. Of course, Ling Healy remembered to factor in the influence of the original species variables. After restoring their energy, he felt more refined than during the previous occasion. Moreover, this method seemed to benefit their training and energy control as well. Ling Healy sensed that the energy within him had become purer and more formidable, flowing with greater ease. Mu Tu and Gao Ta also appeared to share this realization, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy. Only Mo Xiao Bai lay collapsed on the ground, murmuring, I've been drained. I can't control it. Don't blame me for affecting your emotions. Yet, nothing transpired. Mo Xiao Bai soon recognized that he had not influenced the emotional and energy fluctuations of those around him. He perked up, pondering, if I am drained, does that mean I won't affect others? Can I wander freely then? Ling Healy cleared his throat to remind him. According to our agreement, you cannot leave until everyone in my designated team has purified their energy. Mo Xiao Bai feigned innocence, pitifully protesting, do I have to stay locked up all alone? Ling Healy indeed found this situation unsatisfactory. Thus, he had already sent a message to Lin and Xin. He promptly informed Mo Xiao Bai, you need not remain in the confinement chamber, but you cannot leave. Since you are familiar with Lin and Xin, I will have him keep an eye on you. Mo Xiao Bai rolled his eyes and readily agreed. All right, let the puppet watch over me. Ling Healy chose not to expose his intention to escape. Primarily, he believed Lin and Xin would not betray him. Of course, even if he did, it would merely mean Mo Xiao Bai's escape. Given Mo Xiao Bai's recent performance, he could entirely negate the harm he had inflicted upon Ling Healy. Therefore, even if he truly fled, Ling Healy could accept it. Moreover, it would reveal Lin and Xin's true character. Lin and Xin arrived swiftly. Upon seeing Mo Xiao Bai, he expressed surprise and inquired anxiously, did Xiao Bai do something? Ling Healy briefly recounted how Mo Xiao Bai had offended him. Lin and Xin sighed, but responded, Xiao Bai is my friend. I am unsure how to assist him. Currently, I lack the funds to compensate him. However, if Mr. Ling believes I can be of assistance, please do inform me. Ling Healy clarified, Mo Xiao Bai possesses sufficient ability to compensate for my losses. I have already made a deal with him. According to our agreement, he cannot leave my team base at this moment. I brought you here to accompany him. Although Lin and Xin appeared somewhat dull, he was not foolish. I will keep a close watch on Xiao Bai. Ling Healy nodded. Mo Xiao Bai is currently severely energy depleted and unable to utilize his skills. He is no match for you. Thus, I shall not arrange anything further for you. Every day, the members of my fixed team come here to discuss matters with us. Mo Xiao Bai, lacking in energy and without the aid of potions for recovery, is not being treated harshly by Ling Helen. Rather, Mo Xiao Bai enjoys this state where he does not have to restrain his own abilities. For him, the freedom to act as he pleases brings greater comfort than an abundance of energy. However, observing the restless movement of Mo Xiao Bai's eyes, Ling Helen suspects that this might be Mo Xiao Bai's way of lowering his own defenses. Having chosen to trust Lin Anxin, Ling Helen decides not to dwell on it further. Incidentally, after recently using an energy potion, he has noticed a significant improvement in his control over energy. When Lin Anxin arrives and finishes organizing things, he realizes that his energy seems to be gradually increasing. Ling Helen recalls that his physical ability threshold is not B, but actually A, indicating there is still room for enhancement. He then enters the medical pod. Upon exiting, he feels that his senses have been sharpened once more, rendering the world even clearer. The base is well equipped, and Ling Helen calmly steps into the basic testing device to assess his abilities. Indeed, his physical ability is A and his mental strength is B. His physical capacity has upgraded. However, he has reached the upper limit and cannot advance further unless he uses a potential potion. This is something that those in the medical field should be familiar with. Ling Helen first inquires with Yao En. After some contemplation, Yao En responds, if it were in the past, I could have helped you find a way. However, with the Callisto Nebula no longer in existence, I lack viable options to procure it. Ling Helen then messages the SEAL analyst. A professional ability analyst replies, "This item is worth billions. My previous mentor couldn't afford it. Even in the Medical Soul Academy, if someone had a potential potion, it would likely be at the president's level, and I am not familiar with them. Apart from these two, the only pharmacology expert Ling Helen knows is Hua Zhuo from the Black Alliance. However, considering Hua Zhuo's ability to develop the Dawn Abyss Essence Restoration Potion targeting X-level origins, it is indeed possible that he also possesses knowledge about potential potions." Hua Zhuo replies, "I am currently researching the Essence Restoration Potion under the Nightshade Pavilion, and I am too occupied." The implication of being too busy suggests that Hua Zhuo is indeed knowledgeable. Ling Helen quickly messages back, "Could you recommend a master capable of creating the Essence Restoration Potion?" Hua Zhuo responds, "The production is not difficult. The key issue is that the formula is tightly held by the trade city, and most pharmacists are unaware of it." Hua Zhuo continues, "If you obtain the formula, you can go directly to the trade city with the materials and simply pay for the labor costs." Ling Helen thanks him, saying, "I shall inquire in the member assistance area of the Nightshade Club." Initially, if Hua Zhuo were also unaware, Ling Helen had planned to seek assistance in the area. Now, he can simultaneously inquire about both the formula and the finished product. However, Hua Zhuo sends another message. "Hold on, let me tell you." Ling Helen asks, "What price do you require?" Hua Zhuo replies, "You must let the Nightshade Pavilion know that I assisted you. It would be best to share more about me with them." Such a simple price. Ling Helen sees no reason to refuse. "Thank you. In 4 days, the themed gathering at the Nightshade Club will take place, and I shall personally converse with Brother Yi." Hua Zhuo stated, "Ingredients, formulas, and refrain from seeking alchemists outside the trade capital, for it would disrupt the established order." Ling Helix readily acquiesced. At this moment, the base was notably sparse, as many had already returned to the academy. However, Yao En, ever diligent and eager to enhance his combat prowess, remained among the last to depart. Ling Helix took the opportunity to present the formula to Yao En, allowing him to assess the availability of the ingredients. Most could be procured with interstellar currency. However, 3 items remained elusive, unattainable even with wealth. Yao En relayed these 3 ingredients to Ling Helix. The first, the Siren's Eye, a specialty of the merfolk's home planet, though not particularly valuable, is seldom sold externally due to the abundance of wealth within the merfolk system. Chapter 112. What a coincidence! The 9th Legion would surely be willing to sell. Ling Healy felt that this search would not be arduous. Union had always desired to utilize the funding provided by the aquatic star system sooner rather than later. And now the opportunity had finally arrived. He promptly sent a message to Union. "I have confirmed the details of the required funding. Our team needs the specialty item from the aquatic prime, the Siren's Eye." Union replied, "This item is not particularly expensive, but it is quite rare. That would deplete our budget by 10 million. Ling Healy, thank you. When can we expect to receive it?" Union, "Soon. I have a micro-wormhole connected to the prime star. I will inform you once it arrives." Yao uncontinued. The second item, the untainted bloodline magic crystal, is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Ling Healy inquired with the intelligent terminal. The bloodline magic crystal is a type of mineral found within the bloodline vines. Ordinarily, one cannot acquire the crystal by merely slaying the bloodline vines. They must be captured alive and force-fed blood until they are engorged, which may lead to the crystal's formation. However, once the bloodline magic crystal is born, it is susceptible to external contamination even in a sealed environment. Typically, within 10 days, a contaminated bloodline magic crystal becomes unusable. Therefore, while it is not exorbitantly valuable, the acquisition process is quite troublesome. It seems that Ling Healy would need to personally venture into areas densely populated with magical beasts. Nonetheless, he decided to set this aside for the time being and simply noted it down. The final item, stellar ash from the core star, is usually obtainable during the disposal of stars and should be in the possession of various legions within the Alliance. Yaowen dutifully concluded his report. What a coincidence! The 9th Legion would undoubtedly be willing to sell. Ling Healy immediately sent a message to Yun Yin of the 9th Legion. There was no reply. After all, as a member of the Alliance, it was not uncommon for communication to falter, and Ling Healy did not dwell on it. If there was no response by the next day, he planned to consult with Teacher Xiao and inquire at the 5th Legion. The following day, he resumed training under Teacher Li. Interestingly, after witnessing Ming Huai and his teammates from the Eternal Night Watch display their mental prowess in combat, Ling Healy found himself once again captivated by the prospect of skill acquisition. Previously, he had taken the opportunity to seek advice from Teacher Xiao, and now he was able to utilize various types of skills to a considerable extent. However, he clearly could not wield them with the same fluidity as Ming Huai. Therefore, he proactively approached Teacher Li, expressing his desire to enhance his learning in this regard. Teacher Li pondered for a moment before explaining. Practice makes perfect. With sufficient training, anyone can learn to utilize different skills. This is something you can practice on your own. What I want you to learn is when the opportune moment to employ these skills arises. True to his customary style, Teacher Li employed combat scenarios for memorization. This time, Teacher Li noticeably moderated his speed and ability levels. Nevertheless, even with such control, he was still remarkably swift. Ling Healy had but one opportunity to counter with a skill during each attack. If he acted too early or too late, the consequence would be being dispatched to the medical bay by Teacher Li. However, if he managed to time his response correctly, Teacher Li would change tactics and continue, leading to a second potential demise or further alterations. For Ling Healy, timing was not exceedingly difficult. With a bit of luck, he could manage to strike the right moment a few times. However, the difficulty of consistently hitting the precise moment escalated exponentially. Emerging once more from the medical chamber, Ling Helen first closed his eyes to reflect upon his previous movements, seeking to identify where the flaw lay. Suddenly, Teacher Huangli's melodious voice rang out, reminiscent of a light-hearted tune. It is worth mentioning that Ming Huai is also a music broadcaster. Nevertheless, Ling Helen merely entertained a passing thought and did not perceive any issues. Swiftly resuming his review, Teacher Huangli's calls persisted, and Ling Helen found himself enchanted by the sound, instinctively swaying to the rhythm. Simultaneously, he was recalling the actions that had just unfolded in his mind. The first dodge harmonized perfectly with the rhythm of his body swaying, as did the second. However, during the third attempt, his movement lagged slightly behind the rhythm. It was in this moment that his memory recalled being sent back into the medical chamber by Teacher Huangli. Ling Helen opened his eyes to find Teacher Li had ceased her actions, tilting her head curiously at him. I understand now. Thank you, Teacher Li. He had discerned the source of his predicament. He had failed to master the rhythm of combat. When employing physical combat techniques, the rhythm was relatively easy to control. Each movement of the body, to achieve an optimal state, must adhere to a certain cadence, and there was no need for Ling Helen to seek out the critical points himself. However, when utilizing mental combat techniques, grasping this aspect proved challenging. Once he unleashed his skills, Ling Helen's mental acuity received no immediate feedback. He could only observe through his 5 senses to ascertain the effects of his skills in the opponent's condition. Lacking a solid grasp of the combat rhythm made it arduous to execute a seamless chain of attacks and defenses. Upon understanding the root of the issue, Ling Helen experienced rapid improvement. As Teacher Li's claws approached, images of various forthcoming actions played out in his mind. Timing his skill perfectly, Teacher Li swiftly altered her attack, launching yet another onslaught at Ling Helen. He executed his skill with impeccable timing. Teacher Huangli's strikes were characteristically swift and direct. Yet after undergoing numerous focused training sessions, Ling Helen had become exceedingly familiar with Teacher Li's assault patterns. Whether her attacks transitioned from swift to slow or vice versa, they adhered to a discernible rhythm. His task was to decipher this pattern. If Teacher Li accelerated, he would too. If she decelerated, he would follow suit, forever maintaining the most comfortable rhythm. Before long, Ling Helen realized that he need not entirely conform to Teacher Li's pace. With an acute understanding of his opponent, he found that employing an alternative rhythm allowed him to better pinpoint the critical moments to strike. It was precisely at the intersection of their rhythms. Moreover, once he established his own rhythmic attacks, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted. It was no longer Ling Helen struggling to keep up. Instead, the proactive Teacher Li found herself compelled to adapt her rhythm to accommodate the battle, occasionally even resorting to defense. Of course, this was all predicated on Teacher Li moderating her speed and abilities. Nonetheless, Ling Helen's progress could only be described as astonishingly swift. In the evening, Yunin finally responded, preventing Ling Hela from having to seek out Professor Xiao to connect with the Fifth Legion. Yunin, regarding the Core Star ashes, I will have the logistics department look into it. The Ninth Legion certainly has some. Yunin, how much do you need? The more you order, the better the discount, and we will deliver it to your doorstep. It was then that Ling Helu recalled he had not specified a precise quantity. He did not intend to order excessively. Around 3 portions would suffice, 150 grams, with a market price of 12 million interstellar coins. Does the Ninth Legion offer a discount? Ling Helu inquired. Yunin, a 10 discount. How about I arrange a guiding battle for you as well? I am not well versed in combat, but I can summon my commander. Alternatively, if you require something else, I am at your service. The Ninth Legion's sincerity was palpable, seemingly anxious that Ling Helu might miss out on a profit. Conducting business in such a manner would surely yield no losses. Ling Helu, all right. May I inquire about the identity of Brother Yun's commander? Where will the guiding battle take place? Chapter 113. Little White, I shall keep a vigilant watch over you to ensure you do not escape. Yunin, my commander is exceptionally kind, often guiding newcomers in battle, known as Mo Chi Yuan. At that time, he will directly send the stellar Koresh over. Ling Healy, very well. Inform me in advance upon arrival. After concluding a day of lessons, the members of Ling Healy's team have grown accustomed to gathering daily at the team base for additional training, including Yin Ming Ling. Although he is preoccupied with managing the team's finances, Ling Healy had imposed a week's worth of double training on him for previously depleting the team's competition points. Consequently, he must arrive first every day. Nevertheless, he still harbors some resistance towards energy refinement. Yesterday, despite Mu Tu and Gao Ta's exhausting their energy in a fierce battle, the results were remarkably effective. However, the intensity of their fighting was rather excessive. Yin Ming Ling is not afraid of combat. Those emerging from the War Academy are never intimidated by it. His concern lies rather with the potential harm to his essence. When it was time to determine Yaoan for today's energy refinement, all eyes turned to Yin Ming Ling, who felt somewhat distressed. Ling Healy noticed this. But given that Yin Ming Ling's energy was not overly chaotic, he had no justification to compel him to refine his energy. Thus, he took charge. Yaoan, engage with me, follow my commands. Mu Tu possesses formidable combat strength, becoming increasingly ferocious as battles progress. Yaoan, however, is different. Allowing him to act independently would be less effective than having him clear his mind and heed Ling Healy's instructions, which would better facilitate energy manipulation. Commander, Order 01. Step forward with the left foot, execute an arc flash attack at a 20-degree angle. Ling Healy employed a concentrated commanding style, enabling the otherwise unskilled Yaoan to unleash his utmost potential while adapting to energy absorption. Simultaneously, he had to navigate both directing Yaoan and countering his attacks, deepening his comprehension of combat rhythm. A proper rhythm maintains an elevated state of combat readiness. Under Ling Healy's deliberate guidance, Yaoan's fighting condition remained consistently at its peak. Even as the battle reached its climax and he gasped for breath, his combinations did not falter for a moment. During his personal training sessions, he had never achieved such a vigorous outcome. He gazed at Ling Healy, his eyes alight with admiration, which soared to new heights. Regrettably, Mo Xiaobai could no longer endure and had to cease fighting. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that yesterday, Mo Xiaobai did not resort to using energy potions. To recover to this extent in just one day, coupled with Mo Xiaobai's inherent prowess, Ling Healy sensed that there must be a secret within Mo Xiaobai. However, such secrets are unlikely to be divulged easily to others. Ling Healy did not inquire further, merely instructing Lin and Xin to take good care of Mo Xiaobai. Puppet, I want something to eat. Mo Xiaobai imperiously commanded Lin and Xin. What would you like to eat? Lin and Xin inquired with a blank expression. I desire hard-shelled chestnuts. The shell of this fruit is so robust that it could serve as a weapon. Nonetheless, the flavor of the flesh is indeed delightful, albeit moderately priced. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Healy transferred money to Lin and Xin. Then, Once Mo Xiaobai had finished devouring the chestnuts, Lin and Xian diligently collected the multitude of discarded shells strewn about, leaving not a single one behind. Mo Xiaobai's eyes were filled with urgency as he attempted to stop him, saying, "The puppet is playing with me. Don't clean up yet. Let the robot handle it later." However, Lin Anxin did not cease his actions and replied earnestly, "Xiaobai, I will keep a close watch on you and ensure you do not escape. I will not allow these shells to become weapons for you." Lin Anxin decisively triumphed in round 1. Ling Helian paid no attention to the two of them and instead sought out Ha Jiujiu, saying, "Regarding the matter of the Dawn's dark essence, we had agreed to provide your brother with a top-tier mech. However, given the current circumstances, I do not plan to sell the Dawn's dark essence, and our team funds are somewhat limited. The mech for Haba will certainly be configured at the highest level, but we will start with the basic modules and upgrade gradually. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly," Ha Jiujiu replied readily. All he desired was a mech, and the top configuration would surely bring him immense joy. Gradual upgrades were not an issue. The mech would naturally be ordered from Yongying. With this order, the 3 previous agreements with Yongying could also be settled. Yongying responded, "All right, I am still on planet Z73219 and have not returned. If there are any issues with the physical test or divine assessment, feel free to reach out to me. Please ensure the data is accurate." Ling Helian sensed that Yongying might be suffering from PTSD due to Aaron, as he always emphasized the importance of data accuracy. However, he sidestepped that topic in his reply. "Yonggu, haven't you returned yet? Have you received another order from the Battle Soul Academy?" "Yes, it is indeed the order from your student council president," Yongying confirmed. "Although it is unfortunate about the mech with the erroneous data, the synchronization rate on the battlefield was too low, which could lead to problems. It is better to forego it," Yongying added. "He asked me to customize a new one for him." Ling Helian envied the president's affluence. Indeed, it is regrettable about Senior Aaron's mech. After all these years, there must be some attachment. That is true. She is reluctant to part with her old mech and wishes to seek out a more skilled mech manufacturer. I wonder which master craftsman will be unfortunate enough to take on that task. Yongying's words were often quite sharp. However, Ling Helian held no ill feelings towards Aaron, so he refrained from continuing that line of conversation and instead sent another message. "I recently upgraded my physical ability from B to A. Should I consult Yonggu about whether not upgrading my mech will pose a significant issue?" Yongying replied, "The compatibility will certainly decrease. It is best to upgrade. However, moving from B to A will only result in a loss of about 7 or 8 points in compatibility, which will still keep it above 90. It's not a major concern." Ling Helian responded, "All right, thank you, Yonggu. I will seek you out for the mech upgrade in due course." After settling matters with Haba, Ling Helian surveyed his surroundings and discovered that Mo Xiaobai was causing yet another ruckus. "Puppet, are you still not my friend?" Mo Xiaobai whined in a petulant manner. Lin Anxin retrieved a dagger from him, which he had inexplicably acquired, and answered seriously, "Although I am your friend, I am currently working for Mr. Ling. Mr. Ling's words take precedence." Lin Anxin decisively triumphed in round 2. Ling Helian could not help but chuckle at the scene and return to his own tasks. There was a matter that had been pending for quite some time. Currently, Ling Helian's fixed team consisted of only 6 individuals, while the upcoming inter-school competition required a maximum of 2 external aides. Thus, Ling Helii still needed to recruit 2 additional members for his team. He had already set his sights on Tianjin, a senior from the operations department, for one of the positions. However, due to the lack of funding and the delayed acquisition of a small starship, he had refrained from approaching her for a conversation. Moreover, he was uncertain about Tianjin's previous statement regarding her obsessive cleanliness and whether remaining with the same group would truly trigger her compulsions. As fate would have it, he chose to gather information from the tower, where he knew they were quite familiar with Tianjin. "I was introduced to the club by Senior Tian, and I've met her on numerous occasions. Her cleanliness obsession is quite severe, yet she manages to control it, and there have been no incidents resulting from it. I've heard she left her previous team due to some unpleasant circumstances." Ling Helii sensed the tantalizing aroma of gossip. What circumstances? Chapter 114. Thank you, Junior. I am willing to stay for 7 more years as your permanent team member in the tower. There was a hint of uncertainty in the air as Tian spoke. In my previous team, there was a member from the Racial Fusion Research Society who often clashed ideologically with me. Once, while undertaking a mission off campus, we encountered a team from the shapeshifter race. You see, their highest form of etiquette involves transforming into various racial forms to impress others. I felt nauseated by it. Upon returning, I withdrew from the team. Ling Helu discerned the underlying narrative. The commander of Tian's former team likely leaned towards the views of the Racial Fusion Research Society, which explained their participation in that shape-shifting ritual. Perhaps the main reason for Tian's departure was indeed a fundamental disagreement with the commander's ideals. With this in mind, Ling Hela realized he needed to better understand Tian's views and expectations regarding teamwork. He sent a message, Sister Tian. I am immensely grateful for your unwavering support during the recent team challenge. I was wondering if you might have some time to further synchronize with my team? Tian replied. What? Do you wish to continue collaborating for the inter-school competition? Ling Helu responded, exactly. If possible, it would be splendid to have you join our team directly. Tian countered, that might be difficult. I cannot bear to remain with one team indefinitely. Ling Hela sensed that Tian's words did not reflect her true feelings. However, he believed that genuine connections could only be forged through face-to-face conversations, which would be more impactful in persuading Tian. Ling Helu remarked, there is a saying in my hometown. Nothing in this world is insurmountable to a determined heart. I shall ensure you feel the sincerity of my team and myself. I have prepared a surprise that I will unveil to you in a few days. Tian replied, you have piqued my anticipation. Ling Helu continued, of course. Would you like to join me at my team's base tomorrow to further refine our teamwork? Tian agreed. All right, you can come to pick me up. As for the other permanent team position, Ling Hela remained undecided between Chen Feng from the Auxiliary Support Department and another candidate from the Information Department. Considering various factors such as capabilities and attitude, it was clear that Chen Feng was the more trustworthy option. The only caveat was that Chen Feng was already in his 7th year. If he were to join Ling Helu's team, he would need to stay at the Seoul Combat Academy for an additional 10 years, postponing his graduation by 7 years. Even if Chen Feng was willing, Ling Hela was reluctant to shoulder such a responsibility, especially when there were other candidates from the Information Department available. Ultimately, however, he decided to extend this opportunity to Chen Feng. Chen Feng responded, Junior, I thought I had missed my chance since you hadn't invited me for so long. He continued, Thank you, Junior. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, and I am willing to remain for 7 more years as your permanent team member. Upon reading this reply, Ling Helu felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. His hesitation to invite Chen Feng stemmed from his own selfish reluctance to bear the responsibility. Yet, with Chen Feng's trust in him, he felt confident that he would not disappoint those expectations and would strive to do well moving forward. Ling Helen, tomorrow, I shall bring my senior to our team's base for a formal introduction. Chen Feng, very well, I will be punctual. Having settled all matters, Ling Helen glanced at the others in the base. Mu Tu had accumulated quite a few points in the team matches. Yan Mingling had yet to complete his double training penalty. Yaoan had readjusted to normal energy fluctuations and was exuberantly engaged in training. The movements seemed familiar, reminiscent of the combo Ling Helen had assigned him during their recent battle. In a nearby corner, Mo Xiaobai languished contentedly in a chair, while Lin Anxin tenderly kneaded and pressed various parts of his body, providing immense comfort. Observing that Mo Xiaobai had dozed off with half-closed eyes, Lin Anxin draped a garment over him and quietly slipped away. Upon turning back, he noticed Ling Helen watching him. Lin Anxin offered an explanation. When Xiaobai falls asleep, he remains undisturbed. I shall tidy up the disarray he created in his room. With that, he headed towards the artillery shooting range. The thought of the heavy weaponry inside made Ling Helen gasp. Lin Anxin's ability to keep an eye on Mo Xiaobai under such circumstances was indeed a case of one thing mastering another. Lin Anxin emerged victorious in round 3. When Ling Helen returned to the dormitory, Bei Qiao was still diligently studying. His attitude had consistently been commendable in this regard. Unfortunately, his inability to manage his major would lead to expulsion. Otherwise, Ling Helen would not have guided him towards the path of the external academy. Beside Bei Qiao, his belongings had already been packed. Have you firmly decided to attend the external academy? Ling Helen inquired. Yes, You are correct, Bei Qiao replied. He had come to trust Ling Helen immensely. The entrance examination for the external academy was not time-restricted. Assessments occurred every month. Entering the external academy sooner will allow me to reorganize my fixed team more quickly. Ling Helen felt relieved that Bei Qiao was finally receptive to his advice. As this presented an opportunity, he promptly transmitted a document to Bei Qiao. I have reviewed the assessment criteria for the Junior Commander Certificate. You will undoubtedly excel in the combat assessment. For the team practical assessment, it would be beneficial for you to find teammates to acclimatize with. I shall evaluate your team's situation later. Regarding the theoretical assessment, I do not expect you to fully comprehend the material, but you must memorize all the questions and answers. Indeed, Ling Helen had undertaken the ultimate question prediction. This differed from the template provided to the Little Fishers. The final assessment results bore no relation to Bei Qiao's understanding of the knowledge, but rather depended on how many questions Ling Helen could predict correctly. Should he not predict sufficiently, it would not pose a significant issue. As long as Bei Qiao met the qualification criteria for the Junior Commander Certificate, he could retake the assessment an unlimited number of times upon payment. This would merely require Bei Qiao to sit for a few additional attempts. Speaking of which, Ling Helen himself was quite envious of the Junior Commander Certificate. Upon passing, he would be able to officially join the Battle Alliance and directly obtain D-level access to the military network, which had always piqued Ling Helen's curiosity. However, the team practical assessment could only be conducted with a team comprised entirely of fixed members. Given the existence of such a bug technology as thought reading, Ling Helen could not fabricate assistance through external means. Thus, he would have to patiently wait until the team was complete before he could take the examination. The following morning, Habawa promptly sent over his physical fitness and exceptional measurement data. If Ling Healy recalled correctly, the last time he completed these two tests, it took him a full 10 interstellar hours. Habawa must have gone for the tests immediately upon receiving the news yesterday. In order to send the results to him so swiftly, Ling Healy perused the data and found no anomalies, then forwarded it to Yongying. Yongying, is this the data from that towering figure I repaired the mech for last time? Yongying, it's quite impressive and aligns perfectly with the new mech design I've developed. Shall we give it a try? Yongying, I can assure you that the compatibility between him and my newly designed mech could exceed 99. 8. Chapter 115. Can one trample upon the thoughts of their teammates, causing them to lose their composure? Ling Healy's expertise has been expanding rapidly, and he immediately grasped the significance of a mecha compatibility exceeding 99. 8. A compatibility of 100 signifies that one can fully integrate the mecha as an extension of their own body. Even Ling Healy's 98 compatibility is nearly indistinguishable from his own physical form. However, in practical combat, the disparity between 98 and 99. 8 is as substantial as the difference between SSS and X ranks. The mecha was originally designed to enhance individual capabilities. Ling Healy, who possessed a dual B rank, could rival an SS-level individual once donned in a mecha. Conversely, if one already held an SS rank, the mecha could elevate them to X rank. As for those at the X rank, there remains potential for enhancement, albeit the magnitude is not as pronounced as the leap from B rank to SS rank. Haba, with an A-level physical prowess, could at most reach SSS rank with 98 compatibility. Yet, with 99, 8, he could approach or even attain X rank. Undoubtedly, this is a significant opportunity for Hababa. Ling Healy, is that feasible, Yongge? How shall we determine the costs? Additionally, are there other prerequisites? Yongying, although it is a new model mecha, your companion qualifies as a tester, so we shall not charge the full price. Rather, we will go with the standard high-end mecha price, which is 10 million interstellar coins for the basic module. However, he must accompany me back to Wumian Academy. As some data is not available through standard physical or divine assessments, only my laboratory possesses the necessary instruments. Ling Healy could not make decisions on behalf of Ha Baba without consulting his brother, Ha, and upon confirmation, he replied, "That works, Yongge." Yongying, all right, I will return in a day or two. Have him prepare accordingly. After today's training, Ling Healy promptly contacted Tianjun and Shinfeng, making his way to the team base, albeit arriving slightly later than usual. Upon seeing the seemingly dull-witted stone man, Tianjin's expression shifted from surprise to understanding. Having collaborated with Ling Healy's team multiple times, Tianjin was aware that the stone man's actual abilities starkly contrasted with his outward appearance. His quick thinking and decisive combat style made him an invaluable team asset. It appeared that the junior had gained a capable ally today, a cause for celebration. Tianjin sincerely congratulated him. "All right, let's battle next time." Departing from their mental exchange, Qin Feng's words were quite exuberant. Ling Healy vaguely inferred that this indicated a positive sentiment, suggesting they would compete together in the next team match. However, he refrained from rushing to clarify for Qin Feng. There was no necessity. Given Qin Feng's intelligence, if it were a matter of great importance, he would undoubtedly convey his thoughts clearly to everyone. Soon, they arrived at the base. Although Tianjin was a designated teammate of Ling Healy, he had yet to formally join. Ling Healy had previously messaged Lin Anxin, instructing him to keep Mo Xiaobai confined in a closed room to avoid any potential complications. As for the others, one by one, they approached to welcome both Qin Feng and Tianjin. Morning Peak swiftly integrated into the team, while Tianjin observed everyone. Seemingly lost in thought, the members of the juniors team possessed such distinct personalities. Ling Healy glanced over and saw Hajiojio smiling radiantly, quite delightful. Mu Tu had already become close with Morning Peak, their shoulders linked, which was also quite nice. Pu Hua seemed intent on gauging Morning Peak's character, engaging in a continuous dialogue with Mu Tu, which was rather agreeable. Uncertain of Tianjin's sentiments, I politely responded. Everyone harbors their own thoughts and individuality. This is entirely natural. Tianjin did not smile, his gaze sharpened. Shouldn't one obey the commander? The crux of the matter emerged. Ling Healy was well aware that this was the most perplexing dilemma in Tianjin's heart, and promptly replied with sincerity, "On the battlefield, one must heed my commands. There is no room for negotiation. Even if dissent arises, it must be addressed with me only after the battle. However, in non-combat situations, we are friends growing together, each deserving of our individuality, and do not need to exist merely as extensions of me." "Battlefield, non-battle," Tianjin murmured, seemingly contemplating the significance of these two terms. Suddenly, he posed a question. When encountering other teams during missions, is it a battlefield or non-battle? Ling Healy immediately recalled the tales shared within the tower. Regrettably, his answer was likely to disappoint Tianjin. In missions, when the distinction between friend and foe is unclear, it is undoubtedly a battlefield. Tianjin instinctively adopted a defensive posture. She gazed at Ling Healy, articulating each word. "So, does this mean we can trample upon a teammate's thoughts, causing them unbearable distress?" Ling Healy sighed. "Senior Tian, I am unaware of your past experiences. To your question, my response is, I would. For I believe my teammates understand me, recognize that I must have my reasons, and trust that I would never truly harm them." Tianjin stared blankly at Ling Healy for a long moment, her expression falling into melancholy. "So, was it my fault?" Ling Healy met her gaze, resolutely replying, "No. The lack of trust from teammates is a failing on the commander's part. It is the commander's initial dereliction that has led to your confusion, Senior Tian." Ling Healy recalled that in the tales from the tower, Tianjin had performed admirably, exiting the team only after the mission concluded, rather than turning against them in the moment. Even amidst uncertainty, she did not defy the commander's orders. Tianjin had done nothing wrong. Trust. Tianjin resumed her contemplative repetition. After pondering for a considerable time, though uncertain if clarity dawned upon her, her demeanor lightened considerably. The junior appears to be a competent commander. Ling Healy's eyes sparkled. Then, would you be willing to join my team, Senior Tian? Tianjin did not acquiesce. Instead, shifting the conversation, the junior mentioned he would surprise me. Ling Healy felt a glimmer of hope. A rather significant surprise, which would require a little more time. Senior Tian would need to wait a bit longer. Upon hearing this, Tianjin smiled. Then my attitude shall depend on the junior's surprise. Setting aside her voice, Tianjin's ethereal beauty was strikingly enchanting. At this moment, a smile graced his face, imbuing him with a touch of earthly warmth and endearing beauty. There was a hint of pressure. Ling Helian ought to be at ease. Though he uttered those words, he chuckled heartily. Thus, preparations for this surprise must be executed with greater diligence. As students of the War Academy, everyone was remarkably efficient in their endeavors. In a brief span, all had exchanged their thoughts and officially commenced today's team point competition. An 8-member team seemed somewhat excessive for a point-gathering contest. Ling Helian contemplated for a moment and inquired in the tower, "Senior, shall we arrange for external support?" Splitting into 2 teams for point accumulation would enhance efficiency. Team 1 comprised Ling Helian, Mu Tu, Pu Hua, and Tian Jun. Team 2 consisted of Gao Ta Li, Ha Jiujiu, Yao En, Yin Ming Ling, and Shin Feng. Upon entering the map, the group found themselves aboard a deep-sea vessel, surrounded by the murky depths of the ocean. Mu Tu's body instantly stiffened. Ling Helian recalled that he harbored a fear of water. Chapter 116. The progress of my junior is truly remarkable. No wonder he is the commander I have selected. Victory Condition 1. Capture a sufficient quantity of designated fish species as a food resource. Victory Condition 2. Annihilate the opponent. Seeing Mu Tu's combat effectiveness significantly diminished, the complete annihilation of the opponent seemed somewhat challenging. Therefore, Ling Heli opted to capture an adequate number of fish for sustenance. The commander ordered 03, Tian Jun, to exert all efforts to fulfill Victory Condition 1, disregarding the fates of others. The commander commanded 01, Mu Tu, and 02, Pu Hua, to engage in guerrilla warfare alongside him. Naturally, they would first divine the enemy's position. Fortunately, the adversary had not divided their forces. The good news was that guerrilla tactics could indeed be employed. The bad news was that the 3 of them were facing deep-sea vessels of a scale 1,000 times their own. Under the energy scans of the vessels, the positions of Ling He and his companions shone conspicuously. Before they could approach, the vessel's artillery had already been aimed at them. Despite the daunting odds, they pressed on. The commander ordered 01 to create the illusion of boarding the vessel alongside him. Once the enemy's mechas emerged, they would retreat immediately. The commander instructed 02 to prepare the wave-dampening projectiles, ready for any eventuality. After dispersing, the artillery chose to target Ling He, likely recognizing his status as commander. Even with the mecha, Ling He felt the searing heat that transcended the limits of human endurance in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, guided solely by instinct, daring not to pause for even a breath. When the coolness returned to his surroundings, Ling He realized he had evaded the barrage, with only minor damage to his mecha. However, a second salvo was already being aimed at him. A surge of danger gripped his heart as he executed another desperate dash, narrowly avoiding the onslaught once more. Fortunately, there was no third shot. After all, the vessel was primarily designed for fishing, and its ammunition was limited. It seemed they were reluctant to waste resources on Ling He. It was then that he noticed the enemy mechas charging towards Mu Tu. There were a total of 4, and if one counted the operational system that presumably did not appear simultaneously, there were likely 5 adversaries, indicating a full-scale assault. The commander instructed 01, Mu Tu, to retreat at a 40-degree angle to the left and rear. He would provide support. The commander directed 02, Pu Hua, to remain on standby for the wave-dampening projectiles until further orders. Mu Tu's combat prowess in the water was indeed lacking. The enemy was clearly inexperienced, possessing only 1 non-standard mecha. Based on Mu Tu's previous capabilities, he could typically hold his own against 2 opponents and even triumph against 3. However, at this moment, he seemed perpetually on edge, ready to retract at any moment, embodying a palpable sense of trepidation. He exerted every ounce of restraint to avoid contemplating the non-existent dangers that plagued his mind. With 5 adversaries in pursuit, his attempts to flee were tinged with anxiety. Ling He made a swift decision, unleashing a phase pulse followed by a beam barrage. Although this consumed nearly 1/20th of the mecha's energy, it successfully compelled the enemy to retreat and create some distance. Mu Tu managed to escape the encirclement with great difficulty. The commander issued orders for Unit 02, Pu Hua, to deploy the wave camouflaging material and facilitate our departure. A visually dazzling radiance enveloped the surrounding area entirely. The energy fluctuations were so intense that Ling He found it impossible to maintain his composure amidst the tumult. However, upon further scanning, It became evident that the entire region was saturated with energy, rendering it impossible to ascertain the positions of Ling Helis and his companions. Relying on his remarkable memory, bolstered by his A-grade physical prowess, Ling Helis swiftly articulated the retreat route he had meticulously planned within the mental link, successfully guiding Mu-Tu and Pu-Hua to safety. Although this harassment operation lasted merely a few minutes, the deep-sea vessel required considerable time to halt and then reactivate its systems, providing ample opportunity for Tianjin to capture the targeted tenth of the catch. Before the adversary's vessel could reinitiate its journey, Ling Helis embarked on a second solo harassment. This time, he refrained from bringing Mu-Tu along, aware that while Mu-Tu could manage a brief support, he would likely be unable to evade incoming fire if it were directed at him. The enemy opted to continue their course, and Ling Helis, seizing the opportunity, deployed a gravitational anchor, intending to transform the feigned landing into a genuine one. He selected a particularly cunning position near the fuel compartments, should hostilities arise in that vicinity. The entire vessel could face annihilation. Consequently, the enemy was compelled to halt their vessel once more. However, as 4 mechas were deployed, Mu-Tu's dark energy nullification cannon struck with precision. Despite his newfound combat experience, one standard mecha failed to evade the attack, sustaining significant damage and thus being rendered out of the battle. Nonetheless, Ling Helis managed to escape unscathed. On the third engagement, before Ling Helis and his team could launch an attack, the adversary released their mechas to guard the vessel, adopting a cautious defensive posture. However, the mechas, advancing at their maximum velocity, consumed vast amounts of energy. To conserve energy, the enemy was obliged to reduce the vessel's speed, progressing slowly for some time, only to realize they awaited an attack that never came, while struggling to locate Ling Helis' team. At this juncture, the adversary found themselves in a precarious situation. If they conducted a full-speed search, Ling Helis and his team would capitalize on the opportunity to harass them, thereby slowing the vessel's progress. Conversely, should they disregard the harassment entirely, the risk of Ling Helis infiltrating the fuel compartment could lead to the vessel's obliteration. Any shift in strategy to fulfill their victory conditions would also prove futile, as they had already squandered too much time. The enemy commander resolved to gamble everything, unleashing the remaining firepower upon Ling Helis and his team. Mu-Tu evaded as best as he could, but ultimately faced an unfortunate exit. Pu-Hua, having cobbled together a defensive automaton prior, unhesitatingly entrusted it to Ling Helis, only to be swept away by the barrage. Ling Helis survived under the protection of the defensive automaton. Shortly thereafter, 3 mechas closed in to launch an assault, with no reinforcements to assist. With no alternative, he prepared for battle. Ling Helis instinctively recalled everything he had learned from recent combat training, employing it with finesse. His battle rhythm was both steady and agile. He initiated a resonant shatter, countering long-range beams, and deftly maneuvered beside the foremost enemy mecha, forcing them into a precarious position where they could not execute another area attack. Simultaneously, the multi-stringed explosion was executed with remarkable finesse, leaving the opponent unable to immediately establish a surrounding formation, allowing for a brief one-on-one confrontation with the mech. Once the rhythm of battle commenced, although Ling Helis did not inflict significant damage upon the adversary, he successfully employed his skills to restrain them, miraculously surviving for 3 minutes. It was not until the voice of Tianjin echoed through the mental link, 03, reporting to the commander, mission accomplished. In the next moment, the system's victory notification resounded, granting an additional 30 points. Before exiting the current oceanic scene, Mu-Tu awkwardly approached Ling Helis, his voice brimming with admiration. "Junior, your progress is truly remarkable. You are indeed the commander I have always believed in." Ling Helis felt deserving of the praise. Yet he smiled and deftly shifted the conversation. "I wonder if Senior Gao and the others have emerged victorious?" Chapter 117. I have heard that your team has an external aide named Lyle. The team in the tower also achieved victory, albeit with only 10 points. Likely due to a challenging match that resulted in a rather inconspicuous triumph. Overall, the team has been integrating well. As preparations were nearing completion, Ling Helis stood up. He had yet to mention the matter of the potential potion. There was nothing particularly secretive about it. Tianzheng was not an outsider, and Ling Helii straightforwardly conveyed the situation. The rewards from the Fishman Galaxy were allocated to the entire team, while the benefits of the potential potion would accrue solely to Ling Helii. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision. From the perspective of team contributions, Ling Helii, as the commander, had been tirelessly concerned for everyone's well-being. And his contributions were indeed significant. Considering the team's combat capabilities, Ling Helii's potential was a considerable shortcoming. If that gap were to be filled, the resulting impact would be substantial. Thus, he merely stated his decision without soliciting opinions from others. Indeed, no one voiced any objections. Yan Mingling was particularly delighted. "Commander, will your potential finally be less underwhelming?" Hajiujing, always the mood lifter, wagged his tail joyfully, nearly bursting into applause. Yao N's admiration was even more pronounced. With the commander's strength increasing, I cannot afford to remain stagnant. Tianzheng found herself momentarily lost in thought. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? Yes. Would Senior Tianzheng think that I chose to use the potential potion out of selfishness? That is not the case. After speaking, Tianzheng pondered, seemingly gaining a deeper understanding of trust. However, the ingredients for the potential potion were not limited to just the Sea Demon Si. The Stellar Ember Core had already been acquired, but there was still no lead on the Blood Pattern Demon Crystal. Although Ling Helii had inquired with the team, he held little hope and was contemplating whether to ask about the Blood Pattern Demon Vine when the 9th Legion delivered their supplies. Unexpectedly, there was good news. The tower had found a lead. The Tower Star had located the source of the monster infiltration, where numerous Blood Pattern Demon Vines could be found. This time, I discovered the monsters and averted a disaster for the Tower Star, thus registering it officially. It should not be a problem to procure a Blood Pattern Demon Vine. Very well, I will trouble Senior Gao to communicate with the Tower Star. Ling Helii happily decided that 2 days later would be the themed gathering at the Nightshade Club, which he needed to attend. If the Stellar Ember Core were acquired after the gathering, they would immediately head to the Tower Star. Though there would be monsters to confront, the risk of battle remained, and the team members willingly requested to join. Ling Helii contemplated briefly and selected only Gao Tali, Hajiajing, and Yao In to accompany him. The others would accumulate more points and prepare thoroughly to avoid any unforeseen incidents that might jeopardize their standing on the Team Combat Power leaderboard. On the way back, a message arrived from the Little Fishman. The Sea Demon Si from the Fishman homeworld had arrived. Although the Little Fishman resided in a double room, he had no roommate. When Ling Helii arrived, he found the Little Fishman pacing awkwardly. "Your Sea Demon Si." Upon seeing Ling Helii, Yunyan's demeanor remained unchanged as he directly handed over the item. However, in the next moment, he shyly inquired, "I heard your team has an external aide named Lyle." The tone and demeanor of the little fish person instantly set off alarm bells in Ling Heli's mind. "Lyle is set to participate in the intercollegiate freshman competition with my team." It was as if he was about to ask what you intended to do with her. The little fish person pouted and blew a bubble, saying, "Don't you think she's adorably soft and extraordinarily beautiful?" Ling Helis did not see the connection between the eccentric lady and her softness. Nevertheless, she was indeed striking. He nodded and asked, "Do you know her?" Yonyan blushed, responding, "She doesn't know me yet. I saw her in the reward zone, where she was labeled as the most beautiful humanoid girl, so I utilized my privileges to look up her information. She's truly stunning." The romantic inclinations of a visual creature seem rather perilous. Ling Helis did not wish for his external aid to be whisked away to the fish person's home planet, never to return. He attempted to communicate, "So, are you planning to get to know Senior Lyle? And then what?" At that moment, Yonyan was surrounded by pink bubbles, shyly admitting, "I haven't figured out how to approach her yet." Ling Helis sensed trouble. "Shouldn't you get to know each other first?" Yonyan was taken aback for a moment but quickly nodded. "Yes, first we should get acquainted, then I'll bring her back to the fish person's home planet." Ling Helis silently mourned for Senior Lyle, but still felt it necessary to send a warning. "Senior Lyle, there's a piece of news, good or bad, that you should know." Ling Helis continued, "The first-year student from the command department, Yonyan of the fish person royal family, wishes to meet you and possibly take you back to the fish person's home planet. Lao replied with a chuckle. Well then, let us get to know each other well. I will ensure he never forgets this. Ling Helis immediately felt he had overthought the situation. Senior Lao was not one to be trifled with. However, since it pertained to his team's intercollegiate competition, he asked Yunyan, "Are you coming to watch us in the intercollegiate freshman competition? To cheer for Senior Lyle?" Yunyan released a few more pink bubbles. "I will be attending. If you need anything for the freshman competition, feel free to reach out to me." Ling Helis indeed had matters he could not resolve. Do you know Toledo Dell? A freshman from the Arbiter War Academy's command department. He has already secured a spot for the freshman intercollegiate competition and possesses formidable combat prowess. At this moment, Yunyan reined in her desires for companionship and stated matter-of-factly, "I know him. He is indeed very strong." Ling Helis immediately inquired, "Do you have any footage or evaluations related to his piloting skills? I wish to learn more." Yunyan hesitated briefly. There should be some. Before his home planet was destroyed, he fought on the front lines multiple times, so there must be plenty of footage left. His home planet was destroyed? Ling Helis was somewhat astonished. Yes. Yunyan expressed with a tinge of regret. It is said that his potential is at the XX level. Had his home planet not perished, his achievements would have surpassed this. He might have already become the 12th observer of the Star Alliance. Ling Helis was unsure of the might of the Star Alliance observers. However, he had witnessed Toledo Dell in a live broadcast, and he was terrifyingly powerful, exhibiting combat capabilities far superior to those of any member of Ling Helis' team. Although he was not at the X level, his physical prowess was visibly at the pinnacle of the SSS level. The top 10 war academies are renowned for nurturing prodigious talents. Very well, I shall seek out his mech combat footage and share it with you shortly. This matter is not troublesome, and Yunyan readily acquiesced. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ling Hel did not immediately rest. Instead, he accessed the Nightshade Club's members group. Having previously promised Huizhua to commend her in front of Yiyu, Ling Hel was well prepared to attend the upcoming themed gathering of the club. It was essential to familiarize himself with the theme beforehand. Upon entering the members group, he was greeted by a flurry of messages. In the midst of cultivating. Please do not disturb. Is the theme this time related to bloodline skills? Surely, many seasoned veterans will be in attendance. What a grand affair from Lord Yiyu. Chapter 118. Do you wish for a one-on-one with me? The disparity in strength is too vast. The outcome would not be favorable. Void Wanderer. Indeed. While bloodline skills may have a low baseline, their potential is remarkably high, ranking among the top 3 in the realm of mysticism. Field Cultivator. I beg to differ. I believe divination skills are more likely to secure a place in the top 3. Soft and tender newbie, bloodlines, those in the know understand. Field Cultivator. Not everyone possesses such formidable bloodlines. It heavily relies on the inherent traits of one's race. Ling Heili listened with great interest. However, he pondered why both divination and bloodline skills could only vie for the top 3 spots. Thus, he inquired, what are the top 2 mystic skills then? Soft and tender newbie, laws and divine descent, in no particular order. Ling Heili quickly consulted his neural interface. He could comprehend the concept of law-based skills. If wielded appropriately, they could be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, the term divine descent eluded his understanding. Neural interface. Divine descent skills possess a certain probability of invoking divine power. There are no definitive records of deities in the cosmos, but a more plausible conjecture regarding divine power is that it emanates from higher dimensional realms. Ling Heili. So, are there indeed experts in the club specializing in law and divine descent skills? Soft and tender newbie. Yes, most of them remain in the shadows. When they do emerge, their prowess is formidable. Void Wanderer. Soft and tender newbie. Will you be attending the themed gathering the day after tomorrow? Soft and tender newbie. Yes. I received an invitation from Nightshade Pavilion. Why? Void Wanderer. I have a matter to discuss with you in person. I will be there the day after tomorrow as well. Feeling neglected as the elites ceased engaging with him, Ling Heili scrolled through his previous conversations with Nightshade. Soon, he stumbled upon a passage regarding Emo Xiaobai. The creator of the Whispering Forest had once encountered Emo Xiaobai and, for reasons unknown, regarded him as a high-dimensional deity. Thus, Emo Xiaobai's mystic skill is divine descent? Indeed, formidable. Unfortunately, Mo Sibai was not very cooperative and seemed intent on leaving. Otherwise, Ling Healy would have liked to delve deeper into this skill. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Healy gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, there would be no combat training with Teacher Lee. Ling Healy had initially planned to visit the Star Workshop to inquire about channels for purchasing starships. However, a message from Yun In arrived. My commander has escorted the Stellar Ash Core to you, Imo Chi Yun. After adding each other as friends, the other party sent a message. Are you ready? I am at the port as agreed to engage in a guidance match with your team. Ling Healy was unsure if he had grasped the meaning. You with my team? Imo Chi Yun. Do you wish for a one-on-one? The disparity in strength is too great. The outcome would not be optimal. The other party spoke the most arrogant words in the most concerned tone. It would be better for me to engage with your team. You will gain much more from it. Ling Healy chose to trust the judgment of the expert. Very well. Shall we proceed to our team base? Navigation. I will contact my team members immediately. Aside from Pu Hua, who had classes he could not escape, the others began to arrive one after another. Mo Chi Yun also arrived promptly, sporting a heart-shaped tail and sharp demonic horns, smiling gently, appearing deceptively delicate and harmless at first glance. However, when scanning over the team led by Ling Helen, one could sense the genuine affection emanating from his gaze as he confidently positioned himself among the strong 6 individuals. He surveyed the group, realizing they were still too short of qualifying for the interscholastic competition. Some were unable to attend due to classes. Ling Helen offered a brief explanation. Moreover, he found it difficult to believe that a team of 6 could not overpower a single adversary. In a rare moment of arrogance, Ling Helen declared, no need for mechas. Of course, the limited space of their training base, which could not accommodate all 7 mechas, also played a role. Very well. Mo Chi Yun nodded, handing the Stellar Ash Core to Ling Helen. You may discuss strategies among yourselves. Feel free to ask me directly. The strategy was straightforward. Engage head-on. Truth be told, Ling Helen had various tactics at his disposal, such as feigned maneuvers, waiting for the right moment, and intricate schemes. However, when it came to commanding the battle, the essence was in the confrontation. Only through real combat could one truly understand their deficiencies and enhance their combat capabilities. Ling Helen initiated a concentrated command without hesitation, launching an onslaught. As Mu Tu's fist struck Mo Chi Yun's form, the latter's disguise was completely torn away, revealing a visage reminiscent of the demons from the myths of Blue Star, albeit still adorned with sharp horns and a heart-shaped tail, appearing deceptively fragile. Yet, in the face of the assault, Mo Chi Yun did not even budge an inch. He gently extended his right hand, meeting Mu Tu's fist. The energy shockwave failed to inflict any harm upon him, nor did it cause any damage to Mu Tu. Mo Chi Yun's movements, though remarkably gentle, dissipated the energy instantaneously. Ling Helen and Hejujin's attacks soon followed. Ling Helen wielded a dagger, creating ripples in the energy waves that were repelled by Mo Chi Yun's mental barrier. He even took care to shield Mu Tu within the barrier. Hejujin's laser gun attack similarly disintegrated against the shield without leaving a mark. None of the 3 managed to breach the defense. 05, Morning Peak, reporting to the commander. Analysis of the recent energy fluctuations reveals that the horns and tail are the strongest points of energy emission. Furthermore, the analysis of the opponent's movements indicates a habitual protection of the tail, which may likely be their weakness. It is advised to prioritize an attack on the tail. Ling Helen trusted Morning Peak's analytical judgment. Without hesitation, he commanded Yin Mingling and Yao In to restrain Mo Chi Yun while he aimed directly for the heart-shaped tail. To ensure he could breach the defense, he had already prepared the Resonance Shatter skill, ready to deploy at the most opportune moment. Mu Tu's attack arrived first. This time he unleashed all his energy, executing a powerful roundhouse kick, the crimson energy radiating like flames, tracing a myriad of sparkling trajectories. Mo Chi Yun's physical energy level had likely not reached the X rank. Upon witnessing such an assault, his expression turned solemn, and the bent elbow emitted a fierce red glow, clashing violently with Mu Tu's strike. At that very moment, Ling Helen noticed a fleeting fluctuation in Mo Chi Yun's mental barrier. Likely due to the exertion of physical energy in battle, he immediately unleashed the Resonance Shatter skill he had been holding in his hand. successfully striking at the moment the psychic barrier pulsed, shattering it into intangible energy. Hajujin's laser gun fired once more, without the obstruction of the psychic barrier. Imochi Yuan dared not leave his tail within the line of fire, and he swiftly maneuvered behind Ling Heli, using Ling Heli's body as cover to prevent being hit by Hajujin's attack. However, Ling Heli's movements were equally swift, although his stats were somewhat inferior. His combat awareness was no less formidable than Mu2's. Just as Imochi Yuan's body circled around him, Ling Heli thrust out his dagger, aiming directly at the base of the tail. Imochi Yuan did not evade. Instead, he gently restrained Ling Heli's right hand, which was tightly gripping the dagger, while his left hand waved, launching a crimson wave of energy directly at Mu2, causing his advance to slow and preventing him from executing a follow-up combo. Throughout the battle thus far, Ling Heli had utilized nearly all available attack methods, yet he had failed to inflict even a slight injury upon Imochi Yuan. The latter was terrifyingly powerful. Nevertheless, Ling Heli was still in the fight. Chapter 119. Fearless Advancement. Unfazed by battle, unreserved in action strictly speaking. Imochi Yuan's abilities did not surpass those of Lingli and his companions by a significant margin. For instance, Mu2 also possessed a physical prowess rated at the SSS level. Although there was a slight discrepancy compared to Imochi Yuan, it was not enough to render him defenseless. Nevertheless, Imochi Yuan effortlessly parried his attacks, relying on an extraordinary mastery over energy. He executed his maneuvers with minimal energy expenditure, achieving the desired effects with precision. If there were to be any vulnerabilities, it might be that his total energy was finite. Regardless of how adeptly he utilized it, facing the entire Lingli team simultaneously would inevitably lead to moments of depletion. The commander ordered 05 Chinfeng to constantly monitor the fluctuations in the enemy's energy. Should there be a noticeable deficiency, he was to report immediately. Subsequently, Lingli altered his strategy, abandoning the hope of overwhelming Imochi Yuan with sheer force, instead shifting to a primary focus on harassment. He maintained a multi-pronged assault, ensuring that Imochi Yuan could not evade every strike, compelling him to absorb some blows with his energy. Unbeknownst to them, Imochi Yuan's movements began to slow. A glimmer of admiration crossed his face. Your insight is remarkably keen, and your command is commendable. You are indeed worthy of participating in the inter-school competition. However, he then took a turn. Yet, since this is a training match, I must impart some knowledge. Allow me to demonstrate the spirit of exploration. With that, Imochi Yuan unleashed a formidable mental barrier, bracing himself against all incoming attacks as he rapidly approached Mu2, exploiting a gap in his defenses to deliver a powerful energy strike that rendered him unconscious. Simultaneously, his mental barrier shattered under the onslaught from the others, leaving him without any means of protection. However, Imochi Yuan exhibited no signs of panic. He executed a series of multi-string blasts, evenly distributing them among the members of Lingli's team. Lingli was compelled to command his teammates to evade rather than continue their offensive. In that brief interval, Imochi Yuan swiftly maneuvered to Hajujin's side and similarly incapacitated him, successfully diminishing Lingli's team by another member. Just then, Yaoan and Yin Mingling's supportive skills finally struck Imochi Yuan, causing a noticeable delay in his movements. Seizing the moment, Lingli launched his most potent attack towards the heart-shaped region at the rear of Imochi Yuan. The strike landed. Yet, Imochi Yuan paid no heed to the injury at his rear, absorbing Lingli's assault while swiftly dispatching Yaoan and Yin Mingling within mere seconds. 05 Chinfeng reports to the commander that the enemy's energy is plummeting. Before he could finish, Chinfeng was also thrown out of the battlefield by Imochi Yuan. Although he remained conscious, he too was deemed eliminated. Only Lingli remained. Lingli's grip remained steady as the dagger spun rapidly in his hand, emanating ripples of energy directed towards the majority of Imochi Yuan's body. The purple blood belonging to Imochi Yuan splattered forth. He merely sidestepped slightly to avoid a fatal blow, then pressed his sharp fingertip against Lingli's vulnerable neck. Ultimately, Lingli was defeated. Indeed, Imochi Yuan's appearance was true, yet he insisted on completing his thoughts. One should not truly regard pioneering as a responsibility of a commander. Pioneering ought to be a mindset, undaunted in progress, unafraid of combat, and wholly committed. Ling Helen nodded in agreement. Combat skills can be honed, and combat awareness can be enhanced. Yet the combat mentality can only be comprehended and transformed through personal insight. Imo-Chi Yuan indeed utilized this instructive battle to impart to Ling Hela the essence of a relentless pioneering spirit. If even the esteemed veterans exert themselves fiercely during battle, what is there for the novices to fear? Upon emerging from the medical chamber, Imo-Chi Yuan resumed his human form, his heart-shaped tail held in his hand, reflecting a semblance of sorrow. However, he refrained from mentioning it. Instead, he sincerely remarked, "You and your team are formidable. You are likely to become the dark horse of this year's Battle Soul Academy freshman competition. I look forward to your growth, so we may fight side by side in the future. Thank you, Brother Imo, for your praise, and for the instructive battle." After Imo-Chi Yuan departed, those with classes returned to the academy, while those without remained for training. Ling Helu, however, chose neither, as he had received a message from the Little Merman. "Union, I have found the combat footage of Torito Del. I will send it to you." The youth in the footage exuded vigor, his gaze clear. For him, battling monsters seemed more akin to a form of enjoyment. Observing him charge towards the monsters alone, Ling Helu could not help but recall Imo-Chi Yuan's guiding battle moments ago. Though they were entirely different individuals, both were equally powerful and exerted their utmost in combat. Indeed, Torito Del's combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. Yet, gazing at the holographic footage before him, Ling Hela sensed that his mentality was even more formidable than his strength, much like Imo-Chi Yuan. Ling Hela could analyze Imo-Chi Yuan's weaknesses and exploit them. However, when Imo-Chi Yuan truly fought for his life, there was nothing Ling Helu could do to impede him. The same sensation arose from the footage of Torito Delaware. Strategies could not thwart him. Victory could only be achieved through direct confrontation. This was something Mu Tu could not accomplish. Mislao could not manage it either. Ling Helu felt he must give it a try himself, provided he could swiftly enhance his capabilities. The use of potential potions was imminent. The following day arrived, marking the long-anticipated theme gathering of the Nightshade Club. Yaoan was also a member of the Nightshade Club. However, he held no interest in powers unrelated to himself and did not plan to attend this thematic gathering. Instead, Teacher Li, after finishing her class, proactively inquired if Ling Helu wished to accompany her. Yes, Ling Helu readily agreed, though a hint of curiosity lingered. "Isn't this a gathering focused on soul-type skills? What brings Teacher Li there?" Teacher Huang Li did not withhold her intentions. "I have a close friend attending today's thematic gathering. I wish to see her." Ling Helu's curiosity ignited. Is Teacher Li's friend also in the command department? Indeed. She graduated from Songqing Academy and is now one of the first-level commanders of the 3rd Legion. After stating this, Teacher Huang Li added, "She has a wonderful personality and greatly enjoys assisting newcomers." Ling Helen believes that the quality of enjoying helping newcomers is truly admirable. As they disembark from the hover vehicle and enter the Nightshade Club, Teacher Li observes a girl not far away and calls out cheerfully, "Ling Wei, over here." The girl turns her head, revealing a body that is part human and part serpent, with wings adorning her ears. Every movement she makes is impeccably precise, as if measured by a ruler. When she glances back, her gaze inadvertently brushes past Ling Helen, sending shivers down his spine with her inorganic vertical pupils. She appears austere and detached, completely contrary to what Teacher Li describes as her good-natured best friend. Chapter 120. If I could truly revert to my original state, I would thank her. How is Li, and what of Qiuqiu? The way the feathered serpent maiden spoke felt rather stiff. If one were to focus solely on her tone, one might assume she was looking for trouble. As usual, Teacher Li said little, shifting her attention to introduce Ling Helu. My student endowed with precognitive abilities in the realm of the mysterious, and also a member of the Nightshade Club. The feathered serpent maiden's vertical pupil shifted entirely to Ling Helu, instilling in him a sense of dread. As if he were being scrutinized. Are you the newcomer that Lord Nightshade has taken an interest in? Given that the feathered serpent maiden attended the themed gathering, it was highly probable that she too was a member of the Nightshade Club. Ling Helu did not conceal the truth and nodded, "Yes." "And you are?" "I am the soft and adorable newbie," she declared in the most indifferent tone, uttering a name that seemed utterly harmless. It appeared that the information indeed matched. The High Commander possessed a similarly rigid manner of speaking. However, Ling Hella found the username to be quite amusing. He hesitated between voicing his thoughts or holding his tongue, ultimately refraining from making a remark. At some point, an ethereal figure approached them, speaking in a slightly measured tone. Lingwei, you are both here. Just in time. I have some matters to discuss with you privately. The individual appeared dreamlike. Though resembling a human form, their presence seemed so insubstantial it could vanish at any moment. Likely a guise. The feathered serpent maiden took the initiative to introduce Ling Helu. This is Brooke, a void wanderer from the members group. Indeed, she was as Teacher Lee had described. Despite her cold exterior, her disposition was quite amiable. Ling Helu promptly greeted, I am the newcomer invited by Lord Nightshade. Another esteemed individual. Although Brooke's background was enigmatic, he was certainly a figure of considerable stature, potentially even surpassing the soft and adorable newbie. Brooke glanced at Ling Helu. Offering a friendly smile, a promoter of civilization? Ling Helu was taken aback. He recalled that he had yet to add this esteemed figure as a friend. How could this be disowned? Brooke chuckled heartily. You bear the mark of a civilization promoter. I can see it clearly. I work at the War Institute. The certification for civilization promotion is the War Institute's greatest achievement. Ling Helu's mind was filled with questions. After some contemplation, he posed the query he was most eager to have answered. What, then, is the purpose of the civilization promoter's mark? Once you join the War Alliance and gain access to the military network, you can activate the mark, at which point you will understand its significance. Until then, it is merely a standard certificate, the feathered serpent maiden clarified. Since the esteemed individual was willing to respond, Ling Helu quickly pressed on. What is the War Institute? It is a research institution under the Star Alliance, distinct from the War Alliance. It primarily comprises academic factions from the combat departments of comprehensive universities. The feathered serpent maiden elaborated. Brooke chuckled once more. Indeed, it is academic in nature, primarily engaged in research work, with the hope of providing assistance to frontline combat. Teacher Lee, who had remained silent nearby, listened intently. Seeing that Brooke had delayed addressing the main topic, Ling Helu finally inquired, Is the War Research Institute here to discuss new developments with us? Brooke did not respond immediately. He glanced at Ling Helu and said, This matter is not something the public should be privy to. Ling Helu understood and politely excused himself. As the main event had yet to commence, he decided to seek out Yu, for he could not forget the promise made to Huozhua. Upon seeing Ling Helu, Yu greeted him. You've arrived. It's been quite a while. As he spoke, Ling Helu produced a large bag containing warm chicken, the very kind that everyone had unanimously declared the most delectable after their last gathering. This pairs perfectly with the spices from my hometown. Do give it a try, Yigo. Yu gracefully yet swiftly accepted the food, remarking, Very well. You may bring me other delicacies next time. He pawed at the bag for a moment, perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of the occasion, and ultimately refrained from indulging right away. By the way, Yigo, I have come mainly at someone's behest to discuss a matter with you. Ling Helu transitioned to the crux of the conversation. Bourgeois? Yu had already discerned Ling Helu's intent. She asked you to speak on her behalf, claiming she assisted you? This time, Ling Helu spoke with greater gravity. Not only did she aid me, but she also helped you. Yigo. Her intention was to develop a potion to repair X-level source damage, which led to our accidental acquaintance. Yu paused momentarily. Do you genuinely believe she can create such a potion? His voice was tinged with urgency, clearly indicating his concern regarding his own source damage. Ling Helu, though lacking in knowledge about potions, replied, She gives off a very professional aura. It does not seem like mere bluster. Yu clenched his claws. If she truly can restore my source, I would be profoundly grateful to her. She would undoubtedly wish for the same. Ling Helu responded cheerfully. Satisfied with themselves, Ling Helu felt that the exchange had gone exceptionally well. Having concluded the serious matter, he recalled a recent piece of gossip. By the way, Yigo, are you aware of the newcomer in the membership group known as Soft and Sticky Newbie? Yes, Yi replied nonchalantly. She is here to assist with today's main event. Ling Helu immediately erected a one-way barrier. So, Yigo, do you know why this esteemed individual chose the name Soft and Sticky Newbie? Is it an attempt to deceive newcomers in the group? Yu indeed knew. No, she simply hopes that the name makes her appear more endearing. M. The esteemed commander. Soft and sticky newbie. It seems the minds of these distinguished individuals are beyond comprehension. However, it appears there is little more to gossip about. The two continued their casual conversation until the chat with Teacher Lee concluded. The theme event at the Nightshade Club was about to commence. The soft and sticky newbie, resembling Quetzalcoatl, stood at the center of the venue. The announcement of the day's theme echoed in every ear, likely amplified by the energy waves emanating from the Quetzalcoatl figure. My bloodline skill is omniscience. When activated, I am aware of everything in the surrounding space. If someone wishes to conceal their privacy, they should depart promptly. Once I activate my abilities, there shall be no opportunity for regret. Ling Heli has not left. He places his trust in Yi Yu. The activities of the Nightshade Club are unlikely to be detrimental to its members. Ling Heli believes that even if the soft and tender novice possesses omniscience, it is likely limited to material aspects, excluding thoughts and emotions. Indeed, few have chosen to leave, including Teacher Lee and the Void Wanderer, Brooke, who have all remained. The soft and tender novice continues. Next, I shall activate my skill. I will employ my omniscient abilities to discern your bloodline information. Those who are uncertain about their bloodline information or wish to learn it once more may queue here, and I will inform each of you individually. Chapter 121. It appeared formidable, yet lacked any discernible energy fluctuations, rendering it incapable of activating skills. The queue was orderly, with most individuals demonstrating a commendable sense of discipline, gradually elongating the line. Ling Heli was also quite intrigued. He arrived a tad late, and by the time it was his turn, the gathering was nearing its conclusion. The soft, inexperienced newcomer projected a one-way barrier, gazing at Ling Heli without immediately speaking. Ling Heli felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutiny and cautiously inquired, "What is the matter with me?" "You are fine. It is I who has the issue." The soft newcomer furrowed her brow. "I cannot perceive your bloodline. It seems powerful, yet there are no energy fluctuations, nor can skills be invoked. This is the first time I have encountered a situation that even omniscience cannot decipher." Ling Heli had not anticipated any complications with his bloodline. He directly posed a pivotal question. If there are no energy fluctuations and skills cannot be activated, why is it deemed powerful? The soft newcomer paused for a moment before responding. Intuition. If she were indeed a seer, Ling Heli would certainly trust her instinct. However, the notion of an omniscient bloodline skill raised his skepticism. Furthermore, how could a supposedly powerful bloodline, devoid of any manifestations of strength, sound so preposterous? Ling Heli earnestly asked, "Is there a possibility that my bloodline is simply an ordinary one that lacks energy fluctuations and cannot invoke skills?" The soft newcomer regarded him for a considerable time, seemingly convinced. That must be it. "Do you have any other questions?" She did not dwell further on the matter. Ling Heli genuinely had a query. "Commander Ling Yu, may I inquire about the outcome of the omniscient skill regarding the probing of Jiujio?" As a close confidant of Teacher Huang Li, the soft newcomer was evidently well acquainted with Jiujio. She lowered her gaze, appearing to soften slightly. "In my understanding, there is no way to save it. In fact, aside from my skill, all predictions indicate hopelessness. Li has already given up on seeking laws and divine descent skills, only hoping to use soul skills to allow Jiujio to rest a bit longer. Otherwise, even if it enters a frozen state, Jiujio's soul will still suffer and soon become unbearable." Ling Heli fell silent. He too wished to save the little yellow Oriole. However, from the fact that Teacher Lee had not sought him out to foretell the fate of the little Oriole, Ling Heli had already surmised that there might be no hope left. This moment merely confirmed his suspicions. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy until the soft newcomer took the initiative to shift the topic. "If there is hope, you must participate in the intercollegiate freshman competition. The depth of the 10 great war academies surpasses your imagination. The intercollegiate freshman competition is merely the threshold." Her words hinted at a riddle. Nonetheless, Ling Heli had already intended to join the freshman competition, promptly expressing his gratitude and extending his hand for a friend request, adding another notable ally to his circle. Excitement surged as he spotted the Void Voyager, Brooke, engaged in conversation with Teacher Lee, and he approached politely to request friendship, adding yet another esteemed companion. The thematic gathering yielded quite fruitful results. Early the next morning, Ling He Li, along with Gao Ta Li, Ha Jiu Jiu, and Yao En, utilized a wormhole from the public transport station to arrive at Tower Star. Entry to Tower Star imposed certain requirements regarding identity and income. However, Ling Helian and his companions were all students from the Battle Soul Academy, fully meeting the identity requirements and merely needing to register briefly. Upon exiting the passenger terminal, they swiftly encountered the official personnel awaiting their arrival at the tower, and after a brief exchange, they were escorted to the front lines. In stark contrast to the tumultuous situation in the Callisto Nebula, the circumstances on Tower Star appeared rather trivial. This could perhaps be attributed to the fact that the battle was nearing its conclusion. As Ling Helian and his group traversed the camp, they observed only a handful of mercenary members. Moreover, Ling Helian noted that official missions were snatched up almost instantaneously, a rather absurd scenario given the fierce competition. Soon, he discovered that it was not merely a case of fierce competition. Mercenaries were engaged in direct conflict. Two factions confronted each other. One comprised seasoned mercenaries, their gear somewhat tattered and repaired multiple times, yet exuding an air of experience. As soon as Ling Helian and his companions approached, the mercenaries immediately took notice and assumed a vigilant stance. Ling Helian understood their wariness, as the aura of Academy students was distinctly palpable among his team. On the opposing side, the Academy students appeared even more conspicuous. These mercenaries were clearly wary of a potential alliance forming against them. In contrast, the Academy students displayed little of the same vigilance. Upon seeing Ling Helian and his group, they paid them no heed and continued to vocally berate the mercenaries. The staff accompanying Ling Helian seemed familiar with this faction and quietly introduced them. That group over there is the freshman team from the Top 10 Expedition Academy. They possess considerable strength, but their sense of justice is excessively strong, leading to several altercations with the mercenary teams in the camp. Are they competing for missions? Ling Helian pondered. Who would dare to challenge the students from the top 10? The staff member chuckled wryly. I am unaware of the current situation. The last conflict arose when a mercenary team inadvertently ignited a wildfire that lasted several days, with the student team believing they had intentionally set the blaze. This is truly difficult to ascertain. Ling Helian glanced at the student team, noting their appearance suggested they had just returned from a mission. At the center stood a figure resembling a commander, a girl who had remained silent thus far. At the sides of her head were small wing-like appendages, indicating she was not entirely humanoid. Adorning her head was a striking hairpiece, and her jellyfish-like long hair remained impeccably neat even after battle. Without a doubt, her ability to maintain such composure post-conflict indicated formidable strength. As Ling Helian observed her, the girl swiftly turned, locking eyes with him. Her demeanor was fierce, yet she bore no murderous intent. Her companions lacked her restraint, aggressively positioning themselves in front of the mercenaries, nearly pointing fingers in accusation. The mercenaries, known for their volatile tempers, would have already engaged had it not been for the students' prestigious affiliation. As the verbal altercation escalated, the mercenary captain could no longer contain himself, drawing forth his energy weapon while muttering curses. Damn these meddlesome brats. The jellyfish-haired girl raised her right hand slightly, and Ling Helian recognized it as the initial gesture for a psychic link ability. Indeed, in the next moment, the 10 individuals, initially positioned casually, seemed to receive a directive, instantly transforming into a standard formation for combat. Although the mercenary captain had the advantage of striking first, the energy beam he unleashed merely grazed the mental barriers of 2 individuals, inflicting no tangible harm. Shortly thereafter, the group executed a methodical tactical division against the mercenaries, attacking with precision, their coordination akin to the harmonious functioning of a single entity. The mercenaries, however, were not without merit. Despite the absence of a commander, each member swiftly drew their weapons, unleashing a barrage of varied gunfire that interwove towards the students' side. Through prolonged collaboration, their level of synergy rivaled that of the students. Though they lacked the mechanical precision, a message from the tower conveyed, the Expedition Academy is among the top 10 that place the utmost importance on tactical formations. Observe how their formation shifts seamlessly and meticulously during combat. Meanwhile, the staff accompanying them seemed to be in contact with others. And Ling Helen could hear his furious exclamation, 3 minutes? At this rate, the camp will be dismantled in 3 minutes. Chapter 122. Then, unexpectedly, an unexpected event occurred. Distant sounds of battle echoed, likely spurred by the furious shouts of the staff. When the official combat personnel from Tower Star arrived to restore order, they took less than 2 minutes, and only half of the camp had been dismantled. Ling He and his companions retreated rather swiftly, neither participating nor being affected by the chaos. Many other mercenary teams had descended into the fray, while Ling He could understand those who sided with their fellow mercenaries. He was utterly perplexed by those who took advantage of the situation to strike both sides under the pretense of mediation. Perhaps it was indeed what is commonly referred to as a free-for-all. The staff member responsible for managing the situation appeared utterly shattered. Taking a deep breath to console himself, "It is fine. The conflict will conclude in a few days. If the camp is destroyed, so be it. The instigator must be punished severely." A gray cat-like creature from the student team confronted him, arguing, "It is the mercenary team's failure to clear the battlefield that has left the monsters behind. Is that not a danger to everyone?" The mercenary leader had just emerged from the medical bay, his spirit invigorated, and upon hearing this, he almost charged back into battle. "In such a vast area, do you expect us to leave no monsters behind? Last time, when we burned your camp, you accused us of arson. This time, not burning it presents an even greater issue, does it not?" The girl with the purple jellyfish-like head coldly stared at him. "We are indeed capable of leaving no monsters behind." Regardless, it was undeniable that the mercenaries had failed to adequately clear the area of monsters, and their mission was deemed a failure. Ling He chose not to listen further, prioritizing the acquisition of blood-pattern magic crystals. In the tower, they quickly procured sufficient animal blood. Following the map provided by the staff, they located the blood-pattern vine. After clearing most of the area, only one vine remained, and they proceeded to feed it fresh blood until it produced the magic crystal. It was not difficult. Within less than a stellar day, the blood-pattern magic crystal was formed. The crystal radiated a mesmerizing red light, yet possessed an unusual sense of purity, appearing clear and flawless. However, as time passed, impurities would inevitably increase, rendering it unusable after 10 days. "Congratulations, Junior." Someone in the tower was the first to voice their congratulations. Ling He was equally elated. With the materials gathered, they could now return and create potential potions in the trade capital, Daylight Nebula. On their return journey, they traveled in Ling He's civilian hover vehicle. However, this area was now devoid of monsters, so theoretically, there should be no issues. Yet, unexpectedly, an unexpected event occurred once again, as distant sounds of battle reached their ears. "The civilian hover vehicle is prone to damage. Should we circumvent the area?" suggested the tower member. Ling He instinctively sensed something was amiss. Not only was it because there should not be any monsters nearby, but also due to a deeper intuition he felt. "Senior Gal, could you utilize the mecha module to survey the battlefield?" Ling He inquired politely yet firmly. "All right." The tower member responded without further thought, exiting the hover vehicle and deploying the mecha. The atmosphere instantly grew serious. "It is the expedition team from yesterday and that mercenary group." It appeared that the expedition team had already suffered 3 casualties, while the mercenaries held the upper hand. Casualties. Ling He echoed the term. The atmosphere within the tower was solemn. The 3 individuals had completely lost their combat capabilities and were placed in the rear by their comrades, their fates uncertain. Were both factions merely mercenaries, Ling Helen would have undoubtedly turned and departed. However, one of the teams hailed from the prestigious 10 Great War Academies, prompting Ling Helen to deliberate for a moment. He initiated a mental link. The commander instructed Unit 01, Gautali, to assess the comparative combat strengths of both sides and our own. Unit 01 replied, stating that the mercenary faction possessed 2 mechs, with a combat power score of 782 derived from the Kriya model. The Expedition Academy team had not deployed any mechs, yielding a combat score of 617. Our own combat power was assessed at 1020. It was inconceivable that the Expedition Academy team had no mechs at all. Although Ling Helen was eager to divine the fate of the mechs from the Expedition Academy, he recognized that it was not his concern and likely beyond his capacity to ascertain. Ling Helen concluded that, given their capabilities, the Expedition Academy team must be rescued. The commander ordered Unit 02, Hajiujio, to keep the hover vehicle on standby for immediate assistance. He commanded Units 01, Gao Tali, and 03, Yao In, to pilot their mechs, forming a V-shaped formation with Ling Helen at the apex, ready to provide aid at a moment's notice. As they approached the battlefield, Ling Helen projected the emblem of the Battle Spirit Academy as a hologram. The morale of the Expedition Academy team surged instantly. Their wavering formation began to stabilize and evolve amidst adversity. The mercenary faction was comprised of no more than a dozen individuals, equipped with only 2 mechs. Upon their encounter, Ling Helen and his companions concentrated their fire to disable one mech, swiftly following through to destroy the other. The remaining mercenaries, even without Ling Helen's intervention, would have been manageable for the Expedition Academy. The commander of the squad, a woman with a jellyfish-like appearance, swiftly approached Ling Helen. "Is there a medic present? We request assistance. Our medical personnel have perished, and 2 comrades are trapped in an energy overload, requiring soothing skills for their treatment." The commander ordered Unit 03, Yao In, to assess the feasibility of aiding the fallen comrades, urging caution. The battle concluded rapidly. This team of students from the Expedition Academy possessed genuine strength, yet it was unclear why they had not employed their mechs. They had been beset by a comrade's energy crisis and the loss of their medical support, which led to their predicament. Once order was restored, the jellyfish-haired commander approached with those who were still capable of action to express her gratitude. "Thank you immensely. We are a new team from the Expedition Academy, lacking in operational experience. Had it not been for your intervention, we would likely have faced total annihilation. As per our customary practice, we will compensate you for your assistance, though it may take some time as I need to settle my team." Her long hair was somewhat disheveled, likely due to the trauma of her comrade's injuries, leaving her engulfed in sorrow. Ling Helen empathized with her feelings but found it difficult to offer comfort. He simply replied, "Understood. May I inquire what happened to your mechs?" The jellyfish-haired commander gritted her teeth. "It was our negligence. We assumed we had caused a disaster. Thus we complied with the official request from Tower Star to temporarily seal our mechs. It seems now that this was premeditated." Ling Hilary cast a glance at the tower, where the expression of the individual within reflected astonishment, evidently bewildered by the unfolding events. "Are the authorities targeting you?" Ling Hilary inquired, following the line of thought. The young woman, maintaining her composure, responded, "It seems we have offended someone. A member of the official ranks has been compromised. Yet, our animosity remains. We shall exact vengeance for this blood debt ourselves. While the Expedition Academy may not be as fiercely protective as your Battle Soul Academy, it is by no means an entity to be trifled with." Ling Hilary glanced once more at the tower, his countenance grave, though he remained remarkably composed. Soon thereafter, he received a message on his light brain. "I have contacted my family, and the authorities are indeed unaware of this matter." Given that the situation bore little relation to his own team, Ling Hilary chose not to linger, clutching the blood-patterned demon crystal and other materials, and swiftly traversed the wormhole towards the trading metropolis of Daylight Nebula. Chapter 123. Spending other people's money must be exhilarating. I desire that too. In the bustling trade metropolis, countless prosperous planets abound. Aside from a few entry and transit planets, the rest are dedicated trade worlds. For instance, if Ling Hilary wishes to procure potential potions, he must journey from the entry planet to the potion transit planet, ultimately arriving at Potion Star 6. Although the route is somewhat intricate, the internal transportation costs within the trade metropolis are subsidized by the authorities, resulting in little discontent regarding this arrangement. As Ling Hilary and his companions advanced according to the directional signs, the fixed team chat suddenly lit up with a series of messages. "Mu 2, Ling Hilary. Yin Mingling has fallen unconscious. Mu 2, I merely suggested he refine his energy. There was no ulterior motive. We all fared well after our own refinements. Mu 2 I, along with Pu Hua, managed to restrain Mo Xiaobai, but Lin Onxin claims he is not responsible. Mu 2. The hospital reports everything is normal. I am perplexed as to why Yin Mingling remains unresponsive. Puhua. He has been frequenting the black market lately, and it is difficult to ascertain the people he has interacted with. Ling Hilari's pace slowed. Without hesitation, he sought out Yao In to serve as a divination tool. Contemplating the reasons behind Yin Mingling's predicament, Ling Hilary coldly ordered that regardless of who instigated this incident, the violation of his companion had crossed a line. After 6 divinations, Ling Hilary found himself somewhat perplexed by the omens. It seemed to involve Mo Xiaobai, but was it a fortuitous sign? Despite the positive indication, further divination was necessary. Mo Xiaobai had consistently desired to escape, yet there was no malice involved in this matter. Apart from Mo Xiaobai, there were no other culpable parties. It appeared that he needed to process the benefits before awakening, perhaps in about 5 days. After multiple divinations, Yaoan appeared somewhat fatigued, prompting Ling Hilary to cease the endeavor. Nevertheless, the answers gathered were more than sufficient. In the tower, filled with concern, Ling Hilary instructed him to return. Mu Tu and Puhua's temperaments are not suited for leadership. Senior Gao, please keep an eye on the team for me. If any issues arise, kindly inform me. The trade metropolis is quite safe, so you need not worry about my well-being. Understood. Senior Gao nodded in agreement, without further protest, and set off back to planet Z73219. Once Yao In emerged from the medical pod, Ling Hilary led him and Ha Jujio once more into the transit wormhole, ultimately arriving at Potion Star 6. As the name suggests, Potion Star 6 is replete with potion shops, innumerable in number. However, Ling Hilary's objective lay within the official commission zone. What Huozhua referred to as locating personnel from the trade metropolis to create potions is precisely what this official commission zone entails. The number of commissioned potion masters is vast, with most being freelance potionists striving to make a living in the trade metropolis. There are also a select few certified as officially employed potionists, which is precisely the type Ling Hilary sought. The commission zone was teeming with people, and as they made their way through, Ling Hilary overheard a plethora of gossip. For instance, today, a foolish son from a wealthy family had come to Potion Star 6, accompanied by 2 affluent patrons willing to spend lavishly, having already squandered millions within just half an hour. Did the wealthy patrons have no objections? Gossipmonger 1 expressed envy and resentment. Spending other people's money must be absolutely delightful. I too wish for that. Gossipmonger 2 remarked with a look of longing. Ling Helu diligently filled out the application as per the official requirements and was soon led into a semi-enclosed chamber. Beside the seat was a prominent button, though the accompanying text had worn down significantly, rendering it indecipherable. Perhaps someone well-versed in the universal galactic language could glean its meaning despite the wear. But Ling Helu was entirely at a loss and merely overlooked it. Before long, a jelly-like humanoid girl with twin ponytails entered the room. She possessed a somewhat naive charm and promptly took a seat, fixating her gaze upon Ling Helu. Shortly thereafter, a staff member clad in uniform entered to facilitate introductions. It turned out that the jelly-like girl was the pharmacist responsible for processing the commission. However, she appeared quite inept at communication, mostly remaining silent with the occasional nod. Fortunately, there was a staff member present to assist. After Ling Helu articulated his requests, the pharmacist confirmed that they could be accommodated, thereby solidifying the arrangement. Acknowledging the potential for failure in potion making, Ling Helu had prepared 3 sets of materials, with the entire process estimated to take half a day. The contract stipulated that he could return that evening to collect the finished potions. Thus, Ling Helu exited the room, intending to return later for the completed elixirs. Not long after stepping outside, Hajujin's pace suddenly slowed, and with a fierce expression, he exclaimed, "Commander, those inside are trying to take advantage of us." What? Ling Helen was aware that Hajujin's physical prowess was classified as S-level, significantly surpassing his own capabilities, which suggested that Hajujin's auditory perception would be exceptionally acute. However, he remained oblivious to what had been overheard. Hajujin gestured towards the communication room from which the 3 individuals had just emerged, revealing that those inside were preparing to consume a portion of the commander's potion. Upon hearing this revelation, not only did Ling Helen's expression shift, but the countenances of the other personnel from the trade capital also darkened. A staff member, appearing to be in charge, promptly approached and swung open the door to the communication room, where they could discern the ongoing conversation. There are a total of 3 batches of raw materials. Given your capabilities, concocting 2 vials of elixir is undoubtedly within your reach. One could simply be deemed a failure. Selling it to the foolish heir of the landlord, how could it possibly be worth 200 million? The staff spoke with exuberance, as if 200 million had truly fallen into their hands. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he was momentarily taken aback, only to turn and discover it was the steward of the trade capital. A closer inspection revealed that the room's one-way shielding had not been activated at all. Instantly, his complexion drained of color. Am I not audacious enough to covet the possessions of guests while conspiring in plain sight, fearing that others might overhear? The manager's face was ashen. However, when he turned to Ling Helen, he made an effort to convey his apologies. I regret the inconvenience. This is an issue pertaining to the trade capital, regardless of the commission put forth by our esteemed guests. The trade capital will not charge a single coin this time, and will grant you a priority commission right applicable across all planets within the trade capital. By utilizing this privilege, your commission will receive immediate acceptance and execution. Although Ling Helen was somewhat uncertain about the precise value of this priority commission right, it sounded promising. He inquired with his light brain. Not to mention, the value of a top-tier master as priority commission right is worth millions. It became evident that the trade capital's apology was sincere. Ling Helen nodded in agreement. Very well. I hope the final product exceeds 2 bottles. The manager promptly added, at least 2 bottles of the finished product are required, and any shortfall will be compensated by the trade capital. The staff member has already collapsed to the ground. The adorable young pharmacist beside him finally regained her senses, shook her head, and flicked her twin ponytails. I cannot guarantee 2 bottles. The manager's voice turned icy. You will need to undergo an investigation. I shall assign this task to someone else. The young lady blinked in confusion. Since there are others capable of concocting the potential potion, why must I be the one to undertake this task? Chapter 124. The temperament of an artist? No, it is the temperament of a deceiver. Ling Helu sensed that unforeseen circumstances were once again unfolding. The steward's complexion had shifted from a pallid hue to a deepening shade of black. Turning to Ling Helu, he hesitated for a moment before inquiring, is the client requesting a potential elixir? Ling Helu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the ingredients total 3 portions. The steward struggled to articulate his next words, yet he felt compelled to speak. Esteemed guest, at this juncture, besides Master Huashua, there are no other masters capable of crafting potential elixirs. Would you wish to continue entrusting Master Huashua with this task? Ling Helu contemplated for a moment. I shall observe your forthcoming investigation. If the matter bears no relation to Master Huashua, then certainly, we may proceed. Thank you for your understanding, the steward replied, visibly relieved. However, Ling Helu did not anticipate that instead of sharing the investigation results with him, the steward would allow him to witness the entire process. When he saw Tenji, Eileen, and a young nobleman enter, he momentarily felt disoriented. Nevertheless, he quickly approached to greet them. Good day, President. Hello, Senior Eileen. Your potential elixir? Tenji raised an eyebrow. Observing that both parties were familiar and about to engage in conversation, the steward interjected, apologies, but the reason for your summons is not to negotiate the potential elixir. Rather, there are some inquiries we wish to make. Should the results bear no relevance to the client, we shall provide satisfactory compensation. Initially, upon hearing that it was not a transaction, Tenji's expression soured, yet the mention of satisfactory compensation gradually brightened his demeanor. However, he maintained a defiant tone. I am your premium member, having spent over 10 billion interstellar coins to date. Are you certain you can afford to satisfy me? The steward's expression remained composed. The condition is that you have not colluded with our internal personnel. Before Tenji could respond, the young nobleman who had entered with him chuckled. Oh dear, you can't be referring to me as the internal personnel, can you? Although I am indeed a mecha engineer employed in the trade capital, the distinctions between a mecha 1-star and a potion 6-star are substantial. Ling Helu discreetly messaged Tenji. President, I am here to commission the crafting of a potential elixir. What brings you here? It is indeed for Senior Eileen's mecha. Tanji replied. Eileen still wishes to see if a top-tier mecha master can rectify her original mecha. Ling Helu remarked. That mecha engineer does not seem particularly reliable. Tanji clarified. It is not him, but rather his father. Master Chen declined my commission. I have heard that Master Chen dotes on his son. Hence I intend to approach Chen Yuchen. Ling Helu was taken aback. This was not merely seeking the master's expertise, but rather attempting to curry favor with the master's son. The president could nonchalantly procure potential elixirs worth hundreds of millions. If he recalled correctly, when Yongying took on Eileen's business, it was merely 30 million interstellar coins. The disparity between individuals is indeed striking. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the president's wealth. Ling Hela continued. I have prepared 3 portions of ingredients, theoretically. The probability of producing 2 bottles of potential elixirs is quite significant. Should 2 bottles emerge, I could sell 1 to the president. Tanji replied, Very well, I shan't take advantage of you. Previously, I had communicated with the staff here regarding the acquisition of 200 million interstellar coins, and I would provide you with the same amount. Ling Healy remarked, President, have you truly resorted to bribing the staff? Tanji responded, The potential potion is rather elusive. Chun Shi is apprehensive that prolonged delays may complicate matters, thus preferring to resolve it with financial means. Ling Healy observed the aristocratic gentleman, whose smile radiated warmth, and felt an inexplicable shift in perception. The gentleman's white hair, artfully streaked with blue, and his dramatically long tailcoat evoked an aura. Was it the essence of an artist? No, it was the demeanor of a charlatan. This impeccably poised swindler maintained his composure while engaging in a prolonged standoff with the manager, leaving even the incapacitated staff members somewhat bewildered. Could it be that I have misjudged the situation? Ultimately, matters were resolved satisfactorily, though the trade metropolis deemed the resolution's perfection irrelevant. Tanji proposed his compensation request, seeking an elevation of his membership tier. Ling Healy, uncertain of the specific value involved, nonetheless sensed from the manager's precarious state that it must be of considerable worth. Hua Shui indeed refrained from engaging in clandestine dealings, and intelligence from Tanji confirmed that, barring communication barriers, her potion-making prowess was exceptionally strong. Consequently, the task of crafting the potions fell to Hua Shui. During the waiting period, Ling Healy exchanged a few words with Tanji. However, Chun Shi soon clamored to continue shopping, whisking Tanji and AI Lin away. Ling Healy allowed Ha Jiao and Yao and the freedom to explore. As an original species, he was naturally intrigued by various potion shops. Nevertheless, his immediate interest lay with the potential potion. Should the SEAL analyst determine that he could further utilize other potions post-application, he could purchase them later. Thus, he refrained from venturing out, instead accessing the recently dormant military appraisal platform to see if Toledo Dell and Manhwa were live-streaming. Toledo Dell had yet to commence his broadcast, whereas Manhwa was routinely live. Ling Healy entered Manhwa's stream, greeted by a veritable shower of gifts. This time, the background music bore a melancholic tone. However, Manhwa focused not on the music, but on packing his belongings. No need for sorrow. From the very first day I entered the Evernight Vigil, my seniors imparted a vital lesson. Departure is the most joyous occasion. As he spoke, Manhwa completed his packing and exited the room. Outside, within the Evernight Vigil Academy, countless students and faculty members were bustling about, each bearing their luggage as they sought their designated places. The decision to relocate from the Evernight Vigil signified the complete annihilation of the magical beasts, a cause for universal celebration. Yet, it was a hardship for us, as we were once again forced to traverse great distances. Despite this, a radiant smile adorned Ming Huai's face. Rather than mere complaints, it was a display of pride. Among the 10 great war academies, the Evernight Vigil stood alone as the only institution without a fixed location, perpetually poised for relocation. However, the site of the Evernight Vigil was indeed certain. It would always be at the forefront of battle against the magical beasts. He casually adjusted the music settings of the live stream. instantly transforming the sorrowful melody into a rousing battle anthem. Before him stood no monsters. Yet Ling Helian felt a surge of emotions more intense than during the previous two battles. In the live broadcast, the faculty and students of the Eternal Night Watch finally gathered, all members assembled and prepared for action. Thus, for the forthcoming days, live streaming would be impossible, until we meet again on the next battlefield of monsters. Although I may be absent, do not forget to shower gifts. When he is not present, Ling Helian is uncertain whether the audience will continue to send gifts. However, before Ming Huai concluded the broadcast, the shower of gifts had not ceased for at least half a stellar cycle. Once Ming Huai finally ended the stream, Ling Helian received a notification from the trade capital, indicating that he could collect the commissioned potential potions. A crimson potion glimmering with a blood-red light, clear and translucent. Yet 3 bottles? Chapter 125. The guest is quite pleasant. I adore guests like you. This time, the one attending to Ling Helu was a rather rotund, diminutive orange cat. Initially, Ling Helu regarded him merely as an ordinary staff member, directing all his focus towards the potential elixir. Suddenly, the orange cat approached him with a beaming smile, gasping theatrically, thus capturing his attention. My dear guest, you are exceedingly fortunate. In all my years in the trade capital, I have never encountered someone as lucky as you. 3 entire vials of potential elixir. A 100% success rate. Is this truly possible? The orange cat's demeanor was rather exaggerated. Despite his earnest attempts to convey sincerity, Ling Helu could only perceive the awkwardness hanging in the air, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, the orange cat, undeterred by the silence, continued, I am aware that you previously faced some unpleasant experiences in the trade capital. Nonetheless, ample compensation has been provided. I trust that you now find the trade capital to be quite splendid. Am I correct? Ling Helu observed him, remaining noncommittal. Yet, the orange cat, adhering to the philosophy that if he himself was not embarrassed, then it was others who should feel discomfort, assumed Ling Helu's silence was agreement and pressed on. So, would you be inclined to engage in another transaction with the trade capital? At this point, Ling Helu finally grasped the crux of the matter. What transaction? Why, the potential elixir, of course, exclaimed the orange cat, scampering back to his position, his tone now more composed. He explained that each individual could only utilize the potential elixir once, and the trade capital was willing to repurchase any surplus at a price above market value. Naturally, should the guest be interested in other offerings from the trade capital, exchanges could be arranged. He gazed at Ling Helu, still wearing a cheerful expression, though it did not quite reach his eyes. After all, the potential elixir is a monopoly of the trade capital. Selling it from your end may not necessarily be advantageous. Ling Helu recalled that Huizhua had indeed mentioned the unspoken rule regarding the trade capital's monopoly on the potential elixir. However, the orange cat's veiled threat left an uncomfortable impression. Ling Helu coolly stated, of the 3 vials of potential elixir, I have already determined the fate of 2. As for the remaining vial, I have many companions and will not resell it. The orange cat feigned an exaggerated gasp. You are indeed very considerate, dear guest. Yet, unforeseen circumstances can arise when matters are not formally settled. How about trading 1 vial with the trade capital? Ling Helu pondered for a moment. He did have significant items he wished to procure, whether it was the surprise agreed upon with Tianjin or the driving lessons with Lin Anxin. He was preparing to purchase a starship. Originally, he intended to wait until the funds from Yen Mingling arrived. However, the potential elixirs alone were valued at a minimum of 100 million, which was more than sufficient. Are there any listings for small starships? Upon hearing Ling Helu's inquiry, the orange cat eagerly extended a paw. The trade capital offers all models of starships. Except for the destroyer, all others are available in stock. The guests aboard the colossal star cruiser may not be in demand. However, interest may lie in the smaller Falcon-class starships and customized interstellar vessels. Upon adding a friend, a wealth of information arrived from a ginger cat named Meow Ergo, predominantly concerning the Falcon-class starships and interstellar vessels. Ling Helu gained substantial insights. The Falcon-class starship, which he initially intended to purchase, has a base price of approximately 100 million interstellar credits. Yet, The information regarding the customized interstellar vessels was truly enlightening. Customization is indeed the pinnacle of strength. Moreover, the costs of customization were not as exorbitant as Ling Healy had anticipated. The process resembles modular assembly akin to mecha. Essential functionalities are predetermined, and one merely needs to select and combine according to their requirements. Ling Healy calculated that if he opted for a medium-sized interstellar vessel, eliminating powerful weapons of star cluster level and above, while retaining only the basic cargo and passenger capabilities along with a few lightweight armaments, it would require 350 million interstellar credits. He had already negotiated with Tanji to sell a vial of potential elixir worth 200 million. The vial he planned to sell in the trade capital would likely fetch at least 200 million, leaving him with a profit of 50 million. Miao Ergo immediately agreed. The guest was quite agreeable, and Miao preferred such clientele. Should he return to the trade capital for purchases, he could approach Miao directly. Miao would soon be promoted. Perhaps next time, he might even offer the guest a discount. A contract was swiftly signed between the two parties. After considerable deliberation, Ling Healy finalized the customization details and handed over a vial of the potential elixir to Miao Ergo. As for the remaining 150 million, it would be transferred after concluding the transaction with Tanji. The following afternoon, Tanji and Ai Lin arrived in haste. The mecha engineer who had accompanied them earlier had departed, leaving uncertainty about the resolution of their previous matters. However, Ling Healy refrained from inquiring. His transaction with Tanji proceeded seamlessly. Upon completion, Tanji extended an invitation to visit the Fortune Gold 8-star in the trade capital. The trade capital is a veritable cornucopia, encompassing not only official entities but also various third-party commercial organizations, such as the Fortune Gold Alliance and the Mobius family, who have staked their claims in this bustling hub. For instance, Fortune Gold 8-star is an entire planet allocated to the Fortune Gold Alliance. Although I am not currently the heir to the Fortune Gold Alliance, I still possess a voice in matters of significance, Tanji remarked, unconsciously revealing a confident smile at the mention of the Fortune Gold Alliance. If my junior wishes to acquire other items, I assure you that the Fortune Gold Alliance will undoubtedly have what you seek. Ling Healy did not harbor any particular desires to purchase anything. Nevertheless, since the president was wholeheartedly inviting him, he was open to exploring Fortune Gold 8-star. Perhaps, amidst the exploration, he might discover something worth acquiring? Upon exiting the passenger terminal, the resplendent Fortune Gold Alliance trade capital branch was immediately visible. Its grandeur was striking. The bright golden hue serves as the emblematic color of the Fortune Gold Alliance. Under the gentle glow of twilight, the luminous gold radiated as a source of illumination. Ostentatious, yet not blinding, stretching infinitely. Indeed, the Fortune Gold Alliance trade capital branch is not merely a building or a city, but rather an entity that nearly encompasses the entirety of the planet. Except for the passenger station they exited, they were completely surrounded. Yao En remained relatively composed, while Ling Healy managed to feign sophistication. Only Harjiojio was overwhelmed, his gasps of astonishment never ceasing, his eyes unable to take in enough sights. Tanji chuckled, pleased by the support he received. He then guided the group into the resplendent golden structure, disregarding the dazzling array of holographic images nearby, and operated something with his light brain. Before long, a creature resembling a grasshopper bounced over to them. Tanji covered his face, exclaiming, "What disguise are you wearing today? Su, can't you just appear in your true form?" Chapter 126. If I submit a paper, can I directly return to the Medical Soul Academy as a teacher? Perhaps the grasshopper's form was indeed too much for Tanji to accept. The grasshopper, after some unknown manipulation, transformed into a humanoid bird. Although it had sprouted a pair of wings, it at least resembled a human to some extent. I believe your original form is far more aesthetically pleasing. Tanji still endeavored to persuade him. However, this time the avian figure ignored him and turned to Ling Helen and the others. You are my cousin's friends? I am Su, the president of the Trade Capital branch of the Rich Gold Business Alliance. Feel free to browse, if you wish for a discount. I will charge it to my cousin's account. Ling Helen assumed Su was merely being polite. When they arrived, the president had not mentioned anything about discounts. And if it were truly charged to the president's account, it would likely cause complications. Nevertheless, wandering about was still permissible. The interstellar marketplace was comprised of both virtual information and tangible elements. For instance, before them stood a crystal shaped like a sharp angle, enveloped in a soft glow in the virtual realm, with various product data displayed alongside it, allowing for the switching of specific content. Initially, Ling Helen had not noticed the angular crystal. However, Yaowen suddenly approached and gazed intently at the crystal, seemingly lost in thought. Ling Helen checked the product introduction and data, discovering that this exquisite ornament originated from the Callisto Nebula. Aside from its beauty, the ornament held no practical value. Yet its price was exorbitant. This was because such angular crystals were only left behind after the bravest of the rhinoceros tribe had perished, symbolizing immense significance. When the Callisto Nebula thrived, these crystals were passed down as heirlooms among the rhinoceros tribe. Ling Helen discerned that Yao En did not genuinely wish to purchase the crystal. Rather, he was reminiscing through it. Ever since Yao En joined Ling Helen's team, he had remained relatively silent, never voicing any requests. Ling Helen felt he should have the opportunity to inquire. Yao En, having been part of my team for such a duration, you must understand. With your SS-level mental strength, the divinations you perform for me yield only accurate answers. Is there truly nothing you wish to know? Yao En, who had been lost in reminiscence, suddenly froze. He struggled momentarily before managing to utter, "There is indeed something I wish to know. From where did the monsters that caused the fall of Callisto originate?" Ling Helen silently handed over a silver coin, drawing and interpreting the divination. The outcome was not unexpected for Ling Helen. It stemmed from a dimensional rift. A hint of sorrow flickered in Yaowen's eyes, yet a greater sense of obsession lingered. What lies beyond the dimensional rift? The information remained as previously known, a world occupied by monsters, existing in a different plane but at the same latitude as theirs. Yao En appeared somewhat fatigued, yet stubbornly continued to inquire, "Why Callisto Nebula?" The answer was somewhat cruel. When the first dimensional rift randomly appeared in the Callisto Nebula, everything was already destined. As he observed Yao En's pallid complexion and precarious demeanor, Ling Helen promptly intervened to halt further inquiries. "There's no rush. Once you've rested, we can continue our discussion." While awaiting Yao En's treatment, Ling Helen meandered through the Fuin Trading Alliance, unwittingly spending several million, acquiring numerous gifts for his companions. He wandered until nightfall, ultimately deciding to extend his stay for another day. Before surrendering to slumber, a message arrived from the commander of the Expedition Academy. A girl with jellyfish-like hair. "Apologies for the delay. I have just managed to organize everything. Here is the rescue fee, 3 million. Transferring now." Yu Chuxian replied, "I am immensely grateful. Had it not been for your assistance, my team would have suffered significant casualties." Ling Helen responded, "You're welcome. We are all part of the top 10, and mutual aid is to be expected. By the way, what transpired afterward?" Yu Chuxian informed him. "The Expedition Academy has conducted a thorough investigation. It was the doing of the Mobius family." She continued, "The mercenary team opposing us was hired by the Mobius family to monitor our progress in eradicating monsters." Yu Chuxian added, "My team inadvertently thwarted their plans on 2 occasions. The person responsible for this matter within the Mobius family harbors a cruel intent and has directly ordered the extermination of my team." Ling Helen, somewhat perplexed, queried, "But the relationship between the Mobius family and our faction, isn't it merely about selling the Forgetting Pearl?" "Indeed," Yu Chuxian replied. "The following information is something my mentor shared with me. Please refrain from sharing it with others." She continued, "The substantial invasion of monsters necessitates a considerable quantity of Forgetting Pearls to seal the dimensional rifts." Yu Chuxian elucidated, "Furthermore, the price of the pearls is expected to rise even further." Ling Helen seemed to grasp the situation. "So, the Mobius family intends to wait for the prices to soar before profiting from the sale, hence their reluctance to deliver the current batch of Forgetting Pearls on time? Perhaps?" Yu Chuxian conceded. "However, this has no bearing on my team, and the Expedition Academy is indifferent to it. Their actions have offended the Expedition Academy, and in the future, the Academy will not allow them to thrive." She added, "This includes the 12th Legion of the Expedition Academy, who will regard the Mobius family as adversaries." Ling Helen reflected on this. pondering the age-old truth that greed often leads to one's downfall. Regardless of the Mobius family's profound resources, monopolizing strategic materials is a perilous endeavor. Yet, all of this was of no concern to him. After exchanging a few more words with Yu Chu-sin, they agreed to meet again at the upcoming freshman competition. He then turned to a message from Tianjun. Does the juniors still require fixed members for the repair team? Tianjun replied. A senior from the Institute of Human Sciences has recommended himself. She added, do not mind my demeanor. I am merely relaying the message. Ling Hello inquired. Which senior is it? Could you provide an introduction? Tianjun explained. He is also a third-year student, possesses commendable repair skills, yet lacks courage and is somewhat deficient in combat prowess, having failed to secure a stable team. She noted, he also tends to be rather opportunistic. During the last club event, seniors were expected to prepare gifts, yet he simply chose not to attend. Ling Hello felt somewhat dissatisfied with Tianjun's portrayal of the senior. Nevertheless, as he had yet to meet the individual in person, he replied, let us meet first. I may conduct some assessments on the senior. Tianjun reassured him. No worries. I've said not to mind my attitude. My acquaintance with him is merely superficial. On the following day, Ling Hello finally returned to planet Z73219 with Hajiujio and Yaoan. Yin Mingling remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet there were no significant complications. Therefore, Ling Hello promptly made his way to the ability chamber of the SEAL analyst. You have acquired the potential elixir. Are you prepared to utilize it now? The SEAL analyst widened his eyes, astonished at the prospect of employing a potential elixir valued at over 1 billion interstellar coins. Indeed, Ling Hello affirmed. I am uncertain of the reactions that might ensue from the elixir's use, which is why I sought your assistance, Brother Hai. The SEAL analyst's breath quickened. Data on the original species utilizing the potential elixir. If I publish a paper, could it lead to my return as a professor at the Medical Soul Academy? He then gazed at Ling Hello as if he were a famished individual eyeing a nutrient supplement. Proceed to use it here. I will vigilantly monitor your condition and ensure your safety at all costs. Chapter 127. Are you unaware that determining whether one is possessed by a demon is simply an analysis of genetic patterns? As the crimson potential elixir entered his system, Ling Hello had yet to savor its essence when he felt an intense conflagration engulfing his entire being. It was as if the very marrow of his bones was evaporating. The obscure substances within him were unearthed, igniting fiercely until they were completely consumed. It was an excruciating ordeal. The escalating heat enveloped him, leaving Ling Hello on the brink of asphyxiation. The air between his nostrils and mouth scorched unbearably, each breath searing his throat as if subjected to a merciless torture. As this torment approached its climax, Ling Hello sensed the pervasive currents of heat within him flowing joyfully. After a moment, he realized it was his blood coursing through his veins, or rather, his bloodlines. Describing the sensation of his bloodlines was challenging. Previously, they had seemed lifeless, merely circulating in the guise of blood. Yet now, they appeared to exhibit signs of vitality, flowing exuberantly and pulsating with vigor. Ling Hello recalled the description of his bloodlines by the charming novice at the Nightshade Club's themed gathering immensely powerful. He had never felt this before. The lifeless bloodlines had lacked strength, but now he was acutely aware of this newfound vitality. Though still subtle, the distinction in his bloodlines was undeniable. He even sensed that once his bloodlines were fully awakened, he would not require the potential elixir, as his capabilities would undergo a profound transformation. Upon opening his eyes, he found the SEAL analyst busily attending to several unfamiliar instruments, scarcely acknowledging his presence. Thus, he ventured forth, perceiving the world with newfound clarity. Unconsciously, he stirred the energy fluctuations within him, which manifested as several luminous orbs before his eyes, intertwining in hues of violet and gold. Ling Hello was elated. The violet indicates an SS-level physical capability, while the gold signifies an SS-level mental acuity. A direct elevation of 3 tiers, truly befitting my primal lineage. However, the rapid ascent left him feeling somewhat insubstantial, as the total energy reserves had not significantly increased. Without further thought, he entered a nearby medical chamber, intent on replenishing his energy. Then, he heard the rare voice prompt from the light brain. Detected energy fluctuations significantly exceed the maximum potential threshold. Report submitted to relevant planetary authorities. Click the button to file an appeal. He had almost forgotten about this alert. Yet, in the next moment, the medical chamber initiated its healing protocols. Ling Helen succumbed to slumber, neglecting to press the appeal button. Upon awakening, he discovered himself still within the capability hall, surrounded by numerous officials clad in uniforms. The SEAL analyst was encircled by several individuals, incessantly questioning him, his eyes vacant, only capable of uttering "Oh." Noticing Ling Helen emerge from the medical chamber, several laser guns were immediately aimed in his direction. A person resembling a swallow spoke, "Aside from answering my questions, do not make any movements, or we will open fire." As Ling Helen prepared to step out of the medical chamber, he had just lifted his leg halfway when he heard the warning and instinctively lowered it. Then, Yinzi sternly exclaimed, "Did you not hear what I said? Do not take any action." Ling Helu innocently halted his leg midair. Fortunately, he now possessed an SS-level physical capability. Had he still been at double F, maintaining such a stance would have been excruciating. His name, Ling Helu. His identity, a freshman in the command department of the Battle Soul Academy, and furthermore, a promoter of civilization. Ling Helu was deliberately aware that the intimidating nature of being a freshman in the command department was insufficient, unless he obtained a junior commander certificate. Merely declaring this identity would serve no practical purpose. However, he contemplated the uniqueness of being a promoter of civilization. Although he was uncertain about its actual deterrent effect on the authorities, it was worth attempting, as there was no cost involved. Indeed, his gamble proved fortuitous. Yinzi instructed the others to holster their laser guns, saying, "Apologies, it's a routine procedure. We hope for your cooperation." This attitude was commendable. Ling Helu was finally able to lower his leg. He then pointed to the empty vial on the table, stating, "I have used a potential potion. There should be residual liquid in the bottle. You can test it." After various examinations, Yinzi confirmed that Ling Helu posed no threat and led the others back. The analyst, dubbed SEAL, was finally released. He stared vacantly, his tone irritable, and looked at Ling Helu with a face full of resentment, saying, "If it weren't for my quick reaction, you would have been relying on the Battle Soul Academy to rescue you." Ling Helu did not comprehend, asking, "What do you mean, Brother Hai?" The analyst's expression turned serious. "Your genetic profile has changed." Ling Helu was momentarily stunned. He recalled that on his first day arriving at planet Z73219, he had registered at the passenger station, where the holographic computer had mentioned that all information was bound to the genetic profile. "I forged your genetic profile information," the analyst stated solemnly, "but you will still be discovered during your next genetic test. You must decide how to proceed." Observing the analyst's overly earnest demeanor, Ling Helu hesitated to inquire further. Instead, he turned to the holographic computer to explore whether genetic profiles could change. Possible reasons. Firstly, possession by a magical entity, with a 99 likelihood. Secondly, mysterious factors, with a mere 1 probability. Was there not a ready explanation? Ling Helu recalled that the authorities possessed instruments capable of detecting possession by magical entities. Therefore, he was not anxious. Regardless, as long as the test results were normal, he would eventually be released. He then expressed his desire to confess and re-register his genetic profile. This earned him a look from the analyst that conveyed concern for the oblivious. "Do you not realize that determining whether one is possessed by a magical entity involves analyzing the genetic profile?" Ling Helu was taken aback. Had he truly ventured into perilous territory? Was he about to become an undocumented individual? Nonetheless, Ling Helu's logic remained clear. To substantiate the principles of the mysterious factors, it would be most prudent to seek assistance from the Nightshade Club. Realizing that posting in the member assistance area would be too late, he opted to approach Night Yu directly. Ling Helu implored, "Brother Yi, I need help urgently. The use of a potential potion has suddenly altered my genetic profile, likely due to mysterious factors. Is there any way you could assist me in proving this?" "Night Yu, the genetic profile will not change. It is possible that your previous genetic profile was fabricated, or perhaps it has been tampered with." Ling He, how could it be tampered with? "Night Yu, through divine descent skills." Ling He recalled, confirming that although he was mischievous in his youth, he had never engaged in any divination games. However, Time was of the essence, and without the means to uncover the reason, the priority was to resolve the issue. Ling He, Brother Yi, doesn't that mean you can directly help me restore my genetic profile? Knight Yu, divine descent is possible. Ling He, are all types of divine descent skills applicable? Can I consult Mo Xiaobai? Knight Yu, it is not merely a divine descent skill. It is a true divine descent. If you can participate in the freshman intercollegiate competition of the 10 Great War Academies, you will have an opportunity for an experience. Chapter 128. Previously, there was no sensation, perhaps because the weak do not deserve to possess a pioneering spirit. Yi Yu, the true divine descent was developed by the War Research Institute. Aside from the War Alliance and the top 10 war academies, even the Nightshade Club lacks a concrete method. Ling He, I understand now. Thank you, Brother Yi. Based on past experiences, the inter-school competition for new students will commence in a little over half a month. Ling He believes that as long as he remains vigilant, this period should suffice to keep the matter of his genetic profile concealed. Nevertheless, he still inquired with the little fishman. Yun Yan, this year's freshman competition is hosted by the Arbiter War Academy. We must await their notification regarding the time and location. Yun Yan, although there will be a week of ranking protection following the announcement, are you not planning to return to the leaderboard sooner? Are you waiting for Lair to come back? Originally, that was indeed the reason. Without Miss Lair's combat prowess, Ling He's team had little hope in the challenge matches. However, Ling He had just upgraded to a dual SS capability. He felt now was the time to attempt the team competition. Ling He, I can manage it. Has Senior Lair not returned to the academy yet? Yun Yan, she is currently escorting Ba De back. She is truly gentle. She promised to escort him all the way and has not left his side, helping him through numerous troubles. It's quite enviable. Gentle? Ling He mused that given Ba De's personality, it was more likely that the presence around him was not a nuisance, but rather a charming companion. Perhaps he did not desire such tenderness. Since there were no unforeseen issues regarding the freshman competition, Ling He ceased his contemplation and proceeded according to the scheduled plan to the team base. It was still class time, with only the tower engaged in training. A gift for Senior Gao, the latest model of the Lily Eye weapon box. The gifts he had previously purchased were finally put to use, and he extended it forward. Thank you, Junior. The mood in the tower is rather low. You should go check on Yin Ming Ling, who is yet to awaken. When Yin Ming Ling was quiet, he lacked the usual ferocity, appearing much steadier. However, it was uncertain whether it was a coincidence, but his claws were not resting naturally. Instead, they were pinched together at the tips, with the left palm facing upward and the right palm facing downward. At first glance, it resembled a cultivation gesture from Blue Star, the Qian Kuan hexagram hand seal. Ling He had never taught Yin Ming Ling this. He pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Where is Mo Xiaobai? He is confined in the detention room." Lin and Xian stated he would accompany Mo Xiaobai inside as per your instructions. Upon seeing Ling He enter, Mo Xiaobai attempted to bounce over, but was restrained by Lin and Xian. "Let me go? Your teammates' affairs have nothing to do with me. You promised you would let me go." Mo Xiaobai was somewhat agitated, appearing rather haggard. It was uncertain how they had interrogated Mo Xiaobai in the tower. However, Ling He clearly could not undermine his own teammate. "You cannot leave until my teammate is confirmed to be unharmed. Please recount the circumstances at that time." Mo Xiaobai continued to protest. "How many times must I say it? It has nothing to do with me. He simply fainted on his own." Beside him, the tower provided an explanation. "We have already examined Yin Ming Ling several times. There is no damage to his essence, nor any signs of injury. He remains in a state of unconsciousness." After posing several inquiries, Ling Heller gained a general understanding of the situation at hand. Yin Mingling, however, did not release her control over her energy and, for reasons unknown, fainted. Mo Xiaobai simply employed his skills as usual, without any unusual actions. He contemplated briefly and then solemnly informed Mo Xiaobai, "Initially, we agreed on a compensation for my losses. Your assistance to my team during these past days can be considered as offsetting that debt. I shall compensate you with interstellar currency for any excess beyond this offset. Should you insist on departing, I shall allow you to leave upon Yin Mingling's awakening." Mo Xiaobai suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This is your promise." He pressed further. "Could you perhaps grant me a piece of that stone capable of absorbing my abilities?" Ling Heller regarded him, responding, "What do you think? How stingy?" Mo Xiaobai, feeling slightly dejected, curled up but remained cheerful, stating, "Then I shall wait for your companion to awaken. It should be in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Mo Xiaobai, their expressions laden with ambiguity. Lin Anqing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, queried, "How do you know when yin mingling will awaken?" Xiaobai. Mo Xiaobai, taken aback by his own slip of the tongue, felt deflated and hastily explained, "His situation is somewhat similar yet distinctly different from mine when I acquired my skills. I inadvertently resonated with divine power, feeling rather dazed during the process, and awoke after several days. What he is experiencing is certainly not a divine descent, yet I can sense it falls within the realm of the mysterious." Noticing the reproach in the eyes of the others, he added, somewhat defensively, "It's better to err on the side of caution. I cannot be certain if my assumptions hold true. If I am mistaken, you would blame me." With prior divination results in Mo Xiaobai's corroboration, Ling Heller, along with those in the tower, felt a sense of relief. Once reassured, Ling Heller recalled his recently enhanced abilities and felt invigorated for battle. Upon exiting the confinement chamber, he issued a challenge to the tower. Surprised, the tower pondered, "My mental prowess is merely at the S rank. How could my junior's abilities surpass mine?" Ling Heller chuckled. "Are you frightened, senior? Fear not. Next year, you shall be my junior, so losing to me is quite natural." Engaging in mutual harm is a domain where the tower has never been Ling Heller's rival. He then proceeded to the combat zone, declaring, "Words alone do not count. It is the actions that matter." The team base was rather compact, prompting both to forego mid to long-range weaponry and focus on close-quarters combat. While it was termed a duel, it was more about the clash of energies. Had it been the previous Ling Heller, he would have emphasized timing and technique, employing cunning to overcome brute force and maximizing efficiency. However, this time, he chose a more direct and bold approach, opting for sheer confrontation. As both, endowed with SS-level physical capabilities, collided with their fists and feet, the energy waves erupted violently, creating intense vibrations that dimmed their mental barriers significantly. Ling Heller unleashed his full might, sparing no effort. Attack was the only strategy. There was no need for defense, as offense constituted the best form of defense. What rhythm of attack? What optimal timing? Ling Hellen's sequence of movements embodies the rhythm of attack. The moment he channels his energy for an offensive is the quintessential opportunity. He senses the pioneering spirit that Mo Chiyuan spoke of. Previously, he had not felt it, perhaps because one deemed too weak is unworthy of such a spirit. Only upon reaching a certain level of strength can one truly grasp the immense impact that such momentum and mindset have on combat. This applies to both Mo Chiyuan and Torito Delaware. Now, Ling Helen has begun to exhibit this nascent form. Merely observing these individuals in battle invokes a sense of dread and awe. Tall Tower feels this way at present, though he had never fought against Ling Helen. Tall Tower has witnessed Ling Helen's growth firsthand, from merely cheering from the sidelines to now being capable of besting him in combat, all within a mere month. What is truly terrifying is not that Ling Helen is presently formidable. Tall Tower has encountered many stronger opponents, but rather that Ling Helen's rate of advancement is astonishingly rapid, with no end in sight. Ultimately, Tall Tower concedes defeat. Observing Ling Helen's enthusiastic demeanor, he reflects on many thoughts, drifting into a distant reverie. Yet, this culminates in a smile. This is indeed the demeanor a commander ought to possess. He feels fortunate to be a steadfast member of the juniors team. Newly arrived. Mutu watches with envy. The juniors' abilities have surged so significantly. Let us engage in a duel. Pu Hua, arriving just behind him, overhears this and bluntly pours cold water on the idea. Had you come earlier, the junior had already made arrangements with me. Chapter 129. Even though Xing no longer possesses the backing of influential forces, I remain undeterred. I distributed the gifts I brought back, most of which were weapons, and presented Pu Hua with the latest model of a shaping instrument. He and Pu Hua had indeed made prior arrangements. Earlier, Tianjun mentioned that a senior from the repair department of the Institute of Science wished to join his established team. Having just self-studied the courses from secondary school and the first year of university, Ling Healy felt uncertain about advancing further. So he invited Pu Hua to assess the situation together. Initially, Pu Hua expressed his skepticism. How could you possibly think I understand the repair department? The command department should have a better grasp than I do. He can repair starships, can I? However, Ling Healy calmly pointed out that a genius capable of passing the intermediate machinery technician assessment would undoubtedly possess the ability to draw parallels. Satisfied with this reasoning, Pu Hua agreed. Subsequently, Ling Healy conferred temporary permissions for Pu Hua with Tan Ji, and the three convened in the student activity building of the Institute of Humanity, utilizing the club's equipment to evaluate their repair skills. Third-year senior MOU appeared rather timid, exuding an aura reminiscent of a slacker. His merits lay in his lack of pretentiousness, though he seemed to have numerous shortcomings. Senior MO, could you explain why you wish to join my team? Ling Healy inquired during the interview. Oh, my repair skills are actually quite decent, but I've struggled to find a team. I heard that your team is not yet fully staffed, so I wanted to give it a try. MOU did not attempt to conceal his inadequacies. Why have you been unable to find a team? Ling Healy pressed on. MOU, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, my combat abilities aren't particularly impressive, and many from the command department look down on me. Ling Healy refrained from commenting, continuing to probe. What are your ability scores? What is your strongest record in individual combat during practical classes? My physical ability is rated B, and my mental strength is rated S. However, my physical potential is S, and my mental potential is SS, MOU admitted, recognizing his limitations as he scratched his head. I complete my regular training adequately, but I allocate most of my energy towards the specialized courses in the repair department, without particularly enhancing my ability scores. In combat scenarios, I have faced isolated Ruijin Bs, primarily focusing on support tasks. If Ling Healy recalled correctly, the individual combat strength of Ruijin Bs was negligible, relying instead on the impact of their numbers. Hence, he remarked directly, Senior MO should be aware that my team is highly likely to participate in this year's freshman intercollegiate competition, and we seek top-tier talents. While your strength is considerable among freshmen, it does not stand out among third-year students. I require a compelling reason from you to be persuaded. MOU retained his timid demeanor but exhibited notable composure under pressure, remaining unfazed. I intend to choose the War Academy because I genuinely wish to contribute on the battlefield. I am aware of my shortcomings, yet I believe in my capabilities. I simply lack the initiative. Joining your team would provide me with the motivation I need. Observing Ling Healy's disapproving gaze, he continued, I do not seek to join your team immediately. I hope you can grant me an opportunity, and I will strive to improve rapidly. If I succeed, my junior will agree to my request for team membership. MOU's words are quite acceptable to Ling Healy. He had not established a fixed quota for members of the maintenance department. Currently, he is merely reserving a position. If it does not work out, he can opt for someone else without much concern. Nevertheless, it is essential to assess the fundamentals. Shall we evaluate the senior's professional capabilities? The assessment takes place within the virtual maintenance scenario located in the club activity building. This time, Ling Healy discovered MOU's strengths. His movements and mindset are remarkably steady. Even amidst the chaos of battle, he remains fully focused and meticulous during repairs. Although his upper limit may be somewhat low for the moment, his lower limit is exceedingly high, approaching that upper threshold. Pu Hua gazed upon him with envy. Indeed, this demeanor is just a fraction away from my own. You must have held your junior maintenance technician certificate for quite some time, haven't you? At this rate, you will soon attain the intermediate level. MOU smiled. I obtained my junior certificate in my freshman year. However, I am still unqualified for the intermediate level. My combat skills are lacking, and I have never passed the combat maintenance portion. Ling Healy interrupted. Do you have plans for combat training? I have booked a session at the combat training hall. MOU replied honestly, yet admitted he had not attended yet. Very well. Ling Healy contemplated for a moment. Yaoan is also engaged in special training to enhance combat abilities, so it would be perfect to find him a companion. Come to our team base tomorrow, and I shall see if I can assist with your special training. The following day, Ling Healy did not immediately resume Teacher Lee's special training, but instead visited the black market. Although he had taken charge of the funds for the Yanming Ling team within the tower, it was not acceptable for no one to have visited the black market for such a long time. The lava man, Etla, had agreed to serve merely as a consultant, and he had been extremely busy these days. Ling Healy dared not disturb him, for he would have to account to Palanova otherwise. He first stopped by Apothecary Shop number 5 for a brief chat. The bullfrog shopkeeper was well informed and immediately offered his congratulations. You have elevated your capabilities to double SS levels using potential potions? A grand move, indeed worthy of celebration. Your methods are commendable. You have garnered the support of those from the Star Workshop, and I hear they are infuriated over there. Ling Healy did not doubt the shopkeeper's source of information, yet instead of feeling proud, he felt a twinge of melancholy. However, I lack manpower. I truly wish I could recruit all of Star's subordinates, as it would alleviate my headaches. The bullfrog shopkeeper pondered and asked, have you considered directly recruiting Star? Ling Healy felt the shopkeeper was overestimating him. Star possesses his own faction. How could that be possible? The bullfrog shopkeeper chuckled. Do you think Star's greatest backing is something trivial? It is the Callistor Nebula. Star may have agreed to send troops to the front lines against the monsters under the 5th Legion, but it is not solely out of coercion. He wishes to leverage the 5th Legion's connections for a resurgence. However, it appears that the 5th Legion has not paid him much attention. Ling Healy calmly pointed out, even if Star currently lacks the support of his former power, I do not possess any either. The bullfrog shopkeeper finally returned to the main issue. Would you be interested in collaborating with the forces behind me? Ling Healy was momentarily taken aback and pointed to the ground beneath him. Indeed. The bullfrog shopkeeper responded with certainty, affirming what you had in mind. Ling Healy felt that the bullfrog shopkeeper was treating him as a fool. What advantages would there be in collaborating with me? You still need to take the initiative to approach me. Ultimately, it is a gamble. However, everything you have displayed thus far is worth the risk. The bullfrog shopkeeper spoke quite candidly. Ling Healy pondered over his dealings with the officials for a long time before hesitantly inquiring, does the Z73219 Planetary Authority have such a favorable view of my civilization promoter certificate? Chapter 130. Upon a further approximation, Ling Helen's representation of the Blue Star civilization posed no significant issues. Indeed, the manager of the bullfrog establishment nodded in agreement. However, he soon realized that Ling Helen appeared unaware of the true value of this certificate and thus elucidated. Not all civilizations merit emulation. With the presence of the Battle Soul Academy, Planet Z73219 annually encounters several civilization promoters. Yet, they had never before witnessed a civilization as grand and expansive as that of Blue Star. Ling Helen was taken aback. How do you know about the Blue Star civilization? The bullfrog manager, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless replied, precisely because of our ignorance, we find it all the more magnificent. It had been ascertained above that the Blue Star civilization promoters had undergone scrutiny. The examination questions revealed the countless branches of civilization's heritage. Ling Helen remained somewhat confused. What advantages would Planet Z73219 gain from collaborating with me? The bullfrog manager pondered for a moment, sensing that Ling Helen might lack fundamental knowledge, and thus began with the basics. Planet Z73219 is a colony world. Even its name is derived from the Alliance's foundational numbering. While it may be prosperous, it lacks its own civilization. Should the Blue Star civilization indeed be as vast as claimed, those above would undoubtedly wish to affiliate themselves with it. The notion of being an affiliated planet was tantalizing. Although Ling Helen held little prominence on Blue Star, his brother certainly did. Ling Gu had some influence in the Dragon Nation, and rounding it off, Ling Helen's representation of Blue Star posed no significant issues. However, confirmation was still necessary. What can you provide, and what do you require in return? The bullfrog manager handed him a business card. Shin Nanfeng. The card displayed a holographic image of the swallows that had investigated Ling Helen's potential fluctuations the previous day. After establishing a connection, the individual promptly sent a message. I apologize for yesterday. It was merely a routine procedure. Ling Helen replied, no worries. Shin Nanfeng continued. The civilization affiliation agreement is a matter of great significance. It will not be approached lightly. I am willing to lead my team to assist you pro bono, with the hope of gaining a deeper understanding of the Blue Star civilization through our interactions. Only after the evaluation is completed will formal negotiations commence. Shin Nanfeng added. Of course, if Blue Star is willing to directly impart its branch civilization to Planet Z73219, negotiations could commence immediately. Direct teaching was undoubtedly unfeasible, as Ling Helen himself was not equipped for such a task. Nevertheless, having an additional ally was undoubtedly advantageous. While the matters entrusted to Shin Nanfeng would inevitably reach the ears of the Z73219 officialdom, some issues were inherently trivial. Delegating the mundane tasks to Shin Nanfeng was precisely what was needed. Ling Helen agreed. All right, let's discuss further in the evening at the team base. Navigate. Upon encountering the lava man Itila at the Black Market Management Office, Ling Helen felt a sense of relief. Itila appeared in good spirits, suggesting that his health was also well maintained. In a few days, I will have Lin Anshin take charge, though he lacks experience and will still require guidance from an advisor. Ling Helen succinctly outlined the situation. Itila's countenance displayed only wisdom, revealing no trace of anxiety. Very well. Previously, matters were managed by Huizhu's personnel. Xiao Lin has come to learn for a while before taking over. After confirming the situation in the black market, Ling Yili prepared to have a thorough discussion about collaboration with Shin Nanfeng at the team base. En route, he received a message from Ha Baba. Due to the peculiar nature of the physical and spiritual test data, Yongying suggested that Ha Baba utilize the newly developed mech he had created, necessitating further testing and documentation at Wu Mian Academy. At this moment, he should be at Wu Mian Academy. Ha Baba, Boss Ling, I have completed the data measurements. However, many teachers and students are currently preventing me from leaving. I wish to return for classes. Harjiojio also sent a message, Commander. It seems my brother is unable to return from Wu Mian Academy. Ling Helian chose to directly inquire of Yongying. Brother Yong, how is the mech from Haba progressing? He confided in me that he wished to return. Yongying took a considerable time to respond, perhaps contemplating her words. This situation is partly my fault. Yet I find myself overwhelmed. Yongying, although the data can be replicated, the adaptability of Hababa is the highest we have encountered to date. Many teachers and students within the department are aware of this matter and wish for his assistance in conducting experiments. Yongying, I apologize, but I cannot persuade the other faculty and students. However, I will find a way to bring Hababa back. Lingyi pondered for a moment. Did Yong's test data leak occur while using the department's public laboratory? Yongying, indeed. However, this is my graduation thesis, and I shall not return thereafter. Over the years, I have accumulated a considerable sum, and I intend to establish my own laboratory. Ling Healy, Brother Yong, have you considered accepting investments from others? Yongying expressed her sentiments regarding the nature of investment, lamenting that once one has accepted funding, it becomes imperative to adhere to the directives of the investor. She harbored considerable resentment towards this reality, voicing her frustrations at length, ultimately concluding that working for others is not merely a matter of financial compensation but rather a struggle against the imposition of external judgment on her research endeavors. Ling Healy firmly believed that she would never acquiesce to such a situation. Ling Helen, would Brother Young be willing to accept an investment that is merely a share of the profits, without any meddling or interference? It is merely a matter of conveniently taking over the mech manufacturing and upgrading operations of my established team. Yongqing, are you suggesting that you wish to invest in me? Lingali, indeed. Yongying, have you become so wealthy now? I recall that the last time, you did not possess a hovercar. Ling Healy, the contract for the 350 million starships. Yongxing, not quite sufficient. Ling Healy silently inquired with the quantum brain. Indeed, the research costs for the new type of mecha are exceedingly high, surpassing 100 billion. Was he being presumptuous? Ling Healy, Brother Yong, I rely on you. Recently, my abilities have surged once more, necessitating an upgrade to my mech. Yo Ching, all right. Coincidentally, I will return Hababa, and I shall also take refuge at the Battle Soul Academy. Otherwise, if I cannot locate Hababa, the department will undoubtedly come searching for me. Yongqing, I will assist you with the upgrade then. When Lingali arrived at the team base, the official representative, Shen Nanfeng, had yet to arrive. He exchanged pleasantries with the individuals in the tower before glancing at Yin Mingling. She remained in her usual state, her sleeping posture somewhat peculiar, clutching two handprints. Interestingly, the handprints of Qian and Kuan are indeed related to the I Ching. However, Yin Mingling has yet to complete her studies of Chinese characters, so she likely cannot recite the I Ching. It is unclear how she became entangled with it. Just as he was lost in thought, Ling Helf suddenly felt a stirring within. It seemed as though the I Ching might hold some significance for Yin Mingling. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the holographic recording of the I Ching from his quantum computer and began to recite it rapidly to Yin Mingling. He quickly became engrossed in the verses, losing track of time. After a while, Ling Helf stretched his body, preparing to venture outside for a look. However, as he turned, he noticed a slight movement from the corner of his eye. Yin Mingling appeared to have stirred. Ling Helf swiftly turned back, and indeed, Yin Mingling had awakened. Chapter 131. Yin Mingling's movements were striking, his incantations impressive, yet the effects were non-existent. Yin Mingling remained somewhat bewildered. Mumbling softly, the original text of the I Ching's hexagrams is omitted here, and the plagiarism judgment concerning tomatoes is understood by all, murmuring to himself, "You have awakened. You were in a coma for 5 days." Ling Helen approached him, inquiring, "How do you feel now? Do you need to go to the medical chamber?" Yin Mingling began to regain consciousness. 5 days? I recall failing to control my energy, fearing damage to my essence, and my mind raced with various methods. When I thought of the hexagrams from the I Ching, it felt as though my consciousness detached from my body, drawn before a certain law. Yet I could not comprehend it. Later, when you, Commander, recited the I Ching beside me, it bore a resemblance to that law, and I managed to grasp a fragment of its skills. Ling Helen confirmed, "You have learned a skill?" Yin Mingling, filled with excitement, replied, "Yes, Commander. I sense this skill is immensely powerful. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he leaped from the bed and dashed outside. In the grand hall, a group of 10 was being received in the tower. The leader, a striking figure named Yin Zi, was none other than the official representative, Shen Nanfeng. Yin Mingling cast a glance at them but paid no heed, continuing his sprint towards the skill testing area, beckoning Ling Helen to follow. "Commander, watch me use my skill." Although it differed from the Commander's legacy, it was still a heritage of the Blue Star civilization, undoubtedly formidable. As Ling Helen stepped out, he noticed Shen Nanfeng keenly observing Yin Mingling's actions. He quickly greeted him, "Welcome, Brother Shen. My team members can be a bit eccentric. Please bear with us." Shen Nanfeng, entirely unperturbed, responded with enthusiasm, "I heard your teammate mention the skills of the Blue Star civilization. May I observe?" "Of course, let us go together." Ling Helen, not one for pleasantries, promptly led him to the skill testing area. Yin Mingling had already positioned himself at the testing station, brimming with anticipation. "Commander, I can sense that one hexagram represents an offensive skill while the other signifies defense. Both are extraordinary. Watch my attack." As his words fell, he formed a hand seal, chanting fervently, exuding a formidable presence. Yet, 10 seconds later, the incantation faded, and nothing transpired in the skill testing area. Yin Mingling appeared perplexed. "What did I do wrong? I shall try again." Once more, Yin Mingling's movements were striking, his incantations impressive, yet the effects remained absent. "No, I truly feel I have learned this skill," he exclaimed, growing anxious and determined to try again. Ling Helen intervened. "Is it the Qian hexagram?" He recognized the hexagram and was familiar with the hand seal, confident in his own spiritual energy. Moreover, Ling Helen recalled having previously utilized the I Ching's hexagrams to counter Mo Xiaobai's skills. Thus, he should also be able to wield the skill Yin Mingling described. Gathering his focus, Ling Helen mimicked Yin Mingling's actions, forming the hand seal and reciting the hexagram, contemplating the implications of the Qian hexagram in terms of offense. In the next moment, the equipment designed to test attack strength suddenly erupted in a spectacular explosion. It exceeds the maximum testing strength. Yin Mingling, envious, exclaimed, "Commander, teach me. Why can't I utilize it?" "Perhaps it is due to your insufficient understanding of the hexagrams," speculated Ling Helu. If Yin Mingling truly cannot wield this skill, it would be impossible for the laws to draw her in. It can only be said that her comprehension is still lacking. Instantly, Yin Mingling regained her confidence, stating, "All right, I will continue to learn." Before Ling Helu could respond, Shin Nanfeng interjected, "May I boldly inquire what cost is involved in learning? Can my team and I partake in this? Just teach one about the I Ching." Ling Helu thought that teaching it would not enable anyone to plunder the Blue Star civilization. Thus, he nodded naturally. "Anyone who becomes part of my team can learn. I will teach at the team base when time allows." Shin Nanfeng cautiously asked, "If my team and I completely obey your commands, can we be considered part of your team?" It should be noted that Ling Helu had not formally met Shin Nanfeng's group, so he gestured towards the hall. "Shall we have a chat first?" At this moment, the fixed team members had begun to arrive, including MOU from the maintenance department, who was brought to Mu 2, the latter of whom was showing him around the base. As the official representative, Shin Nanfeng conducted himself with utmost propriety while discussing business. Once he stood firm, he immediately provided a self-introduction that he had hastily omitted earlier. "I am Shin Nanfeng, a member of the Z73219 Planetary Executive Department, possessing the authority to directly contact the highest leaders of the planet during missions. These are my fixed team members. As long as it does not endanger the safety of Z73219, I will comply with all your commands. However, I hope you will refrain from issuing orders directly to my team members." Ling Helu also introduced himself. "I am Ling Helu, a promoter of the Blue Star civilization. I cannot fully represent Blue Star in signing agreements, but can facilitate initial contact between our civilizations." This reassured Shin Nanfeng. "You are a reserve commander promoted by Blue Star. We will not doubt your significance to your planet." Ling Helu pondered for a moment, and then suggested, "Shall we engage in a battle with my team now? I intend to refine our coordination and assess the strength of your team." Shin Nanfeng straightened his posture, replying, "Understood. My team and I do not hail from the top 10, but we possess ample combat experience and believe we would serve as excellent training partners for you." Since he could not participate in the new student competition in the tower, he would not be included in this practice. Ling Helu confirmed that his side consisted of 8 individuals: himself, Mu Tu, Pu Hua, Ha Jiujio, Yao En, Yin Mingling, and MOU. No matches, close combat. After witnessing the meticulous formations of the Expedition Academy, Ling Helu was now quite intrigued by the role of formations in battle. As the battle commenced, he unhesitatingly initiated a mental link. The commander ordered all to adopt a triangular assault formation, with himself at the apex. 01, Mu 2, and 03, Ha Jiujio, on the flanks, and 04, Yao En, and 05, Yin Mingling, positioned centrally to provide support. 02, Pu Hua, 06, Chifeng, and 07, Mayu, provide rear support. Advance at full speed. Chapter 132. Lin Anshin responded earnestly, "No, we will still be caught for fair evasion. Maintaining formation during a full-speed charge is no simple task." Ling Helu constantly monitors the actions of his team members, ensuring they remain aligned and cohesive. The triangular formation employed for the assault is a strategy devised by Ling Helu, taking into account the varying combat abilities within the team, thus maximizing their collective strengths. Moreover, by adopting an offensive formation, they gain the advantage of momentum, thereby dictating the rhythm of the battle, making it significantly easier to engage. Shin Nanfeng's team has adopted a gentle double-line formation. Should they successfully absorb Ling Helu's charge, this formation could swiftly rebound, encircling Ling Helu's team, embodying a strategy of soft overcoming hard through defensive counterattacks. In a sense, this distinction embodies the difference between the top 10 and the non-top 10. Both teacher Li and Mo Chiyuan imparted to Ling Helu the philosophy of relentless combat and expansion, rather than mere defense and counterattack. Ling Helu charged directly towards Shin Nanfeng. Even before his arrival, his attack had already commenced. The power of the Qian hexagram was formidable. Ling Helu, still unaccustomed to its might, felt a twinge of fear that he might obliterate his opponent in a single blow, and ultimately opted for a multi-string explosion. Teacher Xiao once stated that when a skill is mastered to a certain degree, it becomes merely a matter of energy application, rendering the specific effects of the skills less critical. Ling Helu now felt this truth. He wielded the multi-string explosion with ease, not with the intent to inflict harm, but to constrain Shin Nanfeng's movements. He aimed to dictate the tempo of the engagement. Shin Nanfeng made a move, yet he chose to retreat. He neither sustained the impact of the multi-string explosion nor confronted Ling Helu directly. This was yet another miscalculation. For every retreat Shin Nanfeng made, Ling Helu advanced. There would inevitably come a moment where retreat was no longer an option. Indeed, Shin Nanfeng soon recognized the risk of disconnecting from his team and finally raised his hand to unleash a skill in an attempt to slow Ling Helu's advance. However, under the protection of Ling Helu's SS mental barrier, the effect was negligible. Ling Helu pressed on without diminishing his speed, ultimately reaching Shin Nanfeng's side. A gust of energy propelled by his punch surged toward him. This time, there were no alternatives but to confront the oncoming force head-on. Beneath the explosive energy waves, Shin Nanfeng found himself somewhat strained. Simultaneously, Ling Helu sensed that other adversaries were directing their skills toward him. Without hesitation, he issued a command. Commander Order 01, Mu 2. Do not alter the formation. Intercept attacks from a 320-degree angle. At this juncture, the double-line formation of Shin Nanfeng's team had begun to take effect. As long as Ling Helu could not breach this crucial point, the other members would gradually fall into a harrowing encirclement, amplifying the disparity in combat effectiveness within Ling Helu's team. In truth, had Ling Helu not been persistently issuing commands amidst the fray, those positioned behind might have faltered. Nevertheless, Ling Helu was determined to rupture this pivotal point held by Shin Nanfeng. The residual shockwave from the previous explosion struck Ling Helu's mental barrier, dimming its brilliance further. Shin Nanfeng once again opted to retreat a few steps. However, Ling Helu chose to advance, his fists poised for action, resolutely continuing the fight. After the second clash, Shin Nanfeng's positioning had become somewhat disjointed, while Ling Helu pressed forward undeterred. Due to enduring the shock waves from two previous confrontations, Ling Helu's mental barrier was on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, he pressed forward for a third strike. Shin Nanfeng retreated. Although he had not sustained significant injuries, the dual-line formation had been breached. Ling Helu's team had already surged past the defensive line. Now, the three at the forefront could besiege Shin Nanfeng with seamless cooperation. Shin Nanfeng soon could not hold on and was eliminated. With the commander out, the others were thrown into disarray, resulting in complete chaos within Shin Nanfeng's team. Ling Helu did not conclude the engagement immediately. Instead, he pivoted and charged once more. The combat at the apex of the triangle was fierce, as each combatant sought to eliminate their opponent, and another charge resulted in the elimination of three more. It must be said that Shin Nanfeng's team exhibited remarkable fighting spirit. Even under such circumstances, the remaining members continued to fight with all their might, refusing to concede. However, after the third assault, Shin Nanfeng's team was completely annihilated. This outcome astonished everyone. Many within Ling Helu's team were equally taken aback by such a performance. Commander, are we truly this strong? Can we aim for a spot in the top 10 teams? Yin Mingling began to entertain lofty aspirations. MOU, still in the evaluation period, had shed any semblance of lethargy, his entire being brimming with excitement. At this moment, he would likely not refuse a chance to engage in a solo match. Although Ha Jujio restrained himself from running amok, the exhilaration on his face was unmistakable. The commander is truly formidable. Ling Helu allowed everyone to head to the medical bay, but retained Ha Jujio. Attack me. Ha Jujio did not comprehend the rationale behind this, but, ever obedient, charged at him, seemingly intent on replicating Ling Helu's previous combat, with energy fluctuations that were frighteningly intense. Ling Helu met the attack head-on, once more. In the second strike, the two who had only sustained minor injuries in the earlier fight now found themselves slightly injured under the full-force assault. Nevertheless, Ha Jujio, brimming with excitement, was still ready to fight. They continued, engaging in a pure clash of energy. This satisfied Ha Jujio's yearning for strength. He fought with fervor, reveling in the battle, seemingly tireless. After more than a dozen collisions, the energy fluctuations driven by Ha Jujio suddenly intensified, transforming the aura into a violet hue. After this bout, Ling Helu halted. Congratulations on your stamina upgrade. Ha Jujio came to an abrupt stop, gazing at the surrounding energy colors in disbelief. Did my stamina upgrade to SS? Feeling a surge of power, he declared, "Next time, let us fight." Mutu patted him on the shoulder, causing Ha Jiujiu to sway slightly. "Congratulations. Your training has borne fruit." Yaoan also stepped forward to offer his congratulations. The atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious, and even Shin Nanfeng, who had just emerged from the medical bay, could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Ling's team possesses both strength and immense potential." Following the battle, Ling Heli assigned some minor tasks to Shin Nanfeng and dispatched his team. He still needed to attend to Mo Xiaobai. Yin Mingling had already awakened, and the agreement with Mo Xiaobai had been fulfilled. It was time to release Mo Xiaobai. In the confinement room, Mo Xiaobai was meticulously organizing his meager belongings. The suitcase, rather large, was mostly empty. Lin Anxin suggested, "Why not switch to a smaller suitcase?" Mo Xiaobai looked at him with a pitiful expression. "But I want to fit you in as well." Lin Anxin replied earnestly, "That won't do. We'd still be caught for fare evasion. Besides, I am currently working for Mr. Ling and cannot leave." After a moment of dejection, Mo Xiaobai suddenly shouted at Lin Anxin, "I, Mo Xiaobai, am free to roam wherever I please. To do whatever I desire. How delightful. You, my puppet, can busy yourself with helping others every day? So caught up in your tasks, you can only envy my happiness." Lin Anxin's face rarely bore any expression, and now he merely stared blankly at Mo Xiaobai before assisting him in repacking a suitcase. There were no particularly sentimental farewells. "Xiaobai, take care. I hope we meet again." Ling Heli felt as though his presence was unnecessary, so he turned and exited to the hall. It was time to provide additional training for the team, addressing the shortcomings observed during the recent battle. Chapter 133, Sister Tian, a surprise has arrived. Care to take a look? Yao N and Mou, your fundamental combat skills are indeed lacking. The War Soul Academy is a military institution, and our team's ultimate objective is to engage in battle. Currently, you represent the weakest link within our ranks, necessitating some specialized combat training. Are you willing to accept this? Yao N readily acquiesced, as he had never been averse to enhancing his combat prowess. It was merely his foundation that needed fortification. Mou also expressed his determination to strive for improvement, agreeing without hesitation. Ling Yili turned to the onlookers, Senior Gao and Senior Mu, and requested their assistance. Henceforth, I would like you to provide one-on-one guidance to Yao N and Mou throughout their training. The daily regimen will consist of combat drills, with no restrictions on the use of medical pods. Ling Healy intended to replicate Teacher Li's specialized combat training, albeit without the extreme near-death scenarios. However, it was imperative to cultivate the combat awareness of the two. The others possessed a considerably stronger foundation, particularly after Ha Jiujiu's physical capabilities had significantly upgraded, enhancing his combat effectiveness. They merely needed to consolidate their skills gradually. Additionally, tactical formations would also require training. This was not a curriculum suited for first-year students. Nevertheless, in preparation for the freshman competition, Ling Healy deemed it necessary to incorporate this aspect as an additional requirement, urging everyone to begin their studies ahead of time. Of course, this learning would necessitate the time dilation feature of the Star Network. Otherwise, it would be quite taxing for everyone. Ling Healy was not particularly short on funds at this moment, thus opting to install a time dilation interface for the Star Network at the team base, entrusting Shun Nanfeng with the implementation. Subsequently, Ling Healy reviewed the team's combat power leaderboard. Compared to the intelligence he had procured from INSA previously, the leaderboard had not changed significantly. Among the last 20 teams for which he had acquired information, 17 still remained on the list. He passed all this data to Chen Feng for analysis. Chen Feng was exceedingly diligent, delivering the analysis report the very next day. Among the 17 teams, 5 had a very high probability of victory, 9 had a greater than 50% chance, while the remaining 3 were less likely to succeed. The report also contained detailed comparative strength assessments. Ling Healy quickly identified the team ranked 90, with a high win rate and a prominent ranking. Their primary means of attack relied on mental prowess. Most of the attack methods Ling Healy had encountered thus far were primarily physical. The only instance where mental strength was predominant was during the battle between Yong Yi and his team. Thus, he was quite eager to engage with this particular team. In future encounters with Ming Huai's team, he would be better prepared. Of course, the team ranked 90 had evident shortcomings. Otherwise, Shen Feng's analysis would not have indicated a high win probability. Their flaw also lay within their mental capabilities. The commander of this team possessed an SSS level of mental strength, unleashing skills that wreaked havoc. Those with slightly lower mental strength could not withstand such assaults relying solely on physical attributes. However, once faced with an equally matched opponent where they could not leverage their skill advantages, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Ling Healy possessed an SS level of mental strength, yet this did not impede the presence of an SSS level support character within the team, Pu Hua, and an SS level Yao En. Although their roles leaned towards support, they would not be at a significant disadvantage in skill-based confrontations. However, they were unable to secure a victory. The bustling trade metropolis received a message from the cat-like creature, informing that the starship ordered by Ling Helen had arrived. Coincidentally, Lin Anxin was sent by Ling Helen to the black market for some clandestine learning and was tasked with signing for the delivery. At last, Ling Helen could send a message to Tian Jun. Sister Tian, a surprise has arrived. Would you care to take a look? Tian Jun replied, Sure, where shall we meet? Ling Helen responded, I will come to fetch you. Although the starship was docked at the black market, certain formalities from Planet Z 73219 were still necessary. Ling Helen quickly handed this task to Shun Nanfeng, who soon resolved the matter. When he brought Tian Jun to the black market, they found a medium-sized starship adorned with the Blue Star logo, resting at the edge of a private port. Tian Jun reacted swiftly upon seeing the starship. She turned to Ling Helen in disbelief. Is this yours? Ling Helen spoke with a hint of pride. It belongs to my team. If Sister Tian joins us, then it shall also belong to you, ready for use at any time. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tian Jun found herself at a loss for words. Coming from a modest background, although she could afford to pay the tuition for the Battle Spirit Academy, she could not even purchase the time dilation feature of the Star Network. A medium-sized starship that she could pilot freely felt like a fantastical dream come to life, a truly monumental surprise. You've outdone yourself, Junior. From now on, my life belongs to you, Tianjin declared without hesitation. Ling Helen beamed with a wide smile. Your assistance is the greatest surprise of all. It seems my efforts were not in vain. Nearby, Lin Anxin cautiously touched the outer edge of the starship. The medium-sized starship, while not excessively large, was dwarfed by the larger and supersized starships that existed. Yet, in the starport, it appeared astonishingly grand compared to human stature. Lin Anxin observed it with a rare expression of longing on his face. Ling Helen recalled his promise to help Lin Anxin find a mentor and turned to Tian Jun. This is a member of my team who is eager to learn piloting. Would you be willing to take him along when you operate the starship? Any guidance would be greatly appreciated. Tian Jun, slightly put off by Lin Anxin's somewhat wooden demeanor, nevertheless agreed in her current good spirits. He can only observe. No hands-on involvement. I will explain when the time comes. Excellent, Ling Helen confirmed. Noticing the eager expressions on Tian Jun and Lin Anxin's faces, he understood they were keen to take the controls. Thus, he proposed, Sister Tian, would you like to pilot the starship for a little tour? I will assist you. Switching the starship to its intelligent driving mode required the support of a highly skilled mentalist. Ling Helen was unsure if Tian Jun possessed the mental strength to activate the medium-sized starship, but given his own SS-level capabilities, he felt confident. Let us go, Tian Jun exclaimed with excitement, urging Ling Helen to enter the ship. Lin Anxin followed suit. As the starship powered up and ascended slowly, Tian Jun, well-versed in piloting within the virtual environment of the Star Network, remained composed and steady in her operations despite the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, it occurred to Ling Helen that he had yet to bring Haba back from Yang Ying's side. Ling Healy was uncertain about the unfolding situation, yet it was likely rather troublesome. He inquired about the distance from here to the planet housing the Wu Mian Academy. It was somewhat far, however. As a premier comprehensive university ranked top 1 and a prestigious war academy ranked top 10, both institutions were conveniently located near large wormholes facilitating starship transit, making the actual journey less than a day long. Thus, a round trip would take merely 2 days. Observing the current state of Tianjin, navigating a starship for 2 days would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Consequently, Ling Healy sent a message, Yonggu, can you come to the Battle Soul Academy? Do you need assistance? I can pilot a starship to fetch you. Yonging replied, that sounds great. I will arrange the docking application for you. When can you arrive? Chapter 134. Discovered by a child. A favor is required, Ling Helix. We shall depart now. We can arrive by dawn tomorrow. Yonging, that works. I can manage the paperwork in time. I will await your arrival. The wait for the journey felt protracted. Ling Helix opened the Star Network, venturing into the member assistance zone of the Nightshade Club to accumulate a few points. Interestingly, the Nightshade Club had not disclosed specific membership regulations, leaving Ling Helix uncertain of how long it would take to elevate his privileges. Nonetheless, engaging in this activity would serve to pass the time. After some contemplation, he narrowed down his search to the Lingji Dome planet, where the Umian Academy was located, and discovered numerous local assistance posts. Assistance post. I wish to enter the War Research Institute. Could anyone elaborate on the assessment difficulty? Assistance post. Is the data on the latest models of the Iron Oath military mech fabricated? It defies logic. Assistance post. Seeking to borrow a library card from the Lingji Library. Willing to pay. Truly, it was a city of knowledge. Once the starship docked at the port, Yong-ing sent a message. Wait for me to create some chaos and slip out. It should take about 3 interstellar hours. Tianjin and Lin Anqin were utterly engrossed in the starship. 3 interstellar hours would likely pose no issue for them. However, Ling Helix yearned to explore the surroundings. Remembering the post he had seen in the assistance zone, he sent another message to Yong-ing. Do you possess a library card for the Lingji Library? I wish to take a look. Yong-ing replied. No. Do you have any idea how expensive that is? I only have a reading permit. Every student at Umian Academy possesses one, and I can lend it to you. Ling Helix inquired with his light brain, discovering that a reading permit and a library card were entirely distinct. Most Starfield books were read via the virtual Star Network, although the Lingji Library permitted only local reading. It operated on the Star Network without any physical form, allowing unlimited access with a reading permit. Certain unique tomes, however, contained energies of the mysterious realm that could only be read in person, as virtual reading would not suffice. Strictly speaking, a library card did not allow one to borrow books, but merely granted access to the mysterious texts. After registering his information, Ling Helix swiftly followed the navigation to the Lingji Library. He beheld a grand vessel-like structure adrift upon the ocean, solitary yet majestic, its exterior modest and unobtrusive, carrying profound symbolic significance. Having borrowed Yong-ying's reading permit, Ling Helix encountered no obstruction and proceeded inside. Although it was early morning, the library was bustling with patrons. Some hurriedly traversed the aisles, while others remained quietly in the reading areas, occasionally ordering deliveries, all endeavoring to keep their voices low so as not to disturb others. Ling Helix scanned the surroundings and suddenly fixated on a young man. The youth's visage appeared somewhat familiar, yet Ling Helix could not recall where he had encountered him before. The young man rummaged through his pockets, soon extracting what he sought, gleefully placing it against the light brain membrane, and then stood still, seemingly lost in reverie. Ling Helix patiently waited for a moment. Once the youth emerged from his reminiscence, he stowed away a small black cube in his palm and turned to Ling Helix. Young one, do you require my assistance? Uncertain of the reason, Ling Helu felt an immense pressure under the gaze of the young man. He obediently explained, you seem somewhat familiar, but I cannot recall where I have seen you before. The young man chuckled lightly. Oh, that is quite normal. My appearance has been in constant flux. When I revert to my youthful form, I begin to mature. And as I grow older, I will again reverse this process. You may have encountered me in one of my other forms. Upon hearing this, Ling Helu envisioned the young man's youthful and elderly appearances, suddenly recalling where he had seen him. In Teacher Li's memory archives, during the devastating battle of Muin Xing, the Star Alliance observer Xing Miao, a dual X-class ability wielder, had concluded everything. However, the human guise was likely a mere disguise. Ling Helu remembered that when he wielded his abilities, his hands transformed into slender, dreamlike tendrils reminiscent of a lighthouse jellyfish. I am a student of Teacher Li from the Battle Soul Academy. Ling Helu quickly introduced himself. Xing Miao furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to recall, before placing a small black square onto his holographic device. After a moment, his brow finally relaxed. I remember. You are from the Oriole race, which places great emphasis on rules. It seems you are aware of my identity. Ling Helu nodded silently, yet emphatically. Having his identity recognized by a child warranted a favor. Xing Miao smiled and extended a unidirectional barrier, its iridescence signifying X-class mental prowess. Now, you have the opportunity to make a wish. What do you desire? For a brief moment, Ling Helu nearly blurted out his desire for Xing Miao's assistance in integrating Blue Star into the interstellar community as a member of the Star Alliance. However, he restrained himself, refraining from voicing this request. Ling Helu had faith in Ling Gu, who had assured him he would soar from Blue Star to find him, and he believed he could accomplish it. To squander such a precious wish on mere integration would be a waste. He sensed that, given Xing Miao's status, this wish could indeed be utilized to elevate Blue Star's standing. Naturally, this was contingent upon Xing Miao genuinely agreeing to anything. Thus, Ling Helu directly inquired, "Can any wish be granted?" Xing Miao smiled again. "It appears that you are somewhat greedy, young one. However, your ambition seems rather modest in my eyes. Feel free to express it." Ling Helu, unreserved, stated, "My home planet has yet to join the Star Network and is a struggling world. I wish that when my home planet enters the Star Alliance, you will serve as its guarantor and guide it toward becoming a fixed member of the Alliance. Do not underestimate the significance of a fixed member. In fact, only 40 of the Star Alliance members are fixed. The rest lack even voting rights. If Blue Star were to become a fixed member upon its initial foray into interstellar space, it would undoubtedly possess a status above the average. You are clearly devoted to your home planet and take pride in it," Xing Miao remarked with a gentle smile. "I find this sentiment endearing. It reminds me of various beautiful things. I shall grant your wish, young one. What is the name of your home planet?" "Blue Star." The interlude consumed a considerable amount of time. As the 3 interstellar hours agreed upon with Yong-Ying were drawing near, Ling Helian hurried back to the starship. From a distance, he encountered Yong-Ying and Ha Ba standing together as they descended from a floating vehicle. The starship appeared quite impressive, and Yong-Ying still possessed the energy to offer her critiques. Ha Ba, trailing behind, exclaimed with tears of joy in his eyes, "You finally came to pick me up, Boss Ling." With a cheerful disposition, Ling Helian ushered the two aboard the starship. Upon their return to the Battle Soul Academy, another day commenced. After a well-deserved respite, Ling Helian finally embarked on the Team Challenge tournament. He first sent a message to Lyle. "Has senior sister returned?" Chapter 135. After submitting a challenge application to the team ranked 90, it was quickly approved. Lyle remarked, "It seems my junior is quite attentive to me, considering I have just returned." Ling Healy replied, "Senior is here to participate in the challenge." Following the submission of the challenge application, it was promptly accepted. The location appeared to be a planet predominantly composed of boiling sulfuric magma, and the initial protective garments could not withstand the environment for long. The group swiftly donned their mechs to avoid injury. However, the mechs would gradually deteriorate in the magma, necessitating the activation of the anti-gravity module to hover in midair. Victory Condition 1. Establish a small campsite first. Victory Condition 2. Annihilate the opponent. With the presence of a divination method using copper coins, Ling Healy quickly pinpointed the enemy's position, which was alarmingly close. The proximity was such that the opposing team would be unable to split their forces in time, making it an opportune moment for an ambush. The commander ordered everyone to enter a state of heightened combat readiness, maintaining a 3-dimensional modular tactical formation, employing a wedge-shaped assault tactic to rapidly advance towards the designated target. In the high altitude, the formation centered around me, with 02, Pu Hua, and 06, Chen Feng, flanking the left and right rear. In the mid-altitude, 01, Mu Tu, led the front, while 04, Yao En, and 08, Mou, positioned themselves in the center to support. In the low altitude, 03, Ha Jiujio, and 09, Lyle, were positioned to the left and right ahead, with 05, Yinming Ling, and 07, Tianjun, providing support from the rear. The opposing team's mechs were formidable. This time, Mu2 was unable to detect the enemy's exact location beforehand. As Ling Healy's team maintained formation and advanced to a broad lava field, multiple psychic skills erupted in succession from the sulfuric magma below them. The crimson liquid splashed violently, striking the team's psychic barriers and dimming their protective shields, obscuring their line of sight. The commander ordered 02, Pu Hua, and 06, Chen Feng, to reinforce the psychic protection barriers for 03, Ha Jiujio, and 09, Lyle. The commander also instructed 01, Mu2, to remain vigilant on the biological detection module, observing whether the enemy's movements were concealed by the magma. The commander commanded all to accelerate their advance, intending to infiltrate and attack once they neared the enemy formation. The magma planet was particularly conducive to concentrated psychic skill assaults. Although the opponent's skills were densely packed, their actual lethality was not overwhelming. If directed straight at Ling Healy's team members, they might not breach their defenses. However, now, when directed into the magma, the splattered sulfuric lava exhibited formidable corrosive properties, significantly amplifying the attack's effectiveness. Furthermore, the opposing team, having detected Ling Healy's team first, had congregated on a high ground devoid of magma, forming a dense defensive formation. To breach their defenses, Ling Healy's team would have to endure the splashes of molten lava, incurring significant losses in the process. However, once they succeeded in breaching, it would become the home turf of Ling Healy's team. The entire opposing team, including the commander, primarily relied on psychic attacks and was not adept at close combat. Once ensnared, the opposing team would face a relentless onslaught from Ling Healy's team. The commander ordered 04, Yao In, and 08, MOU, to clear the lava in the forward arc from 270 to 90 degrees. The commander issued orders to 01, Mu2, to prepare for an assault on the enemy formation. However, Ling Healy remained inactive, biding his time. The enemy's current actions were nothing more than trifling skirmishes, unworthy of their SSS-level mental prowess. A decisive blow was imminent. Indeed, just as the two sides were about to engage in close combat, the enemy's formation shifted. A flurry of chaotic assaults ensued, far more potent than the previous barrage of skills, with several meters of molten rock being hurled skyward, threatening to engulf Ling Healy's team entirely. With visibility obstructed, Ling Healy and his companions relied solely on their biological detection modules to gauge the enemy's movements. Then, they witnessed the enemy's previously three-dimensional formation suddenly flatten into a single plane, all rushing towards Mu2, who was leading the charge. One adversary manipulated the energy fluctuations around Mu2, while another executed a resonant strike aimed at dismantling Mu2's mental defense barrier. In the next instant, multiple powerful skills were hurled at Mu2, including the commander's most formidable attack, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow. Ling Healy quietly released the Kuan Guahan seal. Perhaps due to the lack of skill authentication, the seal's abilities were ineffective within the star network. The commander commanded all units to switch positions between the mid-air and low-altitude layers. He then instructed 03, Ha Jiujio, and 09, Liair, to assist him in combat by intercepting the nearest enemies. As Mu2 retreated, he was struck by skills and molten rock, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness without his mental defense barrier. Simultaneously, Ling Healy positioned himself at the forefront of the mid-air layer, taking on the remaining attacks meant for Mu2. As his own mental barrier shattered, Ling Healy surged forward, his right fist charged with energy, aimed at the enemy commander. Ha Jiujio and Liair, having been moved to Ling Healy's side, immediately followed orders and charged at the enemy, plunging into the enemy formation alongside Ling Healy. Their combined soft and hard control caught the fourth-grade team off guard. Nonetheless, as a ranked team, they had prepared for such situations. The intricately designed multi-string explosions were unleashed one after another, creating a scene as splendid as a painting, effectively sealing off all paths forward for Ling Healy, Ha Jiujio, and Liair, unless they were to recklessly absorb all incoming attacks. They could only stall their own offensive and allow the enemy to retreat. Ling Healy did not withdraw. The commander ordered all units to switch positions between the high-altitude and mid-air layers. He commanded all units to execute an encirclement maneuver from the newly exchanged high-altitude and low-altitude layers. The commander instructed 05, Yin Mingling, 07, Tianjun, 04, Yaoan, and 08, MOU, to exert all their efforts to establish mental protection barriers. Ha Jiujiu and Lai Air retreated to the high-altitude layer, while Ling Healy charged alone into the enemy formation, embodying the spirit of a moth drawn to a flame. However, this was not a futile endeavor. With Ling Healy's presence distracting them, the enemy was forced to abandon their retreat once more. Protected by the mental skills of his four companions, Ling Healy's injuries were not as severe as anticipated, having little impact on the battle. The commander issued orders to 02, Puhua, and 06, Chenfeng, to firmly restrict the enemy commander and prevent his retreat. Taking advantage of the enemy's lack of proficiency in close combat, Ling Helu closely maneuvered around the adversary's commander, using his figure to shield against incoming attacks, thereby alleviating the pressure significantly. In this brief interlude, the individuals from both the high-altitude and low-altitude teams successfully executed their encirclement, without mentioning Hajiju and Lyle Mu too. Despite suffering damage to his mech which diminished his capabilities, still proved formidable against opponents unskilled in melee combat. The fourth-grade team found themselves in a dire predicament. Unable to advance or retreat, Ling Helu, not granting them any respite, launched a powerful strike against the enemy commander immediately after the encirclement was completed, incapacitating a substantial portion of his strength in mere moments. With victory secured, Ling Helu's team re-entered the school's team combat power rankings, securing the 90th position. It was evident that many were paying attention to Ling Helu's team. As soon as the rankings shifted, he received numerous congratulatory messages, including one from Tanji. This is indeed a cause for celebration. You have crossed the first threshold. I can now confirm that the Department of Human Sciences can be entrusted to you. Tenji continued, at the end of the month. The Department of Human Sciences will organize another club activity. Come to the club activity building in the next few days, and I will teach you what to do. Chapter 136. Always remember, the greatest danger of monsters lies in their ability to replace you and your companions. Ling Helu and Tanji confirmed the time and hurriedly contacted Yongying. He was in a rush to upgrade his mech. In the previous battles, he had engaged solely in close combat and had not utilized his mech, leaving him unaware of the feeling of decreased adaptability. However, in the recent team match, he could not achieve the same fluidity he experienced while piloting his mech before. Fortunately, the opposing team was not adept in close combat. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Upon receiving the message, Yongying sent a long list of items required for the mech upgrade. Ling Helu then made his way to the mech department of the academy, where he spent the better part of the day. Ultimately, he handed over the data and the mech to Yongying, who assured him that the upgrade would be completed within 3 days. However, Haba's mech would take a bit longer to be delivered. At this moment, Yongying was residing in Ling Helu's team base and did not shy away from working around them. He noticed a transparent spirit appearing beside him, effortlessly navigating through the mech without needing to disassemble it, making modifications with remarkable ease. Ling Helu thought to himself that this was an excellent idea, keeping it to himself. Ha Jiujiu scratched his ear, seemingly oblivious to everything. While Yongying upgraded the mech, Ling Helu resumed his explanations of the I Ching. Yin Mingling was eagerly absorbing the rules and skills he had learned, standing by with anticipation. Shen Nanfeng's team was also present in the base, standing attentively. Chun Feng and Tianjun, having never attended before, decided to join the lesson. With many new recruits, Ling Helu began anew from the very first character of the Chinese language, elaborating on the intricacies of the characters. Ha Jiujiu and Puhua, evidently impressed by the Chinese characters, swiftly disappeared. Shen Nanfeng found this somewhat peculiar, as Ling Helu meticulously dissected the pronunciation, structure, and meaning of the initial characters. He observed his drowsy teammates gradually awaken to understanding. The transmission of knowledge indeed has its thresholds. the threshold for transmitting the I Ching is particularly high, a barrier that cannot simply be overcome by effort alone. Fortunately, Shun Nanfeng possessed a deep interest in Blue Star civilization, remaining thoroughly engaged, thus sparing his squad from total annihilation. After completing today's lesson on the I Ching, Ling Helu hesitated but ultimately refrained from mentioning the formal testing of the 64 hexagrams as a knowledge promoter. To be honest, Ling Helu himself was uncertain what name to assign to the skill derived from the I Ching hexagrams, eventually opting for the straightforward 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. As for not applying for formalization, it stemmed from his uncertainty about whether he could effectively utilize all 64 hexagram skills. The Qian and Kuan hexagrams posed no significant issues, and he had previously employed the Thunderwater hexagram to transform misfortune into good fortune. However, he was uncertain about the others. Ling Hela pondered for a moment, then stepped into the courtyard, quietly reciting the third hexagram, the Water Thunder Zun hexagram, while gazing at the weeds below. In his mind, this hexagram symbolized the initial flourishing and struggles of all things, likely to have an impact on plant growth. Yet, nothing transpired. After a prolonged period of exploration, Ling Healy managed to invoke the Jin hexagram, which allowed him to restore some energy. However, after a while, he felt an increasing pressure in his head, culminating in a slight headache, likely due to insufficient soul strength. Thus, he decided to cease his endeavors, intending to continue his exploration at a later time. Upon returning, he enjoyed a restful night. Early the following morning, he received a notification from the school titled Invitation to the Intercollegiate Competition of the Top 10 War Academies for Freshmen. At last, it had arrived. This intercollegiate competition was hosted by the Arbiter War Academy, and Ling Healy had anticipated it would take place at the Fairness Star. To his surprise, the actual venue was situated at the forefront of monster battles, specifically in the Callistorn Nebula. He was uncertain how the 5th Legion had coordinated this. Considering this, it seemed likely that the freshman competition would not involve virtual combat, but rather genuine encounters with monsters. Receiving the invitation did not guarantee participation. Only teams still listed on the school's combat power rankings when the freshman competition commenced in 7 days would qualify to compete. However, the invitation did not mention the real divine descent as described by Yayo. It was probable that such matters would await the official qualification for participation. As he pondered these thoughts, he arrived at the training grounds for combat special training with Teacher Lee and immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Teacher Lee. My fixed team and I have received the invitation to the top 10 freshman competition." Teacher Lee was likely already aware of this news. Such matters could hardly escape the attention of the director of the command department. Thus, the melodious voice of Teacher Huangli chimed in. "Since you intend to participate in the freshman competition, today I will instruct you on how to deal with monsters." "How many monsters do you know?" The theoretical knowledge was straightforward. Without hesitation, Ling Healy recited, "Fireworm, Sharp Goldbee, Bloodvein Vine." After reciting for a while, he noticed Teacher Lee's lack of approval and added, "Puppet Worm, Thousand Silk Vine." Finally, Teacher Lee nodded. "Always remember, the greatest danger posed by monsters lies in their ability to replace you and your companions. Let me take you to witness the Puppet Worm and Thousand Silk Vine." Teacher Lee led Ling Healy to an exceedingly secluded laboratory. Outside, 3 sealed doors were tightly secured, each guarded by a team of 10, marking the most stringent security Ling Healy had ever encountered. Teacher Lee possessed high-level clearance, enabling her to unlock all 3 doors and bring Ling Healy inside without any inquiries from guards. Inside, there were similarly stationed guards every few steps. They first donned sealed suits. Ling Healy discreetly assessed the defensive capability of the attire, concluding that even his SS-level abilities could not breach it. Following Teacher Lee, they arrived at a sealed laboratory. Opposite the entrance, a pet cage was positioned. Within the cage, a simple-minded duck, upon hearing the sound, lifted its head to gaze at Ling Healy. The duck was utterly adorable, with a neck so short it was nearly invisible, revealing only soft yellow down, and a plump body that indicated it was well fed. However, considering the laboratory setting, Ling Healy refrained from approaching it, quietly trailing behind Teacher Lee. Teacher Huangli praised him. "Excellent. You have shown great restraint." With a stern expression, He gazed at the docile duck within the cage and issued a command to Ling Helen, eliminate this duck. Reflecting on the specialized training that Teacher Lee had planned for him that day, Ling Helen, albeit somewhat incredulous, inquired, "This duck has been possessed by a malevolent entity?" Teacher Lee nodded in approval, affirming, "Indeed. This duck has been overtaken by a puppet worm for over 10 days and has been entirely replaced by the malevolent creature. Therefore, you must eliminate this duck." Chapter 137. The rules of the world determine boundaries that humanity cannot transgress. The closed environment merely offers enhanced defense. It does not isolate energy fluctuations. Ling Healy contemplated briefly before unleashing the singularity impact skill. In the next instant, the duck desperately flapped its wings to shield its head. Yet, it was futile. The creature was utterly torn apart by the energy, reduced to mere dust. Ling Healy sensed he might have exerted himself excessively. In this circumstance, it was evident that Teacher Lee intended for him to witness the appearance of the demonic creature. Yet he had obliterated it entirely, leaving him uncertain if this met the expectations. Moments later, Teacher Huang Li spoke again. "What are you pondering there? Are you preparing to allow the puppet worm to possess you?" Upon hearing this, Ling Healy's expression shifted, and he scrutinized the area where the duck had been annihilated, finally spotting an exceedingly tiny black worm. After some reflection, he refrained from using the singularity impact again. Instead, he executed a multi-directional explosion, obliterating the worm and its surroundings. He observed the worm twitch a few times before falling still. Ling Healy hesitated to confirm whether the worm was truly dead. Thus, he summoned the Qiangua technique. In an instant, the worm was torn to shreds by a fierce surge of energy. "Excellent," Teacher Lee praised. "It appears that I need not instruct you on the principle of denying demonic creatures any opportunity to harm you." He opened the door to the next chamber, revealing 2 ducks. One had been possessed by the puppet worm for over 10 days, while the other appeared quite healthy. "Now, eliminate the puppet worm that has been attached for over 10 days. The fate of the other duck is inconsequential." Ling Healy found the task growing increasingly arduous. It was merely a duck for now, but what if he were to encounter a human possessed by a demonic entity? He refrained from acting immediately, instead treating the 2 ducks as if they were people, pondering deeply. There seemed to be no effective method for assessment. According to the seal analyst, one could determine if a being was possessed by examining their genetic profile. However, Ling Healy was not equipped to carry a large device capable of such analysis. Furthermore, for ducks, the notion of genetic profiling was wholly irrelevant. Teacher Lee had not truly afforded Ling Healy any opportunity for choice, much like the once thriving Muin star, where ultimately 90% of all beings perished. Ling Healy moved with great reluctance, yet he formed the necessary hand seals and ultimately resolved the fate of both ducks. Teacher Lee nodded in approval. "Next, we shall address the 1,000 threads vine." Yet, this time, Ling Healy posed a question first. "Teacher Lee, I wish to understand. Since demonic entities cannot communicate, why can they completely replace their host when possessing a human?" Instead of responding directly, Teacher Lee opted for a question in return. "Are you familiar with dimensional worlds? Multidimensional realms?" Ling Healy had indeed learned of these concepts on Blue Star. Not only do different dimensions harbor distinct worlds, but within the same dimension, various worlds also exist. Teacher Lee articulated clearly, word by word, "We reside in one dimensional world, while the demonic entities inhabit another. There exists a barrier of rules between worlds that cannot be transcended for communication. When a monster possesses a body, that vessel continues to adhere to the rules of our world, fully substituting for the host." Ling Healy struggled to digest the information imparted by Teacher Lee. The world determines the rules, and humanity cannot transcend these barriers. Yet, more questions arose. Why does the monster traverse dimensions to reach our world? Teacher Lee's expression turned grave. "It is for the purpose of planar invasion. If all sentient beings are eradicated, the foundation of the rule barrier ceases to exist, and worlds from different dimensions will spontaneously assimilate. This mirrors the initial misstep we made regarding the Twilight Star." Teacher Lee paused, seemingly lost in recollection, before continuing. Ling Healy opted to consult the artificial intelligence. There was no news of a planar invasion, which was understandable. Such information must have been suppressed from the public. Likewise, there were no details regarding the erroneous decisions made during the defense of Twilight Star. However, during his search for information on Twilight Star, Ling Healy came across a peculiar designation, Dead Zone. Many planets in the cosmos boast harsh ecological environments, yet few are labeled as dead zones. Twilight Star is one, alongside several others that have succumbed to the onslaught of monsters. There are speculations about whether the Callisto Nebula might become the next dead zone. Considering Teacher Lee's words, it seems that if all sentient beings within a certain region perish, leaving only monsters, the dimensional worlds will naturally undergo assimilation. The so-called dead zones in the interstellar realm are likely those that have been assimilated into the domain of monsters. Ling Healy had previously known that the major legions of the War Alliance faced significant challenges. However, he had never contemplated the gravity of the situation. The interstellar world had already lost several dead zones. If this trend continues, will the realm be entirely overrun by monsters? Lost in thought, Ling Healy nearly took a wrong turn upon leaving. To be honest, while he had accepted the notion of studying at a war academy, deep down, he never believed he would be required to fight in the future. Yet, suddenly, he realized that danger had encircled him, leaving no avenue for escape. An unprecedented sense of urgency surged within him. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his emotions and gradually adjusted. There are still those in this universe striving for solutions. Even when the sky falls, the Alliance's tall figures will bear the burden. Ling Healy needed only to focus on mastering his command studies. Perhaps by the time he joined the War Alliance, circumstances would have shifted in a favorable direction. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Healy arrived at the Student Activities Building of the Department of Humanities. He had arranged with Tan Ji yesterday that he would accompany him in learning how to operate during the upcoming end-of-month departmental activities. Upon entering the President's Lounge, he found only Tan Ji present. Seeing Ling Healy enter, he forwarded a multitude of documents. Familiarize yourself with the information of all club members. I will lead this month's activities, and you are to observe how I conduct them closely. Pay particular attention to how I coordinate the club's resources and foundation. Ling Healy recalled the first club activity, where, as a newcomer, he had received a plethora of gifts, and he eagerly anticipated experiencing it once more. However, the second event clearly could not afford such preferential treatment to the newcomers. Ling Healy was somewhat curious. What kind of foundation and resources could this entail? Tang Ji pondered for a moment, and then instructed Ling Healy to access the member information. Fuzi Luo from the 5th grade Individual Combat Department. Currently the most affluent benefactor of the club, will meet you shortly. Chapter 138. Is this esteemed individual not a social anxiety sufferer, but rather a societal terrorist? Ling Healy discovered the information regarding Fuzi Luo and felt an utter lack of recollection regarding her holographic persona. Did Senior Fu not partake in the last club event? Tenji sensed no issues with that. She simply detests crowded spaces and seldom engages in club activities. When I visit her, I rarely bring anyone along. However, she is an unabashed advocate for the humanities, generously willing to sponsor the College of Humanities. The two convened with Fuzi Luo in a tranquil courtyard outside the campus. Ling Healy had perused the materials and was aware that although this prominent figure was admitted to the Battle Soul Academy, it was solely due to her passion for combat. She had neither joined any established team nor obtained a solo combat certification, nor did she intend to align herself with any alliance in the future. Thus, her presence was limited to class time, spending most of her days alone in the serene courtyard, which seemed entirely reasonable. The president, a petite, delicate girl, set down her paper book, reached out to operate a mechanism, and opened the courtyard gate, allowing Ling Healy and his companion to enter. A small girl, yet a significant figure. Dressed modestly, yet a significant figure. Appearing gentle, yet a significant figure. Ling Healy translated the title of the book in the esteemed one's hands. Mystical Arts. The Principles of Communicating with Flora and Fauna. The value of such principle-based mystical skills was unknown to him. However, previously at the Spirit Knowledge Library on the planet where Wu Mian Academy was located, even a local borrowing permit was worth over 100 million. Ling Healy had inquired about this after hearing Yong Ying's explanation. If this esteemed individual possessed her own copy, its worth would undoubtedly be countless times greater. It was evident she was quite affluent. I sought you out to discuss the upcoming club event at the end of the month. Will you be abstaining once more? Tenji initiated the conversation. Upon hearing about the event, Fuda Lao's expression soured. I fear that if I attend, my excitement might overwhelm me, resulting in the destruction of the event venue. Ling Healy felt he might have misinterpreted earlier. So this esteemed figure is not afflicted with social anxiety, but is rather a societal terrorist? You can always rebuild it with your funds, Tenji replied with a placid tone, seemingly unfazed by the prospect. Fuda Lao visibly contemplated the idea. However, hesitating for a moment, she ultimately shook her head. I will not attend. If there are financial needs, simply approach me. Tenji, unperturbed, forwarded a proposal, this time. There is no need to provide benefits for the new students. I have compiled a list of the most scarce demands of our current members. How much can you manage? Specific items for trade will be presented to you after the club event concludes. Ling Healy too received Tenji's proposal. Upon reviewing the list of scarce items, he was surprised to find it included all participating teams' information for the inter-school competition of the 10 great academies for new students, evidently prepared for him. Ling Healy felt a touch moved by the president's thoughtfulness. Fuda Lao seemed to have noticed as well. Her thoughts drifting. Lal is participating in this new student competition, correct? Tenji, recalling the details of most club members and clearly familiar with Lyle, clarified. She is attending as an external aide. The main participant is this one, a new student from the command department, who will become the future president of the College of Humanities after my departure. Master Fu glanced at Ling Helu, failing to discern any noteworthy points of interest. He turned his attention back to Lyle, declaring, I have decided to invest in Lyle and embark on an endeavor that will astonish everyone. You would never guess it. Tenji pondered, is she planning to lead her group of children to retaliate against Ethris? Ling Helu was left perplexed. Had he missed something? He sifted through the member profiles to uncover Lyle's information. While her combat prowess was not particularly noteworthy, there was a brief note indicating that Lyle was a survivor of the Ethris Civil War. She had organized a group to rescue numerous children orphaned by the conflict, gathering them into her resistance faction. Although termed a resistance, their strength was quite limited. Lyle, the most formidable among them, was merely a student from the Battle Spirit Academy. To sustain the children under her care, Lyle was often compelled to take on various tasks to earn a living. Tenji had likely hit the nail on the head. Master Fu, suddenly devoid of his earlier bravado, nevertheless insisted, with my support, she will undoubtedly succeed. It would be immensely gratifying to strike a blow against the Star Alliance. Ling Helu was eager to comprehend the extent of Master Fu's confidence in managing to confront the Star Alliance. However, the member profile provided by Tenji only vaguely hinted at Master Fu's considerable wealth. As they conversed, Master Fu had already selected the items and information from the proposal. These are manageable for me. You may decide what to exchange. Tenji forwarded this to Ling Helu. Confirming Master Fu's stature, 2/3 of the content was indeed feasible, including the data on the other teams for the upcoming freshman competition that Ling Helu required. Later, Tenji introduced Ling Helu to several seniors from the Department of Human Sciences. However, compared to Master Fu, they paled in comparison. One could only say their abilities were indeed superior, yet they remained ordinary individuals. By the end of the day, Ling Helu had received numerous challenge requests for team competitions. Generally, once a ranked team receives a challenge, they must compete at least once a day. After 10 matches, their ranking would remain stable. Competing in one match while declining further challenges would result in a minor drop in rank. Conversely, failing to compete at all would lead to a significant decrease in ranking. Upon arriving at the team base, Ling Helu messaged Lao to confirm if they could proceed with the team competition. Lao replied, please hold on. There's a siren on the Fishman planet serenading outside my dormitory. I will handle it. Moments later, she added, I've arranged for him to study at the Songstress Academy. He shall return to me only when he can sing melodiously. Finally, Lao affirmed, yes, let's compete. Haha. The challengers to Ling Helu's team were all freshmen. Once the time and location for the freshman competition were established, the upperclassmen would tacitly refrain from challenging the newcomers. However, the last incident where the Ethnic Fusion Research Society had leaked Ling Helu's team information to other freshmen, had led many to believe they stood a chance against Ling Helu's squad. They were subsequently soundly defeated by the now formidable Ling Helu. After such a decisive encounter, the freshmen were thoroughly demoralized, and no further challenge requests were submitted. Ensuring their ranking should be a straightforward task from here on. The only hiccup appeared to be the lack of progress in the teachings of the I Ching. Yin Mingling has been exceptionally diligent, dedicating herself to research during training. Regrettably, she has yet to master the skills of the Qian and Kuan hexagrams. Observing Yin Mingling's relentless efforts despite repeated failures, Shen Nafeng chose to first learn the method of divination using copper coins. This necessitates a comprehensive understanding of all 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, with progress seeming indefinitely distant. Upon returning home in the evening, Ling Heli whimsically opened the military strategy livestream. Tori Dudel's routine was absent from the broadcast, while Minghwai's stream was active. If it were to be replayed, would that mean the Eternal Night Watch Academy has successfully relocated? Chapter 139, the Lania Chaos Supercluster and the Divine Language Galaxy Cluster in this live broadcast. Minghwai earnestly shared music. The songs, as soothing as a gentle stream, calmed all restlessness and brought tranquility to the heart. After one rendition, he lowered the volume, treating it as mere background music. Engaging in battle was simply out of the question. The Academy's camp had yet to be established, and venturing out without permission would surely result in reprimand. Minghwai began sipping his drink while addressing the audience. Although I cannot venture outside to showcase the terrain, I can certainly provide some astronomical education. As he spoke, he transformed the live stream into a virtual backdrop, revealing the vast cosmic star map. This is the Gusho Galaxy, rather obscure, and not many are aware of the recent surge of monstrous attacks here. With a slight tremor, he inadvertently shifted the star map's position. Cannot comprehend the star map? Then surely you recognize this one, he continued, pointing to the Lania Chaos Supercluster and the Divine Language Galaxy Cluster. Surely, no one is unfamiliar with these names? What? There are actually some who do not know? Well, the sincerity of your gifts will determine our conversation. Once the gifts are in place, we can discuss anything. Lingi chose to consult the light brain. On the interstellar star map, various galaxies were adorned with peculiar names. The Lania Chaos Supercluster derived its name from the mysterious realm. However, the specifics were not elaborated upon in the star network, and the light brain's intelligence was equally oblivious. In the live stream, Minghwai glanced at the speed of the gift notifications, feeling satisfied, and set down his drink to begin his explanation. The mysterious realm is well known, and precognitive skills are no stranger to you. If anyone is truly unaware, they may choose to leave, for they do not deserve to witness my broadcast. If you possessed precognitive abilities, what would you wish to know? How to acquire wealth? Your future girlfriend? How mundane. With a beaming smile, Minghwai formed a hand sign, and a swarm of blue-purple butterflies danced around him, forming the interstellar symbol of peace. If I were to choose, I would certainly wish to foresee how to bring about world peace. Some shared his sentiment, which led to the name Lania Chaos Supercluster. Given its origins in the precognitive domain, it was aptly named the Divine Language Galaxy Cluster. As he observed the barrage of comments, he engaged with the audience. How to save universal peace? How would I know? I do not possess genuine precognitive skills. Investigate the galaxy cluster thoroughly? That suggestion was quite astute. However, he advised against bringing it up again. If we cannot unearth the ultimate culprit, then you shall bear the consequences, yes? Are the outcomes of precognition reliable? Certainly not. The star map may appear somewhat aligned, yet there are numerous other galaxy clusters that resemble it, patiently waiting for their names to be changed, albeit somewhat sluggishly, unable to seize the opportunity. The mysterious realm was evidently within Minghwai's knowledge comfort zone. As he spoke passionately, he refrained from admonishing the audience and instead elaborated. My skill in controlling butterflies belongs to a branch of the mysterious realm. However, if we were to discuss the most formidable branches of the mysterious realm, they would undoubtedly be the divine descent and law categories. Never heard of them. In the coming days, there will indeed be an opportunity for you to witness them firsthand. At this juncture, Minghwai felt a swell of pride. Everyone is aware of my prowess. I have already secured a spot in the top 10 of the Academy's interscholastic competition for new students. This designation is not merely a qualification for participation. It also entails tangible benefits. I have observed that some astute individuals have already surmised the connection. Indeed, it pertains to the realm of the mysterious. Subsequently, we arrived at the segment for requesting gifts. What is the relationship? That depends on whether the gifts are adequately provided. To divulge a hint, it pertains to divine descents. However, this time, the anticipated downpour of gifts did not materialize. This was due to Minghui's livestream being abruptly terminated, citing violations of regulations, resulting in a one-day suspension. Ling Hilary shrugged it off and went to sleep. The following day, he resumed training and elucidating the I Ching. The progress of the other team members was also markedly significant, particularly Yaoan. He was inherently disciplined and, with the benefit of one-on-one training from Mutu, had accumulated a formidable prowess, now reaching the level typical of first and second-year students. Interestingly, Yaoan also possessed a certificate as a civilization promoter. Ling Hilary advised him, if time permits, he could consider obtaining a junior medical practitioner certificate, as joining the alliance as a civilization promoter would yield advantages. Yaoan nodded in agreement. He was not one for excessive words, preferring to listen and act, always taking Ling Hilary's words to heart. However, when he appeared at the team base the next day, he bore a slightly dejected countenance. He had not passed the examination and needed to further enhance his combat abilities. Nevertheless, Yaoan maintained a mature mindset and was not significantly disheartened. He was merely a step away. I sensed that, given his current rate of progress, it would not be long before he could pass the assessment. Thus, they continued their training. Ling Hilary arrived at the team base early, as he had an appointment with Young Ying to finalize the upgrades to his mecha. Unfortunately, his early arrival proved futile, as Young Ying was leisurely making adjustments, tightening here and loosening there. She intermittently employed instruments for testing and adjustments, her spirit flitting about, occasionally passing him tools. After a prolonged wait, it was not Young Ying but Tan Ji who sent a message. When would he come by the student council? There were rewards for the teams selected for the freshman competition, and he could also observe the workings of the student council. Ling Hilary, still anxious about the mecha, pondered, how about tomorrow? Tan Ji responded affirmatively. It would be beneficial to enlist a few team members to assist, as one person alone might struggle with the workload. Ling Hilary agreed, thanking the president. When considering reliable assistance, Ling Hilary first thought of those in the tower, particularly Yaoan, with Qinfeng also being a possibility. However, Tianjin likely would not want to engage due to his cleanliness obsession. Yet, those in the tower would be re-enrolling next year. Consequently, he arranged a time with Yaoan and Qinfeng for the following day. Then he returned to awaiting the mecha. As his impatience grew, Young Ying finally emerged from the dust-proof chamber, just managing to utter the word done, before Ling Hilary eagerly reclaimed his blue mecha. He proceeded to the training room to unleash it, disregarding the confined space, and executed a full set of tactical training in the mecha. It was exhilarating. He returned to that previous state of fluidity, the mecha feeling like an extension of his own body, unleashing formidable power. Ling Hilary's abilities had now reached a dual SS level, and under high compatibility. The mecha's amplification was several-fold, rivaling that of X level. Just how powerful is the X level's physical prowess? It is such that, regardless of obstacles or detection instruments, they would be rendered utterly obsolete after enduring a full-force energy impact. How formidable is the X-level mental strength? Shun Nanfeng urgently gathered all team members together, managing to protect those with slightly inferior abilities, thus preventing anyone from entering the medical chamber due to residual skill effects. Yin Mingling reasonably speculated, "Commander, are you considering dismantling the base to construct a larger one?" Pu Hua emerged from the adjacent assembly room, carrying several discarded automatons with a somewhat sardonic smile. Perhaps the commander wishes to test the odds of 1 against 9. Upon observing Shin Nanfeng's team, he added, 1 against 19 could also be feasible. Ling He truly did not anticipate that after the augmentation of the mecha, his own strength would become so terrifying, surpassing the limits of the training facility. It indeed seemed necessary to consider a reconstruction of higher standards. Furthermore, he noted, I didn't pay attention to the intensity affecting everyone. Shall we celebrate with a barbecue? Chapter 140. Losing to the closed society, winning the expulsion? I find this rather untenable. There is no unpleasant mood that a barbecue cannot remedy. If there is, then 2 barbecues should suffice. The Interstellar delivery service is remarkably swift. Ling Hella ordered the ingredients, and they arrived just in time for dinner. Despite being frugal, Ling Hella's suitcase has gradually become empty, and he wonders when it will be replenished. However, one must eat. When it comes to barbecuing, ample seasoning is essential. Even if everyone prefers a milder taste, spices must be included. The aroma of the meat slices wafted through the air before they even touched the palate. Pu Hua, disregarding his intelligent machinery, eagerly volunteered to prepare a barbecue grill, taking it upon himself to provide for his own sustenance. Chun Feng and Mou maintained a semblance of decorum, politely sampling the fare, giving it 5-star reviews. Even Tianjin could not resist the temptation and indulged in a few skewers. Although he did not continue, he discreetly asked Ling Hella for some seasoning, intending to grill for himself. As another batch of skewers emerged, Ling Hella turned to fetch a plate. In the next moment, his honed battle instincts kicked in, prompting him to swiftly pivot and restrain the paw that attempted to pilfer the food. Fortunately, recognizing the familiar face, he softened his grip, avoiding sending the culprit to the medical bay. Mo Xiaobai curled into a small ball, resembling an innocent and adorable pet, pitifully pleading, "I want to eat." Ling Helu swatted his paw away. "Did you not leave?" Mo Xiaobai, having failed to depart, was lured back by the enticing aroma and came over to investigate. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on the grilled meat. Ling Helu was unyielding. "This is an internal gathering. No guests allowed." Determined to play the rogue, Mo Xiaobai began to roll about, exclaiming, "I want to eat." It was then that someone from the tower intervened, proposing a compromise. "If you wish to eat, it is possible, but an exchange must be made, just like before." Mo Xiaobai hesitated. "Once the exchange is complete, I can leave, right?" Pu Hua, observing the delay, dashed over and snatched a skewer, commenting, "Does anyone want to keep you here?" Ling Hella pointed out, "Let us formalize this with a contract." After the agreement was reached, Mo Xiaobai chased after Pu Hua, forcibly reclaiming several skewers. After devouring them, he attempted to seize more, only to be restrained by Pu Hua's energy bindings, leaving him momentarily sidelined. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. The following day at noon, Ling Hella brought Yao In and Chun Feng to the student council building. Aaron awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing the trio approach, she nodded in greeting and then turned this way. The student council building was bustling with activity. While curious glances were cast towards Ling Helu and his companions, upon realizing they were escorted by Aaron, who was known for her personality, no one dared to approach them. Upon reaching the floor where Tanji was located, a birdman with white wings emerged from an adjacent room, scrutinizing Ling Helu with a piercing gaze that set off alarm bells in his heightened combat instincts. Aaron noticed this as well. After a moment's contemplation, she halted to introduce Yu, Vice President of the Student Council. Ling Hella recalled the name. Tanji had mentioned him before. He was the president of the Racial Integration Research Society and was likely the mastermind behind a series of incidents concerning the Department of Humanity. Yu ignored Aaron and scrutinized Ling Helen, questioning, "Is it that impressive? Can you truly match the standards of the Institute of Human Sciences?" Ling Helen replied courteously, "If it merely involves overpowering the Ethnic Integration Research Society, it shouldn't pose a challenge." Yu was provoked by this remark, immediately spreading her wings and adopting a combative stance. Aaron swiftly positioned herself between the two, refraining from physical confrontation but casting a cold, unwavering gaze at Yu, silently indicating her stance. It was evident that Yu held a profound respect for Aaron's combat prowess. After much contemplation, she chose not to engage physically, merely stating, "During the freshman competition, I shall not hold this against you. Once the competition concludes, do you dare to face me in battle?" Ling Helen felt he comprehended what Tenji had previously implied regarding Yu's single-mindedness. When it comes to taking action, one must rely on cunning. He continued to respond politely, "What does fighting prove?" Yu asserted earnestly, "It resolves personal grievances. The loser shall avoid the winner in future encounters." Ling Helen opted to decline. I will also be joining the student council, and it would not be ideal for the vice president to have others avoiding me during our meetings, as it would hinder our practical work. Yu's frustration flared. You and that fellow, Tanji, are alike, merely spouting grandiloquent rhetoric. Why not just engage directly? Lose and be expelled, win and face dismissal? Ling Helen found it difficult to understand the vice president's stance, believing it rather unfeasible. The commotion drew the attention of Tanji, who emerged from a distance, observing the situation with a satisfied grin. Engaging in brawls incurs a deduction of 1 professional point, which I will report to the disciplinary office, he announced. As EU's anger intensified, he added, repeated offenses will result in an additional 3-point deduction. Should you contest the point deduction policy, feel free to raise it at the next regular meeting. Ultimately, Yu retreated in defeat. Noticing Ling Helen's astonishment, Tanji offered an explanation. Do not take it too seriously, but do not provide him with opportunities to trip you up. Yu possesses significant backing, particularly from the Star Abyss Symbiosis Society. Should a real issue arise, assistance will be forthcoming. This current situation is manageable and preferable to engaging in a battle of wits with an arrogant opponent. Ling Helen grasped the situation. However, his primary purpose for visiting the student council was not this. He looked at Tanji with anticipation. President, what rewards does the student council offer for my team? You will receive access to certain venues and equipment, in addition to a large-scale mecha combat arena, which you may use free of charge for a year. He shifted the tone. However, the rewards vary each year, with special circumstances warranting special treatment. I have high hopes for your team and can sponsor a batch of standard mechas. There are certain performance requirements. What is your goal? Without hesitation, Ling Helen declared. Of course, first place. Tanji chuckled. In the history of the top 10 freshman competitions, the number of times the Battle Spirit Academy has secured first place is quite limited. In my year, second place was already ranked among the top 10 in history. Are you truly certain? Ling Helen responded with composure, although I lack information on the teams from other academies. However, I am aware that Toledo Dell from the Academy of Arbitrators possesses an intimidating strength, surpassing that of the new students. Additionally, Manhwa from the Eternal Night Watch wields enigmatic skills, excelling in both divine and corporeal disciplines without any weaknesses. As I speak, Ling Healy continues to wear a radiant smile. Nevertheless, I am confident that I will grow stronger. Tanji expresses considerable admiration for Ling Healy's spirited demeanor and promptly resolves, then I shall provide your team with a batch of standard mechas. Should you find yourself in need of weaponry or equipment, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall do my utmost to assist. With a smile, he adds, the arbitrators and the Eternal Night Watch have always stood at the pinnacle. Should you manage to shatter their monopoly, not only standard mechas, but upon your return, the storeroom of the Student Council will be at your disposal. Chapter 141, Elevating Architectural Standards. Will the expenses be deducted from next year's budget of your command department? Ling Hel is quite intrigued by this. What treasures lie in the Student Council storeroom? Tanji explained, the gifts left by alumni of the Student Council over the years. There is a plethora of items, and one can unearth many valuable finds. Some of these may even prove beneficial after entering the Battle Alliance. After discussing the main matters, Tanji introduced Ling Hel to the workings of the Student Council, as well as the subsequent handover issues. However, these were mere trifles, and Ling Hel pushed Yao En and Chen Feng aside. He was more concerned about matters pertaining to the School of Humanities. President, do you know what Senior Fu likes? I am pondering what would be an appropriate exchange for her information at tomorrow's club event. Tanji waved his hand dismissively. She lacks for nothing. You could offer her interstellar currency. If that fails, the video from the last transaction I received was rather splendid. She should appreciate that. I have a small video plan as a backup. Yet, I still feel it lacks sufficient value. Ling Hel pondered for a moment and sent a message to Lair. Senior Lair, do you know what Senior Fu likes? I wish to trade items with her, but am unsure what would be suitable. Lair replied, have you become aware of the hidden genius in the School of Humanities? Fu is not in want of items. She is simply unhappy due to the constraints imposed by the Star Alliance. If you dare to confront the Star Alliance, she will undoubtedly support you. Ling Hel, could you elaborate on that, Senior? Lair, She belongs to a fortunate lineage of bloodline inheritance listed under the Star Alliance's surveillance. Although her actions are not restricted, she must report her itinerary, which irks her greatly. However, your attention to Fu suggests you may be smitten? Ling Hel. Understood. I won't inquire further. Thank you, Senior. As for confronting the Star Alliance, perhaps I should refrain. Nonetheless, Ling Hel mused whether the elite might be more intrigued by gaining control over the Star Alliance, perhaps by supporting Blue Star. It would be worth asking when time permits. He just wondered if the elite's fortunate abilities were truly as formidable as rumored. After receiving the equipment rewards from the Student Council, Ling Hel took out his mech for a trial. This time, the blue mech could unleash its full potential, even at maximum speed. It wouldn't crash into the objects within the room. Excited, he glanced at the distant target, forming a hand seal and mentally reciting the meaning of the hexagram. Invoking the Qian hexagram. In an instant, a violent wave of energy erupted ahead, the golden psychic energy illuminating the surroundings so intensely that it was blinding, overwhelming in its ferocity. In the next moment, Ling Hel felt as if he had been cast aside by the world. Everything before him was engulfed in darkness, and silence enveloped his ears. After a brief interval, he realized he had been injured by his own skill, temporarily losing both sight and hearing. Fortunately, the holographic light brain's imagery persisted, following its guidance to locate the nearest medical pod for repairs. Ling Hel discovered that nearly half of the mech's combat arena had vanished. The targeted area, let alone the target itself, had turned to dust, including 10 meters underground and the walls. Thankfully, the structure of the mech hall was robust enough to prevent its complete collapse. After some contemplation, he messaged Tenji, President. The mech combat arena is rather fragile and requires extensive repairs. Can the Student Council reimburse the expenses? Tenji. So it was you who triggered the Academy alarm just now. The expenses can be covered by the Student Council, but you will have to manage it yourself. Teacher. Ling Hel glanced around and noticed a considerable crowd had gathered, including the familiar Professor Xiao from the Command Department and the Director of the Department of Arcane Arts, whose jellyfish-like appearance was hard to miss. He approached Ling Hel with a forced smile. Experimenting with stellar-grade weapons within the school premises, the appendages of the director swayed excitedly towards Ling Hel. No, it's an arcane skill. Ling Hel asserted firmly. The mecha combat arena is far too fragile. Before the director could inquire further, Professor Xiao, having observed the situation, approached and exclaimed, "Indeed, the arena cannot withstand attacks equivalent to stellar-grade weaponry. The construction standards for the mecha combat arena must be elevated." "What nonsense are you spouting, old Xiao?" The director laughed, suggesting that the increased construction costs be deducted from your Command Department's budget for next year. Ling Hel timidly interjected, "The Student Council has agreed to reimburse the repair costs." Professor Xiao immediately regained his confidence. "Did you hear that? You don't have to pay for the repairs. Why are you in such a hurry?" The director, in truth, was not anxious either, even if a venue was destroyed. As long as the War Soul Academy was not attacked, it would not pose a significant issue. He then turned to Ling Hel and asked, "Did you receive the Student Council's reward for the freshman competition?" Ling Hel replied obediently. "Does Teacher Shu also have a reward?" The director indeed nodded. "The official list will be confirmed the day after tomorrow. I will come to find you then and bring your teammates along. External assistance is not permitted." Ling Hel's eyes sparkled. A true divine descent? The news travels fast. After the director finished speaking, he turned serious and instructed the Student Council to transfer the repair costs immediately. Once the funds arrived, several senior students from the repair department accepted the task and swiftly restored the combat arena to its former state. By this time, Yao En and Shen Feng had completed their Student Council duties and brought along the standard mechas they had promised. Ling Hel, spotting the combat mechas, could no longer contain his excitement. "Let us fight." Of course, he dared not use the Qianhua again. He relied solely on the mecha's enhancements to showcase his combat prowess, overpowering Yao En and Shen Feng, relishing the exhilarating sensation of sheer dominance in battle. However, the repair costs were indeed staggering. When MOU arrived later, he tapped on the mechas of the three and sheepishly announced a cost of nearly 1 million. Ling Helen silently dismissed his earlier thought of increasing the frequency of high-intensity combat training. Nevertheless, members like Ha Jiao and Pu Hua, who had not yet customized their mechas, were quite intrigued by the standard mechas. After selecting their mechas, they engaged in numerous matches, resulting in yet another spike in repair costs. Only Tianjun, despite not having a customized mecha, refrained from using the standard mecha due to his obsessive cleanliness. That evening, they participated in several team challenge matches. The following day finally arrived, marking the long-awaited club activity of the Department of Humanities. He arrived early at the venue to see Tianji preparing. Eileen and several more seasoned members had also arrived early, including Lyle. However, shortly after she entered the event venue, Tianji suddenly frowned at her. Do not bring non-club members into the event building. Lyle was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Ha! Does he dare to barge in? Does he think my blade is not sharp enough? Turning around, he exited the door, drawing a carbon crystal short sword that gleamed with a lustrous black edge even indoors. Ling pondered for a moment and sent a message to the little merman. Are you at the Human Sciences Institute's club activity building? Yunyan replied, yes. This building has a high security level. I cannot enter even with my own permissions. Fortunately, I scored full marks in my information intrusion course. Ling inquired, is it possible that the restricted access is to prevent strangers from entering? Yunyan responded, I know. I'll leave after I transfer the money to Lyle. I heard there's a trading event inside, and it must require funds. Yunyan added, Lyle came with the carbon crystal short sword to find me. How did she know I have a penchant for cold weapons? Chapter 142. Ling Helen found himself somewhat bewildered. Had the divine descent truly embraced a technological approach? Since it was a matter of mutual consent, he chose to remain uninvolved. As the time approached, Tianji empowered his voice with energy and announced the commencement of the club activities. As before, it was left to him to initiate proceedings. He provided a plethora of business information, exchanging all exclusive intelligence, along with other items, though their value required his validation. Ling Helen recalled the remarkable worth of the business intelligence previously bestowed by the president. Yin Mingling had borrowed 30 million from Yaoan, and even after a few days under the management of the tower, she had amassed a profit of 300 million. Many newcomers, having benefited from the last round of intelligence provided by the president, were eager to engage in exchanges, quickly trading several items. Although the newcomers had limited valuable goods, the president was not discerning. As long as the items held genuine worth, he accepted them, fostering a lively atmosphere. Upon the conclusion of the exchanges, Tianji gestured towards Ling Helen, introducing him. Allow me to present our new member from the command department, who will soon partake in this year's top 10 freshman competition. The future president of the Human Sciences Academy, Ling Helen. Junior, what have you prepared for exchange? Tianji had not disclosed this plan to Ling Helen, catching him somewhat off guard. However, Ling Helen quickly regained his composure. Despite being a newcomer, he was on the verge of assuming leadership in the Human Sciences Academy and could no longer regard himself merely as an ordinary freshman. This moment might well serve as Tianji's final test. Fortunately, in preparation for the trading event, he had indeed brought items for exchange, and he could certainly add more. He possessed an unrestricted pass to the black market Star Square, alongside intelligence on items that could enhance one's abilities. He also held mysterious precognitive skills, requiring the exchange to have a mental capacity of S rank or above, along with information on items that could improve strength or other mysterious skills. Should any items meet his requisites, he was open to considering additional demands, evaluating their feasibility. The team included intermediate mechanists capable of providing customized services, and advanced information specialists for analysis and simulations. This proposal should be quite satisfactory. Ling Helen observed a renewed appreciation on Tianji's face. Moreover, the impact of his trading content was on par with Tianji's, rendering it hard to believe such strategies were employed by a mere first-year student. Is it possible to exchange the unrestricted pass for the black market Star Square for the Star Source Shockwave skill? I have the authorization from the Star Network. Could you assist me in analyzing my current combat shortcomings and enhancement strategies? I can only offer interstellar coins for the transaction. I seek assistance in foreseeing whether I will pass the upcoming intermediate mecha engineer assessment. My mental capacity is at S rank. And a request for guidance. Could you mentor fellow freshmen in a combat match? I wish to understand the extent of the gap between us and the prodigies. Provided the exchanges were not excessively unbalanced, Ling Helen confirmed most of the transactions. The request for a guidance match was declined. The inter-freshman competition was imminent. If one truly wished to engage in combat, they could wait for the next club activity. As the next participant, Eileen, commenced her trading. Ling Helen had fully acclimatized to his new identity as a leader, able to smile encouragingly at seniors even older than himself. Although Eileen's trading content was somewhat scant, she relayed considerable item intelligence provided by the esteemed Fu, effectively utilizing her time. Ling Helen exchanged small videos for Interstellar coins to acquire intelligence regarding the freshman competition. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the information in hand. To his astonishment, the number of participating teams exceeded 10. The 3 war academies had no freshmen making it to the team competition rankings, while 2 teams from the top 3, Dawn Break War Academy, were in attendance. It is worth noting that the other 2 in the top 3 are Iron Wall War Academy and Blade Hunter War Academy. Although the latter was absent from this freshman competition, the teams from Arbiter, Eternal Night Watch, and Expedition Academy were familiar faces. The new commander of Arbiter, Toledo Dell, possessed exceptional strength, yet his teammates were relatively mediocre. The commander of Eternal Night Watch, Ming Huai, led a team that primarily utilized mental attacks. Yet his dual cultivation of both physical and spiritual realms rendered him without weaknesses. Upon seeing the team from Expedition Academy, Ling Helen was somewhat taken aback. Despite sustaining losses in their team during the Tower Star event, the jellyfish-headed girl still managed to secure a place in the freshman competition roster. He realized he may have underestimated the strength of this team. Ling Helen diligently noted everything down, discovering that the intelligence extended beyond mere team compositions. It included a comparative analysis of the past styles of the 10 war academies. For instance, Arbiter typically favored a rigorous training approach, yet this time, Toledo Dell exhibited a more flamboyant personality, seemingly divergent from their traditional style. However, one must remain vigilant as he may revert to old tactics in critical moments. Additionally, the invited judging panel comprised mentors from the top 3 comprehensive academies, led by Crown Academy's War Department. The observer system of the various legions within the Alliance did not directly participate in judging, but served a supervisory role. The lineup was even more extravagant than Ling Helen had envisioned. The intelligence subtly referenced the concept of divine descent. For example, the Arbiter War Academy predominantly possessed skills that integrated offense and defense. The skills of the Eternal Night Watch team were complex and leaned towards auxiliary capabilities, even encompassing medical aspects, all of which were highly practical. The defining characteristic of War Soul Academy could be succinctly summarized as combat. It was not until the following day, when Shuqin led him to a high-tech laboratory, that Ling Helen continued to ponder the specifics of divine descent. Next, the 8 of you will enter the laboratory one by one, clearing your minds to follow the guidance. Experiencing a sensation akin to an out-of-body experience is a normal occurrence. Ling Helen was somewhat bewildered. Had divine descent now taken a technological approach? Observing the expressions of the new students, Shuqin was well aware of their thoughts. However, explaining this repeatedly had become second nature to him. In the interstellar age, where do gods come from? Divine descent is merely a term from the mysterious arts. Research conducted by the War Research Institute suggested that during the cognitive elevation process, one might encounter traces left by higher dimensional beings, allowing for certain insights to be gained. The intelligent optical brain remained highly effective. Studies indicated that beyond the interstellar universe, higher dimensional worlds undoubtedly exist. If beings from higher dimensions observe or intervene in lower dimensional realms, they inevitably leave traces behind. Research into these traces is at the forefront of technology, with limited information available. Nonetheless, it is certain that all traces influence the soul's cognition. Thus, the scientific community entertains a hypothesis that strengthening the soul could facilitate cognitive elevation, enabling access to higher dimensional worlds. Countless related studies abound. Rumor has it that Aside from ascending dimensions, one can also descend them. Allegedly, there exist scientists with remarkably unconventional thought processes who are investigating this. Their intentions remain unknown. Nevertheless, Ling Helling has come to an understanding. The so-called deities of the interstellar realm are merely remnants left by higher-dimensional beings. While these higher-dimensional entities may alter their existence or depart, their traces endure eternally, serving as fixed legacies. So, who among you shall be the first to enter? Shuqing has provided ample time for everyone to acclimate and is now urging action. Ling Helling turned and stepped into the laboratory, his actions serving as his response. Chapter 143. A vague yet profound sense of familiarity emanated from the bloodline. Ling Heller, clearing his mind, quickly grasped the essence of the guidance mentioned by Master Shuck. An unknown apparatus adorned his head, relentlessly inundating his mind with a plethora of information: bronze-headed, iron-faced, the manipulation of 5 weapons, the frenzy of beast transformation, black battle energy, devouring mountains and stones, the guardian of the weak, the copper-boned demon body, blood transforming into brine, iron-eating and stone-devouring, the war god of weaponry. These images bore a striking resemblance to figures from the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom. When pondering the war god of weaponry, the first figure that sprang to Ling Heller's mind was the demon Chiyu from Dragon Kingdom lore, which aligned perfectly with the information presented. With a mere thought, he refrained from completely emptying his mind. Instead, he began to actively envision the visage of Chiyu alongside the influx of thoughts. When the mind fixates on a singular entity, the perception of time tends to blur. Ling Heller lost track of how long had passed, engrossed as he was, entirely oblivious to the sensations of his body, focusing solely on thought and soul. Beyond thought, it seemed that the soul possessed its own sensations, perceiving the surrounding bubbles of varying densities and hues. Though he had never encountered them before, he instantly recognized the dark green bubble as belonging to Master Shuck, whose mood seemed quite pleasant at that moment. The vibrant red hue represented a fervent anticipation, while the ochre-purple bubble signified curiosity intertwined with eagerness. However, he did not observe for long. As a powerful allure drew his soul closer, Ling Heller offered no resistance. Whether through Master Shuck's narration or Yin Mingling's first-hand experience, he understood that this was indeed an opportunity for inheritance. As he drew nearer, he could increasingly confirm that this was, in fact, the legacy of the war god Chiyu. A vague, indescribable familiarity arose from the bloodline. Despite merely being traces and not true high-dimensional beings, Ling Heller felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from the entity, which regarded him with affectionate familiarity. After drawing him in, it graciously relinquished all traces, allowing him to select his insights into the inheritance. Ling Heller, wary of greed, chose the war god totem and the manipulation of 5 weapons, swiftly immersing himself in the understanding. Indeed, the power of the apparatus was unable to sustain Ling Heller's soul outside his body for long. Once he had grasped the skills to a preliminary level, he felt his soul abruptly return to his corporeal form. For a moment, he struggled to accept the constraints of his physical body, yearning to return to the unrestrained state of his soul. Nevertheless, he reluctantly adapted, opened his eyes, removed the apparatus, and exited the laboratory. "How did it go, Commander?" Yin Mingling inquired eagerly. Ling Heller did not conceal the truth. "I've learned 2 skills." Master Shuck immediately regarded him with enthusiasm, but clarified to the others, "Do not feel pressured. It is entirely normal not to grasp the skills." Ling Heller took a moment to assess his own condition before hesitantly stating, "My ability levels seem to have improved." Nearby, an ability testing device was available for immediate evaluation. Physical ability, SSS, mental strength, SSS, gene spectrum alteration. However, Master Shuck was unfazed. Some races are born with gene locks. Alterations to the gene spectrum may occur upon unlocking. The phenomenon of divine descent is a means to unlock genetic locks, resulting in alterations to the genetic spectrum, though it need not be overly concerned about. The Academy will handle it adeptly. Ling Healy has faith in the Academy's capabilities. My gratitude to Teacher Shu for your assistance. The second individual is Mu Tu, whose compatibility with Chi Yu is exceptionally harmonious, allowing him to acquire the skill of the copper-boned demon body. In mechanized combat, Mu2's prowess is formidable. However, when engaged in solo combat outside the mech, his abilities are merely average. This skill significantly enhances his performance in individual battles. Ha-Jiao has obtained the skill to command ferocious beasts. It appears that others do not exhibit much compatibility with Chi-Yu, leading to a total collapse of the forces. The ratio seems rather poor, and as time progresses, Shu-Chi's enthusiasm wanes. Nonetheless, he announces the upcoming itinerary. You have a few hours to prepare, and I shall lead the team this evening, departing promptly for the Callisto Nebula. Do remember to summon external assistance. MOU and Lail have already made their preparations. Ling He Li Mu2, Yao En, and Yin Ming Ling will bring their customized mechs, while the others, including external allies, will utilize the standard mech sponsored by the Student Council. The weapons have been upgraded through gifts from Ling He Li, supplemented by additional sponsorship from the Student Council, which is quite satisfactory. The team is ready, synchronized in tactical formations, always prepared for battle. Shu-Chi does not guide the group through a wormhole. The new student competition venue is situated at a frontline location inaccessible by wormhole, making it more prudent to travel via the 5th Legion starship. Upon boarding the starship, the group is greeted by a tall, muscular gentleman, reminiscent of a more mature Mu2, albeit more composed. He lacks wolf ears, but possesses horns and a tail. Ling Healy finds him familiar, resembling a little black dragon. His demeanor suggests a positive mood as he engages in conversation with the group. You youngsters are brimming with energy and confidence. Do you have aspirations for ranking? Don't just settle. You should strive for a place among the top 3. If you encounter any issues, feel free to approach me. Just call me Black Uncle. The Callisto Nebula is the territory of the 5th Legion, and they will ensure your safety. Shu-Chi interjects, "Why aren't you on the front lines?" Black Uncle shrugs. The commander assigned me as an observer for the new student intercollegiate competition. This is an excellent opportunity to observe the talent of the War Soul Academy. Shu-Chi observes Ling He Li and the others, smiling as he speaks. This new batch of students is likely to exceed many expectations. Dark horses? Black Uncle chuckles. When I see the other legions later, I shall place my bets wisely. Ling He Li finds Black Uncle's personality quite likable, and their conversation with Teacher Shu is far from tedious. Unbeknownst to them, they have already arrived at their destination, the planet K37630 in the Callisto system. From a distance, one can sense the planet's desolation and struggle. The surface of the planet is gray, interspersed with ominous black patterns, devoid of any signs of large human constructions, likely eradicated by magical beasts. The landing site of the starship is a standard large camp built by the Arbiter War Academy, precise and orderly, as if it were destined for a textbook. In pursuit of rapid engagement in combat, there exists no recreational establishments, and the materials utilized appear remarkably unadorned. Aside from their durability, they possess no other distinctive qualities. The Battle Soul Academy is not the first to arrive. As a few individuals disembark from the starship, they observe 2 other teams amicably traversing together, exuding a sense of familiarity. The leading instructor, resembling a cobra, approaches with a greeting, "Shu-Chi, it is you again this year. You did not participate last year. Do you believe there is a chance for the championship this time?" Shu-Chi gazes at the 2 teams nearby, noting that Dawn's Break has indeed sent 2 new teams, raising hopes significantly. The Cobra instructor chuckles, albeit with a hint of chill. In the battlefield, anything can transpire. The 2 teams may not necessarily hold an advantage. Nearby, the 2 teams regard Ling Healy and the others with great curiosity, and the captain takes the initiative to connect his friends. One is a tall fox person, with slightly folded ears, exuding maturity and composure. Tu Shan Huan, a freshman from the command department of Dawn's Break Academy. The other, a humanoid youth with emerald skin, speaks with a deliberate pace. Pan, a freshman from the command department. Chapter 144. My civilization possesses no remarkable traits. It is rather ordinary. I truly envy the civilization of Blue Star. Ling Healy added a friend. That day, there were no competitions taking place. The jellyfish-headed girl from the Expedition Academy, Yu Chu Xian, came to visit and once again expressed her gratitude for the assistance provided by Ling He-Li's team during their previous encounter. Subsequently, teacher Shu Qi escorted Ling He-Li's team to the residence of the Tsangqiang Academy. The two academies were ranked 7th and 8th, respectively, and had always maintained a close relationship, considered traditional allies. The leading teacher did not engage much, allowing the two teams to communicate freely. The freshman from the Tsangqiang Academy's command department was a petite figure with black hair and blue eyes, even shorter than Ling He-Li. He possessed a pair of small, pristine white wings on his back, giving him an innocuous appearance. Upon adding each other as friends, Noah's gaze flickered as he observed Ling He-Li's message. Civilization promoter? So am I. Let us engage in more civilizational exchanges in the future. Ling He-Li, who took great pride in the civilization of Blue Star, readily agreed. Certainly. My homeland, Blue Star, is known for its hospitality. Next time, I shall treat you to the culinary delights of my hometown. I couldn't bring any this time. According to teacher Shu Qi, the instructors at the Arbiter War Academy were rather rigid, allowing only nutrient solutions to pass inspection, forbidding any other food items. Noah smiled, his eyes narrowing with mirth. Very well. My civilization lacks distinctive characteristics. It is quite ordinary. I genuinely envy the civilization of Blue Star. Ling He-Li felt something amiss in his words. Before he could ponder further, a message from Yaoan arrived. Commander, be cautious. He may be a civilization raider. Yaoan was notably more sensitive regarding such matters. Ling He-Li observed the certification of civilization promoter next to Noah's name, refraining from making an immediate judgment. Nevertheless, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, my hometown has yet to connect to the Star Network. Only I have graduated from the command department, and I do miss home. Sometimes, I wish I could converse with family members. Noah blinked innocently. My kin are rather scarce. I seldom encounter them and have grown accustomed to it. Ling He-Li instinctively furrowed his brow, momentarily setting aside the plan to ally with Tsangqiang Academy as suggested by teacher Shu Qi. However, he continued to engage in conversation. In Noah's team, most members remained taciturn, leaving Ling He-Li uncertain whether this was a deliberate selection or mere coincidence. Fortunately, Ling He-Li's team included Mu Tu, a social butterfly who frequently introduced various topics, resulting in a relatively pleasant exchange. A half-cyborg from the infantry division even added Mu Tu as a friend, a remarkable accomplishment amidst the social anxiety displayed by others. Their conversation did not last long. Noticing the time, teacher Shu Qi returned to gather everyone and insisted they retire early. Before dawn the next day, an urgent assembly alarm abruptly sounded. The group quickly organized themselves. In the midst of the commotion, Ha Jiao could not locate his clothing. Fortunately, his suitcase remained, and he managed to find other spare garments. So it was not a significant issue. As Pu Hua descended from his bed, the floor suddenly gave way beneath him, creating a pit. Luckily, he shared a room with Mu Tu, who swiftly grabbed him, preventing any injury. Tian Jun discreetly slipped a bottle of nutritional supplement into her pocket. However, her acute sense of cleanliness compelled her to inspect the bottle closely, revealing signs of having been previously opened. She promptly discarded it and informed Ling Helen. Without hesitation, Ling Helen instructed everyone to relinquish unnecessary items, while ensuring that essential belongings underwent meticulous scrutiny. Indeed, some individuals discovered discrepancies with their weapons, though it merely involved minor adjustments to commonly used parameters, which could be rectified shortly. Upon reaching the exterior of the dormitory, they encountered the formidable judges panel composed of the leading instructors from the top 10 institutions, including representatives from the Wu Mian Academy, who stood solemnly observing them. Noticing the timely arrival of Ling Helen's team, the expression of Shu Qi reflected satisfaction, and he gestured for them to take their positions beside him. The actions of Ling Helen's team were not sluggish, yet the Evernight Watch and Expedition Academy had already assembled. Following them, the Dawnbreak and the Sky Academy teams also arrived promptly. The 6th team from the Arbitration War Academy, possibly delayed by a lackluster teammate, was the last to arrive. To their bewilderment, one member of the Iron Wall War Academy was dressed inappropriately, an inconceivable oversight for students of a war academy. The elder from the judges panel, resembling a mountain giant, amplified his voice with energy and announced, "The Iron Wall War Academy is disqualified." The lead instructors were evidently aware of this regulation. Although the instructor from the Iron Wall War Academy was deeply pained, he refrained from contesting the decision, merely gazing at his students with a heavy heart. The new teams were momentarily stunned, particularly the Iron Wall War Academy, whose commander hastily exclaimed, "It was an accident," only to be silenced by the lead instructor, who chastised, "All teams must confront unforeseen circumstances. You are not alone in this. Do not seek excuses." Before the new competition had even commenced, one team had already been eliminated, departing in despondence. The remaining teams stood poised, unwilling to exhibit even the slightest relaxation. The mountain giant from the judges' panel spoke again. "The essence of a war academy is known to you better than it is to me. Your future lies on the front lines, amidst the chaos of battle, devoid of the comforts or struggles of ordinary life. You must embody a resilience surpassing that of the average individual, possess an indomitable will, and exhibit formidable strength. I hope you will always believe in your objectives as you tread the extraordinary path ahead." In a gentler tone, the mountain giant continued, "I aspire to hear one day that the legends of the future began their ascent from this very moment." He then proceeded to announce the rules for this year's inter-school freshman competition of the 10 war academies. As the giant spoke, colossal holographic texts detailing the rules materialized before everyone, available for download and local preservation. Competition venue: Planet K37630. Competition duration: 30 interstellar days or until all teams are eliminated. Victory objective: the team with the highest accumulated points. Scoring rules: points can be earned by defeating various magical creatures. Points for magical creatures and their corresponding entries in the compendium. Commanders may trade points with one another. Once a team is eliminated, their points are frozen. Elimination rules: a commander is eliminated upon death or voluntary withdrawal. Competition prohibitions: the senseless killing of other team members is strictly forbidden. The utilization of powers beyond the team members is also prohibited. Additionally, during the competition, connection to the star network is unattainable. All participants shall integrate their neural interfaces with the monster point tallying software, which operates autonomously to record the team's score without requiring any manual input. The referees and observers will patrol the competition arena, yet are forbidden from interfering with the participating teams. While there are no restrictions on mortality, each team is granted a singular opportunity for assistance. Once this assistance is invoked, the team will be eliminated, and their score will reset to 0. A member of the judging panel briefly operated a device, and soon 6 spatial folding doors appeared before the spectators. In accordance with the order of assembly, all teams entered their respective spatial doors. The Ling Healy team advanced toward the third door. However, prior to entry, Ling Healy initiated a mental link. The commander commanded all members to enter their mechs, forming a nested triad formation as they proceeded through the spatial folding door.